I transmigrated to Blue Star. I actually became a contestant on a professional challenge show. Starting with just $1,000. I originally planned to work hard and earn a living honestly. Unexpectedly bound to the ultimate life system. Acquired the SSS grade divine skill to see the return rate of all things. When everyone mocked me for being foolish to go to the antique market, I relied on the eye of return rate. And discovered a hidden peerless national treasure in a broken porcelain vase. Tianjuan Tongbao folded too. Slapping an antique appraisal master in the face right then and there. Making millions. The livestream went absolutely viral. The production team began trembling in fear. But this is only the first step in my use of the system to make crazy money and overturn the rules. Chapter 1, Livestream with 100-fold returns. Career Challenge. System Binding. The 100x Return Career Challenge? This show sounds interesting. Suyu narrowed his eyes, feeling quite expectant. After crossing over and merging with the original body's memories, he roughly understood one thing. That is, the original body participated in a live streaming program called 100x Return Career Challenge. This program is organized by Tianjuan Corporation, the most powerful company on Earth. As the name suggests, this program challenges contestants to legally earn money through any means or profession within 1 year. At the end, the program will return 100 times the remaining balance to each contestant. Additionally, the program provides each contestant with a starting fund of 1,000 yuan. This means as long as a contestant doesn't spend this initial 1,000 yuan within the year, they'll receive at least 100,000 yuan in prize money. I'm making a killing. Filled with excitement, Suyu strode off, heading to a nearby grocery store to spend $5 on a pair of work gloves and a bottle of water. That's right, he plans to go work at a construction site carrying bricks. There's a joke on Earth, little Wong's father gave him 500 million, and he turned it into 4 billion, an 8-fold return. And my dad gave me 5 yuan, so I bought a pair of gloves and a bottle of water, went to the construction site, and earned 200 in a single day, a 40-fold return. Although this is just a joke, for ordinary people without other skills, going to the construction site to do manual labor is indeed a good way to earn money. At this very moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully binding to the peak life system. P.S. Host can use a certain amount of popularity points to draw random skills. A mechanical prompt tone sounded. System? Suyu's eyes lit up. Having read plenty of online novels in his previous life, he was no stranger to the arrival of a system. System, give me a beginner's gift package first. Suyu silently recited in his heart. Ding! The beginner's gift package is being issued to the host. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the trial version of the Eye of Return Rate. P.S. Using this skill allows you to see the return rate of all things. The trial version has a usage time limit of 12 hours. The Eye of Return Rate? Can see the return rate of all things? That's amazing. Although it's just a trial version, the 12-hour usage limit is more than enough. Suyu nodded in satisfaction and immediately headed towards the direction of an antique market. He decided to go to the antique market to pick up bargains and make a fortune. As for going to the construction site to carry bricks or something like that. Kidding. Now that he's got the system, his little darling. Why would he go to a construction site to haul bricks? At the entrance of Xuanji Antique Market. This is the place. Suyu nodded in satisfaction while glancing at the concealed holographic livestream camera in his shirt pocket, then strode confidently into the Xuanji Antiquities Market. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of 100x Return Career Challenge. What the hell is contestant number 5 named Suyu trying to do? Why is he running off to the antique market? I have no idea. His profile says he's just an ordinary working stiff, right? And there's no mention of him having any expertise in antiques. Is he actually planning to hunt for bargains at the antique market? Looking for bargains at antique markets? Don't even joke about it. As a seasoned collector in the antique circle, I'm advising you based on years of painful lessons, stop daydreaming. Upstairs +1. The antique circle is way too murky. Thinking you can score a bargain is basically wishful thinking. Let us put it this way, it's not that 100% of items in the antique market are fakes, but at least 99% are definitely fake. The guy upstairs knows his stuff. The antique trade isn't for everyone to dabble in. Most people are just there to pay tuition fees. And if I remember correctly, the show only gave each contestant a starting fund of 1,000 yuan. With that kind of money, you can only afford some very low-end fakes in the antique world. Sigh. If you ask me, it'd be better to go work on a construction site. At least after a year you could earn several million in prize money from the show crew. What a complete waste of a spot. The netizens in the live stream are buzzing with discussions. As expected of an antique market, the fakes are fucking everywhere. Suyu grumbled to himself in frustration. After wandering around the Tianjuan antique market for quite a while, he realized that all the items on the stalls were fakes. The trial version of the return rate shows nothing but uniformly negative returns. The most outrageous part was when a vendor tried to sell him a mass-produced porcelain bottle from last week, insisting it was from the Shang and Zhou dynasties while tearfully demanding 20,000 yuan for it. Just as Suyu was feeling puzzled, his eyes caught an astonishing return rate. A return rate of over 1,000 times. This is about to make us rich. Suyu's heart surged with excitement, and he immediately strode quickly toward that market stall. Grandpa, why have you come to the Tianji antique market again? Didn't you say that 99% of the stuff here is fake or counterfeit? For a renowned contemporary antique appraisal master like you to come here, isn't it kind of beneath your dignity? A petite and adorable-looking girl frowned slightly, gazing puzzledly at the elderly man beside her as she spoke. Wrong, you're absolutely wrong about that. Although 99% of the items at these stalls are counterfeit, isn't it our job as professional appraisers to sift through countless fakes and seize that one genuine treasure? Besides, the other reason I came here is to see if there are any young people worth persuading to turn back. If I can help them avoid even a little loss, it's worth it. The world of antiques is far too complex for those uninformed youngsters to navigate. The old man shook his head with a smile. Let's go. We should take a look over there. The old man said to the girl beside him. And the direction they were heading was unmistakably towards the very stall Suyu had gone to. Boss, will you sell this bottle for $1,000? Suyu stood in front of the stall, pointing at a porcelain vase, and asked the stall owner. Noticing Suyu's inquiry about the porcelain vase, the stall owner's eyes gleamed with a shrewd light, but he quickly concealed it, shaking his head and saying, Young man, you're overthinking it. This porcelain vase dates back to the Qianlong era. I couldn't possibly sell it for less than 30,000 yuan. Hearing the stall owner's words, Suyu was speechless. Qianlong era, my ass. This is clearly a mass-produced item from just half a year ago. If it weren't for the trial version of the return on investment hinting there was something special about the bottom of this vase, he would have walked away immediately. Boss, I've only got $1,000. If you're willing to sell it at that price, I'll take it. Otherwise, I'm leaving right now. Suyu made as if to leave while speaking. Seeing Suyu about to turn and walk away, the stall owner panicked and hurriedly called out. Fine. 1,000 it is. Consider it my loss for making a connection. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately pulled out the show's initial funding of 1,000 yuan, ready to pay. Chapter 2, Crying while making $980? Selling it to you for $1 million. Seeing this, the stall owner couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. Made $980 with tears in my eyes. Awesome. Just as Suyu was about to make the payment, an elderly man's voice rang out behind him. Hey, young man, wait. That vase is a fake. Don't buy it. Hearing this, the stall owner's face turned anxious, feeling extremely annoyed in his heart. Just when he was about to tearfully take Suyu's 980, someone suddenly showed up to ruin his scheme. Just as the stall owner was about to lose his temper, his eyes caught sight of the elderly man who had spoken, and his anger instantly dissipated. Instead, he turned to the old man with a bitter smile and said, It turns out to be old man-o. Since you've spoken, we'll let this bottle go. After speaking, the stall owner turned to Suyu and said, Young man, I won't sell this bottle anymore. Your lucky old man-o is willing to warn you, so I'll leave it at that. Missing the chance to earn 980 from Suyu, if someone else had interfered, the stall owner would surely have been furious. But the man before him was none other than the renowned antique appraisal master, old Mr. O Jinzong, who owned H Province's largest antique shop Chibo Zhai. Therefore, he couldn't refuse this courtesy. At this moment, when Suyu heard the stall owner say he wasn't selling the bottle anymore, he immediately panicked. Boss, sell. We must sell. We've already agreed on this, how can we back out now? Just kidding. He was still fixated on getting over 1,000 times the return on this bottle. The porcelain bottle itself is naturally a fake, worthless. But the item hidden at the bottom of this bottle that's a genuine antique. I'll pay the money right now. With that, Suyu directly slammed 1,000 yuan onto the vendor's stall. The vendor was completely bewildered. He had thought today would end without getting Suyu's 980 yuan, never expecting Suyu would actually rush to give him more money. Hey, what's wrong with you? My grandfather kindly warned you, yet you're still rushing headlong into this scam? Don't you dare doubt my grandfather's appraisal skills? Let me tell you, my grandfather is none other than the renowned antique authentication master O Jinzong, who owns Chibo Zhai, the largest antique shop in H Province. How dare you question his expertise? Oberon, standing nearby, watched as Suyu disregarded her grandfather's well-intentioned warning and actually rushed headlong into being scammed, making her puff up in anger. At this moment, O Jinzong also slightly furrowed his brows. He just couldn't bear to see Suyu's financial struggles and didn't want him to fall for a scam, so he kindly spoke up to warn him. Who would have thought that Suyu would refuse the goodwill and insist on going down the wrong path? At this moment, Suyu, upon learning O Jinzong's identity, suddenly felt excited. He owns Chibo Studio, the largest antique shop in Province H? Doesn't that mean this old man is filthy rich? Perfect. He was just wondering who to sell the item hidden at the bottom of this porcelain bottle to, and now he's found a buyer. At this thought, Suyu immediately smiled warmly and said, "Of course, I don't doubt Mr. O's expertise. It's just that I personally believe in first impressions and intuition. My gut tells me this porcelain vase is going to make me a fortune. It's a real steal." At this moment, in the live broadcast room of 100x Return Occupation Challenge. Ha ha ha. Contestant number 5 named Suyu is probably trying to kill me with laughter so he can inherit my 2-year overdue Huabe. And he still believes in fate at first sight and intuition? God, intuition is telling him this porcelain vase will make him a fortune, that he stumbled upon a hidden gem. I can't even. Is this what they mean by you can't save those hell-bent on destruction? Confirmed with a glance, this guy's destined to get scammed. That's the legendary antique appraisal master, old Mr. O Jinzong. If even he says that vase is fake, it's undeniably a counterfeit. Yet Suyu still insists on buying it, utterly baffling. Just waiting for the Suyu to cry himself unconscious in the toilet. Still fucking believes in his gut feeling. I'm done. That porcelain vase, even without Mr. O's confirmation, I could tell it's a fake and utterly shoddy one at that, clearly mass-produced in some small workshop. Still, gotta say, that girl next to old man O is really beautiful. Her legs are so fair. They'd be fun for years to come. Hey upstairs, that idea of yours is seriously criminal. That little girl is old man O's granddaughter, O Burong, the young heiress of the O family. If you dare mess with her legs, be prepared for the O family to come knocking on your door to check your water meter. The barrage of comments in the live stream was flying at lightning speed. Just as netizens were discussing, Suyu had already purchased that porcelain vase. Take care, young man. Come back again next time. The stall owner cheerfully pocketed the 1,000 yuan and waved to Suyu, earning 980 while holding back tears. What a perfect fool to take advantage of. The stall owner thought smugly to himself. Suyu paid no mind whatsoever to the vendor's thoughts. He simply grabbed the porcelain vase and rushed after O Jinzong. Just now, seeing that Suyu was determined to buy that porcelain vase, O Jinzong and O Burong didn't bother with him anymore and simply walked away. Grandpa, that guy is unbelievable. You kindly warned him, yet he is still determined to fall for the scam. And he even said something about trusting fate and intuition? What a load of nonsense. O Burong said indignantly. Ha ha. Rong, this is probably just how the antique circle normally is. Many who buy antiques do so with the mindset of finding hidden treasures, but how could they know that uncovering such bargains is far from easy? More often than not, it's about being scammed. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. We might as well just stroll around casually and head back early. O Jinzong shook his head with a smile. Suyu's insistence on falling for the scam despite his well-intentioned warning slightly displeased Ouyang Jinzong, but he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, this kind of situation is actually very common. In the antique circle, there are many people like Suyu. The vast majority of people tend to have the illusion that they can do it. The result is often that they get badly bruised by reality. At that very moment, Suyu's voice sounded from behind them. Old Master O, wait. I have a business proposition to discuss with you. Hearing Suyu's words, O Jinzong frowned. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this kind of stubborn person who refuses to admit defeat. Now the guy was chasing after him, saying he wanted to discuss business? Hey, why is it you again? Grandpa kindly warned you just now, but you didn't listen. Now that you've been cheated, surely you're not going to blame us? O Burong glared coldly at Suyu with an unfriendly expression. Hearing O Burong's words, Suyu immediately shook his head and laughed. Of course I'm not that kind of person. However, the business I wish to discuss with old Master O is indeed related to that porcelain vase. With that, Suyu turned to O Jinzong with a serious expression and said, Mr. O, as a token of goodwill for your earlier reminder, I'll sell you this porcelain vase for 1 million. Chapter 3, Snagging a Bargain. The heavenly treasure coin worth half its face value. Suyu hit the jackpot. Hey, are you out of your mind? Forget that you just bought this vase for $1,000, it's a fake. Do you really think we'd be dumb enough to pay $1 million for it? O Burong's beautiful eyes widened as she snapped back. Young man, are you serious? At this moment, O Jinzong remained expressionless, though a hint of irritation flickered in his eyes. It seems you still haven't grasped the true nature of this bottle, old gentleman. Very well, then. Suyu chuckled, then with a forceful motion, he hurled the porcelain bottle he held straight onto the ground. With a loud crash, the porcelain bottle shattered into pieces. From the bottom of the bottle, an ancient coin fell out. Upon seeing the ancient coin, U Jinzong's pupils contracted sharply. His expression changed instantly, and his breathing grew ragged. This. O Jinzong pointed at the ancient coin on the ground, his mind reeling. The characters engraved upon the coin now seemed to radiate a mystical golden glow in his eyes. Once again, his heart lurched. His gaze turned to Suyu, filled with utter astonishment. He could actually discern the hidden compartment beneath the porcelain jar? This kid is nothing short of a prodigy. This time, even I had overlooked it. I hadn't noticed anything special about that porcelain vase at all. At that moment, U Jinzong's emotions surged. Seeing this, Suyu smiled calmly as he picked up the ancient coin from the ground and addressed Oh Jinzong. Mr. O, what do you think of this deal now? At that moment, however, Oh Jinzong had no mind to answer. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the ancient coin with utter astonishment. Young friend, could you hand me that ancient coin so I might examine it properly? Oh Jinzong's voice trembled with excitement. Suyu smiled faintly at the request and promptly handed the ancient coin to Oh Jinzong. However, instead of taking it immediately, Oh Jinzong pulled a pair of white gloves and a magnifying glass from his pocket before carefully accepting the ancient coin. Grandfather, what are you? Oh Rong, standing nearby, watched the scene with wide eyes filled with boundless astonishment. She knew her grandfather all too well. As a renowned antique appraiser in Dragon Nation, Grandfather Oh Jinzong only treated extremely precious, rare treasures with such meticulous care. But was this tiny ancient coin really worth such treatment? Yet at this moment, Ouyang Jinzong showed no intention of acknowledging his granddaughter, instead focusing entirely on examining the ancient coin. Moments later, his voice trembled with awe, and a tear glistened in the corner of his aged eye as he declared. It is! There's no doubt about it. I never imagined I'd see a second Heaven's Favor Tongbao here. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat of the show live 100x payout professional challenge. Holy crap! What's going on? That's Mr. O. How could he lose his composure over a mere ancient coin? Any knowledgeable folks out there explain what the Tianjuan Tongbao is? What kind of ancient coin could provoke such a reaction from the renowned Mr. O? Same here. This is way beyond my knowledge. That old master isn't just anyone, he's Oh Jinzong, the top-tier antique appraisal master in all of Dragon Nation. And he's so overwhelmed by a single ancient coin he's completely lost his composure? Folks, as a history grad student at China's top university, allow me to enlighten you. The Tianjuan Tongbao is one of our ancient coins. Cast in the early Jin dynasty, it's extremely rare. The Tianjuan Tongbao comes in two denominations, small flat coins and half flat coins. The flat coins feature two scripts, regular and seal. This ancient coin is undoubtedly a Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er. To be precise, it's only the second Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er ever discovered in the world. The first is housed in the Dragon Nation's capital museum, making this one utterly unparalleled in rarity. It simply doesn't circulate on the market. Furthermore, I'll share another detail. This Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er is preserved even more perfectly than the one in our Dragon Nation's capital museum, almost like new. I won't elaborate on what this implies, but suffice it to say, this piece could become another national treasure of our country. Therefore, Mr. O's intense reaction is entirely understandable. In truth, it's not just Mr. O, even my own mentors, the foremost senior professors specializing in ancient coin research in our nation, would rush here without delay to vie for this piece. And they'd do so fiercely, sparing no effort or courtesy. Enough said, I must inform my mentors immediately. This is no trivial matter. A Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin here, more intact than the one in the Capital Museum's collection. This could cause a massive sensation. Holy crap! Hey, you upstairs! Hold on! Don't leave yet! Your explanation is all very professional, but honestly, we just want to know, is this thing worth anything? Worth money? Are you kidding? Don't you understand the phrase extremely rare? This thing is priceless. If you absolutely must know a figure, let me put it this way. Back then, the Capital Museum paid a staggering 2.14 million yuan to acquire the Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin. Based on my estimation, the Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er in Suyu's hands could easily fetch over $1 million. And it's the kind of thing that's priceless. Holy! That means Suyu just made a killing. He bought that porcelain vase for a measly 1,000 yuan, and now he's flipping it for over $1 million. This is insane. Damn impressive. Majorly impressive. He snagged a steal. This is a huge steal. The live stream viewers were stunned and amazed. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed. In an instant, the online audience surged from a few thousand to over 100,000. And the numbers kept climbing. After all, this was a live broadcast of snagging a bargain, and such a huge one at that. Naturally, it drew a massive crowd of onlookers. Most crucially, a professional had just appeared and stated that the item Suyu had snatched up was highly likely to become another national treasure of the Dragon Nation. A national treasure. Anything bearing that title was guaranteed to cause an earth-shattering sensation. Grandfather, you mean this ancient coin is the Tianjuan Tongbao? Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Oberon's expression changed dramatically. Having grown up with a grandfather who was a master of antique appraisal, she had absorbed a wealth of knowledge about antiques through osmosis. Naturally, she knew of the famed Heaven's Favor Tongbao ancient coin. This thing was incredibly rare and hard to come by. Now that Suyu had stumbled upon such a treasure, how could she not be astonished? Chapter 4, sold for 1.8 million, overnight sensation. That's it. That's the one. And what's more, this ancient coin is the extremely rare Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er. Oh Jinzong nodded with utmost seriousness. Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er. Upon hearing this, Oberon's beautiful eyes widened once more. Didn't that mean Suyu had spent just 1,000 yuan to earn over $1 million in return? No. It was more than that. The value of this Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin couldn't be measured in simple monetary terms. It had the potential to become another national treasure of the Dragon Nation. This guy's luck, was this incredible? Buying a low-end fake and stumbling upon such an earth-shattering bargain. How infuriating. Young friend, you mentioned earlier that you're willing to sell this ancient coin to me? Wu Jinzon's eyes blazed with overwhelming excitement as he asked. This thing could potentially become a national treasure. If he, Jinzon, could get his hands on it, the old-timers in the circle would be green with envy. Of course. As long as you give me $1 million, this Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin is yours, Mr. O. Suyu nodded with unwavering certainty. 1 million. I'm afraid that's out of the question. Upon hearing Suyu's offer, Jinzong shook his head. Mr. O, you find it too expensive? Suyu froze. The trial version of the return rate I had indicated, this ancient coin's return rate was over 1,000 times. He was only asking for 1 million. That was already a huge discount. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinzong immediately shook his head and said, No. I certainly don't think it's too expensive. In fact, this item is priceless. Being able to buy something priceless with money already fills me with immense joy. If I could acquire it for a mere million, I'd feel I was taking far too great an advantage of you. Moreover, I was blind earlier and failed to see the hidden treasure beneath that porcelain vase. I nearly cost you this bargain opportunity. That alone fills me with shame. How could I possibly take such a huge advantage from you? How about this? I'll take this Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er for 1,800,000. Young friend, what do you think? Hearing Jinzong's words, Suyu's eyes lit up. He immediately nodded in agreement. Alright. It's settled then. Before long, Suyu received the 1.8 million coins transferred by Jinzong. Seeing such a large sum suddenly appear in his bank account, Suyu felt incredibly pleased. At that moment, inside the live stream studio for the show, Live 100x Payback Professional Challenge. I'm so jealous. He made 1.8 million from 1,000 yuan investment. Holy crap. That one lucky find is worth more than a lifetime of my hard work. And the best part? This thing could become a national treasure. As the discoverer, Suyu will definitely go down in history. Fame and fortune, I'm crying with envy. I gotta hit the antique market for a bargain too. This is insane. Bro, chill out. I'll say this, you can be jealous all you want, but snagging a bargain isn't as easy as you think. Suyu got insanely lucky to pull off such a huge score. Didn't you see even the esteemed antique appraisal master, Old Master O, got fooled this time? Or do you think you've got Suyu's kind of luck? I'm green with envy. That bastard Suyu's luck is insane. That son of a just raked in so much cash, and with the show's 100-fold return reward coming up, doesn't that mean Suyu could become a billionaire overnight if he just doesn't blow it all in the next year? We were laughing at Suyu earlier, calling him the cute little guy who got ripped off for 980 yuan by the stall owner. Now it turns out we're the ones who look like fools. Suddenly, the stall owner seems like the real victim here. If he found out about this, he'd probably pass out crying in the bathroom. Viewers in the live stream chat erupted in heated discussion. Meanwhile, Weibo was flooded with trending topics about Suyu's bargain find. #shocking. Contestant number 5 Suyu snags bargains, raking in 1.8 million on 100-fold return, #. He snagged the second Heaven's Favor coin at half price, #. As these trending topics spread, more and more netizens flooded into Suyu's livestream. Front row. Soaking up the bargain hunting god's luck. Heading to the antique market later, please bless me with a steal. Hey, just a heads up, brace yourself for the stall owner making a tearful 28,000 yuan profit off you. Don't ask how I know, I just got sucked into this pit. Crying my eyes out. Gonna get my ass kicked by the wife when I get home. Honestly, Suyu's luck is insane. He just hit the jackpot. 1,800,000 yuan. That money came way too fast. If Suyu plays it safe and doesn't get cocky, he'll be a billionaire in a year. Viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with comments. The viewership in Suyu's livestream skyrocketed. And this was merely the beginning of Suyu's soaring popularity. Because now, major television stations were all beginning to report that Suyu had snagged this Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin, one even more complete than the one housed in the Capitol Museum. Most crucially, senior figures from various historical artifact research associations were subtly hinting at one piece of news: the Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin discovered by Suyu might very well be enshrined as another national treasure of the Dragon Nation. Though not yet officially confirmed, this alone was sensational enough. As the discoverer of this national treasure, Suyu naturally became the focus of countless eyes. In an instant, Suyu's fame skyrocketed across the entire internet. At this moment, in contestant number 7 by Wenbin's livestream. Hey, guys! Today I sold a house worth 2,320,000 yuan. With a 5% commission rate, I'll be pocketing a whopping 116,000 yuan in sales commission. Haha! Isn't your bro Wenbin awesome? By Wenbin beamed with pride. As a top-tier real estate agent, he was selected as a contestant for the show live streaming 100x Payback Challenge. He believed his advantages were absurdly strong. As everyone knows, the real estate sales industry is fiercely competitive, but it's also a field where money rolls in fast. As long as you can close a lot of deals, raking in millions within a year is no big deal. And as by Wenbin, a top-tier real estate agent, his prowess was undeniable. Just today alone, he'd sold a property worth 2.32 million yuan. Calculated at a 5% rebate, that meant a whopping 116,000 yuan in commission. Holy crap! Wenbin's amazing. That much money in a single day. Gold medal real estate agents are terrifyingly good. No words needed. Salute to the boss. Unbeatable. Unbelievable. While other contestants are still grinding for a measly 200-300 bucks a day, brother Wenbin just bagged 110k in commission. That's insane. Learn something. Learn something. Brother Wenbin's sales pitch is seriously on point. I'll say it, brother Wenbin is absolutely the undisputed number one on hundredfold return. Earning 116,000 yuan in a single day. Which contestant could even compare to brother Wenbin? Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in discussion. Chapter 5. Why was you born when Wenbin already existed? Time to start trading stocks. Seeing the adoring comments from viewers in the livestream, by Wenbin couldn't help but feel smug. My friends, this is nothing. Your brother Wenbin's goal is to become the absolute best among all contestants. Coming in second would make me feel like I'm letting down my gold medal real estate salesman status. By Wenbin declared with a swagger. Though it sounded a bit cocky, By Wenbin felt his skills absolutely justified such bold claims. After all, he earned 116,000 yuan in a single day. Looking at the other contestants, who could possibly match him? Bro Wenbin is amazing. Bro Wenbin is 666. That's so badass. Brother Wenbin is unbeatable. The livestream audience showered him with praise without restraint. But just then, an untimely comment appeared in the chat stream. Ahem, how should I put this? While brother Wenbin's daily earnings of 116,000 yuan are impressive, I have to say the strongest player is definitely contestant number 5, Suyu. That guy is seriously amazing. You won't believe this, but he made 1.8 million yuan in a single day. The comments sent shockwaves through the chat. What? 1.8 million a day? Bro, you gotta be kidding us. Exactly. I saw Suyu's profile, he's just an ordinary worker. You're saying he made 1.8 million in a single day? May I ask, is that 1.8 million in RMB? Are you sure it's not Zimbabwean dollars or something? Bro, if you were talking about any other contestant, maybe there'd be a shred of credibility. But contestant number 5, Suyu? Sorry. I don't buy it. An ordinary worker making more than Wenbin, the gold medal real estate salesman? That's ridiculous. Netizens erupted in skepticism. Guys, don't doubt it. Just check the contestant earnings chart released by the show Hundredfold Return. Let me spill the beans. Contestant number 5 Suyu made 1.8 million because he scored a huge bargain at the antique market. And this wasn't just any bargain. Let me put it this way, major TV stations are all covering this story now. There's even word from higher-ups that the item Suyu found might be designated as another national treasure of the Dragon Nation. Once that's officially confirmed, tell me how could Suyu, as the discoverer of a national treasure, not be amazing? Compare that to brother Wenbin selling one apartment and earning a commission of over 100,000. What's that compared to this? I'm not just praising one guy and dissing another, it's plain as day. After all, he's the discoverer of a national treasure. Compared to Suyu, the other contestants aren't even in the same league. Holy crap. The guy above is dead right. I just checked the contestant earnings leaderboard. Contestant number 5, Suyu, really raked in 1.8 million. Plus, the whole internet is buzzing about him snagging that national treasure. This Suyu dude is insane. He's gonna blow up online. Damn. I checked too. It's true. That guy is insane. Now that I see this, Wenbin's 116,000 yuan sales commission suddenly seems so lame. As netizens flooded the chat with comments, many viewers quickly left by Wenbin's livestream and headed over to Suyu's channel. What the hell? What's going on? Why did my livestream lose over 10,000 viewers all at once? Contestant number 5, Suyu? Made 1.8 million in a day? And snagged a national treasure bargain? How is that even possible? By Wenbin was stunned to see his livestream's viewership plummet. Rumor. It must be a rumor. How could some ordinary worker earn more than me, a top-tier real estate agent? As for discovering a national treasure? That's even more unrealistic. National treasures aren't just lying around for anyone to stumble upon. By Wenbin gritted his teeth, utterly refusing to believe it. Still, curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked on the contestant earnings leaderboard published by Hundredfold Return. Boom! The rankings and earnings figures left by Wenbin's head spinning. First place, contestant number 5, Suyu, current earnings, 1.8 million. Whoa! Staring at Suyu's earnings, By Wenbin's face drained of color. Finally, his hands trembling, he searched for the name Suyu again. Immediately, he was flooded with news reports about Suyu snagging national treasures at bargain prices. Some outlets even crowned him the national treasure discoverer. Why? Why am I on the same show as such a prodigy? Why is such an incredible contestant here? Bai Wenbin's eyes burned crimson. In that moment, Bai Wenbin felt his 116,000 yuan sales commission suddenly lose all its appeal. In terms of earnings, Suyu was more than 10 times his. As for fame? Suyu was the national treasure discoverer, while he was just a lowly real estate salesman. What kind of fame could he possibly have? After all, real estate agents were often cursed at by customers as bothersome pests. At worst, they were despised by humans and shunned by dogs. But Suyu, as the discoverer of a national treasure, might even receive an honorary certificate directly from the state. Compared to Suyu, Bai Wenbin was utterly overshadowed. Suyu had crushed him both mentally and materially. Why was Bin born when you already existed? Bai Wenbin wailed in despair. Meanwhile, upon learning that Suyu had earned 1.8 million yuan in a single day and had also become the discoverer of a national treasure, the other contestants were utterly devastated. We all had 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you, Suyu, so exceptionally gifted? One contestant, who had been diligently hauling bricks at a construction site, was so enraged upon hearing the news that he dropped the brick he was holding. His entire day's work was ruined. In that moment, the brick in his hands suddenly felt unbearably hot. It's almost time. Stock trading is about to open. Suyu checked his phone. It was already 12:43 p.m. Only 17 minutes remained until the 1 p.m. trading open. Factoring in travel time to the stock exchange and the time needed to open an account, I'll barely make it. Stock Trading Center, your stock god Su is on his way. Tremble. Su Mo thought excitedly. That's right, he had no intention of stopping after making just 1.8 million today. With so much time left on the trial version of the return rate, quitting now would be a huge loss. Besides, he had actually intended to trade stocks from the start. Back then, though, he only had 1,000 yuan in his pocket as seed money, far too little to play the stock market. But now? He'd sold that ancient coin worth half the Tianjuan Tongbao value, 1.8 million yuan in his pocket. Using this money to trade stocks? He'd make a killing. Stock Trading Center. Everything unfolded exactly as I anticipated. The timing was perfect. Excellent. Suyu smiled to himself. Chapter 6, Tenfold Leverage on Delisted Stocks, paying a visit to Suyu. At that moment, inside Suyu's live stream room. What's going on? Why isn't Su the bargain hunter heading home to sleep? Why's he at the stock exchange? Don't tell me he's trying to trade stocks? Stock trading? Isn't that like playing with fire? This year is a full-blown bear market. There's even an online joke. People from Grassland province who are away from home come to the stock exchange every time they miss home. Because the big screens are all green. No way. Seriously? Trading stocks in a bear market? That's like joining the Nationalist Army in 49. Su, the bargain hunter, get real. You made 1.8 million and you're not resting at home? You're off partying with models at the club? Seriously, don't be reckless. The stock market isn't something you can control. +1 to the above. Sure, Su the bargain hunter has incredible luck, but stock trading is way too unreliable. Especially in a bear market like this year. Haven't you seen how most people are crying? Viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with comments. Unfortunately, Suyu wasn't watching his own livestream, so he naturally had no idea about these comments. Of course, even if he did know, he wouldn't give up on stock trading. Are you kidding? He's the man with the trial version of the eye of return. He wasn't like ordinary investors, okay? This year truly is a bear market, so many stocks are showing negative returns. But hey, there are still a few wildcards out there. Ha! Suyu glanced at the countless stocks displayed on the trading screen, a smile spreading across his face. He already had a few stocks in mind he wanted to buy. Tianhua Construction Stock, 31% return. Huawei Pharmaceutical Stock, 29% return. HaoShi Petroleum Stock, 75% return rate. Though all three stocks were currently flashing green, especially HaoShi Petroleum with its highest return rate, it was so deep in the red it was nearly facing forced delisting. But based on these returns, he'd absolutely rake it in if he bought them. And he'd see immediate returns today. Because this world operates differently from Earth, stocks trade on a T+0 basis with no price limits. Alright. Time's up. Ready to buy. Suyu glanced at the clock. It was already 1 p.m. With that thought, Suyu directly addressed the stock trading staff. Hello, I'd like to buy Tianhua Construction Stock. Let's go with 400,000 shares. The staff member handling stock transactions froze upon hearing Suyu's request. Sir, are you certain you want to buy 400,000 yuan worth of Tianhua Construction shares? The staff member was flustered, wondering if he'd misheard. This year was a bear market. And the Tianhua Construction stock Suyu wanted to buy had been falling for months straight. There was absolutely no sign of a rebound. Yes. I'm certain. Suyu nodded earnestly. All right. Upon hearing this, the staff member could only nod and proceed with the transaction. Also, add 400,000 shares of Huawei Pharmaceuticals. Suyu added. Oh, and can you guys offer leverage here? Suyu asked curiously. It's possible, yes. But sir, leveraging carries significant risk. Especially in the current market conditions, I honestly wouldn't recommend it. Of course, it's entirely up to you. The staff member paused before responding. Alright then. I'll invest 1 million in HaoShi Petroleum stock. Also, give me 10 times leverage. Suyu declared without hesitation. At that moment, in Suyu's live stream room. Holy. 1 million to buy HaoShi Petroleum stock? And add 10 times leverage? Su, the bargain hunter, is going all in here. This is basically throwing it all away. I'm speechless. That's HaoShi Petroleum stock, for crying out loud. That stock is practically on the verge of forced delisting. Investing 1 million in a junk stock about to be delisted, and adding 10 times leverage on top of that? Suyu must be afraid he won't go broke fast enough, so he's rushing headlong into it. Hilarious. Suyu must be afraid of missing out on a golden opportunity to lose money. Buying a stock about to be delisted, is he worried it'll sell out if he waits? Just as expected, good fortune is fleeting. Whatever you gain, you'll eventually lose in another way. No need to watch Suyu's about to lose everything he's gained. Suddenly get why they say wealthy families aren't afraid of lazy, good-for-nothing rich kids. They fear the ambitious ones. The former can spend all day, and the interest from the family fortune will never run out. But an ambitious rich kid who loves reckless investments? That's when the family fortune really gets wiped out. Suyu's about to blow through his entire 1.8 million. It's not that we're afraid of you playing the stock market, it's that you went all in and added 10 times leverage. Suyu, you're out of your mind. Viewers in the livestream chat were stunned. Ahem, sir, are you absolutely certain you want to invest 1 million yuan in HaoShi Petroleum stock with 10 times leverage? I must remind you, this stock is marked with an ST designation, meaning it carries a significant risk of delisting. If something goes wrong, you could lose your entire investment. The staff member couldn't help but warn him. Yeah, I understand all that. Just execute the trade as I instructed. Suyu nodded calmly upon hearing this. Alright. Done. Now it's just a matter of sitting back and waiting for the money to roll in. After acquiring those 3 stocks, Suyu sat back with an air of confidence, watching the stock trading screen. At that moment, a female host was making her way toward the stock trading center. Hello everyone, I'm Lily, host of today's stock market. Next, we'll randomly interview an investor here to ask about his views on today's market and which stocks he's purchased. The hostess smiled at the live camera. Lily is so gorgeous. Lily's legs are stunning. Lily, go interview that young guy over there. It's rare to see such a young investor. +1 to the above. Suddenly curious why that guy trades stocks at such a young age. This year's been a bear market. If you ask him about this year's stock performance, I guarantee he'd be crying his eyes out. The live chat for today's stock market was flooded with comments. Alright. Since everyone's saying it, I'll go interview that young investor. Female host Lily smiled faintly and immediately walked toward the young stock investor. And that young investor was none other than Suyu. Chapter 7, Recommendation to buy HaoShi Petroleum sparks nationwide backlash. Hey, handsome, are you an investor? Female host Lily walked up to Suyu and smiled sweetly. Suyu glanced at her, then at the camera crew following behind her, instantly understanding her profession. With his hands in his pockets, Suyu replied casually. No. Most investors are just greenhorns, but I'm different. I'm here to make a fortune. You can call me the stock guru. Female host Lily. Even with years of hosting experience, she'd never encountered someone this brazen. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Ahem, so it sounds like you're quite confident in the stocks you've chosen, handsome? But as far as I know, most stocks are sluggish right now, and the market is all red. Would you mind sharing which stocks you've bought? Female host Lily composed herself and asked. Sure. After all, wealth is meant to be shared. Here, I have 3 stocks to recommend to you. They are Tianjuan Construction, Huawei Pharmaceuticals, and HaoShi Petroleum. These 3 stocks are bound to surge in the short term. If you want to get on board, hurry up or you'll miss out. Suyu calmly addressed the camera. Meanwhile, in the Today's Stock Market live stream studio. Thanks a ing lot. The stocks he's recommending are widely recognized junk. Especially that HaoShi Petroleum, it's ing marked ST. Is this really about sharing wealth, or is it about jumping off a building together? Holy crap. Holy crap. He's absolutely spouting nonsense. HaoShi Petroleum? He's trying to get us all to join him on the rooftop. I fell for his bull. If anyone actually buys those 3 stocks he recommended, we're all screwed. Folks in the livestream, my humble father is Chun Haoxuan, an expert in stock research. I never planned to speak up, but seeing this guy spouting nonsense here, I just couldn't hold back. Let me warn you all, don't listen to his bull. My father says these 3 stocks are doomed to fail, especially HaoShi Petroleum. It won't be long before it gets delisted. If you actually buy those stocks based on this kid's advice, you're finished. At that moment, someone in the livestream chat typed, "Holy crap! The guy above is a genius." Chen Haoxuan is a renowned expert in stock research in our country. His predictions are always spot on. He's even called the half-god of stocks. If he says these 3 stocks are doomed, it's absolutely true. It's confirmed. That young guy was definitely spouting nonsense earlier. I don't believe for a second he'd actually buy those 3 stocks himself. Viewers in the Today's Stocks livestream flooded the comments with reactions. Ahem, handsome, that joke of yours was quite amusing. Female host Lily forced a stiff smile. Buy these 3 stocks? Get rich? Are you sure it's not a funeral service? Especially that HaoShi Petroleum stock, it's practically facing forced delisting. Buying that stock? That's practically lining up to jump off the roof. No. You're wrong. I'm not joking. I've already bought all 3 stocks. Tianjuan Construction, I bought 400,000 shares. Huawei Pharmaceuticals, another 400,000. And that HaoShi Petroleum stock? I went all in with $1 million, leveraged tenfold. In short, the chance to strike it rich is right before our eyes. It's up to you all to seize it. Suyu said calmly. Boom. Hearing Suyu's words, the female host Lily was completely stunned. At that moment, in the 100x payback livestream. Hilarious. Even our goddess Lily is stunned. But honestly, who wouldn't be? Hearing someone bought 1 million shares of HaoShi Petroleum and leveraged it tenfold, that'd leave anyone speechless. Exactly. The 3 stocks recommended by Su the bargain hunter are all widely recognized as junk stocks that'll send you to the rooftop. Who wouldn't be stunned? Honestly, Suyu is downright evil. It's bad enough he wants to jump off a building himself, but now he's trying to drag everyone else down with him. This guy is despicable. Never seen such a shameless person. Going all in himself is one thing, losing everything is his own problem, but trying to drag others down with him? The live stream viewers were buzzing with discussion. Regarding the 3 stocks Suyu recommended, they felt he was trying to drag everyone down with him. As more viewers in the live stream accused Suyu of unethical behavior, the tide of public opinion gradually turned against him. In their eyes, it was one thing for Suyu to self-destruct, but publicly recommending these 3 garbage stocks guaranteed to send investors to the rooftop queue was utterly without scruples. Some more radical individuals took to Weibo to directly condemn Suyu's actions as utterly despicable. In no time, a growing number of netizens joined the chorus of condemnation against Suyu. Simultaneously, several Weibo trending topics highly unfavorable to Suyu erupted online. #breaking. National treasure discoverer Suyu has no bottom line, trying to drag everyone down with him? #. Buy HaoShi oil with 10x leverage? Suyu's actions are utterly depraved. #. Vigorously boycott Suyu, demand 100-fold return, disqualify him. #. As these trending topics spread, more and more netizens joined the chorus of condemnation against Suyu. What kind of monster is this Suyu? He actually wants to trick everyone into dying with him? Buying HaoShi oil stocks with 10 times leverage? If he wants to die, why drag others down with him? Exactly. And he calls himself the discoverer of a national treasure? Put. What a morally bankrupt piece of trash. I strongly boycott Suyu. This kind of person has no place in the public eye. Boycott Suyu. We demand the producers of 100x Payback Professional Challenge revoke his contestant status. This scum has no place in the public eye. More and more netizens joined the boycott against Suyu. After Suyu recommended those 3 stocks to netizens, they now saw him as an unforgivable villain. In an instant, Suyu seemed to have provoked the collective wrath of the masses, becoming the target of widespread condemnation. Soon, numerous experts in stock research capitalized on the heated controversy and weighed in. As someone deeply immersed in the stock market for years with considerable expertise, I strongly oppose this Suyu. His recommendations for those 3 stocks are pure nonsense. I urge all investors, do not believe his nonsense and absolutely do not touch those 3 stocks. I stake my reputation on it. This Suyu is spouting utter nonsense. The 3 stocks he recommended show no signs of recovery whatsoever. Especially HaoShi Petroleum, it won't be long before it gets delisted. A group of experts in stock research personally stepped in to lambast Suyu, including Chen Haoxuan, known as the semi-stock god. Chapter 8, The Stock Guru's Counterattack. Can kind words persuade a damned ghost? Chen Haoxuan, I happened to learn today that someone recommended Tianjuan Construction, Huawei Pharmaceuticals, and HaoShi Petroleum. And claimed these 3 stocks would skyrocket? Ha! Let me state plainly, this is utterly preposterous. I've researched these 3 stocks myself, and my conclusion is that they show absolutely no signs of recovery whatsoever. Let me ask you, Suyu, do you even understand stocks? Do you know anything about trading techniques? Do you grasp the MACD indicator? Can you interpret daily candlestick charts? You're a complete amateur. Where do you get the nerve to recklessly recommend stocks? As soon as Chen Haoxuan's rant hit Weibo, the online backlash against Suyu grew louder by the second. Damn! Chen Haoxuan is seriously pissed off. Looks like Suyu is done for. He had to go and recommend those 3 junk stocks, which really set Chen Haoxuan off. Hey, I'm just an amateur stock trader. Is this Chen Haoxuan guy really that famous? Bro, you're truly an amateur investor. No wonder you've never heard of Chen Haoxuan. Let me put it this way, this guy is a genuine master in stock research. His predictions have almost never missed the mark. He's hailed as our Dragon Nation's semi-stock god and absolute authority in the field. Holy crap! Looks like these three stocks really have zero chance of recovery. After all, if this master of stock research says so, it's practically a done deal. No way, I gotta liquidate my positions immediately. Earlier, when I saw the Suyu was some kind of national treasure discoverer, I invested over 100,000 in those three stocks. If I wait any longer, I'll lose everything. That damn Suyu, he's killing us. +1 to the above. I hate Suyu to death. People like him should be disqualified from the 100x payback contest. He doesn't deserve to be in the public eye. Enough said, I'm off to liquidate my holdings too. I fell for his bull and dumped hundreds of thousands into those three stocks. Hope I can get out in time. Otherwise, I'm done for. Netizens were buzzing with outrage. In an instant, Suyu plummeted from being a sensationally famous national treasure discoverer to rock bottom. The internet was flooded with voices cursing and boycotting him. At that moment, contestant number 7, Bai Wenbin. Ha ha ha. Great. Fantastic. That Suyu is finished. Of all the stocks he had to recommend, those three? And he actually bought them himself. This move will not only send his popularity crashing to rock bottom, but it'll also wipe out his entire 1.8 million yuan investment. Perfect. Now I, Bai Wenbin, can comfortably reclaim the top spot on the contestant earnings leaderboard. Bai Wenbin saw the news about Suyu online and grinned so wide his mouth twisted. Meanwhile, the other contestants were feeling just as thrilled as Bai Wenbin. Truly, heaven must drive a man mad before it destroys him. Ha 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 ha. That contestant number 5, Suyu, is way too cocky. Now he's got the entire internet boycotting and berating him. He might even get disqualified from the 100-fold return show. Losing such a formidable opponent suddenly makes me feel much better. 666. Now my bricks feel much cooler and my hands no longer burning hot. Today I'll haul 10,000 of them. All the contestants on 100-fold return erupted in excited shouts. The psychological shadow cast by Suyu vanished in an instant. Especially those who had been diligently carrying bricks on construction sites, washing dishes in restaurant kitchens, or tightening screws in factories, they suddenly felt their bodies brimming with renewed vigor. Stock Trading Center. Female host Lily stared at Suyu in utter disbelief. He bought HaoShi Petroleum stock with 1 million yuan and added 10 times leverage? Are you out of your mind? Ahem, handsome, I think you should reconsider this? I've heard of HaoShi Petroleum too. Buying this stock with 10 times leverage, isn't that a bit too risky? When it comes to stock trading, you should take it step by step, don't be too aggressive. Female host Lily forced a stiff smile as she spoke. She practically had the words "you're courting disaster" written all over her face. But Suyu, upon hearing her words, calmly shook his head and declared with unwavering confidence. No. I have complete confidence in these three stocks. What you say has some merit, but when you have absolute certainty, you should go all in without hesitation, not hold back timidly or tie your own hands. Just watch, these three stocks will skyrocket before long. Female host Lily. Hearing Suyu's utterly confident words, she was speechless. Oomph. Well, good luck to you then. Female host Lily shot Suyu a withering glance and said no more. After all, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Right now, in her eyes, Suyu was that damned fool. All she wanted now was to call the police when she saw Suyu heading for the rooftop later. Meanwhile, in Suyu's live stream room, I bet Goddess Lily is utterly speechless with Suyu right now. She tried so hard to talk him out of it, yet he remains completely unmoved, still convinced those three stocks he bought will skyrocket. I'm speechless too. Exactly. Goddess Lily practically has "I don't believe a word you say" written all over her face. Looks like Suyu is about to lose everything overnight. That 1.8 million he made from snagging a bargain is just going to vanish. He really is a genius, damn it. You bet. This guy's got some nerve. First time I've seen someone so eager to line up on the rooftop. When he claimed those three stocks would definitely soar, I couldn't help but laugh. Those junk stocks going up? I'd rather stand on my head and take a dump. He's done for. He's done for. Just wait, soon Suyu'll be climbing that rooftop. We'll call the cops. Oh wait, no. We should call the funeral home hotline. After all, Suyu was a respectable man in life. The live stream audience couldn't resist mocking him. In their eyes, Suyu was destined to pay a heavy price for his ignorant recklessness. But just then, suddenly, the stock trading screen, which had been entirely green, showed a flicker of change. Holy! Look! Did that Tianjuan construction stock just spike? A startled exclamation rang out from Suyu's livestream. Chapter 9, Tianjuan construction stock surges, public sentiment reverses. As this comment flashed across the livestream, the netizens who had been mocking Suyu all froze in shock. Tianjuan construction stock showed a slight fluctuation? How could that be? After all, Tianjuan construction stock had been falling for months straight, showing absolutely no signs of recovery. Especially in recent years, the domestic construction market had been mired in a slump. Even the once proud infrastructure powerhouse of the Dragon Nation seemed to be on the decline. Tianhua Construction had also stagnated in its development over the past few years, making any stock price increase virtually impossible. And now they're saying Tianhua Construction stock has shown a slight fluctuation? This is absurd. But now, netizens are all curiously glancing at the stock trading screens. And what they saw made them gasp in disbelief. Holy crap! It's actually moving. Tianhua Construction stock is really fluctuating. Even though it's only up a few cents, that's huge. This stock has been falling for months without a single uptick. This is unbelievable. Tianhua Construction is actually rising. Holy crap! Is this real? Tianhua Construction stock is still climbing. Could today really be the turning point? 666. Tianhua Construction stock is still climbing. It's almost up a whole dollar. Am I seeing things? Viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with disbelief, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, at the stock exchange. What the hell? Tianhua Construction stock is actually rising? And it's already gained nearly $1. Holy crap! No way! This junk stock is surging this fast? Could today be the day a miracle happens? Unbelievable! A miracle is truly happening. Look, Tianhua Construction stock is still climbing. Holy! It's already up 1.2 yuan. 1.4 yuan. Damn it! 1.7 yuan. This is ING defying the odds. At that moment, investors throughout the stock trading center noticed the shift. After all, the stock trading screens were currently a sea of green. Suddenly, a single stock glowing red had appeared, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. What? Female host Lily's beautiful eyes whitened instantly. Just moments ago, she'd been calculating when to dial 911 to save Suyu, who was about to join the queue on the rooftop. Little did she expect the Tianhua Construction stock would actually surge. And the surge was nothing short of astonishing. In just a short while, Tianhua Construction stock had already jumped by 1.9 yuan. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the stock broke through the 2 yuan mark. At that moment, in the Today's Stocks livestream. Holy! It's rising! Tianhua Construction stock is actually rising. What the hell is this? Wasn't this Tianhua Construction stock widely recognized as a junk stock? Even Chen Haoxuan, the big shot in stock research, personally said on Weibo that Tianhua Construction stock absolutely couldn't rise? What the hell is going on now? This is outrageous. Could it be a miracle is actually happening today? Look, everyone. Tianhua Construction stock has already jumped 2.7 yuan. This is terrifying. The surge is insane. Holy crap. It hit 3 yuan. Tianhua Construction stock jumped to 3 yuan. Holy. This is bizarre. The viewers in the Today's Stocks livestream were completely on edge. In just a short while, Tianhua Construction stock had already surged over 3 yuan. If it were a stock that was already on a strong upward trend, that would be one thing. But Tianhua Construction stock had been falling steadily for months. This sudden reversal was simply unbelievable to them. Meanwhile, online sentiment is shifting rapidly. #shocking. Breaking news, Tianhua Construction stock, stagnant for months, surges unexpectedly, now up over 3 yuan, #. National Treasure Discoverer picks speculative stock? Tianhua Construction soars against all odds, #. Stock experts' predictions prove wrong as Tianhua Construction stock surges as Suyu a stock guru, #. One Weibo trending topic after another instantly hit the charts. Holy crap! What's going on? Didn't all those stock experts say Tianhua Construction was a junk stock doomed to fail? What's happening now? Arg. I regret it so much. I listened to Suyu and bought over 100,000 shares of Tianhua Construction. Then I heard the experts and dumped everything. If I hadn't listened to them, I'd be sitting on 400-500 grand right now. Damn experts. They cost me a fortune. +1 to the above. This infuriates me. Those damn stock experts. I originally bought hundreds of thousands of shares of Tianhua Construction stock, but I panicked and sold everything because of what the experts said. It's so infuriating. Otherwise, I'd have made over $1 million by now. Damn experts, them, I lost money. Arg. I regret it. I shouldn't have wavered. I should have just listened to Suyu. Otherwise, I'd be driving a brand new car right now. Where are those experts who called Tianhua Construction a junk stock? Come out, you bastards. You said Suyu was spouting nonsense, but now Tianhua Construction is soaring. What the hell is going on? Netizens were furious. The unfavorable public opinion surrounding Suyu vanished instantly after Tianhua Construction stock surged. Instead, netizens turned their ire toward lambasting those stock market experts. Now, those stock experts were completely dumbfounded. Seeing Tianhua Construction stock surge so dramatically, their eyes turned bloodshot. According to their various predictions, Tianhua Construction stock was absolutely impossible to rise, let alone surge so dramatically in such a short time. At that moment, their emotions were incredibly complex. Could it be that this time, they were truly about to crash and become a laughingstock? But what piqued their curiosity even more was, why the hell was Tianjuan Construction stock surging? Just then, a news report broke. Reports indicate Tianjuan Construction has secured a construction project worth hundreds of billions with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Upon seeing this news, netizens instantly understood. Holy crap! So that's why. No wonder Tianjuan Construction stock shot up so much. They actually secured a 100 billion yuan level cooperation with Saudi Arabia. Arg. I regret it so much. I should have listened to Suyu. I missed out on this golden opportunity to make a fortune. Seeing this news, netizens felt even more regret. Chapter 10, Just Luck? Betting with host Lily. And just like that, online sentiment did a complete 180. All the previous voices boycotting and berating Suyu vanished. Instead, netizens redirected their criticism toward those stock market experts. Especially those stock experts who had posted on Weibo opposing Suyu. Their comments sections were flooded with FCKU, and you lost money. Even Chen Haoshuan, hailed as China's half-stock god, had his Weibo flooded with relentless abuse. Just when netizens thought Chen Haoshuan would hide like a turtle and stay silent, he spoke up again on Weibo. Chen Haoshuan, I'm aware of the astonishing surge in Tianjuan Construction stock price. As for netizens and investors claiming my predictions were wrong, I find it laughable. I admit that Tianjuan Construction securing a 100 billion yuan construction project with Saudi Arabia was beyond my expectations. Therefore, the surge in Tianjuan Construction stock price was something I did not foresee. But I stand by my words, Suyu is a complete novice when it comes to stock trading. He just got lucky this time and happened to bet correctly. Yet I must say, in the eyes of us stock trading experts, he remains nothing more than a joke. Just wait and see. There's still Huawei Pharmaceuticals and HaoShi Petroleum to consider. Suyu might have lucked out with Tianjuan Construction, but his luck won't last forever. Especially HaoShi Petroleum. That stock is marked with an ST designation. Anyone with basic stock knowledge understands what that signifies. After Chen Haoshuan's statement, the online backlash against the stock experts gradually subsided. Other stock experts, seeing this, promptly reposted Chen Haoshuan's Weibo and voiced their own opinions. Expert Chen is absolutely right. Tianjuan Construction's recent stock surge was just Suyu getting lucky he bet correctly. But skilled stock trading isn't about luck. Exactly. Luck is fleeting. Suyu is ultimately just a stock market novice, not even as good as a complete beginner. Expert Chen hits the nail on the head. Suyu just got lucky betting on Tianjuan Construction. But don't forget he also bought Huawei Pharmaceuticals and HaoShi Petroleum. Any investor with half a brain knows the state those stocks are in. A chorus of stock market experts chimed in. And just like that, even the netizens who had been holding onto their doubts gradually fell silent. Even though I'm furious these stock experts cost me a chance to get rich, I have to admit they make a point. Suyu just got lucky betting on Tianjuan Construction this time. But luck is unreliable. The real kicker is that he also bought Huawei Manufacturing and HaoShi Petroleum. +1 to the above. Luck is just too elusive. Sure, we missed out on a chance to get rich, but there's no need to dwell on it too much. After all, Suyu relied on luck. Luck is too unpredictable. I'd rather trust the stock experts. Exactly. You can't rely too much on luck. Especially since Suyu also bought Huawei Pharmaceuticals and HaoShi Petroleum. Everyone knows the state those stocks are in. Honestly, they have zero chance of bouncing back. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Stock Trading Center. Alright. Time to sell off Tianjuan Construction's shares. Suyu glanced at Tianjuan Construction's stock, which had reached its peak return rate, and immediately chose to sell. With that, after a series of moves, Suyu happily pocketed over 100,000 yuan. Ahem, handsome, you're really something. You made over 100,000 in just a few minutes. I'm here to congratulate you. But let's be honest, you still need to be cautious. After all, the stock market can change in the blink of an eye. And those other two stocks you picked? Honestly, they're way too risky. Especially HaoShi Petroleum. You invested 1 million yuan and leveraged it tenfold. One misstep, and you could lose everything. Female host Lily couldn't help but glance at Chen Hao and tried to persuade him again. Although Tianjuan Construction stock had surged so dramatically earlier, which genuinely surprised her, she believed it was merely luck. Suyu had simply bet correctly on Tianjuan Construction. Luck was ultimately too elusive and unreliable. She believed Suyu's success with Tianjuan Construction was already a stroke of luck, and the next two stocks had zero chance of rising. At that moment, Suyu heard the female host Lily's words and responded with a calm smile. No. I don't think I'll lose. On the contrary, the other two stocks I've chosen will definitely rise. Especially HaoShi Petroleum, that's where the real money is. I'll say it again, if you buy now, you could strike it rich just like me. After speaking, Suyu turned his head and looked at the female host Lily with a playful expression. I wonder if you, the host, dare to take a bet with me? What kind of bet are you proposing? Host Lily paused, intrigued. Simple. We'll bet on whether Huawei Manufacturing and HaoShi Petroleum will surge. If I lose, I'll grant you any one condition you choose. If you lose, you grant me any one condition I choose. So, host, are you up for this bet? Suyu's lips curved slightly as his gaze fixed on hostess Lily with a hint of intensity. Meeting Suyu's gaze, Lily felt a sudden pang of unease. Though she was certain neither Huawei Manufacturing nor HaoShi Petroleum would rise. But seeing that look in Suyu's eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Meanwhile, in the Today's Stock Market live studio. What's there to fear? Goddess Lily, take him on. Tianjuan Construction's stock rising earlier was pure luck. But Huawei Pharmaceuticals and HaoShi Petroleum? Those stocks have zero chance of recovery. Especially HaoShi Petroleum, it's practically facing forced delisting. Exactly. Goddess Lily, take him on. Someone this cocky needs a lesson he'll think he's got if we don't. You're absolutely right. This guy just got lucky once and now thinks he's some kind of stock god? Bet him, Goddess Lily, I'm backing you. The live chat erupted with encouragement. At that moment, spurred on by the crowd, the female host Lily found her courage and addressed Suyu. Alright, I'll take that bet. Chapter 11, Huawei Pharmaceuticals plummets the stock guru's prediction. Brave. Very good. We'll see who comes out on top. Suyu glanced at hostess Lily and gave a faint smile. After speaking, Suyu no longer looked at her, instead fixing his gaze on the stock trading screen, waiting quietly. Seeing Suyu's composed and confident demeanor, hostess Lily felt an inexplicable pang of unease. She began to doubt whether Huawei Pharmaceuticals and HaoShi Petroleum would truly surge. Impossible. I must be overthinking this. These two companies are in far worse shape than Tianjuan Construction. Forget a surge, it'd be lucky if they stopped falling. Especially HaoShi Petroleum, those oil wells they drilled years ago barely produce anything now. They're also drowning in debt and could face forced delisting at any moment. There's absolutely no chance of a turnaround. Female host Lily shook her head, quickly banishing those absurd thoughts from her mind. Meanwhile, in the live studio of Today's Stock Market. Look at that guy, he's still smiling. Anyone watching would think he's the reincarnation of a stock god. Exactly. Does he really think he can predict the future? He's bound to lose this bet. The previous surge in Tianjuan Construction stock was pure luck. Mistaking a fluke for a pattern will only leave him penniless. You're right. The three delusions of gamblers: I can win, I can turn it around, I can break even. That guy's got the classic gambler's mindset right now. Just wait until he loses his shirt. Netizens chattered away in a cacophony of voices. They could already picture Suyu losing his shirt. Meanwhile, in the 100x Payback livestream room. Oh no! This guy's clearly gone stock trading crazy. Just because he won a bet on one stock, he thinks he's some kind of stock god incarnate. I'm seriously amazed by him. Trading stocks based on luck? He's bound to lose everything. Viewers in the 100x payout livestream chat were equally dismayed, all convinced Suyu was headed for a loss. And just then, Huawei Pharmaceuticals stock price plummeted. This development only reinforced the viewers' certainty that Suyu was headed for a loss. Just as I expected. Huawei Pharmaceuticals opened lower again, just like always. Exactly. This stock has been falling for months straight. It basically hits new lows every single opening bell. Can't figure out where Suyu got the confidence that Huawei Pharma would surge. It's over. Everyone, let's call it quits. He's absolutely going to lose everything overnight. Viewers in both the Today's Stock Market and 100x Payback livestreams were frantically flooding the chat with comments. At that moment, host Lily watched Huawei Pharmaceuticals stock begin to plummet and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as expected. Miracles can't keep favoring one person forever. To think I actually believed he could win this gamble again? How laughable. Female host Lily shook her head slightly before turning to Suyu and saying, "Cut your losses. While you haven't lost too much yet, you still have a chance. Especially with HaoShi Petroleum stock, if it drops far enough, your million invested in that stock will be forcibly liquidated. Then you'll truly lose everything. You see, Suyu hadn't just invested 1 million in HaoShi Petroleum, he'd leveraged it tenfold. With leverage, if the stock rises, everyone wins. But if it falls? That's when you truly lose everything. Not a single penny would be left." Yet upon hearing her words, Suyu merely shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. Whether it's Huawei Pharmaceuticals or HaoShi Petroleum, they're bound to rise. As I said before, I have confidence." Female host Lily. Seeing Suyu's attitude, she was speechless and gave up trying to persuade him. In her eyes, Suyu was now nothing but a gambler blinded by loss, refusing to see reason until it was too late. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with barrage after barrage of comments, the screen plastered with the 4 characters, "Gamblers always lose." Shanghai Beijing University of Finance and Economics. At that moment, Chen Haoxuan, a master in the field of stock research, was invited to give a lecture at Shanghai Beijing University of Finance and Economics, basking in his triumphant glory. "Students, I am Chen Haoxuan. It is both a pleasure and an honor to be invited by your university's leadership to deliver this special lecture. Chen Haoshuan smiled broadly as he addressed the assembled students below. Upon learning of Chen Haoshuan's identity, the students below were filled with admiration. Seeing their admiring gazes, Chen Haoshuan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Students, what aspects of stock knowledge would you like to learn? Rest assured, when it comes to stocks, I'm quite confident in my expertise. Chen Haoshuan declared with a look of pride. Expert Chen, we'd like to know your take on that Suyu fellow? Yeah. Mr. Chen, you said Tianjuan Construction stock would drop, but it skyrocketed instead. Do you think the other two stocks he bought might pull off another miracle? Mr. Chen, may we ask your opinion on Suyu as a person? Is he just lucky, or is he truly some kind of stock trading genius? The students below asked in a flurry of voices. At that moment, hearing the mention of Suyu, Chen Haoshuan's expression darkened noticeably. Especially when they brought up the Tianjuan Construction stock's dramatic surge, it left a bitter taste in Chen Haoshuan's mouth. After all, he had completely misjudged the Tianjuan Construction stock. Ahem, regarding the sharp rise in Tianjuan Construction stock, I'd like to clarify that it was purely a random, low-probability event. As for that Suyu, if you insist on my opinion, I'd say he's a complete amateur, let alone some stock trading genius. I'll state this plainly, the other two stocks Suyu bought will absolutely plummet. Any talk of them soaring is pure nonsense. I don't deny miracles exist. But one miracle is one thing, a series of miracles, all favoring the same person? That's just utterly absurd. Of course, feel free to record my words and post them online. I, Chen Haoshuan, always stand by what I say. Here, I'll make another bold claim. If those two stocks Suyu bought actually rise, I, Chen Haoshuan, will immediately go live online and bark like a dog. Chen Haoshuan declared with unmistakable confidence. Chapter 12, Suyu heads to the rooftop? Huawei Pharmaceutical soars. Soon, the remarks Chen Haoshuan made in his lecture at Shanghai Beijing University of Finance and Economics spread like wildfire online. Damn it! If even expert Chen says so, that means Suyu is definitely going to lose his shirt. Exactly. Forget everything else, just look at Huawei Pharmaceutical stock. It dropped the moment trading opened. With this kind of performance, it'd take a miracle for it to go up. See? People shouldn't get too cocky, it just sets them up for a humiliating fall. That's Suyu? He's asking for trouble. Why not cut his losses while he still can? Netizens buzzed with discussion. In their eyes, with Chen Haoshuan, a master in stock research, speaking up like this, the matter was practically a done deal. Not to mention, Huawei Pharmaceuticals and HaoShi Petroleum were both in such dire straits. Even they could see the problems, let alone an expert like Chen Haoshuan. For these two stocks, it would be a miracle if they didn't crash completely. A big surge? That's pure fantasy. At that moment, the contestants on the live show Hundredfold Return saw Chen Haoshuan's remarks and burst into laughter. Ha! Contestant number 5, Suyu, is done for. With expert Chen speaking out like this, it's practically sealed the fate of Huawei Manufacturing and HaoShi Petroleum. They're headed for a steep plunge. Excellent. Suyu is finally going to lose money. This makes me feel so much better. Ha ha ha. My bricks suddenly feel cool instead of hot, even refreshing. I'm going to sell 10,000 of them. All the contestants were thrilled. They'd been utterly crushed by Suyu earlier. After all, while they were still toiling away for every penny, Chen Hao was raking in hundreds of thousands in mere minutes. He'd left them all in the dust by a mile. That sense of disparity naturally left every one of them feeling deeply resentful. But now, things were different. If Chen Haoshuan, the esteemed master of stock research, had made such a definitive prediction, it practically sealed the fate of the other two stocks Suyu had bought. They were bound to plummet and lose money. The thought of Suyu losing money delighted them more than any prospect of their own gains. Stock Trading Center. Ugh. He's really digging himself deeper and deeper. Female host Lily glanced at Suyu, shook her head, and sighed. Ever since earlier, Suyu had been glued to the stock trading screen, occasionally flashing a look of anticipation. To Lily, this was the very image of a gambler blinded by loss. At that moment, in the Today's Stock Market live studio. Breaking news. Stock research guru Chen Haoshuan publicly declared in his lecture at Shanghai Beijing University of Finance that Huawei Manufacturing and HaoShi Petroleum stocks will continue to plummet. Damn it! Doesn't this mean Suyu is doomed to lose everything? Wow! This Suyu is really going down for the count. Just as expected. Luck is fleeting, no one can win forever. Still, same advice, never get cocky. Netizens buzzed with heated discussion. In their view, Chen Haoshuan's current remarks meant Suyu was bound to lose big. Even if Suyu made over 100,000 on Tianjuan Construction stock, once Huawei Manufacturing and HaoShi Petroleum stocks took a hit, his gains wouldn't even cover the losses. Especially HaoShi Petroleum, Suyu had leveraged it tenfold. If that went south, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, host Lily noticed the comments flooding the live stream chat and her expression shifted dramatically. Chen Haoshuan, the current master of stock research, publicly declared that Huawei Manufacturing and HaoShi Petroleum would crash? If this came true, Suyu would be wiped out completely. He might even be driven to jump off a building. After all, that's how gamblers are. When they can't afford to lose, they lose their minds. No, I must find a way to get him out of this. Otherwise, this could cost him his life. Host Lily's heart raced with urgency as she urgently addressed Suyu. Suyu, listen to me, dump those 2 stocks immediately, or you'll lose everything. Let me be blunt. Shen Haoshuan, the expert in stock research, publicly declared at Shanghai Beijing University of Finance and Economics that the 2 stocks you bought will crash. If you keep holding them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Dump those stocks now, there's no time left. The female host Lily simply couldn't bear to watch Suyu plunge into an abyss. After all, stock trading when taken too seriously can literally kill you. Yet upon hearing her words, Suyu merely smiled indifferently and said, "Thanks for the heads up. But I stand by what I said. I have absolute confidence in these 2 stocks. There's no way I'm selling now. Just wait to fulfill our bet." Suyu finished speaking and continued staring at the stock trading screen, completely unfazed. You. Female host Lily was both furious and exasperated upon hearing Chen Hao's words. What an utterly stubborn fool. Does he really think winning one bet makes him some kind of stock god? He's beyond redemption. Lily stomped her foot in frustration, thinking to herself. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat erupted in discussion. Damn. Unbelievable. This guy is literally going out to get himself killed. What era is this? He still thinks those 2 stocks he bought will skyrocket? He's gone completely mad chasing riches. Honestly, he's just plain stubborn. Idiot. Even the top experts in stock research have made such clear predictions, yet he refuses to change his ways. People like him deserve to jump off the roof. Just waiting for this guy to regret his actions. Nothing more to say. One thing's for sure, you can't reason with a fool destined for disaster. Netizens were buzzing with comments. In their eyes, Suyu was now beyond redemption. Just then, suddenly, Huawei manufacturing stock data began fluctuating again. What? Am I seeing things? Holy crap. Everyone, look at the stock trading screen. Holy crap. Huawei pharmaceutical stock is actually rising. Holy crap. What's going on? It was falling just now, and now it's suddenly rising. Holy crap. It's still climbing? At that moment, several investors in the stock trading center stared wide-eyed, their voices brimming with utter disbelief. Meanwhile, in the livestream chat, netizens who had been relentlessly typing "gamblers will die" were instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap. Holy crap. It's rising. It's actually rising. Huawei pharmaceutical stock is going up. What the hell? What's going on? Huawei Pharma was clearly falling just now, and now it's suddenly rising? Netizens were utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 13, $7.41 per share. Is Suyu an outsider? Amidst the collective gasps, Huawei pharmaceutical stock continued to surge at an unbelievable pace. It ultimately shot up from $5.73 per share to $7.41 per share. What? Lily, the female host standing beside Suyu, stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. The pace of Huawei pharmaceutical stock surge was simply staggering. You, how did you do that? Female host Lily gaped, staring at Suyu in utter disbelief. The rise in Tianjuan construction stock could be explained away as Suyu getting lucky and betting right. But Huawei pharmaceutical stock had also skyrocketed. Attributing this solely to luck was no longer sufficient. At Lily's reaction, Suyu merely smiled non-committally. He didn't answer her, instead immediately dumping all his Huawei pharmaceutical shares, netting him 510,000 yuan instantly. In just a few moments, he'd made another 110,000 yuan. At that moment, the entire internet erupted once more. Inside the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap. That's insane. Absolutely insane. I regret it. In just a moment, he made a whopping 110,000 yuan. If I had followed his lead and bought in earlier, I'd be rolling in it right now. Damn it. I was ready to follow Su the stock guru and buy Huawei pharmaceutical stock, but I hesitated because of those stock experts. Now I've blown another chance to get rich. +1 to the above. You stock picking experts are a bunch of scammers. Get your asses out here. Damn it, I'm losing money. Didn't they say buying Huawei Pharma with Suyu was guaranteed to lose money? What's going on now? You so-called stock experts claim to be professionals. Didn't you call Suyu a clueless amateur? Why is this amateur making hundreds of thousands while you guys haven't done a damn thing? Netizens were filled with regret and rage. They regretted not following Suyu's lead in buying these stocks, thus missing out on a chance to get rich. As for the anger, it was directed at those stock experts who had previously guaranteed profits. Meanwhile, in the Today's Stock Market livestream. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Su the stock god is incredible. In just a short while, he actually made this much? He's too damn good. I actually laughed at him for being unrealistic earlier. Who knew the clown was me all alone? Those stock experts, come out here. You said Suyu was bound to lose. What happened? Come out and face me, I'll beat you senseless. As netizens across the web buzzed with discussion, several new trending topics exploded on Weibo. Hashtag is Suyu a clueless amateur? Raking in hundreds of thousands in minutes. Stock experts, come out here. Hashtag. Hashtag shocking. Stock research master Chen Haoxuan humiliated again. Suyu is the true stock god. Hashtag. Hashtag Chen Haoxuan becomes a laughingstock, may soon live stream barking like a dog. Hashtag. As these trending topics exploded, netizens swarmed the Weibo accounts of previously vocal stock experts, unleashing a torrent of abuse. In an instant, these self-proclaimed seasoned stock experts all retreated like turtles hiding their heads. Some even went so far as to disable comments on their Weibo accounts. They had no choice, they simply couldn't endure the netizens' warm greetings any longer. Even Chen Haoxuan, a master in the field of stock research, found his Weibo flooded with abuse. In an instant, the credibility Chen Haoxuan had painstakingly built up over the years became a laughingstock. Shanghai Beijing University of Finance and Economics. Holy crap! It's rising. It's actually surging. Amazing. It actually went up. Holy crap. Turns out he's the real stock trading god. I regret it. If I'd known, I would have bought in too. All my fault for listening to those so-called experts bull. Otherwise, I'd be rolling in it now. The students below, clutching their phones, erupted into a chorus of gasps. Chen Haoxuan, who had been passionately recounting past stock trading success stories in class, felt a surge of irritation at this scene. He felt their behavior showed disrespect toward him, a master in the field of stock research. In Chen Haoxuan's eyes, he was a renowned stock trading guru in Dragon Nation. Shouldn't these students revere him like a god? However, though Chen Haoxuan felt a surge of irritation, he forced himself to suppress it. Putting on a friendly smile, he asked, "What are you all discussing, students? Also, which stocks are rising? Could you share that with me?" At that moment, the students below all wore peculiar expressions upon hearing Chen Haoxuan's words. Some even shot him disapproving glances. In their view, if it weren't for Chen Haoxuan and his so-called stock trading expertise, they might have already followed Suyu's lead and made a fortune in the stock market. Naturally, they were all feeling rather annoyed with Chen Haoxuan now. At that moment, a hot-tempered student heard Chen Haoxuan's words and immediately stood up, shouting, "Hey, Chen! Didn't you say Huawei Pharmaceuticals was going to drop? Well, it's ing soaring. From over $5 a share to over 7. Is this the drop you predicted? Is this the loss you said Suyu would suffer?" As this student shouted his accusation, the others below grew emboldened, rising to their feet and angrily denouncing him. "Chen Haoxuan, you're a ing moron. Damn it, you cost us a fortune. You're a real piece of. We lost money. If it weren't for you and those stock-picking experts spouting bull, we'd be rich by now. Damn it. You're the only one who gets to show off? Exactly. You called Suyu a clueless amateur, but now that so-called amateur just made hundreds of thousands in minutes. And you? All you can do is talk. Ing hell. We lost money." The students grew angrier with each curse, some even pointing directly at Chen Haoxuan's face as they raged. The classroom instantly descended into chaos. And now, Chen Haoxuan was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that asking a single question would provoke such fury. Yet, piecing together fragments of their conversation, Chen Haoxuan grasped a crucial piece of information. Huawei Pharmaceutical stock had surged. And it had skyrocketed. From over 5 yuan per share to over 7 yuan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Huawei Pharmaceuticals possibly surge that much? Chen Haoxuan screamed inwardly, immediately disregarding classroom decorum as he pulled out his phone and opened his stock trading app. What he saw next was beyond belief. Huawei Pharmaceuticals, 7.41 per share. Chapter 14, The Last Fig Leaf. HaoShi Petroleum surged too. Boom. Watching this unfold, Chen Haoxuan felt utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Chen Haoxuan stared at the red glow emanating from the Huawei Pharmaceutical stock, his face turning green. He actually bet right again. Chen Haoxuan sucked in a sharp breath, feeling utterly drained. Meanwhile, the students below, seeing Chen Haoxuan in such a pathetic state, showed no intention of letting him off the hook. "Hey, Chen! Didn't you say you'd live stream barking like a dog? When's it happening? Send us the stream link, we'll definitely tune in." Exactly. A man should have some class. You're not going to back out, are you? Mr. Expert Chen? We've already posted everything you said online, Mr. Expert Chen. You're not going to back out now, are you? The students piled on relentlessly. Hearing their words, Chen Haoxuan's face turned even greener. The repeated cries of Expert Chen rang out more jarringly than ever before. "No. I haven't lost yet. That guy Chen just got lucky. Sure, Tianjuan Construction and Huawei Pharmaceuticals went up, but what about HaoShi Petroleum? That stock's got an ST tag, it's never going up." Amidst the barrage of sarcastic taunts, Chen Haoxuan finally snapped. Filled with rage and resentment, he roared. As a master in stock research, how could Chen Haoxuan tolerate such ridicule? In that moment, his entire being was consumed by rage. "I haven't lost yet. There's still HaoShi Petroleum. That's right. There's still HaoShi Petroleum. This stock absolutely cannot rise. Suyu, he can't possibly be that lucky. Chen Haoshuan's eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed intently on the HaoShi Petroleum stock. At this moment, HaoShi Petroleum had become the fig leaf covering the remnants of Chen Haoshuan's dignity. Below, the students who heard Chen Haoshuan's words all sneered, thinking he was nothing but a sore loser. Now he was using HaoShi Petroleum as an excuse to renege on his bet. What a sore loser. Forget it, forget it. He's clearly using HaoShi Petroleum as an excuse to back out of the bet. Exactly. Anyone can see HaoShi Petroleum stock has no chance of rising. He's clearly trying to renege on his debt. What a shame. HaoShi Petroleum stock is such garbage. If it had gone up, that Chen guy wouldn't have been able to wriggle out of it. The crowd murmured in unison. Though they all despised Chen Haoshuan's lame excuse, they couldn't deny his tactic was clever. After all, HaoShi Petroleum's situation was incredibly complicated. It was marked with an ST warning. It was no exaggeration to say this stock could be forcibly delisted at any moment. If the rallies in Tianjuan Construction and Huawei Pharmaceuticals were miracles, then for HaoShi Petroleum to rise would be like the sun rising in the west. The odds were simply too stacked against it. Ha ha ha. Want me to bark like a dog on my live stream? Not a chance. This Suyu who'd have thought his luck could be this good? He's won bets on 2 consecutive stocks. This guy is utterly despicable. Thankfully, there's still HaoShi Petroleum. This stock is about to be delisted, there's absolutely no chance it'll go up. Chen Haoshuan gritted his teeth in fury, feeling both resentful and somewhat relieved at the same time. Thankfully, there was still HaoShi Petroleum. Otherwise, he'd be completely humiliated today. If he, Chen Haoshuan, had to bark like a dog on live stream, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire internet? Thankfully, other stocks might pull off a miraculous rally, but HaoShi Petroleum? Absolutely no chance. Chen Haoshuan clenched his fists, thinking to himself. At the same time, Chen Haoshuan kept his eyes glued to the HaoShi Petroleum stock on his trading app. Fall. 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 Fall hard. I want that Su kid to lose his shirt. Best if he loses everything and jumps off a building in despair. Chen Haoshuan stared at the HaoShi Petroleum stock, his thoughts filled with venom. In Chen Haoshuan's eyes, the reason he was in such a miserable state today was entirely Suyu's fault. Right now, he couldn't hate Suyu enough. He wished Suyu would lose everything, go bankrupt, and then, in a fit of despair, line up on the rooftop to jump. That way, he could play the wise guy after the fact, whitewash himself online, and claim he'd always warned that amateurs dabbling in stocks were headed for disaster. The thought sent Chen Haoshuan into another fit of excitement. At the same time, his gaze remained fixed on the HaoShi Petroleum stock, not wavering for a moment. But then, at that very moment. But look! HaoShi Petroleum's stock price surged instantly. What? This can't be. I must be seeing things. Chen Haoshuan's expression changed instantly. Because just moments ago, he had seen HaoShi Petroleum's stock price actually rise by 0.02. I must be seeing things. How could HaoShi Petroleum? No. Impossible. Before Chen Haoshuan could even breathe a sigh of relief, he was completely dumbfounded. Because HaoShi Petroleum was still climbing. This time, it jumped by 0.37. From its original 3.43, it had surged this much it made Chen Haoshuan's head buzz. What was most unbearable was that HaoShi Petroleum stock was still climbing higher and higher. Holy! Everyone look! HaoShi Petroleum, it's going up! Holy! It really did! This is insane! Holy! The sun's rising in the west! This is just unbelievable! The students from Shanghai Beijing University of Finance and Economics were utterly dumbfounded by the latest stock movements. Stock Trading Center. Excellent! Big shot, it's finally begun. Suyu watched as HaoShi Petroleum stock surged upward with astonishing momentum, a broad smile spreading across his face. After all, he had leveraged his position in HaoShi Petroleum tenfold. This stock was undoubtedly the biggest trump card in his hand. Compared to HaoShi Petroleum, the previous Tianjuan Construction and Huawei Pharmaceutical stocks were mere appetizers. Now, this was his moment to hunt the stock market. At that very moment, HaoShi Petroleum had surged from 3.43 per share to 5.12 per share. And it was still climbing steadily. The entire trading floor erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Stock God! Stock God! I'm blown away. Completely blown away. HaoShi Petroleum is surging too. Stock God, please accept my kneel. Chapter 15, The Stock God Descends, and Suyu's Demands. Seeing HaoShi Petroleum stock surge, the investors at the stock exchange were utterly stunned. At the same time, they were utterly convinced. In their eyes, Suyu was nothing short of a stock god incarnate. If the rallies of Tianjuan Construction and Huawei Pharmaceuticals could still be attributed to some degree of coincidence and rationality, HaoShi Petroleum's surge was nothing short of a miraculous explosion. After all, HaoShi Petroleum was a stock marked with an ST warning. Its predicament was even more dire than that of Tianjuan Construction and Huawei Pharmaceuticals. To anyone's eyes, HaoShi Petroleum's stock simply couldn't rise. Yet this unbelievable miracle happened. How did you do it? Lily, the female host beside him, was utterly dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes stared at Suyu with overwhelming disbelief. The fact that Tianjuan Construction and Huawei Pharmaceuticals managed to rise was already a miracle. Now even HaoShi Petroleum was rising. This was a miracle beyond miracles. And the magnitude of HaoShi Petroleum's surge was terrifying. In just a short while, it had surged by a staggering 71%. That's right, HaoShi Petroleum's stock price now stood at a staggering 5.86 per share. Surging from its initial 3.43 per share to this level has completely shattered everyone's expectations. We're rich. Suyu's face was beaming with joy. He had heavily invested in HaoShi Petroleum stock, not only purchasing 1 million shares outright but also leveraging it tenfold. While the risk was extremely high, the potential returns were equally astronomical. Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu immediately dumped all his HaoShi Petroleum shares. Throughout the entire process, Suyu remained utterly focused and executed with decisive precision, showing not a hint of hesitation. After all, the stock market was a volatile arena. His goal was to sell at the absolute peak of profitability. After deducting transaction fees and interest on the tenfold leverage, Suyu's net profit from HaoShi Petroleum stock amounted to 6.83 million yuan. At that moment, the viewers in the livestream were absolutely boiling with excitement. In the 100x payback livestream, he's made it. He's made it. Contestant number 5, Suyu, has completely hit the jackpot this time. Unbelievable. In just a moment, he raked in 6.83 million. I regret it so much. If only I'd followed his lead in stock trading, I could have instantly achieved a class lead too. It's all those damn stock experts' fault. They made me miss out on a fortune. Suyu clearly told us to follow his trades earlier. I was actually planning to invest a little, but those so-called experts convinced me otherwise. Damn it. I could have made millions too. Damn it. I'm going to leave some heartfelt comments on those stock experts' Weibo pages, wishing their ancestors a pleasant afterlife. +1 from upstairs. Count me in too. They cost me a fortune. I won't rest until I've cursed those stock experts to high heaven. Viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with comments. At that moment, Suyu beamed with delight as he stared at the staggering sum sitting in his bank account, his face glowing with satisfaction. In just one day, his bank account now held nearly 9 million yuan. I've made a killing. Suyu smiled to himself. Nothing brought him greater joy than having a hefty sum in his pocket. Congratulations! You've made stock market history today. Lily, the female host beside him, exclaimed with genuine emotion. Before this, who would have believed that the 3 stocks Suyu bought would defy the market trend and rally so dramatically at such an astonishing pace? But what happened? Suyu pulled it off. And before this, everyone including her had been convinced Suyu would lose his shirt, even thinking he might jump off a building because he couldn't handle the loss. Looking back now, every single one of them had been the real clowns all along. Hearing Lily's words, Suyu offered a faint smile. Having raked in nearly 9 million in a single day, Suyu felt incredibly satisfied. Hostess, do you remember our earlier wager? Suyu looked at Hostess Lily with a smile, his tone tinged with playful teasing. Hearing Suyu's words, Hostess Lily's lovely face flushed slightly. She certainly remembered the bet with Suyu. But that wager stipulated that if she lost, she'd have to agree to any single condition Suyu proposed. What if Suyu demanded she spend the night with him, or become his girlfriend, or even more bluntly, bear his child? What would she do then? The thought sent her heart racing wildly, her cheeks flushing crimson as if they might bleed. Meanwhile, in the Today's Stock Market live stream studio. I almost forgot about this. Oh no, my goddess Lily is going to be turned into his puppet. Damn it! Our goddess Lily is going to become this guy's plaything. Lily, please stream it live so I can feel like I'm part of it. Guys upstairs, stop flattering yourselves. You're acting like goddess Lily is unwilling. Can't you tell she's just shy, not resistant? I think she's already about to fall. You upstairs, don't ruin my faith. Goddess Lily would never fall like that? Not falling for him? Bro, wake up. This guy rakes in nearly 10 million a day. He's got looks, money, and serious earning power. If you were the goddess, wouldn't you be tempted? +1 to the above. Plus, reliable sources say this Suyu guy also joined a show called Hundredfold Return. That means if he doesn't blow today's winnings, he'll pocket nearly 900 million in a year. Seriously, if you were goddess Lily, wouldn't you be tempted? How infuriating. Does this mean the goddess Lily will be forced into all sorts of poses by this guy? Viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with comments. Glancing at the viewers' comments, host Lily's face flushed even redder. At this moment, she couldn't even bring herself to look at Suyu. She suspected Suyu's upcoming demand would likely match what the viewers were speculating. Just then, Suyu leaned close to Lily's ear and smiled as he said, "Then treat me to a big meal." The moment Suyu spoke, hostess Lily's face fell into utter disbelief. Chapter 16, Suyu, the iron-willed straight guy, makes goddess Lily cry. She had imagined all sorts of demands from Suyu but never expected it to be something as simple as asking her to treat him to a big meal. Alright. Female host Lily nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. But for some reason, alongside that relief, a pang of disappointment also surfaced. After all, she was a stunning beauty. Was she really that unappealing to Suyu? Meanwhile, in the Today's Stock Market livestream. Holy. Did I hear that right? The only condition this guy put forward was for goddess Lily to treat him to a big meal? Damn it. If he can't seize this chance, he should let me take it. Such a golden opportunity, and he just threw it away. Damn it. Why wasn't this chance mine? Hold up. Hey, buddy upstairs. I suspect it's not that simple. That big meal might be the naughty kind, you know? Ha. Holy. If that's the case, I want to watch the livestream. Please livestream this live. Bro, you're overthinking it. My guess is goddess Lily will shut down the stream in a minute. Arg. What the hell? I really want to know what happens next. Hey, upstairs. Head over to the 100-fold return livestream to catch the rest. Don't thank me, call me a good Samaritan. Sure enough, hostess Lily shut down the stream shortly after. Meanwhile, viewers from the original Today's Stock Market livestream instantly flooded over to Suyu's channel. In an instant, the online viewership for Suyu's 100-fold return livestream skyrocketed. Star Moon's Secret Chef's Private Cuisine. This restaurant's dishes are quite good. Though they're all Chinese cuisine, the flavors are excellent. It should fit the kind of feast you're looking for, right? Female host Lily smiled faintly as she looked at Suyu. Perfect. As long as the food's good and I don't have to pay for it. Thank you for treating me, host. Ha ha. Suyu chuckled. Hearing Suyu's words, hostess Lily shook her head helplessly. She couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated that the only condition Suyu had proposed was simply for her to treat him to a big meal. After all, she was a stunning beauty. Could it be that she had lost even that little bit of charm? Oh, and stop calling me host all the time. My name is Gui Jinli. You can call me Lily. The female host Lily shook her head and smiled as she spoke. Lily? Oh, okay. Nice name. I'm getting a bit hungry. I'm gonna dig in now. Suyu nodded upon hearing this, then picked up his chopsticks and dug right in. Not bad. This is delicious. Suyu devoured the delicacies on the table, nodding with satisfaction. Throughout the entire process, Suyu's eyes never left the delicious dishes. He was utterly fixated. Seeing Suyu's behavior, Gui Jinli felt inexplicably heartbroken. Well, all you see is food. Watching Suyu wolf down his food, Gui Jinli felt nothing but exasperation. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap. Impressive. This guy is the epitome of us single dogs. He's been eating non-stop the entire time, not even lifting his eyes once, completely ignoring the goddess Lily sitting right in front of him. Holy crap. This guy is undoubtedly a pure, unadulterated straight guy. Now that's a loyal supporter of our single dogs club. Senny. Couple Senny. Ha ha ha. Look at goddess Lily, her face is turning green with rage. I bet this is the first time she's ever been treated like this. Seriously. I'm genuinely impressed. Compared to Su God, we're all just suck-ups. Real men should be like Su God. Even goddess Lily, in Su God's eyes, isn't worth as much as a table full of delicious food right now. Hilarious. I bet goddess Lily's mindset is completely shattered right now. It's settled. Starting today, Su the stock god is the faith of us straight men. Treating beauties like they're nothing, that's the dream we need to chase. Hey, wake up, bro. Su can afford to ignore goddess Lily because he's got the capital to do it. He rakes in nearly 10 million a day. What about you? Empty pockets, yet you want to copy Su's steal straight act? Are you trying to end up alone forever? Su the stock god is handsome, rich, and has the skills to make even more money. He's never short on beautiful women. If you try to copy him, you're dead meat. Ah. Why did you have to wake me up, upstairs? Don't you know that beneath the Lemon Knight's mask lies a face already drenched in tears? The live chat exploded with frantic comments. Meanwhile, after wolfing down his meal, Suyu let out a satisfied burp. That was delicious. Host, oh wait, Lily, thanks for treating me to this feast. I'm full. See you next time. Suyu wiped his mouth and prepared to leave. But just then, seeing Suyu about to leave like that, Gui Jinli's beautiful eyes widened in fury. Is this really necessary? Is it really okay to treat a beautiful woman like this? Suyu hadn't glanced at her once during the entire feast, and she'd managed to swallow her pride about that. But now? After devouring the feast, he actually wiped his mouth and planned to walk right out? Come on. She was a stunning beauty, after all. Didn't she deserve some dignity? Wait. You could at least give me your phone number or something, right? Don't you think I have pride? Just wiping your mouth and walking out like that? Gui Jinli said, her eyes brimming with a hint of resentment. She deserved some dignity, after all. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy crap! Goddess Lily looking so upset is seriously mind-blowing. That guy's so mean. He's got our Goddess Lily so upset she's about to cry. He eats a fancy meal, wipes his mouth, and leaves? Is that even acceptable? He ate a fancy meal on Goddess Lily's dime and didn't even give her his number. This steel straight guy has me speechless. This year's ultimate steel straight guy bargain hunter stock trading god. I'm jealous. He actually made Goddess Lily look so wrong, truly a role model for us all. The live stream viewers were stunned. At that moment, hearing Wei Jinli speak so plainly, Suyu could only nod reluctantly, his voice tinged with reluctance. Fine then. I'll give you my WeChat ID. Chapter 17, the lottery begins, and the goddess's bag gets snatched. Seeing Suyu's reluctant expression, Wei Jinli felt her anger rising again. What kind of person is this? Wei Jinli was utterly frustrated. Still, the two eventually added each other on WeChat. Meanwhile, viewers in the hundredfold return livestream were grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn it! He couldn't seize the chance, why didn't he let us take it? Exactly. Even Goddess Lily is so mad she's about to cry. That's so typical of Su, the ironclad straight guy. Meanwhile, upon learning of Suyu's situation, the other contestants all felt a bit down. Especially when they saw Suyu enjoying a sumptuous feast while they were eating takeout that cost over $10 instantly, they felt unbalanced. Ah! Why? My braised beef rice bowl suddenly lost all its appeal. What kind of world is this? It's so unfair. I want a feast too. The contestants were all seething with resentment. Just as online discussions about Suyu were exploding everywhere, in the executive boardroom of the show Hundredfold Return. Director Zhang, Suyu's situation is too unusual. He's already earned nearly 9 million in just one day, far outpacing the other contestants. If this keeps up, I fear our production team won't be able to handle the fallout. Exactly. He made 1.8 million just from bargain hunting, and now stock trading has netted him over 7 million. This can't go on. The senior producers all turned to Director Zhang, seated at the head of the table, their brows furrowed as they voiced their concerns. Hearing their concerns, Director Zhang merely chuckled indifferently before rising to speak. Do you have any idea how much traffic contestant number 5, Suyu, has generated for our show Hundredfold Return today? His live stream currently has over 3 million real-time viewers. And today, his peak viewership hit over 5 million. At this rate, he alone can generate massive exposure for our show, Hundredfold Return. So let him run wild. As for his earning potential? I won't deny he's raking it in fast today, but at the end of the day, it's just Lady Luck smiling on him. Money earned by luck will eventually be lost by luck. True success comes from earning within your sphere of knowledge. Anything beyond that is either a scam or a trap set by others. The 3 stocks he bought today will rise. My higher-ups have confirmed the exact reasons for their surge. Ultimately, it's just a rare turning point for those 3 companies. Contestant number 5, Suyu, just happened to bet correctly on all 3. That's it. Let him play it out. Hearing Director Shang's words, the others in the conference room fell silent. Ding! Trial version of the Eye of Return rate has expired. Host's current popularity value, 5 million. Proceed with lottery? P.S. Each draw consumes 1 million popularity points. The system alert sounded. Draw. Without hesitation, Suyu proceeded with the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the Divine Driver skill. P.S. This skill allows you to drive all types of vehicles. Divine Driver skill? This skill is useless to me. Forget it, keep drawing. Suyu paused for a moment before issuing another lottery command. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained the Divine Lockpicking skill. P.S. Using this skill allows you to open any lock in the world. Keep drawing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained the King of Close Combat skill. P.S. Using this skill allows you to instantly transform into a super combat champion. Holy crap! System, are you trying to mess with me? These skills you're giving me seem totally sketchy. Suyu was speechless. While these 3 skills weren't bad, they just didn't seem quite right. Forget it. No point dwelling on this. Better head back and get some sleep. Seeing no response from the system, Suyu decided to make the best of the situation. At that moment, in the conference room of the Hangzhou Police Department. Everyone, we just received intelligence that nationally wanted class of fugitive Wang Dafa has likely made his way into our city of Hangzhou. This Wang Dafa has committed multiple crimes, including several murders. He's ruthless and dangerous, trained in martial arts, and possesses astonishing racing skills. Every time our police have attempted to apprehend him, he's managed to escape. Now that he's fled to our city, we must be on high alert and strive to bring him to justice. However, if we detect his presence, we must proceed with extreme caution. Our intelligence indicates he is likely armed with firearms. Commissioner Zhao, the chief, looked at everyone in the conference room with a stern expression. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the conference room grew grave. A Class A fugitive. This was a major threat. Now that the suspect had made his way to Hangzhou, it posed a tremendous challenge for the city's police force. Those legs are stunning. So long and white. Suyu walked down the street, his eyes drifting to a young woman by the roadside, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. She wore a form-fitting black trench coat over a very sexy crop top and hot pants, her figure incredibly eye-catching. Her skin was fair, and her looks were stunning. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy crap! Another goddess-level girl. So beautiful. I'm crying with envy. Why does Su the straight guy always need gorgeous women while I only get ordinary girls? If he can't handle it, let me take over. Dude, you're lucky to even have average girls around you. Have you seen someone surrounded by nothing but rough-looking dudes? Ugh, I could cry. Whoa. A goddess. But, why does this goddess look kinda familiar? Like I've seen her somewhere before. Wake up, upstairs. You'd have to be crazy to have seen a goddess like that. No, seriously, I really do recognize her. The live stream viewers chattered excitedly. Just as everyone was happily admiring the goddess-level beauty, suddenly, the deafening roar of a race-style motorcycle's exhaust erupted. Next, the rider on that racing motorcycle reached out, grabbed the goddess-level beauty's shoulder bag, and snatched it away. Ah! My bag. Someone help me. My bag was snatched. It has a very important contract inside. Please, everyone, help me get my bag back. I'll give you a million-yuan reward. Please, help me. The goddess-level beauty snapped back to her senses, her pretty face turning ashen as she frantically cried for help. Chapter 18, Riding a Motorcycle with a Piece of Wire, Class A Fugitive. At that moment, in the hundredfold returned livestream. Damn it! Stealing a bag in broad daylight? This bag snatcher is incredibly bold, pulling this off in Hangzhou. A million-yuan reward? That goddess lady must be panicking and talking nonsense. Hey, upstairs, this might not be a random claim, she might genuinely offer a million reward. Just now I remembered who this goddess lady is. She's Gu Qingyan, the female CEO of Qingyan Beauty Company. She was interviewed by TV before, which is why she looked familiar to me at first. Holy crap! Gu Qingyan, CEO of Qingyan Beauty Company. Holy moly! If we really get her bag back, that's $1 million in the bag. Dude, you're dreaming. $1 million is tempting, but let me warn you, there's no way we can get that bag back. Don't forget, the thief was riding a racing motorcycle. That thing's faster than most sports cars. And don't underestimate that bike, it costs as much as a high-end sports car. I'm baffled someone who can afford that kind of ride wouldn't be robbing people. +1 to the above. Plus, that thief's racing skills were insane. There's no way we could get that goddess's bag back. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in a flurry of comments. Upon learning that the goddess whose bag was snatched was none other than Gu Qingyan, the female CEO of Qingyan Beauty Company, the viewers' curiosity and gossip-mongering reached fever pitch. Meanwhile, Suyu, who had been planning to head home for a nap, instantly sobered up upon hearing Gu Qingyan's offer of $1 million reward for retrieving the bag. Miss Goddess, are you serious? You'll pay $1 million for someone to get your bag back? Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Gu Qingyan, whose face was etched with anxiety, and asked. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan froze. Looking at Suyu, whose eyes were practically glowing, she couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Suyu didn't even have a car. How was he supposed to chase down the bag snatcher riding a racing motorcycle? He couldn't possibly chase after him on foot. That would be ridiculous. Nevertheless, Gu Qingyan finally nodded and said, yes. Absolutely true. If you can really get my bag back, I'll give you $1 million on the spot. The contract inside that bag was absolutely crucial to her. That was the key to whether their Qingyan Beauty Company could secure a beauty formula. For that beauty formula alone, Qingyan Beauty had already poured over $100 million into it. This matter could not afford any missteps. If she could really get that bag back, she wouldn't hesitate to pay not just $1 million, but even $10 million. Got it. Just wait. I'll get that bag back for you right now. Upon receiving Gu Qingyan's confirmation, Suyu immediately flashed an OK sign. Then, Suyu began strategizing. Chasing after it on foot was impossible. The bag snatcher was riding a racing motorcycle. Chasing after him on foot would make him look like a complete fool. Before long, Suyu found a small piece of wire by the roadside. Looks like I'll have to use this. Suyu gripped the wire, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. What's going on? What's Suyu doing with that little piece of wire? He's not seriously planning to use that thing to fight the bag snatcher in a life or death duel, is he? Don't be ridiculous. Fighting with a piece of wire? I'm afraid it'll just make that bag snatcher laugh. Besides, even if this wire could be used as a weapon, given the current situation, how could he possibly catch up to that bag snatcher? Suyu must be completely blinded by that $1 million reward. How could he possibly get involved in something like this? Netizens couldn't stop mocking him. In their eyes, Suyu's actions were utterly brainless. What good could a little piece of wire possibly do? Just then, Suyu walked over to an ordinary motorcycle. Sorry, but to chase down that bag snatcher, I'll have to borrow your bike, bro. Suyu muttered to himself before pulling out the small piece of wire. In the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap, what's going on? He's not seriously planning to use the tiny wire as a key to start the motorcycle, is he? No way. No way. He's got to be out of his mind. I seriously doubt he's lost his mind. Trying to start a motorcycle with a piece of wire? Netizens erupted in wild criticism. To them, Suyu's idea was utterly outlandish and absurd. Starting a motorcycle with a tiny piece of wire? How could he even think of that? But just as the netizens were venting, Suyu had already inserted the tiny wire into the motorcycle's keyhole. Next, he simply twisted the wire. Moments later, an astonishing scene unfolded. V-room. The motorcycle's headlights instantly lit up, and the roar of the engine starting filled the air. At that moment, the viewers in the 100-fold return livestream were stunned. The chat went silent for several seconds. Holy! Who can tell me what the hell is going on? I'm speechless. He actually unlocked the motorcycle with a tiny piece of wire? Could this contestant number 5, Suyu, be the legendary Jiangnan Lockmaster? This is insane. Holy! Opening a motorcycle with a tiny wire? This just blew my mind for the entire year. The live stream viewers were all stunned. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyan, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Earlier, when she saw Suyu wandering around the motorcycle with a tiny piece of wire, she'd suspected he might have a screw loose. Little did she expect Suyu would pull off the impossible, starting the motorcycle with a piece of wire. At that moment, Suyu paid no heed to everyone's thoughts and simply hopped on the motorcycle to give chase. Though it was just an ordinary motorcycle, its engine roared with explosive power at full throttle. Meanwhile, the bag snatcher on the racing-style motorcycle heard the commotion behind him and was utterly dumbfounded. When he glanced back earlier, he'd seen Suyu trying to start the bike with a tiny wire. He'd assumed Suyu was some kind of cute little kid. But now Suyu had actually started the motorcycle with a tiny wire? Bag snatcher, you're cornered. Hand over that bag now, or you'll regret it when I catch you. Suyu shouted at the thief as he rode the motorcycle. Damn it! Damn it! You think you can catch me on a regular motorcycle? Do you think my racing skills are a joke? You'll just be eating my exhaust fumes. The bag snatcher sneered contemptuously to himself. Indeed, this bag snatcher was no ordinary criminal. He was none other than Wang Dafa, a Class A fugitive who had drawn the full attention of Hangzhou police. Chapter 19, on the vast plains, he's an A-list fugitive too? Wang Dafa shot a dismissive glance at Suyu chasing behind him, his mind filled with contempt. Having committed multiple murders across the country and remained at large, he had cultivated an arrogant, unstoppable mindset. Even the police couldn't touch him, let alone some random guy on a motorcycle trying to chase him down. Even if this passerby was slightly unorthodox, able to start a motorcycle with a small piece of wire. Looks like the bag I snatched on a whim belongs to some rich lady. Score. Perfect for extorting a hefty sum to fund my next city. Wang Dafa glanced at the stolen bag, his eyes narrowing as he thought. Meanwhile, behind him, Suyu, who had revved an ordinary motorcycle until it spewed black smoke, frowned. His divine driver's skill had elevated his riding to an astonishing level. He drifted through several corners, accelerating to close the gap between the two bikes. But an ordinary motorcycle was still just that ordinary. Even with the engine running hot and smoking, supplemented by his astonishing driving skills, it couldn't match the speed of a racing-style motorcycle. Moreover, the bag snatcher's riding skills were no slouch either. While they couldn't be compared to his divine driver prowess, the guy was riding a racing-style motorcycle, giving him a huge power advantage. At this rate, catching up was simply impossible. Finally, after executing an incredibly flashy drift acceleration through a curve, Suyu jumped off his bike. That corner drift acceleration Suyu just pulled off left every viewer in the 100-fold return livestream utterly stunned. Holy F! Is this even a regular motorcycle? How the hell does it pull off a drift acceleration like that on a curve? Exactly. Look at that black tire mark left on the road. Who'd believe that came from a regular motorcycle? This contestant number 5, Suyu, is freaking insane. Using a piece of wire to ride a motorcycle is one thing, but now he's got this mind-blowing driving skill? He must have some side hustle going on. Unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. I'm completely blown away by this Suyu. He's gotta have some side hustle going on. What a shame. His riding skills are godlike, but the gap between a regular motorcycle and a racing bike is just too huge. Such a massive power deficit can't be overcome by riding skills alone. Exactly. Suyu must have realized that too, which is why he jumped off and stopped chasing. Hey, wait. Look what Suyu's doing. Why's he wandering around that rear axle truck with that little piece of wire? Holy crap. Don't tell me he's trying to drive that 8x8 truck with a piece of wire? That's just crazy. +1 to the above. It was already bizarre enough that he could drive a motorcycle with a wire earlier. Trying to drive a rear axle truck? That's just wishful thinking. Exactly. A rear 8-wheel truck is way more complex than a regular motorcycle. How could he possibly handle it with a piece of wire? He's just trying to make me laugh. I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles he's about to make a fool of himself. Viewers flooded the live stream chat with comments. Especially when they saw Suyu wandering around a rear 8-wheel truck with that tiny wire, they couldn't help but mock and laugh. To them, Suyu's actions were nothing short of delusional. At that moment, Wang Dafa glanced back at Suyu's actions and sneered with mocking contempt. Idiot! If you can start that rear axle truck with that little wire, I'll take your last name. Wang Dafa's face couldn't hide his scorn. In Wang Dafa's eyes, Suyu's antics were like dropping your pants on the street, utterly embarrassing. Destined to become a laughingstock. But just then, Suyu was seen twisting a small piece of wire around the door of the rear 8-wheel truck. Bang! The rear door of the 8-wheel truck swung open as Suyu yanked it wide. Without a second thought, Suyu leapt into the driver's seat. Next, he produced the small wire again and deftly manipulated it in the keyhole. Hiss hiss hiss. The engine roared to life. The front and rear lights of the rear axle truck blazed to life. In that instant, every viewer in the 100-fold return livestream was left speechless. Holy! What the hell is this? He actually started the rear 8-wheel truck with a piece of wire? Holy! This is insane. This guy must have a secret side hustle. Holy! This is insane. Netizens stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They were all stunned into speechlessness. Using a little wire to start a motorcycle was already unheard of, but now he was using a little wire to start an 8-wheeler truck? Seriously? Without a moment's hesitation, Suyu gripped the steering wheel of the 8-wheeler, floored the accelerator, and charged straight after Wang Dafa ahead. Beep! Beep! The shrill, piercing horn of the 8-wheeler blared across the road. Suyu's gaze was cold and warning as he fixed his eyes on Wang Dafa, who was racing ahead on his motorcycle like a dragster. Meanwhile, Wang Dafa glanced back over his shoulder, his face darkening to a terrifying shade of grim. Damn it! Where the hell did this crazy bastard come from? Wang Dafa cursed fiercely, his temper flaring. Seeing Suyu actually driving the rear 8-wheel truck with just a thin wire, and chasing him in this road-dominating beast of a vehicle, Wang Dafa's expression turned utterly sinister. He now seriously suspected Suyu was a fellow driver deliberately targeting him. Otherwise, what sane person would use a tiny wire to steer an 8x8 truck, let alone brazenly steal someone else's vehicle for a reckless high-speed chase? A Class A fugitive. Suyu must be an A-level fugitive just like him. Wang Dafa's thoughts darkened. At this moment, in Wang Dafa's eyes, Suyu had suddenly become his fellow criminal. He even vaguely suspected Suyu might have committed more and worse crimes than himself. Otherwise, who would dare drive a stolen flatbed truck so brazenly, engaging in a reckless chase on the streets? It was no exaggeration to say Suyu's actions were a direct provocation to the entire Hangzhou police force. After all, such an incident occurring under their jurisdiction was tantamount to slapping the police in the face. At that moment, Suyu, driving the rear axle truck in a frenzied pursuit of Wang Dafa, was pushing this ultimate road weapon to its absolute limit. Any obstacles in his path were simply crushed under the wheels without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 20: Wang Dafa, the madman driven to desperation. Now, Suyu was even performing reckless drifting maneuvers on the highway with his rear axle truck. The noise was deafening. This asshole wants to drag me down with him. Glancing back at the massive commotion Suyu was creating, Wang Dafa's face darkened so much it looked like it could drip with anger. Even he, Wang Dafa, had always avoided making a big scene when committing crimes across different cities. The reason? To avoid truly enraging the local police. After all, once the state's ultimate weapon got seriously pissed off, it would crush the rebellion with thunderous force. But now Suyu? He was doing it right in the heart of Hangzhou City, at this crucial transportation hub. He was recklessly drifting and accelerating in that stolen 8-wheeler truck, even plowing straight through any obstacles in his path. This was slapping Hangzhou police right in the face. How could such behavior not draw the attention of Hangzhou's police? Suyu wanted to die, and Wang Dafu couldn't stop him. But the problem was, if the Hangzhou police really noticed this, wouldn't that mean Wang Dafu would go down with Suyu? Damn it! Where the hell did this lunatic come from? Wang Dafa raged, cursing non-stop as the thunderous roar of the rear axle truck behind him split the air. After all, when an 8-wheel truck was going full throttle, its speed wasn't much slower than a sports car. Normally, drivers of these rigs wouldn't dare floor it, always keeping speeds as low as possible. But Suyu? He was practically trying to blow the accelerator pedal off. And whenever he hit obstacles on the road, he just plowed through them with brutal force. This relentless charge rapidly closed the gap between Wang Dafa and Suyu. Especially when hitting curves, Suyu pulled off some outrageously reckless drifting maneuvers to accelerate through them, drastically closing the gap. Madman. This guy is absolutely insane. Wang Dafa's eyes turned bloodshot with frustration. The gap between him and Suyu was now mere meters. What pissed Wang Dafa off the most was that he could only push the throttle to the floor. Now he couldn't afford to slow down even a fraction. After all, the inertia of a full-speed 8-wheel truck was terrifying. Even if Suyu hit the brakes, it would coast for dozens, even hundreds of meters. With only a few meters separating him from Suyu's rear axle truck, Wang Dafa was essentially facing a one-way ticket to death. And it would be the kind of death where he'd be crushed beyond recognition. The most critical point was that Wang Dafa deeply doubted whether Suyu would even brake to slow down. After all, given Suyu's sheer madness, who could guarantee he still possessed even a shred of humanity? This was even more evil than Wang Dafa himself, a Class A fugitive. A terrorist. This guy is absolutely a terrorist. The more Wang Dafa thought about it, the more terrified he became, his palms sweating coldly as he gripped the handlebars of his racing motorcycle. Suyu, of course, had no idea that in this brief span, Wang Dafa's assessment of him had escalated from an A-level fugitive to a ruthless terrorist. At that moment, Suyu was still relentlessly chasing after Wang Dafu. Beep. Beep. The shrill, piercing horn of the rear 8-wheel truck echoed down the entire street. At that moment, the Hangzhou police. What? Terrorists hijacked a rear axle 8-wheel truck in downtown Hangzhou and are now engaged in a high-speed chase with a racing motorcycle? And the truck is recklessly drifting and accelerating, plowing through obstacles without a care? Commissioner Zhao, in the middle of a meeting in the conference room, received a call from his subordinate. His expression darkened considerably. After hanging up, Bureau Chief Zhao rose with piercing eyes and addressed everyone in the room. Comrades, we've just received intelligence that someone is recklessly chasing a racing motorcycle through downtown Hangzhou in a stolen 8-axle truck. Their actions are utterly brazen and defiant, showing complete contempt for our city's police force. Moreover, judging by the scene, the driver's skills are astonishing. I strongly suspect it's the Class A fugitive who's been on the run in our city, Wang Dafa. If it is indeed him, it shows he has completely lost his mind. After all, while his previous crimes were severe, he never dared to be this brazen. Judging by this situation, the crime he intends to commit this time may be far more significant than any before. We must apprehend him at all costs and prevent him from succeeding. At Director Zhao's words, every head in the conference room snapped upright. Class A fugitive Wang Dafa has resurfaced. And this time, Wang Dafa is far more brazen than in any of his previous crimes. He was completely out of control. In such a state of madness, no one could predict the scale of the crime he might commit this time. I hereby declare the commencement of the full-scale operation by Hangzhou police to apprehend Wang Dafa. Commissioner Zhao made the final decision with a decisive bang of his gavel. Immediately, the entire Hangzhou police force mobilized. And it was a thunderous might operation. After all, this time, Wang Dafa was clearly more reckless and brazen than in any of his previous crimes. From this alone, it was clear that whatever he was planning this time would be far more serious and have far more severe consequences. Naturally, the Hangzhou Police Department dared not afford even the slightest carelessness. That night, the Hangzhou police mobilized all available forces. Countless police vehicles patrolled every street in downtown Hangzhou. Even fully armed SWAT teams were deployed. Traffic police fully cooperated, setting up a tight net at every exit, waiting to apprehend the reckless driver known as Wang Dafa, who was careening through the city in a stolen rear axle truck. Woo woo woo. The blaring sirens of countless police vehicles echoed through the night. Whoa! The police are joining the operation too. Looks like that bag snatcher's got no chance today. But I've got to hurry, can't let the cops get the bag first. After all, only if I get that bag can I claim that million-yuan reward from the goddess-like lady. Viewers in the livestream, did you see that? That's the operational power of our Hangzhou police force. Look! They're putting in this much effort to catch a single purse snatcher, deploying so many officers. It shows that in Hangzhou, you can't get away with illegal activities, it's a dead end. Suyu glanced at the countless police cars closing in nearby and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He started talking to himself into the live stream camera. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold returned live stream room, the audience fell silent upon hearing Suyu's monologue. Chapter 21, Utterly Clueless, a Truly Troublesome Presence. Damn it! Suyu really has no self-awareness whatsoever. Exactly. The Hangzhou police mobilized such a massive force, there's no way it's just to catch a purse snatcher. They're clearly after you, the rogue criminal causing chaos and destruction in the heart of Hangzhou City. I suddenly can't wait to see Suyu's face when he's surrounded by Hangzhou police. He'll probably be totally baffled. Hilarious. He actually thinks the Hangzhou police are here to help him catch a purse snatcher. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but vent their amusement. Meanwhile, Suyu watched the police cars roaring toward him from all directions. Far from being intimidated, he only grew more determined. He slammed the accelerator of the rear axle truck to the floor, showcasing his god-tier driving skills to the max. He charged straight after Wang Dafa ahead. Damn it! This lunatic! He's surrounded by so many Hangzhou cops, and he still has the nerve to chase me? Damn it! I must be dealing with a lunatic. Wang Dafa cursed furiously, yet dared not relax for a moment, equally flooring the throttle of his racing motorcycle. There was no choice. The current situation was utterly unfavorable for him. Behind him, Suyu, that lunatic, was relentlessly pursuing him in a rear 8-wheel truck. If he slowed down even slightly, he feared he'd meet his end beneath the truck's wheels. and police cars were closing in from all sides. While the Hangzhou police were most likely here to catch Suyu, the problem was that once Suyu was apprehended, he, as an A-level fugitive, would be doomed too. This thought filled Wang Dafa with such hatred for Suyu that he cursed Suyu's ancestors to the nth degree. At the same time, Wang Dafa was filled with regret. If he'd known he'd run into that madman Suyu, he never would have had the guts to snatch that bag. Beep. Beep. At that moment, Suyu boldly pressed the horn of the rear 8-wheel truck. He even grabbed a megaphone beside the driver's seat and shouted at Wang Dafu ahead. "You bag-snatching criminal up ahead. You're surrounded by me and the entire Hangzhou police force. There's no escape. Pull over immediately, hand over the bag in your possession, and cooperate with the police investigation. And here's a piece of advice: cooperate and you'll get leniency, resist and you'll face harsher consequences." Suyu's voice boomed through the megaphone, echoing down the entire road. Hearing Suyu's words, Wang Dafa cursed him silently inside his head. Damn it! This idiot! Does he think the police are here to arrest me? Clearly, the Hangzhou police are here to catch him, the terrorist who provoked them. And he's actually chasing after me? Damn it, this lunatic! This lunatic! Wang Dafa stomped on the gas pedal while cursing furiously in his mind. Meanwhile, the Hangzhou police closing in from all sides heard Suyu's words and each wore an expression of peculiarity. This terrorist who's provoking us actually knows our system pretty well. He even knows about leniency for confession and severity for resistance? But from what he just said, it sounds like there's another bag snatcher besides him. A terrorist chasing a bag snatcher? The entire Hangzhou police force couldn't help but feel perplexed. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy! This guy is killing me. Even now, he still hasn't figured out that the massive police operation in Hangzhou isn't about catching some bag snatcher, it's about catching him, the terrorist who dared to defy the police. Honestly, I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing this guy's dumbfounded expression when the Hangzhou police finally catch him. He'll probably be completely flabbergasted. Ha! He's quite the character. I bet he'd never guess the Hangzhou police went to such lengths just to catch him. Viewers in the livestream chat bombarded the screen with a flurry of comments. Unfortunately, Suyu remained completely unaware of these comments. Right now, Suyu still believed the Hangzhou police were here to assist him in catching the bag snatcher. The Hangzhou police sure have impressive operational capabilities. But their tactics and skills are lacking. They nearly blocked my path several times. Thank goodness for my divine driving skills, I dodged them just in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped that bag snatcher, and they might have even forced me to stop. Suyu scratched his nose, muttering to himself. Earlier, several police cars had nearly forced him to stop, but Suyu had evaded them all thanks to his masterful driving skills. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit smug. After all, it was thanks to his incredible driving skills. Anyone else in his place probably wouldn't have had time to dodge. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream, the audience heard Suyu's muttering and were utterly speechless. This guy has absolutely no self-awareness. He actually thinks the Hangzhou police's driving skills are subpar? They were clearly doing that to force your car to stop. But fair is fair, Suyu's skills are seriously insane. Facing that massive police blockade, he just effortlessly dodged them all. With moves like that, even the legendary Drift King from Mount Autumn name would have to bow down. Man, that bag snatcher must be cursing Suyu 100 times over right now. Poor guy stealing a bag and running into a lunatic like Suyu. What a mess. The livestream viewers were utterly speechless at Suyu's monologue. Meanwhile, the Hangzhou police were utterly stunned. Their patrol cars had repeatedly attempted to ram Suyu's rear axle truck to a halt, only to be evaded time and again by his astonishing driving skills. Damn it! Wang Dafu's driving skills keep getting better and better. We've deployed so many police cars and mobilized such a large force to chase him, yet we still can't catch him. It seems Wang Dafa has only grown stronger during his years on the run across different cities. No wonder our officers have consistently failed to apprehend him. But today, no matter what, we must bring him down. We absolutely cannot let him continue to defy the Hangzhou police like this. Commissioner Zhao, sitting inside a police vehicle, spoke with an expression of utmost gravity. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the other officers sat up straight, their expressions growing even more solemn. After all, the driving skills displayed by this Class A fugitive, Wang Dafa, were far more extraordinary than anything recorded in their intelligence reports. Chapter 22, No Escape, Wang Dafa Goes Berserk. The mood among the Hangzhou police was extremely complex. Facing Wang Dafa, each of them felt utterly stumped and overwhelmed. Judging by the otherworldly driving skills Wang Dafu had displayed, the Hangzhou police now seriously suspected that over the years, he had undergone advanced training within some criminal organization. After all, to put it bluntly, his current driving skills were more terrifying than those of legendary racers. No matter what, we must apprehend him today. An A-level fugitive who keeps improving his skills. If we let him stay at large, the consequences would be unimaginable. This Wang Dafa absolutely cannot be allowed to escape today. Commissioner Zhao fixed his grave gaze on the rear axle truck and declared with unwavering resolve. The assembled police officers nodded in unanimous agreement. Meanwhile, the real class of fugitive Wang Dafa, currently fleeing for his life from Suyu, remained utterly unaware that he had inexplicably taken on a massive, inescapable burden of blame for Suyu. If he knew the truth, he would surely scream bloody murder at the injustice. Commissioner Zhao, we just received word that our officers have deployed roadblocks at the end of the route the suspect is traveling, and all SWAT teams in the vicinity are now in position. At that moment, a police car received the call and immediately reported to Director Zhao. Excellent. With this development, that class of fugitive Wang Dafa is as good as dead today. Commissioner Zhao's face immediately lit up with intense delight upon hearing this. With such a massive police deployment, there was no way Wang Dafa could evade justice today. Meanwhile, the real class of fugitive Wang Dafa saw the roadblock at the end of the street and the fully armed SWAT team standing guard. He was overcome with despair. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Wang Dafa pulled over urgently, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Suyu inside the rear 8-wheel truck. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he snarled. You lunatic! Lunatic! Why push me to this point? You just want to drag me down with you, don't you? Hatred churned within Wang Dafa, his fury toward Suyu reaching its peak in that moment. He was consumed by hatred. They were colleagues, and Suyu might even be his senior. Why did he have to push him to the edge, to the point of no return? Now it was too late. The Hangzhou police had truly lost their temper, deploying such overwhelming force. Today, neither he nor Suyu would escape. At that moment, Suyu also noticed the Hangzhou police's deployment. Whoa! Hangzhou police sure made a big splash. They even deployed SWAT. But is it really necessary to make such a huge fuss over catching a bag snatcher? Isn't this a bit overkill? Forget it. Never mind all that. The urgent task at hand is to get that bag back from the thief as soon as possible, then go claim my 1 million reward from that goddess-like lady. Suyu raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his astonishment. He found it hard to believe the scale of the operation the Hangzhou police had mounted. After all, mobilizing such a massive police force just to catch a purse snatcher was definitely overkill. But strange as it was, Suyu didn't dwell on it. He simply opened the rear door of the flatbed truck, jumped down, and headed toward Wang Dafa. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream, the audience, having overheard Suyu's mutterings, was utterly speechless. This is hilarious. He actually thinks the Hangzhou police went to all this trouble just to catch that bag snatcher? Obviously, it's to arrest him, Suyu the super terrorist who dared to provoke the police. Honestly, I'm dying to see his face when the Hangzhou police point a gun at his head. +1 to the above. I'm dying to see it too. His expression is going to be priceless. Imagine being completely focused on catching a purse snatcher, only to realize you're the one truly dangerous criminal. That moment is going to be epic. Ha. I'm dying to know what his inner monologue will be like then, and just how big his psychological shadow area will be. Guys, I'm a math major. Based on my calculations, Suyu's psychological trauma area should be 3.14159 square centimeters. Ha. The live chat was flooded with spectators relishing the drama, bombarding the screen with comments. Meanwhile, Suyu was already striding toward Wang Dafa. As he walked, Suyu looked at Wang Dafa with righteous indignation and declared, "Bag snatcher. If you know what's good for you, hand over that bag right now. Then I'll escort you to the Hangzhou police to turn yourself in." As you can see, the Hangzhou police have deployed an astonishing number of officers today specifically to apprehend you. Given this situation, you have absolutely no chance of escape today. Just surrender peacefully. Hearing Suyu's words, Wang Dafa's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Damn it! How dare this guy still talk like this now? Was this massive police mobilization in Hangzhou really just to arrest him, Wang Dafa? They were clearly here for Suyu. As for him, Wang Dafa, he'd been dragged into this mess by Suyu. Damn it! Today, I, Wang Dafa, am finished. But even if I die, I, Wang Dafu, will take you bastard down with me. Wang Dafa roared with bloodshot eyes, then pulled a gun from his waist. Damn it! This bag snatcher has a gun? Suyu's expression instantly changed at the sight. He hadn't expected this bag snatcher to be carrying such a thing. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy! This is bad. That bag snatcher has a gun? Wait. This bag snatcher isn't just some ordinary thief. He just claimed to be Wang Dafu? Hold on. I remember who he is now. He's Class A fugitive Wang Dafu. This is bad. If it really is him, Suyu is in serious danger. After all, this is Class A fugitive Wang Dafa, and now he has a gun. We can't just stand by and watch. We need to call the police immediately and report this. Otherwise, Suyu might really end up dead here. Seeing this, the viewers in the livestream chat grew frantic. While they wanted to see Suyu's spectacle, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Immediately, those few viewers with a shred of conscience chose to call the police, determined to relay this critical information. Chapter 23, Knocking Out an A-class fugitive with one punch? Unbelievable. Kid, die with me. Wang Dafa drew his gun, snarling with a savage expression. The entire chase had left him running like a cornered dog. He, a notorious Class A fugitive, had his psyche shattered by Suyu. Now, because of Suyu, he was completely surrounded by Hangzhou police, with not a shred of chance to escape. It was safe to say Wang Dafa now hated Suyu with a burning fury. So now, he couldn't care less about anything else. He only wanted to kill Suyu. Otherwise, even if he took a bullet from the police, he wouldn't feel satisfied. Damn it! This is no ordinary bag snatcher. The moment Wang Dafa drew his pistol, Suyu instantly understood. But there was no time for deep thought. He activated his close combat master skill. Instantly, Suyu felt power surging through every fiber of his being. Countless powerful close combat techniques converged within him, forming muscle memory. In the blink of an eye, Suyu's figure shifted, vanishing from his original spot. Where is he? Seeing Suyu vanish from his sight in an instant, Wang Dafa's face paled with shock. Boundless vigilance surged within him, and he instinctively reached for the trigger. But before Wang Dafa could pull the trigger, a fist carrying the force of 1,000 pounds slammed into his forehead. Thud! A dull crack of breaking bone echoed as Wang Dafa's vision went black, knocking him unconscious instantly. Phew! Good thing I reacted fast. Suyu glanced at Wang Dafu, who lay unconscious on the ground after being struck by his punch, and breathed heavily. Though he possessed the skills of a close combat master, this was his first encounter with the threat of firearms, and the immense mental pressure weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, netizens were all stunned. Holy! I'm exhausted. What the hell just happened? One punch. He knocked out Class A fugitive Wang Dafa with a single punch. That's terrifying. And the guy was holding a gun. This is insane. Su God is way too strong. Netizens were left speechless with shock. That single punch from Suyu had completely shattered their understanding of physical combat. They hadn't even gotten a clear look at how Suyu had moved. Meanwhile, the Hangzhou police who had rushed to the scene were all stunned into silence. Chief Zhao. Chief Xiao, what's going on here? Is this two criminals fighting each other, a major criminal beating up a minor criminal? The officers were utterly baffled. Hearing their questions, Bureau Chief Xiao had no mind to respond. Suyu's sudden action had completely stunned him. Deploy the SWAT team. This man doesn't appear to be the Class A fugitive Wang Dafu, but judging by that punch he just threw and his reckless driving of a stolen rear axle truck through downtown Hangzhou, his threat level is likely no less than Wang Dafu's. In any case, we must treat this with the utmost caution. Commissioner Zhao spoke with a look of grave concern, as if facing a formidable enemy. Although it was confirmed that Suyu was not the Class A fugitive Wang Dafu, Director Zhao could only conclude that Suyu's threat level was no less than that of the Class A fugitive Wang Dafu, perhaps even surpassing it based on Suyu's terrifying explosive power and otherworldly close combat skills just now. After all, while Class A fugitive Wang Dafu was indeed vicious and ruthless, he ultimately remained within the realm of human capability. But the Suyu before him was different. He was truly beyond the ordinary. Immediately, a squad of heavily armed SWAT officers, fully equipped with rifles, closed in on Suyu. Freeze! We are officers from the Hangzhou Police Department. You are surrounded. Raise your hands and surrender immediately. The SWAT team shouted at Suyu. At that moment, Suyu had already picked up the bag Wang Dafa had snatched. Hearing the SWAT team's shouts, he felt utterly perplexed. He was the one who had acted heroically. Moreover, he had already subdued the actual bag snatcher. Why were the SWAT officers targeting him? Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, netizens watching this scene were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt. Ha! The moment we've all been waiting for. How big is Su God's psychological shadow area right now? Su God's utterly bewildered expression is just too hilarious. Ha ha ha. I can't take it, my stomach hurts from laughing. I bet Su God still hasn't figured out why the police are targeting him. For sure. Su must feel so wronged right now. He was just acting heroically, but the Hangzhou police are treating him like a terrorist, provoking the authorities. Let's be honest with the tactics Su the Great displayed, who wouldn't suspect him of being a terrorist? Netizens were absolutely cracking up. At that moment, Suyu picked up the bag from the ground and raised his hands helplessly. Officer, you've got the wrong guy. I'm a good Samaritan who is just trying to help. The bag snatcher you're looking for is lying on the ground. Oh, and that bag snatcher is armed with a gun. I suggest you search him. As for me, just let me go. I'm really a good person. Suyu said, his hands raised in utter helplessness. Hearing Suyu's words, the Hangzhou police officers exchanged puzzled glances, each filled with confusion. Chief Zhao, what should we do now? The officers were also somewhat bewildered. Although the skills Suyu had just displayed were strikingly similar to those of a ruthless terrorist, no matter how they looked at it, Suyu hadn't actually committed any heinous acts. We can't let our guard down. Terrorists often disguise themselves, it's common. However, go check on that bag snatcher lying on the ground and confirm his identity. Commissioner Zhao frowned, pondered for a moment, then spoke. A bag snatcher carrying a gun was indeed highly suspicious. Moreover, judging by Suyu's demeanor, he really didn't look like a criminal. But Suyu's actions just now were genuinely peculiar. Therefore, Chief Zhao dared not lower his guard against Suyu. Moments later, an officer approached to verify the identity of Wang Dafu, who lay unconscious on the ground. Upon discovering that the purse snatcher Suyu had mentioned was none other than class A fugitive Wang Dafa, the officer was stunned. Director Zhao, the unconscious man lying on the ground is indeed Wang Dafa, the class A fugitive who's been committing crimes across multiple cities. The officer looked at Director Zhao and began his report. Upon hearing this, Bureau Chief Zhao froze in place, utterly stunned. You mean that bag snatcher is the very A-level fugitive Wang Dafa our Hangzhou police have been hunting? So the A-level fugitive Wang Dafa, who was holding a gun, got knocked unconscious by that kid with a single punch? Commissioner Zhao gaped, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 24, Mud in the Pants, Gu Qingyin's Guarantee. Chief Zhao's head was buzzing. It all felt even more absurd. They had assumed Suyu, who was speeding through downtown Hangzhou in a stolen flatbed truck chasing someone, was the A-level fugitive Wang Dafu they were hunting. But it turned out he wasn't. Instead, the bag snatcher Suyu was chasing was the real A-level fugitive, Wang Dafu. So, Suyu had actually helped the police capture a vicious Class A fugitive? From this perspective, Suyu hadn't done anything wrong, he'd actually earned credit. But the most absurd part was this: how could an ordinary person like Suyu be so unorthodox? Using a small piece of wire to open the rear doors of an 8-wheeler truck. Not to mention his astonishing driving skills and those god-tier close combat killing techniques. Yes, lethal close-quarters combat skills. Remember, just moments ago, Suyu knocked out Class A fugitive Wang Dafa with a single punch. With that sheer power and blinding speed, if Suyu had wanted to, he could have easily killed Wang Dafa with a single punch. This close-quarters combat technique is aptly named the close-quarters combat killing art. Upon learning that the man he'd knocked unconscious was an A-level fugitive, Suyu's eyes lit up. He turned to the Hangzhou police and asked, "Officer, you say the man I subdued is a Class A fugitive? Does that mean I assisted the police in arresting a dangerous criminal? Is there a reward or something?" Learning that the man lying on the ground, Wang Dafa, was an A-level fugitive, Suyu couldn't help but grin. This was a great opportunity to make some money. At that moment, Wang Dafa on the ground was unconscious and unaware of the situation. Otherwise, hearing Suyu's thoughts would have infuriated him to death. How insulting. He was a Class A fugitive, after all. A major criminal responsible for multiple murders, and now he was being used as this guy's ticket to a reward. At this moment, Bureau Chief Zhao and the rest of the Hangzhou police team couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing Suyu's words. They were utterly speechless. What kind of time is this for you to be thinking about rewards? Shouldn't you be figuring out how to explain speeding through a major traffic hub in a stolen flatbed truck? This could be a major issue. If Suyu could explain it away, fine. But if he couldn't, especially with those skills that screamed side hustle, it would only fuel suspicions that he was an experienced criminal himself. Correct. You did assist the Hangzhou police in apprehending Class A fugitive Wang Dafa. By protocol, we must award you the reward for aiding in the capture of a criminal. However, your current situation is complicated. You must clearly explain who you are, where you acquired these skills, and we also need to thoroughly verify your identity to confirm you haven't engaged in any special side businesses. Commissioner Zhao looked at Suyu with an incredibly complex expression as he spoke. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that the Hangzhou Police Department's capture of Wang Dafa was indeed thanks to Suyu's assistance. In fact, it could be said that Suyu was the one who truly apprehended the Class A fugitive Wang Dafa. But the most critical task now was to thoroughly investigate Suyu's background. After all, the skills Suyu possessed were simply too suspicious, inevitably raising questions about whether he was moonlighting in some special side business. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. Suspecting Suyu has a side gig? Give me a break. Let's be honest, with the skills Suyu possesses, anyone seeing them would suspect he's some seasoned criminal mastermind. Hey, should we help Suyu prove his identity? Otherwise, Su the Great will definitely get hauled in for questioning by the police today. Ha ha. No rush. Let's enjoy the show first and laugh our hearts out. Master Su must be feeling pretty bummed right now. Ha ha ha. The crowd of netizens couldn't stop laughing. Meanwhile, upon hearing the Hangzhou police's words, Suyu felt utterly helpless. He really was a good person. But now, when asked to explain the special abilities he possessed, he genuinely didn't know how to explain it. Just as the standoff between the Hangzhou police and Suyu reached an impasse, a pale pink Rolls-Royce pulled up. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of the vehicle. Miss Goddess, you're here. I got your bag back for you. So, when's that 1 million reward coming? Suyu's eyes lit up the moment he saw her, and he called out. Indeed, the one approaching was none other than Gu Qingyan. Thank you. The 1 million reward I promised you, I'll make sure every penny is transferred to you. But now isn't the time. I need to help you resolve your immediate situation first. Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes curved into a smile as she addressed Suyu. After speaking, Gu Qingyan resumed her usual aloof, CEO-like demeanor as she walked toward the Hangzhou police station. She finally approached Chief Zhao and stated, Chief Zhao, hello. I'm Gu Qingyan from Qingyan Beauty Company. I can vouch for him, he's not a criminal at all, but the hero who helped me retrieve my stolen bag. I hope you can grant him leniency and let him go. Furthermore, I will personally cover all damages incurred during his pursuit of the bag snatcher. I've already reached agreements with the owners of the motorcycle and the rear axle truck. They've agreed not to pursue the matter. Additionally, I will compensate for any road facilities damaged by Suyu during the chase. I stand by my testimony and am willing to vouch for him with the reputation of our Qingyan Beauty Company. Is that satisfactory, Chief Zhao? Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's statement, Director Zhao's mouth opened slightly. Ultimately, he nodded reluctantly and said, "Since Ms. Gu has verified his identity, I naturally must give her the benefit of the doubt. Moreover, since Ms. Gu has already settled with the owners of the damaged vehicles and is willing to compensate for the road facilities at full value, I have no further objections." After speaking, Director Zhao turned to Suyu with a smile and said, "Young man, you're quite impressive. Regardless, you assisted the Hangzhou police in apprehending Class A fugitive Wang Dafa. We owe you our thanks. Still, when you have time, please come to the Hangzhou Police Bureau to file a formal report. After all, you know your abilities are somewhat unique. Also, the next time you visit, we'll present you with the reward for assisting in the capture of a criminal." Chapter 25, Another Million Earned, First Place is Solid as a Rock. Upon hearing Chief Zhao's words, Suyu immediately nodded. His eyes lit up especially at the mention of the reward. As for filing a police report, he didn't mind. He had no intention of engaging in any illegal activities anyway. Tonight's incident had been a complete accident. It was only because he'd been so eager to chase the thief that he'd ended up speeding like a maniac on Hangzhou's main thoroughfare. "Let's go." At that moment, Gu Qingyan smiled as she turned to Suyu. The contract in that stolen bag was crucial for their Qingyan Beauty Company. Without Suyu's help, Qingyan Beauty might have suffered even greater losses this time. Naturally, Gu Qingyan was now filled with gratitude toward Suyu. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded and climbed straight into the top of the line Rolls-Royce luxury car. Surveying the extravagantly luxurious interior, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful it was to be wealthy. However, Suyu didn't let this distract him from the matter at hand. "Ahem, Miss Goddess, when will that 1 million reward be paid?" Suyu scratched his nose as he asked. Hearing Suyu's first words were about payment, Gu Qingyan paused slightly, but then smiled gently. "Don't worry, I've already had our company's finance department transfer the money to your bank account. It should be arriving any minute now." Sure enough, as soon as Gu Qingyan finished speaking, Suyu's phone buzzed with a text notification confirming the million-yuan had arrived. Seeing the million-yuan credited to his account, Suyu felt quite pleased. "Thanks," Suyu said with a cheerful smile. Gu Qingyan pursed her lips and shook her head with a smile. "You deserve it. And if anyone should be saying thank you, it should be me. The contract in that stolen bag was crucial. It involved an extremely valuable formula. The investment alone in developing it far exceeded 100 million yuan, not to mention the time and effort poured in by our Qingyan Beauty Company." At that moment, Suyu's eyes lit up as he heard this. A beauty formula worth over 100 million? That's insane. If he'd come up with that formula, he'd be rolling in it. But Suyu knew it was nothing but wishful thinking. The odds of actually drawing such a beauty formula from the system's lottery were still incredibly low. "I wonder where the goddess is taking me this time?" Suyu asked at that moment. Having already pocketed his million-yuan reward, all Suyu wanted now was to go home and crash. Gu Qingyan heard this and gave a helpless smile. Am I really that unappealing? Seeing Suyu's eagerness to leave, Gu Qingyan felt a pang of disappointment. "Ha?" Suyu froze slightly, confused by Gu Qingyan's meaning. "Alright, I just wanted to treat you to a meal to properly thank you." Gu Qingyan shook her head and smiled. The moment Gu Qingyan mentioned treating him to a meal, Suyu instantly felt wide awake. Although he'd eaten not long ago, chasing down the bag snatcher had drained him. Especially since he'd later unleashed the skills of the king of close combat. While incredibly powerful, they'd drained his stamina. Now, Suyu was hungry again. Hearing Gu Qingyan's invitation, Suyu perked up instantly. "Then I'll gladly accept the meal from our goddess," Suyu said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold returned livestream. I'm jealous enough to cry. Why, as fellow humans, is the gap so huge? Earning 1 million in rewards in one go, plus having a goddess treat you to dinner. What kind of dream posture do you need to achieve this? +1 to the above. It's truly a case of the starved starving to death while the flooded drown. Comparing people is enough to drive you mad. Guys, hold your envy. So you earned that million through sheer skill. Could any of you catch an A-level fugitive? Or knock out an armed one with a single punch? Suyu's a legend. That kind of money? We'll never earn it. Hey! Let's be honest, Su God is seriously unreal. That skill of his? He must have some special side hustle going on. Speaking of which, I can't wait to see the day when Su the legend goes to register with the Hangzhou police. I bet they're already investigating his background from every angle. Honestly, with skills like his, who wouldn't suspect he's some deeply hidden criminal mastermind? The livestream chat erupted with heated discussions. And just as these viewers speculated, the Hangzhou police were indeed investigating Suyu's background at that very moment. After all, the skills Suyu displayed today seemed downright implausible no matter how you looked at them. Especially Wang Dafu, the class F fugitive already in police custody. The moment he regained consciousness, he desperately insisted on turning in Suyu, the major criminal, to secure a reduced sentence. In Wang Dafu's view, Suyu's abilities clearly marked him as a criminal far more ruthless than himself. Otherwise, how could he have fallen so easily into Suyu's hands? Remember, he'd been armed with a gun at the time. Yet what happened? He was knocked unconscious with a single punch from Suyu. However, after a thorough investigation, the Hangzhou police found no evidence of any illegal activity by Suyu. And regarding this investigation result, class F fugitive Wang Dafa refused to accept it. Wang Dafa remained convinced that Suyu was also an A-level fugitive like himself or even a more formidable criminal veteran. Unfortunately for Wang Dafa, the Hangzhou police paid no heed to his objections. A luxurious 5-star hotel. Thank you for the hospitality. After eating his fill, Suyu looked across the table at Gu Qingyan with a smile and said, You're welcome. Gu Qingyan replied with a helpless smile. Earlier at the table, she had wanted to casually ask Suyu about himself, as she was genuinely curious about him. But before she could utter a word, Suyu had silenced her with the adage, no talking during meals, no chatting in bed. That feeling left Gu Qingyan feeling rather crushed. It was too much. She was, after all, a stunning beauty. How could she be less important in Suyu's eyes than the delicacies on the table? Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were already used to this kind of thing. After all, the humiliation suffered by the beautiful host Gui Jinli was still fresh in their minds. In Suyu's eyes, beauty simply couldn't compare to a hearty meal. And right now, Suyu's earnings for the day had skyrocketed to a staggering 10 million. He had surged to the top of the contestant earnings chart, sitting there as solid as a rock. Chapter 26, another prize draw. Suyu's off to sing. Suyu's money-making move left all the contestants on hundredfold return utterly stunned. $1,000,000 in a single day. How could the other contestants possibly stay calm? Comparing people is enough to drive you mad. This is outrageous. I've been slaving away like a dog, and today I barely scraped together $500. Yet Suyu goes and makes 10 million in a single day? Is there any justice left in this world? Any law to speak of? The contestants were utterly devastated by Suyu's money-making speed. Especially those working in factories tightening screws or on construction sites hauling bricks. They were practically driven to depression. They worked the machines until they smoked and still couldn't earn that much. One night passed. The next morning, Suyu woke up and turned on his livestream camera. Finally, the livestream is on. I wonder if Su God will go out to make money again today? Suddenly, I really want to see him make money. If Su God trades stocks again today, I'll follow his lead without hesitation. Talking about stock trading makes me so frustrated. It's all those damn stock experts' fault, otherwise I'd be rich. Please, God Su, take me along on your stock trades today. Honestly, I doubt Su the Great will go out to make money today. After all, he made 10 million yesterday. If it were me, I'd definitely head to the club to relax with some fresh models. True. If I made that much yesterday, I'd be partying everywhere too. With that kind of cash, who'd want to work hard? The viewers in the hundredfold return livestream were buzzing with discussion. System. Open my personal panel. The moment Suyu woke up, he issued the command to the system. Host, Suyu. Current skills, Divine Driver, God Tier Lockpicking, King of Close Combat. Current popularity points, 8 million. Seeing the information on his personal panel, Suyu couldn't help but pause in surprise. Yesterday, he had spent 3 million popularity points on 3 prize draws. Logically, his popularity points should only be at 2 million now. Unexpectedly, his popularity points had skyrocketed again, reaching 8 million. Looks like my capture of class F fugitive Wang Dafa last night must have been uploaded online, giving me another popularity boost. After pondering for a moment, Suyu roughly pieced together what had happened. After all, the commotion he caused last night by apprehending class F fugitive Wang Dafa was massive, naturally earning him a huge wave of popularity points. No point overthinking it. With this much popularity now, might as well go ahead and draw some prizes. Suyu stroked his chin and immediately selected the lottery option. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully acquired the divine voice skill. P.S. Using this skill will instantly elevate your vocal quality to professional singer level. What the hell is this? Heavenly voice skill? Is the system seriously trying to make me sing? Suyu was utterly speechless upon drawing this skill. Being a singer might make money, but it required a ton of time and effort up front. Just look at how many aspiring singers struggle through tough times before they even get their big break. And for Suyu, time was money. Rather than slowly building a career, wouldn't it be better to pull off some flashy stunts and make quick cash? System, keep rolling. Though deeply dissatisfied with this heavenly voice skill, Suyu could only accept it and let things take their course now that he'd drawn it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained 10 classic pop songs. Suyu. Seeing this thing again in his next draw, Suyu felt utterly speechless. Continue the draw. Rolling his eyes, Suyu had no choice but to keep going. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained master-level instrumental performance skills across all categories. Fine, system, you win. I'm done drawing. Suyu was utterly frustrated. He wasn't keen on spending time launching a singing career, but the system went and dumped all these singing skills on him. Seeing his luck was off today, Suyu decided to give up on the draws altogether. Just then, Suyu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Suyu couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Qin Mingqi. Suyu stared at the name, his mind racing to recall any details about this person. Before long, Suyu realized who Qin Mingqi was. This Qin Mingqi was a close friend from his original self's university days. The original body and Qin Mingqi had been incredibly close. Once he grasped Qin Mingqi's identity, Suyu answered the call. Suyu, hurry to Hangzhou University. There's a performance at our alma mater today. Plus, guess what? That goddess you had a crush on back then, Li Mengyan, is here too. The moment he answered, Suyu heard Qin Mingqi's slightly excited voice on the other end. Hearing those words, Suyu couldn't help but freeze. Li Mengyan. The class beauty and campus queen he'd secretly admired during his university days. But back then, the original host was a nobody. So the crush remained just that of 4-year unrequited love. He never even mustered the courage to confess to Li Mengyan. Later, he heard she'd entered the entertainment industry as a singer. Naturally, the original host lost all contact with her. Performance? What kind of performance? Suyu froze for a moment before asking. What did the goddess he'd secretly admired for 4 years have to do with him, Suyu? All he cared about now was making money. Well, you see, Li Mengyan has become quite famous in the music industry now, so she's organizing an alumni singing competition. I heard they even set up an award. The first place winner gets a 500,000 yuan prize. Qin Mingqi explained over the phone, then suddenly added with a strange tone. Wait a minute. You've got your priorities all wrong, kid. Shouldn't your focus be on the fact that your goddess, Li Mengyan, is there too? Why are you suddenly concerned about some performance? Suyu heard this and laughed. His eyes lit up. First place, a 500,000 yuan prize. This was like someone handing you a pillow just when you were nodding off. He had previously thought the singing skills granted by the system were useless, unable to quickly earn money. But now? The situation was completely different. Wait for me. I'm heading straight to Hangzhou University to find you. Suyu said to Qin Mingqi on the other end of the line before hanging up. After hanging up, Suyu addressed the live stream camera with excitement. Viewers, get ready to watch me take first place at the alumni singing competition. When it happens, hit 666. With that, Suyu headed straight for Hangzhou University. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream chat, viewers were left speechless by Suyu's declaration. Chapter 27, heading to Hangzhou University, a Squirtle streamer? Here we go again. Suyu's totally gone money mad. Who says otherwise? He's practically glowing green at the prospect of cash. Doesn't he realize what this is? It's an alumni singing event, not a stunt show. My gut tells me Suyu is going to crash and burn this time. Singing isn't something you can master overnight. It takes talent and professional training. An amateur like him jumping in will just make a fool of himself. No need for intuition. I'll bet my bottom dollar Suyu is going to bomb this time. If I lose, I'll do a handstand while live streaming my diarrhea. Netizens flooded the comments with sarcastic remarks. Upon learning that Suyu was going to participate in the alumni singing competition and even harbored hopes of winning the prize money, netizens everywhere suspected he'd lost his mind. Are you kidding me? If the prize money were that easy to win, it'd be a miracle. Hangzhou University. Looks like that Li Mengyan is pretty popular. As soon as Suyu stepped onto the campus of Hangzhou University, he was met by a massive crowd. Many waved fluorescent light sticks emblazoned with phrases like Goddess Mengyan. Besides the fans, several reporters were also present. This scene alone made it clear that Li Mengyan had been doing quite well in the entertainment industry over the years. Just as these thoughts crossed Suyu's mind, a voice rang out nearby. Suyu, over here. Hearing the call, Suyu turned toward the source. Before long, he spotted Qin Mingqi waving his hand in greeting from over there. Seeing this, Suyu nodded and walked over. Suyu, you're so late. Just now, Li Mengyan even came over to catch up with us for a bit. She even asked me where you were. When she saw you hadn't come, she left. What a shame, otherwise you could have seen the girl you secretly admire. Qin Mingqi spoke, feeling genuinely sorry for Suyu. But Suyu merely smiled noncommittally at the remark. He couldn't care less about seeing Li Mengyan. His main purpose for coming this time was to collect the bonus. As long as it didn't interfere with his prize money, he couldn't care less. Hey! Isn't this dorm leader Suyu? What brings you here? If I recall correctly, aren't you tone deaf? This alumni singing event is something you're only suited to watch from the audience. Why bother coming over here? Just then, an untimely voice cut through the air. Suyu turned his head at the remark. There stood a flashily dressed young man, preening like a peacock while fiddling with his phone camera, apparently live-streaming, his face dripping with mockery towards Suyu. Yang Mingyi, if you keep your mouth shut, no one will mistake you for a mute. Before Suyu could respond, Qin Mingqi stepped in to defend him. That flashy young man dressed like a peacock was named Yang Mingyi, who had once been the college roommate of both Suyu and Qin Mingqi. Just like Suyu's original self, Yang Mingyi had secretly harbored feelings for the goddess Li Mengyan during their university days. Thus, the two had never gotten along during their college days. Now that they'd entered the workforce and met again, Yang Mingyi was naturally even more arrogant. Especially since Yang Mingyi had built a thriving career in the live streaming industry over the years, becoming a fairly well-known internet celebrity. In Yang Mingyi's eyes, with his current achievements, mocking and belittling Suyu was more than within his power. Qin Mingqi, what business is Suyu to you? Also, I'm not called Yang Mingyi anymore. Please use my stage name, Yang Genie. I'm not like you ordinary folks. People like us go by our stage names when we're out in public. Yang Mingyi declared, his face twisted with displeasure. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold returned live stream room. Yang Genie? Oh, it's him. No wonder he looked familiar. He's a Douyin streamer with a few 100,000 followers, a mid-tier streamer, I guess. Holy crap. Hundreds of thousands of followers? And he dares mock Su God? Where does he get the nerve? Our Su God has at least millions of fans now. How dare this small-time streamer go head-to-head with him? Guys, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to his livestream to give him a piece of my mind. Sure, Sudashi did go a bit overboard by showing up at this alumni singing event, but he's way above some small-time streamer mocking him. +1 to the above. Count me in. Only us netizens can mock Su God. What gives these small-time streamers the nerve to diss him? Exactly. Forget everything else, just look at Sudashi's legendary skills. No small-time streamer like Yang Genie can hold a candle to him. Netizens rallied to his defense en masse. Before long, Yang Genie watched as a massive wave of viewers flooded into his livestream. Thanks for joining my stream, everyone. Hit that follow button so you don't get lost. Jenny's got you on the fast track. Yang Mingyi was thrilled to see so many viewers suddenly flood his stream. He quickly greeted them, hoping to keep them around. But the newcomers paid no heed to Yang Mingyi, immediately launching into a tirade. Yang Genie, I advise you not to bite the hand that feeds you. How dare you mock the legendary Su? Think we can't flood your stream in seconds? +1 to the above. Su's army is here. If you keep talking trash, Jianigu will report and get your crappy stream banned. Damn it, Squirtle. Look at your own level. How dare you mock our god Su? Who gave you the guts? Yang Mingyi stared at the screen filled with hateful comments directed at him, his expression darkening instantly. At the same time, Yang Mingyi was utterly baffled. He had no idea who this Su god everyone was talking about was, nor did he understand how he'd managed to piss off so many people. Before he could even ask who he'd offended, his livestream went black. A notification popped up, this livestream has been reported by multiple viewers and will be suspended for 30 minutes. Watching this unfold, Yang Mingyi was utterly dumbfounded. Who the hell had he offended to get reported by so many viewers at once? This ING cut off his income stream. After all, Yang Mingyi had planned to use today's stream to boost his follower count. After all, Li Mengyan was a singer with considerable fame in the entertainment industry. He knew that just a little bit of her heat could bring him a ton of new followers. Not to mention, just moments ago when Li Mengyan came to catch up with their old classmates, Yang Mingyi had already reaped the benefits of that follower surge. But out of nowhere, multiple viewers reported him getting his live stream banned. Even though it was only a half-hour ban, the timing couldn't have been worse. It cost him dearly. Thinking about these losses, Yang Mingyi's face turned green with rage. Chapter 28, The Triumphant Young Genie, and Suyu joins the singing. Inside the hundredfold returned livestream. Ha! That Jianigu is green with envy. Hilarious. Serves him right. Doesn't he know his place? How dare he mock someone like us? Only Suyu deserves our mockery. What gives this lowly streamer the nerve? Too bad it's only a half-hour stream ban. If it were a permanent ban, that'd be priceless. Jianigu would probably be so depressed he'd spit blood. Ha! Netizens chimed in with a flurry of comments. Yo, Yang something Jenny, why's your face so green? Did your significant other send you a warm greeting straight from the Hulunberg grasslands? Suyu saw Yang Mingyi's expression and sneered with utter contempt. You! Yang Mingyi's eyes widened in fury at Suyu's words. A warm greeting from the vast grasslands of Hulunberg? That was clearly a veiled insult implying he'd been cuckolded. At that moment, the group of old classmates present couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing Suyu's words directed at Yang Mingyi. After all, Yang Mingyi's earlier arrogant demeanor had left them all feeling deeply annoyed, even if they hadn't voiced it. Now, seeing Yang Mingyi humiliated, they were naturally overjoyed. Seeing everyone joining Suyu and mocking him, Yang Mingyi's expression darkened further. But with so many people siding with Suyu, Yang Mingyi feared he'd be at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he glared at Suyu and snarled. "Su, you just wait. I'll make you pay for this." As he spoke, Yang Mingyi seemed to remember something and grinned smugly again. "Su, don't forget today's the alumni singing competition. As a streamer, singing is second nature to me. Who knows? I might just take first place. And the winner gets to take an intimate photo with Li Mengyan. Heh, you beggar will just be standing below the stage, green with envy." Yang Mingyi knew full well that Suyu harbored the same secret crush on Li Mengyan as he did, so he was certain this remark would send Suyu into a rage. But when Suyu heard Yang Mingyi's words, he merely uttered two emotionless syllables. The crush on goddess Li Mengyan belonged to his former self. What did it have to do with him, Suyu? Besides, with his current skills, winning first place at the alumni singing competition would be a piece of cake. How could a latecomer like Yang Mingyi possibly compare to him? Seeing Suyu's utterly unruffled demeanor, Yang Mingyi's eyes immediately turned red with rage. "Just you wait." Yang Ming spat out an indignant retort. Before long, the alumni singing concert commenced. Li Mengyan, dressed in a sexy evening gown, stepped onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I'm Li Mengyan. I'm thrilled to reunite with you all at my alma mater, Hangchun University. It's also a great honor that you've graced us with your presence at this alumni singing event I've organized." Li Mengyan beamed like a flower as she spoke on stage. Meanwhile, the audience below erupted in excited shouts. "Goddess Mengyan! Goddess Mengyan! Goddess Mengyan, I love you!" Hearing the crowd's shouts, Li Mengyan offered a gentle smile. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Li Mengyan had long shed her former awkwardness. Such scenes were nothing new to her. Soon, the alumni singing concert officially commenced. One after another, students from Hangzhou University eagerly took the stage to sing. However, while most of these singers possessed some talent, the gap between them and professional singers was still quite evident. Many of them even struggled with pitch, going off key. "Looks like first place at this alumni singing competition is destined to be mine, young genie." Watching the performances from the audience, Yang Mingyi felt his confidence soar. As a signed streamer on a live streaming platform, Yang Mingyi might not be on par with professional singers, but he had specifically taken advanced music classes. Therefore, in his eyes, with his skills, he was certain to captivate the entire audience, claim first place, and successfully pocket the 500,000 yuan prize. That 500,000 yuan prize was incredibly generous to him. Soon, Yang Mingyi stepped onto the stage. "Hello everyone, I'm Young Genie. Next, I'll be performing a song for you all. Hope you enjoy it." Yang Mingyi smugly used his stage name, as if it somehow made him superior. At that moment, the crowd fell slightly silent upon hearing his words. A few people still recognized him. "Yang Genie? I know who he is. He's a streamer on Douyin." "A streamer? Doesn't that mean he'll breeze right to first place?" "You bet. If he can be a streamer, he must have some serious skills." The crowd below began buzzing with discussion. Listening to the murmurs, a look of smug satisfaction spread across Yang Mingyi's face. Before long, Yang Mingyi began his performance. It must be said, as a streamer, Yang Mingyi did possess some real talent. At the very least, his vocal technique throughout the entire song was nearly flawless. Even Li Mengyan nodded slightly in approval after listening. After a few minutes, Yang Mingyi finished his song. Cheers erupted from the crowd below. Seeing this, Yang Mingyi beamed with delight, unable to hide the pride on his face. "That show off." Qin Mingqi muttered irritably under his breath before turning to Suyu beside him and offering consolation. "Suyu, don't pay attention to people like that. He's only acting up because he's a streamer. Otherwise, he'd be no match for you. Besides, try to be more open-minded. Li Mengyan is now a singer with some fame in the entertainment industry. She's not in the same world as us anymore." In Qin Mingqi's view, Suyu probably still hadn't gotten over Li Mengyan. Hearing Qin Mingqi's words, Suyu merely smiled non-committally. What happened to Li Mengyan was none of his damn business. All he wanted now was to claim the first place prize of 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan wasn't that tempting? After all, multiply that 500,000 by 100, and you're looking at 50 million. "Don't worry, I'll be up there singing too." Suyu smiled and said. With that, Suyu walked straight toward the stage. Qin Mingqi and the other old classmates watched Suyu's actions with peculiar expressions, then shook their heads inside. In their eyes, Suyu clearly hadn't given up on Li Mengyan yet. Chapter 29, Going Up to Be the Clown? One song brought the audience to tears. Suyu stood on stage, his expression unreadable. Seeing Suyu rush up to sing as well, Yang Mingyi's face twisted with scorn. "This fool, hey? Why ruin everything by making a fool of himself up here?" Yang Mingyi's lips curled slightly, his gaze brimming with amusement. As Suyu's college classmate and former roommate, he knew Suyu's situation well. Suyu's singing wasn't exactly tone-deaf, but he definitely had zero talent for it. Seeing Suyu rush up to sing now, Yang Mingyi found it utterly ridiculous. In his eyes, Suyu was destined to become the laughingstock of the entire venue, a walking joke. At that moment, even Li Mengyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Having known each other for years in college, Li Mengyan could easily tell that Suyu had a crush on her. However, she had always pretended not to notice his feelings. After all, countless men at Hangzhou University harbored feelings for her, and far more were more accomplished than Suyu. She certainly couldn't possibly have any thoughts about him. In other words, whether it was the university version of her or the present one, she remained completely out of Suyu's league. Now, Suyu had taken the stage on a whim. To Li Mengyan, this was proof he still hadn't given up. Most importantly, she had never heard that Suyu could sing. Why bother? Isn't it better to just be an ordinary classmate? Why cling to this stubbornness? Why force yourself? You can't sing. Going up there will only make you a laughingstock. Li Mengyan shook her head gently, sighing inwardly. At that moment, in the live stream of Hundredfold Return, Su God is so brave. He's going up there to be laughed at in front of everyone. Who says otherwise? If you ask me, he should just stick to being an audience member. Hard to say. I heard from some of Su God's classmates that he used to have a crush on Li Mengyan. Maybe he's just trying to impress his goddess. Hey, you guys, stop making stuff up. Su the steel-plated straight guy? How could he possibly like girls? He's probably just after that 500,000 yuan prize money. Whatever his reason, I still think it's crazy for Suyu to go up and sing like this. Viewers in the live stream chat erupted into a flurry of comments. To them, Suyu's move was downright foolish. Just then, Suyu on stage activated his divine voice skill and requested a guitar from a stage crew member. Seeing Suyu reach for the guitar, Li Mengyan wore a look of utter bewilderment. After all, most people singing would simply request a song, and the stage would then play the corresponding backing track. A guitar? Unless he planned to sing an original song. But for Suyu to sing an original song? That would be ridiculous. He probably couldn't even play the guitar properly. Why bother? Li Mengyan shook her head, losing all interest in giving Suyu another glance. In her eyes, this was a clear display of Suyu's utter lack of self-awareness. Didn't everyone see that even Yang Mingi, the best singer present, was merely requesting songs and singing along to pre-recorded accompaniment? Yet Suyu, someone who couldn't sing to begin with, was going to accompany himself on guitar and sing an original song. Wasn't he just asking to be made a laughingstock? Oomph. Suyu, you really are determined to make a fool of yourself. At that moment, Yang Mingi, seated below, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. At the same time, even Qin Mingqi, Suyu's closest buddy, couldn't help but cover his face. He knew Suyu like the back of his hand and was well aware of his singing abilities. Suyu's situation meant he'd completely kissed his singing career goodbye. Yet now, Suyu was about to perform an original song in front of a large audience. This was bound to be a laughingstock. Inside the Hundredfold Return livestream, netizens were all stunned into silence by Suyu's move. Su God, please get down from there. A guy who can't sing is up there performing and strumming his own promotional song? This is just ridiculous. Seriously. Why not just enjoy the club models? Why be so reckless? This is going to be a real laughingstock. Netizens couldn't stop ranting. Seeing Suyu cradling his guitar to perform an original song, they were utterly speechless. At that moment, Suyu spoke softly from the stage. Next up, I'll be performing an original song of my own. Here's Someone Like Me for you all. With that, ignoring the now chaotic crowd below, Suyu immediately got into the zone. Using his master-level all-category instrument skill, he began strumming the guitar. A soothing yet faintly melancholic and world-weary melody flowed from the guitar. At that moment, Li Mengyan, who had been feeling somewhat bored, heard the melody and couldn't help but turn her beautiful eyes towards Suyu. How is this possible? His guitar skills are this advanced? Li Mengyan froze in surprise. And then, Suyu began to sing. Someone as exceptional as me should have lived a life of brilliance. How come after over 20 years? Still drifting in the sea of humanity? Someone as clever as me should have long since bid farewell to innocence. Why did I trade a love affair? Only to be left with a body covered in scars. The professional singer's voice cut through the noise, instantly silencing the once chaotic venue. Holy! This song is amazing. Holy crap! Thought he was a total noob, but turns out this guy's a pro. What a song, Someone Like Me, it's making me want to cry. Stop talking. I'm already crying. This song is hitting too close to home. Years after graduation, I've accomplished nothing. I still remember graduation day, full of ambition, swearing to build a spectacular career. But in the end, I'm still just an ordinary nobody, going through the motions. Who isn't like that? I'm stuck in a 996 grind, getting yelled at by my boss every day. Forget success, I'm just grateful to scrape together a few $1,000 each month. As the song began to play, tears welled up in the eyes of many in the audience. This song, People Like Me, had struck a chord with the vast majority of the audience. At that moment, Li Mengyan's beautiful eyes flickered. She tried to look away from Suyu, but found herself utterly unable to tear her gaze away. He can actually sing this well? And the quality of this song is so high. Li Mingyan's lips parted slightly, her heart filled with astonishment. Suyu's rendition of Someone Like Me was simply too powerful. Especially in terms of resonating with the audience, it absolutely hit the mark. Look around, the vast majority of people here have been moved to tears by Suyu's performance. Chapter 30, Viral Sensation, Li Mingyan's Recommendation. Meanwhile, Yang Mingyi, seated below, could no longer remain still. He leapt to his feet, his eyes red with fury. Impossible. This can't be. How could Suyu sing such a beautiful song? And it's an original composition. Impossible. Yang Mingyi shook his head violently. He refused to believe it. Still couldn't believe it. He simply refused to believe what was happening before his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Mingqi below was beside himself with excitement. Ha 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 ha. 6. That's so freaking awesome. Qin Mingqi was so overwhelmed with excitement that words failed him. He had assumed Suyu would become the laughingstock of the entire venue today. He even planned to look away, sparing Suyu some dignity. After all, Suyu was a respectable person. But after hearing Suyu sing Someone Like Me, Qin Mingqi realized he'd completely misjudged him. He never would have dreamed his ordinary best friend was also a singing prodigy. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy ing. Su God is ing amazing. Holy crap. This song, Someone Like Me, is seriously amazing. Awesome plus. Su the God. Oh no, make that Su the singing God. So powerful. This song makes me wanna cry. Su the Great is just too amazing. How could he write such a beautiful song? Netizens everywhere were utterly blown away by Suyu. There was no denying it, Suyu's Someone Like Me was absolutely explosive. At that moment, everyone in the venue had tears welling up in their eyes. After all, most of the audience here today were graduates who had been battered by society for years. Each had long faced a cruel and inescapable truth: they were ordinary people who had achieved nothing remarkable. The word success held no meaning for them whatsoever. And precisely because of this, when they heard people like me, it struck them right in the heart. On stage, Suyu continued singing. A lonely soul like me. Like me, such a fool. Like me, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. How many people in this world? As inexplicable as me. Will anyone feel pity? Boom! The lyrics, layered with sorrow, ignited the emotions instantly. At that moment, everyone in the venue wept until their eyes were blurred with tears. Even the reporters were recording the scene while tears streamed down their faces. Without exaggeration, Suyu's song had deeply moved them all. Before long, Suyu finished his song. The outcome of this alumni singing competition was now beyond doubt. At that moment, Li Mingyan rose slowly with a complex look in her eyes and walked toward Suyu on stage. Composing herself, she looked at Suyu and said, "Congratulations! You truly deserve first place in the alumni singing competition. That song, Someone Like Me, was excellent." Li Mingyan was now overwhelmed with mixed emotions. When she heard Suyu sing Someone Like Me, Li Mingyan was utterly stunned. Without exaggeration, this song wasn't just a standout at a mere alumni singing competition, it was the kind of performance that could crush countless singers even on a TV singing competition show. A genius. This was a true prodigy. That was the verdict in Li Mingyan's heart. Thank you. Well then, does that mean the 500,000 yuan prize is mine? Suyu remained utterly unmoved by Li Mingyan's words, his first question immediately turning to the 50,000 yuan reward. Truly heartless. Come on, the original owner's crush on Li Mingyan was the original owner's business. What did it have to do with him, Suyu? All he wanted now was to grab that 500,000 yuan reward and get the hell out of there. Later, he planned to head over to the Hangzhou police station to file a report and claim the reward for assisting in the capture of an A-level fugitive. But when Suyu opened his mouth and immediately asked about the 50,000 yuan reward instead of catching up with her, Li Mingyan was utterly speechless. The corners of her mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Seriously? Wasn't he supposed to have a crush on me? Why does he act like he couldn't care less about me? Li Mingyan found it utterly bizarre. She had assumed that with all the attention he was getting now, he would seize the opportunity to confess his feelings to her. But it turned out she'd overthought it. At that moment, in the hundredfold returned livestream. Holy crap! That look in his eyes, it's definitely him. Suyu, the ultimate straight shooter. His first words were about the 500,000 yuan prize. Ha! Hilarious! Just now, Li Mingyan was so flustered by Suyu she twitched her mouth. Relax, relax. We need to get used to Su God's style. Haven't you seen how many gorgeous girls have ended up looking silly around him? Honestly, Su God is incredible. This song, Someone Like Me, is absolutely amazing. I guarantee it's going viral. Hey, the song, Someone Like Me, is already trending. Reporters have posted the live footage online, and it's racking up tons of likes and praise. In just a few minutes, it's already got tens of thousands of likes. I bet it'll hit at least 1 million likes today. Holy crap. Su is amazing. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Clearly, they were all stunned by Suyu. Just think about it, in such a short time, Suyu's singing video had already garnered tens of thousands of likes. At this rate, the likes would surpass 1 million today. This meant that the song Someone Like Me was about to go viral across the entire internet. At that moment, Li Mengyan on stage composed herself for a moment, looked at Suyu, and nodded with a smile. Rest assured. That 500,000 yuan prize is yours for the taking. I'll have someone transfer the money to your bank account right away. Hearing Li Mengyan's words, Suyu didn't hesitate. He immediately recited his bank account number. He acted as if he feared Li Mengyan might change her mind and not pay him. Before long, Li Mengyan had her staff transfer the 500,000 yuan prize to the bank account Suyu had provided. Seeing the bank notification pop up on his phone, Suyu smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Li Mengyan turned to Suyu and said, "By the way, your singing talent is truly remarkable. Would you be interested in becoming a singer? If you're considering it, I could recommend some entertainment agencies." In Li Mengyan's view, Suyu was born to be a singer. If Suyu didn't pursue singing, it would be a waste of his talent. Hearing this, Suyu shook his head and replied, "Nah, forget it. I just sing for fun. Besides, even without signing with an agency, it won't stop me from becoming famous through singing." Chapter 31, Is Suyu Too Naive? The clown turns out to be me. Hearing Suyu's words, Li Mengyan couldn't help but frown. She couldn't quite accept Suyu's reasoning. In her view, Suyu's words were somewhat blindly arrogant. After all, the difference between signing with an entertainment agency and not signing was enormous. First and foremost was access to resources. Even the most talented singer couldn't break through without proper exposure. Thinking this, Li Mengyan shook her head and sighed, turning to Suyu and saying, "Suyu, I don't think you're right. Judging by your original song, Someone Like Me today, there's no denying your exceptional songwriting talent and vocal gifts. But honestly, in this day and age, talent alone is nowhere near enough. You need a platform. Without one, you won't get very far on your own. Take today's Someone Like Me, it went viral as expected. While the song itself is great, it wouldn't have happened without the stage I provided. If I hadn't provided this stage and invited all these reporters today, do you really think your song would have gone viral across the entire internet so smoothly?" As Li Mengyan spoke, a look of superiority crept onto her face. In her view, Suyu's rise to fame ultimately owed everything to the platform she had provided. Otherwise, no matter how good Suyu's song was, it still wouldn't have gone viral across the entire internet. At that moment, inside the hundredfold returned livestream. Upon hearing Li Mengyan's remarks to Suyu, the audience fell into stunned silence. Ahem. Let's be honest, Li Mengyan is seriously overestimating herself and underestimating Su God. Who can argue with that? For ordinary people, a platform is indeed essential. But is Suyu just an ordinary person? Have you ever seen an ordinary person stroll into an antique market and stumble upon a national treasure? Have you ever seen an ordinary person casually trade stocks and rake in millions? Have you ever seen an ordinary person knock out an A-level-wanted criminal with a single punch? Come on. Suyu isn't human. Exactly. As for Li Mengyan's comment, all I can say is she's got a narrow perspective. Master Su is a master of pulling off stunts. Lacking popularity? Sorry. With all us netizens here, even if Master Su never steps onto this stage to sing, he'd go viral across the entire internet in minutes. After all, our live stream currently has over 8 million viewers watching online. Exactly. Over 8 million active viewers. How many platforms can pull that off? Li Mengyan's comment earlier was pure delusion. The live stream viewers flooded the chat with defiant comments. Meanwhile, upon hearing Li Mengyan's words, Suyu shrugged and said, Yeah. You're absolutely right. I'm outta here." He couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Mengyan. After all, he'd already secured the 500,000 yuan prize money. Nothing else interested him in the slightest. With that, Suyu walked straight out. Seeing Suyu act this way, Li Mengyan's delicate brows furrowed even deeper. What a man who doesn't know how to seize an opportunity. He may be talented, but he's simply not been through enough of life's hardships yet. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, Li Mengyan couldn't help but shake her head softly. To Li Mengyan, Suyu's behavior was utterly naive. But just then, Sister Hong, Li Mengyan's agent, shot her a peculiar look. "Sister Hong, what's wrong? Do you also think that Suyu is too naive?" Li Mengyan asked curiously when she noticed her agent, Sister Hong, staring at her like that. But upon hearing this, Sister Hong shook her head and replied, "Mengyan, truth be told, you're the one who misjudged this time. Just now, I looked up this Suyu classmate of yours online. Turns out he's the discoverer of a national treasure, a rising stock trading genius, and even caught an A-level fugitive barehanded. Plus, he's participating in a show called Hundredfold Return, and his livestream currently has over 8 million viewers." Boom! After agent Sister Hong dropped that bombshell, Li Mengyan froze on the spot. WH? What? You mean his livestream has over 8 million viewers? Li Mengyan was completely dumbfounded. After all, in all her years in the industry, she only had over 2 million followers on Weibo. And at least half of those Weibo followers were probably fake accounts. In other words, out of all those Weibo followers, she actually had only about 1 million real fans. And among those, the number of active fans was even more drastically reduced, probably just a few 100,000 at most. But now, Suyu's livestream had over 8 million viewers and they were all active ones. This made everything she just said to Suyu sound utterly ridiculous. In that moment, Li Mengyan suddenly recalled a line startled awake in death grip, only to find the clown was myself. Excellent. Another 500,000 in profits. Suyu glanced at the bank notification and felt a surge of delight. It's about time to pay a visit to the Hangzhou Police Department. File a report and collect that reward for assisting in the capture of an A-level fugitive. Suyu thought to himself with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Suyu's rendition of Someone Like Me quickly went viral online. Holy crap! This song is insane. Ah! This song totally made me cry. Everyone online is begging Su God to officially release this song. I need to download it as my phone ringtone. +1 to the above. This is what a real good song should be. Begging for the official version. I'm blown away. Truly blown away. I respect no one else, but I respect Suyu. This song, Someone Like Me, made me cry. It hit me right in the heart. Who can argue with that? Especially that line, after all these 20 plus years, still drifting in the sea of people. It's an absolute tearjerker. I can't stop crying. I just can't stop. This song is so heartbreaking, so gut-wrenching. Countless netizens were moved to tears after watching Suyu perform People Like Me. Meanwhile, related Weibo trending topics quickly emerged. #shock. Contestant number 5 Suyu's heart-wrenching ballad moves the entire internet to tears. #impressed. This is what a true powerhouse looks like. Suyu, YYDS, #. What other hidden god tier skills does Suyu possess? #. Countless trending topics on Weibo instantly propelled Suyu back into the spotlight across the entire internet. Chapter 32, Reporting to the Police Station. Your situation is special. Meanwhile, the other contestants on Hundredfold Return saw Suyu's explosive popularity and were green with envy. Who the hell is this guy? Why the hell am I stuck on the same show as him? Why was he born when I was already here? My bricks suddenly feel worthless. Damn it. We're slaving away at our jobs, and Suyu just casually rakes in a fortune. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? The other contestants were utterly crushed. Especially since Suyu casually raked in 500,000 with just one song. And it went viral across the entire internet. This utterly shattered their morale, leaving them completely devastated. Hangzhou Police Department. This guy is just unbelievable. Chief Zhao watched the video of Suyu picking the lock on an 8-wheel truck with a single piece of wire over and over, his mind filled with complex emotions. Chief Zhao, with skills like that, I absolutely refuse to believe this guy doesn't have some side hustle. Exactly. That Class A fugitive, Wang Dafa, is still in jail crying and screaming that he'll report Suyu as a terrorist. Clearly, Suyu left him with a deep psychological scar last time. This Suyu is beyond belief. He doesn't seem like a normal person at all. Chief Zhao, maybe we haven't dug deep enough. I just feel like something's seriously off about this Suyu. I really can't believe he doesn't have some side hustles going on. The officers couldn't help but mutter among themselves. No wonder the things Suyu pulled off that day had genuinely stunned them. Especially the video of Suyu picking the lock on an 8-wheel truck with a single piece of wire. When they showed it to the professional lock-picking thieves in jail, those criminals practically called Suyu their godfather. That scene had completely flummoxed the Hangzhou police. 2 words summed it up perfectly: ridiculous. How does it feel to be called the godfather by a bunch of professional lock-picking thieves, Suyu? I know exactly what you're thinking. Honestly, it's not just you. Even after over 20 years as a cop, this is the first time I've encountered someone like him. Opening a rear axle truck with a tiny piece of wire, taking only a few seconds start to finish, easier than using a key. Anyone who saw that would suspect he's got some side hustle going on. But as police officers, we can't rely solely on gut feelings, we need evidence. At least based on the current investigation, this Suyu seems perfectly normal, no hidden side hustles like we imagined. He just called saying he'll be here soon to file the report. When he arrives, ask him more questions and see if you can dig up anything. Regardless, we need to confirm he truly has no side hustles. If someone like him commits a crime, it'd be terrifying. If he turned criminal, he'd be even trickier than Class A fugitive Wang Dafa. He could easily be the kind to land on an international red notice. Bureau Chief Zhao's fingers tapped lightly on the table as he spoke to the assembled officers, his gaze thoughtful. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the assembled officers nodded in unanimous agreement. No kidding. Based on the skills Suyu had displayed, if he ever turned to crime, he could very well become the kind of super criminal who ends up on an international red notice. A person like that demanded the utmost attention from the Hangzhou police. Just then, a young officer rushed in. Reporting to Chief Zhao, Suyu has arrived. The young officer reported. Hearing the report, Director Zhao and the other officers, along with the assembled police force, all stood up with complex expressions. Their expressions were as if they were about to confront a major case. In truth, within the minds of the Hangzhou police force at that moment, they had already subconsciously begun treating Suyu as a suspect. There was no helping it, Su Yu's special abilities were simply too extraordinary. Alright, when you go to file his report, try to subtly probe him for information. See if you can uncover any details about his past. Oh, and if possible, arrange for him to be taken to the interrogation room for the filing. That way, I can keep a close eye on his every move later on. We have no choice. This Su Yu is too unorthodox. We'll have to resort to some special measures. In short, prevention is better than cure. Bureau Chief Zhao stood up, his gaze pensive for a moment before issuing instructions to his subordinates. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the officers straightened their caps and nodded in understanding. As the Hangzhou police team stepped outside, Su Yu was staring intently at a white notice posted on the wall. The notice outlined an upcoming police training exercise simulating a bank robbery with hostage-taking, where the winning team would receive a 200,000 yuan training fund. Studying the notice, Su Yu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Ahem, Su Yu, is that you? At that moment, Chief Zhao and a group of Hangzhou police officers emerged. Spotting Su Yu standing there, they immediately addressed him. Oh, that's me. Officer. Su Yu snapped back to attention, nodded, and replied. I'm here to file a report. And to collect the reward for assisting the Hangzhou police in capturing that class of fugitive last time. Hearing Su Yu's explanation, Chief Zhao glanced at his subordinates behind him, signaling them to proceed as he had instructed earlier. At that moment, two officers looked at Su Yu and said, Su Yu, due to your, somewhat unique circumstances, we'd like you to file your report in the interrogation room. The facilities there are relatively well equipped. What do you think? Hearing this, Su Yu's eyes flickered as if deep in thought. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. Special circumstances. These cops might as well have just said outright, we suspect you're a criminal. Exactly. Su Yu's skills are just too unusual. Anyone seeing them would suspect he's got some shady side hustles going on. Let's be honest, Su Yu really does look like a criminal. No wonder the Hangzhou police are taking this so seriously. Seriously, with those skills, if Su Yu ever committed a crime, he'd totally baffle a whole bunch of people. Ha ha. I'm just waiting to see Su Yu's completely bewildered expression. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Meanwhile, upon hearing the Hangzhou police's words, Su Yu's eyes flickered with a complex mix of emotions. Chapter 33, One condition: Su Yu must play the robber. Officer, I may not be an expert on the law, but I do know that as an ordinary citizen with a clean background, coming to the police station to file a report shouldn't require me to go into an interrogation room, right? Su Yu stroked his chin, his expression a mix of amusement and sarcasm. Hearing Su Yu's words, the Hangzhou police officers looked awkwardly at each other, glancing uncertainly at Chief Zhao behind them, signaling for his guidance on how to proceed. Meanwhile, viewers in the 100-fold return livestream were thoroughly amused by Su Yu's remarks. Ha ha ha. Master Su sure knows his legal stuff. But that ordinary background and clean family history description of his? Might need a question mark added to it. Who can argue with that? With Su Yu's special skills, if you say he's ordinary and comes from a clean family background, I just don't buy it. Ha ha. So what will Hangzhou police do now? They clearly suspect Su Yu heavily. If they don't drag him into an interrogation room today, they'll never shake those suspicions. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Being suspected of being a criminal by the police, how's that for a twist? Su the Great is seriously 666. The live stream audience was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, reveling in the drama. At that moment, Su Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled at the Hangzhou police officers present, saying, But you know, I'm a cooperative citizen who understands the importance of assisting police investigations. I'm willing to go to the interrogation room to cooperate with your investigation and documentation, but I have one condition. That condition is that I want to participate in your police department's upcoming training exercise, the one where robbers kidnap bank employees and your officers rescue the hostages. And if I win in the end, I also want to take the 200,000 yuan training fund. I wonder if the Hangzhou Police Department can agree to this condition. If you accept it, I will gladly cooperate with your investigation in the interrogation room. I promise to tell you everything I know, without holding anything back. The moment Su Yu saw that white notice posted on the wall of the Hangzhou Police Bureau, the idea had already formed in his mind. At that moment, the entire group of Hangzhou police officers listened to Su Yu's words, their expressions turning extremely complex and peculiar. Simultaneously, they all turned to look at Bureau Chief Zhao behind them, seeking his guidance on how to proceed. Upon hearing Su Yu's proposal, Bureau Chief Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Su Yu. All right. Come to the Hangzhou Police Department tomorrow. We'll be holding a training exercise around that time. You'll play the role of a police officer. Upon hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, Su Yu shook his head and replied, Commissioner Zhao, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I do want to participate in this training exercise, but I don't want to play a police officer. I want to play another key role in this exercise, the robber. As Su Yu finished speaking, the expressions of the Hangzhou police officers present grew increasingly peculiar. Su Yu wanted to play the robber? That's criminal. Extremely intense. At that moment, the viewers in the hundredfold return livestream were all left speechless by Suyu. Holy. Su God is insane. Declaring he'll play the robber in a training exercise right in front of all these cops. Damn. I'll just say damn. This guy really dares to think big and act boldly. He's seriously impressive. This is insane. He's actually going to play a robber? Su the Great is so impressive it leaves you speechless. So badass. So freaking badass. Su the Great is someone you just want to handcuff. I knew he was badass from the get-go. Ha ha ha. That's insane. Su never does things the usual way. Playing a robber? Only Su could come up with something like that. Netizens were utterly stunned by Suyu's declaration to play a robber. After all, he was currently at the Hangzhou police station. And he actually declared in front of all the officers that he wanted to play the robber in a training exercise. This move was absolutely mind-blowing. Without exaggeration, this move alone could keep them stunned for an entire year. Ahem, are you sure? At this point, Chief Zhao was completely dumbfounded for a moment. Now, the look in his eyes towards Suyu was even more suspicious. It was practically screaming, I suspect you, Suyu, are the real criminal, right in his face. After all, what sane person would declare in front of a bunch of cops that they wanted to become a robber? That's insane. Of course. I'm certain. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded with utmost sincerity. His eagerness to play the robber in the upcoming training exercise, rather than the cop, stemmed from one simple reason: he wanted to get his hands on more loot. After all, there would be plenty of people playing cops. And with so many cops, the 200,000 yuan drill fund would be split among them. Let's be real, he wouldn't get much. But playing the robber was different. If he won in the end, the entire 200,000 yuan drill fund would be his alone. Naturally, playing the robber was Suyu's top choice. Alright. I'll agree to it. But let me make one thing clear, in this training exercise, our police team is guaranteed to win. And if that happens, you, playing the robber, won't get a single penny of that training fund. At most, I'll treat you to a free meal. Commissioner Zhao pondered for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, Suyu smiled and replied. Commissioner Zhao, let me lay down the ground rules too. If by some miracle I, playing the robber, win, that 200,000 yuan training fund is all mine. At most, I'll treat all you police officers to a meal. Hearing Suyu's words, the viewers in the hundredfold return livestream were stunned. Holy. That's insane. So goddamn insane. Su God is going to the moon. Su God is seriously messed up. Saying this right in front of Hangzhou police? Claiming the robber will win? That's insane. Who can argue with that? Look at the expressions on the Hangzhou police officers' faces right now. They're all staring at Suyu with pure disbelief. Suyu is too powerful. Doesn't he fear being the one handcuffed? Netizens were utterly stunned by Suyu's bold move. Clearly, they were all shocked. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Zhao's expression darkened upon hearing Suyu's words. Chapter 34, an interrogation yielding nothing, Su the varies. Damn it. To suggest the robbers would win in front of him, the esteemed chief of Hangzhou City Police? This kid is getting more and more audacious. Commissioner Zhao's face darkened. If there weren't currently no evidence pointing to Suyu as a criminal suspect, he'd have him detained on the spot. Then so be it. If you, the robber, actually win in the end, you won't have to feed us, and we wouldn't have the face to eat that meal. Commissioner Zhao retorted, his expression sour. Joking aside, if the Hangzhou police ended up losing and Suyu, playing the robber, won instead, how could they possibly show their faces to eat? Ha! Deal. Suyu scratched his nose, pretending not to notice the displeasure on Director Zhao's face. You lot, make sure you file a proper case report on him. Be thorough, don't miss a single crucial detail. Commissioner Zhao snapped at his officers with a sour expression. Yes, Chief Zhao. The officers nodded in unison. Shortly after, Suyu arrived at the interrogation room, fully cooperating with the Hangzhou police's investigation and documentation process. Name? Suyu. Do you have any other aliases or nicknames? Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly have former names or nicknames? Where did you learn your lockpicking skills and close combat techniques? Officer, I figured out the lockpicking skills on my own during my free time. As for the hand-to-hand combat techniques, I learned those from watching TV when I had nothing better to do. Hearing Suyu's response, the officers all twitched their lips slightly. Skills learned from idling around? They all expressed considerable skepticism toward Suyu's explanation. However, lacking any concrete evidence against him at the moment, they could only proceed with the standard questioning and investigation. And so, the Hangzhou police and Suyu engaged in a back-and-forth exchange. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, viewers were equally skeptical and disbelieving of Suyu's explanation. Lockpicking skills a god-tier hacker just figured out on his own? Have you ever seen someone randomly tinker with wire and end up picking the locks on a rear axle truck? Exactly. I bet Suyu must have had a master teach him. Figuring out lockpicking techniques on your own is one thing, but that close quarters combat skill? He actually claims he learned it from watching TV in his spare time? That's ridiculous. Have you ever seen close quarters combat taught on TV that could knock out a vicious class of fugitive with a single punch? What a joke. Netizens unanimously expressed disbelief. By now, the police had fired off several questions, but Suyu had brushed them off with casual nonchalance. This outcome left the officers thoroughly infuriated. Worst of all, they couldn't pin anything on Suyu. "Officer, is the record complete? Can I leave now?" Suyu asked. Hearing this, the officers all twitched their lips slightly. Wow. Throughout the entire process, they certainly didn't hold back on questioning and investigating Suyu. But the thing is, after all that effort, Suyu managed to dodge every single one with his evasive tactics. It seemed like he answered everything, yet it also seemed like he answered nothing at all. In short, it was all for naught. But with things having come to this, they had no choice but to let Suyu go. After all, so far, Suyu had no criminal record whatsoever. He'd even assisted the police. If not for Suyu, the class of fugitive Wang Dafa would likely still be at large. Immediately, the officers could only wave him off, signaling for Suyu to leave. "Chief Zhao?" As soon as Suyu stepped out of the interrogation room, he spotted Bureau Chief Zhao standing by the doorway. And by the door hung a large mirror, one that clearly allowed a perfect view of everything happening inside the interrogation room. Seeing this, Suyu's lips twitched slightly. Damn it! What a sly fox! Seeing this, how could he not realize that the Hangzhou police were still treating him like a criminal? "Chief Zhao, this is really unnecessary, isn't it? I really am a good person." Suyu's lips twitched slightly as he said helplessly. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! That's hilarious. Suyu's expression was priceless. He's only now realizing that in the eyes of the Hangzhou police, he's still a prime suspect. To be fair, you can't blame the Hangzhou police. After all, anyone who saw Suyu's abilities would start to suspect him. Any math whizzes out there? Come calculate the psychological trauma area Suyu's experiencing right now. Ha ha. +1 to the above. Come on, math whiz, calculate Suyu's psychological shadow area. Netizens gleefully flooded the comments with lively banter. At that moment, Bureau Chief Zhao heard Suyu's words and shot him a complex look. "Suyu, you're a promising young talent. Just don't go down the wrong path. I don't want to find out one day that you're the biggest criminal of them all." Commissioner Zhao opened his mouth, sighed, and said. He had been watching every detail of the Hangzhou police's investigation and interrogation of Suyu from outside the room. Without exaggeration, every single one of Suyu's responses demonstrated his exceptionally high level of counter-investigation awareness. It was absurd. This only deepened Bureau Chief Zhao's suspicions about Suyu's true identity. Ahem, Chief Zhao, rest assured. Making money as a criminal doesn't necessarily pay better than being an honest citizen. So there's absolutely no chance you'll ever discover I'm the biggest criminal of them all. Suyu sighed and scratched his nose as he spoke. For him, being a criminal held no real promise. Making money that way wouldn't necessarily be any faster than what he was doing now. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, the audience fell dead silent upon hearing Suyu's words. Damn! Why do I feel like punching Suyu when he says stuff like that? +1 to the above. His tone is so pretentious. What does he mean making money as a criminal wouldn't be faster than what he's doing now? That's just plain arrogant. Let's be real, even though Su God's words are pure backhanded compliments, we have to admit one thing, the guy's actually telling the truth. After all, he makes 10 million a day, and that 10 million will multiply 100-fold into 100 million in just 1 year. How could being a criminal possibly make money that fast? Jealousy is eating me alive. From now on, I'm calling him Precise Su. Netizens everywhere were green with envy. At that moment, Bureau Chief Zhao was rendered speechless by Suyu's words. Chapter 35, I'm such a good guy, the cash theft case. Prior to this, the Hangzhou police had already investigated Suyu's background. Naturally, Chief Zhao was well aware that Suyu had made 10 million yuan in a single day yesterday. Making 10 million in a single day, one had to admit, at that rate, Suyu was making money faster than any damn crime could ever hope to. Ahem, that's the best way to put it. Commissioner Zhao waved his hand helplessly, signaling Suyu to leave. But Suyu remained rooted to the spot upon hearing this. After a moment, Suyu scratched his nose and looked at Director Zhao, saying, Commissioner Zhao, haven't you forgotten something? That reward for assisting the police in capturing class A fugitive Wang Dafu. Are you kidding me? His primary reason for coming to the Hangzhou Police Bureau this time was to collect that reward for assisting in the capture of class A fugitive Wang Dafa. Hearing this, Bureau Chief Zhao's face twitched slightly, but he still signaled his officers to hand the reward money to Suyu. Suyu reached out to take the reward, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He counted it 10 stacks of 100 yuan bills, totaling 100,000 yuan. Thanks. If any more class A fugitives show up in Hangzhou, I'll definitely help you cops catch them again. No need to thank me. Because I'm called good guy. Suyu happily accepted the 100,000 yuan reward and spoke up. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy crap! I'm seriously impressed by this Su Lu. Look at him, clearly he's gotten a taste for it. He's already treating Class A fugitives like golden eggs that lay money. Exactly. Only Suyu could pull this off. He treats a Class A fugitive like a money-making tool. I'm truly impressed. If those Class A fugitives knew Suyu was using them as cash cows, they'd probably come kill him in their sleep. Netizens were flooding the comments with complaints. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Zhao and the rest of the Hangzhou police force were rendered speechless by Suyu's words. I hope you're as good a person as you claim to be. I really don't want to be the one arresting you later. Commissioner Zhao waved his hand helplessly. If Suyu truly became a criminal, it would be an absolute headache for the Hangzhou police. After all, just judging by the skills Suyu had demonstrated, he was damn tricky to deal with. Ahem. Rest assured. That day will never come. Suyu heard this and rubbed his nose with equal resignation. Then it's settled. I'll come tomorrow for the training exercise and play the role of the robber. Suyu waved his hand dismissively. With that, Suyu departed Hangzhou Police Headquarters. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Zhao and the other Hangzhou police officers watched Suyu's departing figure, each wearing a thoughtful expression. This guy is way too unpredictable. I witnessed the entire interrogation process just now. This kid has incredibly sharp counter-investigation skills. Every time we pressed him on crucial points, he brushed them off with casual nonchalance. We couldn't extract any key information. If this kid ever turns to crime, he'd be a master at it. In any case, we can't afford to be complacent. We need to keep a constant eye on him. If he ever does turn to crime, it'll be a major headache for the Hangzhou police force. Commissioner Zhao narrowed his eyes and spoke. After that, Bureau Chief Zhao added. Right. Tomorrow's the mock drill. Every single one of you better be on your toes. This drill is a joint operation between our Hangzhou police and the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. If that Su kid ends up being right, if he wins playing the robber, it'll be a huge embarrassment for our department. In Bureau Chief Zhao's view, given the capabilities of the Hangzhou police, the outcome would undoubtedly be that good triumphs over evil. But now that Suyu was involved in playing the role of the robber, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. There was no helping it, Suyu was simply too unpredictable. If Suyu, playing the robber in tomorrow's training exercise, actually wins, the Hangzhou police will be utterly humiliated. Yes, Chief Zhao. Upon hearing this, the officers all nodded solemnly in unison. They certainly didn't dare underestimate Suyu. Are you kidding? With Suyu's skills, if he ever turned to crime, every one of them would be in serious trouble. By the way, Chief Zhao, the joint training exercise is at the Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank? Isn't that the bank where 30 billion yuan in cash went missing 2 years ago? That case still hasn't made any progress. Upon hearing Director Zhao mention the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China as the partner institution for the training exercise, one officer's expression immediately darkened. The other officers now also looked at Director Zhao with complex expressions. After all, the Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank was exceptionally unique. 2 years ago, the bank suffered a 3 billion yuan cash theft that remains unsolved to this day. The whereabouts of that 30 billion yuan in cash remained completely unknown to this day. This case had plagued the Hangzhou police for an extended period. Yes. That's the Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank where the 3 billion yuan cash disappearance occurred 2 years ago. One reason I chose to involve ICBC in this training exercise is to see if we can use this opportunity to find a breakthrough in the case. If we still can't crack that 3 billion yuan cash disappearance case from 2 years ago, then this case will truly become another unsolved mystery. Commissioner Zhao nodded solemnly and spoke. Ever since the Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank cash theft occurred, he had been determined to crack this case. Unfortunately, after 2 years, the Hangzhou police still had not a single lead. The missing 30 billion yuan seemed to have sprouted wings, vanishing into thin air. This matter had become a constant thorn in his side. The reason the Hangzhou Police Department chose to collaborate with the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China on this training exercise was precisely because Chief Zhao hoped to seize this opportunity to see if he could uncover any new clues. At that moment, all the officers present nodded in agreement upon hearing Chief Zhao's words. If that was indeed the case, this might be the last chance for the Hangzhou police to crack the 3 billion yuan cash theft case. After all, 2 years had already passed since the case occurred. With any case, the longer it drags on, the slimmer the chances of solving it become, until it turns into a genuine cold case. At that moment, the weight of the case felt like a massive boulder pressing down on the hearts of the entire Hangzhou police team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyu was gleefully starting a new lottery. Chapter 36, the system's up to no good, so professional it makes your scalp tingle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a robber acting experience card. PS, valid for 24 hours. The system's notification chimed. Holy crap! System, you're really stirring things up now. But this lottery item is actually pretty useful. It'll come in handy. Suyu paused for a moment, thinking to himself. After all, tomorrow was the day he'd be playing the role of a robber in his internship simulation. Now that he'd drawn this item, it would come in handy. System. Keep drawing. Suyu immediately issued the command to continue the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained professional robber knowledge. Damn it. System, you're pushing me down the path of crime. Suyu was utterly speechless. Getting a robber acting experience card was bad enough. At least that was just acting. But this professional robber knowledge? That's just absurd. He was a law-abiding citizen. Forget it. Keep drawing. Suyu shook his head and had no choice but to continue the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained the detective's eye trial card. P.S. Valid for 24 hours. Allows you to instantly discern others' relevant information. The system notification sounded. This lottery item is actually pretty powerful. Instantly discerning others' relevant information. Suyu paused in surprise, unable to help but marvel. Forget it. No point dwelling on this. Time to head back to bed, rest up, and recharge. Tomorrow is when I officially take the stage. Suyu shook his head and decided against further draws, heading straight back to rest. After all, he'd already made quite a profit today. The next day. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. This is the place. Suyu looked at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in the distance, pulled out a notebook and a pen, and began scribbling. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, viewers watching Suyu's actions were utterly baffled. Holy crap! What the hell is Su God doing? He's scribbling away with a notebook and pen near the bank but refuses to go inside? Wasn't he supposed to play a robber and hold up the bank today? Why hasn't he made his move yet? +1 to the above. Suyu's move is seriously confusing. Any big shots out there willing to explain? Thanks for the invite. I'm 18 centimeters, here to shed some light. What Suyu's doing now is kinda like scouting the location. What? Reconnaissance? Holy. That's way too professional. This has genuinely shocked me for an entire year. Could it be that Suyu used to be a robber? How else could he be this skilled? Holy. He even did advanced reconnaissance. Suyu is getting more and more criminal by the day. True to Su the Great's reputation, he's seriously badass. Viewers in the livestream were stunned to learn Suyu was scouting locations and taking notes. Honestly, the way Suyu was handling this looked exactly like a professional robber. At that moment, they grew even more convinced that Suyu had been in this line of work before. Just then, an armored truck arrived punctually at the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Seeing this, Suyu immediately jotted down the transport schedule, the number of personnel involved, and roughly estimated the number of bank employees inside. Every step was recorded in meticulous detail. Meanwhile, viewers in the hundredfold return livestream were utterly stunned by Suyu's actions. Unbelievable. Absolutely terrifying. Su God is getting more and more criminal. This is way too detailed. If you tell me Su God never had some special side gig before, I'd never believe it. Mind blown. This is ridiculously professional. Did Suyu used to be a real robber or something? Suddenly dying to see the Hangzhou police's reaction when they find out about this. My gut tells me they'll definitely make Suyu their prime suspect from now on. He's just way too professional. Ha. +1 to the above. With Suyu's professional robber skills, it's only a matter of time before the Hangzhou police lock him up. Netizens eagerly joined the lively discussion, relishing the spectacle. Meanwhile, Suyu had already documented the entire situation outside the bank. First step done. Now it's time to prepare for the second step. Suyu tucked away his notebook and walked straight into the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. At that moment, in the hundredfold returned livestream. Attention! Su God has entered the bank. Is he about to rob it? Suddenly feeling so excited. Holy crap! The main event is about to begin. The crowd of netizens was utterly thrilled. In their eyes, Suyu was about to officially play the role of a robber and start robbing the bank. However, to the netizens' surprise, Suyu walked into the bank with complete composure and obediently took a number to wait in line. Seeing this, the netizens were momentarily stunned, and chatter erupted among them. Let's be honest, Su God's move is obviously flawed. What kind of robber doesn't even wear a hoodie, let alone take a number and wait in line? See? Master Su just lacks experience after all. I thought Suyu might surprise us with something, but this is it? Boring. Looks like this practice drill is just average. Seeing Suyu's actions, the netizens shook their heads in disappointment. In their eyes, Suyu's actions were, to some extent, unprofessional. After all, setting aside everything else, just look at Suyu strutting into the bank without even wearing a hood, and then later actually going through the motions of taking a number and waiting in line. That's the behavior of a complete amateur. Yet what Suyu did next left netizens speechless once more. While waiting in line for his number, Suyu swiftly began surveying the bank. Before long, he tore off the ticket in his hand, walked out of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and in an unoccupied corner, pulled out his notebook and pen once more. With swift strokes, he sketched atop a graphical map. At that moment, the viewers in the hundredfold return livestream were utterly stunned. Holy! I underestimated him. My perspective was too narrow. So the real reason Su God went into the bank wasn't to start robbing it, he was using the opportunity to scout the layout and plan the actual bank heist. Mind blown. Su the legend truly lives up to his name. This is ridiculously professional. Damn. This isn't just professional, it's mind-bogglingly professional. You gotta realize, Master Su just wandered around the bank a few times and instantly mapped out the entire layout. That's ridiculously overpowered. Holy crap. Su God is just too damn impressive. Chapter 37, Stunned. The robber is the robber. The entire live stream audience was stunned by Suyu's actions. When they learned that Suyu had casually walked into the bank just to map out its layout, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, that's just too professional. Soon, Suyu finished sketching the bank's layout, then began formulating his robbery plan. But after watching Suyu scribble away, the viewers were left wide-eyed in shock once more. They were stunned to discover that after finalizing Plan A, Suyu had immediately drafted Plan B. Damn. I'm truly impressed. As expected of Su God, this is insane. I'm starting to suspect he used to be a professional robber. What the hell are these Plan A and Plan B? This is way too professional. Suyu must have some side hustle going on. Unbelievable. He actually devised two plans to rob a bank. He's more professional than professional robbers. I'm getting more and more excited to see the Hangzhou police's reaction when they find out about this. They'll probably look at Suyu and think he's the real deal. Seriously. After seeing Suyu pull this off, who wouldn't suspect he was a real robber before? Netizens were all speechless. Alright. Now it's time to make my grand entrance. After glancing at the newly devised plan, Suyu pulled a hooded cape from his bag and slipped it over his head. Then he retrieved a toy shotgun from the same bag. After completing all this, Suyu charged straight into the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy! Who just said Su God wasn't professional? Step right up. You call this unprofessional? Pulling a balaclava and a toy shotgun straight from his bag? This clearly shows he came prepared. You call this unprofessional? This is professional to the extreme, okay. Mind blown. Totally mind blown. Su God is insane. This is ridiculously overpowered. He even pulled this out? If anyone's unprofessional, it's probably no robber more professional than him. So badass. Ever since I was a kid, Suyu has been my idol. His gear is terrifyingly complete. The entire online community was utterly stunned. When they saw Suyu pull out a robber's hood and a toy shotgun from his bag, they were all stunned into silence. If anyone dared say Suyu wasn't professional, even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. At that moment, Suyu had already entered the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Meanwhile, an undercover officer stationed inside the bank was so stunned by Suyu's outfit that he froze in shock for several seconds. Holy! Is this guy for real? Did he actually rob a bank before? The plainclothes officer couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Just looking at Suyu's outfit, it was damn professional. Thank goodness Chief Zhao hadn't go undercover beforehand. Otherwise, with how professional this guy is, we'd have a hell of a time taking him down today. The plainclothes officer felt a wave of relief wash over him. That's right. To ensure absolute success, the Hangzhou police had arranged for an undercover officer to infiltrate the operation in advance. While it was somewhat of a cheat, resorting to such desperate measures was unavoidable. After all, Suyu was just too damn tricky. That was precisely why Chief Zhao had arranged for an undercover officer to infiltrate the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in advance. Suyu may be cunning, but no matter how clever he is, he'd never suspect an undercover officer had infiltrated the bank ahead of time. The undercover officer couldn't help but feel a surge of smug satisfaction. He immediately prepared to draw his gun and subdue Suyu as he entered the bank. But just as he was about to act, Suyu raised his toy shotgun and aimed it squarely at the officer's forehead. Bang! You're dead, comrade undercover officer. Suyu grinned, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and cruelty. At that moment, Suyu activated his robber role-playing experience card. Empowered by the robber acting experience card, Suyu's entire demeanor grew increasingly reminiscent of a genuine criminal. That contemptuous, lawless glint in his eyes was pure criminal essence. Meanwhile, the plainclothes officer was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing Suyu's words. You? How did you know I was an undercover cop? I disguised myself perfectly. The plainclothes officer stared at Suyu, utterly disbelieving, and asked. Hearing this, Suyu grinned and replied. Your disguise is indeed quite impressive. But unfortunately, you overlooked the emblem on your belt. It has a police badge pattern on it. As Suyu finished speaking, the plainclothes officer froze in place, gasping in shock. Terrifying. Terrifying. That's some seriously sharp observation. Are you sure this guy isn't the real robber? Alright, it's time for you to lie down and play dead, plainclothes officer. Suyu grinned, his sinister robber persona back in full force. The reason he could identify this plainclothes officer at a glance wasn't just the flaw in his belt, it was also because Suyu had activated the Detective's Eye trial card. Before the Detective's Eye experience card, this plainclothes officer had been completely exposed. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, netizens watching this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy! That's terrifying. Su God's observational skills are freaking insane. I'm blown away. Suyu is getting more and more like a real cop. With that kind of eye for detail, if someone said he was the actual robber, I doubt anyone would argue now. So freaking awesome. Did you notice Suyu's expression and aura? He's the spitting image of a real robber. If he says he's never been a real robber before, I'd be 1,000,000% skeptical. The entire live stream audience erupted. They were all completely blown away by Suyu. First, that terrifying observational skill. Then, the aura he projected while playing the robber. He was the spitting image of a real criminal. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Police Headquarters, the officers watching the surveillance footage from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China were stunned. Chief Zhao, could this Suyu actually be a real robber? His observational skills and professionalism are terrifying. Yeah. Chief Zhao, this Suyu is way too unnerving. He spotted our undercover officer planted in the bank at a glance. If this guy ever actually became a robber, he'd be terrifying. The officers collectively gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Director Zhao's expression was equally complex, his face shifting wildly. Chapter 38, the police were stunned. This kid was too uncanny. Watching the surveillance footage, Chief Zhao's emotions were deeply conflicted. He never imagined that even after the Hangzhou police had gone to extraordinary lengths breaking protocol by secretly planting an undercover officer in the bank, Suyu still saw right through it. Especially the aura Suyu exuded, it was damn near identical to that of a real robber. At this point, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. That kid Suyu is just too damn unnerving. Did you notice? When that kid fired the toy shotgun just now, he aimed straight for the forehead of our undercover officer. And the reason he did that was because he was wary that the plainclothes officers might be wearing bulletproof vests. Had he aimed elsewhere, it might not have been a one-shot kill. But he aimed for the forehead. If it had been a real shotgun, that single blast would have shattered the man's forehead clean off. This small detail alone shows how incredibly experienced this guy is. Commissioner Zhao's gaze grew heavy and complex as he spoke. He was growing increasingly convinced that Suyu had been a real-life robber. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain how Suyu could grasp even the smallest details with such precision. From this moment on, every single one of you stay on high alert. Don't let this training exercise turn into an actual robbery where the criminals win. That would be a complete disgrace for the Hangzhou Police Department. Commissioner Zhao stood up, his expression incredibly complex. Suyu's actions had left him utterly dumbfounded. After all, witnessing Suyu's actions would make anyone's head spin. Suyu's professionalism was so convincing, he seemed more like a real robber than the actual robbers. Yes, Chief Zhao. Hearing Zhao's words, the officers nodded solemnly in unison, not a single one daring to relax. There was no way around it. Suyu was just too damn unnerving. Even the undercover officers they'd secretly placed in the bank were instantly recognized by Suyu and neutralized on the spot. That alone was enough to make them question their entire existence. At that moment, inside the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, nobody move. Get down on your knees, hands behind your heads. One wrong move and I'll shoot you dead. Suyu activated his robber role-playing experience card, bellowing with the full aura of a professional criminal. Facing Suyu's piercing gaze and commanding presence, the hostages and bank staff present were all frozen in terror. Even knowing this was a training exercise, they were still utterly intimidated by the genuine criminal aura radiating from Suyu. In that moment, every hostage and bank employee was too terrified to disobey. Then, Suyu pulled out a bundle of nylon rope from his bag and tossed it onto the floor. He then fixed his gaze on one of the hostages and coldly ordered, "You. Come here. Use these nylon ropes to bind everyone else securely, then tie yourself up. Don't try anything funny, or I'll shoot you dead." As he spoke, Suyu waved the toy shotgun in his hand threateningly. The hostage had no choice but to obey. He picked up the nylon rope from the floor and tightly bound the other hostages and bank staff. Finally, the hostage tied himself up as well. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, netizens watching Suyu's actions were all stunned. Holy! This is way too professional for words. Holy! 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 Whoever says Suyu isn't professional as a robber, I'll beat the crap out of them. If this isn't professional, then who the hell is? He even had nylon rope ready. How professional is that? I'm speechless. Truly speechless. Suyu is like having a cheat code. Just look at his professional execution, it's beyond words, utterly insane. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Thank goodness Suyu isn't actually going to be a robber. Otherwise, with this level of professionalism, he'd be unstoppable. I bet real robbers would call Suyu a pro if they saw this. Netizens everywhere were left speechless by Suyu's series of moves. Meanwhile, Hangzhou police rushing toward the industrial and commercial bank branch watched the live surveillance feed. They exchanged stunned glances, utterly speechless. Chief Zhao, this guy's professionalism is borderline unbelievable. He even prepared nylon ropes for taking hostages and knew to use a toy shotgun to threaten one hostage into forcing others and bank staff to tie themselves up? That's too professional. Yeah. Chief Zhao. His methods are identical to those of professional robbers with over a decade of experience. This is insane. This guy might have actually been a real robber before. Unbelievably skilled. Are you sure this guy isn't a professional robber? Even real criminals would call him a pro if they saw this. The entire police force was utterly stunned. Su Yu's execution was beyond professional. Meanwhile, sitting quietly nearby, Chief Zhao watched the surveillance footage from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. He said nothing, merely lighting a cigarette and smoking it. Though he uttered not a word, everyone could see from the expression on his face just how complex his emotions were at that moment. When he saw Su Yu pull nylon rope from his bag, Bureau Chief Zhao was genuinely stunned. This move alone was undeniably professional. Looks like after this training exercise wraps up, we'll need to find a way to get some information out of Su Yu and conduct a thorough investigation into him. This Su Yu is too damn unorthodox. Commissioner Zhao stubbed out his cigarette and spoke with a complex expression. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the entire Hangzhou police contingent nodded in complete agreement. Seriously. Given Su Yu's level of expertise, it was hard not to suspect he'd actually been a robber before. This guy is downright unnerving. At that moment, inside the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. You, put the money into this sack. Fill it up. Su Yu tossed a burlap sack from his bag, glaring at a female bank employee while threatening her with a toy shotgun. The female bank employee froze upon hearing Su Yu's demand. Seeing her daze, Su Yu activated his full-blown robber performance mode and coldly declared, "Keep spacing out, and I'll shoot you dead. Hurry up and load the money." Faced with Su Yu's fully fledged robber persona, the bank teller shuddered in terror. In that moment, she truly believed Su Yu was a real robber. Chapter 39, Cornered, Su Yu's Plan B. Now, the bank teller dared not hesitate a moment longer. Terrified, she scrambled to pick up the sack from the floor and frantically stuffed the pre-prepared practice bills into it. Seeing this, Su Yu finally nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, netizens were all stunned speechless by Su Yu's bandit-like aura. Holy! This is insane. I demand Hangzhou police investigate Su Yu again. His professionalism is beyond belief. +1 to the above. I demand the police thoroughly investigate Su Yu. This doesn't look staged. He's way too damn professional. That robber vibe, I can feel the fear through the screen. Su Yu is getting more and more criminal with each performance. His life is turning into a real prison sentence. LOL. Su Yu probably never dreamed that participating in a training exercise would nearly land him in jail. Honestly, that bank teller looks so miserable. I can practically feel her hands shaking from fear right now. Bro, you're not alone. And that bank teller isn't just seeming to shake, she's actually shaking. Didn't you see how she dropped the practice money into the sack multiple times? You can imagine how panicked she must be right now. I totally get how that bank teller feels. If it were me in that situation, I'd be shaking too. Even knowing it's just a training exercise, Su God's performance is way too realistic. Right now, the live stream chat is flooded with comments. The entire screen was filled with the 4 characters, "Investigate Su Yu." There was no denying it, Su Yu's technique was simply too professional. He was the real deal. Before long, the female bank employee had filled the sack with practice money. Seeing this, Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward, hoisted the sack brimming with practice money, and prepared to leave the Industrial and Commercial Bank. But just as Su Yu was about to dash off with the sack full of practice money, woohoo! At that moment, police sirens blared outside. Clearly, the Hangzhou police had arrived. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room, haha, the Hangzhou police, playing the role of law enforcement, have finally arrived. Now let's see what the great Su will do. In my opinion, Su Yu's got no choice but to turn himself in this time. What a shame. Even though Su Yu is highly skilled, he can't outrun the speed of the Hangzhou police arriving on the scene. Now, this robber Su Yu will have no choice but to surrender peacefully. Haha. What joyous news. This is what they call good triumphing over evil. The viewers in the livestream chat were all bursting with joy. In their eyes, Su Yu was now cornered with no escape, forced to surrender peacefully. After all, the Hangzhou police, now playing the role of law enforcement, had completely surrounded the Industrial and Commercial Bank. At this point, Su Yu had no choice but to surrender. But just as the viewers were thinking this, Su Yu suddenly dashed back into the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and slammed the heavy iron doors shut at top speed. Looks like it's time to execute the pre-planned Plan B. Su Yu murmured to himself with a playful smile. Simultaneously, he pulled out his notebook and flipped to the page detailing Plan B. Boom! Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. Because Suyu's plan B was precisely for the scenario where he couldn't escape with the stolen training currency in time and got surrounded by the police. Holy! I'm blown away. Completely blown away. This guy had already prepared a contingency plan from the very beginning for the scenario where he couldn't make a timely escape and got surrounded by the police. Holy! This is ridiculously professional. So he'd anticipated all this from the very start and already had contingency plans ready for this exact scenario. Professional. Damn professional. I feel like Suyu is getting more and more criminal by the day. Look at this. This guy's getting more and more criminal by the day. Su the Great, you're just too damn weird. Holy crap. Did Su the Legend actually rob bank robbers? That's way too badass. Netizens were all left speechless. They never imagined Suyu had anticipated being surrounded by police and had already prepared a contingency plan for such an emergency. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Police Headquarters. Damn it. Plan B. This guy is freaking insane. He anticipated this scenario too, and he even prepared a countermeasure specifically for it. Chief Zhao, this Suyu is beyond belief. We absolutely must investigate him thoroughly. This is way too professional. Yeah. Chief Zhao, this Suyu might actually have a history as a robber. It's terrifying. He's got every single detail covered. I can't shake the feeling Suyu is a big fish. The officers froze in shock as surveillance footage showed Suyu flipping open his notebook containing Plan B. This guy is way too unnerving. At that moment, Chief Zhao couldn't help but light another cigarette, his expression complex beyond words. This Suyu, he's just too damn strange. After this training exercise concludes, we absolutely must re-investigate him. After a long pause, Chief Zhao spoke in a muffled tone. Even Zhao, a veteran cop with over a decade of experience, felt his defenses crumble when Plan B was brought out. There was nothing to be done. Suyu's professionalism was simply beyond belief. He even had a damn Plan B. If Suyu hadn't been a professional robber before, Bureau Chief Zhao wouldn't believe it for anything in the world. Looks like this time, we're dealing with a situation far more complicated than facing real robbers. After all, this fake robber, Suyu, is far more professional than most real ones. Commissioner Zhao couldn't help but shake his head and let out a bitter laugh. Just looking at Suyu's setup, even a real robber would have to give him a thumbs up and call him a pro. To pull off a fake robbery with a pre-planned backup strategy? Who would believe that? Things have come to this. We need to formulate a plan based on the situation inside. This Suyu is too cunning. We'll just have to improvise. Otherwise, today might truly be the day Hangzhou police lose all face. This Suyu, he's just too outrageous. Commissioner Zhao shook his head, his face twisted into a bitter smile. The current situation truly left him utterly bewildered and at a loss. Chapter 40, The Police Response Plan, Undone Again. It was no exaggeration to say that the situation unfolding before him had far exceeded Bureau Chief Zhao's expectations. Who could have imagined that Suyu had not only a Plan A but also a Plan B? And what was even more astonishing was that Suyu had acted without a single moment of hesitation. Two words summed it up perfectly: seasoned. Incredibly seasoned. Suyu's experience as a robber was unbelievably seasoned. Yes, Director Zhao. We'll immediately adjust our plan based on the situation inside. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the Hangzhou police officers immediately nodded in agreement and began analyzing the situation. Before long, the Hangzhou police team identified a breakthrough. Commissioner Zhao, surveillance footage shows there's a pregnant woman among the hostages. I suggest we send a highly skilled female officer disguised as a doctor. She could gain access under the pretext of examining the pregnant woman and look for an opportunity to subdue Suyu. One officer spoke up at this moment. Commissioner Zhao nodded in agreement upon hearing this. That's a solid plan. If executed well, we should have a chance to subdue Suyu. But who should we send in? Commissioner Zhao pondered for a moment before speaking. Just then, a female officer spoke up. Commissioner Zhao, please let me go undercover as a doctor. I'm confident in my skills. I could subdue this Suyu in just 2 moves. Hearing this, Director Zhao glanced at the female officer, his gaze thoughtful. This volunteer officer was named Su Nianru. Though her name contained the character for gentle, her skills were anything but delicate. On the contrary, Su Nianru was exceptionally skilled. Even the male officers couldn't match her. Alright. Then you'll pose as a doctor, enter the bank, and look for an opportunity to subdue Suyu. After a moment's thought, Chief Zhao finally spoke. I guarantee mission completion. Upon hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the female officer named Su Nianru immediately saluted and replied. Before long, Officer Su Nianru had changed into a doctor's white coat. At that moment, the Hangzhou police produced a megaphone and addressed Suyu inside the bank. Listen up, robber inside. One of your hostages is pregnant. She can't handle any stress. We're sending a doctor in to examine her. You can propose a reasonable condition in exchange. Inside the bank, Suyu heard this and picked up a megaphone of his own, responding. Fine, I'll let you send a doctor in to check on the pregnant woman. But my condition is that you bring me some food. I was too busy planning this bank robbery this morning, and now I'm starving. Hearing Su Yu's words from inside, the entire group of Hangzhou police officers outside were utterly speechless. Good grief! You ask for a condition, and you want the police to prepare you a meal. Not only is this robber professional, but he's also damn arrogant. But despite their stunned silence, the Hangzhou police ultimately agreed. We can agree to your demand. We'll go prepare some good food for you right now. Moments later, a female doctor entered carrying a food box. You open the box and take a bite first. I need to confirm there's no poison. Su Yu held up his toy shotgun as he addressed the female doctor. Su Nianru, disguised as a doctor, couldn't help but inwardly scoff at Su Yu's words. Wow! He's really professional. He even knows to follow protocol and have someone test the food for poison first. Could this guy actually be a real robber? Meanwhile, outside, Bureau Chief Zhao watched this unfold on the surveillance feed and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This Su Yu is damn professional. Commissioner Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. Even such minor details were handled so flawlessly. If Su Yu hadn't been a robber before, he'd find it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Su Nianru had already taken a bite of the food, signaling it was safe to eat. Seeing this, Su Yu nodded, signaling Su Nianru to proceed with the physical examination of the pregnant woman. But at that moment, Su Yu stood behind Su Nianru, toy shotgun raised, watching her go through the motions of examining the pregnant woman. Just then, Su Yu suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a cold laugh. That's enough. Your charade ends here, officer. Indeed. Su Yu had recognized Su Nianru's true identity from the very beginning. Joking aside, before the detective's eye experience card, no one could possibly disguise themselves. Hearing Su Yu's words, Su Nianru's eyes widened in shock. Forgetting any sense of surprise, she immediately seized the opportunity to strike. Seeing Su Nianru strike, Su Yu smiled, subduing her with a single blow before blasting her head with the toy shotgun. Sorry, officer. You've been taken down. Su Yu grinned, his lips curling into a smirk. At that moment, Su Nianru felt utterly defeated. She never imagined that despite her skills, not only could she fail to subdue Su Yu, but she herself would be rendered helpless by his single move. How did you figure out I was disguised as a cop? I thought my disguise was perfect. Su Nianru asked, her face twisted with unwillingness. Hearing her words, Su Yu grinned. Well, your mistake was that you were such a terrible doctor in disguise. A doctor who can't even handle medical equipment properly, and you expect me to believe you're not a cop? Alright, now lie down and play dead. Su Yu chuckled mischievously. Hearing Su Yu's words, Su Nianru's mouth twitched violently. Damn it! Is this guy for real? Not an actual robber? He's way too observant. Outside, Bureau Chief Zhao stared at the surveillance footage, his face a picture of frustration. This Su Yu, we absolutely have to investigate him. This is outrageous. His professionalism is beyond belief. Thank goodness this was just a training exercise. If we ever encountered a robber like him in real life, we'd be in serious trouble. Chief Zhao shook his head, utterly at a loss. Su Yu's observational skills were simply off the charts. And his physical prowess was equally unreal. After all, Su Nianru was already quite formidable. Yet here we are, Su Yu subdued Su Nianru with a single move. This was absurd. At that moment, in the 100-fold returned livestream. Holy crap! Totally blown away. Su Yu is the godfather of robbers, no doubt about it. You bet. Running into a robber like him would give anyone a headache. He's a freaking genius. Did he actually rob people before? Netizens everywhere were utterly convinced. Chapter 41, SWAT deploys. This day is bound to be trouble. At that moment, the entire Hangzhou police department was stunned. Chief Zhao, what do we do now? Even Su Sanmei has been sacrificed. This Su Yu is too damn strange. Yeah, Chief Zhao, this Su Yu is seriously unnerving. Su Sanmei's disguise was pretty solid, yet Su Yu spotted the flaw instantly. His observational skills are just too sharp. And after his identity was exposed, even with Su Sanmei's abilities, she didn't last a single move against Su Yu. She was subdued on the spot. The assembled officers murmured in bewilderment. The Su Sanmei they referred to was, of course, Su Nianru. The reason she was called that was because she had a nickname, Fierce Sister. In terms of physical prowess, Su Nianru surpassed most male officers. Typically, 3 or 5 burly men couldn't even get close to her. Rumor had it she'd nearly made it into the SWAT team back in the day. Yet even this formidable Su Nianru was subdued by Su Yu in a single move. Su Yu is just too damn unorthodox. What else can we do now that it's come to this? Commissioner Zhao said with a sour expression. In just a short while, the Hangzhou Police Department had already lost 2 officers. Thankfully, this was only a training exercise. Otherwise, every single officer in the Hangzhou Police Department would face disciplinary action. Fortunately, they'd never encountered a robber like Su Yu before, otherwise, things would have gotten seriously messy. Wait. Even though this was just a training exercise, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. After all, Su Yu's identity inside couldn't be 100% confirmed as innocent. Further investigation was necessary. Otherwise, given Suyu's level of professionalism, if he really was a robber, the trouble would be immense. Commissioner Zhao thought to himself. This training exercise only strengthened his resolve to thoroughly investigate Suyu. After a moment, Director Zhao spoke up. Call in the SWAT team. Ordinary tactics won't handle this anymore. We'll have to resort to extraordinary measures. Hearing Director Zhao's words, the assembled Hangzhou police officers all nodded in agreement. Though reluctant to lose face so easily, the current situation left them no other choice. In any case, this training exercise absolutely had to end with the police successfully rescuing the hostages. Otherwise, the Hangzhou Police Department would lose all credibility. Shortly after, the SWAT team arrived. After quickly assessing the situation inside, the SWAT team captain confidently guaranteed, "We'll resolve this within 10 minutes. Hearing this, Chief Zhao nodded in satisfaction but still cautioned. Don't get too complacent. The one playing the robber inside is Suyu. That kid is downright dangerous. Commissioner Zhao had full confidence in the SWAT team's capabilities. But this time, the one playing the robber was Suyu. When dealing with Suyu, one couldn't apply conventional logic. Upon hearing that Suyu was the one playing the robber, the SWAT team captain narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit ignited even more. During the last operation to apprehend Class F fugitive Wang Dafa, before the SWAT team could even intervene, Wang Dafa had already been taken down by Suyu. That left them with no chance to prove themselves. Ever since, every member of the SWAT team had been quietly seething with frustration. Learning that Suyu was playing the robber this time, the SWAT captain resolved silently to give Suyu a taste of their might, to show him the true power of the SWAT team. Rest assured, Chief Zhao. Our SWAT team will rescue those hostages safely. The SWAT team captain declared solemnly. Hearing this, Director Zhao nodded and said no more. Moments later, the SWAT team leader approached the bank's heavy iron doors and shouted toward Suyu inside. Since you refuse to surrender and insist on fighting to the bitter end, then state your demands. Within reasonable limits, I'll do my best to meet your demands. Hearing this, Suyu smiled and replied. Make demands? Fine. I want you to prepare a vehicle. Let me leave safely. After hearing Suyu's words, the SWAT team captain pondered for a moment before replying. I can meet that demand. But I have one condition, you must release one hostage now to show us your sincerity. Hearing this, Suyu laughed. The SWAT team captain, I'm playing the role of a ruthless criminal here. You're turning around and making demands of me? Don't you find that utterly ridiculous? Want to see my sincerity? No way. I'm giving you half an hour to decide. Now I need to use the restroom. Take your sweet time deciding. With that, Suyu ignored them completely. After walking a few steps, he pulled out a remote control, waved it, and addressed the SWAT team captain again. Of course, you could try to rescue the hostages while I'm in the bathroom. But here's the catch, I won't detonate the remote-controlled bomb I just attached to the hostage. After all, I'm a professional hostage taker. Having a few remote bombs shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Alright, take your time deciding. I'm off to the bathroom. Oh, and I've rigged the surveillance I can monitor every move you cops make at any moment. So I'd advise against any rash actions. If I get nervous, I might just press that detonator button. With that, Suyu strode away with a swagger. Meanwhile, the SWAT team captain stared wide-eyed in utter disbelief. Holy crap! He even rigged a remote bomb. And he's even installed surveillance to monitor every move of the SWAT team. This level of professionalism is beyond belief. Are you sure this guy is just playing the role of a robber and not an actual ex-robber? Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream, viewers were thoroughly impressed by Suyu's moves. Well. Now Su-God has landed himself on the SWAT team's list of suspects. Seriously? He even set up a remote bomb and surveillance? Who'd believe he's not a pro-robber? When the SWAT captain found out Suyu had rigged remote bombs and surveillance tracking their every move, his face turned green. He must have been furious. There's no way Suyu can clear his name now. If anyone claims he's not a professional robber, no one will believe it. Can't wait to see Suyu getting interrogated by the cops. Ha! One comment after another, all working to get Suyu locked up. Looks like Suyu's life is getting more and more doomed. Netizens buzzed with chatter, purely reveling in the spectacle. Chapter 42, Total Annihilation. Suyu's truly sinister. What's the situation? What did that kid Suyu say? Commissioner Zhao turned to the SWAT team captain and asked. Hearing this, the SWAT team captain let out a long sigh and replied. The kid demanded a vehicle to ensure his safe departure. Besides, this kid is seriously unnerving. He actually managed to set up a remote-controlled bomb and even installed surveillance to monitor our every move. I'm starting to suspect this kid might have been a professional robber before. His demeanor doesn't seem like he's acting. Even now, the SWAT team captain couldn't shake the feeling of bewilderment. It was just a training exercise, yet Suyu had pulled it off more professionally than any actual criminal. He was growing increasingly convinced that Suyu had indeed been a real robber in the past. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Zhao felt a sinking feeling in his stomach upon hearing this. Remote bombs, surveillance monitoring their every move. Damn it! Suyu was going all out. You're quite right. We'll need to look into Suyu again later. Commissioner Zhao nodded, then continued. But our immediate priority remains this training exercise. Hearing this, the SWAT team captain nodded in agreement and immediately stated, I've already formulated the hostage rescue plan. My earlier negotiations with him were merely a ruse to buy time. My team is now positioned to enter through the bank's rear entrance. We'll swiftly subdue Suyu, who's posing as the robber, seize the remote control from his hands, and safely rescue all hostages. Indeed, his earlier negotiations with Suyu had merely been a ploy to buy time for the SWAT team's hostage rescue operation. There was never any intention of genuine negotiation. At that moment, the bank's back door. Now, we just wait for the SWAT team to make their move. Suyu glanced at the trap he'd just set up and smiled with satisfaction. Earlier, when he claimed he needed to use the restroom, it wasn't genuine at all, it was merely a ruse to set up traps at the bank's rear entrance. Suyu didn't believe a word the SWAT captain said about negotiations. After all, if this training exercise ended with him, the robber, escaping unscathed, it would be a complete embarrassment for the Hangzhou police. Therefore, the police's proposed negotiations were utterly untrustworthy. The only explanation was that they were buying time for their hostage rescue operation. With the front entrance blocked, the only way in for the police was the back door. Thus, after dismissing the negotiator with a few words, Suyu rushed to the bank's rear entrance to set up traps. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy crap! That's a hell of a move. Turns out Suyu never intended to negotiate in the first place, he was just digging a trap for the police. Damn! Suyu is so twisted. This guy is terrifying. Thank goodness he's not a real robber, or the Hangzhou police would have been in real trouble this time. I reckon after this training exercise wraps up, Sugad will get invited back for a chat with the Hangzhou police again. After all, he played the robber so convincingly, just like the real thing. It'd be weird if they didn't suspect him. So you probably never imagined that a single training exercise could land him back behind bars. Folks in the livestream, if you want to see Su the legend get busted by the cops, hit the 6 button. 666. 66,666. 99.99. Don't ask why it's 9, because 6 flipped. The chat exploded with comments. Meanwhile, the SWAT team had already begun their operation. Bang! The SWAT team burst through the bank's back door. But just as they stepped through the rear entrance, the overhead sprinkler system was suddenly triggered by a fishing line. Immediately, a torrent of water poured down, soaking them to the bone. Now the floor was completely flooded. Damn it! We've fallen into a trap. The lead SWAT team member's expression darkened. For he suddenly spotted a severed electrical wire not far away. This meant that in just a moment, their entire group had been wiped out. Gentlemen, welcome to your own trap. The sacrificed SWAT team members, please follow me to the bank lobby to play dead. At that moment, Suyu's voice rang out. The SWAT team members looked up to see Suyu standing there, grinning. You bastard, you're seriously messed up. The SWAT team members glared at him, their faces flushed with anger. This guy was ridiculously professional. He'd even prepared traps for them. Thankfully, it wasn't real. Otherwise, this single move would have wiped out their entire squad. Suyu heard this and smiled without a word. The sacrificed SWAT team members obediently hung the dead sign Suyu had prepared in advance around their necks and followed him into the bank lobby. Watching the surveillance feed showing the squad members walking out with their dead signs, the SWAT team captain's face turned green. That's Suyu. The SWAT team captain gritted his teeth in fury. Total annihilation. This slap in the face stung like hell. Just moments ago, he had confidently guaranteed Director Zhao that he'd resolve this within 10 minutes. Now look at them, the SWAT team got taken down by Suyu in under 10 minutes. Calm down. This was just a training exercise. Besides, under normal circumstances, we wouldn't encounter a hostage taker like Suyu anyway. That kid's too unpredictable. If we ever face a real situation like this, we must be extra cautious and never let our guard down. Commissioner Zhao patted the SWAT team captain on the shoulder as he spoke. Hearing Zhao's words, the SWAT team captain nodded, a look of shame crossing his face. Truthfully, he had been far too careless earlier. Had he taken the adversary more seriously, at the very least, the entire team wouldn't have been wiped out. Commissioner Zhao, what should we do now? The SWAT team captain frowned as he asked. Let's wait and see. Commissioner Zhao sighed softly at the question. At this point, even he had little confidence that the hostages could be rescued in this training exercise. After all, Suyu was just too damn cunning. From every angle, Suyu was more professional than those seasoned criminals. Every single move was utterly cunning. Just then, Suyu, playing the role of the robber inside, grabbed the megaphone and shouted arrogantly. Listen up, cops outside. Your actions just now have insulted my dignity as the robber. Chapter 43, Addicted to the Act, Suyu's Bold Moves. Hearing Suyu's declaration, the Hangzhou police outside were seething with anger. This kid just won't stop. He must be hooked on playing the robber. Now he's even talking about a robber's dignity. Meanwhile, inside, Suyu continued shouting with utter abandon. Now, I demand you prepare a vehicle for me within half an hour. I need to escape with the stolen money. If you haven't prepared it within half an hour, I'll kill one hostage every 10 minutes. Don't doubt my words. I'm a brutal, inhumane robber. I'm prepared to fight to the bitter end. Don't test my patience. And stop pulling any more tricks. Otherwise, I will go all the way to the bitter end. As Suyu finished his demands, the Hangzhou police officers outside all wore expressions of bewilderment. This kid has a pretty accurate self-assessment. Commissioner Zhao couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Hilarious. Master Su was channeling his inner robber with this self-awareness act. Exactly. He's deeply aware he's a ruthless, inhumane robber and knows he's going down fighting. Hilarious. Fast forward to Suyu getting booked by the cops already. Can't wait to see his insights on sewing machine foot pedals in prison. Wild guess, Suyu's thoughts while sewing in jail will probably go like this: I'm Suyu. I played a robber in a training exercise. Never imagined I'd get arrested by the cops for being too convincing. Now I'm sewing. The cop said I'm not getting out until I wear out this sewing machine. Ha ha ha. You upstairs, are you trying to kill me so you can inherit my Huawei account that's overdue for 700 days? Netizens gleefully speculated without a care for the consequences. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Zhao listened to Suyu's shouts from inside, his face darkening with frustration. After a long moment, he sighed and shook his head. He had given up all hope for this training exercise. Still, he felt somewhat relieved that this was only a drill. If they ever encountered a robber like Suyu in real life, it would be a real headache. Go prepare a vehicle. We'll see if there's an opportunity for the sniper to take action. After a moment's thought, Bureau Chief Zhao spoke up. Upon hearing this, the entire Hangzhou police contingent nodded in agreement. This was indeed the last resort. After all, if Suyu, posing as a robber, wanted to drive away, he would have to exit the bank. This would give the sniper positioned on the rooftop an opening to fire. Otherwise, with Suyu holed up inside the bank and holding hostages, they wouldn't even have a chance to act. Before long, a vehicle was arranged. Listen up, robber inside. The car you demanded is ready. Release the hostages immediately, or we cannot guarantee we won't resort to forceful measures. The Hangzhou police shouted through the loudspeaker. Hearing this, Suyu, playing the role of the robber inside, laughed. There's no way I'm releasing the hostages now. I'm counting on these hostages to save my life. Since you've already prepared the car, I'll naturally ensure the hostages' safety. But to prevent any tricks in the vehicle, I need you to install this camera inside. Remember, no funny business. I'm playing the role of a ruthless robber right now. If you push me too far, I might take desperate measures and take all these hostages down with me. As Suyu shouted these demands, he tossed a miniature camera through the bank's heavy iron gate. Hearing Suyu's words, the entire Hangzhou police force felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. Damn it! Does he have to be this cautious? This professional? You know you're just playing a robber, not actually robbing the place, right? This is taking professionalism way too far. This kid is seriously cautious. At that moment, Chief Zhao couldn't help but mutter in admiration. He hadn't ruled out rigging the car, but from the start, he suspected Suyu would deploy cameras to monitor the vehicle's interior. After all, judging by Suyu's previous actions, his caution and meticulousness were legendary. One could almost say he advanced step by step, with every move meticulously planned. And now, sure enough, Suyu had installed cameras to monitor the car's interior. Do as he says. The most critical thing now is for the sniper on the roof to seize the right moment to strike. Commissioner Zhao shook his head and gave the order. Moments later, the camera Suyu had tossed out was mounted on the vehicle. Listen up, hostage taker inside. We've done everything you demanded. You can come out now. Hangzhou police called out. Not bad. You've done a fine job. But I don't like the tone you're using. Remember to improve next time. As a robber, I have my dignity too. Suyu inside the car responded with a smug chuckle. Hearing Suyu's words, the faces of the Hangzhou police turned grim. This guy's even playing the dignity card now. This kid better not have any prior criminal records I can dig up. Otherwise, I'll deal with him sooner or later. Commissioner Zhao's face was equally sour. Moments later, the bank's heavy iron doors swung open. Meanwhile, the sniper positioned on the rooftop gripped his rifle with intense focus, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. But what unfolded next left the entire Hangzhou police force stunned. A group of people, collectively stuffed into a burlap sack, slowly emerged from the bank, groping their way forward. That bastard! Commissioner Zhao gritted his teeth in fury at the sight. He had planned to wait for Suyu to emerge, then signal the sniper on the roof to seize the moment and take down the robber Suyu with a single shot. But he never imagined Suyu would pull off such a move. Stuffing a bunch of people into sacks and then groping your way forward? Who the hell could tell which one was the hostage and which one was Suyu playing the robber? This completely ruined his plan to have the sniper on the rooftop strike at the right moment. Chief Xiao, this Suyu, we absolutely must investigate him thoroughly. Thank goodness this was just a training exercise. Otherwise, we'd be completely helpless against him. The SWAT team captain glared, his face dark with displeasure. Suyu actually pulled this off. This is way too professional. Rest assured. We'll thoroughly investigate this kid later. He's way too sneaky. Commissioner Zhao nodded in complete agreement. Chapter 44, Suyu won, yet he also lost. Suyu's maneuver was downright brilliant. It could be said that after Suyu pulled this stunt, the Hangzhou police's plan to have the sniper strike at an opportune moment had completely fallen apart. After all, the plan to collectively bag everyone with sacks and then flee in a vehicle was simply too ingenious. It left the police completely hamstrung, with not a single opening to intervene. At that moment, Chief Zhao's determination to bring Suyu in for a thorough investigation only grew stronger. Better safe than sorry. If Suyu ever made a misstep and turned to robbery, it would undoubtedly become a major headache for the entire police force. His sheer professionalism and methodical caution alone were terrifying enough. At this point, our only option is to intercept him en route. Otherwise, this training exercise will have to be declared a victory for the robbers. Commissioner Zhao shook his head inside. Though deeply reluctant to accept this outcome, he had to admit Suyu's odds of success were overwhelmingly high. Meanwhile, the vehicle had already begun moving. Go after it. Commissioner Zhao shook his head and ordered. Immediately, the entire Hangzhou police force gave chase. What they didn't know was that Suyu had already slipped out through the bank's back door. That's right. Suyu had never been inside that sack at all. The sack was filled entirely with the hostages. The reason the hostages obeyed his commands was simple: he had threatened them with a remote-controlled bomb. Moreover, since his surveillance cameras were installed in the vehicle, Suyu could continue coercing the hostages to drive away and divert police attention. This allowed him to slip out through the bank's back door unnoticed while the Hangzhou police were distracted. At that moment, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy! That bastard Suyu! I'm speechless. Thank goodness Suyu isn't a real robber, otherwise, this would be terrifying. This guy's schemes are terrifying. If he were a real robber, the police would have their hands full. Hey, everyone up there, it might seem like Su the God won, but he also lost. Don't forget, after pulling this stunt, the Hangzhou police will definitely start seeing him more and more like a real robber. Once this training exercise wraps up, Su the God will absolutely be called in for a thorough investigation. Ha. If that happens, Suyu will be crying. He'd never guessed that playing the robber too convincingly would land him in police custody. Suddenly can't wait to see Suyu's daily life sewing in prison. Ha. You guys upstairs are getting meaner by the minute. Ha. But I love it. Let's all work together to send Su the Great to jail. When he gets busted, every single one of us here will be major contributors. Ha. A handful of netizens with a shred of conscience desperately flooded the chat with comments. Meanwhile, the live stream's online viewership skyrocketed, already reaching tens of millions. Meanwhile, Chief Zhao and the Hangzhou police officers were discussing what justification they could use to bring Suyu in for questioning. After all, following this training exercise, they were growing increasingly suspicious that Suyu had once been a real robber. Otherwise, there was simply no way to explain why Suyu was so professional. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them. Commissioner Zhao, I suppose I've won this training exercise, right? Hearing the voice, Zhao and the others all looked startled, turning around in unison. When they recognized the speaker, their scalps prickled. Suyu! What the hell are you doing here? What's the story with that vehicle? Commissioner Zhao asked, his face etched with disbelief. Ha! Well, it happened like this. Hearing Director Zhao's words, Suyu chuckled before recounting the entire incident in detail, how he'd used a remote bomb and the car's cameras to threaten the hostages into driving away and diverting police attention. After hearing Suyu's plan, Director Zhao and the others all grimaced. You kid, you're something else. Commissioner Zhao managed to choke out after a long pause. At that moment, the gaze of the Hangzhou police officers turned towards Suyu, and they felt more convinced than ever that he had once been a real criminal. He even used the damn surveillance cameras installed in the car. This meant that from the very beginning, Suyu had already planned out every subsequent step. The more they thought about it, the more chilling it became. It was utterly flawless and cunning to the extreme. Ahem, Chief Zhao, why are you all staring at me like that? I did it to make this training exercise feel more realistic, didn't I? Surely you wouldn't arrest me just because I played the robber too convincingly? I'm a righteous and law-abiding citizen. Seeing the growing suspicion in Director Zhao and the others' eyes, Suyu immediately rubbed his nose and said. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! That's hilarious. Master Su's freaking out. Exactly. Who'd have thought participating in a training exercise would get him on Hangzhou police's radar? That line about being a righteous and law-abiding citizen? Hilarious. I bet the Hangzhou police aren't buying it for a second. Are you kidding? With Suyu's level of professionalism, who would believe he's a law-abiding citizen? Hurry up and lock Su the Great up. I want to see him stuck in prison sewing on a sewing machine. Hilarious. Suyu's inner monologue must be something like this. I'm Suyu, and I'm freaking out. I just played a robber, but now the cops are after me. If you ever see someone on the street scared out of their wits, don't laugh at them because that person is me. Ha ha ha. You upstairs are a genius too. This psychological portrayal of Su the Great is spot on. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Ahem, Chief Xiao, the 200,000 yuan training fund should be mine now, right? After all, based on how things are going, shouldn't the winner of this training exercise be me, the one playing the robber? Su Yu scratched his nose and spoke up. Hearing this, Chief Zhao shot him a displeased glance and said, "Rest assured. The Hangzhou Police Department isn't the type to renege on a deal. That 200,000 yuan training fund will be transferred to your bank account in due time." With that, Chief Zhao added, "However, you'll need to make another trip to the Hangzhou Police Bureau soon to assist with our detailed investigation." Hearing this, Su Yu's lips twitched slightly. With things having come to this, he couldn't help but realize the Hangzhou police suspected him of being the real robber. Fine. I'll cooperate with the investigation when the time comes. But I still need to clarify one thing: I'm truly a law-abiding citizen. Chapter 45, Drill concluded, the truth behind the missing cash case. Su Yu spread his hands, reiterating his stance to Chief Zhao and the assembled Hangzhou police officers. No way. He certainly didn't want to end up on the Hangzhou police's list of suspects just for participating in a training exercise. Rest assured. If you truly have nothing to hide, the Hangzhou police won't let you suffer an unjust accusation. We won't let a single criminal slip through our fingers, nor will we wrongly accuse any innocent citizen. And honestly, I really hope you're not a criminal. Director Zhao spoke up. His words came from the heart. After all, a criminal mastermind like Su Yu would be an absolute headache for the police if he were truly a criminal. Alright. But before I go to the police station to cooperate with the investigation, there's one more thing I want to say. Su Yu nodded at Zhao's words and continued. Regarding that case 2 years ago, the disappearance of 30 billion yuan in cash from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, I believe I now understand what happened. Boom. Su Yu's words caused Bureau Chief Zhao and the entire Hangzhou police contingent to turn pale. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China cash theft case from 2 years ago. This case had plagued the Hangzhou police for years. Now Su Yu was claiming he knew how it happened. Su Yu, don't tell me you were the one behind that case. Commissioner Zhao's expression darkened. At that moment, all the Hangzhou police officers present fixed their intense stares on Su Yu. Amidst the crowd, a middle-aged man narrowed his eyes at Su Yu, his expression oddly unsettling. Seeing Bureau Chief Zhao and the others staring at him like this, Su Yu helplessly rubbed his nose and said, "Chief Zhao, I've told you I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly have been behind the 3 billion yuan cash theft at the Industrial and Commercial Bank 2 years ago? And today, I'm here to say I know who the real criminal is." Su Yu's first statement brought relief to Director Zhao and the others, but his next words caused their expressions to shift abruptly. "Who is it?" Commissioner Zhao immediately pressed. This case had been plaguing him for a long time. The other purpose of today's training exercise at the Industrial and Commercial Bank was for the Hangzhou police to see if they could uncover any clues through this opportunity. Unfortunately, throughout the entire simulation, they hadn't uncovered any relevant clues. That's the criminal. Him. Hearing Chief Zhao's question, Su Yu smiled and pointed his finger at a middle-aged man in the crowd. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Bureau Chief Zhao and the rest of the Hangzhou police team all turned their gaze in that direction. Their eyes narrowed in unison. For the man Su Yu had pointed out was none other than Qian Guofu, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. "Su Yu, this is no laughing matter." Commissioner Zhao frowned, glaring at Su Yu. 2 years ago, when the Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank suffered the disappearance of 30 billion yuan in cash, their primary suspect had been none other than Qian Guofu, the bank's president. The Hangzhou police had investigated Qian Guofu multiple times over the years. Yet each time, Qian Guofu's answers were flawless. Now Su Yu was claiming Qian Guofu was the culprit behind the 3 billion yuan cash disappearance at the Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank 2 years ago. This left Bureau Chief Zhao thoroughly perplexed. "Young man, without evidence, you shouldn't make such reckless accusations. If you spread false rumors, I can sue you for defamation." Qian Guofu glared at Su Yu with a dark expression. Hearing this, Su Yu sneered coldly. "You say I have no evidence? Then tell me this, why is the elevator in the Industrial and Commercial Bank's underground vault labeled as level B2 when it's actually on the 3rd underground level? And what about that missing B2 vault?" At Su Yu's words, Qian Guofu's previously composed expression shifted slightly, though he quickly masked it. "Young man, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Our Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank has always had only 2 basement levels. There's absolutely no so-called 3rd basement vault you're referring to. As for your claim that the 3rd basement vault is labeled as the 2nd basement vault in the elevator, that's utter nonsense. How could the elevator signage be wrong?" Qian Guofu declared with righteous indignation. Hearing this, Su Yu sneered coldly. "Is that so? Then dare you call over Lu Zhu, your brother-in-law who you fired as an elevator technician? And dare you let the police excavate the elevator's internal space? Also, care to explain why the elevator takes far longer than normal to reach the so-called second basement vault? Xianguofu, here's a piece of advice: if you don't want people to know, don't do it yourself. What you've swallowed, you'll eventually have to spit out. At that moment, Su Yu's face radiated righteous indignation. Before his detective's eye experience card, Xianguofu's feigned innocence was nothing but a joke. When Su Yu scouted the Industrial and Commercial Savings Bank for his internship practice, he had already learned about the case 2 years prior where 30 billion yuan in cash had vanished from the bank. At that time, Su Yu had also happened to see Qianguofu, the bank's president. Moreover, through the detective's eye trial card, Su Yu had witnessed Qianguofu's actions. However, he was busy playing the role of a robber at the time, so he didn't rush to expose this hidden truth. Now that the training exercise was over, he naturally intended to bring everything to light. You? What nonsense are you spouting? I've always walked the straight and narrow. How could I possibly embezzle public funds? Xianguofu, seeing his deeply buried secrets exposed by Su Yu, instantly lost control of his composure. Commissioner Zhao, you absolutely must not believe this young man's nonsense. You know my circumstances. I cooperated fully with your investigation back then, didn't everything prove my innocence? Xianguofu turned to Director Zhao again, speaking urgently. But by now, Director Zhao had turned away from him, instead calling his men to bring in Xianguofu's brother-in-law, Lu Zhu. Seeing this, Xianguofu's face drained of color. The Hangzhou police officers nearby exchanged complex glances as they watched Su Yu. The current situation left them utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? How had Su Yu, the suspect on the robber list, suddenly become a detective? From Qianguofu's flustered and unnerved demeanor, the Hangzhou police officers could clearly see that something was off about him. But the crucial question remained: how did Su Yu know all this? Chapter 46, Qianguofu's breakdown: human or ghost? The Hangzhou police officers stared at Chen Hao, their emotions churning. One moment he was the robber himself, and the next he was more super than any detective. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy! What's going on? Su the Great just turned into a detective out of nowhere? Seriously? The bank president embezzled? That sounds way too far-fetched. Without proof, Su, don't just spout nonsense. Dude, you're overthinking it. I bet Su really nailed it. Look at that bank president, he's freaking out. I'd say there's an 80% chance this is legit. This character shift is kinda scary. 1 second he's an adorable robber, next he's a detective? Su God's persona is crumbling. Cute robber my ass. Upstairs, are you kidding me? If you ever ran into a robber like Su the Great, you'd be crying like a baby. Netizens buzzed with discussion. At that moment, every one of them was churning with emotion, utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that Su Yu, who moments ago played a robber so convincingly it felt real, would now transform into a detective? Though no conclusion had been reached yet, Qianguofu's ashen-faced reaction made one thing clear: Qianguofu was definitely up to no good. Shortly after, Qianguofu's brother-in-law, Lu Zhu, was brought in by Hangzhou police. The moment he was pulled from the police car, Lu Zhu was scared out of his wits. The presence of SWAT officers at the scene amplified his unease to the extreme. Thud! He collapsed to his knees in sheer terror. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't arrest me. I only followed my brother-in-law Qianguofu's orders to modify the elevator layout. Everything else really has nothing to do with me. Lu Zhu suddenly burst into tears and began pleading frantically. In his mind, the presence of so many Hangzhou police officers surrounding the Industrial and Commercial Bank meant that the case of the bank's missing 30 billion yuan cash from 2 years ago had finally been uncovered. So he couldn't keep up the act any longer and came clean right away. As Lu Zhu spoke, Xianguofu, already ashen-faced, collapsed in terror. He knew he was finished. Upon hearing Lu Zhu's confession, Bureau Chief Zhao and the other Hangzhou police officers were all stunned. They stared at Su Yu as if they had encountered a ghost. Uncanny. Absolutely uncanny. Su Yu had actually been right. After all, they had initially approached this case with skepticism. Bringing Lu Zhu in had been more about providing a public explanation than anything else. But they never imagined Su Yu would be right. 2 words summed it up: ridiculous. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy crap. Mind-blowing. Su Yu's deduction was actually correct. Terrifying. Has he been possessed by a detective spirit? Even through the screen, I can't help but gasp. Su the Great, you're terrifying. Holy crap. I thought Su Yu was going to be a robber, but he turned out to be a detective? This identity switch has my head spinning. I'm speechless. Truly speechless. Nothing more to say. Su the Great is the one and only. The viewers in the livestream were completely stunned. They never imagined Su Yu's deductions would prove correct. Calling Su Yu a detective is no exaggeration. Still trying to talk tough now? At that moment, Su Yu turned to Qianguofu with a cold sneer. Hearing Su Yu's words, Qianguofu's face contorted with overwhelming terror and disbelief. Are you even human? How did you find out? Tell me, how did you find out? I made sure that incident was airtight. How did you possibly know? Qianguofu shouted wildly, his eyes bloodshot with fury. In that moment, Suyu looked like a demon to him. Xian Guofu could never have imagined that Suyu would uncover the secret buried deep within his heart. Suyu watched Xian Guofu yelling and screaming, but he couldn't care less. After all, he had already done what needed to be done. Now it was time for the Hangzhou police to step in. After obtaining Lu Zhu's confession, the Hangzhou police immediately launched their operation. Soon, they located the genuine underground vault on the second basement level. However, accessing the underground vault required the door's access code. And the only person who knew the code was Qian Guofu. Where is the vault password? Commissioner Zhao fixed Qian Guofu with a cold stare as he demanded. This case of the 3 billion yuan cash disappearance from the Industrial and Commercial Bank 2 years ago had plagued him for years. Little did he expect that the real thief, Qian Guofu, had been playing games with the Hangzhou police all along. If it weren't for Suyu, the devilishly brilliant detective, this case might have remained unsolved forever. Now, Chief Zhao despised Qian Guofu to the core. If it weren't for the police code prohibiting physical violence against suspects, he would have slapped Qian Guofu across the face twice right then and there. But upon hearing this, Qian Guofu glared at Suyu with bloodshot eyes. There was no way he intended to reveal the vault door's password. At this moment, Qian Guofu was equally filled with hatred for Suyu. If not for Suyu, how would the police have uncovered this secret buried deep within his heart? I asked you, where's the code? Commissioner Zhao roared, demanding again from Qian Guofu. You'll never get the code. If you think you can, go ahead and blow the vault door open. Even then, you won't get a single penny. Qian Guofu spat, his face twisted with hatred. You! Commissioner Zhao's eyes turned red with rage at the words. Blasting open the vault door with explosives was certainly an option, but doing so offered no guarantee that the money stored in the underground vault wouldn't be damaged in the process. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly didn't want to resort to such a method to open the vault doors. Just then, Suyu stepped forward and spoke up. Commissioner Zhao, let me try. A mere vault door shouldn't be a challenge for me. Suyu's words left everyone present stunned. A mere vault door? Are you sure you want to use the word mere? Come on. This is a vault door. Picking its lock is incredibly difficult. It's dozens of times harder than unlocking a rear axle truck. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Here it comes. Master Su is about to pull another stunt. Ha ha. This is hilarious. If he can't open the vault door, fine. But if he actually manages to open it, he'll probably become the prime suspect for any similar incidents in Hangzhou City Police's future investigations. Chapter 47, Opening a Vault with a Tiny Wire So You Can't Wash This Off. The viewers in the livestream chat erupted in jokes and banter. But it was all just idle chatter. Not a single person truly believed so you could open the vault door. After all, the bank vault door was of critical importance. Even with the key and password, opening it would be an incredibly arduous task. Not to mention Suyu intended to pick the lock using unconventional methods. Just then, Suyu pulled a small piece of wire from his pocket and walked toward the vault door. Seeing Suyu holding the wire, Director Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but blurt out. Wait, you carry a piece of wire with you everywhere you go? Hearing this, Suyu smiled and replied. Commissioner Zhao, you're misinterpreting things. I just thought this little wire was rather nice, so I carry it around as a collectible. You wouldn't happen to think this is my tool for making a living, would you? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Why would I go around picking locks for no reason? Hearing this, Bureau Chief Zhao and the rest of the Hangzhou police team all twitched their lips. Not a word of that is believable. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. An explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. I bet Su God always carries his bread and butter tool with him. Guys, if you can talk, say a few more words. Let's give it our best shot and get Su the Great locked up. If Su the Great keeps pulling stunts like this, he'll end up as the police's prime suspect sooner or later. A handful of netizens with a shred of conscience flooded the chat again with "Investigate Suyu" comments. It was clear they wouldn't rest until Suyu was sent packing. Meanwhile, Suyu ignored the crowd entirely, picking up the small piece of wire and getting to work. With his god-tier lockpicking skill maxed out, the wire danced through his fingers like it had a life of its own, layer by layer breaching the vault door's defenses. A minute passed. Click. A loud sound. Immediately after, the vault door slowly swung open. In an instant, everyone froze in stunned silence. The scene fell deathly quiet. It opened. They'd actually opened the vault door with just a small piece of wire. Commissioner Zhao and the entire Hangzhou police contingent stared at Suyu as if they'd seen a ghost. They had assumed Suyu was just bragging and wanted to give it a shot, but he was actually serious. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. Holy! It's open. It's actually open. Su God is amazing. Dude, you misspelled that. It should be tough not good. Gotta say, Su's move was seriously criminal. Using a tiny wire to crack a bank vault door? Even a seasoned thief would kneel down, kowtow, and shout master, in awe. Look at how Su the Great is living it up these days. Wow, he's really becoming more and more like a big shot. Netizens were utterly astonished. When they saw Suyu actually pry open the bank vault door with just a small piece of wire, they were all stunned. This was a vault door, after all. For security reasons, even using a key and password takes a considerable amount of time to open. But Suyu? He casually opened the vault door with a small piece of wire, taking just over a minute from start to finish. It was damn weird. Now, staring at the open vault door, Suyu couldn't help but marvel at the skill granted by the system. It truly defied scientific explanation. Absolutely insane. He'd only tried it on a whim, never expecting to actually open the vault door. But who knew the god-tier lockpicking skill from the system would be this insane? Ahem, Director Zhao, the vault door is open. Let's go inside. Suyu scratched his nose as he spoke. He couldn't shake the feeling that Director Zhao and the rest of the Hangzhou police were looking at him with increasingly strange expressions. Their expressions were as if they were looking at a major criminal suspect. Suyu, tell me honestly, have you ever done anything like this before? Commissioner Zhao raised an eyebrow, his expression thick with suspicion. Hearing this, Suyu immediately waved his hands. Commissioner Zhao, what are you thinking? I'm a law-abiding citizen. How could I possibly do something like theft? Opening the vault door this time was purely a stroke of luck. Trust me, I've never broken the law. He was joking. His main motive for helping the police solve this case was to claim the reward. He'd checked earlier the reward for solving the industrial and commercial bank's 3 billion yuan cash theft 2 years ago was $1 million. It was precisely for that 1 million reward that he decided to step in and help. But while he'd take the reward, getting locked up over this would be a huge injustice. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha! I'm dying here. Master Su is freaking out. Exactly. Just look at how the Hangzhou police are eyeing him. Anyone would panic. They're clearly treating Su the Great as their prime suspect. To be fair, it's no wonder the Hangzhou police are on high alert. After all, witnessing Suyu open a bank vault door with a single piece of wire, the shock value is undeniable. Betting is open. Blind guess how long it'll take before Su the Legend gets arrested. Win prizes for correct guesses. I'll bet a pack of spicy noodles that after today, Su the Legend will definitely be arrested. Forget everything else, just look at how smoothly he opened that bank vault door. If this was his first time doing it, not even a dog would believe it. Ha ha. Su the Great is done for anyway. When he gets booked just depends on when the cops find solid evidence of his crime. Netizens reveled in the spectacle, relishing the drama. Meanwhile, Chen Guofu watched the scene unfold and completely lost it. He never imagined Suyu could actually open the bank vault door with just a piece of wire. This was beyond belief. What's more, the crucial point was that he had originally planned to use the vault door's password as leverage with the police, hoping to negotiate leniency for himself. But now? He was screwed. He was going to rot in prison. You devil! Devil! Qian Guofu's eyes blazed red with fury as he glared at Suyu, trembling with rage. Let's go in and check how much money is left in the vault. Commissioner Zhao waved his hand, temporarily setting aside his suspicions about Suyu, and addressed the group of Hangzhou police officers. Soon, professional asset counters arrived. After burning out over a dozen currency counters, the final tally revealed assets totaling 3.86723 billion yuan. This meant not only was the 3 billion yuan lost 2 years ago all accounted for, but there was an additional 800 million yuan on top of that. The reason for this was simple: Qian Guofu believed this place would never be discovered. He had effectively turned it into his personal stash, storing not only the money he'd embezzled over the years but also his ill-gotten gains. Chapter 48, not a single cent spent by Qian Guofu recruiting Suyu. Not a single penny spent by Qian Guofu. Upon learning this, Suyu couldn't help but look at Qian Guofu with a strange expression. Good grief. He went through all that trouble to fabricate a 30 billion yuan cash loss case, yet he hadn't spent a single penny of it himself. Instead, he'd stashed all the dirty money he'd embezzled over the years as bank president into this vault. What was the point? If he couldn't even dare to spend it himself, why go through the trouble of committing such a high-risk crime? Su, I curse you to die a horrible death. You ruined me. You ruined me. At that moment, Chen Guofu's eyes blazed with fury as blood tears streamed down his face, his voice echoing with furious shouts. The 30 billion yuan cash he'd schemed so hard to steal was gone, and he hadn't even spent a single penny yet. Moreover, he had stashed all the kickbacks and embezzled funds he'd accumulated over the years as bank president in this very vault. He had planned to wait for the right moment, then abscond with the money to live it up overseas. But now, all his plans had come to nothing. All that money he'd painstakingly amassed, he hadn't even gotten to spend a dime of it before it all went into the national treasury. And all of this was ruined by Suyu. Ha! I'm doomed to die? Well then, I'll just refuse to die. Not a single penny spent on personal gain, solely dedicated to filling the state coffers. You truly deserve a standing ovation. Suyu watched Qian Guofu seething with impotent rage across the room, his expression dripping with contempt. Hearing Suyu's words, Qian Guofu was once again enraged to the point of tears. Standing nearby, Bureau Chief Zhao and the Hangzhou police officers couldn't help but marvel at how cutting Suyu's words were. Not a penny spent on Xian Guofu, solely dedicated to filling the state coffers? Xian Guofu wasn't that foolish. The reason he hadn't spent that money was simply because he hadn't had the chance. Likewise, Xian Guofu could never have imagined encountering a prodigy like Su Yu. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha ha ha. That's brilliant. Not a penny spent by Guofu, solely dedicated to filling the national treasury. Master Su's words are so cutting. Exactly. It's not that Chen Guofu didn't want to spend it, he just didn't get the chance before Su Yu wiped it out. Honestly, what I'm more curious about now is why Chen Guofu shed tears of blood. That's kinda creepy. Hey, upstairs, you should read more books. There's actually a condition called blood tears in this world. Ha ha. Anyway, after tonight, Su Yu is definitely going to be trending again. After all, today's events were massive. First, Hangzhou police got utterly humiliated in a training exercise, with Su Yu playing the robbery emerging victorious. Then Su Yu single-handedly solved the 3 billion yuan cash theft case with one statement. Both stories are guaranteed to trend. +1 to the above. Su the Great is seriously impressive. But now I'm curious, will the police award him a banner for civic bravery first, or lock him up first? Netizens buzzed with heated discussions. Meanwhile, Su Yu paid no heed to the commotion. Instead, he rubbed his hands together excitedly and turned to Chief Zhao. Commissioner Zhao, I saw online that your department offered a reward for clues in this case. Was it 1 million yuan? At this point, Su Yu stopped speaking and simply gave him a knowing look. Hearing this, Director Zhao chuckled, though not entirely amused. Rest assured, you won't miss out on that 1 million reward. After all, Su Yu was the one who had made the biggest contribution to solving this case. Without him, this case might well have remained an unsolved mystery. So that 1 million reward money was something Su Yu earned through his own abilities. Also, kid, would you be interested in joining the police force? If you're willing, I can make an exception and bring you on board. Commissioner Zhao paused for a moment before continuing. Su Yu's skills were too extraordinary. If possible, Chief Zhao genuinely wanted to bring Su Yu under his direct supervision. That way, he could keep a constant watch on Su Yu. Of course, beyond that, he was genuinely impressed by Su Yu's capabilities. If Su Yu could walk the straight and narrow path, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to the police force. Thank you for your kind offer, Director Zhao. But I'm not really interested in that at the moment. Su Yu waved his hand dismissively. He was too busy making big money to consider becoming a cop. Besides, he wasn't stupid. Commissioner Zhao's recruitment likely stemmed partly from valuing his abilities, but also from wanting to keep tabs on him. He certainly didn't want to be watched every day. Hearing Su Yu's response, Chief Zhao nodded with resignation. All right. To each his own. I won't force you. His eyes narrowed sharply as he added. But let me make one thing clear from the start. You'd better not go messing around with nonsense. I don't want to see the day when we police have to arrest you, nor do I want you causing trouble for us. Su Yu was an utterly unpredictable individual. If he stayed on the straight and narrow, everyone would be happy. But if Su Yu veered onto the wrong path, he would become an absolute headache for the police. To put it bluntly, just the wire-picking vault-cracking technique he demonstrated today would keep many banks awake at night. Commissioner Zhao, rest assured. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Such worries are completely unnecessary, utterly superfluous. Su Yu's lips twitched slightly. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Folks, I'm cracking up. I bet what Director Zhao really meant to say was this. After all, the police can do without a genius like Su Yu solving cases, but they absolutely can't afford a criminal mastermind like him. Are you kidding? Who is Su Yu? He's a guy who's always teetering on the edge of prison. One wrong move and he's screwed. Ha ha. Bet the cops already have their eyes on Su Yu. Netizens were laughing non-stop. Chief Zhao, the training exercise is over and the case is solved. Well, I'll be off then. Don't forget to send me my pay. Su Yu waved his hand and hurriedly left the industrial and commercial bank. He dared not linger under the watchful eyes of the Hangzhou police anymore. After all, the way Chief Zhao looked at him, it felt more and more like he was being treated as a criminal. That kid. I hope he doesn't go down the wrong path. Commissioner Zhao shook his head helplessly and sighed. Based on the information currently available to the Hangzhou police, Su Yu, though somewhat eccentric, was indeed a law-abiding citizen. His repeated attempts to investigate Su Yu were ultimately about prevention. After all, a talented individual like Su Yu could become a dazzling beacon of light if he stayed on the right path. But equally, if Su Yu turned to shady dealings, he would undoubtedly become a major headache for the police. Chapter 49, The Dragon Bone Heavenly Book of the Shang Dynasty, a sky-high reward. Soon enough, trending topics about Su Yu exploded across Weibo. Hashtag shocking. You're supposed to play a robber, but you make it look real? Hashtag. Hashtag Su God, please stop showing off. Keep it up and you'll be locked up. Hashtag. Number 3 billion cash theft solved. Su Yu is actually a detective? Hashtag. Hashtag debate. Is Su Yu born to be a cop or born to be locked up? Hashtag. These trending topics on Weibo had netizens thoroughly hooked. As the exposure grew, the live stream viewership in Suyu's channel skyrocketed. Of course, Suyu himself remained oblivious to all this. He was currently counting the 1.2 million yuan that the Hangzhou police had just deposited into his bank account with pure delight. I'm rolling in it. Ha! This much in just one morning, excellent. Suyu chuckled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, while some rejoiced, others were filled with dread. The other contestants, upon learning that Suyu had earned 1.2 million yuan in just one morning, were green with envy. Especially upon learning that Suyu had earned this money from the Hangzhou police, their minds were blown. After all, if it were them, forget about making money off the police, they'd be lucky not to lose money. But Suyu had done the exact opposite. It was absurd. Just as netizens were gossiping about Suyu's exploits, a new trending topic exploded on Weibo. #shocking. Archaeologists unearth Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Oracle Bone Script. Unable to decipher the inscriptions, they offer a reward of 100,000 yuan per character to the public. This new trending topic sent shockwaves through the online community. Holy! 100 grand for deciphering one character? That's insane. If I crack 10 characters, I could buy a house in a small city in no time. I'm green with envy. Such a rare chance to strike it rich. To the poster above, I'm a master's student in history at Peking Tsinghua. I can't agree with your notion of this being a get-rich-quick scheme. While the price is tempting, it's not something a sane person would take. Because this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book is currently in the hands of my professor, Li Zhenbang. I've had the privilege of seeing it. It contains 123 Oracle Bone characters. Decoding it would be a fortune, but the problem is, these characters are incredibly complex and profound. Forget decoding the whole thing, cracking even a single character is as hard as climbing to the heavens. Holy crap! You're a big shot, man. Can you break it down? How hard is it to decipher these Oracle Bone inscriptions? I'm just a country bumpkin, I don't get all that fancy talk. Let me put it this way, even my mentor, Professor Li Zhenbang, couldn't crack the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture. And you can look up online just how legendary my mentor is. Besides, if Professor Li Zhenbang himself hadn't been completely stumped by this scripture, the archaeological community wouldn't have offered a reward to the entire society. Holy crap! I just looked up Professor Li Zhenbang online, turns out he's a genuine heavyweight. He's deciphered over 1,000 ancient characters to date, a true titan in ancient script research. And yet even he can't crack the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture? That alone shows how terrifyingly difficult it is. Holy crap! Does that mean us nobodies are just supposed to sit here and stare helplessly? Forget it. Forget it. This isn't something we lowly folks can even watch. Hey, upstairs, your words might sound humble, but I gotta admit, you know your place. While archaeology claims to offer rewards to the public, they're really targeting those esteemed big shots. I heard Professor Li Zhenbang is already planning to consult Old Master O Jinzong from Chibo Studio. Old Master O Jinzong? Makes sense. He is, after all, the master appraiser of the antique world. He might just recognize the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture. He might not understand it all, but he could at least make out a word or two, right? Netizens buzzed with discussion, all deeply intrigued by the matter. After all, 100,000 yuan for deciphering a single character? That reward is nothing short of astronomical. At that moment, in Qibao Studio, Master Jin, you truly cannot decipher the characters on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone script? Li Zhenbang asked, his face betraying his lingering hope. When he had accidentally come into possession of this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone script, Li Zhenbang had been filled with immense excitement. For if they could decipher the script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, it would not only greatly advance their achievements in ancient script research but also offer a chance to uncover the secrets recorded within. It must be noted that in the Dragon Kingdom today, the history of the Shang Dynasty and the periods preceding it remained a complete blank. If he could decipher the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, it might break through the current limitations and reveal more historical truths. This was precisely why Li Zhenbang was filled with excitement and anticipation when he first obtained the Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. But alas, despite his prolonged research, he remained unable to decipher the Oracle Bone script etched upon it. In his quest to decipher these inscriptions, he even humbled himself to seek help from fellow scholars, but they too were unable to crack the code of this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture. In desperation, he turned to O Jinzong. As a renowned master of antique appraisal in the antiquities world, O Jinzong possessed vast knowledge and experience. Therefore, Li Zhenbang hoped O Jinzong might have a way to decipher the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture, even if it meant deciphering just a few characters. Alas, after examining the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture, O Jinzong too shook his head, admitting he was powerless. Zhenbang, my abilities are truly limited. As you know, artifacts from the Shang Dynasty and earlier periods that have survived to this day are few and far between. In terms of understanding this period of history, our Dragon Nation remains largely in the dark. And the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly book is exceptionally obscure and difficult. The only thing I can sense is that the content recorded in the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly book might be a hidden chapter of history, possibly from a dynasty preceding the Shang. As for anything else, I truly cannot assist you further. Jinzong shook his head and sighed. He had known Li Jinbang for quite some time, and their relationship was quite close. If he could, he'd gladly lend a hand, but unfortunately, this time he was truly powerless. Chapter 50, Seeking out Suyu to test his limits. Birong's defiance. Forget it. It seems deciphering the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture is utterly impossible for now. Hearing Jinong's words, Li Jinbang sighed helplessly as well. In his view, if even Jinong, who had handled countless ancient artifacts, was powerless, what hope was there for anyone else? Seeing his longtime friend so disheartened, Jinzong offered a helpless, bitter smile. He wanted to say something comforting, but found himself at a loss for words. After all, he knew his friend Li Jinbang all too well. Li Jinbang harbored an immense obsession with ancient script research. Now, the Oracle Bone script on the Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone script he had been so preoccupied with remained indecipherable. This matter would likely trouble him for a very long time. Just then, Birong, who had been sitting idly by, chimed in. Grandpa Li, why don't you try talking to Suyu? That kid's got a knack for the unusual. Who knows, he might just be able to decipher some of those Oracle Bone inscriptions. Hearing Birong's words, Li Jinbang paused, lifting his head to ask. Suyu? That name sounds familiar. Wait, you mean Suyu, the one who discovered the national treasure? After a moment's thought, Li Jinbang finally recalled who Suyu was. Yep. That's the guy. Who knows if it's sheer luck or something else, but lately he's been all over the internet. His skills are weird and unorthodox, just downright bizarre. So you should go see him. Birong said with a hint of mischief. Hearing Birong's tone, Li Jinbang couldn't help but hesitate. Though he was older, he could tell that Birong's recommendation of Suyu was most likely driven by youthful defiance. Therefore, Li Jinbang didn't want to follow this young girl's whims. But when Jinzong heard Birong's words, he fell deep into thought. After a moment, Jinzong lifted his head and looked at Li Jinbang. Jinbang, why don't you actually go try out Suyu? That young man. I can't figure him out either. When he snatched the Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin at the auction, he was utterly unorthodox. Even I missed it, yet he managed to seize a sliver of opportunity from the impossible. Who knows? He might actually understand some Oracle Bone script. Of course, Jinzong knew his granddaughter Birong had only recommended Suyu to Li Jinbang out of spite. Yet after brief consideration, he realized this might not be entirely unfeasible. After all, Suyu did possess a certain uncanny quality. He had to admit, even he couldn't quite figure Suyu out. In short, his gut told Jinzong that Suyu was highly likely to produce miracles beyond ordinary expectations. Jinzong, are you serious? Hearing Jinzong's words, Li Jinbang couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was one thing for that little brat Birong to act up after all, she was young and female, a bit of mischief even made her seem endearing. But why was his old friend Jinzong suddenly acting so recklessly too? Jinbang, of course I wouldn't act like my granddaughter. That little brat only recommended someone to you on a whim because I praised Suyu a few times last time, and with Suyu making such a big splash online lately, she was just acting out of spite. But I'm different. I thought it through carefully just now and realized this Suyu might actually be able to help you with this matter. When Suyu snagged that Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin at a bargain last time, I noticed his expertise in antique appraisal seems to surpass even mine. The way he acted then didn't look like someone who just got lucky, it was more like he knew exactly what he was doing all along. Plus, that kid's been acting pretty strange online lately. That's why I thought you should give him a shot. Seeing Li Jinbang's misunderstanding, Jinzong waved his hand and explained. At his advanced age, he certainly wasn't about to idle away his days like his granddaughter Birong, getting into mischief. He had carefully considered the matter before deciding Li Jinbang should approach Suyu. Hearing this, Li Jinbang hesitated. He truly didn't believe Suyu would help with this matter. He had certainly heard about Suyu snagging the national treasure Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin. Suyu was indeed a rather peculiar individual. But even so, Li Jinbang still didn't believe Suyu could genuinely assist with this matter. Come on. This was Oracle Bone script. If a young man like Suyu understood it, that would be nothing short of a miracle. Still, seeing how earnest Jinzong looked, Li Jinbang finally nodded and said, "All right then. I'll try to find this Suyu when I get a chance. We've got no other options right now. Might as well take a shot in the dark." Deep down, Li Jinbang still harbored little hope. Seriously, even he along with countless colleagues in ancient script research, plus his old friend Jinzong couldn't decipher the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture. How could some youngster possibly manage it? The only reason Li Jinbang agreed to give Suyu a shot was because Jinzong had insisted. If he refused, it might embarrass his old friend. Seeing Li Jinbang's expression, Jinzong could roughly guess his true thoughts. "Jinbang, I'm not joking with you. That Suyu, even I can't fathom him. He might actually be able to help you. Oh Jinzong shook his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Oh Burong, standing nearby, grew even more resentful upon hearing her grandfather speak so highly of Su Yu. Oomph. Su Yu. Always Su Yu. Grandfather has never praised me like this, yet he favors that Su Yu. Isn't he just luckier than me? Fine then, I'll summon Su Yu here and make him embarrass himself in front of my grandfather. Then I'll see if Grandpa still thinks so highly of that kid. Oh Burong gritted her pearly teeth, her mind seething with resentment. Just you wait. I'm calling that Su Yu over right now. I'll see how he tries to show off now. With that thought, Oh Burong dialed a number. As the young heiress of the Oh family, obtaining Su Yu's contact information was no trouble for Oh Burong. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, Su Yu, it's me, Oh Burong. You're so full of yourself, aren't you? I've got a lucrative job opening here. Wonder if you've got the guts and skills to take it? Chapter 51, Deciphering Oracle Bones. Is Su Yu about to be shut down? At that moment, Su Yu, who had just returned to his rented room and was sprawled out in a slumped pose, heard Oh Burong's words on the other end of the line. A peculiar expression flashed across his face. Though they'd only met once, he could tell this little girl held a grudge against him. Now that Oh Burong was calling to offer him a lucrative job, Su Yu's first thought was that this little brat was just looking for trouble. However, while he couldn't care less about Oh Burong's motives, he was very interested in making money. Hearing about a lucrative job opportunity, Su Yu couldn't help but ask curiously. What exactly is the job? How lucrative is it? At that moment, Oh Burong on the other end of the line saw Su Yu's question and immediately let the corners of her mouth turn up slightly. He was taking the bait. Perfect. This way, she could make Su Yu thoroughly humiliate himself in front of his grandfather. With that thought, Oh Burong spoke up. The archaeology community recently stumbled upon a Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Oracle Bone script. It contains 123 Oracle Bone characters, but no one has been able to decipher their meaning yet. So, they've specially posted a bounty task, 100,000 yuan for deciphering a single character. If you can crack it, you'll make a fortune. Su Yu's eyes lit up at Oh Burong's words. 100,000 yuan for deciphering a single character? If he could decipher all the Oracle Bone inscriptions on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone heavenly script, he'd rake in 12,300,000 yuan outright. The amount is quite tempting. Su Yu admitted he was tempted. However, instead of rushing to tell Oh Burong whether he would accept the mission, Su Yu thought for a moment and addressed the system. System, start the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the skill, Ancient Tomb Feng Shui Divination. What the hell? Ancient Tomb Feng Shui Divination skill? Isn't that just the skill grave robbers use to find ancient tombs? System, I seriously suspect you're trying to get me killed. Su Yu grumbled at the system with some irritation. The skills he'd drawn from the system were useful enough, but they all seemed a bit like a death sentence. One wrong move and he'd be the one getting caught. Forget it. Keep drawing. Seeing the system didn't respond to his complaints, Su Yu resignedly moved on and resumed the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Mastery of Oracle Bone Script. Hearing the system's notification sound, Su Yu smiled with satisfaction this time. Mastery of Oracle Bone Script? This skill actually came in handy. With this, the 12,300,000 bounty was as good as his. With that thought, Su Yu addressed Oh Burong on the other end of the line. I'll take this job. As long as the pay is right, I'll crack it until you question your existence. Hearing Su Yu's response, Oh Burong on the other end of the line immediately burst into laughter. Good. Excellent. This guy finally took the bait. Rest assured. Money is no object. As long as you've got the skills to take it. Come to Qibao Studio now. My grandfather and another distinguished guest from the field of ancient script research are both here. Oh Burong smiled triumphantly, her face radiating satisfaction at her successful scheme. After hanging up excitedly, she approached Li Jinbang and announced. Grandpa Li, Su Yu said he'll be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Li Jinbang's expression turned slightly peculiar. To him, the whole thing seemed utterly ridiculous. A young man deciphering Oracle Bone script, a text that had stumped him and countless other experts in ancient script research? It sounded utterly preposterous. Still, Li Jinbang gave a slight nod and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Oh Jinzong beside him wore a broad, beaming smile. His intuition told him that Su Yu might just bring about an unexpected miracle. After all, Su Yu had an air of eccentricity about him. Who knows, he might actually understand some Oracle Bone script. Meanwhile, after Oh Burong hung up the phone, Su Yu quickly tidied up and addressed the holographic livestream camera. Netizens, I'm about to decipher Oracle Bone script. If all goes well, those 12,300,000 yuan will be mine. Let's get moving. With that, Su Yu headed toward Kibaozai. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy crap! Su Yu's getting restless again. Deciphering Oracle Bone script? Is Su Yu serious? This isn't something you can just bluff your way through. After all, deciphering a single oracle bone character requires not only explaining its meaning but also justifying why you interpreted it that way. Holy crap! That's so complicated. I thought you just had to state the literal meaning of the oracle bone character. Who knew you also had to explain why you interpreted it that way? Hey, upstairs, what did you expect? If it were that easy, anyone could just bluff their way up there and strike it rich. Anyway, Su's move was way too impulsive. I'm not betting on him. If he goes up there and spouts nonsense, he'll get kicked out for sure. Also, I suspect the distinguished guest in ancient script research that Oberon mentioned earlier is most likely Professor Li Jinbang. If it really is him, Suyu running over to spout nonsense will definitely not end well. Professor Li Jinbang is meticulous in ancient script research and absolutely intolerant of fraud. He once caught a doctoral student fudging their thesis. That student had their degree revoked and was expelled from the field. Basically, they ended up miserable. Damn it! Then Suyu is in big trouble now. Don't tell me he'll end up not making any money and ruining his reputation instead. Ugh. Looks grim. How could a young guy like Suyu possibly understand Oracle Bone script? My guess is he thinks he can bluff his way through this nonsense. Suyu is being reckless. He didn't even assess the situation before jumping and he's clearly blinded by greed. He'd better not end up getting banned across the entire internet. Viewers in the livestream chat buzzed with discussion. They were overwhelmingly pessimistic about Suyu's attempt to decipher Oracle Bone script. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, the other contestants burst into laughter. Hey, guys, listen up. Contestant number 5, Suyu, is going to decipher Oracle Bone script. Ha! I bet he thinks he can just make stuff up and get away with it to grab the prize money. This move will probably get him banned across the entire internet. Your brother Wenbin here is way more solid. Sure, I haven't made as much as him, but I've been steady and reliable all along, never pulling any shady stunts. Bottom line, we're all just waiting to see Suyu get exposed. Contestant number 7, by Wenbin, sneered coldly. Chapter 52, The Production Team Stance? You bet I get it. At that moment, contestant number 7, by Wenbin, was inwardly laughing coldly. Suyu's performance among the contestants was undeniably striking. In just a few short days, Suyu had earned an income that the rest of them could only dream of. Especially in terms of popularity, Suyu completely outshone all the other contestants. Naturally, this had sown discontent among the contestants, each of them secretly wishing Suyu would fail miserably. Now, witnessing Suyu courting disaster, they were naturally overjoyed. Ha 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 ha. Heaven may forgive those who sin, but those who bring ruin upon themselves deserve no mercy. Contestant number 5, Suyu, he'll finally pay the price for his recklessness. Finally, the brick in my hand isn't burning hot anymore. Self-awareness is precious. A brain is a valuable thing, too bad Suyu never had one. Finally. Suyu is finally paying for his ignorance. Ha! Excellent. Suyu deserves to be banned across all platforms for this. We don't need someone as formidable as him among our contestants. He got what he deserved. Suyu's fellow contestants were equally thrilled and excited. Lately, Suyu had practically driven them all to the brink with his relentless competition. They worked their asses off just to scrape by, yet barely made a dime. But Suyu? He casually rakes in hundreds of thousands, even millions. His popularity was off the charts. He dominated the Weibo trending topics like it was his own backyard. This had long since made each and every one of them green with envy. Unfortunately, they can't do a thing about Suyu. There's nothing they can do. Suyu is just too damn unstoppable. The skills he possesses are beyond their wildest imaginations, let alone anything they could ever hope to replicate. After enduring prolonged suppression, they'd reached their breaking point. Now that they saw Suyu courting disaster, they were naturally thrilled beyond measure. Li Jinbang was a titan in the field of ancient script research. If he found out Suyu was planning to bluff his way into getting money from him, the outcome would most likely be a cold, hard end. Thinking of this, the contestants all felt a surge of anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the hundredfold return production team, Director Zhang, we just received word that contestant number 5, Suyu, intends to decipher Oracle Bone script. If he tries to bluff his way through and scam the prize money, there's a high chance Li Jinbang will use his connections to get him banned across all platforms. What do you think? Should our production team intervene? Exactly. Director Zhang, Li Jinbang is a titan in ancient script research. If Suyu has the audacity to pull a scam right in front of him, he could face a complete online blacklist. I think our production team absolutely needs to step in. The voices in the conference room echoed one after another. Yet upon hearing their words, Director Zhang merely shook his head with an amused smile. Intervene? Why should we intervene? If Suyu insists on courting disaster, then let him have his way. Lately, this contestant number 5, Suyu, has been drawing far too much attention. While the chosen corporation backing our show could easily afford to pay back 100-fold what he's earned, our production team doesn't need a contestant who's too much of a show-off. Contestant number 5, Suyu, is far too sharp and aggressive, with no sense of restraint. Since he's determined to court disaster, let him have his way. Anyway, thanks to him, our show has gained a massive audience. With this kind of viewership, we could easily launch a new top-tier contestant anytime. As for Suyu? Someone who wants to self-destruct? We've got no need to concern ourselves with him. Director Zhang's words fell, and everyone in the conference room nodded silently in agreement. Indeed. Suyu was simply too unpredictable. Their show desperately needed a top star, but equally crucial was finding one who would play by the rules. And based on Suyu's current behavior, he was already starting to slip beyond the production team's control. Such a top star, while the production team didn't exactly despise him, was certainly not someone they welcomed. In that case, letting Suyu continue down his self-destructive path and watching him get banned across the entire internet seemed like a perfectly viable solution. At this moment, the production team believed Suyu was highly likely to face a complete online ban. After all, the claim that Suyu could decipher Oracle Bone script was simply too far-fetched. If deciphering Oracle Bone script were that simple, the field of ancient script research wouldn't have produced only a handful of experts. At this moment, Suyu remained completely unaware of these developments. He was currently rushing toward Chibao Studio. Finally here. Suyu looked up at the antique-style plaque bearing the 3 characters Chibao Studio and nodded with satisfaction. The sheer antiquity of the plaque alone spoke volumes about the formidable strength of Chibao Studio. Without a second thought, Suyu stepped inside. You're here? Upon seeing Suyu, Burong raised her elegant eyebrows before addressing Li Zhenbong. Grandfatherly, this is Suyu. Upon hearing Burong's words, Li Zhenbong nodded slightly, rose to his feet, and addressed Suyu. So you're Suyu, the discoverer of the national treasure? Not bad at all. To snag a Tianjuan Tongbao zhe'er coin like that, you must have some skill. Jin Zong speaks very highly of you. I hope you can truly bring me some hope today. Decipher a few Oracle Bone inscriptions. Seeing how young Suyu was, Li Zhenbong instantly lost all hope. Come on. As the old saying goes, no beard, no reliability. Besides, Suyu was tasked with deciphering Oracle Bone script, a writing system so ancient and obscure that it was beyond the capabilities of a mere youngster. But considering how highly his old friend Jinzong spoke of Suyu, he couldn't refuse outright. He could only offer a few perfunctory compliments. At that moment, Jinzong spotted Suyu and smiled faintly, rising to his feet. Young Su, we meet again. This time, I must trouble you once more to do your utmost. Perhaps you could help my old friend, Professor Li Zhenbong, decipher a few Oracle Bone inscriptions. Hearing this, Suyu smiled faintly, his voice brimming with confidence. Rest assured, Mr. O. I know a thing or two about Oracle Bone script. Deciphering 100 or so Oracle Bone characters? While not exactly a piece of cake, it's practically a sure thing. Suyu had no intention of being polite or modest. Joking aside, if you have the skills but don't show off, what's the point of being young? With the Oracle Bone script mastery skill granted by the system, deciphering a Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture was a piece of cake. Chapter 53, Is Suyu blowing smoke? He dove straight into analysis. Hearing Suyu's words, Li Zhenbong frowned. His impression of Suyu had just taken a nosedive. He actually claimed deciphering 100 or so Oracle Bone characters was a sure thing? Wasn't that just spouting nonsense? After all, even their team of experts in ancient script research had been utterly stumped by the Oracle Bone inscriptions on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture. Now that Suyu was making such an outrageous claim, it was almost certainly a joke. Especially considering Suyu was live streaming, Li Zhenbong grew increasingly convinced Suyu was just spouting nonsense for the sake of drama. Suyu, right? Let me remind you, this is no laughing matter. And this matter absolutely cannot be treated as a joke. I hope you possess genuine expertise, rather than just spouting nonsense for the sake of your livestream. Li Zhenbong spoke in a calm tone. Though he didn't utter a single harsh word, anyone could detect the anger in Li Zhenbong's voice. After all, as a master in the field of ancient script research, he didn't have time to listen to Suyu spout nonsense. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. Just as I thought. Professor Li is furious. This time, Suyu is in real trouble. If he dares to deceive him, the consequences could be severe. Exactly. I say Suyu is being stubborn this time. Why would he go out of his way to decipher Oracle Bone script? I'm just amazed. It's better to be down to earth. Besides, Professor Li isn't someone he can easily fool. With Professor Li's abilities, he can see right through whether someone has real talent or not. Take note of this: we must never follow Suyu's example. When facing true heavyweights, speak only what you know. Don't make things up, or else the consequences of angering them are far beyond what we can handle. +1 to the above. You really need to know your limits. It's just a shame Su the Great might get banned across the entire internet this time. Trying to fool Professor Li? The consequences of that aren't something you can just shrug off. Netizens sighed in unison. In their eyes, Suyu was blatantly deceiving Li Zhenbong. Forget everything else, that claim of cracking 100 or so characters with absolute certainty? What else could it be but pure nonsense? At that moment, Suyu heard Li Zhenbong's words and smiled faintly. He could tell Li Zhenbong thought he was spouting nonsense. The reason was simple: Li Jianbang found Su Yu's earlier claims far too exaggerated. But the problem was, what he had just said was nothing but the truth. A mere 100 or so Oracle Bone characters were nothing more than an appetizer to him. After all, with the Oracle Bone script mastery skill granted by the system, reading Oracle Bone script was now as easy for him as reading Chinese characters completely without any reading barriers. Ahem, Jianbang, I actually don't think Su Yu is joking. At that moment, Jinzong offered an awkward chuckle. He too found Su Yu's claims somewhat exaggerated. But strictly speaking, Su Yu was indeed someone who defied conventional logic. Take their first meeting, for instance. Hadn't Su Yu tried to sell him that fake porcelain piece for $1 million? He'd been furious then, but it turned out Su Yu really did have the skills to back it up. Hearing Jinzong's words, Li Jianbang let out a soft sigh. Jinzong, it's clear you hold high hopes for this young man. Jinzong's persistent defense of Su Yu was something Li Jianbang genuinely struggled to comprehend. No matter how he looked at it, Su Yu simply didn't seem worthy of such high regard from his old friend Jinzong. Very well. Since my old friend Jinzong insists, I shall grant you this trial opportunity. I hope you don't disappoint Jinzong's trust in you. Li Jianbang shook his head and sighed. With that, Li Jianbang carefully retrieved a Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book and handed it to Su Yu. Su Yu immediately reached out to take it. This thing was from the Shang Dynasty, a genuine ancient artifact. Its value was beyond what money could measure. Without exaggeration, its worth far exceeded imagination. Naturally, Su Yu showed the reverence such a precious artifact deserved. Seeing Su Yu's actions, Li Jianbang finally nodded in satisfaction. At least you show some respect for precious artifacts, kid. I hope you're not too unreliable. Li Jianbang remarked. Su Yu smiled at his words, saying nothing more. Instead, he focused his entire attention on the Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. Simultaneously, Su Yu activated his mastery of Oracle Bone script skill. In an instant, the obscure and intricate Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly text was instantly deciphered in Su Yu's mind. A few minutes later, Su Yu smiled confidently and looked at Oberon, saying, Go get me some paper and a pen. Rome stared blankly at Su Yu's words, pointing at her own nose in disbelief. Are you giving me orders? Su Yu nodded earnestly in response. That's right. I am bossing you around. At that moment, Jinzong turned to Oberon and said, Rome, snap out of it. Quickly fetch some paper and brushes. Young Master Su intends to attempt deciphering Oracle Bone script. How can he analyze them without paper and pen? Hearing Jinzong's words, Oberon could only obediently fetch paper and pen. Here you go. Just so you know, any nonsense or trickery won't work. These are Oracle Bone inscriptions. If you just make stuff up, Grandpa Li will definitely see through it. Oberon snorted, handing the paper and pen to Su Yu with a sullen expression. Seeing this, Su Yu merely smiled, not bothering to argue with her. Taking the paper and brush, Su Yu swiftly wrote down the meanings represented by the Oracle Bone script characters from the Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly script. Before long, the paper was densely covered. Oracle Bone script was pictographic. A single character could sometimes represent an entire event. Therefore, though there were only 100 or so characters, their detailed analysis encompassed a vast amount of information. Mr. Li, I finished my analysis. You can take a look. Su Yu set down his brush, smiled, and looked at Li Jianbang. He was confident that with Li Jianbang's expertise, he would recognize that his analysis of the Oracle Bone inscriptions wasn't just random scribbling. Upon hearing this, Li Jianbang frowned slightly but still accepted the paper covered in Oracle Bone analysis that Su Yu handed him. Meanwhile, the 100-fold return livestream was buzzing with excitement as viewers flooded the chat with comments. Chapter 54, Analysis Results Stun Everyone. Inside the 100-fold return livestream. Any big shots out there? Is Su Yu just spouting nonsense, or does he actually have something solid? Hey, upstairs, I'm 12 centimeters. Let me join the fight. Ace Pilot here, requesting to fight. Let me give it a shot. I majored in ancient script studies in history. Based on Su Yu's analysis, while I can't confirm he's absolutely right, I have to admit his reasoning is solid. At the very least, it's clear Su Yu isn't pulling a fast one. Whoa! So you're saying Su Yu can actually read Oracle Bone script? That's impossible. This is freaking Oracle Bone script. +1 to the above. How old is Su Yu anyway? He's not even a professional. Saying he can decipher Oracle Bone script now is a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Well, I can't say for sure since my skills aren't up to par. But based on this analysis of the Oracle Bone script, it at least shows Su Yu is seriously analyzing it, not pulling a fast one. Of course, we'll have to see what Professor Li Jianbang says. Exactly. Let's see what Professor Li Jianbang says. With his expertise, he'll definitely be able to tell. The online community erupted in heated discussion. As for Oracle Bone script, this complex, obscure ancient writing, they naturally couldn't decipher it. But they believed that with Li Jianbang's expertise, he would surely be able to discern something. At that moment, Li Jianbang had already taken the paper handed to him by Su Yu and began examining it. But the moment he glanced at it, his expression changed instantly. While Li Zhenbang himself couldn't decipher the oracle bone script on the Shang dynasty dragon bone scripture, his professional expertise made it relatively easy for him to determine the validity of Su Yu's analysis. And from that single glance, he was startled to discover that Su Yu's analysis was absolutely not nonsense, it was genuinely based on evidence. Moreover, these analyses were remarkably precise. Whoa! After studying it for a moment, Li Zhenbang couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, staring at Su Yu in utter astonishment. Zhenbang, what's wrong? If young Master Su has truly done anything wrong, I hope you'll spare him for my sake. At that moment, Wu Jinzong couldn't help but speak up. Seeing Li Zhenbang's reaction, he instinctively assumed Su Yu's analysis of the oracle bone script was incorrect and couldn't help but intercede on Su Yu's behalf. Meanwhile, Oberon watched her grandfather risk his own dignity to plead for Su Yu, and her envy and jealousy flared even brighter. After all, her grandfather, Wu Jinzong, had never treated her this well, yet now he was willing to risk his own reputation to plead for Su Yu. Naturally, this made Oberon feel a bit sour. Still, Oberon merely pursed her lips without saying anything. While she resented Su Yu for being so favored by her grandfather, she merely wanted to teach him a lesson, not truly harm him. At that moment, Li Zhenbang, realizing Ouyang Jinong had misunderstood, shook his head and smiled. Jinzong, you've misunderstood. Su Yu's analysis of the oracle bone script isn't wrong at all, it's spot on. Every single character analysis is incredibly precise and well-founded. He is truly a genius. At this point, Li Zhenbang looked at Su Yu with genuine excitement and said, Su Yu, thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Earlier, I was blind to your true worth and even questioned your abilities. I hope you won't hold it against me. After witnessing Su Yu's analysis of those oracle bone inscriptions, Li Zhenbang was utterly convinced. After all, even he himself couldn't decipher those oracle bone inscriptions. Yet Su Yu had managed to decipher them in one go. And throughout the entire process, Su Yu had only spent a few minutes. Truly terrifying. At that moment, Jinzong, hearing his old friend Li Zhenbang speak thus, gaped in astonishment. He knew Li Zhenbang too well, this man never joked about such matters. So, this meant Li Zhenbang was telling the truth. Su Yu had genuinely deciphered the oracle bone script on this Shang dynasty dragon bone scripture and he'd accomplished it in mere minutes? A prodigy. Absolutely monstrous. At that moment, Wu Jinzong's heart surged with overwhelming emotion. Beside him, Oberon's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Su Yu actually managed to decipher those oracle bone inscriptions? How absurd is this? After all, those oracle bone inscriptions had stumped even Li Zhenbang and numerous experts in ancient script research. Yet Su Yu had managed to decipher them. This is downright unnerving. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy! No way! No way! Su Yu actually deciphered those oracle bone inscriptions? How the hell is that even possible? Damn! This is terrifying. I thought Su Yu was just bluffing to scam people out of money, but turns out he was serious. Unbelievable. I'm literally on my knees in shock. +1 to the above. Just now my mom asked why I was kneeling while looking at my phone. Su Yu, this is just too damn unnerving. The entire live stream audience was dumbfounded. They never imagined Su Yu would actually decipher the oracle bone script on that Shang dynasty dragon bone scripture. At that moment, Li Zhenbang murmured excitedly to himself. I have to share this great news with my colleagues in ancient script research. Ha! The oracle bone script on this Shang dynasty dragon bone heavenly book has finally been deciphered. With that, Li Zhenbang immediately dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Old son, I've got some earth-shattering news for you. The moment the call connected, Li Zhenbang exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, inside the office of the Ancient Script Research Association. Old Li, what's this earth-shattering news? Why are you so excited? Aren't you busy analyzing and deciphering the oracle bone script on that Shang dynasty dragon bone heavenly text? That's the biggest task for our entire Ancient Script Research Association right now. What other good news could there possibly be? Sun Zhongqing retorted, his face clouded with irritation. For the analysis and decipherment of the oracle bone script on that Shang dynasty dragon bone heavenly book, everyone in the Ancient Script Research Association had been eating without appetite and sleeping without rest. What good news could there possibly be for them now? At that moment, Li Zhenbang on the other end of the line spoke excitedly. Old son, the good news I have concerns the analysis and decipherment of the oracle bone script on that Shang dynasty dragon bone heavenly book. Just now, those oracle bone inscriptions were deciphered. Ha ha ha. Isn't this absolutely tremendous news? Chapter 55, everyone was thrilled. Su Yu was too overpowered. The moment Li Zhenbang uttered those words, Sun Zhongqing on this end of the line was instantly overcome with excitement. What? You mean the oracle bone script on that Shang dynasty dragon bone heavenly book has been deciphered? How many characters have been cracked? Sun Zhongqing leapt to his feet in excitement, urgently demanding answers. At Sun Zhongqing's reaction, everyone in the Ancient Script Research Association office leapt to their feet in excitement. Are you kidding? If the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book had truly been deciphered, it would be earth-shattering news for every single one of them. After all, they had been working tirelessly on this project for so long. But unfortunately, they had never made any headway. That was precisely why they had been forced to offer a bounty for its decipherment. Now, learning that the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book had been deciphered, they were naturally overcome with excitement. Immediately, everyone crowded around the phone, waiting for Li Zhenbang's response on the other end. Deciphering even a few characters was incredibly important to them. Even if only one character had been deciphered, it would be earth-shattering news for them, injecting a powerful shot of adrenaline into their work. Ah, I knew you'd ask that. Let me tell you, the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture has been fully deciphered. Li Zhenbang on the other end of the line couldn't contain his excitement as he blurted out. At that moment, everyone in the Ancient Script Research Association's office heard this and stared wide-eyed. All deciphered. This is simply unbelievable. Old Li, you're not pulling our leg again, are you? Are you sure it's all deciphered? Who deciphered it? Sun Zhongqing swallowed hard, his face frozen in shock as he asked. Old Sun, do I look like the kind of person who'd joke about something like this? What I'm saying is absolutely true. As for who cracked it, well, you wouldn't believe it even if I told you, and you wouldn't recognize the name anyway. All I can say is, it's a young person. Li Zhenbang teased from the other end of the line. Upon hearing that a young man had deciphered all the Oracle Bone inscriptions on the Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone script, Sun Zhongqing and the entire Ancient Script Research Association were left utterly speechless. A young man possessed such extraordinary ability? That's just too incredible. Old Li, where are you right now? We'll catch a flight to your place later. No, immediately. Sun Zhongqing, overcome with excitement, made the decision on the spot. I'm at Qibao Studio. Come over now. It's good you're coming. Meet that remarkable young man, he deserves our gratitude. Li Zhenbang chuckled on the other end of the line. At that moment, at Qibao Studio. Suyu, I truly can't thank you enough this time. The analysis and decipherment of the Oracle Bone script on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book has troubled us at the Ancient Script Research Association for far too long. To be honest, I'd nearly given up hope. I never imagined you'd actually pull this off. Truly, thank you so much. Li Zhenbang spoke, gripping Suyu's hand with excitement, his face beaming with joy. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, netizens watching this scene were all stunned into silence. Li Zhenbang, the esteemed authority in ancient script research, was actually this moved by Suyu? It was simply unbelievable. And just now, Li Zhenbang had claimed that Suyu had deciphered every single Oracle Bone inscription on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture. This was utterly unbelievable. After all, we're talking about Oracle Bone script. Not just any Chinese characters. Deciphering Oracle Bone script usually takes years, even decades. But now, Suyu just went and deciphered over 100 characters in just a few minutes. This is ridiculous. Seeing Li Zhenbang so agitated, Suyu offered a calm smile. No problem. Being able to help you guys is a good thing. Ahem, about that deciphering bounty. At that point, Suyu chose not to elaborate further. Smart people don't need things spelled out for them. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Li Zhenbang immediately responded with a smile. Rest assured, young Su. The Ancient Script Research Association will transfer the decryption bounty to your bank account shortly. But don't rush things. My colleagues are on their way over. They'll all want to meet you. Li Zhenbang knew his colleagues' personalities all too well. After all, Suyu had deciphered every single Oracle Bone inscription on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture. The members of the Ancient Script Research Association were undoubtedly eager to get to know Suyu properly. If Suyu were to leave like this, he wouldn't be able to explain it. Alright. Seeing Li Zhenbang's insistence, Suyu could only nod reluctantly. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room, I'm crying with envy. Master Su just raked in 12,300,000 yuan. That money comes way too easy. What happened to money is hard to earn, is hard to eat? How come God Su made this much in just a few minutes? Hey, let me tell you something. Don't think God Su makes money easily. I'll tell you this, it's only easy for him. For us? Ha! To put it bluntly, we couldn't decipher a single character in a lifetime. Seriously. Suyu is just too damn gifted. This is Oracle Bone script, for crying out loud. If it were me, forget analyzing it, just looking at it would make me want to fall asleep. It's like reading a book written in a foreign language. Ha ha. Hey, upstairs, guess why this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture is called the Dragon Bone scripture? Precisely because these Oracle Bone inscriptions are like heavenly scriptures to ordinary people. Enough said. Master Su is incredible. This move has me completely blown away. Su God is just too insane. The skills he masters are beyond belief, totally not something ordinary people could ever learn. The live chat erupted with a cacophony of voices. At that moment, their admiration and astonishment for Suyu reached its peak. After all, those oracle bone inscriptions had stumped even the top scholars in ancient script research, yet Suyu had managed to decipher every single one. Chapter 56, recruited by another big shot you're showing off. At that moment, Suyu sat idly in his chair, sipping the premium tea brewed by Oberon. Beside him, Li Zhenbang and Jinzong chatted with him from time to time, smiling warmly as if entertaining the most honored guest. Watching this scene, Oberon clenched her teeth in fury, consumed by jealousy. She was already jealous that her grandfather, Jinzong, held Suyu in such high regard. Now even Li Zhenbang, the leading authority in ancient script research, treated Suyu like royalty. How could she not be furious? How could she not envy Suyu? After all, although this elder, Li Zhenbang, had always been kind to her, he had always treated her like a little girl. Yet Suyu had suddenly become the honored guest of both Li Zhenbang and her grandfather, Jinzong. This effectively relegated her to the position of Suyu's junior. We're all the same age, but the difference in treatment is huge. At that moment, in the hundredfold return livestream. I'm crying with envy. Those two big shots actually treated Suyu like a VIP guest. We're all the same age, so why is the gap between me and Suyu so huge? Who says it isn't? We have to be polite to our bosses every day, but Suyu? He gets treated like royalty by two big shots. Seriously, comparing people is just infuriating. Exactly. Just look at Suyu, he even gets to enjoy tea poured by a goddess like Oberon. If it were us, we'd be dreaming of eating. This gap is just too damn huge. I've turned into a total sourpuss. When the mask came off, I was already crying my eyes out. The viewers in the livestream chat were equally envious to the point of tears. After all, both Li Zhenbang and Jinzong were titans in their respective industries. If they ever crossed paths with these two titans, they wouldn't even have the privilege of getting close enough to introduce themselves. But Suyu? He was treated like a VIP guest by these two titans. And not only that, they actively sought him out for casual conversation. Such treatment was beyond their wildest dreams. A short while later, a group of elders dressed plainly yet radiating scholarly gravitas arrived at Qibao Studio. Oldly, where is that young man you mentioned who deciphered the oracle bone script on that Shang Dynasty dragon bone scripture? Quickly introduce us to him. Sun Zhongqing addressed Li Zhenbang the moment he spotted him. Behind him, several others began scanning the room with keen eyes. They had flown here specifically to meet Suyu and express their gratitude in person. After all, the oracle bone script on that Shang Dynasty dragon bone scripture had puzzled the members of their ancient script research association for quite some time. Now that someone had solved this major puzzle for them, especially upon learning that person was a young man, they were naturally eager to meet him. Upon hearing Sun Zhongqing's words, Li Zhenbang smiled with evident satisfaction before rising to his feet and pointing at Suyu. This is Suyu. He deciphered the oracle bone script on that Shang Dynasty dragon bone heavenly book. Upon hearing Li Zhenbang's words, Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association all took a good look at Suyu, their faces immediately filled with profound astonishment. Although Li Zhenbang had mentioned over the phone that the person who deciphered the oracle bone script on that Shang Dynasty dragon bone heavenly book was a young man, seeing Suyu with their own eyes still left them utterly incredulous. He was simply too young. Unbelievably young. To decipher all the oracle bone script on that Shang Dynasty dragon bone heavenly book at such a tender age was nothing short of miraculous. Young Master Su, we are profoundly grateful. Thank you for doing our Ancient Script Research Association such an immense favor. Sun Zhongqing immediately stepped forward, gripping Suyu's hands with both of his face radiating gratitude. The other members of the Ancient Script Research Association also looked at Suyu with expressions of profound gratitude. Seeing this, Suyu offered a slight smile. You're all too kind. I'm just glad I could be of assistance. He just wanted to deal with these people quickly, collect his payment, and leave. But the more Sun Zhongqing and the others looked at Suyu, the more satisfied they felt. At such a young age, he had deciphered oracle bone script that even the old hands of the Ancient Script Research Association couldn't crack. This alone demonstrated Suyu's astonishing talent in ancient script research. If they could recruit Suyu into the Ancient Script Research Association, he would undoubtedly become a genius capable of achieving groundbreaking accomplishments in the field. With this thought, Sun Zhongqing turned to Suyu and asked earnestly, Young Su, might you be interested in joining our Ancient Script Research Association? With your talent in ancient script research, given time, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable accomplishments in this field. It would be a tremendous loss if you did not join our association. Hearing Sun Zhongqing's words, the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association also turned their eager gazes toward Suyu. Clearly, they all hoped Suyu would accept. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy crap! Even the Ancient Script Research Association wants to recruit Suyu? That's insane. Exactly. First it was Director Zhao from Hangzhou Police trying to recruit him, now it's the Ancient Script Research Association. Suyu's got some serious clout, I'm so jealous. Who says otherwise? If we had half the clout Suyu has, we'd be killing it. Comparing people is so frustrating. Suyu is just too damn talented. Countless netizens were green with envy. In their eyes, Suyu's current situation was undeniably enviable. After all, the treatment he was receiving now was something ordinary people like them could only dream of. Meanwhile, Burong watched Suyu being fawned over like the moon surrounded by stars by the bigwigs of the Ancient Script Research Association. Her big eyes blinked repeatedly, her heart brimming with envy. Everyone was the same age, yet only Suyu, stood head and shoulders above the rest. Even she hadn't had the chance to join the Ancient Script Research Association. Yet here he was, being showered with offers from all these bigwigs. The gap was simply too vast. At that moment, Suyu listened to the recruitment offers from Sun Zhongqing and the others, but he merely shook his head and smiled. Thank you all for your kindness and recognition. However, I currently have no strong interest in pursuing this field. I suggest we first focus on deciphering the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Text. I imagine you're all quite curious about its contents as well. Chapter 57, Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb yields another 10 million. Hearing Suyu's words, Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association felt a pang of disappointment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. They genuinely believed Suyu should join their association. After all, given Suyu's astonishing mastery of Oracle Bone Script, it was only a matter of time before he became the foremost authority in the field of ancient script research. It would be a real shame if he declined their invitation. However, since Suyu had already spoken his mind, they felt it inappropriate to press further. Immediately, Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association began studying the information contained within the Oracle Bone inscriptions Suyu had deciphered. They knew that although none of them could decipher the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture, they sensed it likely contained hidden historical secrets. For the archaeological community, this discovery was undoubtedly a monumental historical find. After a moment, Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association stared wide-eyed, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Seeing the reaction of Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association, Suyu was not the least bit surprised. Earlier, while deciphering the Oracle Bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, he had already understood its contents. The Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone script contained records about a dynasty preceding the Xia dynasty. Strictly speaking, it pertained to the tomb of an emperor from the Xia dynasty. It must be noted that the current state of Shang Dynasty historical research and archaeology remains largely blank, let alone the Xia dynasty preceding it. It could even be said that the only evidence archaeologists have for the Xia dynasty's existence comes from folk legends and oral traditions. As for concrete historical evidence, archaeologists have never found any. Precisely because there is no concrete historical evidence to prove the existence of such a dynasty in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, many Western countries have mocked the Dragon Kingdom for engaging in pseudo-historical practices. The Chinese archaeological community has long resented this mockery, yet unable to produce historical evidence, they have had no choice but to swallow their pride. But now, things are different. The inscriptions on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone script at least confirm that the Xia dynasty truly existed within the historical timeline. Moreover, if they could locate the tomb of the Xia dynasty emperor mentioned in this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone script, it would deliver a resounding blow to the Western nations. Given this, it's no wonder Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association were so excited. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. Sun Zhongqing's face flushed crimson with excitement as he burst into hearty laughter. Then, his face filled with gratitude as he turned to Suyu. Young Su, you've done our archaeology community a tremendous service. Once the contents inscribed on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone scripture are verified, you will be hailed as a great hero in the entire history community of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, in the 100-fold return live stream room. What's going on? What exactly is written on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book? How does Suyu become the greatest hero of Longwa's historical community? Yeah. Stop being so cryptic. What exactly is written on it? You've got me all worked up. So annoying. People who only tell half the story are the worst. This leaves me hanging, it's just cruel. Viewers in the livestream were left hanging, their curiosity piqued. At this moment, however, neither Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association nor Suyu intended to reveal the contents inscribed on this Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly script just yet. After all, this matter concerned the tomb of an emperor from the Xia dynasty. This was no trivial matter. Without permission from higher authorities, it must remain confidential. Moreover, with so many eyes and ears online, any unexpected complications could prove disastrous. Observing the excitement of Sun Zhongqing and the other members of the Ancient Script Research Association, Suyu offered a faint smile. This is simply my duty. It's just that bounty for deciphering, you see? Suyu trailed off, scratching his nose. Ha ha. Don't worry. We'll have the higher-ups transfer the bounty money to you right away. Sun Zhongqing laughed heartily and immediately made the call. Before long, Suyu received the bank's deposit notification. 12,300,000 yuan all credited in full. Seeing such a large sum deposited, Suyu smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy! 12,300,000? That's already in the bag? Whoa! That's insane. God, Su makes money way too fast. Now the other contestants are left in the dust compared to Suyu. Exactly. That's over 10 million. The other contestants could work themselves to death and never earn that much. I'm so jealous. We all went through 9 years of compulsory education, so why does Suyu alone stand head and shoulders above the rest? Hey, let's be real, don't envy Suyu too much. After all, only he has the skills to earn that kind of money. For us, it's impossible to make that much even if we worked our entire lives. There's nothing we can do about it, sometimes the gap between people is just that huge. Netizens everywhere were filled with envy. Just imagine in this short while, Suyu had already made that much money. His money-making speed was simply outrageous. Meanwhile, upon learning that Suyu hadn't been blacklisted by the Ancient Script Research Association but had instead raked in over 10 million from them, the other contestants couldn't help but lose their cool. Why? Why can Suyu effortlessly earn over 10 million? Why? It's not fair. This is so unfair. Contestant number 7, Bai Wenbin, turned pale as his entire demeanor crumbled. He'd been running around meeting clients non-stop these past days, talking himself hoarse, and finally managed to sell 3 apartments and a villa, raking in over 1 million yuan in commissions. Such an achievement had filled him with immense pride and satisfaction. But now, compared to Suyu, he felt like he wanted to crawl into a hole. With effortless ease, Suyu had just earned over 10 million more. He felt utterly crushed. He'd lost every shred of ambition to compete. And at this moment, even the exceptionally outstanding contestant number 7, Bai Wenbin, was in this state. The other contestants were naturally even more devastated. After all, that's over 10 million. For factory workers like them, they'd probably never earn that much even if they worked themselves to death. Suyu's money-making speed was just insane. Chapter 58, the production team was stunned. This skill is brutal. At that moment, Suyu's money-making speed shocked the entire internet. After all, in just a short while, Suyu had raked in over 10 million yuan. It was simply too outrageous to believe. Inside the executive conference room of the show Hundredfold Return, Director Zhang, breaking news that Suyu, a program staff member rushed into the conference room, his words stumbling out in a fluster. What about him? Did the Ancient Script Research Association ban him across all platforms? Director Zhang raised an eyebrow, asking calmly. In his view, given Suyu's circumstances, being blacklisted across all platforms by the Ancient Script Research Association was hardly surprising. He felt no pity whatsoever for Suyu's predicament. On the contrary, he believed Suyu had brought this entirely upon himself. Their show had no use for an unpredictable, uncontrollable contestant like Suyu. But at that moment, the production staff member shook his head upon hearing this and clarified. No, it's that Suyu. He deciphered all the Oracle Bone inscriptions and claimed the Ancient Script Research Association's 12,300,000 yuan reward. Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, every head in the executive conference room buzzed. What? Director Zhang couldn't sit still, his face twisted with disbelief, almost convinced he'd misheard. Simultaneously, the other executives from the production team stared at the staff member who had come in to report, their faces frozen in disbelief. I said, Suyu wasn't blacklisted by the Ancient Script Research Association. Instead, he earned over 10 million yuan from the deciphering bounty. The staff member reiterated. This time, everyone in the conference room heard clearly and everyone was stunned. Suyu hadn't been blacklisted. Instead, he earned over 10 million yuan in decryption rewards. These two critical pieces of information echoed in everyone's minds, leaving them all speechless. Especially Director Zhang. He could no longer maintain his composure. Impossible. How could this be? How old is he? And from our prior investigation, he'd never even studied Oracle Bone script research. How could he possibly decipher Oracle Bone characters that stumped even the Ancient Script Research Association? Director Zhang abruptly stood up, his mind churning with overwhelming shock. In that moment, he even began to doubt whether he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such an absurd thing happen? But whether he wanted to believe it or not, the facts were undeniable. This Suyu is downright unnerving. After a long while, Director Zhang finally calmed down and uttered a sentence. Looks like it's time to find a way to knock some sense into him. Our show doesn't need overly eccentric contestants, let alone ones who are gradually losing control. Director Zhang frowned, his tone tinged with coldness. With the backing of the chosen corporation behind their production team, they certainly wouldn't be unable to afford Suyu's hundredfold return. But Suyu's current situation was starting to slip beyond the show's control. Such a contestant was not what the production team wanted to see. Meanwhile, related trending topics rapidly appeared on Weibo. #shocking. Contestant number 5 Suyu deciphers 100-character Oracle Bone script. #unraveling Suyu's mind-blowing money-making journey. #unstoppable. All other contestants completely overwhelmed by Suyu. Each trending topic on Weibo sent Suyu's popularity soaring once more, while simultaneously igniting heated discussions among countless netizens. Holy crap! This is insane. Suyu is beyond belief. He's just an ordinary person, right? How can he even decipher Oracle bone script? A goddamn ordinary person? He's a freaking prodigy. First Hangzhou police extended an olive branch, then the Ancient Script Research Association actively recruited him. Is this Suyu some kind of legendary cheat code? Who knows? This Suyu is beyond belief. He made over 10 million in just one day. This guy is insane. What happened to money's hard to earn, hard to eat? Why doesn't that apply to Suyu at all? Damn it! This money's coming in way too fast. I'm jealous enough to cry. We're the same age, so why are you, Suyu, so damn show-offy? Netizens buzzed with heated discussions and widespread comments on these trending topics. Meanwhile, Suyu remained completely unaware of all this. He was already happily heading back. System, lottery. As soon as Suyu returned, he immediately began the lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've successfully drawn the Celestial Star Feng Shui Tomb Seeking skill. What the hell? Celestial Star Feng Shui Tomb Seeking skill? System, you're not gonna stop until you get me thrown in jail, are you? Hearing the system's notification sound, Suyu looked utterly disinterested. While the skill itself was undeniably powerful, the real issue was that it bordered on criminal activity. In modern society, grave robbing was illegal. That the system had gifted him such a skill now made it hard not to suspect it was deliberately trying to land him in jail. After all, he was currently a prime suspect on Hangzhou police's radar. Earlier that day, Chief Zhao had pretended to recruit him, but in reality, it was a ploy to keep him under surveillance ready to arrest him the moment he broke the law. It was safe to say he was teetering on the edge of prison. And now, the system had gone and given him a skill for locating graves using celestial feng shui? Was it trying to get him locked up for suspected tomb raiding? Yet, the system remained utterly silent to Suyu's rant. Forget it. Let's keep drawing. Suyu shook his head helplessly and proceeded with the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the Fakeiu Celestial Official skill. P.S. Using this skill grants you all the abilities of the founding patriarch of the Fakeiu sect, the progenitor of all tomb raiding sects. As the system's notification sounded again, Suyu felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Damn it, system! Suyu couldn't help but curse under his breath. First, the extremely punishing Tianqing Feng Shui Tomb Seeking skill, and now the extremely judgmental Fakeiu Heavenly Official skill. Suyu finally understood the system was dead set on sending him to prison. These two skills were practically designed to push him down the path of grave robbing until the bitter end. So damn cruel, so damn judgmental. Once he's locked up, he'd be looking at a minimum of 10 years. Yet the system paid no heed whatsoever to Suyu's complaints, showing not the slightest inclination to respond. Seeing this, Suyu could only give up and drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 59, Searching for the Xia Dynasty Emperor's Tomb, Suyu pushes his luck again. Early the next morning, Suyu was jolted awake by the ringing of an unfamiliar incoming call. Hello? Who is this? Suyu glanced at the unfamiliar number before finally answering. Young Master Su, it's me, Li Zhenbeng. The voice on the other end of the line rang out. Hearing this, Suyu paused, unsure why Li Zhenbeng was calling. Still, he asked. Professor Li. What brings you to call me? He remained quite patient with the benefactor who had funded him. Su, it's like this. Yesterday, you helped us decipher the Oracle bone script on that Shang Dynasty Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, right? Based on the inscriptions, we've identified the location of the Xia Dynasty Emperor's tomb. After an all-night meeting with our archaeology and history community, we've decided to head to the site described in the text to search for this tomb. Li Zhenbeng spoke from the other end of the line. Learning that the bigwigs of the archaeology and history community had decided to search for and excavate the Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb, Suyu wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, in the current historical records of Dragon Nation, there was a complete lack of evidence regarding the existence of the Xia Dynasty. Now that the location of a Xia Dynasty Emperor's tomb had finally been uncovered, it was only natural that archaeologists and historians would decide to search for and excavate it. Oh, I see. So, Professor Li, what exactly do you need from me? Suyu asked directly. After all, if he weren't needed for this endeavor, Li Zhenbeng likely wouldn't have gone out of his way to call and inform him. Ahem, young Su, during our expedition to locate the Xia Emperor's tomb, we may encounter numerous oracle bone inscriptions. To ensure we gain the most comprehensive understanding of Xia history possible, our team of archaeology and history experts has decided we'd like to invite you to accompany us into the tomb. Rest assured, young Master Su, this journey won't be in vain. Upon successful completion, we will compensate you with 1 million yuan. Would you be willing to join us, Su? Li Zhenbeng spoke from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. 1 million yuan. That was an incredibly tempting offer. However, after pondering for a moment, Suyu sighed softly and declined. Professor Li, this reward is indeed very tempting. But I wonder if you're aware that I'm participating in a live reality show. If I were to accompany you into the tomb, the live cameras would be rolling the entire time. Under these circumstances, it probably won't be possible. So, I think we should just forget about it. Suyu was naturally drawn to the $1 million reward. The crux of the matter, however, was that he would have to keep the live stream camera running. This was highly unlikely to be permitted during archaeological excavations. After a moment's consideration, Suyu declined the invitation. Upon hearing Suyu's response, Li Zhenbang shook his head and smiled. Young Su, we've thoroughly considered your circumstances. According to conventional archaeological excavation protocols, live streaming would indeed be impossible. But this situation is unique. This is the tomb of an emperor from the Xia dynasty. If we truly locate and excavate this tomb, it will fill a gap in our nation's historical records concerning the Xia dynasty. Precisely for this reason, with approval from higher authorities, the entire excavation process is authorized for live streaming. The purpose is to show everyone that the Xia dynasty truly existed in our nation's history, not some fabricated historical narrative as maliciously speculated and mocked by Western countries. Because, young friend Su, the concerns you just voiced are completely unfounded. Hearing Li Zhenbang's words, Suyu's eyes lit up. With that, his earlier worries vanished. Great. In that case, I'll set out immediately to find you. Where are you currently located? Suyu asked immediately. With his concerns now resolved, Suyu readily agreed. The 1 million reward was still quite tempting. We're currently at the Archaeological Research Institute in Hangzhou. Young friend Su, just come over here. Li Zhenbang said on the other end of the line. Alright, I'll head over now. Suyu nodded and replied. After hanging up, Suyu smiled at the holographic live streaming camera and announced. Hey everyone, I'm heading to the Hangzhou Archaeological Research Institute to participate in an excavation. I'll be live streaming the entire process, so stay tuned. With that, Suyu headed straight for the Hangzhou Archaeological Research Institute. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. Holy crap! What the hell? Suyu's going to participate in an archaeological dig? What's he doing getting involved in that? Exactly. If he's got free time, he'd be better off trading stocks. I'm counting on Su God to make me rich in the stock market. +1 to the above. I'm kicking myself for not following Su God's stock picks last time, missed out on a fortune. My recent losses have me on the verge of tears. It's brutal. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend God Su going on any archaeological dig. Those places are practically riddled with traps, not to mention poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. If he runs into any of that, he'll be toast. Honestly, I think Master Su has lost his mind chasing money. He doesn't even know what money is safe to earn and what isn't. This kind of money is way too risky. Upon learning Suyu was joining an archaeological dig, netizens unanimously disapproved. In their view, while Suyu's formidable expertise lies in specialized fields, archaeological excavations were far too dangerous. If Suyu rashly joined in, it could very well put his life at risk. Hangzhou Archaeological Research Institute. This is the place. After confirming he hadn't made a mistake, Suyu approached the person at the entrance and stated his name. Immediately, someone led Suyu into a conference room. The moment he stepped inside, Suyu saw a group of people. Among them were none other than Li Zhenbang and Sun Zhongcheng. Young Su, you're here. Li Zhenbang and Sun Zhongcheng greeted Suyu with smiles as he entered. MHM. Suyu returned the nod with a smile, simultaneously taking in the other attendees in the conference room. At that moment, Li Zhenbang smiled and began introducing Suyu. Suyu, this is Mr. Ji Longxing. He's the one responsible for locating the exact position of that Xia dynasty imperial tomb. As for these three gentlemen, they've been assigned by the military to ensure our safety during the tomb excavation. Chapter 60, Setting Out for the Excavation, Grave Robber Ji Longxing. Following Li Zhenbang's introductions, Suyu looked at each of them in turn. To the three military personnel responsible for their security during the tomb descent, Suyu naturally nodded respectfully without further words. After all, archaeological excavations were fraught with danger, if not constantly, then certainly frequently. That these three military personnel could provide security for them after descending into the tomb was enough to earn Suyu's admiration and respect. However, Suyu's gaze lingered on Ji Longxing for quite some time. He sensed something extraordinary about this man named Ji Longxing. After all, he now possessed the skill of the heavenly official of grave opening. Activating the Fakio heavenly official skill instantly granted him the abilities of the sect's founding patriarch. Thus, Suyu could instantly sense something amiss about Ji Longxing before him. An earth diviner. Indeed, Ji Longxing carried the aura of a grave robber. An earth thief, as they say, is essentially a tomb robber. Moreover, Ji Longxing wasn't just any grave robber, he was one with formal training and affiliation to a specific sect. After studying Ji Longxing for a few more moments, Suyu finally looked away. Ji Longxing's background as a grave robber, now appearing within this archaeological excavation team, naturally implied one possibility. That Ji Longxing had been co-opted by the state. Meanwhile, Ji Longxing noticed Suyu staring at him and felt a bit puzzled. However, he didn't give Suyu much thought. In his view, Suyu was merely curious and had glanced at him a few extra times. Surely it couldn't be that Suyu, a young upstart and complete outsider, had actually recognized him as a tomb robber? After Li Zhenbong finished introducing Suyu, he turned to Ji Longxing and asked, Mr. Ji, based on what you just said, we must first reach the area around Erlong Mountain to have any chance of locating the Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb? Can't we at least narrow down a general vicinity? Upon hearing Li Zhenbong's question, Ji Longxing nodded and replied, Yes. Only after reaching Erlong Mountain can we truly begin searching for that Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb. And that's under relatively ideal circumstances. You must understand that tomb is, after all, the burial site of an Xia Dynasty emperor. It is so ancient that not even the slightest trace remains detectable. Such passage of time means changes in mountains, rivers, and terrain. Trying to locate that Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb using geomancy techniques is no small challenge. All I can say is, we should head to Erlong Mountain first to investigate. Whether we can successfully locate that Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb, well, that'll just depend on luck. At this moment, upon hearing Ji Longxing's words, Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. From Ji Longxing's words just now, he had confirmed his suspicions. This Ji Longxing was indeed a grave robber who had been co-opted by the state. Moreover, judging by his circumstances, he most likely hailed from the tomb raiding school of tomb raiders. For Ji Longxing had just mentioned a crucial technique: dragon seeking and feng shui divination. This technique was the signature skill of the tomb raiding corps. Upon hearing Ji Longxing's words, Li Zhenbong and the other archaeological excavation experts all furrowed their brows, plunging into deep thought. Finally, Li Zhenbong made the decision and declared, All right. We'll proceed as Mr. Ji suggested and head to Erlong Mountain to investigate the situation. In any case, this excavation of the Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb holds immense significance for us. We must spare no effort to locate it. Our nation urgently needs historical evidence confirming the Xia Dynasty's existence. Discovering that imperial tomb would fill the gap in historical records regarding its existence. Though an exact location remains elusive for now, Li Zhenbong and the team of excavation experts refuse to abandon their quest. For once the Dragon Nation uncovers the Xia Imperial Tomb, it will possess irrefutable evidence to counter any future malicious speculation or mockery from Western nations accusing the Dragon Nation of promoting false historical narratives. For this very reason, locating the Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb had become of paramount importance. Upon hearing this, Ji Longxing nodded in agreement. Having been recruited by the state, he naturally prioritized the nation's archaeological endeavors above all else. In the past, without sufficient confidence in the endeavor, he would have been reluctant to undertake such a mission. After all, the Xia dynasty was so ancient. Over such a vast span of time, the landscape had changed beyond recognition. Attempting to locate the Xia Emperor's tomb using geomancy techniques would be an incredibly difficult task. If they were thinking purely in terms of profit, as their tomb raiding faction did, they would naturally prefer to seek out imperial tombs from other dynasties. First, they were easier to locate. Second, the rewards were greater. However, he now had no choice but to prioritize archaeological excavation. Alright, let's not delay. We're setting out now. Ji Longxing nodded and declared. Immediately, the group packed their equipment and headed straight for Erlong Mountain. After several hours of travel, the archaeological team finally arrived at Erlong Mountain. Before them lay a range of mountains covered in yellow dust, severely weathered and eroded. This is trouble. Ji Longxing surveyed the scene before him, his expression growing somber. Although he had anticipated that the landscape here would be more severely altered, witnessing it firsthand still sent a chill through him. Mr. Ji, are you suggesting it will be extremely difficult to locate the Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb? Li Zhenbong and the other excavation experts frowned as they asked. Hearing their words, Ji Longxing nodded and replied. It is extremely difficult, almost hopeless, in fact. Our school of tomb raiders relies on the art of seeking dragon veins and pinpointing auspicious sites. Ultimately, this method determines the potential location of a tomb's feng shui favorable burial spot based on the flow of mountains and rivers. But in the current situation, the course of mountains and rivers has changed drastically once again. Under these circumstances, our dragon-seeking and feng shui techniques suddenly become largely ineffective. The current situation is truly dire. All I can say is we'll do our best to search. Just don't get your hopes up too high. It's a pity the celestial feng shui tomb-seeking technique has long been lost. If I knew it, we might still have a chance. Chapter 61, The Heavenly Star Feng Shui Tomb-Seeking Technique. I'm laying my cards on the table. Ji Longxing spoke with evident regret and admiration, clearly holding the Celestial Star Feng Shui Tomb-Seeking Technique in the highest regard. Meanwhile, Suyu, standing nearby, heard these words and his expression turned slightly peculiar. Celestial Star Feng Shui Tomb-Seeking Technique? Wasn't that precisely the skill the system had granted him? However, Suyu naturally had no intention of revealing that he knew the Heavenly Star Feng Shui Tomb-Seeking Technique. Joking aside, he was currently a prime suspect under investigation by the Hangzhou police. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't expose himself. Celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique? What kind of method is that? Li Zhenbang and the other archaeologists beside him asked with genuine curiosity. The celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique is a method pioneered by the founding patriarch of our tomb raiding core lineage. It pinpoints auspicious burial sites by tracking the shifting positions of celestial constellations. This technique transcends the limitations of shifting mountains and rivers, far surpassing the dragon seeking and pointing to the spot method. It stands as the pinnacle of tomb seeking arts. Alas, this technique was too extraordinary. Our founding patriarch deemed it too detrimental to one's karmic merit and deemed it unwise to pass it down lightly. Thus, after his passing, the art was lost to history. Of course, in my opinion, this celestial star feng shui tomb seeking art may not truly be lost. It's highly probable that the founder passed it down only to his direct lineage. However, the descendants of that lineage are most likely no longer among the living. Even if any remain, they are beyond our reach. Ji Longxing spoke with a look of regret on his face. Li Zhenbang and the other archaeologists present also wore expressions of regret upon hearing this. But upon hearing Ji Longxing's words, Suyu suddenly understood. So the system gave me the star-seeking grave hunting skill. It's actually a technique passed down by the founding patriarch of the tomb raiding corps. Suyu thought to himself. He had only known that this skill was a method for tomb raiding, but he had no idea where it originated. Now, hearing Ji Longxing's explanation, it all clicked into place. Enough. I won't dwell on it. I'll use my dragon-seeking techniques to locate that Xia Dynasty Imperial tomb right now. Of course, don't get your hopes up too high. After all, the course of these mountains and rivers has long since changed. My dragon-seeking techniques will be of very limited use here. Ji Longxing shook his head and said. Hearing Ji Longxing's words, Li Zhenbang and the group of archaeologists couldn't help but feel disappointed. Their entire expedition had been undertaken to locate that Xia Dynasty Imperial tomb and conduct an archaeological excavation. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a major obstacle right upon arrival, leaving each of them filled with regret and helplessness. For now, they could only hope Ji Longxing's dragon-seeking and site-selecting techniques might prove useful. After a while, Ji Longxing identified several potential locations for the Xia Dynasty Imperial tomb and instructed the team of archaeologists to begin excavating. But there were simply too many potential spots. Moreover, despite digging for a long time, the team of archaeologists found nothing. Before they knew it, night had fallen. At this point, everyone paused to rest where they stood. The fruitless excavation left a look of defeat on everyone's faces. The current situation inevitably left them feeling disheartened. Watching this scene, Suyu found himself hesitating. Given the current situation, he wasn't sure whether he should reveal his mastery of the celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique. Otherwise, given the current state of affairs, they would likely toil for a long time without any results. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Wow! Who would have thought archaeological excavation work would be this difficult? We're already stuck at the very first step. Exactly. If only that heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique hadn't been lost to history. With it, we could have found that Xia Dynasty Imperial tomb much faster. +1 to the above. This current situation is truly disappointing. Hey, do you think Su the Great might actually know that celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique? I mean, he's so damn mysterious he could totally be the one who knows it. Dude, you're way off base here. Mr. G just said the technique was created by the founding patriarch of the Tomb Raider Corps. Even if it hadn't been lost, only the patriarch's direct descendants would know it. Does Su look like one of those to you? The live chat erupted with heated debate. In their view, under the current circumstances, finding that Xia Dynasty Imperial tomb was utterly impossible. As for whether Suyu possessed that celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique, that was an even more obvious non-starter. Are you kidding me? How could Suyu possibly know the celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique? Young Master Su, come over and grab something to eat. Li Zhenbang called out to Suyu at that moment. Suyu nodded and went over to eat, replenishing his energy. Ah! I never imagined that I, Li Zhenbang, who thought this time I could finally fulfill my long-cherished wish to find evidence of the Xia dynasty's existence in Longwa's history would end up with nothing to show for it. After eating a little, Li Zhenbang sighed with a bitter smile. The other archaeologists also wore expressions of regret, their spirits deeply dampened. Seeing them like this, Suyu's expression became conflicted. Ah! Seeing them like this, they must be utterly disheartened. Should I reveal my true abilities? Suyu sighed inwardly, feeling conflicted. After a moment's thought, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. Fine. Let them suspect me if they must. It's not like this is the first time I've been suspected of being a criminal. As long as I walk straight and sit upright, even if the police suspect I have a criminal record, they won't find any evidence. Consider it my contribution to advancing the field of archaeology in the Dragon Nation. With a determined resolve, Suyu stood up and addressed Li Zhenbang and the assembled archaeologists. Gentlemen, I deeply apologize. I've actually been hiding something. But seeing how you all reacted just now, I've decided to stop pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. I actually possess the skill of celestial star feng shui tomb seeking. At Su Yu's words, every pair of eyes in the room widened in shock. Ji Longxing, in particular, leapt to his feet, staring at Su Yu with utter disbelief etched across his face. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream chat, viewers were equally stunned, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Some even doubted their own ears. Chapter 62, Unearthed. Paying homage to the ancestral master. Holy! Am I hearing things? Did Su the Great just say he knows the heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique? Is this for real? Holy crap! Su God, you're not just bragging, are you? That Mr. G just said the celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique is an unparalleled method only known to the founding patriarch of their tomb raiding core lineage. You can't possibly be from that direct bloodline, can you? He's lost his mind. Completely lost it. Can't figure out why Master Su's messing around like this. Netizens were all ranting and raving. To them, Su Yu's recent claims sounded like utter nonsense. After all, this was the heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique. Judging from what Ji Longxing had just described, this technique was clearly extraordinary. Now that Su Yu claimed to know this technique, it was hard for them to believe. After his initial shock, Ji Longxing's expression darkened. Young man, do you think our tomb raiding core is something to be trifled with? Ji Longxing's gaze carried a hint of chill. Earlier, when he heard Su Yu claim to know the heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique, he had indeed been startled, almost believing it. But he quickly regained his composure. Moreover, he was certain Su Yu was just spouting nonsense. After all, this was the heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique, a technique so profoundly powerful that only the founding patriarch of their tomb raiding core lineage could have mastered it. Even if their founding patriarch hadn't sealed this technique within a coffin but instead passed it down through a direct lineage, Su Yu certainly didn't look like a descendant of that lineage. It seemed more like Su Yu was just spouting nonsense. At this thought, anger surged within Ji Longxing's heart. Though he had now been recruited by the state, the Tomb Raider faction remained his unwavering faith, something he would not tolerate being desecrated. At that moment, Li Zhenbong and the other archaeologists frowned as they turned to Su Yu and said, "Young Su, this is no time for jokes. The heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique is long lost. Certain things shouldn't be spoken of lightly." Hearing this, Su Yu felt a bit helpless. He had spoken the truth, yet no one believed him. Ahem, I wasn't joking about this at all. I genuinely possess this heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique. Su Yu spread his hands helplessly. Seeing the crowd still look skeptical, he could only shake his head and say, "Fine. Since that's the case, I suppose I'll just have to show you myself." With that, a sharp gleam flashed in Su Yu's eyes as he immediately activated the celestial star feng shui tomb seeking skill. In that instant, Su Yu lifted his gaze toward the night sky. In an instant, the countless constellations in the sky transformed before his eyes into distinct directions. Those countless stars connected to form a dragon-shaped constellation. Borrowing the feng shui disc for a moment, Su Yu addressed Ji Longxing. Hearing Su Yu's commanding tone, Ji Longxing hesitated to refuse. Yet, as the words formed on his lips, he found himself inexplicably obeying Su Yu's request. Without protest, he handed over the feng shui plate he always carried with him. Taking the compass from Ji Longxing, Su Yu wasted no words. He placed it in his palm and aligned the positions of the celestial constellations with the compass. "Southeast over there. Dig." Su Yu's gaze sharpened as he pointed to a specific direction and addressed the assembled archaeologists. Hearing this, the archaeologists froze, doubting the accuracy of Su Yu's direction. Yet, an aura of authority emanated from him, compelling them to obey without question. Before long, the team began excavating with their tools. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy crap! Is this real? Could Su Yu actually know that star feng shui tomb seeking technique? Why did it feel so damn cool when he pointed with that feng shui compass just now? Who knows? I'm still leaning toward thinking Su Yu was just joking around over there. After all, that's the celestial star feng shui tomb seeking technique. If Su Yu actually knew that, it'd be way too weird. +1 to the above. I just don't buy that Su Yu knows this heavenly star feng shui tomb seeking technique. Don't forget, Su Yu's acting skills are top notch. Who knows, maybe that whole sage-like act he pulled earlier was just for show. You're right. Honestly, this whole situation is a bit hard to swallow. I also think Su God was just joking earlier. There's no way he's actually a direct descendant of the founder of the tomb raiding core, right? That's ridiculous. The livestream chat exploded with activity, comments flooding the screen. Although Su Yu's air of superiority had initially stunned them, once they regained their composure, they swiftly concluded they'd simply been fooled by his acting. Joking aside, the idea that Su Yu was a direct descendant of the founder of the Tomb Raider clan? They simply couldn't believe it. At that moment, Ji Longxing also stared at Su Yu with a complex expression. On one hand, reason screamed it was impossible. Yet on the other hand, the aura Su Yu had projected earlier didn't feel like it was feigned. Because of this, Ji Longxing's emotions were now in turmoil. Well, let's just wait and see. We'll have the results soon enough. If this kid is trying to pull the wool over my eyes, making a mockery of our Tomb Raider faction, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Ji Longxing frowned, his thoughts racing. Before long, with the assistance of the 3 military personnel, the team of archaeologists had excavated to a considerable depth. And just then, they suddenly discovered the Luoyang shovel had struck something hard. Shining their lamps on it, everyone was stunned. We've hit something. It's a tomb door. We've truly found the location of the Xia Dynasty Emperor's tomb. The entire team of archaeologists was stunned. They were not only astonished by their discovery of the Xia Dynasty Emperor's tomb, they were even more astonished that Suyu possessed the celestial feng shui tomb-seeking technique. After all, moments ago, each of them had suspected Suyu was playing tricks on them. After all, their instinctive understanding told them Suyu could never possibly know the heavenly star feng shui tomb-seeking technique. Yet, to their utter astonishment, they had now unearthed the Xia Dynasty Imperial tomb precisely at the location Suyu had indicated. Didn't this prove that Suyu truly understood the heavenly star feng shui tomb-seeking technique? At that moment, Ji Longxing's entire body trembled as he stared at Suyu with utter astonishment. The next moment. Thud. Ji Longxing knelt directly before Suyu, his voice solemn as he declared. Ji Longxing of the Toon Raiding Corps pays homage to the Patriarch. Chapter 63, I can't clear my name, I really am not a Toon Raider. Ji Longxing of the Toon Raiding Corps pays homage to the Patriarch. As Ji Longxing finished his declaration, the entire live stream audience was utterly dumbfounded. Holy! What the hell just happened? Ancestral Patriarch? Holy ing. Turns out Suyu is actually the founding patriarch of a tomb raiding sect. Well, Suyu, you're a badass. You've been hiding deeper than anyone. Holy. Suyu is actually the damn founding master of a tomb raiding sect. No wonder he's been so calm and quiet since we started searching for tombs. Turns out he had everything planned out all along. Who says otherwise? He's the grandmaster of the tomb raiding sect. Digging graves must be child's play to him. Guys, I just realized something, think about it. Su the Great is the founder of the tomb raiding sect. This means his life is now even more doomed. Holy crap. Dude, you're looking at this from a whole new angle. If that's the case, Su the Great is totally screwed. The founder of the prestigious Tomb Raiding Corps? He's as good as locked up. Netizens chattered away in a flurry of opinions. At that moment, Suyu's mouth twitched violently at Ji Longxing's use of Patriarch. He hurriedly helped him up from the ground. Mr. Ji, please don't call me Patriarch. I swear I'm not a tomb robber. I'm completely innocent and law-abiding. Suyu said with a wry smile. Are you kidding me? He was already on Hangzhou police's list of prime suspects. Now Ji Longxing had called him master thief. Wouldn't that just make the police even more suspicious he had a criminal record? Upon hearing Suyu's words, Ji Longxing froze for a moment, but then seemed to grasp something. He immediately nodded with a smile and said, Master, rest assured. I get it. I totally get it. Before I was recruited by the state, I was extremely cautious too. Hearing Ji Longxing's words, Suyu felt utterly sick to his stomach. Damn it! What do you understand? I really am not a tomb robber. No! Mr. Ji, don't jump to conclusions. I really am not a tomb robber. If you keep saying that, my viewers in the livestream will all get the wrong idea. I'm live streaming right now. Suyu said with a helpless expression. At that moment, Ji Longxing heard Suyu's explanation and suddenly understood. He laughed and said, Right, you're not a tomb robber. I can guarantee that. Our venerable ancestor was as pure as the driven snow. How could he possibly be a tomb robber? Suyu. Damn it. Now it's even harder to explain. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha. This is hilarious. What the hell does our venerable founder isn't a grave robber even mean? Not explaining it was fine, but now that he has, Su God can never clear his name. Well. Su the Great probably can't explain this one away. Guess the police will be paying him even more attention now. Hilarious. Su the Great is so bummed he's wearing a mask of misery. That's just awesome. Su the Great, just accept your fate. Your second half of life is destined for interrogation and handcuffs. Wishing Su the Great early acquisition of a pair of police special edition silver bracelets. Ha. You upstairs, you know how to crack jokes. Police made silver bracelets? That's just handcuffs, isn't it? The live stream chat was filled with netizens going wild with their jokes. Meanwhile, Suyu was so frustrated he couldn't utter a word. Li Zhenbang and the other archaeology experts were also staring at Suyu with mixed expressions. In their eyes, Suyu had already become the revered patriarch of the Tomb Raider Corps. After all, the celestial feng shui tomb-seeking technique he had just demonstrated proved everything. Ahem, Professor Li, and all the experts here, please believe me. I really am not some tomb-raiding patriarch. I'm completely innocent. Seeing the meaningful looks on Li Zhenbang and the other archaeologists' faces, Suyu felt a genuine headache coming on and quickly spoke up. Ah, yes. You're not the founding patriarch of tomb raiding. Exactly. We all believe you. Exactly. Even if you were, as long as you stop doing that sort of thing from now on, it'll be fine. Exactly. Our country has always been very tolerant toward talented individuals. Li Zhenbang and the other archaeologists nodded in unison, their voices overlapping. However, while their words claimed belief that Su Yu wasn't the founding master of tomb raiding, their eyes clearly had already labeled him as such. Su Yu. Thanks a lot, you guys. Could you at least not blink when you say you believe me? It felt like you were hinting at something. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Admit it, Su God, you can't wash this off. Ha ha. Now Su the Great has even more charges piled on him. Ha ha ha. Betting pool open. Bet on whether Su the Great will be sent to jail for being a robber or for grave robbing. I'll bet 50 cents that Su the Great gets locked up for grave robbing. I'll wager 20 cents that Su the Great will be locked up for robbing a bank. This bet doesn't seem fair. What if Su gets locked up for both crimes? Manual funny. Netizens eagerly joined the lively debate, relishing the spectacle. Meanwhile, Su Yu sat in utter gloom, unable to utter a word. He'd come to realize that no matter what he said now, no one would believe he wasn't a tomb robber. Especially that Ji Longxing now he kept offering Su Yu cigarettes, snacks, and drinks, clearly treating him like a revered ancestor. As for Li Zhenbang and those archaeology experts, they'd been subtly probing him all along about the details of various looted ancient tombs. It was blatantly obvious they suspected him of being involved in those thefts. Faced with this situation, Su Yu could only grit his teeth and insist he knew nothing about it, repeatedly emphasizing that he had never looted a tomb. Fortunately, upon hearing Su Yu's denial, Li Zhenbang and the archaeologists finally quieted down, ceasing their inquiries about the looted tombs. Thus, the group proceeded into the imperial tomb of the Xia dynasty. Everyone, be cautious. Imperial tombs are always filled with all kinds of traps and mechanisms. There might even be some unknown guardian creatures lurking within. Therefore, stay alert at all times. Do not let your guard down for even a moment. Though we have the protection of our founding master on this journey, caution remains paramount. Ji Longxing addressed the group as he spoke. Chapter 64, The Flair of a Tomb Raider Boss Entering the Tomb Chamber. Su Yu fully agreed with Ji Longxing's cautious warning. After all, any imperial tomb would be rigged with all manner of anti-theft measures. Therefore, when descending into the tomb, they must remain fully alert and not let their guard down for even a moment. What frustrated Su Yu, however, was that when Ji Longxing mentioned the protection of our founding master, he had deliberately glanced at him. This left Su Yu utterly speechless. Was he implying something here? Does he have to be thrown in jail? You've been co-opted by the state, yet you act all high and mighty. Su Yu raged inwardly. But despite his frustration, Su Yu remained highly vigilant as he entered this imperial tomb of the Xia dynasty. After all, once inside the tomb, countless dangers could lie in wait. The slightest misstep could truly prove life-threatening. Thus, the group proceeded cautiously along the narrow, winding tomb passage. The journey remained uneventful. But just as they rounded a corner, Su Yu suddenly shouted, "Watch out! There's a trap ahead!" After descending into the tomb, he had activated his Fakia Tianjuan skill to prevent accidents. With this skill active, he could instinctively sense danger. After all, once activated, this skill granted him the full abilities of the founding patriarch of the Fakia Tianjuan sect. Detecting dangers lurking within ancient tombs was second nature. Hearing Su Yu's warning, the others immediately froze, daring not to move. Are you kidding? They'd all come to regard Su Yu as the patriarch of tomb raiding. Naturally, they took his words extremely seriously. Master, have you discovered something? Ji Longxing looked at Su Yu with utmost respect and asked. Hearing this fellow call him master again, Su Yu wore an exasperated expression. You old fool, you won't rest until you get me thrown in jail, will you? Su Yu couldn't help but inwardly rant. However, Su Yu ultimately chose not to argue with Ji Longxing. Instead, he glanced at the corner ahead and said, "There's a trap ahead. If I hadn't called out to you just now, you'd probably have triggered it by now." Saying this, Su Yu pulled out a small piece of wire he carried with him and walked forward. At this moment, everyone sensibly made way for him to pass. Their demeanor was clearly treating Su Yu with the reverence reserved for the founding patriarch of tomb raiding. Seeing this, Su Yu's lips twitched helplessly. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Well. Now Su Yu really can't deny a single thing. You bet. Just look at the way he's being treated. Everyone deliberately makes way for him as he walks. That's the kind of treatment only the founding patriarch of tomb raiding gets. It's confirmed. Su Yu is the tomb raiding boss. Now we just wait for the police to arrest Su God. Ha ha. A handful of netizens with a shred of conscience joined in the mockery. At that moment, Su Yu used the small piece of wire to probe the wall of the tomb passage at the corner. Before long, he located a control point for a mechanism. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yu inserted the thin wire into the mechanism's control point and began turning it. In an instant, the mechanism was disabled. Alright, the mechanisms in the tomb passage are now disabled. Everyone, let's keep moving forward. Having completed this, Suyu immediately announced. Hearing his words, everyone looked at him with admiration. Ji Longxing, in particular, exclaimed excitedly. Master, you're amazing. Suyu. He swore he could have smacked Ji Longxing silly right then and there. This guy was just too damn annoying. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't stop laughing at the sight. Ha! Truly worthy of being called the Grandmaster of Tomb Raiding. That technique is so damn polished and seasoned. Just judging by Su God's technique, he must have looted at least a dozen tombs to master this. Ha ha. Guys, if we keep talking like this, I'm genuinely worried the police will come and take Su the Great away any minute now. No kidding. Su's tomb raiding skills are seriously impressive. He truly lives up to his reputation as the Grandmaster. Awesome plus. In their eyes, Suyu was looking more and more like the real deal. Forget everything else, just look at how utterly familiar Suyu seemed with the place. If he claimed he'd never looted a tomb before, they wouldn't believe him for a second. And so, after Suyu disarmed the traps in the tomb passage, the group proceeded smoothly without any unexpected incidents or crises. This only deepened their admiration for Suyu. They marveled that he truly lived up to his reputation as the patriarch of tomb raiders. His skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Ji Longxing, in particular, now regarded Suyu with even greater reverence. But Suyu found the whole situation utterly exasperating. Good grief! He was just a law-abiding citizen, yet under everyone's wild imagination, he'd been transformed into the leader of a tomb raiding gang. This was truly embarrassing. After a while, the group arrived at the first burial chamber. Is this the burial chamber of the Xia dynasty emperor? Ha! We've finally found the tomb of the Xia ruler. Now we'll finally have sufficient historical evidence to prove the Xia dynasty truly existed in our dragon nation's history. Yes. After all these years of searching, we're finally about to reap the rewards. This is truly remarkable. The archaeological and historical communities have endured immense hardship for this day. But we all owe Suyu a debt of gratitude this time. Though his background isn't entirely clean, as long as he helps the nation, he's a worthy patriarch of tomb raiding. Li Zhenbang and the assembled archaeologists exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Suyu listened to their enthusiastic chatter, his lips twitching slightly. They were all excited, but what exactly did they mean by constantly mentioning his questionable background? Seriously, they just had to pin that grave-robbing ringleader label on him, didn't they? Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha! This is hilarious. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. Goddamn dirty origins. Now, no matter how hard Su the Great tries to wash it off, it'll never come clean. Here, I'd like to tell Su the Great, confess and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Ha ha. Netizens everywhere were laughing their heads off. And just then, Suyu instantly sensed an impending danger. Everyone, be careful. There's movement up ahead. Suyu shouted immediately. Chapter 65, Driving Back the Corpse Mantis and You Claim You're Not a Tomb Raider? Everyone, be careful. There's movement up ahead. As soon as Suyu's words fell, everyone immediately grew alert. In their minds, Suyu was already a seasoned master of tomb raiding. His warning now naturally made them 100 times more vigilant. At that very moment, a swarm of creatures began crawling frantically out from all sides of the tomb chamber. At the sight of these creatures, Ji Longxing's face drained of color. Corpse beetles. These are corpse beetles that feed on decay. They subsist on corpses and are highly venomous. We're done for. There are so many corpse beetles here. Upon recognizing the nature of the swarming creatures, Ji Longxing was overcome with terror. Meanwhile, Li Zhenbang and the group of archaeologists were also turning pale. The three military personnel immediately raised their guns and opened fire on the corpse beetles. It must be said, these three military personnel possessed exceptional marksmanship. They could wipe out large swathes with a single shot. However, no matter how accurate their aim, the situation remained dire. After all, there were simply too many corpse centipedes here. Even as they eliminated one wave, more and more corpse beetles surged forward in a frenzied tide. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. Damn it! This is dangerous. So many corpse centipedes, it's terrifying. We're in deep trouble. One wrong move and we could lose our lives right here. Wonder if Su the Great has any way to deal with these damn things. Viewers watching this scene were filled with shock and terror. After all, the sight of these swarming corpse centipedes charging madly toward them was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Suyu saw the three military personnel struggling to handle the situation and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Originally, Suyu had no intention of intervening again. After all, he was now a prime suspect in the police investigation. If he acted again, the charge of being the ringleader of the tomb raiders would likely stick to him like glue, impossible to shake off. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to intervene. More and more corpse centipedes were surging madly toward the tomb chamber, and these creatures were highly venomous. If anyone were bitten, today would likely see heavy casualties. Enough! All of you take cover behind me. Let me handle these corpse centipedes. Suyu shouted to the group. Hearing his words, everyone paused in surprise before immediately taking cover behind him. After all, in their eyes, if anyone could resolve the current crisis, it had to be Suyu. At that very moment, Suyu unleashed the grave-opening heavenly official skill. With a loud shout, Suyu declared, "Heavenly official bestows blessings, all taboos are lifted. Get out of my way." With Suyu's thunderous shout, a powerful aura surged forth, instantly filling the entire tomb chamber. And then, a surprising scene unfolded. Even the swarm of corpse centipedes that had been surging forward in dense masses were now so intimidated by this aura that they dared not advance another step. "Ji Longxing, hand me a dagger," Suyu shouted to Ji Longxing behind him. Hearing this, Ji Longxing paused in surprise but dared not hesitate, swiftly handing a dagger to Suyu. Suyu took the dagger and slashed his own hand. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Seeing this, Suyu flung the blood onto the ground. And in that very instant, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. The corpse centipedes scattered in all directions, driven away by Suyu's blood. Holy crap! Ancestral Master, you've actually mastered the techniques of the Fakia Tianjuan sect? Ji Longxing's eyes widened in utter shock. When Suyu had shouted, "Heavenly official bestows blessings, all taboos are lifted," Ji Longxing had already been utterly stunned. After all, that slogan was unique to the Fakia Heavenly Official sect. But at that moment, Ji Longxing had found it hard to believe. In his view, Suyu was the founding patriarch of their tomb raiding core lineage. How could he possibly be connected to the Fakia Heavenly Official faction? Yet, witnessing Suyu repel those corpse centipedes with his own blood forced him to confront a harsh truth. The man before him, the very patriarch of tomb raiding, had not only mastered their Mo-Jin Shaowei faction's celestial star feng shui tomb-seeking techniques, but had also acquired the skills of the FHO Tianjuan faction. At this realization, Ji Longxing's gaze toward Suyu grew even more filled with admiration. This was the true patriarch of tomb raiders. At that moment, Li Zhenbong and the group of archaeologists, seeing the crisis averted, all looked at Suyu with profound gratitude. "Young Master Su, you've saved us this time. You are the true moral and conscientious patriarch of tomb raiders. As the founding master of tomb raiding, we are thoroughly convinced." Hearing these words, Suyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn it! They're basically sentencing me right here. Let me reiterate, I genuinely am not the leader of any tomb raiding operation. I'm just a law-abiding citizen. I've never participated in any tomb raiding activities. Suyu gritted his teeth as he spoke. Hearing this, the crowd froze for a moment before suddenly understanding. They nodded in unison. "Oh yeah. You're not a grave robber. Yes. You're law-abiding. And even if you did rob tombs in the past, that's all water under the bridge. What matters is you're law-abiding now." The crowd chattered away in a jumble of voices. At that moment, Suyu was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. "Ha! That's hilarious. Look at Su God's last stand. Admit it, Su God, you're the tomb raiding kingpin. Suddenly realize how pitiful God Su really is. As the founding father of tomb raiding, he can't hide it anymore. Ha. To be fair, Su God's skills are seriously impressive. True to his reputation as the founding master of tomb raiding, his moves are truly extraordinary. Come on, everyone. Let's give it our all. I feel like Su the Great is getting more and more like a judge now. Hey, prize quiz. Is Master Su the founding patriarch of the treasure-seeking corps or the tomb-opening celestial officials? Hey, upstairs. I say, no matter which tomb raiding faction Master Su belongs to, he's definitely the undisputed grandmaster of tomb raiders. Ha. Speaking of which, if Su the Great got busted by the cops, how many years would he get? Hey, I'm a law student. In cases like this, they usually start at 10 years. Of course, for a grandmaster like Su, he might get life imprisonment. Ha. Netizens gleefully debated the situation without holding back. Chapter 66, Sentence Imposed, Mr. Su. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, Suyu seemed to radiate an overwhelming brilliance, dazzling beyond measure. The patriarch of tomb raiders. This is the undisputed patriarch of tomb raiders. Single-handedly repelling countless corpse-eating insects. What an astonishing feat. At that moment, the three military personnel also stared at Suyu with faces filled with shock. As military personnel, they held the utmost respect for those with extraordinary combat prowess. What Suyu had just displayed had utterly stunned them. Setting aside everything else, the sheer power he demonstrated in repelling the corpse centipedes alone was enough to leave them in awe. Well, don't think what I did earlier was anything special. It's just an ancient method for repelling snakes, insects, rodents, and vermin. This ancient pest control method works on these corpse centipedes too. I really am not some tomb raiding mastermind. Suyu scratched his nose as he addressed the crowd. Hearing this, Li Zhenbong and the archaeologists raised their eyebrows, their expressions screaming, "Yeah, right. Are you kidding? After all this, you think you can pull us over the coals with such ridiculous lies? An ancient pest control method? Who could possibly repel corpse centipedes with blood? They'd likely have become the bloodworm's meal long ago." Still, though they inwardly scoffed at Suyu's preposterous explanation, they nodded and chimed in. Yeah. You're absolutely right. That ancient pest control method is pretty clever, huh? Yes. We all believe you're not some tomb raiding ringleader. Li Zhenbang and the archaeologists were now blatantly lying through their teeth. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! That's hilarious. What a ridiculous ancient pest control method. To hide his tomb raiding identity, Su the Great just pulled a scientific stunt out of thin air. Exactly. Does he think we're fools? What pest control method? Those are ing corpse centipedes. Anyone else would be lucky to avoid becoming their meal, let alone drive them off. He's all talk and bull. Scientific pest control, my ass? Those archaeology experts are something else, they're lying through their teeth just to agree with Su the Great, ha! The live chat erupted with a cacophony of voices. Meanwhile, Suyu noticed the archaeologists claiming to believe he wasn't a tomb raider, yet their expressions betrayed utter skepticism. He sighed helplessly and rubbed his nose. Earlier, driven by the urgency to save lives, he had no choice but to activate the Fakyu Tianjuan skill. After all, given the situation just now, if he had hesitated, most people would likely have ended up as food for those corpse centipedes. The corpse centipedes within this ancient tomb were highly venomous. A single bite meant certain death. Ahem, let's get back to our archaeological research. This is an imperial tomb from the Xia dynasty. Any discoveries we make here could provide compelling evidence of the Xia dynasty's existence. Li Zhenbang interjected at that moment. Given the current situation, dwelling any longer on Suyu's identity risked fully exposing his status as the founding master of tomb raiding. After all, no matter how much they feigned ignorance, Suyu's methods were utterly incompatible with so-called science. The other archaeologists nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Zhenbang's words. First, their primary purpose for coming here was indeed archaeological research. Second, they were well aware that Suyu's identity as the Grandmaster of tomb raiding was something best kept hidden. Earlier, Suyu had only resorted to his tomb raiding techniques to save them. Naturally, they were grateful to him now and certainly didn't want to see him thrown into prison. Soon, the group of archaeologists began collecting historical evidence of the Xia dynasty's existence. Over the following days, the team secured all the artifacts they sought. Suyu, we really owe you this time. Without you, we likely wouldn't have even found this Xia dynasty imperial tomb, let alone gathered such extensive historical evidence of its existence as we have now. Once we return, we will certainly present you with an honorary award on behalf of the archaeological and historical community. With this recognition, even if your background is somewhat unsavory, it won't cause you any trouble. Li Zhenbang spoke these words to Suyu, his face radiant with gratitude. Upon hearing Li Zhenbang's words, Suyu's lips twitched slightly. Well, I'll be damned if I don't thank you for that. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! This is hilarious. After this, Su God can no longer hide his identity as the leader of a tomb raiding gang. Exactly. His so-called divine identity can't stand the light of day. This just slaps the tomb raiding boss label right on Su God's head. Let's be honest, Su God is truly remarkable. As expected, a tomb raiding kingpin is in a league of his own. When an expert steps in, you know what you're dealing with. My take is, just for helping the archaeologists this time, even if the police later catch him involved in multiple tomb raids, he'll be fine. At worst, the state will recruit him. Guys, let's work hard and get Su the Great inside sooner. The crowd of netizens, eager for a spectacle but not wanting things to escalate, cheered him on. Now that we've finished examining this tomb chamber, shouldn't we move on to the next one? Suyu scratched his nose and looked at Li Zhenbang and the group of archaeologists. All he wanted now was to finish this task quickly, collect his million-yuan reward, and leave. Seriously, given the current situation, the longer he stayed, the more firmly the tomb raiding ringleader label would stick to him. Especially Ji Longxing. Ever since earlier, the guy had been hovering around him, offering cigarettes and tea, treating him like some revered patriarch. Given this treatment, few would believe him if he claimed he wasn't the tomb raiding leader. Yes. Mr. Su is absolutely right. We should proceed to the next burial chamber. Exactly. Mr. Su, your foresight is truly commendable. The archaeologists immediately chimed in upon hearing Suyu's words. In their minds, Suyu had already become the undisputed leader of their expedition. Especially now that they were convinced he was the founding patriarch of tomb raiding, they naturally deferred to him on every matter. Indeed, they now addressed him directly as Mr. Su. Chapter 67, The Second Tomb Chamber, The Golden Armored Tomb Guardian. Hearing everyone now address him as Mr. Su, Suyu wore an expression of helpless resignation. Good grief, it seemed none of them had taken his explanations seriously at all. Seems they've all decided he's the leader of a tomb raiding gang. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Hilarious. Mr. Su, just accept your fate, you're officially the undisputed leader of the tomb raiders now. Exactly. Just look at how these so-called archaeology experts address Suyu now, using Mr. Su and you with all that respect. Doesn't that say it all? The way I see it, no matter how hard Suyu tries to clean up his image, he's still a tomb raiding kingpin. Netizens everywhere were feasting on the drama. Meanwhile, the archaeologists had already moved on to the next chamber. Upon entering the second burial chamber, the archaeologists were stunned by the scene before them. Compared to the first chamber, this one was even more magnificent and grand, with far superior burial artifacts and scale. It seems this must be the true main burial chamber. With Mr. Su's assistance on this expedition, it truly has been well worth the effort. Indeed. Though Mr. Su's background may be somewhat unsavory, he has made tangible contributions to our field of archaeology and history. Should higher authorities seek accountability, I will personally vouch for him. Me too. Even if Mr. Su did have a criminal record in the past, it was out of necessity. That's understandable. At least he's pulled back from the brink and turned over a new leaf now. Li Jinbang and the other archaeology experts all sighed in admiration. Meanwhile, Su Yu listened to their discussions, utterly speechless. He could only cover his ears, pretending not to hear a word. These archaeologists, every single one of them, were determined to send him to jail. Especially that nonsense about how even if he did have a criminal record back then, it was out of necessity? How did he end up with a criminal record? This was truly making him want to curse. At that moment, Su Yu felt a throbbing pain in his head. Meanwhile, the archaeologists were now intently studying the murals on the tomb walls. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the imperial tomb of the Xia dynasty. Indeed. The Xia dynasty truly was a dynasty that cannot be overlooked in our history. With this historical evidence, let's see how those Western countries dare to accuse our dragon nation of promoting false historicism in the future. The team of archaeologists had made tremendous discoveries. But just then, they suddenly noticed inscriptions on the tomb walls detailing the anti-theft layout of the Xia dynasty imperial tomb. It actually says there's a tomb guardian beast named Golden Armor inside this Xia dynasty imperial tomb, tasked with protecting it from intruders? And it describes this golden armored guardian beast as having the head of a fierce tiger, covered in golden scales, with claws sharp enough to cleave stone and sever metal? It seems the imagination of ancient people was quite vivid. The description of this golden armored guardian beast is truly exaggerated. Several archaeologists murmured among themselves. At this moment, they were all captivated by the tomb guardian beast named Golden Armor described on the tomb wall. In their view, this so-called golden armor creature must be entirely fictional. Hearing the murmurs of the archaeologists, Su Yu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He didn't believe this so-called tomb guardian beast Golden Armor was something the ancient people of the Xia dynasty had made up. For within the skills of the Fakia celestial officials lay the knowledge of their founding patriarch. It specifically mentioned this type of tomb guardian beast called the Golden Armor. Though the Golden Armor tomb guardian possessed an odd appearance, seemingly unlike any creature that should exist in this world, it was in fact a species artificially modified by humans. Moreover, the process of its creation was exceptionally bloody and cruel. They were created by combining countless young boys and girls with genuine tigers. The method involved severing the limbs of the children and grafting them onto the heads and limbs of tigers. Once successful, these modified creatures were placed within ancient tombs and forced to subsist on decaying corpses. Naturally, vast numbers of test subjects perished during this process. Those that survived underwent mutations due to their prolonged confinement in the ancient tombs and their diet of decaying corpses. Those so-called golden scales were merely a peculiar form of dermatological condition. Precisely because of this, when Su Yu overheard the archaeologists discussing this so-called golden armored tomb guardian, a sense of caution stirred within him. Possessing the skill of the heavenly officer of grave opening, he could not possibly believe this golden armored tomb guardian was a fictional creation. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, who would have thought ancient people had such vivid imaginations? Exactly. They even made up these tomb guardians. That's some wild imagination. I'm impressed. Our ancient ancestors really had some wild imaginations. The live stream audience was buzzing with curiosity. In their eyes, the so-called golden armored tomb guardian beast couldn't possibly be real. But just then, roar! A sudden, piercing roar echoed through the air. This unexpected turn of events sent a chill through everyone present. The archaeologists trembled in fear. The three military personnel also looked uneasy. Nevertheless, they raised their rifles and scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Master, with your vast knowledge, what could that sound have been? Ji Longxing cautiously glanced at Su Yu, asking with utmost respect. Hearing the guy call him ancestral master again, Su Yu was utterly speechless. Still, Su Yu couldn't be bothered to explain further. Even if he insisted he wasn't the tomb raiding leader, no one would believe him now. It was that golden armor tomb guardian beast. Su Yu replied indifferently. What? Grandmaster, such a peculiar creature truly exists in this world? Ji Longxing beside him couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. There are plenty of peculiar species out there, but these so-called peculiar species are ultimately nothing more than monsters created by human modification. Su Yu shook his head. He then proceeded to explain the modification methods used on this golden armor tomb guardian beast. Upon learning the origins of this golden armored tomb guardian, Ji Longxing and the archaeologists beside him stared wide-eyed. They marveled at Suyu's vast knowledge while inwardly lamenting the ancient practice's extreme cruelty. Chapter 68, Slaying the Tomb Guardian Beast and You Call Yourself Not a Grave Robber? Meanwhile, in the Hundredfold Return livestream. Holy crap! No wonder they call him the Patriarch of Tomb Raiders. His knowledge is off the charts. Who says otherwise? He can rattle off the origins of this golden armored tomb guardian off the top of his head. If anyone says Suyu isn't the Grandmaster of Tomb Raiders, who'd believe them? Honestly, Su's knowledge is truly unmatched. Even those archaeology experts can't compare to him. He truly lives up to the title of Tomb Raiding Patriarch. The entire live stream audience was stunned by Suyu's vast store of knowledge. Similarly, they were even more convinced that Suyu had roots in tomb raiding. Otherwise, how could he possibly know the origins of this golden armored tomb guardian beast? Suyu, of course, had no idea that his little science lesson had successfully cemented his reputation as the Grandmaster of Tomb Raiders. Otherwise, he would have been genuinely grateful. At that moment, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a monstrous creature entered the tomb chamber, its head resembling a fierce tiger, its entire body covered in golden scales. It's the golden armor. Such a bizarre creature truly exists in this world. The expressions of the archaeologists present shifted dramatically at the sight of the creature. The three military personnel, witnessing this, immediately opened fire upon the golden armor tomb guardian. Bang! 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 The echoes of gunfire reverberated throughout the tomb chamber. Yet the bullets striking the golden armored tomb guardian caused little harm, only fueling its fury and madness further. It must be remembered that these golden armored tomb guardians had endured inhuman torment in life, long since losing any semblance of humanity. Now provoked, they became even more savage and vicious. Instantly, the golden armored tomb guardian lunged toward the group. Its sharp claws tore through the massive stones lining the tomb chamber. This alone was enough to demonstrate the sheer terror of the golden armored tomb guardian. Master, what do we do now? This golden armored tomb guardian is far too powerful. We're likely to meet our end here. Ji Longxing turned to Suyu, his face pale, and asked. Hearing Ji Longxing address him as Grandmaster again, Suyu was utterly speechless. First off, let me make this clear, I am not your Grandmaster. I'm not a tomb robber. Suyu retorted with a scoff. With that, he paid no mind to whether Ji Longxing had taken it to heart and immediately activated the tomb opening heavenly official skill. In an instant, Suyu seemed possessed by the very spirit of the Fakia Tianjuan lineage's founder. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his fist smashing toward the golden armored tomb guardian beast. To everyone's astonishment, the golden armored tomb guardian, which bullets couldn't even scratch, was sent flying by Suyu's single punch. Ji Longxing, throw me the dagger. Suyu shouted to Ji Longxing. Yes, Grandmaster. Upon hearing Suyu's command, Ji Longxing hesitated not a moment, flinging a dagger directly into Suyu's grasp. Suyu caught it, slashed his palm again, staining the blade with his own blood. Instantly, he swung the dagger toward the golden armored tomb guardian. At that moment, the dagger pierced the golden armored tomb guardian's body like a divine weapon. Roar! The golden armored tomb guardian beast roared in pain. Immediately afterward, it could no longer move, and green blood gushed wildly from its body. Before long, the golden armored tomb guardian beast dissolved into a pile of bones, some resembling those of a child, others of a tiger. Witnessing this scene, Suyu couldn't help but sigh softly. At least you can rest now. A weight settled inexplicably on Suyu's heart. These artificially created monsters were subjected to methods of unimaginable cruelty. Those young boys and girls endured inhuman torment in life, only to become soulless monsters guarding the emperor's tomb after death. Now that he had slain them, it could be considered a different kind of liberation. Upon witnessing this scene, Ji Longxing exclaimed with emotion. Master, you're incredible. At that moment, Ji Longxing felt nothing but profound admiration for Suyu. In his heart, Suyu had become his greatest source of faith. At that moment, Li Zhenbong and the other archaeologists were likewise filled with boundless admiration for Suyu. This is the true master of tomb raiding, worthy of our admiration. Indeed, when it comes to ancient tombs, these professionals truly excel. Truly worthy of being called the Patriarch of Tomb Raiders, his prowess is overwhelming. The archaeologists were all filled with deep emotion. Witnessing Suyu single-handedly subdue and slay that golden armored tomb guardian beast left them utterly stunned. Had Suyu not intervened just now, they would have been in serious trouble. Meanwhile, in the Hundredfold Return livestream. Impressive. Absolutely incredible. Suyu truly lives up to his reputation as the godfather of tomb raiding. That move was pure showmanship. No wonder Suyu is the king of tomb raiding. How else could he possibly explain skills like that? No words needed. One thing's for sure, Su the Great is incredible. Too strong. The Grandmaster of tomb raiding reigns supreme. Netizens buzzed with discussion. At that moment, their admiration for Suyu reached its peak. After all, the technique Suyu had just used against the golden armored tomb guardian beast was utterly formidable. It was nothing short of spectacular. Ahem, you all continue your archaeological work. Suyu scratched his nose and addressed Li Zhenbong and the group of archaeology experts. Seeing these archaeologists treating him as their leader, Suyu felt a bit helpless. At this point, he knew that no matter how much he insisted he wasn't the leader of a tomb raiding gang, no one would believe him. After all, to be perfectly honest, his earlier act of slaying that golden armored tomb guardian beast was something that would be incredibly difficult to explain away with science alone. Oh. Right. Let's get down to business. The archaeologists nodded in agreement upon hearing Suyu's words. At this moment, they placed absolute trust in Suyu's words. Meanwhile, footage of Suyu repelling the corpse centipedes and slaying the golden armored tomb guardian within the Xia dynasty emperor's tomb had been uploaded online. It instantly sparked heated discussions among countless netizens. Holy! Is this even human? He's way too strong. Whoa! That's terrifying. Contestant number 5, so you can never wash away this reputation. Now he's clearly the undisputed grandmaster of tomb raiding. Impressive. Even after this, Su the Great still claims he's not the tomb raiding mastermind? If he's not the mastermind, then who is? How many years do you think Su the Great will get? Dog head for my life. Ha ha. To the poster above, based on our country's criminal law, Su the Great will get at least 10 years. Chapter 69, When the beauty potion goes wrong, I'll truly be grateful. Amidst the heated discussions among countless netizens, a trending topic about Suyu appeared on Weibo. Hashtag Su the Great can't stay hidden, tomb raiding master exposed, hashtag. Hashtag driving back corpse beetles, slaying tomb guardians, tomb raiding patriarch Suyu is too powerful, hashtag. Hashtag will Suyu get arrested, hashtag. The emergence of these trending topics sent traffic to Suyu's livestream soaring once more. But just then, another trending topic appeared on Weibo, only to be overshadowed by the heat surrounding these Suyu-related posts. Hashtag Qingyan Beauty Company suspected of beauty formula infringement, newly developed products may face launch delays, hashtag. Had this trending topic surfaced earlier, it would undoubtedly have sparked widespread discussion among netizens. However, due to the massive commotion caused by Suyu, this trending topic failed to attract much attention. At that moment, in the conference room of Qingyan Beauty Company. Everyone, let's discuss how we should handle this situation. Gu Qingyan's face bore a trace of worry as she looked at the company executives gathered around the table. These past 2 days had left Gu Qingyan utterly exhausted. She had believed that the beauty formula she had purchased at a high price last time would elevate their company to new heights. But just as they were about to begin production, they discovered the formula had already been sold by the seller, raising concerns about infringement of the product formula. As a result, the expensive beauty formula they had acquired was now unusable. With production imminent, Gu Qingyan Beauty had already invested heavily in promotional campaigns to build hype for this new product. If they couldn't deliver the new product now, all that promotional investment would go down the drain, and it would also cause massive damage to their company's reputation. It was safe to say Qingyan Beauty was now facing an immense crisis. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words, the company executives fell into a heavy silence. The crisis facing Qingyan Beauty Company was undeniably immense. Moreover, based on the current situation, they had absolutely no solution to resolve the crisis. President Gu, I believe we should sue the party who provided that beauty formula. Their actions are nothing short of deliberately sabotaging our company. After a moment of contemplation, one executive spoke up. Exactly. If they hadn't deliberately sabotaged us, our company wouldn't be in such a dire predicament. Exactly. Their actions are utterly unethical. The other executives chimed in one after another. Listening to their words, Gu Qingyan shook her head inside. We absolutely will sue them. But suing them will likely be extremely difficult. They've already distanced themselves from the start. The entity that signed the beauty formula sales contract with us was a shell company they specifically set up. Now that trouble has arisen, they can completely wash their hands of it. Moreover, suing them isn't our immediate priority. We must focus on developing new beauty formulas and launching them into production as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when our promotional campaign kicks off, we won't have new products to showcase. Not only would the substantial advertising investment we've made recently go to waste, but it would also severely damage our company's reputation. When signing the beauty formula contract back then, she had only found it odd that they used a shell company for the agreement. But at the time, she had been completely blinded by the allure of that beauty formula. Looking back now, it was clear the other party had intended to scam their company from the very beginning. Now that the damage was done, even if Qingyan Beauty sued them, the chances of winning were slim to none. Moreover, the most pressing concern now was that the company had to deliver the product before the scheduled launch date for the new product promotion. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words, the company executives fell silent once more. As executives, they naturally didn't want the company to face problems. But right now, there simply wasn't a viable solution. Ms. Gu, this is truly a difficult predicament. After all, with only 2 days left until the new product launch, even if we move as quickly as possible, it's nearly impossible to find a new beauty formula. Yes. Ms. Gu, the timeline is far too tight. There's simply no way. The entire group of executives sighed, their faces etched with helplessness. Hearing their words, Gu Qingyan shook her head. She wanted to say something, but no words came out. She understood all too well that resolving the current situation would be incredibly difficult. After all, time was truly running out. Many companies holding beauty formula patents regarded them as their cash cows. How could they possibly sell them off lightly? We'll do our best. I plan to hold a bounty event for the beauty formula. Let's see if it works. If that doesn't work, then we'll just have to leave it to fate. Gu Qingyan sighed. At this point, she felt a sense of despair. After all, it's simply too difficult to find a viable beauty formula in such a short time. At this, the assembled executives all nodded dejectedly upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words. In their eyes, Gu Qingyan was grasping at straws. Finding a viable beauty formula within 2 days was an impossibly daunting task, utterly hopeless. At that moment, inside the Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb, Mr. Su, we truly can't thank you enough for this. Without your help, we would never have uncovered so much historical evidence of the Xia Dynasty's existence. Indeed. Mr. Su, should you ever require our assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. The entire archaeological and historical community owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude. Exactly, Mr. Su. Even if one day the police discover your involvement in tomb raiding, given your contributions today, we will certainly advocate for leniency on your behalf. The archaeologists all looked at Suyu with expressions of profound gratitude. Hearing their words, Suyu's mouth twitched violently. I really appreciate your kindness. Suyu was utterly speechless inside. What the hell do they call this, pleading for leniency? Good grief, they're all sentencing me in their minds. Ancestral Master, rest assured. Should anything happen to you, I, Ji Longxing, will absolutely not stand idly by. At that moment, Ji Longxing also spoke solemnly from the side. In Ji Longxing's mind, Suyu had become the patriarch of their Tomb Raider faction, the very hope of their lineage. Chapter 70, Suyu is too unconventional, the production team's countermeasures. Ah, well then, I'm truly grateful to you. Hearing Ji Longxing's words, Suyu was utterly speechless. Damn it, this guy was hell-bent on welding the title of Ancestral Master of Tomb Raiders onto him. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Hilarious. Sugod's face is twisted with rage, haha. Exactly. He was desperately trying to distance himself from being the tomb raiding kingpin, but this assist just threw him right into the fire. If Su the Great really gets sent to jail by the police this time, every single one of them deserves credit. Ha ha ha. Netizens everywhere were laughing their heads off. What happened next was largely out of Suyu's hands. After all, the imperial tomb of the Xia dynasty contained numerous historical artifacts, far too many to excavate in a single day. The primary purpose of Li Jinbang and the team of archaeologists coming here was to conduct preliminary exploration. The actual formal excavation and archaeological work would have to wait for subsequent phases. And so, the group left the tomb chamber and returned to the surface. Mr. Su, we owe this smooth progress entirely to your presence. Without you, our mission would not have gone so well. I've already notified higher-ups to dispatch military personnel for on-site protection. In short, the entire archaeological and historical community will remember this favor you've done us, Mr. Su. Additionally, we will transfer the 1 million yuan reward to your bank account as soon as possible. Li Jinbang looked at Suyu with gratitude. It must be understood that their successful discovery of the Xia Dynasty Imperial Tomb was entirely attributable to Suyu alone. Without Suyu employing his celestial star feng shui tomb-seeking technique, they wouldn't even have located the tomb's entrance. Moreover, after descending into the tomb, Suyu had saved all their lives. Such a debt of gratitude could never be measured in money alone. No problem. Glad I could help, Suyu said with a smile. With a 1 million yuan reward on the table, everything was easily settled. At that moment, Ji Longxing looked at Suyu with deep admiration and said, Master, I'll come find you when I have time. In Ji Longxing's mind, Suyu had already become the strongest patriarch of their Tomb Raider core faction. Naturally, Ji Longxing held Suyu in the highest regard. Get lost. Suyu couldn't take it anymore upon hearing Ji Longxing's words and kicked him straight in the shins. He'd been annoyed with this guy for ages. This guy insisted on treating him like some tomb raiding patriarch. How was he supposed to maintain his image as a law-abiding citizen in the future? Yet Ji Longxing, despite being kicked by Suyu, showed not a trace of anger. Of course, he dared not be angry. In his heart, Suyu was the patriarch of their Tomb Raider core lineage. Now that the patriarch had kicked him, it was an honor others could only dream of. Naturally, he felt not the slightest bit of anger or resentment. Seeing Ji Longxing's reaction, Suyu couldn't help but ask curiously, You're not angry after I kicked you? Upon hearing this, Ji Longxing immediately replied solemnly, Master, your kick is guidance from a senior to a junior. How could I possibly be angry? Even though I've been recruited by the state now, I'll never forget that I'm part of the Tomb Raider lineage. How could I possibly commit an act disrespectful to the patriarch? If I were to get angry after being kicked by the patriarch, wouldn't that make me, Ji Longxing, a traitor who betrays his master and ancestors? Hearing Ji Longxing's rigidly logical explanation, Suyu was utterly speechless. You're something else. Suyu shot Ji Longxing a withering look and said no more. There was no point arguing. The guy genuinely believed he was the founding patriarch of tomb raiding. Given this situation, if he kept talking, the police would only be more convinced he was a grave robber. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha! That's hilarious. Ji Longqing is a real character. You bet. He totally stumped Su Yu, the master. Let's be honest, Su God's money-making speed is insane. Just in this short while, he's made another million. That's incredible. Hold up, don't get jealous too fast. Su Dashi earned that money through real skill. Forget everything else, just his ability to repel the corpse centipede and single-handedly slay the golden armored tomb guardian is unmatched throughout history. Nothing more to say. One word, Su the legend is the ultimate. Netizens chattered away in a flurry of comments. Meanwhile, the other contestants, upon learning Su Yu had earned another million, were utterly devastated. After all, among them, only contestant number 7, Bai Wenbin, a top-tier real estate agent, had earned the most. Yet even contestant number 7, Bai Wenbin, had only managed to earn a total of 1 million yuan so far. And Su Yu? He'd made $1 million in just one day. 2 words summed it up perfectly: ridiculous. Su Yu. What kind of freak is this guy? Contestant number 7, Bai Wenbin, stared at Su Yu's name firmly atop the earnings leaderboard, his eyes burning with envy. At this rate, even if he sold houses until he dropped dead, he'd never catch up to even a fraction of what Su Yu had earned. How could this not send his emotions spiraling? Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return production team. Everyone, speak up. What exactly is Su Yu's background? His original identity was supposed to be an ordinary worker, but now he's somehow linked to the founding master of tomb raiding? Director Zhang's gaze flickered uncertainly as he addressed the assembled executives. Su Yu's meteoric rise had him utterly devastated. If Su Yu's only issue was making money at an absurdly fast pace, Director Zhang could have barely tolerated it. But now? Su Yu was downright bizarre. His actions alone were downright suspicious. Especially now, Su Yu was practically becoming the godfather of tomb raiding. At this moment, the senior executives of the production team heard this and frowned in silence. Their emotions were incredibly complex. After all, the skills Su Yu possesses are just too damn bizarre. Director Zhang, should we look into this further? If we let Su Yu keep raking in the cash like this, I fear the Chosen Corporation backing our production team might not be pleased. Yeah. This Su Yu is really pushing it. Looks like our production team needs to figure out a way to handle this. At that moment, the show's senior executives all chimed in with heated discussions. They were all thoroughly perplexed by Su Yu. After all, his current situation was simply too uncontrollable. Here's what we'll do. Our production team needs to find a few more formidable contestants to keep Su Yu in check. Director Zhang pondered for a moment before speaking up. P.S. Considering how hard I'm working to update, please support with gold tickets. Thanks. P.S. Chapter 71, Drawing the Beauty Formula, Gu Qingyan's Dilemma. Su Yu remained unaware of the decision made by the senior executives of the 100-fold return program. As soon as Su Yu returned, he immediately began the lottery. System, draw. Su Yu issued the command directly. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a beauty formula. What? A beauty formula? System, what the heck is this? Su Yu looked utterly perplexed. While this beauty formula was undoubtedly valuable, the problem was even if he had it, he couldn't possibly use it. After all, for any beauty product to be launched and accepted by the market, it requires the credibility and endorsement of the brand behind it. Otherwise, who would dare slap some unknown product on their face? What if it disfigured them? Especially since the vast majority of beauty product buyers were female customers. Women care about their faces more than anything. They simply won't experiment lightly with a new beauty product. Therefore, even if Su Yu were to spend every last penny of his savings to produce this beauty formula, it would likely face a complete lack of interest. After all, reality isn't some feel-good novel. Those protagonists casually whip up a beauty product, test it on a few guinea pigs without any certification or brand reputation, and rake in a fortune. That kind of scenario simply doesn't work in the real world. Unless, of course, Su Yu could acquire a beauty company with substantial brand credibility and leverage its established reputation to launch this product. But the problem is, with the meager funds he currently possesses, attempting to acquire a beauty company with substantial brand credibility is nothing short of wishful thinking. It wouldn't even cover the cost of throwing money down the drain. Moreover, even after acquiring such a company, he'd still need to cover production costs for the product, plus advertising expenses before its launch. In short, it was simply unfeasible. So after drawing this beauty formula, Su Yu felt like he'd drawn a useless item. It was a pain to keep, but a shame to throw away. However, the system completely ignored Su Yu's complaints. Seeing the system completely ignore him, Su Yu could only let it go. Forget it. I'll just consider it 1 million popularity points spent on buying loneliness. Su Yu shook his head and went straight to bed. That night, however, the internet was abuzz. After Qingyan Beauty Company posted an official announcement on Weibo seeking beauty formula submissions nationwide, netizens erupted in excitement. The terms offered in this announcement were simply irresistible. A one-time payment of 20 million yuan for the patent rights and usage fees of the beauty formula, plus a 30% share of the sales profits from any beauty products subsequently produced using that formula. The lump sum payment of 20 million yuan for the beauty formula's patent copyright fee wasn't the most astonishing part after all. A truly effective beauty formula could easily be worth far more than that. The real game changer was the 30% share of sales profits. On the surface, this 30% profit share might seem less enticing than the 20 million yuan upfront payment. But upon closer examination, one realizes just how staggering this 30% profit share truly is. Take a beauty product launched by Qingyan Cosmetics, which had merely average sales figures and results. In just a few short years, it generated nearly 500 million yuan in sales profit. Based on that 30% profit share, that translates to a whopping 150 million in profit distribution. And this money comes in effortlessly, no need to lift a finger or deal with any of the hassle. It was literally passive income in the truest sense. It's safe to say Qingyan Beauty's offer is utterly irresistible. Damn! Qingyan Beauty's offer is insanely tempting. I'm already green with envy. Wonder which big shot will snag it. +1 to the above. Offering such generous terms just to secure a beauty formula, Qingyan Beauty Company is really pulling out all the stops. Guys upstairs, hold your horses. First off, this money won't be as easy to get as you think. Remember, the beauty formula they choose must be extraordinary, otherwise, why would Qingyan Beauty Company offer such a huge deal? Bro, you've got it figured out. Exactly, for Qingyan Beauty to offer such huge terms for a beauty formula, it must be something truly extraordinary. Plus, judging by this major move, Qingyan Beauty must be facing a real crisis this time. Otherwise, why would they go this far? I've heard a rumor, though. Apparently Qingyan Beauty recently shelled out over 100 million to buy a beauty formula from Tianyi Group, only to get screwed over. Tianyi sold the same formula to two companies, causing patent infringement issues that rendered it unusable. This left Qingyan Beauty facing massive losses and stuck in a no-win situation, hence their desperate search for a new formula at any cost. Damn! Tianyi Group is so shady. No wonder Qingyan Beauty Company offered such generous terms for a beauty formula. I wonder why Tianyi Group is being so underhanded toward Qingyan Beauty Company. Ha! I've heard an inside scoop. Apparently, the son of Tianyi Group CEO had his eye on Qingyan Beauty's stunning CEO, Gu Qingyan. But she flat out rejected him. So Tianyi Group pulled this dirty trick. Holy crap! That's just evil. But fair's fair, Qingyan Beauty's CEO Gu Qingyan's looks and figure are undeniably flawless. She's absolutely goddess level. Netizens buzzed with heated discussions, eagerly devouring the gossip. At that moment, in the executive conference room of Tianyi Group, that little brat from Qingyan Beauty Company really has some nerve. While her offer is indeed generous, it's a shame that nearly all the top-tier beauty formulas in this world are controlled by our Tianyi Group. Even if other companies possess some decent formulas, they barely have enough for themselves. Why would they sell them to Qingyan Beauty? Absurd! A middle-aged man seated at the head of the table sneered coldly. This man was none other than Wu Guomin, the CEO of Tianyi Group. Chapter 72, An Irresolvable Stalemate? The Despicable Tianyi Group. At that moment, Wu Guomin's face was filled with endless cold laughter and amusement. The decision to target Qingyan Beauty Company had been entirely his idea. As for the motive? Wu Guomin wanted to settle the score for his son, Wu Tao. Back then, his son Wu Tao had pursued Gu Qingyan, but she had completely ignored him. In a fit of desperation, Wu Tao had tried to force himself on her. But Gu Qingyan fought back fiercely, refusing to let him succeed. She even slashed his son's most vital organ with a knife. Although his son Wu Tao survived after emergency treatment, his genitals were left permanently damaged. But Wu Guomin had harbored resentment over this incident ever since. He couldn't touch Gu Qingyan through legitimate means, since his son Wu Tao had initiated the assault. Thus, Wu Guomin meticulously orchestrated a scheme. First, he feigned interest in selling a beauty formula to Qingyan Beauty Company. Instead, he used a shell company to sign the contract with Gu Qingyan. In reality, that formula had already been sold by their Tianyi Group, acting as the parent company, to another well-established beauty company. This left Gu Qingyan's company unable to produce products based on that formula due to the invalidated patent rights contract. Caught in their information asymmetry trap, Gu Qingyan found herself utterly powerless against Tianyi Group. Even if she pursued legal action through official channels, it would drag on for a decade or more. By then, Qingyan Beauty would have been dragged into bankruptcy. It could be said that Wu Guomin's tactic was both insidious and highly effective. At that moment, the Tianyi Group executives gathered in the conference room all chuckled in agreement upon hearing Wu Guomin's words. Mr. Wu, your tactics are truly brilliant. Indeed. With this, that little brat Gu Qingyan will have no choice but to swallow her pride and take the silent loss. If you ask me, this is all that little brat Gu Qingyan brought upon herself. Young Master Wu Tao, the son of Mr. Wu, is outstanding in every way. That he took a liking to her is nothing short of a blessing for Gu Qingyan. Yet she had the audacity to be so clueless. Now she's reaping what she sowed. She deserves every bit of this outcome. Exactly. Young Master Wu Tao is a rare gem among men. His interest in Gu Qingyan is a blessing she could never have hoped for. Yet she was so clueless about her place. She deserves this punishment. Listening to the chorus of sycophantic praise from the executives, Wu Guomin's face lit up with smug satisfaction. Still, with that little brat offering such a huge sum, it's possible someone might get greedy and actually sell the beauty formula to Qingyan Beauty Company, helping that brat Gu Qingyan get through this crisis. Therefore, to ensure absolute security, call those beauty companies and other cosmetic formula manufacturers immediately. Under no circumstances should they cooperate with Qingyan Beauty Company. Otherwise, they will be opposing our Tianyi group. In short, I will see to it that Qingyan Beauty Company goes bankrupt, and that little brat Gu Qingyan ends up crawling on her knees before my son, begging for mercy. Wu Guomin pondered for a moment before issuing an order. Upon hearing Wu Guomin's words, the senior executives of Tianyi Group immediately set out to carry out the task. At that moment, at Qingyan Beauty Company. Mr. Zhang, regarding that beauty product deal you mentioned selling to us, when can we expect to sign the contract? Gu Qingyan dialed a number and cautiously inquired. But on the other end of the line, Mr. Zhang sighed and replied. Ms. Gu, I'm truly sorry. Regarding selling that beauty formula to Qingyan Beauty Company, let's just call it off. I genuinely wanted to help you out and secure some risk-free income for our company. But just now, Tianyi Group issued a warning. Any company partnering with Qingyan Beauty would be seen as opposing them. You know how colossal Tianyi Group is. We simply can't afford to antagonize them. Also, Mr. Gu, don't bother calling other companies either. Their stance is the same as mine. There's nothing we can do. You really need to give up on this. With that, President Zhang hung up abruptly. Before long, Gu Qingyan received notifications from companies that had previously expressed interest in collaboration, all canceling their intentions to partner. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan felt utterly drained. Tianyi Group, despicable. Gu Qingyan clenched her teeth, her beautiful face twisted with anger and helplessness. The current situation had essentially sealed the fate of her Qingyan Beauty Company, leaving them unable to weather this storm. After all, Tianyi Group had resorted to such despicable tactics, warning and threatening other companies not to partner with Qingyan Beauty. Naturally, those companies wouldn't dare defy Tianyi Group. Ms. Gu, what should we do now? Yes. Ms. Gu, Tianyi Group is clearly targeting our Qingyan Beauty Company. This time, we might truly face complete bankruptcy. Ugh. This Tianyi Group is truly heartless, targeting our company like this. At that moment, the senior executives of Qingyan Beauty Company hung their heads in despair, utterly hopeless. Hearing their words, Gu Qingyan sighed. She wanted to say something, but found herself utterly speechless. Just then, a call came in. Glancing at the caller ID, Gu Qingyan furrowed her delicate brows before finally answering. Mr. Wu, you are truly despicable. The moment she answered, Gu Qingyan clenched her teeth and spoke coldly. Indeed, this call came from none other than Wu Guomin. Hearing her words, Wu Guomin on the other end of the line responded with a dismissive sneer. Me, despicable? Ha! So what if I am? Gu Qingyan, you little brat, thinking you can take me on? How laughable. It's your good fortune that my son, Wu Tao, took a liking to you. Yet you not only refused to give him the slightest consideration, but you also slashed his manhood. If I hadn't rushed him to the hospital in time, you would have ruined him for life. Oomph. How could I, Wu Guomin, ever let this grudge go? This time, your Qingyan Beauty Company will face nothing but bankruptcy. And I've already warned every company out there, none of them will partner with your Qingyan Beauty Company. What good are your tempting offers? I refuse to believe anyone in this world would risk antagonizing our Tianyi Group just to work with you. In short, save your breath. Little girl, I called just to tell you this. Your only chance to save yourself is to come before me and my son, strip naked, and serve us both properly. Serve us well, and maybe we'll show mercy. Ha! Chapter 73, Desperate Measures? Suyu embraces the scrutiny. On the other end of the line, Wu Guomin's voice was filled with an arrogant, chilling laugh. He seemed utterly certain Gu Qingyan was his for the taking. That's right. Wu Guomin was now scheming to share Gu Qingyan, this goddess of beauty, with his son, Wu Tao. Wu Guomin, you're just as shameless and beastly as your son, Wu Tao. Even if I bankrupt the company, I will never let you succeed. And I refuse to believe there's no one in this world who dares sell me that beauty formula. Gu Qingyan clenched her pearly teeth, her lovely face brimming with torrential disgust and fury. Learning of Wu Guomin and his son Wu Tao's depraved, beastly intentions had utterly sickened her. Oomph, go ahead and try. I truly don't believe anyone would dare risk offending our Tianyi Group to help your Qingyan Beauty Company. Wu Guomin sneered coldly on the other end of the line, his tone brimming with boundless confidence and arrogance. After all, the influence and standing of their Tianyi Group were immense. In the field of beauty formulas, no company dared to ignore the Tianyi Group. Now that the Tianyi Group had issued a warning, other beauty companies and manufacturers of beauty formulas wouldn't dare cross them. Precisely because of this, Wu Guomin paid no heed whatsoever to Gu Qingyan's earlier words. In his view, no one in this world would dare to oppose the Tianyi Group. We'll see about that, Gu Qingyan said coldly before hanging up the phone. But after hanging up, Gu Qingyan felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Though her words had been firm moments ago, she knew deep down that under Tianyi Group's deliberate suppression, it would be incredibly difficult for their Qingyan beauty company to acquire a decent beauty formula. Ms. Gu, what should we do now? Also, should we halt the beauty formula collection event at Jiaoshan Plaza? After all, Tianyi Group has clearly made it their mission to oppose Qingyan Beauty Company to the bitter end. It seems nothing we do will make a difference now. Sigh. At that moment, a female executive from Qingyan Beauty Company couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan remained speechless for a long moment. But finally, she clenched her teeth and declared, "No change to the plan. Keep the on-site beauty formula collection event at Jiaoshan Plaza running. I refuse to believe everyone in this world is afraid of Tianyi Group. Besides, Jiaoshan Plaza is near a very famous snack spot with relatively high foot traffic. What if someone who knows a traditional folk formula sees our event and gets interested? In short, we can't just give up like this. Even if it's a last-ditch effort, we'll hold out until the very end." Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, the female executive from Qingyan Beauty Company sighed and nodded in agreement. At this point, they had no choice but to try anything. But the chances of success were so slim they were practically negligible. Early the next morning. Folks, today is a day to unwind. No money making today. Let's go spend. Let's go have fun. I heard a Putian snack shop open near Jiaoshan Plaza. They serve classic dishes like soy milk rice noodles. The flavor is absolutely unmatched. And these are snacks you can only find in Putian. So today, let's head over there and savor them properly. Suyu addressed the holographic livestream camera. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream room. Holy crap! Su God is finally going to enjoy himself. Awesome! You bet! That Suyu is a total money-making machine. Every day he's either raking in cash or on his way to make more. And he casually pockets hundreds of thousands or even millions daily. It's enough to make anyone jealous. Who can argue with that? We slave away day after day just to scrape together a pittance each month, while Su God casually rakes in millions daily. The contrast is absolutely gut-wrenching. Ha! It's not just us getting crushed by Su God's earning speed. Look at the other contestants on 100-fold return, they're all depressed because of him. I heard one guy who earns money by hauling bricks on a construction site was crying and laughing at a brick yesterday. I bet he's having a mental breakdown from the pressure. Sigh. Honestly, compared to Su God, anyone would break down. After all, his money-making speed isn't something normal people can even compare to, because the more you compare, the more crushed you get. So, since Master Su was finally slacking off today, we absolutely have to celebrate properly. Ha ha, it really is rare. The money-making machine Su has started slacking off and enjoying himself. It feels like the air around us isn't as competitive anymore. The live stream viewers were buzzing with discussion. Learning that Suyu wasn't going to make money today but planned to slack off and enjoy himself, they all felt this was a cause for great celebration. After all, Suyu's money-making speed was simply staggering and downright demoralizing. He was raking in millions at a time. Anyone seeing that would lose their cool. At that moment, Suyu remained completely unaware of what was going through the minds of his viewers. Had he known, he would have retorted that if not for the system handing him an unusable beauty formula last night, he'd have definitely kept raking in the cash. After all, the joy of raking in big bucks is something ordinary workers will never get to experience. Let's go! We're heading to Jiaoshan Plaza to savor some authentic Putian street food. Netizens, let's go! Suyu exclaimed excitedly before heading straight for Jiaoshan Plaza. Meanwhile, Jiaoshan Plaza was also bustling with crowds. It was no surprise that Putian's delicious snacks held such appeal. Owner, I'll take oyster cakes, soy milk rice noodles, braised tofu, zhishenwei dumplings, Tianjuan stir-fried pork, and Putian braised noodles. Basically, give me one of every delicious Putian snack. Reserve a large private room for me, set up an extra large table, and fill it to the brim with all this delicious food. As soon as Suyu entered the shop, he began ordering food with extravagant abandon. Hearing this, the owner of the Putian snack shop's eyes lit up. He hurriedly began making arrangements for Suyu. After all, judging by Suyu's extravagant demeanor, he was undoubtedly a big spender. Before long, Suyu's table was piled high with an array of Putian's most delicious snacks. Chapter 74, Other contestants pumped up, cutting corners? Holy crap! This smells absolutely incredible. This is amazing. Suyu's eyes lit up as he surveyed the enormous table laden with an array of delicacies. The aroma seemed to seep straight into his soul. Without hesitation, Suyu dug in with gusto. Folks, first up is the soy milk rice noodles. That rich, authentic soy milk paired with Putian's signature Xinhua rice noodles, it's absolutely amazing. This soy milk is nothing like the watery slop mixed with bean curd residue you get in other provinces. This is the real deal soybeans soaked overnight, ground into a paste by machine, then filtered and processed over and over with added water. The aroma is intoxicating. And when you add those Xinhua rice noodles, the texture is absolutely incredible. In a word, amazing. Alright, next up Putian braised noodles. The way they make this dish is incredible. It uses an abundance of ingredients, making it incredibly rich and delicious. Simply put, it's absolutely amazing. Next up, let's dig into Suyu narrated while savoring Putian's delectable snacks. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy crap! Watching this makes me so hungry. Exactly. It smells amazing. Absolutely incredible. I want to eat too. I want to eat too. I'm heading to Putian right now to dig in. Forget it, I'm determined to try these Putian delicacies in my lifetime. They look so good. Ah. Suyu's laid back, indulgent life is just too blissful. I'm crying with envy. +1 to the above. I bet the other contestants on hundredfold return are fuming seeing this. After all, they're working their asses off to earn every penny, trying to save every dime, while Suyu is here indulging in Putian's delicious snacks. Anyone seeing this would feel totally unbalanced. Ha! But what can you do? Suyu rakes in millions effortlessly every day. What's wrong with him enjoying himself? If you ask me, Suyu really knows how to live. After working so hard to earn money, shouldn't he take some time to savor these delicious local snacks? Exactly. These local delicacies aren't just affordable, they're way better than all that overhyped Western or Japanese cuisine. +1 to the above. If I had to choose, I'd pick our Dragon Nation's local delicacies first. That's the real deal. The viewers in the livestream were drooling with envy. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, Suyu, the money-making powerhouse, had finally thrown in the towel and started enjoying himself. And that meant they could seize this moment to catch up. When the money-making machine slacks off and starts enjoying life, it's the perfect opportunity for ordinary folks like them to overtake him. Yet, as Suyu began to slack off and enjoy himself, more and more viewers flooded into the livestream. They weren't there for anything else, they just wanted to witness the money-making king's day of slacking off and enjoying life. Right now, the viewership in Suyu's livestream was steadily climbing. Upon learning that Suyu had given up and was enjoying himself, the other contestants participating in a hundredfold return were all beyond excited. Ha ha ha. Suyu, the money-making king, finally couldn't hold out anymore? Well, now is our golden opportunity to overtake him. Hee hee. Today I'm moving 10,000 bricks. No. 20,000. Today, I'm selling 2 houses. I'll overtake Su the money-making king. No, 3 houses. Ha ha ha. Su the money-rolling king has finally started slacking off and enjoying himself. Today is my chance to work hard and strive for greatness. I'm going to make 100,000 screws. All the contestants were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, going all out in the competition. They had waited far too long for this day. Every day, Suyu was either making money or on his way to make money. The most crucial part? Suyu routinely raked in hundreds of thousands, even millions, every single day. His pace of accumulation was utterly beyond their reach, a painful sight to behold. Now, however, Suyu had suddenly gone off the rails and started slacking off. To them, this was the perfect opportunity to catch up and overtake him. So, while Suyu was coasting and enjoying himself, the other contestants went all out, rolling up their sleeves to make money. Meanwhile, Suyu remained fully engrossed in savoring the delicious snacks of Putian. Folks, after devouring this huge spread of Putian delicacies, I just have to say it's damn delicious. If you ever get the chance, you absolutely must try Putian snacks for yourself. To put it simply, this entire table full of goodies only cost me less than 2,000 yuan. Absolutely worth every penny. So awesome. Now that we're done eating, let's take a stroll around Jiaoshan Plaza to walk it off. After all, our mission today is to slack off and enjoy life. Of course we're going to do whatever feels good. Ha ha ha. Suyu, stuffed to the gills, beamed at the holographic livestream camera. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Impressive. Who'd have thought Su the workaholic would finally start slacking off and enjoying life? This is rare. Exactly. Before, Su God was either making money or on his way to make money, he was so damn competitive. This time, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Ha ha. I heard that when the other contestants found out Su the God had started slacking off and enjoying life, they all got hyped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. They started going all out, saying they'd use this chance to overtake him. Ha! That's funny. Speaking of which, since Su the God is slacking off today, I bet his daily income is 0 yuan, right? No. The guy above is wrong. Su Dashi's income today will be negative. Don't forget he just spent over 1,000 yuan on delicious Putian snacks. Finally, I get to see Su Dashi lose money. Seeing him lose money makes me happier than making money myself. This money-making king finally took a hit. Ha ha ha. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Suyu had already begun strolling around Jiaoshan Plaza. As he walked, his gaze was drawn to an event site. Compared to the bustling Jiaoshan Plaza, the event site over there was eerily quiet, as deserted as a ghost town. Not a single soul had come to check it out. Such a stark contrast naturally made Suyu notice the event area immediately. Folks, I spotted an event site that's surprisingly quiet. Let's go check it out. Suyu said aloud. Chapter 75, The Deserted Event Site, Another Encounter. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, he began walking toward the event site. At that moment, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy crap! Where's Su Godhead headed? What kind of event venue is this quiet? This is kinda weird. +1. Normally, no matter what kind of event venue it is, it's usually bustling with people. After all, isn't it human nature to love a good crowd? But this event venue is so quiet, that's a bit strange, isn't it? Wait. Zhaoshan Plaza? Event site? I think I know what kind of event site this is. Holy crap. Bro upstairs, if you know something, just spill it already. I hate riddle mongers more than anything in life. They remind me of my ex-girlfriend. She was always beating around the bush, leaving things half said, making me guess. And if I got it wrong, she'd throw a fit. I'm seriously fed up with it. Damn. Same ex-girlfriend. I hate those riddle mongers who only say half the truth. Exactly. You upstairs, if you know anything, just spill it already. Stop playing riddles with us. Or I'll beat you to a pulp. Ahem. Alright. I'll tell you. It's the event site for Qinyan Beauty Company's beauty formula contest. Ha? The event for Qinyan Beauty Company? I heard they offered super tempting terms for beauty formula submissions. You'd think tons of companies would jump at that. Why is the event so quiet then? Yeah. I saw online about Qinyan Beauty Company's beauty formula contest too. But why is their event site so quiet now? That's kinda weird, right? Guys, you only know part of the story. While Qinyan Beauty's offer was tempting, and many companies were genuinely interested in partnering with them, what no one saw coming was Tianyi Group stepping in. Tianyi Group issued a direct warning to all competitors. Anyone who dares to collaborate with Qinyan Beauty is effectively declaring war on Tianyi Group. Think about it, Tianyi Group is a colossal entity. Who dares ignore their warnings and threats? With that happening, naturally no one showed up to Qinyan Beauty's formula submission event. Damn. Tianyi Group is so underhanded. With this move, Qinyan Beauty Company is basically left with no choice but bankruptcy. You bet. The move Tianyi Group pulled is utterly despicable. But you have to admit, as evil as they are, this tactic is incredibly effective. At the very least, it leaves Qinyan Beauty Company with absolutely no way out. Netizens buzzed with heated discussion. At the scene of Qinyan Beauty Company's beauty formula solicitation event. Mr. Gu, maybe we should just give up. Looks like no one is coming to our event today. That Tianyi Group is too treacherous and despicable. They even stationed someone nearby to monitor us constantly. Given this situation, even if someone actually has a beauty formula and wants to cooperate with us, they'd probably be scared off. Exactly. Mr. Gu, we have to admit Qinyan Beauty has absolutely no chance now. Tianyi Group is clearly trying to destroy us. We can't fight back. Exactly. Compared to Tianyi Group, we're like ants utterly powerless against them. Frankly, I doubt a single person will show up at today's event. The senior executives of Qinyan Beauty Company all sighed and tried to persuade Gu Qinyan. After all, the event to solicit beauty formula submissions had been running all morning, yet not a single person had shown up. Moreover, Tianyi Group had deliberately sent someone to monitor the situation. Under these circumstances, even if someone had intentions to collaborate, they'd likely be intimidated into backing out by Tianyi Group's threats. Hearing the executive's words, Gu Qingyan's lovely face was filled with worry. She knew full well that the executives were speaking the truth, a reality she had no choice but to confront. Yet she refused to accept it. She couldn't bear to watch the beauty company she'd painstakingly built collapse before her eyes. Yet no matter how unwilling she felt, she had to admit that this time, Qinyan Beauty was truly facing an inescapable fate. There was simply no way out of this predicament. Difficult. So incredibly difficult. It was so hopeless that not a single glimmer of hope remained. At that moment, Gu Qingyan felt a chill run through her heart, as if she had fallen into the depths of an abyss. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingyan shook her head inside, turning to address the assembled executives. Forget it. Shut down this event venue immediately. Next, I'll figure out how to settle your wages. Then, the company will declare bankruptcy publicly. As she spoke these words, Gu Qingyan closed her eyes slightly, her heart filled with endless sorrow, despair, and profound helplessness. If she could, she certainly wouldn't want to give up so easily. But the problem was, in the current situation, there was not a shred of hope to be found. Tianyi Group was clearly intent on bankrupting Qinyan Beauty Company. Moreover, despite spending the entire morning setting up this event to solicit beauty formula submissions, not a single person had shown interest. Without exaggeration, this time, Qinyan Beauty truly had no hope left. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words, the senior executives of Qinyan Beauty Company shook their heads and sighed. They were about to dismantle the collection event setup. But just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey! You're that goddess-like lady who got her bag snatched by an A-level wanted criminal after giving me $1 million, right? Is what you're advertising at this event real? Are you really giving away 20 million yuan plus a 30% share of sales profits? Hearing the voice, Gu Qingyan opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Suyu before her, equally stunned. Ah, it's you. Yep. That announcement is legit. But, well, our event is about to wrap up. Sigh. Gu Qingyan was also surprised to see Suyu, but she quickly sighed. Chapter 76, Does Suyu know beauty formulas? An expert's rant. Seeing Suyu, Gu Qingyan was also somewhat surprised. She had a favorable impression of him. However, seeing him appear at their beauty formula solicitation event now struck her as odd. At the same time, she couldn't help but shake her head and give a self-deprecating smile. The person she'd been waiting for hadn't shown up, yet she'd unexpectedly run into Suyu instead. Thinking of how her beloved Qingyan Beauty Company, which she had built from scratch, was now facing bankruptcy, Gu Qingyan felt a wave of sorrow and helplessness wash over her. At that moment, Suyu heard Gu Qingyan mention the event was about to conclude and sighed softly. Looks like I'm a step too late. I was actually hoping to sell a beauty formula I have to your company. Earlier, when he saw the notice posted at the Qingyan Beauty event, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He thought he could make a hefty profit, but it turned out he'd arrived too late. But at that moment, Gu Qingyan, who hadn't been paying much attention, heard Suyu's words. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and she looked at him in astonishment. You just said you have a beauty formula? Suyu didn't think much of her question and simply nodded. Yeah. I do have a beauty formula, and it's pretty effective. Though Suyu wasn't entirely sure of the formula's specific effects, he knew anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan's excitement surged. She hurriedly asked. Could you show it to me? Rest assured, if this beauty formula truly works, our Qingyan Beauty Company will definitely purchase it at a high price. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, the senior executives of Qingyan Beauty Company all sighed helplessly. They felt she was grasping at straws in desperation. In their eyes, how effective could a beauty formula from someone so young possibly be? Sure. After a moment's thought, Suyu promptly wrote out a beauty formula. Seeing Suyu actually produce a beauty formula, the executives of Qingyan Beauty Company all leaned in curiously to take a look. Strange. It looks complicated. I wonder how effective it will be. Judging by this, it doesn't seem simple. It's just unclear how effective the product made from this formula will be. The senior executives of Qingyan Beauty Company all chattered away in discussion. As executives of a beauty company, they might not match the expertise of the R&D specialists, but they still possessed a fair amount of knowledge. Judging solely by the formula written down by Suyu, the ingredients listed did appear quite professional. So now, they were genuinely curious about the formula's actual efficacy. Alright. I'll have someone come assess the efficacy of this beauty formula right away. If it proves viable, we'll compensate you fully every penny owed. Gu Qingyan reached out to take the beauty formula Suyu had written, her heart surging with excitement. Suyu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He wasn't entirely sure about the exact efficacy of this beauty formula, but he trusted that anything the system provided wouldn't be subpar. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyan had already instructed the experts from her company's product development department to begin production and test the efficacy of this beauty formula. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy. No way? Master Su knows beauty formulas too? This is insane. This is insane. Does Su the God know a little bit about everything? Damn. Su God is like cheating with this. Comparing people like this is infuriating. +1 to the above. God Su is just too damn talented. Is there anyone in the live stream who can decipher this beauty formula? Is it even legit? Let me weigh in. I'm trained in medicine. While I can't guarantee the exact beauty effects of this formula, the ingredients suggest it's authentic. And I have a hunch this formula might deliver extraordinary results. +1 to the above. I'm also a medical practitioner. While I can't claim to be an expert, I can guarantee this beauty formula is authentic. Of course, its actual effects would require production and testing to confirm. One thing is certain, Master Su definitely knows his stuff when it comes to beauty formulas. Holy crap. If that's the case, Master Su really has some serious skills? This is just too damn unfair. I'm so jealous. How does Su know everything? The live stream chat erupted with chatter. At this moment, they were all extremely curious about the specific effects of the beauty formula Suyu had provided. At that moment, in the product R&D department of Qingyan Beauty Company, Ms. Gu is really grasping at straws right now. Exactly. She just randomly grabs a beauty formula and tells us to test its effects? I heard this formula was even given by some youngster. This is ridiculous. Exactly. What kind of results could a beauty formula from a youngster possibly deliver? If every youngster could come up with effective beauty formulas, what would we experts in the R&D department be here for? Exactly. If a youngster could come up with a formula that actually works, we'd have figured it out ages ago. The experts in the product development department couldn't help but grumble and complain. Earlier, they had received a beauty formula sent over by Gu Qingyan, instructing them to rush its production and test its efficacy. While the experts in the R&D department had agreed to the task, they couldn't deny their underlying disdain for the whole affair. Especially after learning that this formula came from a youngster like Su Yu, it only reinforced their belief that this whole thing was utter nonsense. Come on, if beauty formulas were that easy to develop, the world would be flooded with them by now. After all, the creation of any beauty formula demanded substantial research funding and time. If it were truly that simple, wouldn't the experts in their R&D department have already figured it out? Enough, everyone. Shut up. Get moving and produce a batch of products based on this formula. Then test their efficacy as usual. At that moment, the lead expert of the product development department spoke up. Chapter 77, Astonishing Results, Zero Side Effects. Understood, Expert Chen. Acknowledged. We're already in production. But, Expert Chen, we still feel President Gu is being rather reckless. To actually trust a beauty formula from a young man that's just too naive. Exactly. This beauty formula stumped all the experts in our R&D department. If a youngster could pull it off, that'd be pure fantasy. Hearing the lead expert's words, the rest of the R&D team immediately got to work on production, but they couldn't help but grumble and vent their frustrations. Enough. Cut the complaints. Mr. Gu's decision isn't something we can interfere with. We just need to follow through. Expert Chen shook his head and said. He, Chen Hao, also found Gu Qingyan's decision rather frivolous. After all, as the lead expert in Qingyan Beauty's product development department, he knew all too well how complex and difficult it was to research an effective beauty formula. A beauty formula proposed by some youngster? Forget about it, it had absolutely no value worth considering. Therefore, he deeply disagreed with Gu Qingyan's decision. However, though he had reservations, he kept them to himself. After all, they only needed to produce a batch of the product and conduct the standard efficacy tests. Before long, a staff member rushed over to report. Expert Chen, we've produced a batch of the product based on that beauty formula. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao nodded and said. All right. Then find someone to use it as usual and evaluate the results. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Chen Hao's instructions, the staff member immediately nodded and went to carry out the task. A short while later, the staff member rushed back over. Unlike his previous calm demeanor, he now appeared hurried, his face radiating surprise and excitement. What's going on? Seeing the staff member's reaction, Chen Hao asked before the other could report the situation. At that moment, Chen Hao couldn't help but worry whether the beauty formula might have some side effects. After all, upon learning the beauty formula originated from a young person, his first instinct was to doubt its reliability. If it were him, he would have rejected a beauty formula created by a youngster outright. He wouldn't have bothered producing it, let alone wasted time and risk testing its efficacy. Just as Chen Hao's worries began to surface, the staff member spoke up, his voice brimming with excitement and delight. Expert Chen, it works. It's remarkably effective. The product made from that formula has astonishing results. A tester with facial scars, acne, and pimples saw over half of their issues resolved. Even those long-standing scars faded by more than half. This result is nothing short of a miracle. At this point, the staff member was practically jumping with excitement. Having witnessed the product's effects firsthand, he was utterly stunned. He had never even heard of such results, let alone witnessed them firsthand. But today, he had witnessed this miracle-like scene with his own eyes. How could he not be thrilled and delighted? Hearing this, Chen Hao and the team of experts from the product development department all widened their eyes. Their faces were filled with utter disbelief and astonishment. You mean the test subject's skin showed significant improvement after using that product? Even the long-standing scars faded by more than half? Chen Hao's breathing grew noticeably ragged. After all, those selected as test subjects by their company, Qingyan Beauty, typically suffered from severe facial issues. Now, according to this staff member, the tester's facial condition had dramatically improved after using that product. This was simply unbelievable. It's true. Expert Chen, the results after that tester used the product were absolutely astonishing. The staff member exclaimed again, filled with astonishment. Hearing this, Chen Hao and the entire team of experts from the product development department were utterly stunned. Quickly take me to see that tester. Chen Hao demanded immediately. Moments later, Chen Hao and the experts from the product development department were introduced to the tester. Upon seeing the condition of the subject's face and comparing it to photos taken before using the product, Chen Hao and the entire R&D team were utterly stunned. This is simply astonishing. Yeah. I've never heard of a product with results like this. It's just too incredible. Could this product's effects really be this exaggerated? Am I dreaming? The experts from the product development department all exclaimed in disbelief. After comparing the before and after results of the tester using the product, they all felt their understanding had been completely overturned. Such astonishing results were unprecedented in their experience. Quick! Arrange a comprehensive examination of this tester's facial condition immediately. Check for any adverse reactions. Shen Hao, overcome with excitement, immediately issued the order. After all, he had never witnessed such astonishing results before. Therefore, Shen Hao was also somewhat concerned about whether this product might have any side effects. Immediately, the tester was scheduled for a comprehensive, detailed examination of the effects. A short while later, the results of the facial examination were in. Whoa! Shen Hao and the team of experts from the product development department all gasped in astonishment upon seeing the test results report. Because, according to the test results, the tester's face showed absolutely no side effects whatsoever. Moreover, the pre-existing issues on the subject's face had undergone remarkably significant improvement. This meant that the product manufactured based on Suyu's beauty formula not only delivered remarkable results but also carried no side effects whatsoever. Quick! Find several more test subjects to use that product, and conduct a detailed facial examination on them after they finish using it. Shen Hao exclaimed excitedly. Soon after, the product development department recruited several more test subjects and conducted facial examinations on each of them. Chapter 78. Everyone was stunned. A miracle. Holy crap! Is this real? Someone pinch me. Am I really not dreaming? Damn! This effect is insane. Is this some kind of miracle cure or something? The results are so astonishing it's hard to believe. After reviewing the facial analysis reports of the test subjects, the experts in the product development department were all stunned into speechlessness. Miraculous results. And absolutely no side effects. Such product efficacy completely overturned their understanding. At that moment, Chen Hao, the lead expert of Qingyan Beauty's D department, trembled with excitement after reviewing the detailed test reports. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Absolutely fantastic! That beauty formula is genuine, incredibly effective, and completely free of side effects. Chen Hao laughed excitedly. I'm calling Ms. Gu right now to share this wonderful news. After his initial excitement subsided, Chen Hao immediately called Gu Qingyan. Meanwhile, at the event venue, Gu Qingyan was chatting casually with Suyu, their conversation meandering. Suyu occasionally cracked jokes to amuse her, which significantly lifted Gu Qingyan's previously gloomy mood. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream chat. Damn! I'm so jealous of Suyu's life. Chatting with a goddess like that must feel amazing. Totally. The goddess is so gorgeous. Su God's luck with women is insane. So many beautiful girls around him. Ah! Jealousy is eating me alive. I wish I could be like Su God, surrounded by goddesses every single day. I totally get you, bro. I'm right there with you. Forget goddess level girls, I don't even have a dino chick. Just a bunch of rough and tumble dudes. It's brutal. So jealous. I'm so jealous of Su God's life. Speaking of which, I'm even more curious now how effective is that beauty formula Su the Great shared? Does it actually work? Dude, I think you're overthinking it. Sure, Su God is crazy talented, but that beauty formula he wrote? It can't be that great. After all, beauty formulas aren't something you just whip up easily. Exactly. Developing a beauty formula isn't a walk in the park. Just look at any beauty formula on the market, they all require massive R&D budgets and time to create. No matter how amazing Su is, he couldn't possibly pull that off. Yeah. I agree. Su the Great is talented, but he's still human, not a god. How could a beauty formula he casually scribbled down have miraculous effects? That's pure fantasy. The online community erupted in heated debate. At that moment, in the executive conference room of Tianyi Group. Oomph. That little brat Gu Qingyan really has some wild ideas. She dares to try a beauty formula casually scribbled by some greenhorn? How laughable. Wu Guomin, seated at the head of the table, sneered coldly. Just moments ago, he had received a call from his subordinate informing him of the incident at the event. Upon learning that Gu Qingyan had instructed someone to try the beauty formula provided by Suyu, Wu Guomin found it utterly laughable. He couldn't imagine a beauty formula from some greenhorn could possibly work. As if. If beauty formulas were that easy to come by, then their Tianyi Group wouldn't have to spend massive amounts of research funds and time every single year. After all, developing a beauty formula was an incredibly complex and arduous process. For a beauty formula from a greenhorn like Suyu to actually work? That would be as absurd as the sun rising in the west, utterly laughable. Mr. Wu is absolutely right. That little brat Gu Qingyan is desperate and grasping at straws. Heh, she declutch any weed as if it were a lifeline. How laughable. Exactly. That little brat Gu Qingyan is so naive. Does she really think beauty formulas are that easy to develop? How hilarious. At that moment, the senior executives of Tianyi Group joined in the chorus of mocking laughter. In their eyes, Gu Qingyan was clearly grasping at straws out of desperation. After all, she dared to try a beauty formula written by a mere greenhorn like Suyu. What else could it be but desperation? Oomph, we'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, and our new product launch is coming up soon. We'll use that opportunity to crush that little brat Gu Qingyan's beauty company once and for all. Heh, I'll make that brat face reality show her that going up against our Tianyi Group means nothing but bankruptcy. Wu Guomin listened to the senior executive's enthusiastic agreement and let out a smug, cold laugh. At that moment, Wu Guomin could already picture Gu Qingyan meekly begging for mercy from him and his son, Wu Tao. Especially the thought of that goddess-like beauty obediently undressing to serve him and his son sent a surge of lust coursing through his lower abdomen. Meanwhile, at the event venue, Gu Qingyan was chatting casually with Suyu when suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID displayed as Chen Hao, the lead expert from the product development department, Gu Qingyan knew the test results were in. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyan answered the call. The moment she answered, Chen Hao's excited voice burst through the line. Ms. Gu, the test results for the product made from that beauty formula are in. It works. It works incredibly well. The results are nothing short of miraculous. Several test subjects experienced noticeable improvements in their skin issues after using the product. Acne, pimples, and even years-old scars have significantly faded. Most importantly, there were absolutely no side effects. We absolutely must secure this beauty formula. I have a gut feeling this beauty formula will bring our company enormous returns. Hearing Chen Hao's words on the other end of the line, Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. After all, although she had sent people to test the beauty formula provided by Suyu, she herself hadn't held out much hope. After all, no matter how one looked at it, Suyu didn't seem like someone who understood beauty formulas. Yet now, Chen Hao claimed Suyu's formula possessed remarkable efficacy with no side effects whatsoever? This development was truly beyond her comprehension. It was nothing short of defying the heavens. Chapter 79, completely raking it in, Lemon Guy. After a moment of stunned silence, Gu Qingyan finally snapped back to reality. She swallowed hard before speaking. All right. I understand. After hanging up, Gu Qingyan stared blankly at Suyu with her beautiful eyes, at a loss for words for a long while. So, Ms. Gu, did the test results come back? Suyu smiled faintly as he looked at Gu Qingyan. Though he didn't know the exact effects of that beauty formula, he trusted that anything the system provided couldn't be subpar. Hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan finally snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes. The test results are in. The R&D department says the beauty formula you provided has astonishingly remarkable effects. Many testers experienced significant improvements in their skin issues after using it, with absolutely no side effects. Her face still radiating astonishment, Gu Qingyan turned to Suyu and exclaimed. Suyu, you're truly a genius. I never imagined that the beauty formula you provided could have such astonishingly remarkable effects. At that moment, Gu Qingyan felt both profound gratitude and awe. She truly hadn't imagined that the beauty formula Suyu had provided would prove so remarkably effective. Meanwhile, the senior executives of Qingyan Beauty Company were stunned to learn that the beauty formula Suyu had just written down possessed astonishingly remarkable effects without any side effects whatsoever. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu offered a faint smile. Indeed, anything produced by the system is bound to be top-notch. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy. This can't be real? Holy crap. How the hell is this even possible? Holy crap. Su God is too awesome. How can he know everything? He knows a little bit about everything. So jealous. This dude must be cheating. Su God is insane. Just casually writing down a beauty formula and it's this powerful? I'm blown away. Su the Great is a true prodigy. The entire live stream audience was stunned. Who could have imagined that a beauty formula casually scribbled by Suyu would yield such astonishing results? After all, it was a beauty formula. Developing any beauty formula on the market was already an extremely difficult and complex endeavor, let alone one with astonishing effects and absolutely no side effects. Yet here was Suyu casually scribbling down a beauty formula that delivered such astonishingly miraculous results and with zero side effects. It was utterly mind-blowing. At that moment, Suyu turned to Gu Qingyan with a faint smile. Ms. Gu, shall we discuss the terms of our partnership agreement now? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan immediately nodded and replied. Absolutely. We at Qingyan Beauty are extremely satisfied with your beauty formula. We will pay the 20 million yuan for the patent rights in a single lump sum. Additionally, we will absolutely honor the 30% profit sharing agreement on sales revenue. Based on the test results provided by the product development department, Suyu's beauty formula held astonishing commercial potential. She would stop at nothing to secure such a formula. Without delay, Gu Qingyan signed the contract with Suyu. Moreover, Gu Qingyan promptly transferred the 20 million yuan into Suyu's bank account. Upon receiving the funds, Suyu smiled with great satisfaction. He'd hit the jackpot. After all, what he gained wasn't just the 20 million yuan, he also secured a 30% share of the sales profits. This meant that from now on, he wouldn't have to lift a finger, yet substantial sums would flow into his account daily. At that moment, inside the 100-fold return livestream. Holy. I'm rolling in it. Su God is just too damn awesome. He casually cashed out 20 million. That money-making speed is insane. I'm so jealous. I thought Su the God wouldn't make a dime today, just spending money. Who knew he'd rake in 20 million in just a moment? That stings. Hey, the god of Su isn't just making 20 million. Don't forget that 30% sales profit share. Based on how effective that beauty formula is, the products made from it will generate at least 100 million in profits every year. That means God of Su could easily make 50 million from this formula alone, maybe even hit 100 million straight. Ah. Dude, stop. I'm so jealous my teeth hurt. Su's money making speed is insane. Damn it. Everyone says money is hard to earn and life is tough, but why is it completely different for Su? This money making speed is just insane. I bet the other contestants would be so depressed they'd cry if they found out about this. Who says otherwise? They'd work themselves to death and still never earn that much. Su God's money-making speed is insane. The live chat exploded with excitement. Just imagine in this short span, so you raked in 20 million. And the best part? There's still that 30% sales profit share. It was safe to say you had truly hit the jackpot this time. Upon learning of this, the other contestants were utterly dumbfounded. Ah! My mindset is completely shattered. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? We agreed he'd coast today and enjoy himself, but how the hell did he just rake in another 20 million? What the hell is this? Heaven! Why are you so unfair? I'm here slaving away, while that Suyu bastard gets to eat, drink, and flirt with the goddess-level girls, yet still rakes in 20 million in minutes. This is unfair. So unfair. My head's about to explode. The entire group of contestants instantly turned into sour grapes. 20 million. 20 million. They could work themselves to death their entire lives and never earn that much. But Suyu? He just casually earned it. It could be summed up in 2 words: ridiculous. At that moment, agent number 7, by Wenbin, was showing a client around a property. Sir, this property you're viewing features 3 bedrooms, 2 living areas, and 2 bathrooms. The neighborhood boasts 2 prestigious elementary schools and a top-tier middle school. Shopping centers are conveniently nearby, and the complex offers various fitness facilities within its beautifully landscaped grounds. This development is poised for significant appreciation. And to be honest, there's been a lot of interest in this unit lately. If you're serious about buying, you'd better act fast. Otherwise, someone else might snap it up at any moment. Bai Wenbin rattled off the property details, his mouth growing dry. Chapter 80, Bai Wenbin's breakdown. He's been marked for revenge. Contestant number 7, Bai Wenbin, was now brimming with motivation. Learning that Suyu was coasting today, he was determined to sell 3 properties and rake in a hefty profit. So even though he was already parched from talking non-stop to the client, he remained remarkably patient. At that moment, the client viewing the property nodded occasionally as Bai Wenbin spoke at length. It was clear this client was quite satisfied with the property. He was now seriously considering signing the contract to purchase it. As a top-tier real estate agent, Bai Wenbin could naturally tell that this client was considering purchasing the property. He immediately decided to keep pushing hard, aiming to close the deal as soon as possible. But just then, Bai Wenbin's phone rang. Seeing the notification, Bai Wenbin glanced at his phone out of curiosity. And that glance left Bai Wenbin completely dumbfounded. Stunned. Completely dumbfounded. Contestant number 5, so he actually made 20 million in one go? This can't be possible. Bai Wenbin's face drained of color. At that moment, Bai Wenbin felt his head buzzing, his emotions exploding. 20 million. That's 20 million. So you just snatched it up? And Suyu didn't just get the 20 million, he also secured that 30% share of the sales profits. This was utterly absurd. At that moment, Bai Wenbin felt like crying. His mindset completely shattered. What happened to Suyu just coasting through today? Now look at him, he's made 20 million. 20 million. How many houses would he have to sell? How many clients would he have to meet? How many developments would he have to visit? How many miles would he have to walk? How much time would it take him to earn that much? But Suyu? He just ate, drank, hung out with gorgeous goddesses, and casually made 20 million in no time. The stark contrast left Bai Wenbin utterly devastated. This sudden turn of events completely killed his motivation to entertain clients viewing properties. Just then, the client viewing the property noticed Bai Wenbin's state and spoke up. Tell me more about this property. But hearing this, Bai Wenbin, already in a foul mood, snapped. Tell me more? Tell me what? I've been talking your ear off for ages, my mouth's dry from all the talking, and all you do is mumble aha and yeah, you won't even mention signing the contract to buy the place. Tell you more? You think I'm a monkey? Did I come here just to entertain you, huh? Off. Get the hell out of here right now. Bai Wenbin cursed fiercely. His mood had already been shattered by Suyu's 2 million yuan deal. Now, the property client, having been cursed out by Bai Wenbin, was furious too. Are you out of your mind? Just you wait. I'm going to file a complaint against you. What a crappy agency. Just wait till I file a complaint and shut you down. The client viewing the property was suddenly berated by Bai Wenbin for no reason, leaving him furious. With that, the client stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Only upon hearing the client threaten to file a complaint did Bai Wenbin snap back to reality, realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately rushed to apologize and explain. But by then, the client had already slammed the door shut and left. Before long, Bai Wenbin received the complaint report and the disciplinary action taken against him. Ah! Su Yu! I'm not done with you! Bai Wenbin's temper exploded, and he felt utterly wronged. Even though he was a top-tier real estate agent, such a complaint from a client meant his superiors fined him 50,000 yuan as compensation for the client's emotional distress. That was 50,000 yuan. That was equivalent to the commission he'd earned from selling an entire property. Not only did he fail to earn a single penny today, but he ended up losing 50,000 yuan. This completely shattered Bai Wenbin's composure. At that moment, at Tianyi Group. What? That little brat Gu Qingyan bought that beauty formula, and the product based on it is actually effective? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Guomin's face darkened completely upon hearing his subordinate's report, his disbelief palpable. Mr. Wu, are you saying Qingyan Beauty acquired that beauty formula? And it's actually highly effective? How could that be possible? Yeah. This is outrageous. That beauty formula was written by some greenhorn kid. How could it possibly work? This is too strange. This seems fake. How could a beauty formula written by some young nobody possibly be that effective? No way. The senior executives of Tianyi Group all looked utterly stunned. Learning that Gu Qingyan had indeed purchased the beauty formula written by Su Yu and that it was remarkably effective left them utterly dumbfounded. After all, it was a beauty formula. Even for a powerhouse like their Tianyi Group, developing a beauty formula was an incredibly difficult and complex endeavor. Not only did it require massive R&D funding and time, but it also depended heavily on luck. After all, with beauty formulas, one wrong move could mean all that research investment went down the drain. Yet here we are, some greenhorn named Su Yu had succeeded. And the beauty formula he developed actually has remarkable effects? This is utterly absurd. Oomph. We'll see how things turn out. Could be just a fake rumor spread by Qingyan Beauty Company. Anyway, our Tianyi Group's new product launch is coming up soon. On that day, they at Qingyan Beauty Company will also be releasing their new product. I'll make sure they go bankrupt. And then we'll see exactly what's going on. If they really got their hands on some super effective beauty formula, I'll make that little punk pay. Dare to ruin my plans? Just wait until I take him down. Wu Guomin's face was twisted with rage. The thought that his plans might be ruined because of Su Yu filled him with fury. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained completely unaware of any of this. He was happily starting a new lottery draw. System, draw. Su Yu issued the command. After selling that beauty formula, Su Yu was thoroughly satisfied with the system. After all, that single beauty formula had brought him enormous benefits. He'd made a killing, that's for sure. Chapter 81, The Lost Dish, a culinary showdown between East and West. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing the God-tier chef skill. P.S. Using this skill allows precise control over cooking temperatures and meticulous attention to detail. Hearing the system's notification sound, Su Yu paused in surprise. Holy crap! System, are you trying to make me a chef? Su Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Though it was true that anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. He couldn't help but sigh at how slightly off-kilter the items and skills the system kept giving him were. Oh well, let's keep drawing. Su Yu shook his head and resumed the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the lost Fujian-style dish of your world. Buddha jumps over the wall. The system's notification sound rang out once more. What? System, are you saying this world's famous Fujian dish Buddha jumps over the wall has been lost? Su Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a touch of surprise. After all, Buddha jumps over the wall was a renowned Fujian dish. Even on Earth, its preparation was notoriously complex. Mastering its precise cooking temperatures was equally challenging. Yet despite its difficulty, this Fujian specialty had never been lost on Earth. Yet on this blue star, the recipe and precise cooking requirements for this famous dish had vanished? Precisely because of this, Su Yu couldn't help but ask the system a question. But he quickly realized how foolish that question was. After all, the system was famously aloof. Why would it respond to him? Yet, at that very moment, the system's mechanical voice suddenly chimed in. Reporting to the host, yes. The Fujian specialty dish Buddha jumps over the wall has been lost to this world. In fact, it's not just this Fujian specialty that's been lost. Many other things that once existed on Earth have vanished as well. The specifics of what these are, host, you will naturally come to know in time. Moreover, it will be up to the host to recover and restore these lost treasures. Hearing the system's voice, Su Yu paused in surprise. His intuition told him that perhaps the system's very existence stemmed from its desire to have him recover and replenish the lost treasures of this world. System, be honest, did you appear just to make me recover and replenish the lost things of this world? Su Yu couldn't help but ask. But at this moment, the system once again chose to play dead, offering no response whatsoever. Seeing this, Su Yu could only let it go. One night passed. Early the next morning, Suyu headed to Jiaoshan Plaza just like yesterday to enjoy the delicious snacks from Putian. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Damn it! He's back at this place again. Eating those Putian snacks again. Now that Suyu's doing this, I'm getting psychological trauma. I'm terrified he'll just eat and drink his way to another 20 million out of nowhere. Exactly. Yesterday, Su just ate, drank, and flirted with girls, then damn it, he made 20 million. Now, seeing him like this, I can't help but feel crushed. It's not just us feeling crushed. I heard the other contestants on Hundredfold Return were completely devastated by Suyu yesterday. Especially contestant number 7, by Wenbin, his situation was truly pitiful. +1 to the above. I heard about that too. Apparently, Su got crushed by Wenbin so badly yesterday that he completely lost it while showing properties to a client. He even started cursing at the client. Not only did he fail to sell a single property all day, but he also got fined 50,000 yuan for the client complaint. Holy. That's just too damn rough. You bet. Compared to Suyu, it's just so damn heartbreaking. We work our asses off and barely make a dime, but Suyu? He casually rakes in hundreds of thousands, even millions. 2 words utterly insane. Sigh. Anyway, you can't judge Su the Great by normal standards. The whole guy is just damn weird. So, any chance we'll find another money-making scheme today? Probably not. I haven't heard of any events or live streams happening today in the area where Su the Legend is. Any well-connected big shots out there who can shed some light on this? The live chat was buzzing with chatter. Thinking back to how Suyu raked in 20 million yesterday with just one beauty formula, they all felt like their minds were exploding. There was nothing they could do. Suyu's money-making speed was simply absurd. Meanwhile, Suyu was still happily munching on Putian's delicious street snacks. Meanwhile, in the Hundredfold Return livestream. Holy crap! Holy crap! I just looked into something and discovered something incredible. What? Spit it out. I hate riddles. Leave me hanging and you'll be cursed. Tell me everything and you'll be blessed. Second floor, spill the beans. Alright. Second floor, you know your rhymes. So, I just searched and found out there's a Chinese Western culinary competition near Jiaoshan Plaza today. The winner gets 5 million in prize money. I've heard about this contest too. Apparently, some top Michelin 3-star chef challenged all the chefs in our Dragon Nation. Of course, calling it a contest is a bit of an understatement. It's practically a provocation. Holy crap. I've heard about this too. That top Michelin 3-star chef is apparently super arrogant, saying he'll crush all our Dragon Country chefs. He even openly taunted that our Dragon Country's title as the culinary capital of the world is just empty hype. Talk about being cocky. To be fair, this is a big deal, but I'm curious, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with Su the Great, does it? Yeah. I find it weird too. It sounds like a big deal, but honestly, it shouldn't have anything to do with Su the Great. Ahem, aren't you guys overlooking the most crucial point here? The winner gets 5 million. Folks, don't forget what Master Su's biggest persona is. He's a freaking money-making machine. Wherever there's money to be made, you'll find his damn shadow. Holy. That's freaking me out. But Su Dashi probably couldn't possibly be involved in a cooking competition, right? True. Even though Su Dashi is pretty mysterious, he probably doesn't know how to cook, right? I mean, if he really did know how to cook, he wouldn't be running to restaurants for every meal, would he? True. Hearing your analysis, I feel relieved. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Su the Great doesn't know how to cook. Otherwise, we'd probably be crushed by him again today. Perfect. Now we can relax. At least today we won't get crushed by Su the Legend. The online discussion erupted in fervent debate. Chapter 82, Reuniting with Gui Jinli, Suyu's eyes sparkled. Netizens buzzed with excitement, simultaneously letting out collective sighs of relief. After all, Suyu, that money-making maniac, was genuinely terrifying to them. That guy, when he doesn't make money, it's nothing. Once he starts, it's hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions. It was downright absurd and utterly bizarre. At that moment, Suyu remained completely unaware of the discussions unfolding in the livestream chat. He was happily enjoying the delicious snacks of Putian. Just then, a familiar figure passed by Suyu, who was buried in his meal. Owner, I'll have 1 soy milk rice noodle and 2 oyster cakes. The familiar figure addressed the shop owner. Hearing the voice, Suyu instinctively looked up. His gaze locked, and Suyu froze in surprise. It's you? The female host? You like Putian snacks too? Suyu looked at Gui Jinli before him with curiosity and asked. Indeed, this person was none other than Lily, the female host of the previous episode of today's stock market. Oh my! It's you! Gui Jinli was also taken aback upon seeing Suyu. She nodded and replied to Suyu. Yeah. I love Putian snacks too. My hometown is Putian. I heard there's a Putian snack shop near Jiaoshan Plaza in Hangzhou, so I came here to grab some food. Hearing Gui Jinli's words, Suyu's expression turned slightly peculiar as he asked. Really? You're not telling me you came all the way here just to eat Putian snacks? Gui Jinli shrugged her shoulders and explained. No way. While I do miss the snacks from home, I wouldn't go out of my way just for a taste. I'm here because I'm covering a live event, the Chinese Western Culinary Competition. I just saw that the competition was at Jiaxun Plaza, and this Putian snack shop happens to be nearby, so I came. Hearing Gui Jinli's explanation, Suyu nodded slightly. However, his curiosity about this East-West culinary competition was piqued, and he casually asked, can this thing actually make money? I don't see much point in a competition like this. After all, cooking skills are unpredictable. They vary from person to person. It all comes down to personal preference. Gui Jinli nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. The culinary community in our Dragon Nation feels the same way. But the Western chefs over there are incredibly arrogant. They claim our Dragon Nation chefs lack the courage to accept challenges, implying we're all cowards. They even say our title as the land of culinary delights is undeserved. They're just so damn arrogant. In short, that top Michelin 3-star chef is clearly trying to provoke us. Because of this, our Dragon Nation's culinary community can't stand it anymore. After all, they've provoked us to this extent. If we don't step up to the challenge, won't they just get cocky enough to reach the heavens? And so, this East-West culinary showdown was set in stone. Oh, and about whether you made any money earlier, I heard the winner gets a 5 million yuan prize. Gui Jinli spoke up. Huh? 5 million? Suyu, who hadn't been particularly interested until then, froze upon hearing this. Excellent. I take back what I said earlier about the East-West culinary competition being unnecessary. I think this East-West culinary competition is absolutely essential. Extremely essential. That damn Michelin 3-star chef dares to come to our Dragon Nation's turf and act all cocky and provocative. If we don't give them a thorough thrashing, won't these foreign pigs start thinking they can fly? We should compete head to head. Only then can we demonstrate that the majesty of our Dragon Nation must not be disgraced. Suyu slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. Hearing Suyu's words, Gui Jinli's pretty face twisted into an odd expression. But Suyu paid her no mind whatsoever. He immediately turned to Gui Jinli and asked, by the way, do you know how that 5 million yuan prize for the Sino-Western culinary competition is distributed? Is it paid out immediately after the results are announced, or do they drag it out? Are they prompt with the payment? Hearing Suyu's question and noticing the slight gleam in his eyes, Gui Jinli grew even more puzzled. Still, odd as it seemed, since Suyu had asked, she promptly shared what she knew. It's paid out on the spot. And what's more, the 5 million prize is actually paid by the losing side. Gui Jinli explained, her expression still puzzled. But one thing puzzles me, this doesn't seem to have much to do with you, right? Why do you look so excited? She had noticed earlier that when Suyu heard about the 5 million yuan prize for the Chinese Western culinary competition, his eyes had practically lit up. Hearing Gui Jinli's words, Suyu adopted a look of deep regret and declared. Too small. That's too small-minded. Host, your vision is too narrow. How can you say this has nothing to do with me? You must understand I'm a citizen of Dragon Nation too. And this East-West culinary competition isn't limited to Dragon Nation chefs, is it? Anyone with even a basic grasp of Dragon Nation cuisine can participate. Forget everything else. As a Dragon Nation citizen, I won't stand idly by while those Western foreign pigs arrogantly provoke us. Therefore, I absolutely must participate in this East-West culinary competition. Gui Jinli listened to Suyu's words, her pretty face frozen in a dazed expression. She sensed something off about his words, yet couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Just then, the soy milk rice noodles and oyster pancakes Gui Jinli had ordered were ready. Host, look, your food is all set. Let's go check out this so-called East-West culinary competition right now. After all, this concerns the dignity of our Dragon Nation. We absolutely must take it seriously. Suyu scratched his nose, his expression unwavering as he spoke with righteous conviction. Hearing Suyu's words, Gui Jinli was momentarily dumbfounded, her pretty face reflecting pure bewilderment. All right. Let's head over there now. Perfect timing, it should be starting soon. Gui Jinli nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. Damn it. I swear Suyu is up to something. Upstairs +1. I've got that same bad feeling too. Chapter 83, Suyu's plan arrogant Michelin 3-star. The viewers in the livestream chat all felt something was off. After all, Suyu suddenly looked incredibly excited, with a faint gleam in his eyes. It was genuinely unsettling. Holy crap. Guys, you don't think Suyu's eyeing that 5 million yuan prize from the East-West Culinary Showdown, do you? Probably not. I mean, it's the East-West Culinary Showdown. To win that 5 million, you'd have to beat that top Michelin 3-star chef. Suyu doesn't know how to cook, he can't be that delusional, right? True. Master Su may be money hungry, but he should know his limits. That guy is a top Michelin 3-star chef. I can't stand his arrogant, provocative attitude, but you gotta admit he's seriously skilled. Every single Michelin 3-star chef is a master. Exactly. Even our top chefs from Dragon Country feel immense pressure facing that Michelin 3-star chef. Let's be honest, if Master Su really entered this competition for that 5 million, I'd have to say he's being utterly ridiculous. After all, why would someone with zero culinary skills bother joining this spectacle? It's completely unnecessary. Netizens buzzed with discussion. In their eyes, if Suyu actually entered this so-called East-West culinary showdown, it would be utterly ridiculous. After all, his opponent wasn't just anyone, it was a top Michelin 3-star chef. While they were all deeply annoyed by this Michelin 3-star chef's arrogant attitude, they couldn't deny his undeniable skill. It was no secret that even China's most renowned chefs felt unprecedented pressure when facing this Michelin 3-star chef. If Suyu were to actually enter this so-called East-West culinary competition under these circumstances, they could only conclude he was utterly ignorant. Now, at the East-West culinary competition venue. Hello everyone, I'm William Sean. I am a Michelin 3-star chef. Today, I'm here to challenge every single chef from your dragon country. If you lose, you must admit that your dragon country's so-called culinary paradise title is nothing but an empty claim. Honestly, you really don't need to compete with me. After all, why waste your time struggling in a battle you're bound to lose, dragon country chefs? Just surrender and admit defeat. I've always said it, when it comes to culinary artistry, we Westerners reign supreme. A middle-aged man with somewhat Western features spoke in halting Dragon Nation dialect, his tone brimming with arrogance. Hearing this, the faces of the Chinese chefs darkened with anger. William Sean, you're too arrogant. This is our dragon country's turf, you foreign pig can't run wild here. Exactly. Do you really think your Western culinary world is invincible? Our dragon country chefs aren't any worse than your so-called Michelin chefs. William Sean, you'd better watch your mouth. The Dragon Kingdom chefs roared in fury. William Sean's words were nothing short of utterly arrogant and provocative. Yet now, hearing the furious retorts from the Dragon Nation chefs, William Sean showed no sign of backing down. Your anger is useless. If you've got the guts, come compete. I'll show you what real cuisine is all about. As for your Dragon Kingdom cuisine, it's long since become obsolete. My purpose in organizing this East-West culinary competition in your Dragon Kingdom is to prove to the world that your culinary arts have fallen into decline. Now, only our Western culinary world is truly formidable. And we Michelin chefs are the ones with the most genuine value. William Sean spoke with utter arrogance, occasionally placing his hands on his hips and striking poses for the cameras of the assembled journalists. His demeanor was nothing short of brazen. Hearing William Sean's words, the faces of the Dragon Kingdom's chefs darkened with grim determination. They knew full well that William Sean's challenge this time was far from friendly. But with such blatant provocation, they had no choice but to accept the challenge. After all, if they refused, given William Sean's usual style, he would only become more arrogant, perhaps even calling the Dragon Country people cowards or the like. William Sean, don't you dare get cocky. I'll take you on. At that moment, a middle-aged Dragon Nation chef stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. Having endured William Sean's relentless taunts, the Dragon Nation chefs could no longer tolerate it. And the chef who stepped forward felt exactly the same way. Upon hearing someone step forward, William Sean smugly raised an eyebrow. Excellent. Someone finally has the guts to step up. But even if you have the guts to step forward, it won't do you any good. Because you're destined to be crushed under my feet. I've said it before, your Dragon Nation's culinary world is nothing like it used to be. Now, only our Western culinary world reigns supreme. William Sean sneered coldly. Cut the nonsense. Let's settle this with a direct competition. The middle-aged Dragon Nation chef retorted coldly. His name was Jean Shanchue, known as Chef Jean. 3 generations of his family had been chefs. It could be said that all 3 generations had made their living by mastering the culinary arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, seeing William Sean arrogantly provoking them here, they naturally felt furious. Meanwhile, the chefs from Dragon Country couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. Chef Jean has stepped in. I wonder if he can win. He should win, right? After all, Chef Jean's family has been in the culinary profession for 3 generations. His understanding and mastery of dishes are truly astonishing. Defeating that William Sean shouldn't be a problem, should it? Hard to say. That William Sean may be arrogant and boastful, but you have to admit he has the credentials to back it up. After all, a Michelin 3-star chef is no joke. If only the traditional methods and precise cooking techniques for so many of our Dragon Nation's classic dishes hadn't been lost to history, that Michelin 3-star chef wouldn't be worth a damn. But it's pointless to dwell on that now. If those classic dishes hadn't been lost, this William Sean fellow wouldn't dare challenge us today, even if he had 100 guts. The assembled Dragon Nation chefs all shook their heads and sighed in discussion. Chapter 84, Chef Jean vs. William Sean. The chefs of Dragon Country were naturally furious at William Sean's arrogant provocation. Yet they couldn't deny one thing, this William Sean truly possessed considerable skill. After all, a Michelin 3-star chef possessed considerable skill. Moreover, over the years, many of Dragon Nation's classic dishes had been lost. Under these circumstances, even the most skilled Dragon Nation chefs were like tigers stripped of their fangs, unable to unleash their true power. Therefore, when it came to Chef Jean facing off against William Xian, they all felt rather uncertain about the outcome. Today, I'll prepare a Zhejiang-style sweet and sour pork. Chef Jean Shanshui declared with a cold gaze. Hearing this, William Xian sneered coldly before responding. In that case, I shall prepare a French specialty Marseillaise fish stew. With that, both Chef Jean Shanshui and William Xian began preparing their dishes. Jean Shanshui immediately took a piece of pork tenderloin and wielded his knife, transforming it into a centipede-style pattern. With a dazzling display of knife skills, the pork tenderloin was swiftly carved into intricate centipede-like patterns. Impressive! Chef Jean's knife skills are seriously on point. You bet. Compared to that William Xian guy's knife skills, I'm just like, huh? When it comes to knife skills, our Dragon Nation chefs reign supreme. Those so-called Western Michelin 3-star chefs? Just a bunch of kids. Of course. It's a shame our Dragon Nation's classic dishes have been lost to history. Otherwise, would those Western chefs dare to run wild on our turf? The audience on site couldn't help but marvel and sigh with admiration. The knife skills demonstrated by Jean Shanshui left each and every one of them deeply impressed. Seeing this, the chefs from Dragon Country nodded in unanimous agreement. Chef Jean's knife skills are truly impeccable. Indeed. This level of skill is no small feat, truly worthy of a family of chefs spanning 3 generations. When it comes to knife skills, those so-called Michelin 3-star chefs from the West? They're mere novices. Our Dragon Country chefs' knife skills are their ancestors. Ah. The only regret is that so many of our Dragon Nation's classic dishes have been lost to history. Otherwise, with Chef Jean's culinary mastery, he could absolutely outclass this William Xian. You bet. That's exactly where our Dragon Nation gets the short end of the stick. If things weren't so bad, how could that William Xian dare to come provoke us on our own turf? That's just asking for a beating. The chefs of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but sigh in admiration. They had complete confidence in Jean Shanshui's knife skills. Moreover, they deeply respected his culinary expertise. After all, coming from a family of chefs spanning 3 generations, his culinary foundation was naturally formidable. But the disadvantage was glaringly obvious. Dragon Country's classic dishes had all been lost to history. For instance, if the classic Zhejiang dish Dongpa pork hadn't been lost, Jean Shanshui's culinary skills would undoubtedly have allowed him to utterly outclass this William Xian with just that one dish. At this thought, the assembled Dragon Country chefs all sighed, their faces clouded with disappointment. At that moment, their hearts were filled with helplessness. Meanwhile, William Xian watched Jean Shanshui's masterful knife skills with a darkening expression, his mood souring. Indeed, compared to Jean Shanshui's knife skills, his own were vastly inferior. No! It wasn't just him in truth, every single Western chef fell short. After all, when it came to knife skills, the Western culinary world was still far, far behind. Oomph. No matter how dazzling your Dragon Nation chef's knife skills may be, no matter how dazzling they may be, you are destined to lose to me today. Skillful knife work is merely a bonus. With so many of your Dragon Country's famous dishes lost to history, you're destined to fall short of us Westerners. William Xian snorted coldly. Watching Jean Shanshui's knife skills, which seemed to be performing tricks, William Xian felt a surge of envy and resentment. He had once attempted to secretly learn the knife skills of Dragon Country chefs, but after countless failed attempts, he still hadn't succeeded. He'd even nearly injured his own hand. Thus, William Xian had no choice but to abandon the attempt. In his eyes, the knife skills of Dragon Country chefs were simply beyond human mastery. So now, watching Jean Shanshui show off his knife skills right there, his tone was tinged with a bit of sourness. Upon hearing William Xian's words, Jean Shanshui merely snorted disdainfully, paying him no further mind. He knew his knife skills were leagues ahead of William Xian's. But he was equally aware of his greatest weakness. As William Xian had pointed out, many classic dishes from his homeland had been lost to time. Under these circumstances, no matter how formidable his culinary foundation, he simply couldn't recreate authentic Zhejiang cuisine masterpieces. Otherwise, he, Jean Shanshui, wouldn't have settled for making the relatively common sweet and sour pork. After all, sweet and sour pork is, strictly speaking, just a home-style dish. While it belongs to the Zhejiang cuisine family, it also exists within other culinary traditions. Therefore, preparing sweet and sour pork truly cannot represent Zhejiang cuisine. It's just a pity that those truly representative Zhejiang dishes have been lost to history. He simply couldn't recreate them. I'll give it my all. No matter what, I won't stand by and watch this foreign pig run rampant. Jean Shanshui gritted his teeth, thinking this to himself. Immediately, Jean Shanshui began following the steps to prepare this Zhejiang-style sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Jean Shanshui added salt and cooking wine to the sliced pork tenderloin, mixing it thoroughly to marinate. After marinating for a while, he coated the pork in a mixture of beaten eggs and wet starch. He carefully placed the coated pork pieces into the hot oil, frying them until golden brown and crispy. In an instant, the aroma of the golden, crispy fried pork filled the air. Now, Jean Shanshui leaves 30 grams of oil in the original wok, pours in the sweet and sour sauce, and once the sauce boils and forms fisheye bubbles, he splashes in hot oil to make the sauce sizzle. He then pours in the pork pieces and quickly tosses them to coat evenly. And just like that, the sweet and sour pork tenderloin was complete. Meanwhile, on the other side, William Sean had also finished his French specialty Marseille fish soup. Hee, mine's ready too. Now, let's invite our food connoisseurs to taste it. William Sean declared with a look of pride. Seeing William Sean so smug and arrogant, Jean Shanshui's face darkened, his heart filled with displeasure. Chapter 85, The Arrogant William Sean, Suyu steps in. However, Jean Shanshui said nothing further, choosing instead to present the sweet and sour pork dish to the food connoisseurs. At that moment, the food connoisseurs rinsed their mouths and began tasting with serious expressions. First up was Jean Shanshui's sweet and sour pork. This sweet and sour pork is quite delicious. The color is excellent, and the skin is crispy and smooth. Very good. Indeed. The heat control on this dish is spot on. It truly shows Chef Jean's exceptional culinary skills. Indeed. Chef Jean truly lives up to his heritage as a third-generation chef. His culinary skills are truly formidable. After sampling Chef Jean Shanshui's sweet and sour pork, the three gourmands nodded in satisfaction and praised it. After rinsing their mouths, they began sampling William Sean's French specialty Marseille fish soup. Before long, the three gourmets declared, "Excellent." William Sean's bouillabaisse boasts a rich flavor profile, subtle notes of fine wine intertwine with the tender, fresh fish. Indeed. This bouillabaisse is truly excellent and authentic. William Sheehan truly lives up to his reputation as a Michelin 3-star chef. Well, it's hard to say. Chef Jean's sweet and sour pork was excellent, perfectly cooked and tender. But ultimately, sweet and sour pork is a common homestyle dish. So I'm choosing William Sean's fish stew as the winner. The three food critics sighed and ultimately declared William Sean the winner. Upon hearing this, Chef Jean Shanshui's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. In the end, he sighed. Though he was unwilling to accept this outcome, he knew he had to admit defeat. He hadn't lost because of his culinary skills, but because he couldn't produce a signature dish from the Zhejiang cuisine tradition. After all, the renowned dishes of Zhejiang cuisine had been lost to history. Under these circumstances, no matter how exceptional his culinary skills might be, he was bound to suffer this major setback. Seeing this, the assembled chefs from Dragon Nation all sighed in unison. Ah! What can we do? It's because our Dragon country's classic dishes have all been lost to history. Exactly. If only our Dragon Nation's classic dishes hadn't vanished, things wouldn't be like this. Chef Jean did his best. It can't be helped. This is the disadvantage our Dragon Kingdom culinary world faces. The Dragon Kingdom chefs were filled with bitter resentment and despondency, their spirits deeply dampened and resigned. They knew full well that in terms of culinary skill, Chef Jean Shanshui absolutely outclassed that William Sen. Ultimately, Jean Shanshui's defeat stemmed from the loss of those classic Dragon Kingdom dishes. Meanwhile, upon hearing the competition results, William Sean's face brimmed with arrogance and smugness, his tone growing even more insolent. Ha! I told you so. Your Dragon Kingdom chefs are trash. What taste of China nonsense. Nothing but empty hype. Your so-called knife skills are nothing but flashy, useless tricks. True culinary artistry, the highest-end dishes that belongs to us Westerners, to our Michelin-starred chefs. From this moment on, I declare the entire Dragon Nation culinary world to be a bunch of pretentious frauds with no real skill. Anyone who disagrees, step forward. I, William Sean, will crush you with one hand. William Sean stood with his hands on his hips, his face brimming with defiance. Hearing William Sean's words, the assembled Dragon Nation chefs gritted their teeth in fury, itching to sew his mouth shut. But what stung them most was their undeniable powerlessness against him. After all, when it came down to it, they truly couldn't recreate those classic Dragon Kingdom dishes. Lost to history for so many years, they simply had no way to recreate them. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom chefs seething with rage yet powerless to act, William Sean grew even more smug and arrogant. Come on. Where are your so-called Dragon Kingdom chefs? Come challenge me. Anyone who thinks they can beat me, step up. Come on. William Sheehan is waiting for you. You Dragon Nation folks love calling yourselves descendants of the dragon, right? Is this it? Is this all you've got? Not a shred of fighting spirit. Just a bunch of useless cowards who only know how to kneel and bow. Ha 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 ha. From this moment on, we Michelin chefs reign supreme. Your Dragon Nation culinary world? Trash. Utter trash. William Sean waved triumphantly, his face brimming with arrogance, deliberately strutting back and forth in front of the gathered reporters. Meanwhile, beside a female reporter with striking looks and figure, a young man clenched his fist, waiting for the boastful William Sean to come over. Sure enough, William Sean came over here. At that very moment, the young man seized the opportunity and landed a direct punch right on William Sean's face. Ow! Caught completely off guard by the punch, William Sean let out a pained cry. Who are you? How dare you hit me? William Sean's eyes turned red with rage. At that moment, William Sean's heart was filled with rage. He never imagined the young man standing beside the beautiful female reporter would suddenly strike him. Hit you? Ha! I'm just granting your wish. Didn't you say you wanted us Fiery Dragon Nation people to step forward? There are so many Fiery Dragon Nation people on our side, I was afraid you wouldn't notice me, so I had to punch you to get your attention. Enough talk. I challenge you. As for you, bring whatever Western culinary skills you've got, I'll take them all on. Also, remember to transfer the 5 million prize money to my bank account immediately after you lose. Remember, it has to be fast. Because I have a short temper and I care deeply about money. If you're slow with the payment, I won't be able to resist hitting you again. Suyu looked at William Sean with righteous indignation as he spoke. Indeed, the young man who had stepped forward was none other than Suyu. The moment he saw William Sean arrogantly taunting over there, he'd already been itching to act. But when he saw Chef Jean step in, he'd been biding his time for an opportunity. Now, finally, his chance had come. At that moment, William Sean froze upon hearing Suyu's words. You mean, you're challenging me too? You're a chef too? William Sean eyed Suyu skeptically, doubt creeping into his mind. He didn't think Suyu looked like a chef at all, more like a boxer. Chapter 86, A Justifiable Reason to Fight, A Culinary Showdown. William Sean still couldn't help grimacing in pain from Suyu's earlier punch. Yet he couldn't say a word in protest. After all, it was he who had provoked the situation in the first place. What? Got a problem with that? I didn't come here as a chef to challenge you. What did you expect me to be, a boxer here to beat you up? Suyu raised an eyebrow, his expression unapologetically righteous. You. William Sean was furious, completely stumped by Suyu's words. He genuinely suspected Suyu was using this as an excuse to fight him as a boxer. Kid, you better be here to challenge my Dragon Nation chef for real. Otherwise, today I'll make sure you understand that the Western culinary world isn't one to be trifled with. William Sean gritted his teeth, his face flushed with fury. If Suyu had genuinely come to challenge his chef, he wouldn't have had a word to say. After all, it was he who had boasted about challenging every Dragon Nation chef. But if Suyu had struck him just to get his attention, that could be somewhat justified. But if everything Suyu had just claimed was a lie, then there would be trouble. He was a Western chef who'd come to Dragon Country only to be assaulted. Dragon Country officials would undoubtedly side with him. Then, exacting revenge on Suyu would be a piece of cake. Cut the nonsense. Let's get started. Suyu sneered coldly with disdain. Suyu was well aware of all the underhanded schemes William Sean had in mind. William Sean simply wanted to prove that he wasn't here to challenge as a chef, but to deliberately attack someone. That way, he could use the Dragon Nation's official channels to exact revenge. But William Sean's scheme was destined to fail. He now possessed the god-tier chef skill granted by the system, along with the recipe for that renowned Fujian dish of Tiao Chang. Once he presented this renowned Fujian dish, who could still claim he wasn't a chef but had come to attack intentionally? Thus, William Sean was certain to suffer this hidden loss. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap! Su God's excuse for punching him was totally justified. Honestly, seeing William Sean get punched by Su the God felt incredibly satisfying. Exactly. That William Sean was arrogant beyond belief. He dared to provoke like that. He deserved it. My only worry is whether Su Dashi can come up with a reason for hitting him later. After all, he used the excuse that he was challenging William Sean as a chef. If it turns out he doesn't know how to cook, that excuse won't hold water. +1 to the above. That's a huge problem. If Master Su's excuse for the fight falls apart, William Sean will definitely use the Dragon Nation government as a front to get back at him. Sigh. Honestly, Su should never have used that excuse to attack William Sean. Now look, if Su's lack of culinary skills gets exposed, he is in deep trouble. Exactly. Master Su really didn't think this through. What does he know about cooking? He just dug himself a hole. While netizens cheered Suyu for beating up William Sean, the foreigner, they couldn't help but start worrying. In their eyes, Suyu couldn't possibly know anything about cooking. And with that, the justification he just used to physically confront William Sean completely fell apart. Even Gui Jinli, standing beside Suyu, furrowed her delicate brows, unable to suppress her worry for him. The female reporter standing beside Suyu earlier was none other than Gui Jinli herself. Gui Jinli had heard Suyu mention he wanted to check out this Chinese Western culinary competition, so she'd brought him along. But what Gui Jinli never expected was that Suyu would actually punch William Sean. The punch itself wasn't the issue. William Sean had been downright arrogant, and any Dragon Nation person with a shred of pride would have found it unbearable. The problem was that the excuse Suyu had just used to justify his actions had a huge flaw. If Suyu truly possessed culinary skills, that excuse for violence might have held water. Then, even if William Sean felt resentful, he'd have to grit his teeth and swallow that silent humiliation. After all, who else but William Sean himself had gone over there to provoke trouble? But the problem was, how could Suyu possibly know anything about so-called culinary skills? Come on, cooking skills aren't something you just pick up overnight. It requires finding a master to learn from, dedicating time to study and refine the craft. Someone like Suyu couldn't possibly know anything about cooking. Kid, go ahead and gloat now. Just wait until you show your true colors, then I'll show you what I'm made of. William Shawn gritted his teeth in resentment. In his eyes, Suyu's claim of challenging his chef was nothing but an excuse to justify beating him up. For that excuse to hold water, the biggest prerequisite was that Suyu actually knew how to cook. If Suyu truly possessed culinary skills, then William Shawn, no matter how displeased he might be, would have no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow this bitter pill. But was that even possible? A greenhorn like Suyu knew nothing about cooking. William Shawn certainly refused to believe it. Esteemed food connoisseurs and judges, since someone has come to challenge me once more, I shall prepare another dish. This time, I present the French masterpiece red wine pheasant. William Shawn declared with a look of smug pride. Hearing William Shawn's words, the three gourmet judges present all showed signs of excitement. Pheasant in red wine sauce? While this dish may seem simpler than the Marseillaise fish stew, it demands impeccable control over heat and meticulous attention to detail. It's a French classic that truly tests a chef's culinary prowess. It seems William Shawn is genuinely furious, so he intends to prove his culinary prowess with this renowned French dish. One must admit, this William Shawn is truly formidable. The three gourmet judges couldn't help but express their admiration. Even the chefs from the Dragon Kingdom were visibly moved. Though arrogant and boastful, one must admit this Michelin 3-star chef truly lives up to his reputation. Indeed. The French classic red wine braised pheasant is an exceptionally challenging dish, yet William Shawn dared to tackle it, proof enough of his formidable culinary prowess. Alas! The Western culinary world is thriving, while the decline of our Dragon Kingdom's culinary arts is an undeniable fact. It's a shame that so many of our Dragon Nation's classic dishes have been lost to history. Otherwise, how could our culinary world have fallen into such a state? Chapter 87, Suyu's Buddha jumps over the wall dish leaves everyone speechless. All the Dragon Nation chefs sighed with disappointment. Though they deeply disliked William Shawn's arrogant attitude, they couldn't deny the undeniable fact of his extraordinary culinary skill. After all, the mere fact that he dared to prepare the French classic, pigeon au vin, was proof enough of his extraordinary culinary prowess. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. Damn! This William Shawn is seriously impressive. That French classic, pigeon à la vin rouge, is an absolute test of a chef's skills. The fact he dared to tackle it proves his talent is no joke. No wonder he's a Michelin 3-star chef. William Shawn might be a bit cocky, but he's got the skills to back it up. Wonder how Master Su will counter this time? Sigh. That's red wine pheasant. Facing this French masterpiece, even China's top chefs wouldn't claim victory, let alone Suyu. You're overthinking it. It's already impressive that Suyu understands culinary arts, expecting him to beat William Shawn? That's pure fantasy. Ha! True. Given Suyu's situation, just knowing how to cook is a luxury. Expecting him to beat William Shawn? That's impossible. The live chat erupted with heated discussions. At that moment, Suyu heard William Shawn's words and calmly replied. In that case, I'll simply prepare a dish of Buddha jumps over the wall. Boom! The moment Suyu uttered those words, every pair of eyes in the room widened in shock. F.O. Tiao Chang? Could it be that their ears were playing tricks on them? At that moment, the three gourmet judges present couldn't help but rise to their feet in unison, staring at Suyu in astonishment. What dish did you just say you're making? Buddha. Buddha jumps over the wall? Are you absolutely sure it's Buddha jumps over the wall? Young man, you shouldn't make such bold claims. Do you even know what Buddha jumps over the wall is? Young man, I admire your spirit, but some boasts are best left unsaid. Buddha jumps over the wall is a long-lost Fujian specialty. Even the top chefs in Dragon Country can't recreate it. Your claim is a bit far-fetched. When they heard Suyu say he was making Buddha jumps over the wall, the three gourmet judges all doubted their own ears. After all, this was Buddha jumps over the wall, a legendary Fujian dish long lost to history. Setting aside the fact that the dish had long been lost, even if it hadn't, recreating it would be an incredibly difficult feat. Not only is the preparation complex, but it demands extraordinary culinary skill and precise control over heat. It was a dish that was practically impossible to make. And now, Suyu was actually boasting about making it? That sounded like a kid untangling and not utter nonsense. At that moment, the assembled chefs from Dragon Nation all eyed Suyu with peculiar expressions. When they heard Suyu mention Buddha jumps over the wall, they all instinctively felt a flicker of excitement for a few seconds. But after regaining their composure, they all dismissed his claim as utter nonsense. That's Buddha jumps over the wall, a legendary Fujian dish long lost to history. Even Longwa's top chefs couldn't master it. For a youngster like Suyu to claim he could cook it? That'd be a miracle. This kid is full of it. Exactly. It's a long-lost Fujian specialty. How could some greenhorn kid possibly make Buddha jumps over the wall? He's clearly talking nonsense. Sigh. I know he's doing this to vindicate our Dragon Nation culinary community, but he shouldn't be making such outrageous claims. The assembled Dragon Nation chefs couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. In their eyes, Suyu was clearly talking nonsense. After all, this was Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish was a legendary Fujian specialty long lost to history. Even the top chefs in Dragon Nation couldn't recreate it, let alone a young upstart like Suyu? To put it bluntly, it was simply impossible. Ah, kid, you sure know how to brag. Just as expected, all you Dragon Country people can do is spout empty boasts. You're good for nothing else. At that moment, William Shawn also sneered coldly at Suyu. This lost Fujian specialty Fo Tiao Chang was a dish William Shawn had certainly heard of. It could be said that the difficulty of preparing Buddha jumps over the wall was absurdly high. Even if it hadn't been lost to history, the number of people capable of making it would be exceedingly rare. So when Suyu declared he'd make Buddha jumps over the wall, William Shawn found it utterly laughable. In his eyes, Suyu was absolutely spouting nonsense, mindless, reckless nonsense at that. After all, if Suyu had even a shred of sense, he wouldn't utter such absurd claims. This was the legendary Fujian dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, long lost to history. If Suyu could actually cook it, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Bull. Suyu heard William Shawn's words and scoffed dismissively. He possessed the god-tier chef skill granted by the system, along with the complete recipe for this Fujian specialty Fo Tiao Chang. For Suyu, creating this renowned Fujian dish Buddha jumps over the wall wasn't difficult at all. William Shawn's face darkened with fury at Suyu's curse. He'd just been punched by Suyu, and now he was being cursed at. If he could possibly feel good about that, he'd be a damn fool. Kid, let's settle this with our fists. I refuse to believe you can actually cook this long-lost Fujian specialty Fo Tiao Chang. William Shawn glared at Suyu with hatred, snarling. Immediately, William Shawn began preparing his signature French dish, red wine braised pheasant. It must be said, William Shawn's culinary skills were truly formidable. He executed every step of the French specialty red wine pheasant with meticulous precision and consummate skill. Kid, just wait and see how you'll keep talking big later. Not only will I take revenge for that punch you landed on me, but I'll use this chance to humiliate the culinary world of the Dragon Kingdom once more. William Shawn shot a glance at Suyu, only to find him still leisurely prepping ingredients over there. A cold sneer instantly spread across his face. In his eyes, Suyu's behavior was proof enough that he knew absolutely nothing about cooking. And indeed, Suyu was taking his sweet time preparing the ingredients. After all, this renowned Fujian dish Fo Tiao Chang demanded an extensive array of ingredients and involved an incredibly complex series of steps. The first step was gathering the ingredients. Dried sea cucumber, fish maw, free-range chicken, ginger slices, winter bamboo shoots, pigeon eggs, shiitake mushrooms, dried scallops, shrimp, clams, pig stomach, pig trotters, duck gizzards, pork tendons, duck legs, conch, and dozens more ingredients. Chapter 88, Starting Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Everyone is skeptical. Without exaggeration, preparing the ingredients alone for this renowned Fujian dish Fo Tiao Chang was enough to overwhelm and baffle a whole team of chefs. Sure enough, as Suyu leisurely prepared the ingredients over there, the group of Dragon Country chefs on site all stared blankly. Why is he prepping so many ingredients? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Yeah. Normally, even for a classic dish, you wouldn't need this many ingredients, right? Could he be deliberately stalling and putting on a show? I've never heard of a dish requiring this many ingredients. The assembled Dragon Nation chefs couldn't help but mutter among themselves. Seeing Suyu prepare such an extensive array of ingredients left them utterly bewildered. After all, even when preparing the most intricate dishes in their daily work, they never used this many ingredients. But now Suyu? He'd gone and prepared dozens of ingredients. There were things that swam in water, things that grew in the ground, things that ran on land, and damn it, even things that flew in the sky. 2 words summed it up perfectly: ridiculous. At this point, they couldn't help but suspect Suyu was deliberately stalling for time. The 3 gourmet judges, observing Suyu's elaborate ingredient preparation, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. As connoisseurs, they'd tasted countless dishes, but never had they encountered one requiring dozens of ingredients. So now, one by one, they couldn't help but suspect Suyu was stalling and putting on a show. Playing tricks. Preparing this many ingredients? Utter nonsense. William Shawn sneered at the sight of Suyu's dozens of ingredients. In his view, Suyu was clearly putting on an act to stall for time. After all, he'd never heard of any dish requiring so many ingredients. Meanwhile, after gathering all the ingredients, Suyu smiled with satisfaction. It's about time to get started. Although time constraints meant I couldn't prepare these ingredients thoroughly beforehand, it shouldn't make too much difference. Suyu glanced at the array of ingredients before him, thinking to himself. This Buddha jumps over the wall dish not only demanded numerous ingredients but also involved an extremely complex preparation process. It demands a significant investment of time. Precisely because of the time constraints, Suyu couldn't follow the complete steps. Even if this might slightly diminish the dish's flavor, his god-tier chef skill granted by the system could compensate for any shortcomings in cooking precision. The next moment, Suyu activated his god-tier chef skill and began preparing this renowned Fujian dish Fo Tiao Chang. After Suyu performed a dazzling array of intricate techniques, everyone present held their breath in awe. It's still a bit outlandish, but judging by this young man's intricate technique and mastery of heat control, he truly possesses culinary skill. Moreover, his culinary foundation is exceptionally high, at least surpassing everyone present here. Indeed. But I still doubt whether the dish he's attempting is truly Buddha jumps over the wall. After all, it's a long-lost Fujian specialty. This just doesn't seem plausible. Who knows? Anyway, let's keep watching. I have this wild hunch that this young man might just pull off recreating that long-lost Fujian masterpiece Fo Tiao Chang today. That's impossible. It's the famous Fujian dish Fo Tiao Chang. And it's been lost for ages. For a young guy to know how to make this dish? That's just too far-fetched. The Dragon Kingdom chefs murmured among themselves, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. After all, the idea that a young man like Suyu could prepare the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall was simply too far-fetched for them to fathom. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream, guys, do you think Su the god might actually cook that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? I don't know why, but I have this crazy feeling he might just pull it off. +1 to the above. My head's buzzing right now. Watching God Su's moves gives me this weird illusion that he might actually cook that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall. Guys, I think you're seriously delusional. Sure, Su's moves kinda look like he knows his way around the kitchen, but even if he did, there's no way he could whip up that Fujian specialty Fo Tiao Chang. Come on, that dish is long lost. Meanwhile, the live chat was buzzing with heated discussion. They too were filled with doubt and disbelief. Watching Suyu's current technique and mastery of heat control, a thought formed in their minds. They suspected Suyu might actually know how to make this lost Fujian specialty Fo Tiao Chang. Yet reason screamed it was impossible. After all, this was Buddha jumps over the wall. Even the top chefs in the Dragon Kingdom couldn't pull it off, let alone Suyu. Meanwhile, William Sean watched Suyu's series of actions and furrowed his brow slightly. He too was utterly perplexed. Because he too had an utterly absurd premonition that Suyu might actually recreate that long-lost Fujian specialty, Buddha jumps over the wall. No. Impossible. I must be imagining things. How could a greenhorn like him possibly make that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? It's absolutely impossible. William Sean shook his head vigorously, trying to calm himself. The mere thought of Suyu preparing that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall made William Sean's premonition seem utterly ridiculous. That's Buddha jumps over the wall, for crying out loud. A long-lost Fujian specialty dish. If a youngster like Suyu could actually cook something like that, then something supernatural must be at play. Meanwhile, Wei Jinli, observing everything from the periphery, wore a complex expression. Finally, as if making a decision, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Grandpa, it's Lily. I have something to ask you. Didn't you say last time you'd figured out the basic method for that lost Fujian specialty Fo Tiao Chang? I want to ask you, do you think anyone in the world could actually make this dish now? Chapter 89, the shocked leader of the Fujian cuisine culinary world. Wei Jinli took a deep breath, gripped her phone, and asked into the receiver. The number she dialed belonged to her grandfather, Lin Tianhong, the undisputed master chef of Fujian cuisine, and one of the few culinary masters in the entire nation. Upon hearing Wei Jinli's words, Lin Tianhong on the other end shook his head and chuckled. Lily, your question makes your grandfather laugh. That's Buddha jumps over the wall, a renowned Fujian dish lost for decades. Even your grandfather here had to comb through countless cookbooks and spend years researching just to piece together the basic method for this dish. You think someone in this world already knows how to make this famous Fujian dish Buddha jumps over the wall? Ha, that's simply impossible. Lin Tianhong's tone on the other end of the line was utterly certain. Are you kidding me? That's Buddha jumps over the wall. How could anyone possibly recreate such a long-lost Fujian specialty? Even he, after years of research, had only grasped the general method for preparing Buddha jumps over the wall. If asked to make it right now, he wouldn't be very confident either. Oh? Is that so? Alright then. But honestly, that person's cooking looks so authentic, it makes me wonder if they've truly mastered this famous Fujian dish Fo Tiao Chang. After all, the ingredients they used were absolutely staggering, dozens of them: dried sea cucumber, fish maw, free-range chicken, ginger slices, winter bamboo shoots, pigeon eggs, shiitake mushrooms, dried scallops, shrimp, clams, pig stomach, pig trotters, duck gizzards, pork tendons, duck legs, conch, and so on. And the process was incredibly complicated. He was constantly switching between preparing this and that. It all looked utterly absurd, which is why I couldn't help but doubt whether he was actually making that long-lost Fujian specialty, Buddha jumps over the wall. Wei Jinli ranted as she spoke. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lin Tianhong's eyes widened upon hearing Wei Jinli list those ingredients, his entire body brimming with excitement. Wait. Lily, did you just say that person used dozens of ingredients like dried sea cucumber, fish maw, free-range chicken, ginger slices, winter bamboo shoots, pigeon eggs, shiitake mushrooms, dried scallops, shrimp, clams, pig stomach, pig trotters, duck gizzards, pig tendons, duck legs, conch, and so on? And the preparation was incredibly complex? Lin Tianhong's voice grew urgent on the other end of the line. Ha? Yes. Grandpa, what's wrong? Wei Jinli couldn't help but ask in confusion when she heard her grandfather Lin Tianhong's tone suddenly become agitated. Lily, if what you're saying is true, then this person might actually be able to make that long-lost Fujian specialty of Tiao Chang. A genius. This is undoubtedly a rare culinary prodigy. I'm heading over to your place right now. I need to see this culinary genius with my own eyes. Lily, where are you right now? I'll book a flight immediately. Oh, and what's this genius chef's name? How old is he? Lin Tianhong's voice on the other end of the line was filled with extreme excitement. Hearing this, Wei Jinli was completely dumbfounded. Grandpa, are you sure you didn't get that wrong? You mean he can actually cook that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? That can't be possible. After all, he's only in his early 20s, about my age. Wei Jinli spoke in a tone that betrayed her utter disbelief. What? He's only in his early 20s. A genius. He's absolutely a culinary prodigy. Ha ha ha. Our Fujian cuisine has found its successor. I'm heading over to your place right now. Upon learning that Suyu was barely in his 20s, Lin Tianhong on the other end of the line grew even more excited. After hanging up, Lin Tianhong promptly booked a flight to Hangzhou. Meanwhile, Wei Jinli's face was frozen in utter disbelief. This can't be true? Could it be that Suyu really knew how to make that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? He's so young. That's impossible. Wei Jinli stared blankly at Suyu, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock. Her grandfather's earlier words had utterly stunned her. After all, this was the legendary Fujian dish Fo Tiao Cham long lost to history. Even her grandfather, Lin Tianhong, the undisputed master of Fujian cuisine in the culinary world, couldn't fully recreate this dish. Yet Suyu had just casually made it? How utterly unbelievable was that? At this point, Suyu had finished preparing all the ingredients, and the final step remained. That was sealing the can with foil, adding the lid, and steaming it in a water bath for 4 hours. Meanwhile, William Sean, observing Suyu's actions, wore an expression of growing contempt. Oomph. Still playing tricks and stalling for time over there? Kid, you're truly beyond redemption even as death approaches. If someone like you could actually make that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall, that would be nothing short of a miracle. William Sean's face was filled with amusement and contempt. In his eyes, for someone like Suyu to actually cook that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall would be as improbable as the sun rising in the west. Idiot. Suyu spat out the 2 words with utter disdain upon hearing William Sean's words. Hearing Suyu's retort, William Sean felt a surge of anger and frustration welling up inside him. Kid, just you wait. Wait until 4 hours pass, and we'll see if you can keep up this act. William Sean gritted his teeth in fury, his rage toward Suyu reaching its peak. Being berated by Suyu time and again made him feel like he was being bullied like a dog. This left him utterly displeased. After all, William Sean had come to Dragon Country to launch the so-called East-West culinary competition with one purpose, to mock and belittle Dragon Country's culinary world. But now, thanks to Suyu, this unpredictable bastard who refused to play by the rules, he kept getting the short end of the stick. This left William Sean seething with pent-up fury. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Let's be honest, Su God's time stalling move was seriously impressive. Simmering for 4 hours? That move is seriously 6. Clearly a masterstroke designed to stall for time. Exactly. This is definitely stalling. What dish needs to stew that long? Hey! You know what? Master Su's stalling technique actually looks pretty convincing. You'd think he really knows how to make Buddha jumps over the wall. Chapter 90, Open the Can. The earth-shattering delicacy, Buddha jumps over the wall. The live stream viewers were buzzing with discussion. In their eyes, Suyu's entire operation was clearly a ploy devised solely to stall for time. Otherwise, what kind of dish requires 4 hours of stewing? They'd never heard of such a thing. Much less witnessed it firsthand. Meanwhile, the chefs from Dragon Nation were also buzzing with discussion. This kid really goes all out to stall for time, doesn't he? You bet. He's a real talent. When it comes to delaying, he's downright masterful. To be honest, seeing that kid get William Cien so worked up actually gave me a sense of satisfaction. It is satisfying, but once those 4 hours are up, he won't be able to keep up the act. Honestly, I don't believe he can make Buddha jumps over the wall. That's a legendary Fujian dish that's been lost for years. How could he possibly pull it off? True. A youngster like him couldn't possibly make Buddha jumps over the wall. I did hear that Chef Lin Tianhong, the top dog in Fujian cuisine, has recently figured out the basic method for that dish. Given more time, he should be able to pull it off. Ha! I'm certain Buddha jumps over the wall isn't made like this youngster claims. After all, it's supposed to be simmered for 4 hours. That's just ridiculous. What dish is cooked like that? The Dragon Kingdom chefs buzzed with discussion, each chiming in with their own opinions. Yet, they all shared one common belief. None of them believed Suyu could possibly make that long-lost Fujian specialty Fo Tiao Chang. And so, time slipped away unnoticed. 4 hours had finally arrived. Heh, kid, time's up. See how you'll keep up the act now? I'll make you pay for every single one of those insults you hurled at me earlier. William Sean's face twisted into a vicious grin. Recalling the humiliating defeats he'd suffered at Suyu's hands, William Sean's desire for revenge burned fiercer than ever. Moreover, he was utterly certain he would repay every single one of those insults. After all, he refused to believe Suyu could actually recreate that long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall. Forget everything else, just the fact that Suyu had simmered it for 4 hours only reinforced William Sean's conviction that Suyu was stalling for time. Seriously, what dish in the world requires 4 hours of stewing? William Sean had never heard of such a thing. Meanwhile, upon hearing William Sean's words, Suyu simply ignored him. As for William Sean's wild assumptions, Suyu could only scoff. At the end of the day, all these Michelin-starred chefs, William Sean included, were a bunch of ignorant fools. These foreign pigs couldn't begin to grasp the divine nature of Dragon Nation cuisine. Western cuisine, the pride of Western nations, was utterly insignificant when compared to the 8 great cuisines of the Dragon Kingdom. The gap was absurdly huge. Meanwhile, William Sean, seeing Suyu like this, assumed he'd conceded defeat and resigned himself to his fate. He promptly carried his dish red wine partridge over to the 3 gourmet judges with an air of smug satisfaction. The 3 gourmet judges promptly rinsed their mouths and began tasting William Sean's French masterpiece, the red wine pheasant. This red wine guinea fowl truly lives up to its reputation as a French masterpiece. The texture is rich and mellow, the aroma utterly captivating, the wine's fragrance perfectly melds with the guinea fowl's savory essence. William Sean truly is a Michelin 3-star chef. Indeed. This pheasant in red wine sauce is truly exceptional in color, aroma, and flavor. I am thoroughly satisfied. William Sean's culinary skills are truly formidable. After tasting William Sean's red wine pheasant, the 3 gourmet judges nodded in satisfaction and offered exceptionally high praise. Hearing such high praise, the pride on William Sean's face grew even more pronounced. Yet he found this outcome neither surprising nor unexpected. In his view, it was only natural. After all, he was a top-tier Michelin 3-star chef. Kid, do you admit defeat now? Heh, before a Michelin 3-star chef like me, you're nothing but an ant. I told you true chefs and true cuisine exist only in our Western culinary world. As for your Dragon Nation culinary world, it's been a laughingstock for ages. William Sean's lips curled into a haughty sneer, as if he had utterly trampled the entire Dragon Nation culinary world underfoot. You're nothing but a narrow-minded ant. Your so-called Western culinary skills are nothing but trash compared to our Dragon Nation's culinary world. Suyu sneered coldly without holding back. With that, Suyu paid no further attention to William Sean and proceeded to serve the renowned Fujian dish of Tiao Chang. Please, esteemed food critics, sample this renowned Fujian dish of Tiao Chang. Suyu waved his hand with neither humility nor arrogance as he spoke. Hearing Suyu's words, the 3 gourmet judges exchanged glances. Their expressions seemed to waver, uncertain whether to sample Suyu's version of this Buddha jumps over the wall. After all, in their eyes, Suyu's so-called Buddha jumps over the wall was most likely thrown together haphazardly. To put it bluntly, the idea of simmering it for 4 hours was something they had never heard of. Therefore, they seriously doubted whether this concoction could even be called a dish, let alone be edible. But after a moment's thought, the 3 gourmet judges gritted their teeth, each silently resolving. We're going all in today. Worst case, we'll just go to the hospital for a stomach pump if we get poisoned. With that resolve, the 3 gourmet judges lifted the lid off the pot. The instant the lid was lifted, an astonishingly rich aroma assaulted their senses. That rich, tempting aroma of delicious food shot straight up into the air. Instantly, everyone present was stunned. Eyes widened in disbelief. This aroma, could it truly be that long-lost Fujian specialty, Buddha jumps over the wall? Good heavens! Am I dreaming? Someone actually recreated Buddha jumps over the wall? That's impossible. It's the legendary Fujian dish Fo Tiao Chan lost for so many years. How could a young person possibly recreate it? Everyone present wore expressions of utter disbelief, yet each of them instinctively inhaled deeply the rich aroma wafting from the pot. After all, that fragrance was simply exquisite. Even just a whiff was unforgettable. Chapter 91, The Outcome of the Contest. Suyu wins. At that moment, every person present stared wide-eyed. The reason told them Suyu's dish couldn't possibly be the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall. The overwhelming aroma wafting through the air left them all doubting their senses. After all, such an intensely rich culinary aroma was truly astonishing. At that moment, William Sean's face, which had been brimming with arrogant smugness, froze instantly. He never imagined Suyu could create a dish with such an intensely rich aroma. Could it truly be the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? William Sean's pupils dilated violently as the thought surged through his mind. But he quickly shook his head violently, dismissing the notion. Impossible. There's absolutely no way that could be Buddha jumps over the wall. Are you kidding me? That's a long-lost Fujian specialty dish. How could some greenhorn kid possibly make it? William Sean gritted his teeth, utterly disbelieving. After all, it was a long-lost Fujian specialty. If anyone in Dragon Country could still prepare such a dish, even if he were given 100 times the courage, William Sean himself wouldn't dare challenge Dragon Country's culinary world. He wasn't some masochist. It was precisely because he was certain no one in Dragon Country could recreate these lost culinary classics that William Shawn dared to be so arrogant. Now, to expect him to believe that a greenhorn like Suyu had recreated the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall, William Shawn naturally refused to believe it for a second. Perhaps that kid used some obscure spice to achieve such an intense aroma. In any case, it absolutely couldn't be that famous Fujian dish Fo Tao Chang. William Xian quickly found a reason. In his view, Suyu must have used some kind of spice to achieve such an intense aroma. There was simply no other explanation. Surely it couldn't be that Suyu had actually recreated the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? That was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the three gourmet judges, inhaling the rich aroma wafting from the pot, had their eyes light up one after another. As connoisseurs, they could tell immediately that Suyu's dish wasn't flavored with spices, as William Shawn had speculated. Instead, it emanated a natural aroma born from the harmonious cooking of its ingredients. Though they couldn't confirm whether Suyu's creation was indeed the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall, such details seemed irrelevant now. After all, in the face of such exquisite flavor, the dish's name had long ceased to matter. Without delay, the three gourmet judges took a bite from the pot. After just that one bite, their eyes lit up with delight. Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous! This is truly a heavenly delicacy. No, heaven itself is unworthy of such perfection. The texture is richly savory, exquisitely smooth, and leaves an endless aftertaste. I can only say, it's breathtaking. This dish inspires awe within me. The aroma is intoxicating, and the first bite is tender and smooth, leaving one utterly captivated and reluctant to leave. Honestly, the moment the lid was lifted, I was instantly knocked off my feet by that fragrance. I'm stunned. Words fail me to describe how delicious this dish is. I can only say it transcends ordinary cuisine, it's pure art. Yes, art. Such exquisite flavor elevates it far beyond a mere dish. The faces of the three gourmet judges were etched with excitement and awe. In that moment, their hearts were utterly captivated by this dish. After all, who could resist the ultimate temptation of such a magnificent dish? So, shall we announce the results now? One of the gourmet judges glanced at the other two before speaking up. With that, the three judges shared a knowing smile before announcing in unison. I declare the victor to be the culinary arts of our Dragon Kingdom. Though William Shawn's red wine partridge is equally a rare delicacy, it pales in comparison to this dish by far. As the three judges' words fell, the crowd of Dragon Nation chefs present all wore expressions of boundless excitement and joy. Though the dish wasn't their creation, in the face of honor, there was no room for individualism, only collective pride. After all, today's culinary showdown between East and West was about the pride of the entire Dragon Nation culinary world. Remember, William Shawn's arrogant provocation had left every one of them seething with anger. Therefore, now that Suyu had won, every single Dragon Nation chef felt a profound sense of shared pride. At that moment, William Shawn's expression darkened instantly upon hearing the three gourmet judges announce the result. No! I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this outcome. You're favoring the Dragon Nation culinary world. I refuse to accept this. William Shawn gritted his teeth fiercely, his face twisted with indignation. Hearing William Shawn's outburst, the expressions of the three gourmet judges immediately darkened. William Shawn, watch your tone. Exactly. William Shawn, are you questioning our impartiality? As culinary experts, we never favor any side, we judge solely on the quality of the dishes. Exactly. William Shawn, you lost, there's nothing to be dissatisfied about. Our evaluations are based on facts. While your red wine pheasant dish was quite good, it still fell far short compared to this dish. The three gourmet judges stated coldly. They were deeply displeased by William Shawn's earlier questioning. After all, the competition results they announced were entirely impartial. It was based purely on facts. William Shawn's face darkened upon hearing this. He understood perfectly well that these three gourmet judges would never risk their reputations to favor either side. Therefore, the current situation meant that Suyu's dish was indeed superior to his own red wine braised pheasant. However, William Shawn could never accept such an outcome. After all, his entire purpose in coming to Dragon Nation was to proclaim the supremacy of Western culinary arts. If the Dragon Kingdom's culinary world were to emerge victorious instead, what face would he have to return home? He might even become a pariah in the Western culinary world. Chapter 92, Lin Tianhong arrives, offering 5 million. At this thought, William Shawn's expression darkened further. He could never accept such an outcome to this competition. Moreover, he couldn't bear the consequences of losing. In short, I refuse to accept this. Besides, who among you can prove that his dish is the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall? Could it be that any random hodgepodge of ingredients suddenly qualifies as the famous Fujian dish Buddha jumps over the wall? William Shawn began to throw a tantrum. Hearing William Shawn's words, the expressions of the three gourmet judges darkened. They could clearly see that William Shawn was simply refusing to accept defeat and resorting to stubbornness. But the problem was, they truly had no way to counter William Shawn. After all, Buddha jumps over the wall was a long-lost Fujian specialty, no one had ever seen the dish. Even in some incomplete cookbooks, references to this renowned Fujian dish Fo Tiao Chang were exceedingly scarce. Therefore, even if they wanted to prove that Su Yu's dish was indeed the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall, they were powerless to do so. William Shawn, you're utterly shameless. Exactly. William Shawn, you lost fair and square, yet you refused to accept defeat. At that moment, the assembled chefs from the Dragon Kingdom glared at him with eyes brimming with anger and resentment. But William Shawn couldn't care less about the collective condemnation and curses hurled at him. He was determined not to concede defeat. After all, the consequences of losing were something he, William Shawn, couldn't afford to bear. Besides, no one could prove that the dish Su Yu had prepared was actually Buddha jumps over the wall. After all, Buddha jumps over the wall was a long-lost Fujian specialty dish. No one had ever seen it. At this thought, a smug grin spread across William Shawn's lips. He knew this was somewhat shameless, but it was also incredibly effective. However, at that very moment, a cold voice rang out from the outer edge of the crowd. William Shawn, are you so certain no one can prove this dish is Buddha jumps over the wall? Oomph. Do you truly believe our dragon nation's culinary world is devoid of talent? Today, this old man will prove it. As the voice echoed, an elderly man stepped into the crowd. Upon seeing the elder, the assembled chefs of the Dragon Kingdom all rose to their feet, hastily greeting him with bows. Master Lin, you've arrived. Master Lin, we never imagined you would personally come here. The chefs of the Dragon Kingdom all looked at the elderly man with respectful expressions, offering their greetings one after another. Indeed. The visitor was none other than Lin Tianhong. Meanwhile, Su Yu also looked at Lin Tianhong with curiosity. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy crap! It's Lin Tianhong, the undisputed king of Fujian cuisine. He actually came here in person. Holy crap! It's him! This is gonna be wild. These are some of the top chefs in our Dragon Nation culinary scene. Wait. Did he just say he's here to prove for Su God the dish is the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? Could it be that Su God's dish really is Buddha jumps over the wall? No way. Holy crap. Is this for real? Did Su the Great actually recreate the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? The live stream audience was utterly stunned. They found it hard to believe that Su Yu had actually created Buddha jumps over the wall. After all, Buddha jumps over the wall was a long-lost Fujian specialty. At that moment, Lin Tianhong approached the three gourmet judges. He glanced at the dish Su Yu had prepared, and his eyes instantly lit up with boundless delight. There's no mistake. This is the long-lost Fujian specialty, Buddha jumps over the wall. Lin Tianhong's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Upon examining the ingredients in the pot and inhaling its rich, aromatic fragrance, Lin Tianhong felt profoundly shaken and exhilarated. Although he had anticipated Su Yu's creation being Buddha jumps over the wall before arriving, witnessing it firsthand and confirming it still left him profoundly stunned. After all, this was a renowned Fujian dish long lost to history. At that moment, everyone present was stunned by Lin Tianhong's words. Good heavens! This really is the famous Fujian dish Buddha jumps over the wall. That young man actually recreated the long-lost Fujian specialty? Astounding! Absolutely astounding! Who would have thought that young man could actually pull it off? The chefs from Dragon Country were all stirred by Lin Tianhong's words. Meanwhile, William Shawn's face had turned ashen. Fo Tiao Chang. So you actually recreated the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall? How could this be possible? At that moment, William Shawn's spirits plummeted to rock bottom. The thought that Su Yu had actually recreated that renowned Fujian dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, left William Shawn's face ashen. He simply couldn't accept this reality. His lips trembling, William Shawn managed to utter weakly. How could this be Buddha jumps over the wall? It's impossible. How could a greenhorn possibly recreate a long-lost Fujian specialty? It's impossible. Hearing William Shawn's words, Lin Tianhong responded with a cold, mocking laugh. Impossible? Ha! The evidence is right before your eyes. Still won't admit defeat? Do you know why this dish is called Buddha jumps over the wall? Because its rich aroma is so potent that even a Buddha would leap over a wall to taste it. In truth, the moment I caught its scent, I knew beyond doubt this was Buddha jumps over the wall. Only this long-lost Fujian specialty, Buddha jumps over the wall, could emit such an astonishing culinary fragrance. Speaking with utter disdain, Lin Tianhong turned to William Shawn and sneered coldly. William Shawn, since you've come to challenge us in the Dragon Kingdom, you'd better be prepared to lose. Think you can deny it? Poof. As it happens, I know a few people in your Western culinary circles. Care for me to spread the word about how this Michelin 3-star chef lost and then tried to cheat? Hearing Lin Tianhong's words, William Shawn's face fell completely. You! William Shawn gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He knew full well Lin Tianhong had the means to do it. If Lin Tianhong actually spread this story, his career in Western culinary circles would be over. Fine. I concede. William Shawn gritted his teeth, his face darkening. At this point, he knew full well that refusing to concede would only lead to greater losses. At that moment, Suyu raised his hand beside them and said calmly. Since you admit defeat, pay up. 5 million. Hurry up. Otherwise, I tend to get impatient when I don't see cash, and when I get impatient, I can't control my urge to punch someone. Chapter 93, Making money feels so good, just a little bit. Hearing Suyu's words, William Sean's expression froze, his eyes reddening with rage. This was a blatant threat and a slap in the face. Especially recalling how Suyu had punched him earlier under some flimsy excuse, William Sean's rage boiled over. Still, he dared not delay. After a few transfer operations, he sent the 5 million to Suyu, terrified Suyu might find another excuse to hit him. You just wait, kid. We'll see about that. William Sean spat out the threat angrily, his face twisted with fury as he stormed off. This time, he had lost big time. He had intended to trample the culinary world of Dragon Country to make a name for himself, only to be thoroughly humiliated by Suyu, who had instead risen to fame. Even now, William Sean couldn't fathom how a youngster like Suyu could recreate Buddha jumps over the wall, that long-lost Fujian specialty dish. It was absurd. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy. I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away. Su God is seriously on another level. I thought he was just making some random hodgepodge, but he actually pulled off the legendary lost Fujian dish of Tao Chang. No words needed. Su God is incredible. I'm starting to wonder if Su the legend is cheating. How does he know how to do everything? Who can argue with that? He's just unnaturally gifted. Netizens buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, chefs from the Dragon Kingdom approached Suyu one after another, showering him with flattery. After all, what Suyu had demonstrated today was utterly astonishing to them. He had actually recreated the long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall. For this dish alone, they couldn't help but be impressed. At that moment, Lin Tianhong approached Suyu with a broad smile, saying, "Young man, you're quite something. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice? I consider myself quite knowledgeable in the study of Fujian cuisine. If you choose to learn under me, I will impart all my knowledge to you. With time, I believe you could become the foremost master of Fujian culinary arts." Lin Tianhong gazed at Suyu with eager anticipation. At this moment, he had genuinely developed a deep admiration for Suyu's talent. Upon hearing Lin Tianhong's words, Suyu shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, sir. However, I'm not particularly interested in culinary arts, and frankly, I only know a little bit about it. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now." With that, Suyu waved his hand and prepared to leave. After all, he had already secured the 5 million. As for learning culinary skills or apprenticing under a master, he couldn't care less. At that moment, Lin Tianhong heard Suyu's words and was momentarily stunned, his mouth slightly agape. He wasn't overly surprised that Suyu would refuse to become his apprentice. He wasn't going to force the issue. However, when Suyu claimed he only knew a little about cooking, Lin Tianhong couldn't help but feel like rolling his eyes. A god-tier chef only knows a little bit of cooking? He'd even recreated the long-lost Fujian specialty dish, Buddha jumps over the wall. If that was merely a little bit, then what exactly were all the disciples he, Lin Tianhong, had taken on? Wouldn't they all become fools? After all, while his disciples possessed considerable culinary talent, expecting them to recreate this long-lost Fujian specialty Buddha jumps over the wall was utterly unrealistic. But Suyu? He casually whipped up this long-lost Fujian specialty, Buddha jumps over the wall. How could anyone call that merely a little skill? At that moment, the chefs of Dragon Nation exchanged glances, each feeling an indescribable sense of helplessness. Just a little bit? That's more like a hell of a lot. That's Buddha jumps over the wall, a long-lost Fujian specialty. To claim he only knows a little when he's pulled off a dish this complex, requiring such precise heat control? That's just too much of a backhanded compliment. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. That's Suyu for you. When it comes to backhanded compliments, you're in a league of your own. A god-tier chef only knows a little cooking? Calling recreating the lost masterpiece Buddha jumps over the wall only knowing a little cooking? I bet all these chefs are itching to beat Suyu senseless right now. That's just too much. Let's be real, Su God's money-making speed is insane. Who was it predicting he'd rake in another fortune? Drag that prophet out for a beating. +1 to the above. I hate these so-called prophets. The live chat erupted with heated discussions. Meanwhile, Suyu remained completely oblivious to all this. He was grinning from ear to ear, staring at the 5 million he'd just earned, his face beaming with excitement. But just then, Suyu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Suyu paused for a moment before finally answering. "Hello, Mom. What's up?" Suyu answered the call and immediately asked. Indeed, the caller was none other than Suyu's mother, Zhang Xiuru. "What's the matter? Can't I call my good son unless it's urgent?" Zhang Xiuru raised an eyebrow on the other end, countering his question. "Ha, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just curious, that's all." Suyu chuckled awkwardly at her words. Stop grinning like that. It's just that Uncle Bai, a respected elder in the village, has passed away. I called to invite you back home for the funeral banquet if you're free. Zhang Xiuru said on the other end of the line. Oh, a banquet. Alright, I'll head back right away. Suyu nodded immediately upon hearing this, readily agreeing. He was always eager for a banquet. Especially in the countryside, where banquets were incredibly lavish. Besides, his mother, Zhang Xiuru, had just mentioned it was a funeral banquet. It wouldn't be appropriate for him not to return. Moreover, Suyu retained some memories of Uncle Bai, the man who could fly, from his original host's past. Back when he was a child, this Uncle Bai had been quite kind to him, often bringing the original body tasty little snacks. Now that the man had ascended to the heavens, Suyu naturally felt he should return to pay his respects. Alright. It's settled then. Zhang Xiuru said on the other end before hanging up. At that moment, Suyu addressed the holographic livestream camera. Hey everyone, you all heard that I'm heading back to my hometown for a funeral feast. Let's see how lavish a rural funeral banquet can be. With that, Suyu immediately booked his ticket on his phone. Meanwhile, the hundredfold returned livestream room erupted in excitement. Holy crap! A funeral feast? Now that's something I'm interested in. Wonder when my asshole co-workers will let me crash their banquet? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Chapter 94, Returning to the village for a funeral banquet, two unfilial sons. Holy! Whoever works with you upstairs must be suffering. Ha! Anyway, when it's time to eat, I'm sitting at the young married women's table. What's so great about the young wife? I'm sitting at the dog's table. Holy! You upstairs, you're playing some seriously twisted games. Honestly, I'm kinda curious about rural funeral feasts. Heard they even hire Swana bands. You bet. Speaking of which, it's enough to bring tears to your eyes. Today our music department professor assigned us a research project on this unique instrument, the Swana. It's no ordinary horn. When the Swana plays, it heralds either great joy or profound sorrow. The live stream viewers started buzzing with discussion. But as they chatted, the conversation veered off track, eventually diving straight into the topic of Swana funeral melodies. But none of this concerned Suyu in the slightest. He was already on the bus heading back to his hometown. System, start the lottery. Without hesitation, Suyu initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the God-tier Swana performance skill. Suyu? At that moment, Suyu felt utterly bewildered. Divine tier Swana performance skill? What the hell is this system playing at? Suyu had some basic knowledge about the Swana instrument. Once played, the Swana signifies either great joy or profound sorrow. The greatest joy in life is marriage, while the deepest sorrow is burial. Thus, Swana performances typically occur at weddings or funerals. But what baffled Suyu was, what the hell was the system trying to do by giving him this skill? This was clearly just asking for trouble. This thought left Suyu thoroughly perplexed. After all, he wasn't in the business of handling weddings or funerals. While the skill wasn't entirely useless, it certainly had nothing to do with his life. Forget it, let's keep drawing. After a moment of bewilderment, Suyu shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've successfully drawn 10 Swana melodies. Hearing the system's notification sound, Suyu was utterly dumbfounded. His jaw dropped when he curiously checked the list. Because among those 10 Swana pieces were titles like Qin Madness, Spirit Sacrifice, Wailing, Burning Paper Offerings, 10 Things Not Done, and 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Holy crap! These 10 Swana tunes were all funeral pieces. How down to earth. System, I suspect you're messing with me, and I've got proof. Suyu twisted his mouth in a wry complaint. He'd barely set foot out to attend the funeral feast when the system granted him this skill. If anyone claimed the system wasn't up to something, even a dog would shake its head in disbelief. It was crystal clear the system was up to no good. However, the system showed no intention of acknowledging Suyu's complaints, immediately playing dead. Damn it! I'll just never use this skill. Suyu cursed under his breath, thinking to himself. If he were forced to play funeral dirges on a Swana, it would surely spark another wave of online discussions. Those trouble-loving netizens would surely pin another nickname on him, Funeral Sue, and he'd be truly grateful for that. With that, he firmly decided against using the Swana-related skill granted by the system. Then, he fell into a deep, sound sleep. When Suyu awoke again, he had already arrived at his hometown. As soon as he arrived, his mother, Zhang Xiuru, urged him to go to Uncle Bai's house. Upon arriving, what met Suyu's eyes were white cloth, paper money, and several white wreaths. The air seemed thick with the sorrow of a funeral, weighing heavily on the heart. However, an incongruous scene was unfolding in the memorial hall at Uncle Bai's house at that very moment. Eldest brother, what the hell are you doing? Dad spent most of his money on your family while he was alive, and now you're arguing over the price for a funeral band? You actually drove off the leader of the Swana players? That's just disrespectful. A middle-aged man with a black mole on his face spoke accusingly to another middle-aged man. Put. Second brother, you call me unfilial? How much more filial are you, then? Don't think I don't know Dad gave you every last penny of his savings, over 100,000 yuan, before he passed. If you're so filial, why didn't you volunteer to pay for the funeral band? The accused middle-aged man showed no sign of backing down, instead laying into the second son's family. Now, having been exposed by the eldest brother, the second brother flew into a rage. Grabbing a stool, he shouted, "What did you say? Dare you repeat that? I'll beat you senseless right now." The eldest son remained unfazed, snorting coldly. "Come on then. Let's settle this right here at father's memorial service." Watching this scene, the villagers shook their heads and sighed deeply. Having to deal with two sons like this was truly beyond words. Suyu watched the scene unfold, shaking his head and sighing softly. Just then, a member of the funeral band stepped forward to intervene. "Are you even going to hold the funeral? Your father's body isn't even cold yet, and you two brothers are already bickering about fighting. What do you think you're doing? Put on a full-blown brawl? The urgent matter now is to find a way to get Oldly, the Swana player, over here. He's the only one in all the surrounding villages who knows how to play the Swana. Without him as our lead Swana player, this funeral procession won't get off the ground." As the funeral procession members spoke up, the gathered villagers, men, women, and children alike, began urging the two brothers. "Hold your tongues. Arguing over family matters during a funeral? Do you want everyone to laugh at your family? Exactly. What's the point of holding on to old grudges at a time like this? Enough arguing. If old Uncle Bai knew what was happening, he'd curse you brothers to death from beyond the grave." As the crowd chimed in with their words, the two brothers, their eyes red with anger, finally stopped arguing. Just then, whether by coincidence or not, a sudden gust of wind blew the portrait of Uncle Bai right off the altar. At this, every face in the room paled. Such an incident occurring at this solemn occasion left everyone feeling uneasy. "What are you all standing around for? Quickly put the portrait back, then go fetch Oldly, the Swana player. Without him, this funeral won't proceed today." An elderly man, fuming, declared as he leaned heavily on his cane. Hearing this, the two brothers panicked. They hurriedly replaced the portrait and sent someone to find Oldly, the Swana player. Chapter 95, The Shang Player Can't Make It. Suyu steps in. Meanwhile, everyone present was buzzing with discussion, waiting for Oldly the Swana master to arrive so the funeral rites could proceed. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Damn it! I'm seriously impressed by these two brothers. Fighting at a time like this, what a pair. You bet. If I were their dad, I'd be so pissed I'd come back to life just to slap each of them across the face. Fighting at a funeral? Don't they know it's bad luck? And they even pissed off the Swana leader. These guys are something else. Without the Swana leader, the funeral band can't even get started. +1 to the above. The Sham leader is the linchpin of the whole funeral band. Without him, it just doesn't work. Viewers in the live stream chat erupted in heated discussion. These two brothers, whose filial piety knows no bounds, had left everyone speechless. Remember, this is a funeral. To cause such a scene during a funeral service, truly a talent among talents. Suyu watched the scene unfold with a look of utter indifference. He had heard rumors about these two sons of Uncle Bai. Their lack of filial piety was truly beyond compare. That said, seeing these brothers pull off such antics at a funeral did earn Suyu's respect. They had absolutely no inhibitions whatsoever. Just then, the man sent to fetch Oldly the Swana player returned with a bitter smile. "Where's Oldly the Swana player? Why didn't he come with you?" The two brothers frowned as they saw the man return alone. "I went to Oldly the Shang player's house, but he's gone to another village. He must have been so angry he stormed off." The man sighed and replied truthfully. "What? Oldly the Swana player went to another village? What's he up to now? Our family is preparing for a funeral. Why would he run off to another village? What's he trying to do?" Hearing this, the two brothers immediately grew frantic. At that moment, the elderly man who had spoken earlier, furious, leaned heavily on his cane and declared, "Enough! You can't blame Oldly the Swana player for this. If you two hadn't kept complaining about his price being too high, talking to him without any courtesy, and not even offering him a cigarette, do you think he'd have stormed off? Enough! It's useless to dwell on it now. Hurry and ask the funeral band if they can find another Shang player." Hearing this, the brothers' faces fell. They immediately turned to the funeral band member they'd spoken with earlier and pleaded, "Brother Chen, is there any other way? We can't just cancel the funeral." But when the man called Brother Chen heard the brothers' plea, he shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "It's not that I don't want to help, but in this area, within 10 or 8 villages, Oldly is the only one who knows how to play the Swana. There's simply no time to find another Swana player now." Hearing this, the brothers' faces fell instantly. Now both of them regretted their decision. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Does anyone know how crucial this Sham player is? Without him, the funeral band can't perform? Important? Absolutely. The Shang master is the most vital presence in a funeral band. Let me put it this way, the Shang master is the very soul of this funeral band. +1 to the above. As a music major, let me break it down. In funeral bands, the Shang leader serves as both conductor and guiding spirit. Typically, this role is filled by an experienced, highly skilled shang player. Because the leader is responsible for the entire band's performance and rhythm. They direct other members through their playing and hand gestures, so they need solid musical foundations and extensive performance experience. They must lead the band in creating a sorrowful, solemn, and reverent atmosphere, helping the bereaved family express their remembrance and grief for the deceased. Moreover, the lead swana player's technical skill and expressiveness are crucial to the entire funeral band's performance. He must possess exceptional playing technique, adeptly using his fingers, tongue, and breath to produce clear, moving melodies. Simultaneously, he requires keen observation and adaptability to adjust his playing style and rhythm on the spot according to the situation. Just for that one skill alone, he's irreplaceable. You could say that without the lead swana player, the entire funeral band would instantly lose its leader. Holy crap! I never imagined the swana leader was this crucial. To be honest, those two brothers are regretting it big time now. Viewers in the livestream chat buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, the two brothers, having learned the sham leader's critical role, were filled with regret. Brother Chen, please help us out somehow. I'll pay you. How about 20,000 yuan? My dad's funeral has to happen, right? Right, Brother Chen, please. We'll pay you now. We can't just skip the funeral, can we? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the brothers quickly changed their tune. Hearing their pleas, Brother Chen shook his head and sighed. It's not that I won't help you, but there's simply no time to find another swana player. The timing is just too tight. He was genuinely pleased to see the brothers reconcile, but the problem was, he simply couldn't help them now. With such a tight deadline, finding another swana player was simply impossible. Watching this unfold, Suyu shook his head and sighed. Alright then. System, you win. Suyu rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. He had been determined not to use this skill today, but now, he had no choice but to step in. After all, Uncle Bai had been quite kind to him when he was young. He couldn't just stand by and let the funeral arrangements fall apart, could he? With that thought, Suyu stepped into the crowd and called out. The swana players are still here, right? I'll handle this funeral. Suyu's words struck like a thunderclap, causing everyone present to turn their gaze toward him. At that moment, in the hundredfold return live stream room. What? Master Su is taking this funeral gig? Wait. Does he even know how to play the swana? You bet. That music major upstairs just said the lead swana player needs seriously advanced skills, not something just anyone can pull off. Now Master Su says he'll take this funeral gig? Are you sure he won't screw it up? Damn it. This isn't some job you take lightly. If he makes a fool of himself, he'll get beaten up. Su, please keep a low profile. Funeral gigs aren't something you take lightly. You need real skills to handle this. Netizens flooded the screen with comments. Chapter 96, The Funeral Trumpet Melody Stuns All. The live stream viewers buzzed with speculation. In their eyes, Suyu was likely to end up doing more harm than good with his good intentions. After all, mastering an instrument like the swana wasn't something anyone could pull off easily. It demanded extraordinary skill. Unlike instruments like the piano, where even beginners can sometimes stumble into a melody by randomly hitting keys. But with a swana? A beginner blowing into it would most likely produce a series of beep sounds akin to flatulence. It's an incredibly difficult instrument to master. And now Suyu intended to use a swana for this funeral service. To put it bluntly, it was bound to be a laughingstock. Messing around at a funeral? That's a surefire way to get beaten up. You're Suyu, the youngster from the Su family? An elderly man of considerable standing in the village recognized Suyu and frowned. Young Su, this is no place for reckless antics. I've never heard of you learning the swana. The old man frowned. After all, this was a funeral. Causing a ruckus at such an occasion was utterly unacceptable. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the funeral band, known as Brother Chen, also turned to Suyu and said, Young man, I know you mean well, but playing the swana isn't something just anyone can do, especially at a funeral. Suyu stepping forward proved his intentions were genuinely good. But the problem was, playing the swana wasn't something that could be done with good intentions alone. Moreover, this was funeral work. There was no room for carelessness whatsoever. At that moment, the gathered villagers all turned to look at Suyu with expressions of doubt. They too felt uneasy about Suyu taking on this job. While his intentions were good, funeral work wasn't something to be taken lightly. And what's more, Suyu was going to play the swana. If learning to play the swana were so easy, there wouldn't be only Oli, the swana master, in all the surrounding villages. Don't worry. I know a thing or two about this swana. Suyu patted his chest and said calmly. Though he hadn't tested the god-tier swana performance skill granted by the system, he knew one thing for certain: anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. Taking on a funeral gig would be a piece of cake. What's more, he'd obtained 10 funeral swana melodies from the system. It could be said that if he wanted to, he'd be the star of the show today. Ah. Fine, if you want to try it, go ahead. Otherwise, this funeral won't proceed without a swana leader today. At that moment, Brother Chun from the funeral band sighed and relented. Under normal circumstances, he would never let Suyu run wild like this. After all, this was funeral work, there was no room for carelessness. But given the current situation, they had no other choice. Without the Sham leader, today's funeral rites simply couldn't proceed. Now, he could only hope Suyu would pull through. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded, picked up the suona, and began mentally rehearsing the funeral melody he would play. Got it, it'll be Morning Lament. Suyu made up his mind quickly. For this occasion, playing wailing at the funeral would be just perfect, wouldn't it? After all, with the commotion caused by those two brothers earlier, this funeral had lost all semblance of solemnity. Two brothers bickering at a funeral? That was truly bizarre. But once this wailing song started, it would surely make the entire family weep. With that thought, Suyu activated his god-tier suona playing skill and began to play the melody of morning song. As the sham's notes filled the air, the mournful melody of the funeral song instantly permeated the entire venue. And in that very moment, everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. The funeral dirge wailing sent a buzzing sensation through everyone's heads. The members of the funeral band stared at Suyu in utter disbelief. None of them had imagined Suyu could actually play the suona. And judging by his skill level, he was far superior to even Oldly, the master of the suona. Brother Chen, this kid's got something special. He actually knows how to play the suona, and at such a high level? Yeah. This is crazy. I specifically asked Oldly, the suona master, to teach me for a few days before. Learning it is terrifyingly difficult, which is why I gave up after just a few days. But this kid is actually this good? The members of the funeral band stared at Brother Chen in utter disbelief. At that moment, Brother Chen was utterly bewildered. He never imagined Suyu could actually play the suona. And even more astonishing, his skill was exceptionally high. Compared to Suyu, Oldly the suona master was nowhere near his level. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Suyu actually knows how to play the suona? Holy crap! This is insane. Didn't everyone say suona is incredibly hard to learn? How come Suyu just picks it up effortlessly? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. As a music major, I've tried learning the suona before. It's way harder than Western instruments. Now Suyu just casually plays it at such a high level? That's crushing. Truly the god-tier Su. Damn impressive. Su God is just getting more and more outrageous. He's practically flying high with this. Holy crap. I'm literally about to fly away. Su God's suona piece is so haunting, it's sending me to another world. +1 to the above. The suona piece Master Su played is so heartbreaking. It makes me feel like crying. Guys, feeling this way is totally normal. If I heard correctly, Master Su played Morning. This suona piece is a super famous funeral tune. Anyway, Master Su's performance is all about nailing the theme. The live chat erupted with chatter. Meanwhile, Brother Chun from the funeral band snapped out of it and hurriedly addressed the others. Stop spacing out. Follow the suona leader. Remember, this is a funeral. In life, nothing matters more than a funeral. Get your instruments out now. Hearing Brother Chen's words, the members of the funeral band snapped into action, joining in with Suyu's suona melody. Soon, a sorrowful suona melody filled the air. Faced with this classic funeral suona piece, wailing, every member of the Bai family was moved by its profound sorrow and immediately began wailing. Hearing this funeral melody, the two brothers of the Bai family were overcome with grief. They knelt in the memorial hall and wept. Chapter 97, another funeral suona tune. At last, the scene truly felt like a funeral. Seeing the two Bai brothers, who had just been brawling in the funeral hall, now kneeling obediently and weeping in remorse for their earlier actions, the villagers all looked at Suyu with mixed feelings. They all understood clearly that this was all thanks to Suyu. Without Suyu, today's funeral proceedings likely wouldn't have gone forward. Especially those two filial piety-driven brothers from the Bai family. Without the impact of Suyu's suona funeral tune, getting them to kneel and wail before the spirit hall would have been utterly impossible. That Su family lad is truly remarkable. Yeah. Who would have thought his suona skills were this good? He's way better than Oldly, the suona master. Such a young age, and already a master of funeral rites. What exactly did this Su family lad learn? To even know this? If the Su family lad takes on funeral work in the village from now on, he'll be a top-notch choice. The villagers present all began murmuring among themselves. At this moment, they were thoroughly impressed by Suyu. After all, Suyu's skill in playing the suona had won them over completely. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha! That cracked me up. Master Su has officially become the go-to guy for funeral services. You bet. Those villagers are already scheming to hire Su the Great exclusively for funeral gigs from now on. Let's be honest, if Su the Great took on funeral gigs, his business would be absolutely booming. Forget everything else, just that suona funeral piece he played, wailing at the funeral, could send someone off in style. The live chat was buzzing with chatter. Meanwhile, Suyu had finished playing the suona funeral piece wailing. The members of the funeral band had also stopped playing, all turning to look at Suyu, puzzled as to why he wasn't repeating the morning lament. Just as their doubts began to surface, Suyu took a sip of water, picked up the suona, and began to play. The moment he began, the entire funeral band fell silent in shock. They suddenly realized the suona melody was not the same as the wailing piece they had just heard. This is a different funeral suona tune? Brother Chen from the funeral band stared wide-eyed at Suyu, utterly incredulous. He had assumed that if Suyu could play even one morning suona piece, it would be impressive enough. After all, Suyu was so young, even if he could play the suona, he couldn't possibly know more than a few funeral tunes. But now, look at this. Suyu could actually play other suona tunes too. This was too amazing. This wailing at the 7th pass is perfect. Let the Bai family weep even more fiercely. Suyu thought to himself. The funeral suona piece he was now playing was called Weeping at the 7th Pass. Compared to the earlier wailing at the funeral, the defining feature of this Crying Through the 7 Gates suona funeral piece was that it was even more heart-wrenching. This crying at the 7 gates originated from the legend that after death, one must pass through 7 gates to reach the underworld. The deceased's relatives must guide the departed soul forward with their cries, shortening the time it takes for the spirit to reach its destination. These 7 gates are the gate of longing for home, the gate of hungry ghosts, the gate of the golden rooster, the gate of starving dogs, the gate of the king of hell, the gate of the bailiffs, and the gate of the yellow springs. Precisely because of this, the sorrow conveyed by this melody is even more intense than that of wailing at the funeral. It's wailing at the 7 gates. This Su family lad sure knows a lot of funeral suona tunes. And this funeral suona piece is even more difficult than the lament for the deceased we just heard. This Su kid is truly a master of funeral music. Brother Chen of the funeral band exclaimed with admiration. Holy crap! Brother Chen, are you saying that kid from the Su family is playing the 7-day morning right now? My goodness! How does someone so young know so many funeral suona tunes? He must be born for this line of work. My eyes have truly been opened today. Who would have thought the Su family produced such a master of funeral music? Hearing Brother Chen's words, the members of the funeral band all stared wide-eyed. Yeah, that kid from the Su family is definitely born for this line of work. Alright, stop spacing out. Get moving and back him up. We absolutely cannot underestimate this Su kid. Though he's young, just based on his suona skills alone, he could easily outshine our elders in funeral music. Let me put it this way, he's even better than Oldly, the master suona player. That Su kid was born to make his living in the funeral business. Brother Chen of the funeral band said with genuine admiration. Earlier, he'd looked down on Suyu, thinking his seniority in the funeral band entitled him to act superior. But now, he was thoroughly convinced. At this level, Suyu was more than qualified to be considered their senior in the funeral business. Thinking this, Brother Chen found his gaze toward Suyu unconsciously tinged with respect. After all, the lead suona player in their funeral band was undoubtedly a leader-level figure. The highest-ranking position. Having witnessed Suyu's masterful shang playing, he naturally regarded him as a senior figure. At that moment, the other members of the funeral band also looked at Suyu with respect in their eyes before beginning to harmonize with him. At that moment, the profound sorrow of the suona funeral piece Weeping at the 7th Passage erupted fully. This time, the entire Bai family wept even more intensely. Especially the 2 Bai brothers, already kneeling before the spirit hall, wailed with fierce intensity. As they cried, they repeatedly lamented their own filial failures. At this moment, the villagers' gazes toward Suyu were likewise tinged with respect. In rural areas, a suona master skilled in funeral rites held an exceptionally high status. That Su family lad is truly remarkable. Indeed. That young man was born for this line of work. The villagers couldn't help but marvel. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. No words needed, Master Su is incredible. So impressive. That funeral suona tune is intense, it nearly sent me to the grave. I'm blown away. This time I'm truly impressed. Master Su is just too incredible. Exactly. So many people just now were saying Master Su was born to play at funerals. Ha. It's funny when you think about it. Master Su probably never imagined he'd be designated by the villagers as their go-to funeral musician. The live stream chat buzzed with chatter. Chapter 98, showing off like crazy, the old music professor's prediction. Right now, the live stream was flooded with bullet comments. Every single comment was Master Su, the funeral expert. In their eyes, Suyu had become the undisputed master of white affairs. And next, Suyu went on a wild display of skill. After that piece, Crying at the 7th Gate, Suyu launched into another funeral suona tune, Grand Funeral Procession. The members of the funeral band were all stunned. They were utterly convinced. After all, who could have imagined Suyu knew so many funeral suona tunes? At the same time, the look in their eyes as they gazed at Suyu was one of utter respect. Later, during breaks, members of the funeral band even proactively offered Suyu cigarettes. This treatment clearly treated Suyu as a senior funeral musician. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. Folks, I'm dying laughing. Suyu just became the undisputed leader of the funeral band scene. You bet. Just look at how those guys treat Su God, they're treating him like a white-clad elder. Ha. Su God is seriously on fire. Just by playing a funeral sham tune, he's elevated himself to the status of a funeral master. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, some viewers in the livestream couldn't resist the excitement. They started recording the stream and uploaded videos of Suyu playing the funeral sham online. And these netizens were all clickbait title masters. They slapped on headlines like, shocking. Contestant number 5 Suyu becomes the Undertaker, and good heavens. Suyu's funeral sham tune nearly sent me to the grave. These video titles instantly drew countless viewers to click and watch. Holy crap. I thought it was just another clickbait headline. But damn, clicking through proved the title was spot on. Listening to those funeral swana tunes nearly sent me to the grave. +1 to the above. I'm completely blown away. Master Su was born for this funeral business. Holy crap. That swana skill is seriously impressive. I'm impressed. Truly impressed. Master Su truly lives up to his reputation as the master of funeral rites. Netizens who clicked through to watch the videos went wild with comments. Meanwhile, the Weibo trending topics list prominently featured a related entry. #shock. Contestant number 5 Suyu becomes the master of funeral ceremonies. #holy crap. Suyu's swana funeral tune nearly sent me to the other side. #monster. What other skills does Suyu have up his sleeve? As these trending topics flooded Weibo, Suyu's popularity skyrocketed. And just like that, Suyu once again dominated the Weibo trending topics without a doubt. Meanwhile, upon learning that Suyu had gone to take on funeral work, the other contestants completely lost their minds. Damn it! What other skills does this guy even have? How can he take on a funeral job? Damn it! Why did I have to be on the same show as someone like him? Is he even human? How can he know how to do everything? This competition is insane. How can this guy be so ridiculously overpowered? The other contestants were all mentally shattered. They never imagined Suyu would even know how to handle funeral arrangements. At that moment, in the music department of Qingbei University, a professor was teaching class. Students, today's lesson will focus on a very special instrument, the swana. The swana is a traditional Chinese double-reed woodwind instrument. It was introduced to our country around the 3rd century AD from Eastern Europe and West Asia via the Silk Road. After thousands of years of development, the swana has cultivated its unique character in timbre, becoming one of China's most representative ethnic wind instruments. The swana produces a powerful, resonant sound. Its body is typically crafted from rosewood or sandalwood, shaped into a conical form. At the top, a double reed made from reed grass is attached, connected to the wooden body via a core. The lower end is fitted with a brass bell. Traditional swana repertoire includes classics like 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix and Yushier Baban. The high-pitched swana possesses exceptional penetrating power and expressive force, historically employed in folk drum ensembles and as accompaniment for regional folk arts and opera. Through continuous refinement, it has evolved into traditional swana and keyed swana variants, enriching playing techniques and enhancing expressiveness, establishing itself as a distinctive solo instrument. The medium, low, and contrabass swana possess rich, resonant tones and are frequently employed in ensembles within ethnic orchestras and symphony orchestras. The primary challenge in playing the swana lies in breath control and management. It demands considerable lung capacity due to its loud volume and fixed pitch, requiring strong breath support throughout performance. Additionally, the reed requires meticulous trimming and adjustment, presenting another significant difficulty. Moreover, swana fingering is quite complex, demanding extensive practice and mastery to produce accurate scales and musical phrases. Precisely for these reasons, mastering the swana is no easy feat. Beginners attempting to play the swana often end up sounding ridiculous. Consequently, those who achieve any proficiency with this instrument tend to be older individuals. Young people rarely master it. And even among the few young people who can play the swana, their skill level isn't particularly high. In the classroom, an elderly music professor spoke with utmost seriousness. At that moment, a student in the audience furrowed his brow and couldn't help but interject. Professor, I think you're being a bit too absolute. There might be someone out there who's incredibly skilled at playing the swana at a young age. Hearing the student's words, the elderly music professor shook his head dismissively and smiled. My dear student, you're being too naive. The difficulty of playing an instrument like the swana is far from what you imagine. I can say with absolute certainty that no young person in this world can achieve anything remarkable with the swana. If you don't believe me, feel free to prove me wrong. As he spoke, the old professor's face radiated pride and confidence. In his view, his words were utterly irrefutable. As for proving him wrong, that was utterly impossible. After all, as a veteran professor in the music department, he knew all too well the immense difficulty of mastering the swana. It could be said that the swana was simply beyond the grasp of the young generation. Ahem, professor, if you insist on saying that, then I can only show you a video clip. I just wanted to say, there really are some outrageous people in this world. Like, for example, Su the Legend. He's downright bizarre. The student couldn't help but blurt out. Chapter 99. The music department professor was stunned. Hearing the student's words, the old music professor couldn't help but frown. He strongly suspected the student was deliberately looking for an excuse to disrupt his class. After all, he didn't believe a word the student was saying. As a veteran professor in the music department, he had naturally studied the suona. Therefore, he was well aware of just how difficult it was to master the sheng. It could be said that this was an instrument requiring profound skill to master. It was already difficult enough for a young person to learn this instrument, let alone master it completely, let alone become proficient. It was simply impossible. Thinking of this, the veteran professor began to harbor reservations about the student, resolving to give him a stern talking to later. Fine. Then project that video you mentioned onto the screen. I'm quite curious to see just how talented this young person is who can play the suona. But let me make one thing clear, if this so-called young prodigy can't deliver, then you're deliberately causing disruption in my class. And when that happens, I will impose punishment. The elderly music professor addressed the student with a sharp tone. Hearing the old professor's words, the student's mouth twitched. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and projected the video of Suyu playing the funeral suona melody onto the large screen. Seeing the student actually dare to project the video, the elderly professor frowned slightly, doubt creeping into his mind. Could it be that there really is a young person with such exceptional skill in playing an instrument like the suona? The old professor couldn't help but wonder inwardly. Seeing this student actually dare to project the video onto the big screen, he couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. But he quickly dismissed the doubt. Impossible. I know all too well how difficult it is to master the suona. This instrument is simply beyond the grasp of young people, let alone mastering it to perfection. The veteran professor shook his head, thinking to himself. Soon, Suyu's figure appeared on the large screen. Seeing Suyu's youthful appearance, the elderly professor of the music department couldn't help but shake his head again, a sense of contempt welling up inside him. So young? Ha! There's no way he could possibly play the suona. The elderly professor of the music department thought with disdain. Seeing Suyu's impossibly youthful appearance, the old professor felt contempt welling up inside him. And at a funeral, no less. Ha! This youngster is in for a world of trouble. The elderly professor couldn't help but think upon seeing Suyu standing in the funeral hall. The suona, such an instrument, appeared only at moments of great joy or profound sorrow. And at funerals, the sheng was invariably present. But precisely because of this, anyone who dared to cause a disturbance with a suona at a funeral would inevitably get beaten up. Therefore, seeing Suyu now at a funeral, the old professor from the music department strongly suspected Suyu was about to get beaten up. Just then, Suyu on the large screen began playing the funeral suona piece Wailing for the Dead. As the melody of the mournful suona funeral tune filled the air, the elderly professor from the music department stared wide-eyed. What? How is this possible? How could this young man's suona skills be this advanced? The elderly professor's face turned pale, his expression filled with utter disbelief. As a veteran professor in the music department, he could instantly discern the caliber of Suyu's suona playing. But precisely because of that, he was now utterly stunned. At that moment, boundless astonishment surged within the veteran professor's heart. Yet this was merely the beginning. As Suyu played crying at the seventh pass, the old professor's mouth fell open in astonishment. No way? He has achieved such astonishing mastery on an instrument like the suona? The old professor's eyes widened as a storm of astonishment raged within him. Mastering even one suona piece was already remarkable, yet here was Suyu so young, and he'd composed 2 suona pieces outright. Phew! Thank goodness. While I'm no virtuoso at playing suona pieces, I can still manage 2 of them. At least I saved face. The veteran professors of the music department sighed inwardly. At that moment, he felt somewhat relieved that he too knew how to play 2 suona pieces. At least he could salvage some dignity later. Otherwise, being surpassed by a youngster in front of so many students would be utterly humiliating. After all, he was a distinguished old professor in the music department. To be surpassed by a youngster would be a severe blow to his pride. Thinking this, the venerable professor of the music department felt a slight sense of relief. At least he hadn't been left far behind by Suyu. At most, they were evenly matched, neck and neck in skill. But then, right at that moment, Suyu began to play the great funeral procession. Holy! The old music professor's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. This can't be possible? He actually knows how to play other suona pieces. What kind of freak is this guy? In that moment, the old professor felt his entire worldview crumble. He could never have imagined that Suyu's mastery of the suona had reached such heights. His lips twitched slightly. He knew full well that his reputation was utterly ruined. In front of all these students, his reputation was utterly ruined. He never imagined that Suyu, such a young man, could surpass him in mastery of the suona. 2 words, unbelievable. Ahem, young man. Alright, that's enough. The veteran music professor sighed and spoke up. At this point, he was utterly convinced. After all, who could have imagined Suyu's mastery of suona pieces would reach such heights? On this point alone, Suyu had left him in the dust. At that moment, the old professor had completely abandoned any intention of reprimanding the student. After all, his pride had been thoroughly crushed. Who could have imagined Suyu was such a prodigy? Chapter 100, Inviting Suyu to teach Suona at Peking and Tsinghua universities. At this moment, the veteran professor of the music department was utterly convinced. After all, judging by the sham playing skills Suyu had displayed, he was undoubtedly a sham master. Everyone, I plan to invite this Shang prodigy to our school to give a master class. Everyone should pay close attention. After the class, each of you will write a 5,000-word reflection. Oh, and to the student who projected the video earlier, excellent work. Spotting such a Suona prodigy shows you're truly dedicated. Therefore, you will write a 10,000-word reflection. That's settled. The old professor from the music department declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the students below turned utterly dismayed. Especially the student who'd received this special attention upon hearing the old professor demand 10,000 words of reflection, he was utterly dumbfounded. 10,000 words of reflections? Did he even want him to live anymore? Meanwhile, at the Bai family's funeral hall, the two Bai brothers obediently handed Suyu 30,000 yuan, their faces brimming with gratitude and respect. The funeral Suona melody Suyu had just played had moved both brothers to tears. Simultaneously, the two brothers had reconciled, each acknowledging their own mistakes. After accepting the money, Suyu nodded. He had done what he needed to do. Today's funeral Suona melodies served as a final tribute to Uncle Bai, who had ascended to heaven. At that moment, several villagers present cast respectful glances towards Suyu. After all, with Suyu's sham playing skills, he'd practically be walking tall at funeral ceremonies in the village. Who knows? Perhaps one day, they might invite Suyu to play a few funeral tunes for their own family. At that moment, the members of the funeral band also smiled and looked over at Suyu. Especially the leader, Brother Chen, who grinned broadly as he offered Suyu a cigarette and even took the initiative to light it for him. Well, Master Su, we were wondering if you might be interested in joining our funeral band as our lead Suona player? After all, with your Shang skills, you'd be the undisputed master at any funeral. You'll definitely get invited to play at many more funerals in the future. Brother Chen looked at Suyu with genuine respect. At that moment, the other members of the funeral band chimed in with equal respect. That's right. Master Su, with your Shang skills, families from miles around will be lining up to hire you for their funeral ceremonies. Absolutely. If our funeral band could recruit you, our business would be booming beyond belief. Hearing their words, Suyu's lips twitched slightly. He'd only taken on this funeral gig as a temporary job, yet now they were calling him Master Su. And judging by this funeral band's situation, they actually wanted to recruit him. This was getting a bit ridiculous. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! I'm dying laughing. Master Su is totally going viral with this move. You bet. Those funeral band members are all calling Suyu Master Su now, even rushing over to offer him cigarettes and light them. Clearly treating him like a senior figure. Ha ha. Honestly, Suyu is just too strong. He's so versatile and well-rounded. Who knew he could even handle funeral work? I'm impressed. Totally impressed. Compared to Suyu, the other contestants are just weak. Exactly. I heard the other contestants were stunned when they found out Master Su took on funeral gigs. They never imagined he could handle this too. It's just beyond belief. No words needed. One word, awesome. Master Su's sham playing skills alone make him an absolute top-tier master. Of course. Suyu is undoubtedly a master of Suona playing. Otherwise, Professor Zhang from our Tsinghua Peking University Music Department wouldn't have specially invited him to teach us a Suona class. Ugh. Never mind, I need to go cry for a bit. I'll probably have to write another 10,000 words of reflections today. Holy crap. Professor Zhang from Tsinghua Peking University's music department invited Su the legend to teach? That's insane. Professor Zhang is a national treasure in instrumental music. And he's bringing Suyu to Tsinghua Peking to teach students how to play the Suona? This is beyond incredible. Holy crap. No words. Su God, 666. I'm impressed. Truly impressed. Even Professor Zhang from Tsinghua Peking's music department is inviting him to teach Suona to their students. That alone proves Suyu's Suona skills have left Professor Zhang stunned and in awe. The live chat erupted with heated discussion. Especially when they learned that Professor Zhang from Peking University's music department wanted to invite Suyu to teach a Suona class to their students, they were stunned into admiration. After all, Professor Zhang from Peking University's music department was a true heavyweight in China's instrumental music scene. That Suyu had been invited to Peking University to teach its students spoke volumes. His Shang skills had truly won over Professor Zhang. At this moment, Suyu remained unaware of the online discussion swirling around him. When Brother Chen from the funeral band extended the invitation, Suyu shook his head with a smile and politely declined. Thank you for the invitation, Brother Chen, but I truly have no plans to pursue this path long term. Today, I only stepped in to host this funeral ceremony because I saw an old friend ascending to the heavens. As for joining the funeral band, we'll see about that in the future. No way, he certainly didn't want to earn himself the title of Master Su of Funeral Services. Well, alright then. Brother Chen of the funeral band nodded with a hint of disappointment upon hearing Su Yu's response. But Master Su, I'll be honest, you truly are a Shang master born to play this instrument. I can't speak for anything else, but your skill with the Shang absolutely surpasses old Li's. Brother Chen said with genuine admiration. Based on the Swana skills Su Yu displayed today alone, he could practically walk sideways through the village from now on. After all, no one would dare cross such a masterful elder who presides over funeral rites. Ha! We'll see about that later. Su Yu laughed it off and prepared to leave. Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. Su Yu glanced at the caller ID and ultimately answered the call. Hello, is this Master Su? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Professor Zhang Tianla from the music department at Qingbei University. I'm reaching out to invite you to teach a Swana class for our students. Chapter 101, Special Invitation, the heir to the folk instrument master. Zhang Tianla's tone on the other end was filled with respect, completely devoid of the authority he usually commanded over his students. After witnessing Su Yu's Swana mastery, this veteran professor of Qingbei University's music department simply couldn't maintain any airs in his presence. After all, Su Yu's Shang playing was truly astonishing. Even as a renowned professor in the music department at Peking University, he had once put in arduous effort to master the Shang's playing techniques, yet still achieved little in this regard. Yet Su Yu, at such a young age, had already reached that level of mastery. Especially those funeral Swana pieces, no exaggeration, they nearly sent him to his grave. Had he not been in the classroom, where he had to maintain his authority in front of his students, he would have been so stunned by Su Yu's Shang playing that he wouldn't have been able to speak. Professor Zhang Tianla from Qingbei University's music department? You want me to teach your students at Qingbei University? Su Yu asked in surprise upon hearing the other party's words. This sudden call caught Su Yu off guard. He'd merely played the Swana at a funeral. How had a professor from Qingbei University's music department taken notice? Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! That's hilarious. Su the Great still doesn't get what's going on? He's got zero self-awareness. Exactly. Those funeral Swana tunes Su just played nearly sent people to their graves. It's only natural that an old professor from Tsinghua Peking's music department took notice. Absolutely. After all, anyone who witnessed Su's mastery of the Swana would be utterly impressed. Did you notice how Professor Zhang from Tsinghua and Peking's music department addressed Su as Master Su? That title isn't trivial. It means Professor Zhang now sees Su on par with the veteran masters who specialize in funeral rites. Holy crap! Watson, you hit the nail on the head. So now Master Su has another title, Su the Funeral Specialist. Ha ha! How about Master Su, Specialist in Funeral Rites? I bet Master Su never imagined that just blowing a trumpet on the spot would earn him yet another title. Viewers in the livestream chat buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhang Tianla continued speaking to Su Yu. Master Su, you heard correctly. I truly wish to invite you to teach a class at our Qingbei University. After all, your Shang playing is truly extraordinary. I sincerely hope you can give my students a unique Shang lesson. As you know, Western instruments have become widespread in our Dragon Nation over the years. Nowadays, students only know Western instruments and are unaware of the instruments our Dragon Nation has passed down for millennia. This situation pains me deeply. Therefore, I hope you can revive the Shang, this instrument with such a long history in our Dragon Kingdom, so everyone can experience its unique charm. Zhang Tianla's tone brimmed with sincerity and earnestness. He added, Of course, Master Su, if you take the time to come to our Qingbei University specifically, I certainly won't let you make the trip for nothing. How about this? I'll request a travel allowance of 100,000 yuan for you. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Zhang Tianla's words on the other end of the line, Su Yu's eyes lit up instantly. He agreed immediately. Alright. No problem. Money doesn't matter to me, I simply love promoting the charm of traditional instruments. 100,000 yuan. It didn't seem like much. But with a hundredfold return, that would be 10 million. This money, he was going to make it. Not even the King of Heaven himself could change that. At that moment, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! Who cares about money? Su God only agreed because of that 100 grand travel allowance. Exactly. You can't mention money in front of Su the Great. The moment you do, his eyes light up. Let's be honest, God Su makes money way too easily. Who says otherwise? Another 100 grand in the bag with zero effort. What happened to money being hard to earn? Why does making money seem as easy as eating and drinking for Su the Great? Ah! I'm so jealous, my eyes are turning red. The live stream chat erupted with chatter. Though Su Yu claimed he wasn't doing it for the money when he agreed to teach at Qingbei University, the gleam in his eyes gave him away. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Zhang Tianla was thrilled to hear Su Yu had agreed. Alright. Master Su, I'll be waiting for your arrival here at Qingbei University. When you get here, just give me a heads up, I'll come pick you up personally. Zhang Tianla hurriedly replied. To Zhang Tianla, Su Yu's mastery of the Swana alone made it only fitting for an old professor like himself to personally welcome him. Qingbei University. As soon as Su Yu arrived at Qingbei University, he saw Zhang Tianla personally running out from the entrance to greet him. You must be Master Su. I'm Zhang Tianla. This way, please. Zhang Tianla beamed at Su Yu as he spoke. At the same time, Zhang Tianla couldn't help but glance at Su Yu from time to time. Seeing Su Yu in person and realizing how young he was, Zhang Tianla found it hard to believe. He had put in years of hard work mastering the Shang, yet hadn't achieved much in that field. Yet here was Su Yu, so young and already possessing such astonishingly advanced Shang skills. How could he not be stunned? Soon, Su Yu followed Zhang Tianla to the grand auditorium of Qingbei University. The auditorium was already packed to the rafters with students. Seeing such a vast crowd, Su Yu couldn't help but inwardly gasp in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy! That's insane! He's freaking amazing! Just for this move alone, Su God is absolutely godlike. Who says otherwise? These students here are all top talents from the music departments of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Only Su the legend could manage to personally teach so many students at such a young age, right? Ahem, upstairs, while Su God is indeed impressive, there's actually another remarkable young talent at Peking and Tsinghua who could do the same. Have you heard of Shi Bingzhao, the successor to folk instrument master Lu Santon? Shi Bingzhao? The genius who won last year's folk instrument competition? Exactly. That's him. I heard he also got into Qingbei University through special admission last year. Wonder if he'll cross paths with Su the legend this time. Chapter 102, High Popularity, Shi Bingzhao's Challenge. Viewers in the livestream chat buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained completely unaware of all this. Ahem, hello everyone, I'm Su Yu. Su Yu scratched his nose as he spoke. To be honest, this was his first time teaching such a large audience, and he felt a bit nervous. Hearing Su Yu's words, countless students in the venue erupted with excitement. Su God, you're awesome. 666. Su the straight-up guy, unbeatable. Just as Su Yu felt a flicker of nervousness, the students erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Su Yu? He was genuinely baffled by this turn of events. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy crap! I just dropped a holy crap. Turns out students from top universities like Tsinghua and Peking are watching our livestream too. Ha ha! Even Su Yu's stunned. I bet he never imagined our stream's massive audience would include top-tier students from Peking and Tsinghua. Let's be honest, Su God is seriously impressive. Our stream easily hits over 1 million viewers daily. At peak times, it even broke 10 million. This viewership is absolutely the most insane on the entire internet. Exactly. Compared to Su God, other streamers' viewership numbers look pathetic. The crowd of netizens couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreudisch. Meanwhile, the group of top-tier students from Peking and Tsinghua universities below, seeing Su Yu's reaction, all laughed. Master Su, we've all watched your live streams. Yeah. Master Su, strictly speaking, we're all your fans. Hearing their words, Su Yu finally understood. Wow. So my popularity has already reached this level. Ahem, well, that's great. It shows you all have excellent taste. Su Yu scratched his nose and chuckled. Now, back to business. I'm truly honored to be here at Professor Zhang's invitation to teach you all a Swana lesson. Although Professor Zhang offered me 100,000 yuan as travel expenses, money isn't the point for me. What matters is my passion for promoting traditional instruments. Su Yu blinked, his face radiating righteous indignation. At that moment, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Ha! That's hilarious. Who cares about the money, damn it? He's clearly here for the cash. God Su sure is something. He says it with such righteous indignation. If we didn't know his true character, we'd actually buy into his act. Exactly. What money doesn't matter. He's clearly after that 100,000 yuan appearance fee. The viewers in the livestream chat ruthlessly exposed Su Yu. Meanwhile, the elite students from Tsinghua and Peking University below were all covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Ahem, now then, allow me to demonstrate the artistic charm of the Swana. Su Yu scratched his nose and got back on track. He immediately prepared to begin playing a Swana piece. But just then, a cold, hostile laugh rang out. Art? With your level of skill, you dare call it art? Have you ever won a national traditional music competition? Or taken first place on some TV show? You're nothing but someone who's played a few funeral Swana tunes. What gives you the right to even utter the word art? As the voice echoed, Su Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He couldn't recall doing anything to provoke this person. Now, everyone present turned their gaze toward the young man who had spoken. Inside the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy! It's him! Shi Bingzhao, last year's champion of the National Traditional Instrument Competition. That's Shi Bingzhao? He looks so young. Damn! These two are finally facing off. I had a feeling Shi Bingzhao would end up against Su Yu. After all, Shi Bingzhao was specially recruited by Tsinghua and Peking universities. Seeing Su Yu come here and steal his spotlight, he's definitely not going to let it slide. I had a feeling too. But seeing Shi Bingzhao face off against Su the legend is still hard to believe. After all, it's fine if these two don't clash, but once they do, it's bound to be a decisive battle. The live chat erupted with heated discussions. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Shi Bingzhao, the successor to Lu Santong, the renowned master of folk instrumental music in the Dragon Nation. Seeing Shi Bingzhao step forward and lock horns with Su Yu, Zhang Tianla, the venerable professor from Qingbei University's music department, furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Shi Bingzhao, what are you doing? Don't be ridiculous." Zhang Tianla held Shi Bingzhao in high regard. First, because Shi Bingzhao possessed astonishing talent in folk instrumental music. Second, because Shi Bingzhao's master was none other than Lu Santong, the master of folk instrumental music. However, seeing Shi Bingzhao confront Su Yu now still irked him. After all, Su Yu was someone he deeply admired. Especially Su Yu's mastery of the swana, it filled Zhang Tianla with profound admiration. If possible, Zhang Tianla truly wished Shi Bingzhao wouldn't have to face off against Su Yu. At that moment, upon hearing Zhang Tianla's words, Shi Bingzhao responded calmly. "Professor Zhang, I too would rather not take the lead in this matter. But I absolutely cannot allow someone who merely scratches the surface of swana playing to lecture the elite students of Qingbei University here. Nor can I tolerate such an individual discussing so-called art in this place. What qualifications does someone like him have to utter such words?" His gaze then turned to Su Yu, arrogant and tinged with provocation. "Su, do you dare to compete with me?" Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy crap! They're actually going head to head. Looks like today, Shi Bingzhao and Su the legend are going to settle this once and for all. Who knows who'll come out on top between these two? It's hard to say who's superior. While Su God's swana skills are exceptional, Shi Bingzhao is the disciple of folk instrument master Lu Santong. Plus, he won last year's folk instrument competition. His skill is undeniably high. With these two facing off, I reckon Su God might have his hands full. I think Master Su will win. But even if he does, it'll likely be a close call. After all, Shi Bingzhao may be eccentric, but he's earned that right in folk music. His skill is truly exceptional. Enough said, let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Viewers in the livestream chat exchanged heated opinions. Chapter 103, The Challenge: Shi Bingzhao's True Strength. To the viewers watching the livestream, Su Yu's swana skills were impressive, but facing Shi Bingzhao still seemed like a long shot. After all, Shi Bingzhao was the disciple of Lu Santong, the renowned master of folk instrumental music in Dragon Nation. Moreover, he had won the championship in last year's folk instrumental music competition. It could be said that Shi Bingzhao was an absolute prodigy in the realm of folk musical instruments. Therefore, at this moment, many viewers couldn't help but doubt whether Su Yu could truly be Shi Bingzhao's match. Upon hearing Shi Bingzhao's words, Su Yu raised an eyebrow and said, "You want to challenge me? I'm not one to do things without purpose. Unless there's a wager. Are you kidding? Is he the type to waste his time competing with others for no reason? If he casually accepted every challenge thrown his way, wouldn't he wear himself out?" At that moment, Shi Bingzhao froze upon hearing Su Yu's words. He clearly hadn't processed it yet. "What kind of wager do you want?" Shi Bingzhao frowned as he asked. "If you want to compete with me, you'd better put up at least 10 or 80,000. Otherwise, I've got better things to do." Su Yu raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. "Fine. If I lose, I'll hand over 100 grand right away. If you lose, get the hell out of Qingbei University. This place doesn't welcome incompetent people like you." Shi Bingzhao gritted his teeth, his composure cracking. He never expected Su Yu to talk about money at every turn. How the hell could he have the nerve to claim he didn't care about money? Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy! That's hilarious. Su the God is truly something else. He's absolutely obsessed with money. Exactly. Who cares about paying back? He clearly loves money. Let's be real, when it comes to making money, Su the Great is undoubtedly the undisputed king of hustling. Netizens flooded the chat with comments. Alright. Deal. Su Yu agreed readily. Oomph. Seeing Su Yu agree so readily at the mention of money, Shi Bingzhao snorted indignantly. "Then let's compete on who plays the swana better. I'll go first." Shi Bingzhao snorted and promptly pulled out a swana. Then, with a look of pride on his face, he declared, "The swana piece I'm about to play is called Homesickness Melody." With that, Shi Bingzhao prepared to begin his performance. Upon hearing the title Homesickness Melody, the crowd couldn't help but show a hint of respect. Shi Bingzhao truly lives up to being the disciple of the renowned folk instrumental master Lu Santong. To attempt Homesickness Melody, this swana piece demands such difficult techniques. Most wouldn't dare challenge it lightly. To be fair, Shi Bingzhao is a true prodigy in folk instrumental music. To dare take on Homesickness Melody, that's truly formidable. I'm dying to see who'll come out on top when Su the Great and Shi Bingzhao face off. The crowd of elite students from Tsinghua and Peking University's music departments couldn't help but whisper and discuss among themselves. At that moment, even Professor Zhang Tianla, the veteran faculty member from the Qingbei music department, looked at Shi Bingzhao with an expression of admiration, nodding slightly. He thought to himself, Shi Bingzhao truly lives up to being Lu Santong's disciple. To start with the Swana piece Homesickness melody right off the bat. That's no small feat. Learning that Shi Bingzhao intended to perform Homesickness on the Swana, Zhang Tianla couldn't help but feel impressed. It must be noted that while this piece, Homesickness, may not be the most technically demanding among Swana compositions, it absolutely demands exceptional proficiency from the performer. Therefore, most people wouldn't dare attempt this piece lightly. Yet Shi Bingzhao charged straight into the challenge. This is truly remarkable. From this alone, one could clearly see Shi Bingzhao's confidence in his own Shang playing abilities. Soon, Shi Bingzhao began playing Homesickness melody. As the piercing melody filled the air, the melancholy of a wandering traveler yearning for home and loved ones was instantly evoked. At that moment, in the hundredfold return live stream room. No wonder he won the folk instrument competition. This Homesickness melody alone proves just how masterful Shi Bingzhao's Swana skills are. Absolutely. This piece captures both depth and ethereal quality, perfectly showcasing how traditional Chinese music transcends the mundane. Shi Bingzhao is truly remarkable. Let's be honest, this performance has me genuinely doubting whether Su the Great might lose today. After all, just from Shi Bingzhao's rendition of Homesickness melody, we can see how exceptional his Swana skills truly are. Netizens buzzed with discussion, each stunned by Shi Bingzhao's Swana mastery. Just then, a comment appeared in the live stream, instantly sending the chat into an even greater frenzy. Looks like my disciple's Swana skills have improved again. Truly worthy of being my successor. Though his temperament hasn't changed a bit, still so impulsive. This comment immediately caught the attention of the entire audience. Holy crap! You up there, you wouldn't happen to be Lu Santong, China's renowned folk instrument master, would you? Holy crap! Just checked his verification info, it really is Lu Santong, our nation's renowned folk instrumental master. Awesome! The master himself has arrived. Wonder what the master thinks. Will his disciple Shi Bingzhao win this challenge, or will Su the God prevail? +1 to the above. Curious too. Netizens flooded the comments section. At this moment, Lu Santong replied. Hard to say. Su Yu's Swana skills are impressive, but my disciple holds his own too. Barring any surprises, this challenge should go to my disciple Shi Bingzhao, though of course, nothing's certain. Lu Santong didn't commit to a definitive prediction. But everyone could tell he believed his disciple Shi Bingzhao would emerge victorious. At that moment, inside the grand auditorium of Qingbei University. After finishing his rendition of Homesickness, Shi Bingzhao looked at Su Yu with a smug expression and declared. Now it's your turn. Heh, I hope you don't chicken out at the last minute. Shi Bingzhao was thoroughly satisfied with his own performance of Homesickness melody. He even felt he had performed slightly above his usual standard. Therefore, he was utterly convinced that Su Yu would inevitably fall to his skill. Joking aside, he'd already surpassed his usual performance. If he couldn't defeat Su Yu, that unorthodox upstart, then something was seriously wrong. Chapter 104, Backing Out? Playing 100 Birds paying homage to the Phoenix. Upon hearing Shi Bingzhao's words, Su Yu paid them no mind whatsoever. Instead, he shook his head and smiled, saying, Deserting the battlefield? Why would I desert the battlefield? To be honest, your playing is nothing special, just average. And you expect that to make me desert the battlefield? Ridiculous. At Su Yu's words, Shi Bingzhao's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined Su Yu would be this arrogant. He was even more arrogant than himself. Even Professor Zhang Tianla, the veteran faculty member from Qingbei University's music department, couldn't help but shake his head slightly upon hearing Su Yu's words. It seems this Su Yu is indeed a bit too arrogant. Though Shi Bingzhao is also quite bold, one must admit that his performance of Homesickness earlier was truly remarkable. Perhaps that was already his peak performance. Yet now Su Yu dismisses his playing as merely adequate. That seems a bit too dismissive. Zhang Tianla thought to himself. Even he had to admit that Shi Bingzhao's performance of the Swana piece Homesickness had reached 2/3 the level of his master, Lu Santong. Yet Su Yu had the nerve to call Shi Bingzhao's performance merely adequate? That was indeed a bit too arrogant and dismissive. At that moment, in the hundredfold return livestream, it seems the Su Yu has rather underestimated my disciple. Ha! Folk instrumental master Lu Santong, having heard Su Yu's earlier critique of Shi Bingzhao, felt a surge of indignation. In his view, the piece Homesickness just performed by his disciple Shi Bingzhao was absolutely top tier. Yet Su Yu had the nerve to dismiss it with a mere by the book. Wasn't that arrogant and dismissive? Let's be honest, Su's critique just now was a bit dismissive. After all, even we could tell that Shi Bingzhao's Swana performance of Homesickness was extraordinary. Imagine how others must feel. Ugh. Suddenly I feel like Su Yu might actually lose this competition. After all, underestimating your opponent is a major no-no. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but erupt in heated discussion. In their eyes, Suyu had indeed become overly arrogant and underestimated Shi Bingzhao. Inside the grand auditorium of Qingbei University. Since that's the case, I'll treat everyone to a performance of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Suyu raised an eyebrow, ignoring Shi Bingzhao's furious glare as he spoke indifferently. As soon as Suyu spoke, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? Holy! Am I hearing things? Damn it! Isn't that 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix supposed to be lost? While some music books still have records of it, the actual score is long gone. So you can play this piece? Is that even real? You're telling me. Forget that the score is lost. Even if it weren't, the playing techniques described in those books are absurdly demanding. The difficulty is off the charts. Exactly. Those music books even claim that when played at its peak, this piece could attract birds. That description alone shows just how incredibly difficult 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix must be to perform. The elite students from Qingbei University's music department below couldn't help but murmur among themselves, their expressions filled with skepticism. Even Professor Zhang Tianla, the veteran faculty member of the Qingbei Music Department, was beginning to lose his composure. Master Su, are you certain you wish to perform 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? To my knowledge, the score for this piece has long been lost. Moreover, according to some music books, its difficulty is nothing short of godlike. Would you consider choosing another piece? Zhang Tianla couldn't help but ask. Learning that Suyu intended to play the Swana piece 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix had sent shockwaves through Zhang Tianla. After all, even setting aside the fact that the sheet music had long been lost, the descriptions in those music books alone made it abundantly clear that the difficulty of playing this piece was absolutely sky high. Upon hearing Suyu intended to play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, Shi Bingzhao sneered with disdain. Su, you really do talk nonsense. The sheet music 400 birds paying homage to the phoenix has long been lost. You claim to play it? Ridiculous. And even if you somehow possess the score 400 birds paying homage to the phoenix, the sheer difficulty of its execution is beyond your capabilities. Your grandstanding here is utterly nauseating. Shi Bingzhao's face was etched with cold scorn and contempt. In his eyes, Suyu was clearly spouting utter nonsense. After all, the sheet music 400 birds paying homage to the phoenix had long been lost to history. How could Suyu possibly have it? Moreover, the piece's playing difficulty was extremely high, at least 10 times harder than the homesickness melody he'd just performed. Even if Suyu had somehow gotten lucky and obtained the score 400 birds paying homage to the phoenix, there was no way he could possibly master its absurdly difficult playing technique. At that moment, hearing Shi Bingzhao's words, Suyu simply ignored him, picked up a swana, and prepared to begin playing. Seeing Suyu blatantly ignore him, Shi Bingzhao's expression darkened and grew increasingly grim. Su, you can gloat now. Just wait until you're humiliated and forced to leave Qingbei University. See if you can still act like this then. Shi Bingzhao clenched his fists tightly, his face boiling with rage. In his eyes, Suyu's actions were nothing but the stubborn defiance of a doomed man. He refused to believe Suyu could possibly play that long-lost piece, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? Impossible. That piece has been lost for ages. I spent years searching for its score, yet found nothing, only scattered fragments. And according to those records, the difficulty of playing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix is astronomical. There's no way a youngster like him could pull it off. Master folk instrumentalist Lu Santong immediately responded with an emphatic rebuttal. Upon learning that Suyu intended to play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, Lu Santong's first thought was sheer absurdity. He found Suyu's words utterly preposterous. Are you kidding? That's the long-lost 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Chapter 105, completely stunned, Master Su. At that moment, Lu Santong was utterly convinced of one thing: Suyu was clearly spouting nonsense. Moreover, he was utterly certain that if Suyu tried to exploit others' unfamiliarity with the piece to spout nonsense, he could instantly expose him. For years, he had scoured far and wide for the sheet music of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Though he had never succeeded in obtaining the complete score, he had been fortunate enough to obtain a fragment of the score for this very piece. When the time came, he'd be able to tell the difference just by listening. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted with heated discussion. Holy crap! Su God's really stretching it here. That's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The sheet music for that piece has been lost for ages. How could he possibly play it? And even if Su God somehow got his hands on it, the insane difficulty level alone would be beyond his grasp. Let's be real. Su Dishan has definitely overblown it this time. I don't buy that he can play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix either. Exactly. Sigh. Master Su's bragging is terribly ill-timed. After all, with so many people watching, even folk instrument master Lu Santong is here. If he tries to play some random tune and pass it off as 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, he'd be exposed instantly. Netizens chattered away in a flurry of opinions. In their eyes, Suyu was truly about to make a huge blunder. After all, this was 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Even if Suyu tried to play any random tune and pass it off as 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, he'd be exposed. After all, Lu Santong, the master of folk instrumental music, was present. With his discerning eye, he would surely distinguish the genuine from the fake. If that happened, Suyu would lose all face. Inside the Grand Hall of Qingbei University. Ignoring the skepticism and disdain of the crowd, Suyu directly activated his god-tier Suona performance skill and began playing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. At that very moment, everyone present was stunned. For they distinctly heard numerous bird calls. Where are those bird calls coming from? What's going on? Yeah. While Qingbei University does have its share of birds, we're in the Grand Hall now. How could there be bird calls here? Wait. Why do I feel like these bird calls are coming from Su God Suona? Holy crap. You're right. Judging by the source of the sound, it really does seem to be coming from Su Suona? Holy crap. Don't tell me that sound isn't real birdsong, but just noise made by the Suona? It can't be that absurd, right? A Suona can actually mimic bird calls? The elite music students from Tsinghua and Peking University below stared wide-eyed. A tidal wave of disbelief surged through each of their minds. After all, it was birdsong. These bird calls were produced by a Suona? How could they possibly believe it? At that moment, Professor Zhang Tianla, the veteran faculty member of the music departments at Peking and Tsinghua universities, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Suyu. In that moment, Zhang Tianla felt his head buzzing. His mind was utterly overwhelmed with disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom such a thing. Could it be he truly played that long-lost piece, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? According to the records in those music books, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix features extensive imitations of bird sounds. Moreover, the early rhythms and melodies are extremely light and lively. This fits the current situation perfectly. Could it be that he really played that 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? Good heavens! How old is he? To possess such mastery of the Suona? This is utterly unbelievable. Zhang Tianla's heart pounded wildly, utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Shi Bingzhao was utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? He couldn't possibly be playing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, could he? But that's impossible. How could he possibly know it? Shi Bingzhao's face drained of color. As a prodigy in folk instrumental music, he could instantly recognize that the bird calls he just heard had come from Suyu's Suona. But this realization only sent Shi Bingzhao into a complete tailspin. If Suyu possessed such mastery of the Suona, what could Shi Bingzhao possibly offer to compete with him? No. Strictly speaking, he didn't even have the qualifications to challenge Suyu. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. What? That's impossible. Someone actually managed to play that 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix piece? How is this possible? Folk instrumental master Lu Santon was utterly dumbfounded when he saw Suyu actually begin to play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Moreover, he knew perfectly well that the small section Suyu had just played matched the notes he had collected word for word. This meant that the melody Suyu had just played was indeed the long-lost 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Boom! At that moment, Lu Santong felt as though his skull was erupting with a deafening roar. After all, the difficulty of playing this 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was absolutely off the charts. Without exaggeration, even if given the complete score, he wouldn't have much confidence in playing it. The bird-like imitations alone were beyond his grasp. A prodigy! This is absolutely a prodigy! Lu Santong exclaimed in utter shock. With that thought, Lu Santong typed a message on the live chat screen. There's no need for this challenge to continue. For this performance alone, even I must acknowledge Master Su's skill. My disdainful disciple Shi Bingzhao has no right to challenge him. As Lu Santong's comment appeared in the chat, the live stream viewers erupted once more. Holy crap! Master Su is incredible. Who would have thought he could actually play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix? Unbeatable. Absolutely. Master Su is a true prodigy. Too strong. Even folk instrument master Lu Santong is impressed. Is Master Su cheating or what? Cheater. Master Su must be cheating. There's no other explanation. Chapter 106, Utterly Convinced a Miracle. Seeing folk instrument master Lu Santong's praise for Suyu, the live stream audience was stunned. What truly stunned them was that Lu Santong had actually addressed Suyu as Master Su. This alone proved that even Lu Santong, a master of folk instruments, was now in awe of Suyu. Impressive. This was simply mind-blowing. After all, this was the renowned master of folk musical instruments from the Dragon Nation. For someone as young as Suyu to receive such high praise from Lu Santong was truly extraordinary. Inside the grand auditorium of Qingbei University. As Suyu played on, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Unbeknownst to anyone, birds had begun streaming into the auditorium in ever greater numbers. One by one, they settled beside Suyu, as if paying homage to a sovereign among birds. Witnessing this spectacle, the elite students of Qingbei's music department were utterly speechless, each of them stunned beyond measure. Such a scene was entirely unprecedented to them. Standing nearby, the venerable professor of the Qingbei music department, Zhang Tianla, gaped in astonishment. This is 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It's truly incredible. So the legend recorded in those music books is true. A master whose playing reaches the pinnacle can summon countless birds with a single rendition of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. This is truly divine music. Zhang Tianla's heart trembled violently, his eyes filled with awe. Faced with this scene, Zhang Tianla was utterly dumbfounded. After all, while music books had recorded this rumor, Zhang Tianla had always found it utterly preposterous. After all, such a rumor was simply too far-fetched. Therefore, Zhang Tianla had always dismissed it as pure fabrication, a mythical embellishment spun around the piece 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Yet the scene unfolding before him proved beyond doubt that the legend was real. How could he not be stunned? At that moment, Shi Bingzhao collapsed into a seated position, utterly stunned. At this point, he couldn't muster even a shred of doubt. Holy crap! A single piece of music actually attracted birds? This was nothing short of a miracle. Faced with such a spectacle, how could Shi Bingzhao possibly harbor any lingering doubts? If you're born as Zhao, why be born as you? Heaven, what kind of demonic genius is he? Shi Bingzhao's face was etched with bitter laughter. At that moment, Shi Bingzhao's resolve shattered completely. To compose a melody that drew in real birds, such mastery was beyond his grasp, even if he were beaten to death. Faced with Suyu, who defied the heavens and possessed such monstrous talent, how could Shi Bingzhao dare to refuse to concede? I've lost. I've lost completely. And I admit it wholeheartedly. Shi Bingzhao smiled bitterly, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Shi Bingzhao was a proud man. After all, he had become a disciple of the folk instrumental master Lu Santong at a young age, inheriting Lu's legacy. He had also won the championship in the folk instrumental competition, truly a prodigy. Yet now, he realized that his so-called genius was utterly crushed before Suyu, leaving him unable to muster even a shred of pride. Suyu was simply too monstrously talented. Just as Shi Bingzhao's inner world was crumbling, his master, Lu Santong, personally called him. "Hello, master. What brings you calling?" Shi Bingzhao answered the call, his voice dripping with defeat. In this moment, Shi Bingzhao shed all traces of his usual arrogance, his entire being consumed by a sense of utter defeat. On the other end of the line, the master of folk instrumental music, Lu Santong, sighed and said, "Young Shi, you didn't lose by much. Master Su's swana playing has reached divine mastery. Forget you, even if I, your own master, faced him, I'd have no choice but to concede defeat. Go apologize to him respectfully right away. Losing to Master Su isn't something you should find hard to accept. He's truly a prodigy." Lu Santong's voice on the other end of the line was filled with admiration. He had originally called to reprimand Shi Bingzhao. But seeing Shi Bingzhao so thoroughly crushed, he couldn't bring himself to say anything more. After all, Shi Bingzhao had truly taken a heavy blow this time. Still, Lu Santong wasn't the least bit surprised by Shi Bingzhao's reaction. After all, even he himself couldn't help but be impressed. Suyu's shang playing was nothing short of divine. A single melody had drawn real birds to him, anyone witnessing that would be stunned into a state of utter disbelief. "Yes. Master, I understand." Shi Bingzhao nodded inside upon hearing his master Lu Santong's words. At this moment, Shi Bingzhao felt not a shred of pride left. His heart had long been conquered by Suyu's unearthly shang playing. Before long, Suyu had finished playing the entire piece, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Only then did the birds react, flapping their wings and flying out of the grand hall. As they flew away, each bird cast a curious glance at the swana in Suyu's hands, seemingly unable to comprehend how a human could produce the very sounds of their avian kin. After Suyu finished playing 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, Professor Zhang Tianla from Qingbei University's music department, seated nearby, was the first to break into applause, his face radiating admiration for Suyu. Following Professor Zhang's lead, the assembled elite students of Tsinghua Peking University's music department joined in applause. At that moment, the gaze they cast upon Suyu was filled with profound respect. "Thank you. Thank you all for your appreciation." Suyu offered a faint smile. "System produced, truly remarkable." At that moment, Suyu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Seeing how this piece, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, had actually drawn the birds over, Suyu felt both astonished and bewildered. After all, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that so many birds could be drawn to it. For a single piece of music to draw real birds to this place was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, Professor Zhang Tianla from Qingbei University's music department hurried forward, grasping Suyu's hand tightly with an expression of profound emotion. "Master Su, you are truly extraordinary. Today has truly opened my eyes. I never imagined such a heavenly melody existed in this world. To actually draw real birds here. I'm in awe. I'm completely blown away." Chapter 107, the entire internet is stunned, the production team is in a panic. At that moment, Professor Zhang Tianla of Qingbei's music department felt profound admiration for Suyu. The scene of 100 birds being drawn to the melody felt nothing short of a miracle to Zhang Tianla. Despite dedicating decades to music, he had never encountered anything like this. Hearing Zhang Tianla's words, Suyu merely smiled faintly, saying nothing more. His gaze then turned to Shi Bingzhao, filled with hostility as he coldly declared. Shi Bingzhao, isn't it time you honored your wager? Earlier, Shi Bingzhao had publicly challenged Suyu. While embarrassing Suyu, hadn't he also been challenging Zhang Tianla's authority? Now that Shi Bingzhao had lost, Zhang Tianla certainly wasn't going to give him any leeway. Upon hearing Zhang Tianla's words, Shi Bingzhao gave a bitter smile and nodded. He immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to Suyu. After completing this, Shi Bingzhao bowed respectfully to Suyu and said, Master Su, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please do not hold my actions against me. At that moment, Shi Bingzhao's earlier arrogance vanished completely, replaced by nothing but admiration for Suyu. After all, setting aside everything else, Suyu's masterful Swana performance alone had utterly captivated him. A single melody had drawn countless birds, a miraculous sight he had never witnessed before. Moreover, his master, Lu Santong, had personally called him earlier, instructing him to apologize to Suyu. A master's command was not something he dared disobey. Though Lu Santong hadn't threatened him directly, Shi Bingzhao understood clearly that defying his master's command would likely result in his expulsion from the sect. Precisely because of this, Shi Bingzhao now treated Suyu with utmost respect and humility. Suyu, having received the 100,000 yuan Shi Bingzhao had transferred over, was in an excellent mood. Alright, I'm in a good mood. I won't hold it against you. Suyu glanced at the bank transfer details, waved his hand, and smiled. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. God, Su's money-making speed is insane. He just casually earned another 100,000 yuan. You bet. That money-making speed is just insane. Hey, you guys up there, don't just sit there envying him. God, Su can make this much money because, at the end of the day, his skills are just too hardcore. If it were us, even if we had such a money-making opportunity right in front of us, we wouldn't be able to seize it. +1 to the above. Let's be real, Su the legend earns his quick cash through pure skill. After all, one song attracting 100 birds. Who among you could pull that off? Chances are, you've never even heard of such a thing. Absolutely. Su God's skills are beyond belief. It's like he's cheating. The live chat erupted with heated discussions. Meanwhile, online, videos of Suyu playing the Swana piece 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix were spreading like wildfire. Especially the footage of countless birds drawn to the melody, it instantly caused an uproar online. Holy. That's insane. Holy. This is insane. A single song actually drew real birds over? Contestant number 5, Suyu must be some kind of freak of nature? Holy. This has blown my mind for the entire year. This is insane. Let's be real, Su God is getting more and more insane. With skills like that, the other players are just completely crushed. When I saw Su the legend pull off that long-lost piece, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, I was completely blown away. No words needed, Su the legend is just on another level. Netizens who watched the video were left in utter shock. As the buzz spread, it quickly became a trending topic on Weibo. #mindblown. Contestant number 5, Suyu is cheating. Hashtag a single melody summons 100 birds. How insane is Suyu's Swana skill? Hashtag shock. Folk instrument master Lu Santong declares Suyu Shang playing surpasses his own. Hashtag. After these trending topics hit Weibo, the viewership in Suyu's livestream surged to new heights. Meanwhile, upon learning of Suyu's latest move, the other contestants were utterly devastated once again. How the hell are we supposed to compete now? This guy is just insane. Who can argue with that? Damn it. How can the gap between people be this huge? Arg. How am I supposed to focus on my construction site work now? What kind of monster is this Suyu? I want to report him, this Suyu is cheating. The other contestants' eyes burned with envy. A single melody summoned 100 birds together, and he even played the long-lost piece 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. To them, it was utterly unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return production team, contestant number 5, Suyu, is outrageous. When you selected him, why didn't you properly vet his background? How could he possess so many absurd skills? Director Zhang's face darkened as he spoke. Seeing Director Zhang's fury, the production staff fell silent, none daring to speak for a long while. Finally, one staff member plucked up the courage to speak. Director Zhang, we truly didn't anticipate this. Based on the intel we had, Suyu was just an ordinary worker, he definitely didn't possess all these skills. This situation completely caught us off guard. Following this staff member's lead, the others finally gathered their courage to echo. That's right. Director Zhang, Suyu's situation completely caught us off guard. Who could have imagined this guy would be so outrageous? Director Zhang, we truly didn't see this coming either. Hearing their words, Director Zhang finally felt a bit relieved. His gaze turned cold as he declared. Looks like we need to find some stronger contestants ASAP. We absolutely must suppress this Su kid. An uncontrollable contestant like this is absolutely no good for our production team. A cold gleam flashed in Director Zhang's eyes. He was already deeply dissatisfied with Su Yu. After all, Su Yu's current situation had far exceeded their expectations. While the power of the Chosen Corporation backing their production team could easily cover a 100-fold payout, Su Yu's lack of control had also sparked discontent and dissatisfaction among them. Chapter 108, Computer Offense Defense Competition, Provocation. Qingbei University. Master Su, shall I accompany you on another stroll? Qingbei University boasts quite beautiful scenery. Professor Zhang Tianla from the music department beamed at Su Yu. At this moment, in Zhang Tianla's eyes, Su Yu had become a master worthy of his utmost respect. After all, just based on Su Yu's mastery of the Swana, he was someone Zhang could only aspire to emulate. No need, no need. I'll just wander around on my own. Su Yu waved his hand and laughed upon hearing Zhang Tianla's offer. Joking aside, he wasn't seriously ill. Why would he need some old geezer tagging along on his stroll? If he was going to wander, it had to be with a pretty young lady at the very least. Ha! Fine then. Master Su, feel free to wander on your own. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Zhang Tianla nodded with a smile upon hearing Su Yu's words. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. Ha ha. I seriously suspect Master Su thinks Professor Zhang is an old geezer, which is why he doesn't want him tagging along. No way. Master Su isn't sick or anything. He'd definitely want a pretty college girl to accompany him, right? Hey, upstairs, are you talking about those college girls with that pure, innocent stupidity? Dumbcollegegirl.jpg. That image is spot on. Ha ha. Speaking of which, I heard Tsinghua and Peking University are holding a computer hacking competition today. Wonder if we'll see any real hacker geniuses? Hey, I've heard about that too. And apparently, the winner gets a million-yuan prize. What do you think? If our Su genius found out, might he suddenly decide to enter? Ahem, bro upstairs, gotta admit you're really stretching it here. Sure, our Su god is amazing, but there are limits. This is a computer hacking competition only computer geniuses can enter. Su God doesn't know computer tech, so how could he possibly? Exactly. While I'd love to see Su God crush those computer geniuses, let's be real, this stuff requires genuine computer genius. If Su God entered this competition, he'd probably end up getting thoroughly humiliated by a bunch of computer whizzes. +1 to the above. Given Su's personality, he'd probably be drawn to that $1 million prize if he knew about the competition. But that money isn't something he could actually earn. After all, people can only earn within the bounds of their own knowledge. For someone with no computer skills, facing this kind of contest would just make him a dumbstruck spectator. Exactly. Computer science isn't something just anyone can master. Looks like we won't get to see Su the genius compete in this one. Too bad. I heard the top computer science students from Tsinghua and Peking University are going up against computer geniuses from Harvard University. And apparently, those Harvard geniuses are pretty cocky. I genuinely love to see Su the genius teach those show-offs a lesson. Just keep dreaming. If Su Yu stays out of this, fine. But if he gets involved, he'll get utterly crushed by those Harvard geniuses in every way. After all, when it comes to computer tech, Su Yu is nothing but a complete novice. Oh wait, scratch that, he's practically computer illiterate. The live chat erupted with heated discussions. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained completely unaware of all this. At that moment, Su Yu was wandering around Qingbei University. I have to admit, Qingbei University is really huge. He'd been walking for quite a while and still hadn't seen everything. Well. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Might as well try my luck at the lottery for a little diversion. Su Yu scratched his nose, thinking to himself. With that thought, he immediately issued a command to the system. System, I want to draw a prize. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained God-tier computer technology. Ha? System, why did you give me this? I'm not planning to become a programmer at some big tech company. Su Yu froze slightly upon hearing the system's notification, puzzled. While those programmers did make decent money, working in that field almost guaranteed you'd end up brilliantly bald. Out of 10 programmers, at least 8 were balding or losing their hair. Precisely because of this, Su Yu genuinely had no intention of becoming a programmer. System, continue the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the Panda Burn Incense virus code. The system's notification sound rang out once more. Damn it. System, are you trying to get me locked up for sewing machines? Hearing the system's notification, Su Yu was completely dumbfounded. The Panda Burn Incense virus code. This was no joke. Back in the day, this virus had people on Earth running scared. Back then, who knows how many people were driven to the brink of collapse by this panda virus. That adorably clumsy Panda Burn Incense icon became a nightmare for countless people. And if its creator hadn't been caught back then, the damage this virus could have caused would have been even worse. This virus code is seriously messed up. Now that the system had directly handed him the panda burn incense virus code, Su Yu genuinely suspected the system was trying to send him straight to jail. However, at this moment, the perpetually aloof system still showed no intention of responding to Su Yu. Forget it. This damn system is just out to get me. Su Yu was utterly speechless. He'd made up his mind unless absolutely necessary, he'd never use this panda burn incense virus code. Otherwise, he had a strong suspicion his later years would involve spending time in prison sewing on a sewing machine. With that thought, Su Yu resumed his aimless wandering around Qingbei University. Before he knew it, he found himself at a spot crowded with onlookers. At that moment, an open field. Li Junfei, I hear you're the genius of Qingbei University's computer science department. Today, I, James Parker, will teach you a lesson. And I'll lead my team to trample every top student in your entire computer science department underfoot. When it comes to computer technology, only us eagles are the true authorities. As for your dragon country? Nothing but ignorant copycats. A young man with Western features, his face brimming with arrogance and provocation, addressed a young man with Chinese features. Chapter 109, The Showdown. The arrogant James Parker. Hearing James Park's words, Li Junfei and several members of his team turned grim. James Parker, you'd better watch your mouth. Exactly. This is Dragon Country. If you dare act so arrogant again, believe us when we say we'll make you leave lying down. Li Junfei's team members behind him all wore cold expressions, each itching to step forward and punch James Park. At that moment, the members of James Park's team also became alert. The atmosphere instantly became tense and explosive. At that moment, Li Junfei waved his hand, signaling his team to hold back. His gaze turned cold as he fixed it on James Parker and declared, James Parker, you'd better watch your words. If you've got the skills, let your work speak for itself. We'll see about that. Li Junfei was naturally quite annoyed by James Park's arrogant provocation. However, as the leader of the competition team in the computer science department at Qingbei University, he certainly wouldn't resort to physical violence against James Park. Besides, as computer science prodigies, proving their superiority through technical prowess was the most compelling form of validation. We'll see about that. James Park responded with a cold, amused smirk upon hearing Li Junfei's words. In James Parker's view, this computer offensive-defensive competition was already a sure win for their Harvard University team. After all, in terms of computer technology development, the Eagle Nation was far, far ahead of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, they had come to this competition thoroughly prepared. Not just him, but the entire team he brought along. Each member was a computer genius from Harvard University, winners of countless international computer awards. Therefore, James Parker was supremely confident in their victory for this competition. Soon, the showdown commenced. On the Qingbei University Computer Science Department side, the team led by Li Junfei swiftly established their defensive system. After all, this competition measured the strength of each team's defenses and their ability to breach the opponent's defenses. Therefore, establishing their own defense system was crucial. Before long, the Qingbei University Computer Science Department had established their three-tiered defense system. Meanwhile, James Park's team had also completed their defensive system. Commence the battle. Li Junfei's expression remained cold as he issued the command to his team. Seeing this, James Parker waved his hand, signaling his team to prepare for the offensive. Immediately, both sides launched their attacks. With the rapid tapping of code strings, this showdown of computer technology officially commenced. At that moment, the students from Qingbei University watched intently, their eyes filled with anticipation. What do you think? Can senior Li Junfei's team win? Hard to say. While Li Junfei and his team are geniuses from our university's computer science department, with exceptional technical skills, their opponent is James Park, the undisputed top computer genius at Harvard University. Moreover, the members of James Park's team are no ordinary individuals either. Each of them is a renowned computer genius in the US, having won countless international computer awards. This is going to be a tough battle. So it seems the outcome of this computer security competition is truly full of suspense. You bet. In any case, our opponents are no joke. They're the real deal. I hope senior Li Junfei and his team can prove themselves. That James Park is way too cocky, he really gets on my nerves. Honestly, when I heard that James Parker's taunts earlier, I seriously wanted to punch him in the face. Damn it! This is Dragon Country. Is this some place for a bunch of foreigners to show off? Let's wait and see. This computer security competition, in a way, is about the pride of our Dragon Nation's computing prowess. If we lose, given James Parker's personality, he'll probably brag about it everywhere and even disparage our Dragon Nation's computer industry. Let's hope senior Li Junfei and his team can help us get this revenge. I've heard this James Parker has repeatedly slandered and provoked our Dragon Nation's computer industry on social media. If we can win this hacking competition decisively, they won't have the face to keep slandering and provoking us. Students from Tsinghua and Peking University murmured coldly among themselves. Clearly, they too were deeply annoyed by this James Parker. At that moment, both James Park's team and Li Junfei's team were locked in fierce competition. The situation had reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, several professors from the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities had rushed to the scene to observe the situation. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this computer security showdown. I hope Li Junfei's team can win this competition and restore some pride for our dragon nation. Indeed. That James Parker is quite arrogant. If Li Junfei's team can defeat them, it would certainly dampen James Parker's swagger. Let's wait and see. The outcome of this competition is truly unpredictable. While James Parker is incredibly arrogant, we have to admit his computer skills are truly extraordinary. He's a genuine computer genius. And let's be honest, we can't deny that the pace of computer development over there is indeed faster than ours in Dragon Country. Although we've been catching up these past years, the gap remains significant. In short, this is a hard-fought battle full of suspense. Several professors from the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities frowned as they discussed the matter. When it came to James Parker, it wasn't just the students of Peking and Tsinghua who viewed him with anger and resentment. Even these computer science professors harbored deep-seated fury and indignation. After all, James Parker's arrogance was legendary. If possible, they naturally hoped that Li Junfei's team could thoroughly crush James Parker's arrogance. At that very moment, James Parker's team swiftly launched a fierce barrage of computer-based attacks. Chapter 110, Showdown. The first defense breached. Excellent. At this rate, it won't be long before we breach their first line of defense. Speed it up. I want them to know the power of our Eagle's computer geniuses. James Parker's face twisted into a savage grin as he spoke triumphantly. The team members he led were all computer geniuses from Harvard University in the Eagle Nation. After the recent wave of technical attacks, they were on the verge of breaching the first layer of computer defenses set up by Li Junfei's team. James Parker was thoroughly satisfied with this progress. Meanwhile, Li Junfei and his team members wore solemn expressions. Brotherly, things aren't looking good. James Parker's team is about to breach our first line of defense. It probably won't take more than a few minutes before they break through. Yeah. Those guys from James Parker's team are really something else. Our first line of defense probably won't hold out much longer. Damn it. That James Parker team is proving to be a real handful. Li Junfei's team members all frowned, their voices tinged with frustration. As computer geniuses from Tsinghua and Peking universities, they could instantly tell their first defense system was on the verge of collapse under James Parker's assault. Hearing his teammates' words, Li Junfei's expression also turned grave. Forget about them for now. How much longer until we breach their first defense system? Li Junfei clenched his jaw and asked. At this point, it was clear their initial defense system couldn't withstand James Parker's assault. Therefore, the only way to break the deadlock now was to compete with the enemy in terms of computer technology attack methods. If they could breach the enemy's first defense system just as James Parker had done, then this initial round would end in a stalemate. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage. In that case, James Parker's team would become even more arrogant and overbearing. At that moment, upon hearing Li Junfei's words, his team members all fell silent, each wearing an expression that was less than pleasant. They were acutely aware of one critical fact: they simply couldn't breach the first layer of defense systems set up by the James Parker team in the short term. This meant they were bound to lose the initial advantage right from the start. Seeing the expressions on his team members' faces, Li Junfei grasped the gravity of the situation. Damn it! This James Parker and his team are proving to be a real handful. What a tough nut to crack. Li Junfei gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Although Li Junfei had long anticipated that James Parker's team would be formidable, the reality of the situation left him feeling thoroughly disheartened. After all, at this point, this computer offensive-defensive competition was no longer just a battle for the honor of a few individuals. It had also become a contest between the computer geniuses of the Dragon Nation. To put it bluntly, this contest had become a matter of national prestige. They could afford to lose, but the dignity of the Dragon Nation could not. Focus all your efforts on breaching their first defense system. We absolutely cannot fall too far behind. Li Junfei gritted his teeth as he addressed his team members. Hearing his words, the rest of the team immediately gritted their teeth and nodded in agreement. At this point, they had no choice but to give it their all. After all, they had no other options left. They couldn't just stand by and watch the James Parker team walk all over them. With that thought, Li Junfei and his team members gritted their teeth, frantically typing away at their keyboards as they launched a fierce barrage of computer-based attacks. As strings of code flowed through the terminals, the battle between the two sides intensified. Meanwhile, the James Parker team wore expressions of smug satisfaction and ease. In stark contrast, Li Junfei's team faced dire straits. They had spent considerable time only to breach 36% of the first layer of James Parker's defense system. Worst of all, their own first line of defense had been breached by the James Parker team to 98%. It was clear that James Parker's team had gained nearly a threefold lead in their attack progress. With such a massive gap, it was essentially hopeless. Beep. 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 Alert. Alert. Our first defense system has been breached. Activating the second defense system. At that moment, the computers on Li Junfei's side all sounded alarm alerts. Hearing the alarm, Li Junfei and his team members all looked grim. Brotherly, our first defense system has been successfully breached by the enemy. What do we do now? Damn it! This James Parker team is proving to be a real handful. Li Junfei's team members all looked grim, gritting their teeth in frustration. Cold sweat poured down Li Junfei's forehead. Faced with this situation, Li Junfei felt utterly miserable, as if he had become a traitor to the Dragon Nation. But he knew all too well that he absolutely couldn't lose his composure now. With matters having reached this point, their only recourse was to breach the first layer of defense systems set up by the James Parker team as swiftly as possible. Only then could they begin to salvage the situation. Everyone, calm down. Find a way to breach their first defense system as quickly as possible. Li Junfei gritted his teeth and barked the order. Immediately, Li Junfei and his team members plunged back into the attack. Meanwhile, the James Park team wore smug expressions as they remarked, Dragon Nation's computer technology is nothing special. Didn't we breeze through their first defense system? Just as I said, Dragon Nation's computer tech is nowhere near Eagle Nation's. Li Junfei, do you admit defeat now? Ha! James Parker's face was filled with arrogance as he spoke. Hearing James Parker's words, Li Junfei and his team members all turned pale with anger. James Parker, don't get too cocky. We will break through the first layer of your team's defense system. Li Junfei gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Meanwhile, the crowd of Tsinghua and Peking University students watching the scene all wore grim expressions. Damn it! James Park's team's computer skills are actually this formidable. We're in trouble now. Chapter 111, The Arrogant James Park Team. Yeah. Who would have thought the James Parker team was this formidable? In such a short time, they've already breached the first defense system set up by Senior Li Junfei and his team. We're in deep trouble now. Who can argue with that? James Parker may be arrogant, but you have to admit he has the skills to back it up. Sigh. At this point, we can only hope Senior Li Junfei and his team can break through the first defense system set up by the James Parker team sooner rather than later. That's the only way to salvage some dignity. The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities all frowned and began murmuring among themselves. The current situation was utterly unexpected for them. After all, who could have imagined that the James Park team's computer technology would be so astonishing? In such a short time, they had managed to breach the first layer of defenses set up by Li Junfei and his team. Such computer attack techniques were simply too formidable. Seeing this, several professors from the computer science department at Peking and Tsinghua universities also frowned deeply. Who would have thought the James Parker team would come on so strong? This spells trouble. The James Parker team's computer skills are too formidable. Not just James Parker himself, but even the other members of his team are all computer geniuses from Harvard University in their Eagle Swan country. Looks like our opponents came prepared this time. Sigh. It looks like Li Junfei's team is going to take a big hit this time. The professors from the computer science departments of Tsinghua and Peking universities all wore grave expressions. At this point, the computer offensive-defensive competition was no longer merely a battle of honor between the two sides, it had become a matter of the Dragon Nation's dignity. If Li Junfei's team suffered a humiliating defeat, given James Parker and the Eagle Nation's habitual shamelessness, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to mock them relentlessly. At that moment, after breaching the first layer of defenses set up by Li Junfei's team, James Parker's team members celebrated triumphantly, clapping hands with smug expressions. Now we must press our advantage and breach their second defense system, then the third. In short, we'll achieve a complete victory and make them understand the prowess of Harvard's computer geniuses from our Eagle Nation. James Park's face was beaming with pride. Well said. That's exactly what we'll do. We must make every single person in Dragon Nation understand one fact: in the realm of computer technology, our Eagle Nation is the true supreme ruler. Exactly. This time, we'll make the Dragon Nation understand the prowess of Harvard's computer geniuses from our Eagle Nation. At that moment, the members of James Parker's team all sneered coldly with smug expressions. Soon, James Parker's team launched their second wave of attacks against the second layer of defenses set up by Li Junfei's team. It must be said that the individual capabilities of James Parker's team members were truly astonishing. In just a short while, they had already achieved a 44% breach rate against the second defense system. Meanwhile, Li Junfei's team was in dire straits. Brotherly, it's bad. James Parker's team has already breached 44% of our second defense system. We're in trouble now. Yeah. Brotherly, the opponents are just too skilled. Our team's second defense system. I'm afraid it won't be long before they completely breach it. Sigh. It's frustrating, but we have to admit this James Parker team's computer skills are truly exceptional. Li Junfei's team members all wore solemn expressions. Upon hearing his teammates' remarks, Li Junfei remained largely silent. After all, even he couldn't help but feel profound admiration for the James Parker team's computer skills at this moment. After all, their first line of defense, while not particularly formidable, was certainly not something that could be breached easily. Yet the James Park team had managed to breach it in such a short time, proof of just how advanced James Park's computer skills truly were. Don't get distracted. Focus on breaching their first line of defense. Li Junfei gritted his teeth and ordered. At this point, he had no choice but to exhaust every possible method to breach the first line of defense set up by James Park's team. Only by doing so could they barely claw back a single victory. Immediately, Li Junfei's team members exhausted every possible method, continuing their assault on the first layer of defense systems set up by James Park's team. After a while, Li Junfei's team finally succeeded in breaching the first defense system set up by James Parker's team. However, at this moment, Li Junfei and his team members showed no sign of joy on their faces. Instead, cold sweat poured down their foreheads, clearly under immense pressure. Because at that very moment, the James Park team had already breached their second layer of defense systems. Li Junfei, I told you when it comes to computer technology, only our Eagle Nation holds the lead by a mile. This is the gap. You Dragon Nation is nothing but ants in this field. James Parker's face was filled with arrogance and a cold sneer. At that moment, every member of James Park's team wore expressions of utter contempt and disdain. Witnessing this scene, the students from Peking and Tsinghua universities present all wore expressions of anger. Although in recent years, many at Peking and Tsinghua had begun to exhibit behavior of admiring foreign things and despising one's own, the vast majority of them had not forgotten their original aspirations. Now, witnessing James Parker's team spouting such arrogance, each of them felt deeply offended. This James Park is utterly arrogant. Who can argue with that? Unfortunately, it seems Senior Li Junfei and his team won't win this computer security competition. After all, their opponents are simply too formidable. Sigh. This means we're bound to be disgraced this time. The students from Tsinghua and Peking University all wore expressions of indignation. Clearly, they were all deeply dissatisfied with the arrogant behavior of James Park's team. After all, James Parker's current actions were tantamount to slapping the face of their Peking University Computer Science Department and by extension, every single person in Dragon Nation. Find a way to breach their second layer of defenses. Li Junfei gritted his teeth. Chapter 112, the situation was extremely dire. Witnessing the arrogance of James Park's team, Li Junfei felt a surge of rage welling up inside him. This instantly ignited his fury. But at this point, their only option was to find a way to breach the second defense system set up by James Parker's team. Only then could they turn the tide. Otherwise, no matter how unwilling they felt inside, there was nothing they could do. Hearing this, Li Junfei and his team members gritted their teeth and nodded in agreement. As computer technology geniuses, they understood that in this kind of computer offensive-defensive competition, the best way to silence their opponents was to shut them up with their own computer skills. And now, the James Park team had already breached their second layer of defense. Faced with this situation, their only option was to catch up to James Parker's team before they breached their third defense system. Immediately, Li Junfei's team launched their counterattack against the second defense system set up by James Parker's team. Meanwhile, the James Park team also began attacking the third defense system set up by Li Junfei's team. The confrontation between the two sides had now reached a fever pitch. Strings of computer code flew across keyboards as a barrage of attack methods unleashed. At this critical moment, Li Junfei's team dared not relax for even an instant. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Clearly, they were now facing immense challenges and psychological pressure. Brotherly, the second layer of defense they've set up is incredibly formidable. Breaking through it will be extremely difficult for us. Yeah. This James Parker team is really tough to deal with. Their second defense system is even more complex than the first. I'm afraid we don't stand a chance. Li Junfei's team members all frowned, voicing the worst possible outcome. Listening to his teammates, Li Junfei felt no inclination to respond. He was well aware of the current situation. But the problem was, as the team leader representing Tsinghua Peking University in this computer security competition, he couldn't afford to give up or lose his composure. Find a way to breach their second layer of defenses. This battle isn't just about the honor of our team, it's about the reputation of all computer professionals in our nation. We absolutely cannot lose in such a humiliating manner. Li Junfei clenched his teeth, his expression resolute. Exactly, we must not lose in a humiliating fashion. At this point, no matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Li Junfei had to face an ironclad truth. Their situation was now extremely unfavorable. It could be said that defeat was inevitable. Now, the only thing they could strive for was to avoid losing too badly. Hearing Li Junfei's words, the members of his team gritted their teeth and nodded in agreement. They, too, refused to become traitors to their nation. Given the nature of the James Park team, if the representatives from Tsinghua and Peking universities were to lose, the James Park team would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to flaunt their victory. Then, it wouldn't just be their own reputations tarnished, it would be the reputation of the entire Dragon Nation they represented. Given the current situation, defeat was inevitable. But no matter what, they couldn't afford to lose too badly. The battle between the two sides raged on. Meanwhile, the professors from Peking University's Computer Science Department wore grim expressions. Alas! Given the current situation, Li Junfei's team is almost certainly going to lose. Indeed. Their computer technology is truly formidable. That James Parker is indeed a computer genius from the Eagle Nation. His skill is truly admirable. It must be said, the Eagle Nation's Harvard team came prepared this time. Not just James Parker, but every member of their team is a top-tier computer genius. These individuals are all familiar faces who've won awards in international computer competitions. Clearly, the Eagle Nation intends to use this opportunity to thoroughly humiliate our Dragon Nation. Sigh. Though we refuse to accept it and feel bitter, we must acknowledge one thing: in the realm of computer technology, our Dragon Nation still lags significantly behind the Eagle Nation. At this point, all we can do is hope Li Junfei's team doesn't lose too badly and salvage some dignity. After all, they represent our strongest computer science talent right now. If even they can't pull it off, there's no chance for anyone else. Several professors from the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities all wore worried expressions. The current situation was extremely unfavorable. The James Park team was advancing relentlessly, employing exceptionally aggressive tactics. In a mere moment, they had breached the second layer of defenses set up by Li Junfei's team and were now launching a fierce assault on the third layer. Given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before James Parker's team breached the third defense system. Meanwhile, Li Junfei's team was clearly facing another thorny problem with their second defense system. Brother Li, things are looking dire. Their second defense isn't just impenetrable, it's equipped with powerful counterattack capabilities. Yeah. Based on the current situation, it's going to be tough for us to break through their second defense system. Li Junfei's team members all spoke in subdued voices. Naturally, none of them wanted to accept this outcome. Yet the reality before them forced them to acknowledge one thing: breaching the enemy's defense system was extremely difficult. In fact, the difficulty far exceeded their wildest expectations. At that moment, Li Junfei heard the words from his team members. His expression darkened, his eyes fixed on the situation before him. He was well aware of this harsh reality. The problem was, this computer security competition had become about more than just their team's honor. It had become a battle for the prestige of two nations. They could lose, but national prestige must not be compromised. With this thought, Li Junfei gritted his teeth and continued launching attacks against the second layer of defenses set up by the James Park team. Seeing this, the members of Li Junfei's team sighed and continued to coordinate with him in launching their technical assaults. Chapter 113, Defeated, Siyu steps in. The current situation was truly giving Li Junfei's team a massive headache. Their only hope was that the James Parker team's attack would slow down. However, things took an unexpected turn. James Parker's team unleashed an exceptionally fierce computer attack. In mere moments, they breached the third layer of defenses set up by Li Junfei's team. Ding ding! Alert! Alert! Our third defense system has been breached. Red alert prompts flashed across the computer screens of Li Junfei's team. Witnessing this, the members of Li Junfei's team instantly turned pale. The current situation had far exceeded their expectations. The current situation was absolutely devastating and unbearable for them. After all, they could never have imagined the situation would unfold this way. All three layers of their defense systems had been breached by the James Park team. Meanwhile, they hadn't even managed to breach the enemy's second defense system. They'd suffered a humiliating defeat. Brotherly, ugh. At that moment, the members of Li Junfei's team all wore expressions of bitter disappointment. The current situation dealt them a massive blow. A truly massive one. They truly hadn't anticipated things turning out this way. After all, they had truly given it their all. Yet the outcome remained utterly unacceptable. The gap was simply too vast. At that moment, the students from Peking and Tsinghua universities present all wore grim expressions. Ugh. We ended up losing so badly after all. Senior Li Junfei and the others gave it their all, but the other team's computer skills were just too formidable. They breached all three of our defense systems. We lost in such a humiliating way. Who can argue with that? They were just too good. Now, the James Park team must be feeling incredibly cocky. The students from Tsinghua and Peking University all wore grim expressions. Faced with this situation, each of them felt a deep sense of resentment. At that moment, several professors from the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities sighed in defeat. It seems our Dragon Nation truly lags far behind Eagle Nation in computer technology. Damn it! This defeat is truly embarrassing. It seems the James Park team will only grow more arrogant now. And not just them. Frankly, this computer security competition was clearly orchestrated by the Eagle Nation to humiliate our Dragon Nation. Truthfully, I anticipated this outcome, though I never imagined the gap between us and them would be this vast. You can't blame Li Junfei's team for this. After all, such a gap isn't something you can close overnight. The professors from Tsinghua and Peking University's computer science departments all sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, members of the James Park team rose triumphantly, adopting the haughty posture of victors as they sneered. I told you, in terms of computer technology, your Dragon Nation lags far behind us. Li Junfei? Ha! I hear you're Dragon Nation's top computer genius? Well, I see you're nothing special after all. Your fame in Dragon Nation stems solely from never having faced my team. Now, let me ask, is there anyone left in your Dragon Nation who still dares to disagree? Ha! A bunch of weaklings. James Parker's face was etched with smugness and scorn. Behind him, the members of his team shared the same look of scorn and triumph. Seeing their arrogant demeanor, the students from Tianjuan Peking University clenched their fists tightly, their expressions darkening. Yet they had no words to counter. After all, the computer skills of James Park's team were simply too formidable. They were simply no match for them. Seeing no one from the Dragon Nation side step forward, James Park's team grew even more arrogant and smug. TSK, TSK, TSK. I even resorted to using your Dragon Nation's provocation tactic, yet not a single one of you dares to step forward. Ha! In this state, you dare claim your Dragon Nation has risen and revived over the years? Ridiculous. Before our great Eagle Nation, your Dragon Nation has always been nothing but a little brother. Losers. Ha 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 ha. James Parker taunted them arrogantly. Just then, a young man's voice rang out coldly. I'll let you bastards gloat for a moment. Don't get too carried away. If you think you can take me on, I'll show you what it means to know your place. At these words, everyone present turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. There stood a young man holding a swana, his expression dark as he glared at James Parker's group. Indeed, this youth was none other than Suyu. Earlier, Suyu had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, with no intention of intervening. After all, he'd preferred to stay out of it unless absolutely necessary. But the arrogance and provocation of the James Parker team had finally pushed Suyu over the edge. At this point, he had no choice but to intervene. After all, if James Parker were allowed to continue his arrogant provocation here, the Dragon Nation would be left utterly disgraced. Meanwhile, the students from Qingbei University present all frowned upon seeing Suyu. Who is he? Is there someone like this in our Tsinghua Peking University Computer Science Department? No clue. All I know is that the top talents in our department are seniors like Li Junfei. As for this guy? Never heard of him. Weird. Why does this guy look familiar? Like I've seen him somewhere before. Wait. He's holding a swana. Could he be contestant number 5 from the show Hundredfold Return, Suyu? Holy crap. It really is him. Weird, how did he end up here? The Tsinghua and Peking University students present couldn't help but start whispering among themselves upon seeing Suyu. Meanwhile, in the Hundredfold Return livestream. Holy crap. What the hell is Su the Legend up to now? This is a computer security competition, not a swana contest. What the hell is he doing here? Don't tell me he's here to stick his neck out for someone? Please don't cause trouble. After all, he doesn't know anything about computer technology. If he tries to intervene, he'll just be delivering himself to the enemy on a silver platter. Exactly. Sure, Su the Great is talented, but this requires the right circumstances. He doesn't know computer technology. Going up there is just asking to be crushed. Chapter 114, as long as there's prize money, let the battle begin. Right now, the viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but buzz with discussion. In their eyes, Suyu stepping forward now felt like he was forcing himself into the spotlight. After all, this wasn't just any competition, it was a computer security contest. In such an arena, only true computer geniuses had the credentials to compete. Even the formidable computer geniuses like Li Junfei's team had already fallen to James Parker and his crew. To put it bluntly, Suyu stepping forward now was nothing short of delivering a gift to the enemy. It was akin to a hero in honor of kings dashing straight under the enemy tower without minion support, pure suicide. At that moment, several professors from the Computer Science Department of Qingbei University also looked at Suyu with puzzled expressions. Old Zhang, whose student is this? Yours? Could it be another newly minted computer genius? He's definitely not mine. Old Su, I thought he might be yours. I've never heard of any computer genius like this at Qingbei University. Stop guessing. This isn't any of our students. Strictly speaking, he's not even part of our Tsinghua Peking University. I know this guy. He's Suyu, who appeared on a show called Hundredfold Return. I just heard he was invited by Professor Zhang from the music department to play the swana. Apparently, this kid's swana skills are incredible. He even beat Shi Bingzhao, the successor of folk music master Lu Santong. A swana master? That's pretty impressive. But isn't he in the wrong place? This is a computer security competition, not a swana contest. And we're facing Team James Park. Their computer skills are already mind-blowing. What's a swana player doing crashing our event? Exactly. I just don't get where he gets his confidence from. If he wants to play the swana, let him play it properly. What's he doing causing a scene here? It's embarrassing enough that our Tsinghua Peking University computer geniuses lost to the James Park team. Why does he have to come out and make us look like fools? Does he want them to laugh at us even harder? Upon learning Suyu's identity, several professors from Qingbei University's computer science department frowned, their faces brimming with irritation. Clearly, they were deeply dissatisfied with Suyu's current behavior. In their view, this was no occasion for someone like Suyu to meddle in. After all, this was a computer security competition, not some sham playing contest. Suyu stepping forward now would only make a fool of himself. Meanwhile, upon hearing Suyu's words, the members of the James Park team also wore cold expressions. Kid, who the hell are you? I've never heard of anyone like you at Qingbei University. How does your computer skill stack up against Li Junfei's team? Oomph. Without real talent, what gives you the nerve to come spouting off in front of us? James Park sneered with utter disdain. Hearing this, Suyu sneered coldly. Can't you tell I'm not from Qingbei University? I'm a trumpet player. But when it comes to computer skills, I happen to know a little bit about that too. Dealing with you arrogant foreign pigs is a piece of cake. Originally, Suyu hadn't intended to make such a spectacle of himself. But the members of the James Park team were simply too arrogant, and Suyu couldn't stand it. Since he decided to make a scene, he naturally showed no mercy whatsoever. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Damn! That's our God Su for you, starting right off with insults. When it comes to toughness, few can match our God Su. Exactly. Anyone else would be groveling at the sight of a foreigner, but God Su? He starts with foreign pig and ends with ing bastard. When it comes to class, God Su might not be completely without it, but he's definitely not on that level. Ha ha. Honestly, seeing Su God trash talking the James Parker team here makes me feel strangely satisfied. Totally. Nothing beats a good rant. Though, to be fair, Master Su might be in the wrong place right now. This is a computer security competition, after all. A Swana player showing up here feels a bit out of place. Viewers in the livestream chat couldn't help but buzz with discussion. While they felt vindicated by Suyu's direct attacks on the James Parker team, they didn't believe he could actually outsmart them. After all, this wasn't a Swana competition, it was a computer security contest. Only computer geniuses could compete at this level. And Suyu, a Swana player? How could he possibly handle computer technology? Kid, you're asking for trouble. James Parker's face darkened with fury at Suyu's words. He never imagined Suyu's skills could be so unexpectedly high. Now, the members of James Parker's team behind him glared at Suyu with hostility. They too were thoroughly infuriated by Suyu's earlier polite greeting. But Suyu showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he asked, Gentlemen from the Eagle Nation, let me ask you this, is it true that the winner gets to take home $1 million prize? Cash payment? Or installments? Suyu's question left everyone present utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why he would ask such a thing. After all, prizes in such competitions were often merely token incentives. The vast majority of participants entered for the honor alone. But Suyu? He starts by asking about the prize money? Hearing this, the members of the James Parker team were equally bewildered. Still, James Parker spoke up. Of course it's real. But you, with your shabby sham, claim to understand computer technology? Ha! Do you even know how to turn on a computer? As he spoke, James Parker and the team members behind him wore expressions of utter contempt and disdain. Money talks. Alright then, you bunch of jerks from the Eagle Nation, cut the crap and let's get this show on the road. I'll take on your entire team single-handedly. 3 layers of defense systems, huh? Bring it on. Suyu ignored James Parker and his crew entirely, speaking to himself. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return live stream room. Holy crap. Just as expected, Su God is here for the prize money. That's our man Su for you. He's got his eyes on the cash. Chapter 115, Handling the Intrusion Attack Methods in Minutes. Gotta say, this whole only money matters vibe is so damn Suyu. Hilarious. That's Suyu for you. The moment he hears about money, his eyes instantly switch to green light scan mode. Who says otherwise? Suyu gets so excited about money, his mouth practically twists into a grin. I think Master Su might be a bit overconfident this time. While that $1 million prize is tempting, only a computer genius could win it. Plus, even Li Junfei's team just lost to James Parker's crew. Master Su stepping up now feels like he's offering himself up as cannon fodder. The live chat erupted with heated discussion. They all felt, to varying degrees, that Suyu's actions were somewhat ill-timed. After all, given the current situation, Suyu stepping forward felt decidedly out of place. Especially since he was still holding a swana, a traditional Chinese instrument which had absolutely nothing to do with a computer security competition. At that moment, everyone present shared this sentiment. Ha! Good. Very good. Kid, since you're so eager to throw yourself into the fire, we'll oblige you. James Parker laughed upon hearing Suyu actually intended to compete with their team in computer hacking skills. At that moment, James Park's face was filled with boundless contempt. Similarly, the few people behind James Park were equally filled with contempt for Suyu. In their eyes, Suyu's current actions were nothing short of utter recklessness. Are you kidding? This was a computer offensive-defensive competition. Those qualified to participate were undoubtedly top-tier computer geniuses. And Suyu, a mere trumpet player, showing up here? What else could it be but suicide? At that moment, Suyu ignored James Park and his group. Instead, he turned to Li Junfei's team and said, Can I borrow your computer? Okay? Hearing this, Li Junfei's team members all turned to look at Li Junfei, seeking his approval. Upon hearing Su Yu's request, Li Junfei nodded and replied. Lending you our computer is certainly no problem. However, our computer's triple defense system was just attacked and collapsed by the other side. The system is already completely broken and riddled with vulnerabilities. Are you sure you can handle it? Su Yu smiled at Li Junfei's words and replied. A few system vulnerabilities? That's nothing. I'll have it sorted in minutes. As long as you're willing to lend me the computers. With that, Su Yu walked over to the computers used by Li Junfei's team. He began typing a string of computer code and initiated a forced execution. As he watched Su Yu input the code in just a few moments, Li Junfei's expression began to shift. He was stunned to discover that the sequence of code Su Yu had just entered was incredibly intricate yet remarkably concise. A master. Li Junfei and his team members all shared this thought upon witnessing Su Yu's actions. Clearly, they hadn't anticipated Su Yu possessing such formidable computer skills. Alright. Now it's up to you. Li Junfei looked at Su Yu with a serious expression as he spoke. His team had just lost to the James Parker team, leaving Li Junfei feeling deeply remorseful and ashamed. Truthfully, Li Junfei hadn't trusted Su Yu one bit. After all, Su Yu was still holding a suona in his hands. Judging by Su Yu's appearance alone, he certainly didn't look like someone who understood computer technology. However, Su Yu's actions just now had utterly stunned him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of James Park's team saw their computers display notifications that all traces of the intrusion had been completely erased. Their expressions darkened. Stay alert. This kid's got some skills. James Park's face turned ashen. Seeing their entire team's intrusion methods wiped clean by Su Yu in mere moments, an ominous foreboding instinctively gripped James Parker. Behind him, the other team members nodded solemnly. Clearly, Su Yu's recent moves had earned their serious attention. Meanwhile, the students from Qingbei University present watched the scene unfold, their faces lighting up with curiosity. Holy crap! Does this guy actually know computer technology? He just wiped out all of James Park's team's hacking methods. That looks pretty impressive. You bet. Who'd have thought this guy playing the suona actually knows computer technology? This is getting ridiculous. Let's see. For some reason, I'm actually feeling strangely hopeful now. My gut tells me this guy might just pull off something surprising. Me too. Though I have no clue where this weird feeling is coming from. The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. Meanwhile, the professors from the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities witnessed the scene, their faces equally filled with astonishment. This kid's got some real skill. Indeed. To eliminate all of James Park's team's intrusion methods in such a short time, that shows some skill. Hope this kid can give us a little surprise. If he actually wins, that'll be quite the spectacle. That James Parker is way too cocky. If someone could put him in his place, that'd be perfect. Exactly. Let's hope so. I'm really fed up with this guy. Especially since their Eagle Nation is clearly targeting us Dragon Nation this time. Several professors from the computer science departments of Tsinghua and Peking universities couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Su Yu's earlier display had instantly commanded their attention. After all, clearing out all of James Park's team's intrusion attacks in such a short time required real skill. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy! This is insane. Su Yu actually knows computer science? What the hell? +1 to the above. This situation has me stunned too. What kind of prodigy is this Su God? Holy crap! Could a miracle actually be happening? Turns out God tier Su is a computer genius too. Chapter 116, Su Yu's defense system. The viewers in the livestream were all dumbfounded and speechless. Watching Su Yu actually start typing away at the computer, banging out strings of code, they couldn't help but question their own existence. After all, this was computer technology. Without years of dedicated study, mastering this was simply impossible. And what's more, Su Yu was facing off against the James Parker team. Even Li Junfei's team had fallen to them, yet here was Su Yu, effortlessly neutralizing James Parker's team's entire intrusion attack strategy in just a couple of moves. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it? Meanwhile, Su Yu had already begun setting up 3 layers of defense systems. Strings of code flowed from Su Yu's fingers as he typed. These seemingly ordinary lines of code left Li Junfei and his team members staring wide-eyed. Broly, this guy's a master. Holy crap! His coding is so smooth it's flying. This tech is insane. Li Junfei and his team members were all stunned. At that moment, Li Junfei's head was buzzing. As a top graduate from the computer science department at Peking University and Tsinghua University, and a computer genius who had won countless computer competitions, he naturally carried a certain pride within him. In other words, in the realm of computer technology, very few people commanded his respect. Originally, Li Junfei hadn't given Su Yu much thought either. Even after Su Yu swiftly neutralized the Jam Park team's intrusion tactics, he had only slightly raised his estimation of Su Yu. But now, his attitude towards Su Yu had completely changed. The strings of code Suyu had just typed out had genuinely stunned him. That seemingly ordinary code was actually the underlying logic of an extremely sophisticated defense system. How did he do that? Li Junfei stared at Suyu in utter bewilderment, his emotions churning. At that moment, the computer science professors from Qingbei University were equally astonished. This skill is undoubtedly top tier. Indeed. The underlying operational logic of this code is astonishing, virtually bug-free. Such skill would be unmatched even at our prestigious Qingbei University. Who could disagree? I always thought Li Junfei was a rare computer genius, but compared to this young man, Li Junfei doesn't even come close. Several professors from Peking and Tsinghua's computer science departments were utterly speechless, exchanging stunned glances as shock surged through their hearts. As for what everyone was thinking, Suyu couldn't care less. By now, he had already set up all 3 defense systems. Truly the work of the system. This god-tier computer technology is indeed formidable. Suyu glanced at the 3 defense systems he had just set up, smiling with satisfaction as he thought to himself. Then, his expression turning amused, he looked at the members of the James Park team and sneered coldly. "You foreign pigs over there, let's begin." Hearing Suyu's words, James Parker and his team paled. They never imagined Suyu could set up 3 defense systems in such a short time. His speed was absurdly fast. After all, while their own team had also set up 3 defense systems, it took the combined efforts of several members to achieve such efficiency. But Suyu? He'd accomplished it all by himself? This was utterly absurd. What the hell is this guy's background? He's just one person, and he set up 3 defense systems this fast? Yeah. That efficiency is just insane. The team members behind James Parker all frowned, finding it hard to accept. Meanwhile, James Parker's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and declared, "What's there to fear? He's just one person." Achieving anything significant in computer technology has never been the work of a single individual. The reason he managed to set up 3 defense systems so quickly is likely because he sacrificed defense strength to do it. Such defenses are bound to be riddled with countless vulnerabilities. Once we launch our attack, those 3 layers will be as useless as paper. With that conviction solidified, James Park sneered derisively. "Ha! People from the Dragon Nation are always so ignorant and foolish. I see him as nothing but a flash in the pan. Even if he does know a bit about computer technology, it's definitely not much." In James Parker's view, the only way Suyu could have built 3 defense systems so quickly was by sacrificing their effectiveness. Such defense systems were invariably riddled with bugs. With their advanced hacking techniques, breaching such defenses would be child's play. Hearing James Parker's words, the team members behind him nodded in agreement, their confidence soaring. "In that case, let's begin." "Perfect. Let's show this ignorant Dragon Nation man just how formidable the James Park team is." The members of the James Park team all sneered coldly. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap! Master Su finished 3 defense systems this fast? Seriously? That speed is insane. You bet. Just think, even Li Junfei's team took ages to set up 3 defenses earlier. Master Su's efficiency is mind-blowing. No words needed. Su the Great, you rock. Hold up, I'm not so sure. Don't forget, in computer technology, speed doesn't mean everything, it's all about effectiveness. If the defense systems are full of bugs, they'll be useless against advanced hacking techniques. My guess is, Master Su's 3 defense systems probably have major flaws. Ha? So you're saying Master Su is going to lose? Bro, are you kidding? Master Su is talented, but he's up against the James Parker team. Sure, they're arrogant jerks who deserve a good punch, but let's be real, they're top-tier computer geniuses. How could Master Su possibly win against them? Looks like Su the Legend is doomed to lose this time. Man, what a shame. I really wanted to see him humiliate that arrogant James Parker team. Who wouldn't? But wishful thinking aside, reality is just that harsh. Su the Great is doomed to lose this time. Chapter 117, an absurdly robust defense system. The livestream audience buzzed with discussion. In their eyes, Suyu was almost certainly going to lose this time. After all, his opponent this time was the James Parker team. While the members of the James Parker team were notoriously arrogant, one couldn't deny they had every reason to be. Not to mention the team leader, James Parker himself, but even the few members behind him were internationally renowned geniuses in the field of computer technology. Now, what about Suyu? Even if Suyu was some kind of computer genius, he was still just one person. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. In the realm of computing, the power of a team always far surpasses that of a single individual. At this moment, the members of James Park's team all had fierce glints in their eyes. They were determined to launch a thunderous assault, completely breaching and attacking the 3 layers of defense systems Suyu had set up. After all, Suyu's earlier tirade had infuriated every single one of them. Go all out. I'll show this dragon country brat what real professionalism looks like. James Parker's eyes flashed with malice as he addressed his team members. Upon hearing James Parker's words, his teammates nodded in unison, their faces brimming with eager anticipation. In the next instant, the two sides formally clashed. Before long, James Parker's team began launching their intrusion attack virus. At that moment, an intrusion alert flashed on Suyu's computer screen. Oomph. Is that all you've got? Suyu glanced at James Park's team's hacking methods and couldn't help but sneer coldly. While James Park's team's hacking techniques were fairly sophisticated, they were utterly child's play against the defenses he had set up. The difference was like a kindergarten kid trying to arm wrestle a grown man. It wouldn't even make a ripple. To put it bluntly, in just a moment, the first layer of his defense system effortlessly intercepted the entire invasion attack launched by the James Parker team. Meanwhile, on James Park's end, the team members' expressions darkened. James, our intrusion attack virus has been completely blocked. We never even got a chance to activate it. Yeah. Their defense system is tricky. Our attack virus can't get through at all. The expressions on James Park's team members darkened. They had assumed Suyu's defense system would be riddled with bugs, but to their shock, every single one of their intrusion attack viruses was intercepted within minutes. As he listened to his team's words, James Park clenched his teeth, unable to utter a single word. Right now, James Park himself was utterly perplexed. He had assumed that a defense system set up by an amateur like Suyu would be riddled with flaws, and that their team's hacking skills would make short work of it. But the current situation had completely defied his expectations. Try a different virus. I refuse to believe that with our team's skills, we can't take down this amateur. James Park gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Meanwhile, Lee Junfei's team members standing behind Suyu were utterly dumbfounded. Broly, his defense system is insane. Yeah. James Parker's team's intrusion attack viruses couldn't hide it all against his defense system. And the most insane part is, this is only the first layer of defense. The first layer is already this insane? This is just too ridiculous. Lee Junfei's team members all gaped in astonishment. Seeing Suyu's first layer of defense effortlessly intercept the intrusion attack virus deployed by the James Parker team left them utterly stunned. After all, they had just witnessed the full power of the James Parker team's hacking techniques firsthand. Even though they felt a bit reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge that the James Parker team's computer skills were absolutely top-notch. Yet now, the very same viruses couldn't even breach Suyu's first line of defense. It was almost beyond belief. He's the real deal. Lee Junfei exclaimed, his eyes filled with awe. After witnessing the computer skills Suyu had displayed, Lee Junfei was utterly conquered by him. And here I was, thinking I was a computer genius. Compared to him, I'm nothing but a rookie. No. I don't even have the right to compare myself to him. Lee Junfei couldn't help but think with a bitter smile. Before this, Lee Junfei had always considered himself an absolute genius in the field of computer technology. But now, he couldn't help but question his entire life. After all, facing the first layer of defense system Suyu had set up, he knew he had no chance of cracking it with his current skills. At that moment, the professors from Tsinghua and Peking University's computer science departments were equally stunned into speechlessness. What kind of prodigy is this guy? His computer skills are insane. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never believe anyone could make the first defense system this insane. Our Dragon Nation has produced a true computer genius. Given time, this young man will undoubtedly become a titan in our nation's computer science field. He's a prodigy. We must recruit this computer genius to Peking University. With him on our team, our computer science department will dominate every other university. This kid is a treasure. The professors from Qingbei University's computer science department were all brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. At that moment, the way they looked at Suyu was practically glowing. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy! Is this real? Am I seeing things? Su God's first defense system is that powerful? The attack and defense methods of the James Parker team are completely useless against it. Holy crap! I'm blown away. Totally blown away. Just based on Su's defense system alone, the James Parker team must be questioning their entire existence right now. Who says otherwise? With Su God's defense system, he's basically coasting to victory. Hey, I think you're jumping the gun a bit. While Su's defense system is indeed incredible, based on the current situation, it's at best a draw. Haven't you noticed that Su hasn't launched any offensive attacks against the James Parker team yet? Chapter 118, Does Suyu lack invasion attack skills? Hey, are you implying that Su only knows how to set up defense systems but doesn't understand invasion attack techniques? Exactly. It's hard to swallow, but that's the truth. The only explanation for Su not launching an intrusion attack against the James Parker team by now is that he's not skilled in that area. Damn. Your analysis is logical and convincing. Too bad. I really wanted to see Su God crush the James Park team. But given the current situation, I reckon it'll end in a draw at best. Neither side can gain the upper hand. I think it's already pretty impressive. After all, even Lee Junfei's team lost to James Parker's crew. For Su Dashi to manage a draw against them is quite remarkable. The comments section erupted. In their view, the fact that Suyu hadn't launched any invasion attacks against James Parker's team so far could only mean one thing: Suyu simply didn't understand that aspect. At this moment, Lee Junfei's team members shared the same belief. After watching Suyu finish setting up 3 defense systems and then just standing around, they couldn't help but suspect he lacked the technical know-how for invasion attacks. Broly, could it be he doesn't know how to launch an intrusion attack? Yeah. He's been standing there motionless for ages. This is getting weird. What a waste. His defensive skills are top-notch. If only he knew how to launch intrusive attacks too, he could really give the James Parker team a taste of their own medicine. Given the current situation, I reckon we'll be lucky to break even. Lee Junfei's team members couldn't help but sigh. To them, Suyu's prolonged inaction could only mean one thing: he simply didn't possess the technical skills for intrusion attacks. And if that was the case, the outcome of this computer defense competition would be nothing more than a draw. It is a pity. But everyone has their own area of expertise. His skills in defense systems are top-notch, so it's only natural he doesn't know hacking techniques. Human resources are finite. It's quite common. At that moment, Lee Junfei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Suspecting that Suyu likely lacked expertise in offensive hacking techniques, Lee Junfei couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. After all, no matter how exceptional Suyu's defensive system skills were, they could only defend, not attack. And in this computer offensive defensive competition, what truly mattered most was expertise in intrusion and attack techniques. Defense was merely the skill of guarding one's home. The true key to victory lay in offense. Someone like Suyu still had a lot to learn. After all, one couldn't spend their entire life merely defending. Still, the thought that Suyu's offensive hacking skills fell short of his own couldn't help but make Lee Junfei feel a bit smug. After all, in the realm of defense systems, he had been utterly crushed by Suyu. Suyu's skills in defense systems were downright monstrous, utterly absurd. Thankfully, he knows nothing about intrusion and attack techniques. Otherwise, my position as the genius top student in Tsinghua Peking University's computer science department would surely be in jeopardy after today. Lee Junfei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As a prominent figure in Tsinghua Peking University's computer science department, he still valued his reputation. While he wasn't exactly jealous of Suyu, if Suyu were to completely outclass him in every aspect, it would be incredibly humiliating. After all, no one wants to be thoroughly outclassed in every way. At this moment, even several professors from Qingbei University's computer science department shared the belief that Suyu likely possessed no expertise in intrusion attack techniques. It's a shame. This young man's skills in defense systems are truly unmatched, even we can't compare to him. But he probably doesn't know a thing about intrusion attacks. True. But this kid is talent worth cultivating. It's actually good he doesn't know hacking techniques, that way we can train him in that area too. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the qualifications to take him as a student. Ha ha. Guys, I'm claiming this kid. Starting today, he's my student, Zhao Hanyu's student. Don't try to steal him from me. Old Zhao, forget about everything else. But I can't let a talent like this slip away. I want him. A computer genius like him with just a little cultivation will absolutely be a force to be reckoned with. And old Zhao, if I remember correctly, Lee Junfei is your student, right? You already have this computer genius under your wing, and you still want to compete with me for him? I don't care. Anyway, this young man named Suyu, I want him. Starting today, he's my student, Lee Mubai's student. Damn it. Old Lee, have you no shame? Sure, old Zhao has Lee Junfei, the computer genius, but haven't you taken on Zhu Beiyusen, the female computer prodigy? Now she's even gone to work as a cybersecurity technical advisor for the police. Each of you has your own star pupil, but I still don't have one. I don't care, this kid has to be my student. Don't you dare try to steal him from me. Or else I'll lose my temper. The professors from Tsinghua and Peking University's computer science departments began murmuring among themselves. Learning that Suyu likely lacked expertise in hacking and attack techniques, they all felt a pang of regret. Yet amidst their regret, they also felt a surge of excitement. After all, if Suyu knew everything, none of them would be qualified to be his teacher. To put it bluntly, just his expertise in defense systems alone completely outclassed theirs. When it came to defense systems, none of them had the confidence to claim they could teach him anything. Therefore, upon learning Suyu lacked expertise in intrusion attack techniques, they sensed their chance to recruit a student had arrived. Meanwhile, the James Parker team discovered their intrusion attacks couldn't breach Suyu's defense system, leaving them thoroughly frustrated. How the hell did he pull this off? This defense system is like a fortress. We've deployed every hacking virus in our arsenal, yet we can't find a single vulnerability. His defense system is beyond belief. Yeah. Thank goodness he doesn't know hacking techniques. Otherwise, we might have really stumbled in the gutter today. James Park's team members were now thoroughly stumped. Faced with Suyu's defense system, they couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. They deployed every hacking technique in their arsenal, yet none could breach Suyu's defenses. Chapter 119, Stunned. This kid is too damn talented. The current situation left the members of James Park's team feeling utterly helpless. They had deployed every possible hacking and attack method, yet none could breach Suyu's defense system. Even the first layer of defenses had left them with throbbing headaches. Now, James Parker's face darkened. His pride and joy those hacking techniques had been utterly mocked by Suyu's defenses, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. That damn Dragon Nation bastard. James Parker slammed his fist on the table in rage, feeling utterly humiliated. He had come to Dragon Country for this computer security competition, having already boasted that he would crush all of Dragon Country's computer geniuses and uphold the prestige of his Harvard University Computer Science Department. Initially, his plan had been executing flawlessly. Li Junfei's team had been thoroughly crushed. It was a complete rout. Before this, James Parker had already been anticipating the scene of returning to the Eagle Nation to be revered. But he never imagined he would end up falling at the hands of Suyu. Oomph. At least we didn't lose. That Dragon Nation guy named Suyu's defense system is indeed formidable, but he has zero skill in offensive hacking techniques. This computer defense competition is, at best, a draw. James Parker snorted coldly, his tone brimming with arrogance. He had to admit, Suyu's defense system was impressive. But at this moment, James Park didn't dwell on it too much. After all, while his team couldn't defeat Suyu, Suyu couldn't defeat them either. Hearing James Park's words, the team members behind him nodded in agreement, letting out a collective sigh of relief. True. This Dragon Nation guy is only skilled in defense systems. When it comes to intrusion and attack techniques, he's clueless. Oomph. While this Dragon Nation guy's defense system tech is impressive, a computer genius who doesn't understand intrusion and attack techniques is nothing to fear. James Park's team members sneered repeatedly, their hearts finally at ease. After all, no matter how formidable Suyu's defense systems were, without expertise in offensive penetration techniques, he was nothing but a paper tiger. But just then, Suyu shot a cold glance at James Parker's team and sneered. Is that all you foreign pigs have got? Oomph. Since your hacking skills are so pathetic, it's my turn now. At Suyu's words, the members of James Park's team frowned, puzzled. Dragon Nation man, what are you pretending to be? Ha! You don't understand computer hacking techniques at all. Even if you had the chance, you couldn't pull it off. Exactly. You Dragon Country people sure know how to put on a show. No skills, yet you insist on bragging? Ridiculous. The members of James Parker's team sneered with scorn. To them, Suyu's words were utter nonsense. How dare someone who knows nothing about hacking and cyber attacks spout such nonsense? At that moment, Li Junfei and his team members heard Suyu's words, their eyes equally filled with astonishment and suspicion. They had already dismissed Suyu as ignorant of hacking techniques. Now, hearing his words, they instinctively assumed he was bluffing the James Park team. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap! What's going on? Didn't they say Suyu doesn't know anything about hacking? But look at him, he's clearly preparing to launch an attack. My guess is, Suyu might be intentionally throwing out a smokescreen to scare the James Parker team. Now that you mention it, that's actually possible. After all, if Suyu doesn't know anything about intrusion attack techniques, how could he possibly have that kind of capability? Viewers in the livestream chat erupted into a flurry of comments. In their view, Master Su was most likely just bluffing, trying to intimidate the James Park team. After all, aside from that possibility, there was no other plausible explanation. But just then, Suyu began rapidly typing away, generating strings of code. Die, you stupid foreign pig. Suyu gave a cold laugh before formally launching his computer intrusion attack. Meanwhile, Li Junfei and his team members, who had been somewhat unconcerned until now, saw the strings of code Suyu was typing and their expressions abruptly changed. Li Junfei, in particular, stared wide-eyed. How is this possible? Li Junfei stared at the code Suyu was typing, his mind churning like a storm-tossed sea, churning up endless waves. His hands and legs trembled with shock. As a top-tier computer genius from Qingbei University's Computer Science Department, he could instantly recognize the extraordinary nature of the code Suyu had typed out. And precisely because of this, Li Junfei felt his entire worldview crumbling. This was insane. Suyu's computer skills were terrifyingly advanced. Is this even human? Broly, this guy is just insane? The computer code he's typing out is way too advanced. Yeah. Just one glance, and I can tell how powerful this code is. Is this guy even human? It's insane. I'm blown away. I'm completely blown away. Not only is his defense system tech incredible, but his hacking and attack skills are terrifyingly advanced too. Li Junfei's team members all gaped in astonishment, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, the computer science professors from Qingbei University were also left speechless. Well, this guy is a complete prodigy. I used to think he didn't understand hacking techniques, but now it's clear he doesn't just understand them, he's off the charts. I was considering taking him on as a student, but now I realize I'm not worthy. This kid's computer skills are light years ahead of us old-timers. Heh, old Zhao, old Xia, you're out of luck this time. This young man named Suyu is incredibly talented in computer science. While I can't take him as a student, I can introduce him to a girl. I have that excellent student of mine, Zhuge Yusin. She's currently a cybersecurity technical advisor for the police. If these two were to get together, they'd be a perfect match. Ha ha. At that moment, the computer science professor named Li Mubai beamed with pride. Damn it! Old Li, you're so unfair. How despicable. Why don't I have a genius female student in computer science? Damn it! Old Li, you're such a sly fox. Chapter 120, The Hot Commodity, Second Defense System. At that moment, the eyes of several computer science professors from Tsinghua and Peking universities lit up. In their eyes, Suyu had suddenly become the hottest commodity. Such a computer prodigy had genuinely stunned them. Meanwhile, Suyu had formally launched his intrusion attack against the James Parker team. Initially, the members of the James Park team paid it no mind whatsoever. However, what happened next left them utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? What's going on? Why did the intrusion alarm suddenly go off? Something's wrong. This isn't right. The members of James Park's team all paled. Because, in that very instant, their computers all flashed alerts indicating they were under attack. Now, James Parker couldn't sit still either. He abruptly stood up, his eyes fixed intently on the alarm flashing across the computer screen. The first line of defense had been completely breached. This was utterly unacceptable to him. After all, it had only been a few minutes. His team's first line of defense had been breached this quickly? This was utterly absurd. What do we do now? This Dragon Nation guy is way too dangerous. Yeah. James, this is insane. We're in a really bad spot now. Damn it. We all underestimated this Dragon Country guy. His hacking skills are even better than ours. Jamie Parker's team members couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. The current situation was giving them a real headache. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He broke through the first defense system James Parker's team set up this fast? Holy. Su God is just too goddamn good. Who was it just now saying Su God didn't understand intrusion attack techniques? You call this not understanding intrusion attack techniques? I'm genuinely shocked. This is insane. It's only been a few dozen seconds, right? And he's already breached the first layer of James Parker's team's defense system? We seriously underestimated how twisted Su is. This guy must be cheating. I bet the other contestants will get depressed when they hear about this. Who can argue with that? Facing a competitive beast like Su, it'd be no wonder they'd get depressed. The live stream viewers were all utterly stunned. Seeing Suyu breach the first defense system built by the James Parker team in just a few dozen seconds left them speechless with astonishment. After all, the James Parker team was genuinely formidable. Take Li Junfei's team earlier, it took them ages just to breach the first defense system. But Suyu? He didn't make a move until he did, and when he did, it was nothing short of godlike. At that moment, Li Junfei's team members all stared wide-eyed. Damn, terrifying. Just a few seconds. Brotherly, this guy's hacking skills are freaking insane. Damn it, I'm not even holding onto the wall, I'm just in awe of him. That's ruthless. The James Parker team must be going crazy right now. He's downright unnatural. Li Junfei's team members were all utterly stunned. Compared to him, I'm just a complete amateur. Li Junfei's face was equally gloomy. In that moment, all his pride was utterly shattered by Suyu. Compared to Suyu, he felt as weak as a chicken. Remember, it had taken him and his team members a long time to hack through the first layer of defense systems set up by the James Parker team. But now Suyu? He didn't even need to lift a finger. When he finally acted, he breached the enemy's first defense system in mere seconds. Comparing people like this was infuriating. A prodigy. An absolute prodigy. This kid is incredible. Looks like I need to call my student Zhu Beiyusen personally. We absolutely must find a way to bring them together. We can't let a computer genius like this slip away. This is insane. This kid's computer skills are off the charts. The computer science professors from Qingbei University were utterly stunned, each of them deeply impressed by Suyu's hacking techniques. Breaching the first layer of defenses in mere seconds, this had never been achieved in any previous computer security competition. He'd broken the record outright. Genius. No, a prodigy. In their eyes, Suyu was nothing short of a computer prodigy born of the heavens. Damn it. Damn it. Where the hell did this guy come from? James Park's teeth were grinding to dust, his eyes blazing with fury and utter disbelief. In mere seconds, he breached the first layer of their team's defense system. They hadn't even had time to react before the first line of defense was breached. This was beyond absurd. James, what do we do now? This Dragon Country guy is way too dangerous. Yeah. We came to Dragon Country to make a name for ourselves, and now we're in this mess. If we go back to Eagle Country like this, we'll be treated like criminals. The members of James Parker's team behind him asked, their faces drained of color. Hearing their words, James Parker felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Asking him what to do now. He wished he knew. But the damage was done. Their first line of defense had been reduced to a sieve under Suyu's assault, leaving no possibility of repair. Enough. Calm down. The first defense system wasn't sophisticated enough, but our second defense system was modeled after the White House's cybersecurity protocols. He has no chance of breaching it. James Parker slammed his fist on the table, his gaze cold. Hearing James Parker's words, the team members behind him all showed expressions of shock and delight. James, why didn't you mention you had this capability earlier? Ha! Now that Dragon Nation guy is completely out of options. Exactly. This second layer of defense was modeled after the cybersecurity defense mechanisms of the White House and our Eagle Nation. How could that Dragon Nation guy possibly breach it? Ha ha! Now let's see how arrogant that Dragon Nation guy can be. Facing such an advanced defense system, he's completely helpless. James Park's team members all wore expressions of surprise and delight. Learning that their second defense layer drew inspiration from the cybersecurity defense mechanisms of the White House and their Eagle Nation, they instantly felt a surge of confidence. After all, this was the cybersecurity defense mechanism of the Eagle Nation White House. Even if only partially referenced, it was certainly not something just anyone could breach. Now they were confident. Chapter 121, Overconfident? Watch us hack it. At that moment, the members of the James Park team felt a deep sense of reassurance, all traces of their earlier worries vanished. In their eyes, Suyu had no chance of breaching the second layer of defenses they had set up. After all, this second layer drew inspiration from the cybersecurity defense mechanisms of the White House and their Eagle Swan Nation. How could it be breached so easily? At that moment, James Park looked at Suyu with a cold sneer, his gaze arrogant as he declared, "Kid, I have to admit, you've surprised me. I never expected your computer skills to be so formidable breaking through our team's first defense system. But unfortunately, against our team's second layer of defense, you're bound to come up empty-handed." Ha! Let me tell you straight, this second defense system was modeled after the cybersecurity defense mechanisms of the White House and our Eagle Nation. Forget about you, even the top computer experts from your Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department wouldn't stand a chance against it. At this point, James Parker's face was filled with smugness and arrogance. Upon hearing James Parker's words, the expressions of the Tsinghua and Peking University students present shifted dramatically. The second layer of defense was modeled after the White House cybersecurity defense system? Damn it! James Parker's team really came prepared. Damn it! We're in deep trouble now. I thought Su the genius could give these arrogant bastards a proper beating. Never imagined they'd have such a trump card up their sleeve. The expressions of the Tsinghua and Peking University students darkened. Learning that the second defense system set up by the James Park team was actually modeled after the White House cybersecurity defense mechanism of the Eagle Nation, their faces couldn't help but darken. After all, the White House's cybersecurity defense system was exceptionally robust. Even if James Parker's team had only partially modeled their second defense layer after it, the difficulty of breaching it had skyrocketed to an entirely new level. The current situation was extremely challenging. In their eyes, even if Suyu's computer skills were extraordinary, there was absolutely no hope left. Meanwhile, Li Junfei and his team members also wore grim expressions. Damn it! I never imagined the James Parker team had such an ace up their sleeve. How infuriating. I thought we'd finally humiliate them properly this time, crushing the James Parker team's arrogant swagger. Never imagined we'd fall so close to the finish line. What a waste! With Suyu's computer skills, he should have crushed the James Parker team. Who knew they had such a powerful trump card? Looks like even Suyu is helpless against their second layer of defense. Li Junfei's team members all wore expressions of resentment and helpless sighs. At that moment, Li Junfei too shook his head and sighed softly. Although he had been thoroughly outclassed by Suyu's computer genius, if given the chance, he would have preferred Suyu to thoroughly humiliate James Park's team and vent Dragon Nation's frustration. But now it seemed his wish would remain unfulfilled. After all, the James Parker team had such a powerful trump card up their sleeve this time, there was simply no way to counter them. At this moment, the computer science professors from Qingbei University couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. What a pity! So close. Who would have thought they had this move up their sleeve? Looks like the James Parker team's second defense system is impenetrable. Who can argue with that? With his level of computer expertise, he could have easily crushed the James Park team. It's infuriating that they still had this ace up their sleeve. It's modeled after the White House cybersecurity defense mechanism of the Eagle Nation. It's simply unbeatable. At this point, further discussion is futile. When it comes to computer technology, they in the Eagle Nation truly remain far, far ahead of us in the Dragon Nation. Several professors from the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities sighed dejectedly and shook their heads. In their view, Suyu was destined to fail in breaching the enemy's second layer of defense. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream, upon learning that the James Park team had such a trump card up their sleeve, the crowd of netizens all shook their heads and fell silent. What a pity! We thought Suyu would unleash his divine power and teach these arrogant foreigners a lesson. Who knew he'd be one move short? Who says otherwise? Who could have predicted they'd have such a killer move up their sleeve? It's modeled after the White House's cybersecurity defense mechanisms in the Eagle Nation. There's no way around it. Exactly. That's where we lost. But judging by this, that James Parker must have some serious connections within the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. He might even be a member himself. Otherwise, there's no way he could have accessed the White House cybersecurity defense system. No matter how you look at it, Su the Great really got the short end of the stick this time. Seems like this second layer of defense is impenetrable. The crowd of netizens couldn't help but sigh. If possible, they'd all love to see Su breach all 3 layers of defense set up by James Parker's team. After all, that would leave the James Parker team with no face left to keep bragging and taunting. But given the current situation, they all felt that Su was unable to breach their second defense system. But just as everyone in Dragon Country felt they couldn't see Su breaching the second defense system set up by the James Parker team, Su glanced at the members of the James Parker team and sneered with contempt. I wonder where you get your confidence from. The second defense system is impenetrable? Ha! Then I'll hack through it right now and show you, you bunch of idiots. With that, Su swiftly began typing strings of code on the computer. At that moment, witnessing Su's actions, James Park froze. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It felt as though Su might actually hack through the second defense system his team had set up. But that thought vanished from James Park's mind in an instant. Breach their team's second-line defense system? What a joke! Chapter 122, continuing to break through the second defense system? James Park shook his head, his face twisted in mockery as he looked at Su. In his eyes, Su was clearly out of his mind. Breaking through their team's second layer of defense? That was utterly preposterous. This second defense system was based on the cybersecurity defense mechanisms of the White House and his Eagle Swan Nation. As a member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency, James Park was supremely confident in this defense system. That's right. James Parker was already an actual member of the Eagle Nation's Cybersecurity Information Department. Though his rank within the agency was low, just an ordinary member, he still had access to core computer technologies like the White House's cybersecurity defense mechanisms. Precisely because of this, James Parker was able to reference the White House's cybersecurity defense mechanism to set up this second layer of defense. Therefore, in James Park's view, Su had absolutely no chance of breaching the secondary defense system he had established. After all, he knew full well what kind of geniuses in the field of computer technology had developed the White House's cybersecurity defense mechanisms. It could be said that the White House's cybersecurity information defense mechanism was absolutely terrifying. It was fundamentally impenetrable. And while his own second layer of defense was only partially inspired by it, it was still an exceptionally formidable defense system in its own right. Now, expecting him to believe Su could breach the second layer of defense he had set up was simply impossible. Ha! Dragon Nation man, if you've got the guts, try it. Stop bragging about how great you are. Computer technology is about real skill, not just talking big. James Park's face was filled with amusement and a cold sneer. He was utterly convinced Su couldn't possibly crack his second defense system. As for Su's earlier claims? Pure nonsense. At that moment, Su showed no intention of engaging with James Park. He swiftly typed out several strings of specialized computer code, then pressed enter to execute it. In the next instant, Su formally launched his intrusion attack against the second layer of defense systems set up by James Park's team. Oof, boring. James Park shook his head. Meanwhile, the members of James Parker's team behind him watched Su with equally mocking expressions. In their eyes, Su was merely engaging in futile struggles, like a grasshopper after autumn. Similarly, even the students from Qingbei University present couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. In their eyes, Su's actions were somewhat unwise. To act despite knowing it was futile was foolish indeed. Even the computer science professors from Qingbei University wore expressions of helpless resignation. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream, let's be honest, Su God's current actions are really a bit overconfident. While I'm annoyed by these foreigners too, I have to admit they're brimming with confidence right now. After all, their second defense system was modeled after the White House's cybersecurity protocols. Breaking through it is practically impossible. Sigh, I wish a miracle would happen, but clearly that possibility is practically zero. It's not merely zero, it's absolutely impossible. If you ask me, Su should just give up now. He's already breached their first defense layer. That's a win, even if it's not spectacular. At least it's something. Exactly. If he launches a second attack and still can't breach their second defense layer, he'll just be feeding their arrogance for nothing. Seen this way, it really is a case of losing more than you gain. The live chat erupted with murmurs of disagreement. To them, Su's current actions seemed like overkill, unnecessary steps taken for no meaningful purpose. Meanwhile, the members of the James Park team wore expressions of scorn and smug satisfaction. They were just waiting to see how Su would embarrass himself. They were utterly confident in the second defense system, certain of victory. Breaching the second defense system? Utterly preposterous. Yet, in the very next instant, one by one, they were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. For before their eyes unfolded a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Beep. 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 Alarm alert. Second defense system under attack. Second defense system compromised. A series of urgent alarms suddenly blared. At that moment, the faces of the members of the James Park team turned deathly pale. No, this can't be happening. How is this possible? What's going on? How could this happen? How could the second defense system be breached? This is impossible. It defies logic. Who is he? The team members behind James Park were all drained of color, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Jam Park himself felt a bone-chilling coldness wash over him. His eyes fixed on the warning alert flashing across the computer screen, he felt as though his soul had plunged into an abyss. A chill that pierced his very bones. This can't be. The secondary defense system I designed was modeled after the White House cybersecurity protocols of our Eagle Nation. Even if I only referenced a fraction of it, its functionality and effectiveness are far beyond what some greenhorn could possibly breach. This is impossible. James Parker collapsed to the floor, drained of all strength, stumbling. This situation felt like a bolt from the blue to him, utterly beyond belief. In that instant, the smug pride that had graced his face was utterly obliterated. How could he have imagined that Suyu would actually breach his second defense system, the one he was so confident in? Second defense system, impressive? Is that all? Suyu shook his head, his expression filled with contempt as he looked at the members of the James Parker team. Hearing Suyu's words, the members of the James Parker team clenched their fists so tightly their nails dug into their flesh. Yet the pain did nothing to ease the frustration, humiliation, and profound shock welling up inside them. Meanwhile, the onlookers shared expressions of utter disbelief and shock. Chapter 123, still want to keep breaking through? That's too arrogant. Lee. Brother Lee, he's so damn strong. I'm stunned for a whole year. He actually breached the second defense system set up by the James Parker team, and with such ease it was pure domination. Mind-blowing. I'm impressed, seriously impressed. Lee Junfei's team members behind him cheered and clapped excitedly. Their admiration for Suyu now bordered on worship. No doubt about it. Suyu's computer skills were terrifyingly advanced. It must be noted that the second layer of defense set up by the James Park team was modeled after the cybersecurity defense mechanisms of the White House in the United States. Without exaggeration, this secondary defense system was exceptionally robust. Even the elite cybersecurity experts from the Dragon Nation would have struggled to breach it, requiring significant time and effort. Yet Suyu, acting entirely alone, had managed to breach it. His skill was nothing short of earth-shattering. Man, I used to brag about being a genius in computer technology, but compared to him, I'm just so far behind. No. I don't even have the right to compare myself to him. This guy is just too crazy. Lee Junfei shook his head, his face clouded with deep despair. At this moment, he was nearly driven to the brink of depression by Suyu's sheer brilliance. There was no comparison. Not even remotely. Meanwhile, several computer science professors from Qingbei University were equally thrilled, clapping and cheering. Brilliant. Absolutely spectacular. To think he breached the second defense system set up by the James Park team so swiftly, incredibly powerful. A computer genius like this joining our Tsinghua University Computer Science Department would be like striking gold. How old is he? To possess such mind-blowing computer skills at his age is truly astonishing. The faces of several professors from the Computer Science Department at Peking and Tsinghua Universities flushed with excitement, their gazes toward Suyu growing increasingly intense. At this moment, each of them had abandoned any notion of recruiting Suyu as a student. There was no way around it. They had all come to realize a harsh truth: not a single one of them possessed the qualifications to teach Suyu. After all, Suyu's computer skills far surpassed theirs. They simply couldn't teach him anything, not a single thing. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Impressive. Suyu is truly otherworldly. It's truly bizarre. How does his brain even work? That second defense system was modeled after the White House's cybersecurity protocols, and yet it still got breached by Su God's direct intrusion. Needless to say, Su God is beyond impressive. This time, the James Parker team is going to lose all face. You bet. If Master Su pushes it just a bit further and cracks their third defense layer too, I guarantee the James Park team won't even have the face to stay here another second. They've lost big time this round. Ha, if that really happened, the James Park team would have their last shred of dignity ripped away. They wouldn't have a single shred of face left. Ha, you guys are really mean. But to be fair, that's probably as far as it goes. The James Parker team's third defense system is likely impenetrable. After all, it's their last line of defense. It's bound to be far more complicated than the second one. True. They're computer geniuses from the Eagle Nation. They can't possibly be completely helpless. Anyway, we've already won. It doesn't matter anymore. The livestream chat buzzed with chatter, every face radiating smug satisfaction and excitement. After all, Suyu had just brought immense glory to the Dragon Nation. The more arrogant the James Parker team had been earlier, the more pathetic they look now. Some viewers even joked that if Suyu managed to breach the third defense system the James Parker team had set up, they'd be too ashamed to return home. Of course, no one took such remarks seriously. After all, in their eyes, the fact that Suyu had managed to breach the second defense system set up by the James Park team was already an extraordinary feat. As for breaching the third defense system, that was simply out of the question. Just as everyone assumed the matter would conclude there, Suyu bent his head once more and began typing out strings of code. There's one more defense system. Might as well hack through that too. Moments later, Suyu finished writing a new string of code. He looked up at the members of the James Parker team and gave a cold, amused laugh. Hearing Suyu's words, the expressions of everyone present changed dramatically once more. Holy, did I hear that right? Does Su God mean he's going to break through the third defense system set up by the James Parker team for the Road Army too? This can't be real, right? That's just absurd. Did I hear that correctly? Isn't this a bit too bizarre? The third defense system, that's the James Parker team's only fig leaf. It shouldn't be possible to hack through it, right? This is getting ridiculous. The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities all doubted their own ears. After all, the third defense system was the James Park team's last line of defense. It stood to reason that this third layer would be far more difficult to breach than the second. At that moment, even the computer science professors from Peking and Tsinghua University wore expressions of disbelief. Admittedly, Suyu had just effortlessly breached the second defense system set up by the James Parker team, which had genuinely thrilled them. But in their eyes, there was no way Suyu could breach the third defense system set up by the James Park team again. As everyone knew, the third defense system was the final line of defense. It would undoubtedly incorporate every conceivable technical measure, making its breach incredibly difficult. Therefore, when Suyu declared his intent to breach the third defense system set up by the James Parker team, they remained unconvinced. It wasn't that they doubted Suyu's computer skills, but he was, after all, just one person. For a single individual to breach the third defense system set up by the James Parker team was simply too much to ask. Chapter 124, The Enraged James Parker Team. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the members of the James Parker team all wore expressions of utter disbelief. You're too arrogant. James Park's eyes blazed crimson, radiating boundless fury. Earlier, Suyu had breached the second defense system his team had set up, an immense humiliation for him. Now Suyu was actually declaring his intent to breach their third defense system as well. To James Park, this felt like a direct slap in the face. No. It was like kicking him in the face. If their third defense system were breached again, they would truly have no face left. Everyone, snap out of it. We're going to refine and reinforce the third defense system together. We absolutely cannot let him breach it again. This is our bottom line. With that thought, James Park immediately issued orders to his team members. Hearing James Parker's words, the team members behind him rallied their spirits once more. Yes, the third defense system was their absolute bottom line. If Suyu managed to breach this third defense system, they would truly have no face left whatsoever. They wouldn't even have the courage to return home. They would become traitors to the Eagle Nation. After all, their true purpose in coming to Dragon Nation was to trample on its pride and flaunt the might of their Eagle Nation. But now, not only had they failed to accomplish their mission, they risked becoming traitors to their own country. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. Follow my commands. The defense mechanism I'm about to explain is of utmost importance. Because this defense system is classified at the national defense level in our Eagle Nation. James Parker glared at the team members behind him as he spoke. Indeed, James Parker's next move was to refine his third defense system by referencing their Eagle Nation's National Defense Cybersecurity Information Defense Mechanism. Strictly speaking, this action violated confidentiality agreements. Upon his return to the Eagle Nation, he might even face punishment for it. But at this point, James Parker had no other choice. After all, he truly had no other solution. If Suyu managed to breach the third defense system as well, returning home would make him a traitor to the entire Eagle Nation. So now he's willing to take that risk. Meanwhile, the team members behind James Park stiffened at the words. Drawing on the defense mechanisms of their Eagle Flag Nation's national defense level to enhance their third-tier defense system, this was nothing short of pulling out all the stops. You Dragon Country guy with the surname Su, I'll remember you. You forced my hand. If I could, I wouldn't want to take such a huge risk either, drawing on our Eagle Nation's defense-grade security protocols to enhance my third-line defense system. But now, I'm going all in. You won't breach this third defense system again. James Parker gritted his teeth fiercely, his eyes glowing crimson as he stared coldly at Suyu. In James Park's view, once he deployed this measure, Suyu would never breach their third defense system again. At that moment, everyone present grew visibly uneasy upon learning that James Parker's impending tactic drew inspiration from their Eagle Nation's defense-grade security protocols. Looks like James Parker's truly backed into a corner by Suyu. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to such measures. Drawing from their Eagle Nation's defense-grade mechanisms to enhance his third defense system in a sense that violates confidentiality agreements. This means James Park would face punishment even if he returned home. Unless forced into a corner, he wouldn't have done this. To be fair, Suyu is truly formidable, pushing James Park to this extent. But this means Suyu can't continue breaching James Park's team's third defense system. After all, that system was modeled after their Eagle Nation's defense-grade mechanisms. Upon learning of James Parker's impending tactics, the assembled students from Tsinghua and Peking universities couldn't help but express their astonishment. It was clear to everyone that James Parker was truly backed into a corner this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to do something like this. He's just too strong. To push James Park's team to this point, that's truly unprecedented. I, Li Junfei, am truly impressed. Li Junfei exclaimed with a look of profound admiration. Learning of the tactics James Parker intended to employ, Li Junfei felt a complex mix of emotions. Under normal circumstances, James Parker would never dare resort to such tactics. The only explanation was that James Parker had truly been driven to the brink by Suyu. To push James Parker, the renowned genius in computer technology from the Eagle Nation, to this extent, Suyu was truly one in a million. At this moment, Li Junfei even felt a bit relieved that he hadn't crossed paths with Suyu. Otherwise, he might have ended up depressed. After all, no one in the computer technology field wants to face an opponent as monstrous as Suyu. Going up against Suyu would genuinely make one question the meaning of life. Behind Li Junfei, the members of his team were all filled with awe. Faced with such a prodigy as Suyu, they were genuinely in awe. Meanwhile, the professors from Tsinghua and Peking University's computer science departments were also filled with mixed emotions. Facing an opponent like him, you'd be left wanting to cry without tears. Who says otherwise? If he hadn't been pushed to the absolute limit, James Parker probably wouldn't have resorted to this, right? Are you kidding? That's a security breach. James Parker has truly been cornered by Suyu with no way out. Let's be clear, the third defense system is now impenetrable. After all, it was refined using defense mechanisms at the national security level of their Eagle Nation. This is no joke. Achieving this level of accomplishment is something to be proud of, even if Suyu can't breach James Parker's third defense system. It'll go down in computer technology history. He's a true prodigy. At that moment, several computer science professors from Qingbei University shook their heads in admiration, their faces radiating nothing but profound respect for Suyu. Chapter 125, Breaking Through Again, James Park is stunned. In the eyes of the Tsinghua Peking University computer science professors, Suyu had pushed James Parker's team to the absolute limit in achievement bordering on the impossible. Even if he failed to breach their third defense layer today, he was already a prodigy in computer science. Indeed, in their eyes, Suyu was now destined to fail in breaching the third defense system set up by James Parker's team. It wasn't that they doubted Suyu's technical prowess, but rather that the situation he faced was simply too daunting. After all, this was a defense mechanism at the national security level of the Eagle Nation. Even if the James Parker team had only referenced a portion of it, it was still incredibly formidable. The most critical factor was that he was facing a coordinated team effort, while Suyu was operating entirely alone. Under these circumstances, no one would believe Suyu could continue to pull off miracles. Yet as Suyu watched the James Parker team urgently refining their third defense system, he remained utterly unconcerned. After a while, the members of the James Parker team all let out long sighs of relief, their faces beaming with smug satisfaction. Clearly, they had successfully perfected the third defense system. "Su, go ahead and try now," James Parker sneered. His team members behind him wore equally amused expressions. "Damn! Look at these guys gloating. I'd love to skin them alive. If they hadn't copied their Eagle-S country's defense mechanisms, they'd be whining like babies right now. What are they playing at?" "Exactly. I hope Su the Great shows his true power, thoroughly thrashes these guys, and breaks through that third defense system too. Then I'd love to see if they can still be so cocky. Ah! What a pity. If only they didn't have that trump card up their sleeves, they wouldn't be able to act so cocky right now." The students from Tsinghua and Peking University gritted their teeth, glaring at the members of the James Park team with eyes blazing with fury, practically itching to kick them a few times. Yet deep down, they all felt utterly helpless. While they desperately wished to see Suyu breach the third defense system set up by James Parker's team, they knew all too well that it was impossible. At that moment, every face present bore expressions of helplessness and fury. It seemed as though there was truly nothing they could do about it. As if they could only stand by and watch the James Parker team run rampant. But just then, Suyu sneered dismissively, glancing at the members of the James Parker team and said, "Looks like you're feeling pretty smug. But is that all you've got?" With that, Suyu tapped out the string of computer code. In an instant, the hacking attack was launched once more. Seeing Suyu's actions, the members of James Parker's team all wore expressions of scorn. "Ignorant! Do you really think our third defense system is just for show? At this point, you still refuse to give up? Ridiculous!" James Park shook his head, his lips curled in scorn. His team members stood behind him, hands in pockets, clearly waiting to see Suyu break down emotionally once he faced reality. But at that very moment, beep, 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 alert, alert, third defense system compromised. Third defense system compromised. A sudden, piercing alarm sounded. Boom! Everyone froze in shock. Especially the members of the James Park team, they were all dumbfounded. How could this be? What on earth is going on? Impossible. Unrealistic. I refuse to believe it. James Park stared at the intrusion alert on his computer, completely dumbfounded. He shook his head frantically, his heart sinking. The current situation made him question everything about his life. Similarly, the team members behind him all wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. This can't be happening. I must be seeing things. This third defense layer was modeled after our Eagle Nation's military-grade security protocols. How could it possibly be breached? What the hell is going on? James Parker and his team members looked utterly devastated, their faces drained of color. The smug expressions they had worn moments ago had vanished without a trace. In stark contrast, the group from Tsinghua and Peking universities present at the scene wore expressions of boundless delight. Ha ha ha. That was incredible. It's nothing short of a miracle. He actually breached the third layer of James Park's defense system? That's incredible. I'm impressed. This computer technology is beyond belief. Their third defense system was modeled after the defense mechanisms of the Eagle Nation, yet Suyu still managed to hack and breach it? No words needed. Su the Great is incredible. The students from Tsinghua and Peking universities all pumped their fists in excitement, their hearts filled with boundless thrill. He's just too incredible. Li Junfei stared at Suyu in utter shock. The current situation had completely caught him off guard. He had assumed that no matter how skilled Suyu might be, he wouldn't be able to breach the third defense system, one that had been meticulously refined by the James Parker team. After all, their third defense system was modeled after the defense mechanisms of the Eagle Nation at the national defense level. Facing the Eagle Nation, no matter how unwilling he felt, he had to admit one fact: the Dragon Nation still lagged far behind the Eagle Nation, at least by 2 decades. In modern information technology, the Eagle Nation held an undeniably dominant position. This was an indisputable fact. Precisely because of this, upon learning that their opponents in this computer security competition were James Parker's team from the Eagle Nation, Li Junfei had little confidence in victory from the very start. Subsequent events only confirmed this point. Compared to the James Parker team, their gap was truly immense. Yet now, Suyu was single-handedly hammering the James Parker team into submission. Faced with Suyu's hacking techniques, the renowned James Parker team, a group of computer geniuses from the Eagle Nation, was utterly defenseless. It was utterly mind-blowing. At that moment, several computer science professors from Tsinghua University were equally overcome with excitement, some even moved to tears. This is incredible. Our Dragon Nation has produced a true genius in the field of computer technology. He's truly incredible. His strength is beyond belief. Such a computer genius is truly formidable. With him, our Dragon Nation has struck gold. The professors from Tsinghua University's Computer Science Department beamed with delight. Chapter 126: Eagle Sauce Nation loses big, matchmaking for Suyu. When they witnessed Suyu successfully breach the third defense system set up by the James Parker team, the professors from Peking and Tsinghua University's computer science departments were utterly astonished. That one man could single-handedly outmatch the combined efforts of an entire team was already unbelievable. Moreover, Suyu had faced off against the exceptionally formidable James Parker team this time. The implications were self-evident. Suyu was undoubtedly a computer genius born once in 1,000 years. At that moment, Suyu turned to the members of the James Park team with a look of amusement on his face, sneering coldly. Now, try acting cocky again. Hearing this, James Parker was so furious he could have ground his teeth to dust. Disgrace. The ultimate disgrace. You just wait. The Eagle Nation won't let this slide. James Park gritted his teeth in fury. The thought that his third defense system, built at tremendous risk, had still been breached by Suyu's lightning-fast hack filled him with unbearable resentment. This time, he had utterly disgraced himself and the Dragon Nation. Oomph. Bring it on. But first, transfer the reward money to my account. 5 million, hurry up. Suyu sneered with utter contempt. This computer security competition was initiated by Eagle Country, so naturally, the 5 million prize money was their responsibility. Originally, this was all standard procedure. But now, hearing Suyu speak like this, they felt as though he'd just slapped them across the face again. What the hell was this? They'd already suffered a crushing defeat, and now Suyu was forcing them to pay up. This left them utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Hilarious. Su the Great is still Su the Great. That move was so Suyu. You bet. When it comes to money, Suyu is a pro. Honestly, Suyu's potential is totally fueled by money. When there's cash on the line, he's unstoppable. Let's be honest, the James Park team is absolutely furious right now. After all, being pressured for money like this by Suyu leaves them with zero dignity intact. Netizens everywhere were laughing their heads off. At that moment, James Parker glared fiercely at Suyu, gritted his teeth, and transferred 5 million yuan directly into Suyu's bank account. This humiliation today, I, James Parker, will remember. Between us, there will be a second showdown sooner or later. Next time, I'll make you understand the true might of our Eagle Nation in the realm of computer technology. That day won't be long in coming. James Parker gritted his teeth, his face darkening. Hearing James Park's words, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. From his words, Suyu could tell that James Park didn't seem to be deliberately making empty threats. Rather, he seemed to have something to rely on. Looks like Eagle Nation has other plans in the works. Suyu thought to himself. Over the years, the Dragon Nation's rise had been too rapid. The Eagle Nation and the Dragon Nation had engaged in countless confrontations, both overt and covert. Jean Maipai's words now clearly indicated he knew the Eagle Nation had further plans targeting the Dragon Nation. However, Suyu paid little heed to these matters. If push came to shove, he'd consider intervening then. After all, he still held a formidable weapon in his arsenal, the Panda Burn Incense virus. If they really pushed him too far, he'd send the Eagle Nation a Panda Burn Incense virus, letting them taste the true meaning of despair. At this thought, Suyu's lips curved slightly, a hint of amusement playing across his face. Before long, the entire James Parker team had departed. After all, they truly had no face left to stay here. In this computer security competition, the Eagle Nation had been utterly crushed. Meanwhile, the professors from Peking and Tsinghua University's computer science departments immediately surrounded Suyu, smiling warmly as they asked. So, Suyu, would you be interested in joining our computer science department at Peking University to teach? Yeah. With your skills, you'd be a perfect fit as a professor here. Suyu, I once had a female student who now works in the cybersecurity department of the Dragon Nation. Her name is Zhuge Yusen. She's quite beautiful. Would you like to meet her? Listening to the professors chattering away, Suyu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Ahem, well. I'm not really interested in teaching at the moment. I appreciate your kindness. Besides, I came to Peking University just to play the Suona. Now that I've accomplished my task, I need to head back. Suyu scratched his nose as he spoke. He waved the Suona in his hand as he spoke. Seeing the Suona in Suyu's hands, the professors from Qingbei University's computer science department finally realized that Suyu had indeed come to Qingbei University to play the Suona. But precisely because of this, a profound sense of awe surged within each of them. Suyu was truly an extraordinary prodigy. Who could have imagined that a Suona player like Suyu possessed such mind-boggling computer skills? The leap across disciplines was simply too vast. The other two professors were left speechless, their jaws dropping in astonishment. But then, Professor Lee smiled and turned to Suyu, saying, No worries, no worries. If you're not interested in teaching, that's perfectly fine. But my student, Zhuge Yusen, is truly exceptional. Like you, she's a genius in computer technology. She's currently working in the cybersecurity department of the Dragon Nation. I think you two would be a great match. Why don't you get to know each other? With that, Professor Lee promptly handed Suyu a phone number, insisting with such persistence that it seemed he wouldn't rest until Suyu took it. Seeing Professor Lee like this, the other two professors both twitched their lips slightly. Old Lee, that's not cool. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime computer technology prodigy like Suyu, he'd gone straight to playing matchmaker. Meanwhile, observing Professor Lee's persistent expression, Suyu felt utterly helpless. He could tell that if he didn't agree now, Professor Lee might pester him indefinitely. In the end, Suyu reluctantly jotted down the phone number. But he had absolutely no intention of contacting the owner of that number. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Zhuge Yusen? Who's that? Is she famous? Hey, just Google her. All I can say is, Zhuge Yusen is a legend. She was the standout star among graduates from the computer science departments of Peking and Tsinghua universities in the past 2 years. A computer genius known as the department's beauty queen. Chapter 127, Matchmaking, Cybersecurity Department. Holy crap! I just looked up Zhuge Yusen and it blew my mind for the entire year. There's actually someone in this world who's both stunningly beautiful and incredibly talented. I looked her up too, and I'm seriously impressed. This Zhuge Yusen is seriously amazing. She's actually a member of the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department. Only the absolute top-tier computer geniuses get hired there, the absolute cream of the crop. Honestly, Zhuge Yusen and Su the Genius are a perfect match. Who knows, maybe this time Su the Genius will finally win the beauty's heart. Hold up, I'm skeptical. Don't forget Su the Legend has another nickname, Su the Steel-Plated Stray Guy. Pretty girls? Might as well be stray kittens or puppies to him. The live chat erupted with heated discussions. Meanwhile, Suyu paid little attention to all this. He collected his 5 million yuan prize money and promptly left Qingbei University. Seeing Suyu's attitude, Professor Lee could tell he was just going through the motions. He knew it was unlikely Suyu would ever reach out to his former female student on his own. Well, but I'm determined to play matchmaker. Since counting on Suyu to reach out isn't going to happen, I'll be the one to bridge the gap. Professor Lee chuckled and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, Yusen? I'd like to introduce you to a computer genius. His name is Suyu. He's young, but he's absolutely brilliant in computer technology. You know James Parker, right? Just now, Suyu completely outmaneuvered James Parker's entire team. Single-handedly, he breached all 3 layers of their defense systems. This Suyu is a rare computer genius. Besides, you're getting older and still don't have a boyfriend. Why not meet him? As soon as the call connected, Professor Lee said with a smile. On the other end of the line, Juga Yusin responded with a weary tone. Professor Lee, I think it's best not to. I'm swamped with work, where would I find time for romance? But from what you're saying, this Suyu guy is indeed quite impressive. I know James Parker, he's part of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division. His computer skills are top-notch. For Suyu to beat him, he must have some serious talent. If the opportunity arises, I'll mention it to the higher-ups and see if we can recruit him to join our Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department. But getting to know him? Or even dating? I'd say skip it. I'm pretty swamped lately. The Eagle Nation has been stirring up trouble again. Gotta run, got work to handle. With that, Juga Yusin hung up the phone. Seeing this, Professor Lee sighed helplessly. Looks like playing matchmaker isn't going to be easy for this old man. Professor Lee shook his head. He could clearly see that his former student was genuinely swamped these days. Joining the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department was an honor, but the job was so demanding that personal matters were practically impossible to consider. Precisely because of this, Juga Yusin had never dated anyone. In Professor Lee's heart, he had long regarded Juga Yusin as his own daughter, so naturally he cared about her personal life. Now, seeing a computer prodigy like Suyu, he had begun to entertain thoughts of bringing them together. But judging by the current situation, it was highly unlikely to work out. Well, whatever. I'll just send her Suyu's phone number. Whether they get to know each other or not, we'll just have to let nature take its course. Professor Lee shook his head and sent Suyu's contact information to Juga Yusin. At that moment, in the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department. Those eagle wings really won't give up, will they? Juga Yusin forced herself to stay alert as she continued patching vulnerabilities in the defense system. Recently, the Eagle Nation had launched new attacks, targeting the internal network defense systems of Dragon Nation in an attempt to steal classified information. As a member of the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department, Juga Yusin was naturally swamped with work every day. Yusin, who was that on the phone just now? A colleague beside Juga Yusin asked casually out of curiosity. My mentor, Professor Lee. He introduced me to someone he wants me to get to know. His name is Suyu. Apparently, he defeated the James Parker team. Hearing this, her colleague paused in surprise. James Parker? That guy from the cybersecurity department of the Eagle Nation? This Suyu must be pretty impressive. With his computer skills, he might just qualify to join us. The Dragon Nation's cybersecurity agency was naturally aware of James Parker's background. Therefore, learning that Suyu had defeated James Parker came as quite a surprise. After all, as a member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency, James Park possessed formidable skills. Indeed. This Suyu really has some skills. But my mentor wants me to date him? I really don't see the point. Our work keeps us so busy, who has time to think about such things? Besides, that Suyu guy, he's pretty impressive. Beating James Parker proves he's talented. But if he wants Juga Yusin to notice him? That alone just won't cut it. Juga Yusin remarked indifferently. Hearing Juga Yusin's words, her colleague beside her nodded and smiled wryly. You're absolutely right. You're the top expert in our network information security department now. What ordinary guy could possibly catch your eye? Forget about this Suyu, even our own colleagues in the department couldn't win over a tough cookie like you, huh? They were clearly accustomed to Juga Yusin's pride. In their eyes, while Suyu had shown some skill in defeating James Parker, that was the extent of it. With just that level of skill, Suyu was nowhere near good enough to catch Juga Yusin's eye. What tough lady. Look at how you guys talk. Alright, let's get down to business. The Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department will stop at nothing to steal secrets. I suspect they'll likely launch another cyber virus attack soon. We've got our work cut out for us now. Juga Yusin sighed helplessly. Chapter 128, The Eagle Nation's Cybersecurity Agency. Hearing Juga Yusin's words, her colleagues nodded in agreement, their faces bearing traces of exhaustion. Lately, Eagle Sauce Nation had been resorting to every possible means to steal secrets. Their cybersecurity department had been working non-stop for days to patch vulnerabilities in their defense systems and thwart the enemy's intrusion tactics. Their earlier teasing of Juga Yusin was merely an attempt to ease their weariness. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. Who'd have thought the Dragon Nation cybersecurity experts would be such a handful? They've managed to block our intrusion attempts repeatedly. The leader, a Westerner in his early 30s, pushed his glasses up and snorted coldly. Hearing this, a colleague seated nearby smirked indifferently. Mike, what are you worried about? While the Dragon Nation has produced quite a few geniuses in computer technology over the years, they still lag far behind us Eagles. The only one who merits our respect is that Juga Yusin from Dragon Nation. Her talent and prowess in computer technology are undeniable, but that's about it. The world's most formidable computer technology elites are all right here in our Eagle Nation, all right here in our cybersecurity department. Successfully breaching Dragon Nation's defense systems is merely a matter of time for us. Hearing this, the Westerner named Mike nodded in agreement and chuckled. Frank, you're absolutely right. Despite the Dragon Nation's rapid progress across various fields in recent years, the most core and cutting-edge technologies are still firmly in the hands of our Eagle Nation. And the elite in computer technology are all gathered here in our Eagle Nation, gathered here in our cybersecurity department. Take James Parker, who joined our cybersecurity division not long ago. He used to brag about being some Harvard computer genius, but after we showed him what we could do, he was completely dumbfounded. Ever since then, he's been worshipping us like gods. Ha! Speaking of which, shouldn't James Parker be returning soon? I heard he went to Dragon Nation to participate in some computer hacking competition. Wonder how that turned out? Still, he spent some time training with our Eagle Nation cybersecurity division. Winning a measly hacking contest should be no problem for him. Hearing Mike say that, Frank smiled and replied, "Of course. If he can't even win a measly computer hacking contest, then James Park doesn't even have the qualifications to join our Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. Enough of that. Let's refine the computer virus we created, the Melissa virus. Once everything's ready, tomorrow we'll officially launch our attack on the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity defense system. This time, our target is a police department system in a city called Hangzhou in the Dragon Nation. We'll aim to completely breach and compromise their defense systems within 2 hours." Upon hearing this, Mike nodded in agreement, saying no more. Just then, a man entered the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department. His face bore a look of gloom, appearing somewhat disheveled. "James Parker, you're back?" Mike raised an eyebrow at the sight of him, then raised his hand and ordered, "Go make me a cup of coffee." Hearing Mike's words, James Parker didn't hesitate. He obediently brewed a cup of coffee for Mike and placed it before him. Clearly, making coffee was something James Parker had become quite adept at. Mike, however, paid him no mind. He simply reached out, took the cup, sipped the coffee, and then casually turned to ask James Park, "So? I heard you went to China to participate in a computer hacking competition. Did you complete the task of humiliating those so-called computer geniuses from China's academic circles?" Mike asked this with a tone that was almost dismissive. Clearly, in his eyes, winning that so-called computer security competition was a piece of cake for James Park. Though Mike and the others looked down on James Parker, they were well aware that his recruitment into their Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division meant he was competent in computer technology. Therefore, Mike was utterly convinced that James Park had undoubtedly succeeded in his mission at the Dragon Nation's computer defense competition. Yet upon hearing this, James Parker shook his head with a bitter smile and said, I lost. I had actually won at first, but then a computer genius from the Dragon Nation showed up. He was incredibly strong. The computer defense system he set up was completely beyond my ability to breach. On the contrary, he effortlessly breached all 3 layers of my defense system. Even as he spoke, James Park's voice trembled slightly. Clearly, Suyu had instilled in him profound fear and lingering dread. Recalling Suyu's outrageously advanced computer skills, James Park still couldn't help but tremble with fear. After all, the terror he had instilled was simply too immense. To block Suyu's intrusive attack methods, he had spared no expense. He'd even incorporated classified computer defense protocols into his efforts. Yet in the end, he still failed to block Suyu's intrusion. He had been utterly and completely defeated. At that moment, hearing James Park's words, Mike, who had been blissfully savoring the aroma of his coffee, furrowed his brow. What did you say? Mike found it hard to believe what James Park was saying. Even though he and his colleagues in the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department looked down on James Park, this so-called Harvard computer genius, he never imagined James Park would lose to those academic computer geniuses from Dragon Nation University. After all, James Parker had spent some time working alongside the absolute beasts in computer technology at their own national cybersecurity agency. Being constantly exposed to that level of expertise should have significantly elevated his own skills. By all accounts, winning a mere computer hacking competition should have been a piece of cake for James Parker. But now, here we are. James Parker actually claims he lost? Lost to those academic computer geniuses from Dragon Nation University? Chapter 129, Shot. Unbelievable. You've got to be kidding me. James Park must be joking. Mike's natural reaction was to assume James Park was joking. After all, James Parker was a member of their Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. How could he possibly lose a mere computer hacking competition? James Parker, your sense of humor is pretty sharp. You actually lost to those academic computer geniuses from Dragon Nation University? Ha, that joke's not funny at all. Mike sneered coldly. But James Parker, upon hearing this, merely shook his head and replied with a wry smile. It's true. I did lose. That computer genius named Suyu who joined later, he's truly terrifying. I gave it my absolute all, but I still couldn't match him. He single-handedly breached all 3 defense systems my team had set up. He's terrifying. Even now, as he spoke, James Park still trembled with lingering fear. It was clear that Suyu had instilled a profound fear in him. Extremely so. Upon hearing James Parker's words, Mike's eyes darkened. He wasn't stupid. From what James Parker said, it was clearly true. But what astonished Mike most was that James Parker claimed the man had single-handedly breached all 3 defense systems his entire team had set up. This was utterly absurd and astonishing. Frank and the other members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department now stared at James Parker with intense, burning eyes. Clearly, they found what James Park had just said utterly unbelievable. After all, even if they looked down on James Parker, they knew he still possessed some skill and capability. No matter what, he couldn't possibly be outmatched by some academic computer genius from Dragon Nation University. This was simply too absurd and unbelievable. Frank's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on James Park and demanded, "James Parker, are you serious about what you just said? That Dragon Nation University academic computer genius defeated you single-handedly? Is this for real?" At that moment, the other members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department were also staring at James Park, their expressions tinged with hostility. They simply couldn't believe that James Parker, leading a team effort, could lose to some so-called computer genius from Longwei University. Yes, it's true. His skills are truly terrifying. I gave it my all, but I still couldn't match him. And to block his intrusion methods, I even incorporated a small portion of our department's proprietary defense mechanisms into the 3 layers of protection I set up. But it still didn't make a difference. That Su guy, his computer skills are terrifying. James Park clenched his teeth as he spoke. Hearing this, Mike, Frank, and the entire team from the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department all paled. What did you say? You mean you even incorporated our department's defense systems into your own setup, and yet they still managed to breach it? At that moment, everyone's attitude shifted involuntarily. They found it utterly unbelievable. If James Parker had lost because he was outmatched, they could perhaps understand. But the problem was, James Parker had actually incorporated defense mechanisms developed by their very own Network Information Security Department into the defense system he set up. This was utterly absurd. Members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department held James Parker's computer skills in utter contempt, not particularly impressed by this Harvard-educated computer prodigy. But they placed immense trust and pride in the defense mechanisms developed by their own cybersecurity division. After all, this defense system was the result of immense time and effort poured into its development by the Eagle-Eyed Nation's cybersecurity division, a team of absolute monsters in the field of computer technology. This defense mechanism was nothing short of extraordinary. So even if James Parker had only referenced a small part of this defense system to refine his own, that would still be quite impressive. But now, the defense system James Parker had refined was still breached and compromised? And the attacker was acting entirely alone. Breaking through a defense system single-handedly? That's absurd. Seeing the members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department disbelieving his words, James Parker's face twisted with bitterness. Everything I said is true. That Su guy from the Dragon Nation is absolutely outrageous. James Park emphasized once more. He knew they didn't believe him, but that was the truth. Hearing James Parker's words, the members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department all frowned and fell silent. Though they still found it hard to fully accept, they could tell from James Park's expression that he was telling the truth. After a moment, Mike waved his hand and said to James Park, "You can step out for now." Hearing Mike's words, James Parker reluctantly complied and stepped outside. James Park knew he had never been held in high regard by the members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. Once James Parker had left, Mike turned to Frank and asked, "Frank, do you think what James Parker said is true? A Dragon Nation citizen breaking through the defense mechanisms our Eagle Nation cybersecurity department's computer tech geniuses spent so much time and effort developing? That just doesn't seem realistic. Even if that fool James Parker managed to scrape together some superficial bits from our defense system, it couldn't possibly be that effective, right?" Frank frowned at Mike's words and replied, "James Parker probably isn't lying. Still, this is rather peculiar. Forget it. Maybe James Park is just too incompetent to have grasped the true power of our defense system. Enough of that. Our top priority now is to focus on perfecting our Melissa virus. Tomorrow is when the Rail show begins." Chapter 130, Unbelievably fast money-making speed has the production team panicking. Hearing Frank's words, Mike nodded in agreement. "Frank, you're absolutely right. Our top priority is indeed to refine our Melissa virus as much as possible. Tomorrow, we'll bring down the entire network system of Hangzhou Police Department in their dragon country." Ha! Hearing Mike's words, the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department all grinned maliciously, their faces brimming with amusement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyu had already returned to Hangzhou. "Finally, I can get some proper rest." The moment he arrived home, Suyu prepared to lie down and rest. Today had been nothing short of hectic. First, he attended a funeral. Then he went to Qingbei University to teach a Swana lesson to those gifted music students. After that, he participated in a computer security competition. All that had left him utterly exhausted. At least I made a killing this time. Suyu glanced at the money he'd earned today, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Sleep. Sleep. Shaking his head, Suyu collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, the internet was buzzing with excitement. Especially on the Weibo trending topics, a flood of hot searches related to Suyu had appeared. Hashtag shocking. Contestant number 5 Suyu suspected to be the world's strongest hacker. Hashtag mind-blowing. What other hidden skills does Suyu possess? Hashtag oh my goodness. Hacker god Suyu might end up in prison. Hashtag. These trending topics on Weibo sent netizens into a frenzy of speculation. Let's be real, Suyu is beyond insane. Single-handedly outclassing the entire James Park team? His computer skills are off the charts. Su the Great is terrifying. I'm seriously starting to suspect he's a hacker. Dude, no need to wonder. With those god-tier computer skills, he's definitely a hacker. LOL. Guys, are you dead set on sending Su to jail? Now you're labeling him a hacker, doesn't that mean he'll get a new title, Su the Hacker King? Ha. Can't wait to see the moment when Su the Great gets called in again by Hangzhou police for questioning. Let's be real, if Su really becomes a hacker and gets locked up, that'd be a riot to watch. Ha. If Su the Great saw you guys making fun of him like this, he'd totally thank you. Netizens gleefully speculated without holding back, their words practically cementing Suyu's hacker identity. Of course, these speculations were half joking, half serious. After all, the computer skills Suyu displayed today were nothing short of mind-blowing. He single-handedly trounced the renowned James Parker team, a group of computer geniuses from the Eagle Nation. Such a feat, who wouldn't be stunned? Naturally, more and more people began suspecting Suyu as a hacker. And now, the income Suyu earned today has suddenly drawn attention. After all, raking in that much money in a single day would shock anyone. The most vocal reactions, of course, came from the contestants of the 100-fold return show. What the hell? What the hell is this? Damn it! Suyu, get lost. This overachiever, how can he be so competitive? Damn it! Can he just let me get my work done in peace? Upon learning how much Suyu had earned today, the contestants were utterly devastated. Especially after learning the methods he used to earn it, they all felt like crying. Hosting funerals, playing the Swana, participating in computer hacking competitions. These money-making schemes? They contestants couldn't pull off any of them. Damn it! What other skills does Suyu have? Why are we forced to compete on the same show as this guy? I protest. Me too. This is unfair. We're all just honest workers, laying bricks and tightening screws, while he seems to have every skill under the sun. I strongly demand the 100-fold returned production team disqualify this Suyu guy from the show. Damn it! Where did this guy even come from? How does he have so many outrageous skills? The other contestants were all trembling with anger. Seeing Suyu's money-making schemes, they were both envious and helpless. There was nothing they could do. Suyu's methods were too unconventional. These money-making schemes? They couldn't pull them off even if you killed them. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return production team. Who exactly is this Suyu? Why didn't you thoroughly investigate his background beforehand? Someone like this should never have been allowed on our show. Now the chosen company is seriously questioning our casting decisions. Director Shang's eyes blazed with fury as he spoke. Hearing Director Shang's words, the senior production team members in the conference room fell silent. Each of them felt utterly frustrated inside. Who the hell could have imagined that a guy like Suyu would possess such outrageous skills? Director Zhang, we did our due diligence beforehand. This Suyu is just too deceptive. We genuinely had no idea he possessed these skills. Yes. Director Zhang, we were extremely thorough in our casting screening. We truly never imagined encountering someone as peculiar as Suyu. The meeting room was filled with helpless, bitter smiles. Thinking about Suyu's skills, each of them felt utterly frustrated. They genuinely hadn't anticipated Suyu possessing such an array of bizarre skills. Hearing the senior producer's comments, Director Zhang felt his head spin. The biggest problem now is, what other bizarre skills does this Suyu have up his sleeve? And how much money does he need to make before he'll stop? The show has barely started, and he's already made tens of millions. He's damn near hitting 100 million. Based on what he's earned so far, after the 100-fold return, that's 100 billion. At his current rate, in a year, Suyu might be nearing 100 billion. Then another 100-fold return, wouldn't the production team have to give him 1 trillion? How the hell are we supposed to handle this? How the hell am I supposed to explain this to the chosen company then? Director Zhang's face darkened to the point of resembling a pile of charcoal as he spoke. 1 trillion. If they really end up losing that much, it'll be a devastating blow to Tianjuan Company. Chapter 131, the production team is targeting us, invite Suyu. The thought alone made Director Zhang's face darken further. His mood was absolutely dreadful. With this eccentric Suyu on the scene, his mood had sunk to rock bottom. Meanwhile, the senior production team members in the conference room exchanged wry smiles upon hearing this. They were equally at a loss. Who could have predicted that Suyu would become such an unpredictable variable among the contestants? Director Zhang, the biggest issue right now is still that beauty formula contestant number 5, Suyu, gave to Qingyan Beauty Company. Based on the intel we've gathered so far, the products Qingyan Beauty Company produced using that formula are selling like crazy. Suyu is bound to rake in another huge sum. We absolutely must find a way to suppress contestant number 5. Otherwise, who knows what kind of commotion he'll stir up next. The senior production team members all spoke with bitter expressions. Hearing their words, Director Zhang rubbed his temples, feeling an equally massive headache coming on. Suyu. I won't let him get away with this. He has to be taken down. Director Zhang gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with fury. The thought of the massive profits Suyu's beauty formula could generate nearly drove Director Zhang mad with rage. Based on the current situation, Suyu was highly likely to rake in 300 or 400 million yuan in annual profit share from that beauty formula alone. After the 100-fold return, that would amount to another 30 to 40 billion. The thought made Director Zhang feel like he was about to be berated by the chosen company, finger pointed right at his face. It seems we must accelerate the process of recruiting those elite talents from abroad as contestants. I refuse to believe that Suyu could still pull off any tricks in front of those foreign elites. When the time comes, I'll make sure Suyu spits out every last penny he's swallowed. Director Zhang narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. At this point, if the production team wanted to suppress Suyu, the best approach was to make him lose every penny he earned. To achieve this, the production team naturally needed to bring in powerful foreign reinforcements. As for who that powerful reinforcement would be, the production team already had a clear idea in mind. That was to bring in elite foreign talents as contestants. At this moment, Suyu remained completely unaware of all this. When he woke up from his sleep, it was already the next morning. After washing up, Suyu gazed at the clear blue sky, feeling exceptionally cheerful. But today, the Hangzhou Police Department was in a very bad mood. For just this morning, their network information defense system had been breached by an attack. The computer virus unleashed by the adversary was nothing short of terrifying. Even though the police department's network defense system had been reinforced and upgraded countless times, it still collapsed under the onslaught of the virus. Hangzhou Police Department. What's the current situation? How far has the enemy's intrusion progressed? Commissioner Zhao shot a grim glance at his subordinates and demanded. Commissioner Zhao, the adversary's intrusion has now reached nearly 70%. It won't be long before our network defense system is completely breached. Our bureau has already sought assistance from the computer experts at the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department. They should be en route to us right now. The subordinate officer replied, his expression equally grave. Faced with this cyber attack, the Hangzhou Police Department found itself utterly defenseless. Even though they were doing everything possible to block the attackers' methods, the results were negligible. Given the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the enemy completely breached the Hangzhou Police Department's cyber defense system. Upon hearing that his subordinate had requested assistance from the computer experts at the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department, and that they were already en route, Chief Zhao's expression remained unchanged. It's too late. The enemy's attack is too fierce. By the time those computer experts arrive, our defense system will likely be breached beyond repair. And we absolutely cannot let that happen. Our Hangzhou Police Bureau's network defense system safeguards the confidential data of all police departments in Hangzhou, and it's even linked to the confidential data of police departments nationwide. Once our defense system is breached by the enemy, everything else will collapse too. The consequences would be unimaginable. We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. We must find a local computer expert immediately. Even if we can't completely block the enemy's intrusion methods, we need to buy time at least until the cybersecurity department of the Dragon Nation arrives. Commissioner Zhao spoke with an extremely grave expression. It must be understood that while police department defense systems nationwide appear independent, they are actually interconnected. If the Hangzhou Police Department's network defense system were breached by the adversary, it would inevitably impact police departments nationwide. Moreover, the mere compromise of Hangzhou Police Department's classified data would cause catastrophic damage. Although the Hangzhou Police Department had already requested assistance from Dragon Nation's cybersecurity experts, and their team was en route, the timeframe remained precarious for a timely arrival. After all, the adversary's intrusion tactics this time are exceptionally aggressive. The network defense systems here at Hangzhou Police Headquarters simply won't hold out much longer. But Chief Zhao, we've already summoned every known registered computer expert in Hangzhou to assist. I honestly can't think of any other computer experts we haven't called in. One officer couldn't help but speak up. With such a major incident unfolding, every local computer expert within the Hangzhou Police Department had been summoned to the front lines. Even so, given the current adversary's intrusion tactics, they couldn't hold out much longer. Now that Chief Zhao was asking for local computer experts to step in, they couldn't fathom who else could possibly be called upon. At that moment, Chief Zhao's gaze sharpened as his mind raced. He spoke up. Wait, didn't that kid Suyu return to Hangzhou? Go get him here immediately. That kid won the computer defense competition at Qingbei University yesterday. He might just have a solution. Chapter 132, Police Escort? Is Suyu being arrested? Commissioner Zhao had naturally taken note of the commotion Suyu had caused at Qingbei University yesterday. After all, Suyu's actions were utterly outrageous and monstrous. It could be said that Director Zhao was deeply concerned about Suyu's movements. He had no choice but to continue covertly monitoring Suyu, hoping to catch him committing any criminal acts. Hearing his officers mention this now, Commissioner Zhao suddenly recalled that Suyu had already returned to Hangzhou. Quick! We're going to bring that kid Suyu in right now. Whether it's useful or not, get that kid to step up first. Besides, that kid's got something strange about him. Who knows? Maybe he really does have a way to block the enemy's invasion tactics? Even if he can't block their attack methods, at least he can buy us some time. Time is what we lack most right now. With that thought, Director Zhao immediately spoke up. Upon hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the officers under his command all snapped into action. Every member of the Hangzhou police force had taken note of Suyu's situation. After all, Suyu was undeniably peculiar. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but wonder if he had a criminal past. Therefore, they were all aware of the commotion Suyu had caused at Qingbei University yesterday. Hearing Chief Zhao's words now, they all snapped into action. Yes, Chief Zhao. We'll head out immediately to find Suyu. The officer nodded urgently. Right. Take the patrol car to pick him up. That way we can get there faster. Commissioner Zhao considered for a moment before giving the order. Soon, a police car sped toward Suyu's location. Moreover, to avoid traffic jams and other delays, the Hangzhou police even activated the patrol car's distinctive siren. Woo woo! Woo woo! The piercing wail of police sirens echoed through the streets of Hangzhou. Many people on the road witnessed this scene and quickly made way. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but wonder, which wanted criminal is the Hangzhou police going to arrest? Such a grand display. After all, the police cars were speeding down the road at a pace that could only be described as chasing some illicit criminal. At that moment, in a neighborhood park. Hey, everyone watching the livestream. You guys gotta do what I do, hit the pavement for a morning run every single day. By the end of the day, you'll feel refreshed and energized. Want to know how I make so much money? My secret to success is running every day to keep my mind sharp. After all, the fastest way to make money is to earn it with your brain power. Suyu smiled as he spoke into the holographic live streaming camera while jogging. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream chat couldn't help but roll their eyes at Suyu's words. The goddamn way to make money is by running to keep your mind sharp? I run every day, yet I've never made that much money. Total bull. Exactly. Su God's money making clearly comes from some crazy skills that's got nothing to do with running. Seeing Su God make money hurts worse than my own losses. This guy is just insane. Honestly, watching Su God's money making schemes daily makes me wonder if he'll end up in jail someday. I mean, some of those methods border on illegal. No. You're wrong, buddy. Su God's money making schemes aren't just borderline illegal, they're downright criminal. I'm just waiting for the day Hangzhou police bust him. Ha! Ha ha! You guys are evil. Actually hoping Su the God gets arrested by Hangzhou police and sent to jail? Ha ha! But I like it. Speaking of which, just now I saw a police car speeding down the road in Hangzhou. Man, that siren was blaring like crazy, must be chasing some illicit fugitive. +1 to the post above. I saw it too. I was driving just now and spotted a police car speeding by. It seemed to be heading in the direction of Su Dashi's place. What do you think? Could the Hangzhou police be coming to arrest Su Dashi? Ha ha! Dude, your imagination is running wild. While I'd love to see Su Dashi get busted by Hangzhou police, let's be real, that's pretty unlikely, right? Well, hard to say. Here's the thing, I'm right now near the park entrance of the neighborhood where Su Dashi lives. Just a moment ago, I saw a police car driving into the park. Holy crap. Bro upstairs, are you serious? You actually saw a police car go in? Could it be they're really here to arrest Su the Great? The live chat erupted with heated discussion. Clearly, most viewers were skeptical that the police car was there to arrest Suyu. And just then, the sharp, piercing sound of a police siren echoed through the livestream. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I heard that distinct police siren sound, you guys. They're really here to arrest Suyu, right? Holy crap! Look, the police car is actually heading straight for Su God. Oh no! Su God, run! They're coming for you! The live stream viewers were stunned to see a police car actually heading towards Suyu. Meanwhile, Suyu watched the police car approaching him, feeling utterly bewildered. Holy crap, getting arrested for just going for a run? Suyu watched as the police car pulled up near him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He genuinely hadn't expected this police car to be targeting him. Damn it! Run! Suyu cursed under his breath and immediately took off running. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Xiao, who had just opened the car door to drive off, and the officer beside him watched helplessly as Suyu fled. Suyu, you little bastard, stop running. We didn't come here to arrest you. Commissioner Zhao shouted, his face clearly annoyed. He did want to arrest Suyu after all. The skills Suyu possessed were borderline criminal, naturally making him suspect Suyu might be involved in some major cases. But suspicion aside, he hadn't actually found any evidence of Suyu committing a crime. Besides, this time he came seeking Suyu's help. But Suyu, well, he was darting around faster than a monkey. This was ridiculous. At that moment, hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, Suyu didn't lower his guard one bit. Chapter 133, seeking Suyu's assistance. He's about to make his move. Commissioner Zhao, I'm not well educated, don't try to pull one over on me. You drove all the way to the neighborhood park early in the morning to ambush me, and you claim you're not here to arrest me? Suyu stared at Bureau Chief Zhao with suspicion. No way around it. He was guilty as charged. After all, the skills the system had granted him were, to some extent, a bit criminal. Now, with police cars sirening toward him this early in the morning, cornering him at the neighborhood park, how could he not panic? Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! This is hilarious. Hangzhou police are actually here to arrest Su God. Holy crap. Sending police cars to ambush someone in the neighborhood park? Su the God is gonna go viral for real this time. I know it's unethical to laugh, but seeing God Su like this, I just can't help myself. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Seeing Su the God about to get arrested makes me inexplicably excited. The viewers in the livestream chat all laughed with mischievous glee. Meanwhile, Bureau Chief Zhao felt a wave of helplessness upon hearing Suyu's words. Still, he knew that driving a police car into the residential park like this did make it look suspiciously like they were here to ambush someone. Alright, listen to me. We're not here to arrest you. In fact, we're here to request your assistance with the Hangzhou Police Department. To be honest, our department is facing a major crisis. Our network defense system has been breached by a foreign entity, and the situation is dire. Although we've already reached out to the computer experts at the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department for help, and their team is on their way, time is extremely tight. That's why we need you to come help us block the adversary's intrusion methods. At the very least, buying us some extra time would be invaluable. Rest assured, we won't let you work for nothing. The Hangzhou Police Department is offering substantial compensation for your assistance. 200,000 yuan. If you can help stall them, the Hangzhou Police Department will pay you 200,000 yuan. Commissioner Zhao didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point of his visit to Suyu. After all, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Hangzhou Police Department. Time was of the essence. To describe it as urgent beyond delay would be no exaggeration. That was precisely why Chief Zhao had gone so far as to use police cars to clear a path and intercept someone at the neighborhood park. Upon hearing Zhao's words, Suyu's eyes lit up. 200,000. That sum was undeniably tempting. Ha! Chief Zhao, you should have said so sooner. You know me, I love nothing more than assisting the police. Money doesn't matter, it's all about my kind heart. Suyu laughed heartily, speaking with remarkable magnanimity. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Director Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. Money doesn't matter? Didn't you see the look on your face when you heard about the 200,000 yuan reward? Your eyes practically shot green sparks. This clearly means you're only after the 200,000 yuan reward. At that moment, in the hundredfold return livestream. Damn! That's our Su God for you. He lit up the moment he heard about the money. If anyone's shameless, it's Su the Great. He can lie through his teeth with a straight face, acting like money doesn't matter. I guarantee you, if it weren't for that 200,000 reward, Su the Great would never have agreed to help. Ah! No need to say more, Su the Great is amazing. Making money off the police department? Probably only Su the Great could pull that off. Speaking of which, judging by Chief Zhao's words, the Hangzhou Police Department is really in trouble this time. Exactly. I strongly suspect that the Foreign Force Director Zhao mentioned the one launching cyber attacks against Hangzhou Police's network defense system is none other than those guys from the Eagle Nation Cybersecurity Department. Hey upstairs, no need to doubt it. It's definitely them. The only ones with both the motive and the capability are the cybersecurity folks from that eagle-winged nation. Damn it! Those eagle-wielding bastards never stop plotting to destroy our Dragon Nation. Speaking of which, do you think Su the Genius could block their intrusion methods? I think it's a long shot. After all, those guys from the Eagle Nation Cybersecurity Agency are absolute monsters in the field of computer technology. Su's skills are impressive, but against opponents like them, his chances are probably minuscule. +1 to the above. While I'd love to see Su pull off another miracle, let's be real, the odds are just too slim. The enemy is simply terrifying. Those members of Eagle Chow's cybersecurity division are beyond belief. You've all heard of James Park, right? He's considered a computer genius after all. He's a top-tier graduate from Harvard's renowned computer science department. But did you know that within the Eagle Nation cybersecurity division, he's nothing more than a lowly tea-pouring assistant? Holy crap! If that's the case, then the elite members of the Eagle Nation Cybersecurity Agency must be absolutely terrifying. Dude, that's the reality. Every single elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department is a monster in the field of computer technology. Even Su the Great would be in serious trouble facing them. The live chat erupted with heated discussions. In their eyes, Su Yu's odds against the Eagle Nation's elite cybersecurity team were incredibly low. In fact, victory seemed utterly impossible. Meanwhile, upon learning that Director Zhao hadn't come to arrest him but to request his assistance, Su Yu agreed without hesitation. Shortly after, Su Yu arrived at Hangzhou Police Headquarters in a police vehicle. Su Yu, your mission is to stall for time as much as possible. We need to prevent the enemy from successfully infiltrating and attacking before our Dragon Nation's cybersecurity team arrives. Commissioner Zhao looked at Su Yu with a grave expression as he spoke. Hearing this, Su Yu remained calm, waving his hand with a smile. Don't worry. With me here, they won't succeed. I'll block all their intrusion attempts, and I'll even help upgrade and improve your Hangzhou Police Department's cyber defense systems. Joking aside, merely blocking them to buy time? That wasn't his style. Chapter 134, I can handle this alone. Hearing Su Yu's words, Chief Zhao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Let's hope so. Anyway, do your best to buy us some time. Commissioner Zhao harbored doubts about Su Yu's claims. He knew Su Yu possessed astonishing talent in computer technology, otherwise, Su Yu wouldn't have single-handedly crushed the James Parker team at the Qingbei University Computer Defense Competition. But even so, he still didn't believe Su Yu could completely block all of the opponent's intrusion and attack methods. After all, Su Yu wasn't facing the James Parker team this time, he was up against the elite members of the Eagle Nation Cybersecurity Department, a force 10 or even 100 times more formidable. Facing the intrusion tactics launched by these elite members of the Eagle Nation Cybersecurity Agency, it was utterly impossible for Su Yu to completely block every single one of their attacks. And then there was Su Yu's earlier claim that he actually intended to upgrade and improve the Hangzhou Police Bureau's cyber defense system. Chief Zhao found that even more unbelievable. Are you kidding me? Their Hangzhou Police Bureau's cyber defense system was designed and developed by a team of computer experts from the Dragon Nation's Cybersecurity Department. This defense system was incredibly complex and formidable. For Su Yu to suggest upgrading and improving it was nothing short of a fairy tale. Seeing Bureau Chief Zhao's reaction, Su Yu understood the man didn't believe in his capabilities. But Su Yu didn't say much in response. After all, when the time came, Chief Zhao would see for himself. He possessed god-tier computer skills. Blocking the so-called elite members of the Eagle Nation Cybersecurity Department from launching intrusive attacks was a piece of cake. As for upgrading and enhancing the Hangzhou Police Bureau's cyber defense systems? That was a piece of cake, a mere formality. Seeing that Director Zhao remained skeptical, Su Yu saw no point in elaborating further. Enough about that. You'll see for yourself when the time comes. Commissioner Zhao, have someone take me to the server room. Su Yu waved his hand and spoke directly. Hearing this, Chief Zhao didn't say much either. He simply nodded and had an officer escort Su Yu to the server room. After Su Yu departed, Director Zhao sighed, the gravity still etched on his face. Even though he had called in Su Yu for assistance, Director Zhao still felt utterly uncertain. In his view, while Su Yu was highly skilled in computer technology, their opponent was an elite member of the Eagle Nation's Cybersecurity Division. Facing such a situation, Su Yu alone was simply insufficient. Commissioner Zhao, do you think Su Yu can block the adversary's intrusion tactics? Also, is it reliable that he offered to upgrade and improve our Hangzhou Police Bureau's cyber defense system? At that moment, one of the officers under him couldn't help but speak up. Hearing this, Director Zhao shook his head with a wry smile. You're still a bit too naive. While it's true that Su Yu is a bit of an enigma and possesses extraordinarily advanced computer skills, don't forget that our adversary this time is no ordinary foe. They're elite personnel from the Eagle Nation's Cybersecurity Division. Even the top computer experts from our own Cybersecurity Division struggle against such opponents. Do you really think Su Yu can single-handedly take on the entire elite unit of Eagle Nation's Cybersecurity Division? It's simply impossible. As for upgrading and improving our Hangzhou Police Bureau's cyber defense system, I'd say that's just some joke Su Yu's pulling. If Su Yu can buy us enough time for Dragon Nation cybersecurity experts to arrive, that would be a favorable outcome. At this point, we can only hope the adversary's intrusion methods aren't too aggressive. Otherwise, if our Hangzhou Police Bureau's cyber defense system gets breached, the consequences would be truly dire. At this point, Director Zhao's face was heavy with gravity. While he wasn't entirely convinced by Su Yu's earlier claims, he certainly harbored significant doubts. After all, Su Yu was facing elite members of the Eagle Nation's Cybersecurity Division. It wasn't that Su Yu wasn't strong enough, it was that his opponents were simply too formidable, too terrifying. Inside the server room at that moment, several local computer experts from Hangzhou, summoned by the city police, worked with grim expressions to patch the vulnerabilities. Phew! This is tough. The enemy is just too cunning and too skilled. We patched every possible vulnerability in the defense system, yet we still couldn't halt their intrusion progress. At this rate, they'll breach our defenses completely within 10 minutes. The elite members of the Eagle Nation's Cybersecurity Division are incredibly strong. They're all monsters in the field of computer technology. A local computer expert from Hangzhou sighed with a grave expression. Hearing this, the other computer experts nodded in agreement, their faces equally etched with deep exhaustion and helplessness. Yeah. The enemy is terrifying. Our computer skills are pretty solid, but against their hacking techniques, we're no match at all. Who can argue with that? It seems we don't even have the qualifications to compete with those elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. At this point, all we can do is try to buy as much time as possible. This is a real headache. The situation is incredibly tricky. Honestly, we might not even last 10 minutes. Who knows when the computer experts from the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department will arrive? We're really struggling to hold on. The group of local computer experts from Hangzhou all wore bitter smiles inside. As the top computer experts in Hangzhou, each of them possessed their own pride. Yet now, faced with the adversaries' intrusion tactics, they felt utterly overwhelmed and helpless. After all, their adversaries were elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. They simply couldn't compete. Just as everyone felt overwhelmed and helpless, a voice suddenly rang out. Hello, everyone. You can step aside and rest now. I've got this covered. Chapter 135, Too Arrogant? Impossible. Hearing this, everyone in the server room stared at each other in disbelief, seething inside. What kind of person was this? Telling us all to step aside and rest while he handles it alone? How incredibly arrogant. The group of local Hangzhou computer experts glared at Suyu with ill will, their hearts filled with resentment. Who the hell are you? Talking like that, aren't you afraid the wind will twist your tongue? Exactly. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you even know what kind of opponents we're facing? And you think you can handle it alone? Ridiculous. The computer experts all raised their eyebrows, their expressions filled with hostility. Seeing this, Suyu waved dismissively, unconcerned. I'm different from you lot. I don't need to know who the opponent is. Because no matter who they are, I'll still crush them. I've said what needed to be said. You can step aside and rest now. Of course, you're welcome to stand behind me and watch, just don't interfere with my work. Suyu had no intention of wasting more words on these people. After all, he could handle all of this on his own. On the contrary, having these people assist would only get in the way and hinder his normal performance. Hearing Suyu's words, the group of computer experts were all furious. What the hell was that? His arrogance knows no bounds. Fine. You're truly arrogant. Then we'll stand by and watch how you block the opponent's intrusion tactics. Hope you're not just all talk. The leader of the computer experts gritted his teeth in fury. The others remained silent, but their expressions were equally filled with rage. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Damn! That's Su the God for you. His words alone could drive someone mad. You bet. Those local Hangzhou computer whizzes are practically green with rage. When it comes to getting under people's skin, Su the Legend really has a knack for it. Honestly, I'm genuinely curious, can Su the Legend pull this off? After all, this time his opponents are elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. In terms of computer skills, they're leagues ahead of the James Parker team. +1 to the above. Sane curiosity. While Su the Great is incredibly skilled, this opponent is clearly no pushover. From what I know, any random elite member from the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division is dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than James Parker. I feel like Su the Great might be in for a rough ride against them. I beg to differ. Haven't we seen countless miracles from Su? Who knows? Maybe he'll not only block all their intrusion attempts but also turn the tables. Buddy, while I'd love to see Su pull off another miracle, we gotta stick to facts and evidence. We're talking about elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division here. No matter how skilled Su is, there are limits. Expecting another miracle is just impossible and unrealistic. The livestream's comments section erupted with rapid-fire messages. Netizens chimed in one after another. The overwhelming majority believed Suyu was headed for a fall this time. It wasn't that they doubted Suyu's abilities, it was simply that his opponent this time was too formidable. After all, his opponent was an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. Anyone who made it into the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency was, without exception, a world-class computer genius. Jam Park himself was already quite formidable, but within the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency, he was merely a lowly errand boy. One can only imagine how terrifying the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency truly are. Precisely because the opponent was so formidable, netizens now believed Suyu was likely to suffer a loss this time. At that moment, Suyu was already seated at his computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he typed away. As for the hostility directed at him by those local computer whizzes in Hangzhou, Suyu couldn't care less. It wasn't that he looked down on them, he simply couldn't be bothered. After all, these individuals were simply too far beneath him in skill. They clearly weren't worthy of his attention. Their computer skills were certainly impressive within Hangzhou, but expecting them to assist him in blocking the sophisticated hacking techniques deployed by the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency? That was wishful thinking. In fact, their assistance might even slow him down and hinder his performance. Precisely for this reason, Suyu decided to send them packing to wherever they could find some shade. Now, as the local Hangzhou computer experts watched Suyu furiously typing away at his code without so much as a glance their way, each of them felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Suyu was being way too cocky. "K, do you think this guy can really block the enemy's attack all by himself?" One of the experts couldn't help but glance at their leader and ask. Hearing this, a hacker known as K sneered contemptuously. "Viper, do you seriously think that's possible? The opponent is an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division. And this time, they're clearly determined to succeed, attacking with extreme ferocity, striking right at the core. Against such invasion tactics, just buying some time is incredibly difficult, let alone blocking the attack entirely. I reckon that kid won't last long before he gets his ass kicked." At this, the others shook their heads and sneered. "Yeah. Viper, your question is totally unnecessary. If that kid can block the attack, I'll give him my head to use as a stool." Exactly. That kid's just talking tough and spouting nonsense. Even though we're pretty gifted in computer tech, it took us over a decade to get to where we are now. That kid's still wet behind the ears. How good could he possibly be? Plus, this time the opponent is an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division. There's no way that kid can block their intrusion tactics. Hearing everyone's words, the computer expert codenamed Viper nodded in agreement. He felt foolish for having even considered whether Suyu could block the enemy's intrusion tactics. Chapter 136, Astonishing. He's better than all of them. By now, Suyu had already typed out several pages of code, completely immersed in the world of computer programming. He paid no attention whatsoever to the murmurs of the local Hangzhou computer experts behind him. His coding speed is impressive enough, but even so, it's utterly useless. The opponent is an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division. How could a few pages of code possibly counter that? Ridiculous. The computer expert codenamed K glanced at Suyu, shaking his head with a cold sneer. Suyu's earlier arrogance had infuriated him, and now he was determined to mock Suyu relentlessly. Besides, he genuinely believed Suyu's current actions were futile. After all, their opponents were elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. How could they be so easily dealt with? If a few pages of computer code could truly block the intrusion tactics launched by the Eagle Nation's elite cybersecurity team, then the many people present earlier wouldn't have been utterly overwhelmed by the enemy. At that moment, a local computer expert from Hangzhou cast a curious glance at the code Suyu was typing. That single glance caused his expression to shift dramatically. How is this possible? The local Hangzhou computer expert's face twisted into a strange expression. He was stunned to discover that the strings of code Suyu was typing were incredibly intricate, with astonishing logic. What's wrong, Snake? Why such a big reaction? You're not having your worldview shattered by that kid's random code, are you? Yeah. Snake, come on. We all knew a cocky, clueless kid's code would be a mess of incoherent nonsense. No need to be so shocked. The other computer experts chuckled knowingly, turning to the one codenamed Snake. Hearing this, the hacker codenamed Snake hurriedly defended himself. "No, you've misunderstood. Look, that kid's computer code seems pretty sophisticated. I just glanced at a few lines. The logical structure and technical depth are impressive." Hearing Snake's words, the expressions of the other computer experts turned peculiar. Suyu's computer code is no simple matter? High logical and technical sophistication? How could that be possible? At that moment, these computer experts all felt deeply skeptical, convinced Snake was deliberately joking around with them. However, seeing Snake's dead serious expression, they couldn't suppress their curiosity any longer and turned their attention to the strings of code Suyu was typing out. And then, their expressions all changed. How is this possible? The computer code this guy wrote is so profound? How could this be? What on earth is going on? The local computer experts from Hangzhou all wore expressions of profound shock, their emotions churning violently. At that moment, the computer expert codenamed K, noticing their peculiar expressions, glanced curiously at the code Suyu had written. And with just that glance, he could no longer maintain his composure. His computer skills were the highest among them. Precisely because of this, upon glancing at the code Suyu had written, he immediately and intuitively sensed its extraordinary nature. Profound. Complex. How could this be? The emotion surged within the computer genius codenamed K. In that instant, he completely abandoned his previous underestimation of Suyu. For he suddenly realized that just from the code Suyu had written, it was clear Suyu's computer skills far surpassed his own. How did this guy pull it off? So young, yet his computer skills surpass mine? The computer expert codenamed K's eyes widened involuntarily. At that moment, his mind was churning with shock and disbelief. Seeing even his expression change so dramatically, the others couldn't help but ask. K, do you think this guy might actually block the opponent's intrusion attack? After all, judging by the computer code he wrote, his technical skills are clearly far beyond any of us. Yeah. I thought he was just bragging earlier, but now I'm starting to doubt myself. This guy seems unreal. Several local computer experts from Hangzhou couldn't help but voice their thoughts. At that moment, they completely abandoned their previous underestimation of Suyu. After seeing the computer code Suyu had written, they all realized one thing: Suyu's computer skills were likely even superior to their own. Therefore, they couldn't help but suspect that Suyu might actually be able to block the opponent's intrusion attack methods. At that moment, upon hearing the other's words, the computer expert codenamed K suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he shook his head and declared, "Impossible. While this kid's computer skills surpass any of us here, don't forget our opponent is an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. Their strength is terrifying. Anyone hired by that agency is a monster in the field of computer technology. True, this kid is peculiar, but facing the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity elite? He's still going down." The computer expert codenamed K hesitated for a moment before delivering his verdict with unwavering certainty. In his view, while Suyu's computer skills surpassed any of theirs, he still stood no chance against the adversary's intrusion techniques. After all, the adversary wasn't just anyone, they were elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. No matter how skilled Suyu was, facing off against an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency, he was still destined to lose. Upon hearing K's words, the other local computer experts from Hangzhou nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. Their earlier speculation was now completely dismissed. Right? How could Suyu possibly block the opponent's intrusion attack methods? Chapter 137, Unbelievable. What the hell is going on? At that moment, Suyu continued typing code relentlessly, paying no heed whatsoever to the thoughts swirling behind him. After a few more moments, Suyu stopped writing code. Excellent. This code is sufficient to upgrade Hangzhou Police Bureau's network information defense system. Suyu glanced at the computer code he'd written and nodded with satisfaction. He had no intention of patching every single bug in the Hangzhou Police Department's network defense system. After all, vulnerabilities were an endless task. Rather than wasting time patching the old system's flaws, it was better to bite the bullet and upgrade the entire defense system from the ground up. That way, any hidden bugs that existed before would naturally disappear. Alright. Let's begin the upgrade. With that thought, Suyu began executing the computer code he had just written. As Suyu pressed the enter key to execute, the strings of computer code began upgrading the entire Hangzhou Police Department's network information defense system. At that very instant, the opponent's intrusion progress halted abruptly. Moreover, the intrusion progress bar began to reverse. From an initial 70% progress, it plummeted to 62%. And the attack progress continued to fall. 58%. 51%. 43%. 12%. At this, the local computer whizzes from Hangzhou were all dumbfounded. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? The opponent's intrusion progress is actually dropping and plummeting wildly. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? The computer experts all gaped with wide eyes. At that moment, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy! I'm exhausted. Am I really not sleepwalking? It's actually dropping. Holy! No way? It actually dropped from 70% invasion progress to 12%. Is Su God's computer skills that terrifying? Holy! I'm questioning my entire existence right now. What the hell is going on? I'm stunned for the rest of the year. Is this even possible? Someone slap me, I think I'm dreaming. The viewers in the livestream were equally stunned, their jaws dropped. This situation felt utterly absurd to them, like the heavens had turned upside down. Who could possibly reverse an invasion attack from 70% to 12% in one fell swoop? This was utterly mind-boggling. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ocean, in the Eagle Nation, at the cybersecurity agency. What the hell is going on here? Can someone tell me what the hell just happened? How did the hacking progress drop from 70% to 12%? What the hell just happened? The elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department all stood up, cursing furiously. Their frustration had reached an absolute peak. The current situation was utterly beyond belief for them. It was beyond belief. Mike, what the hell is going on? Why did our attack progress plummet so drastically? We're using the Melissa virus this time. This thing was developed by our entire team, why isn't it working now? Frank gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Hearing Frank's outburst, Mike remained silent, utterly baffled. This situation was completely unexpected. After all, the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department had deployed the Melissa virus. This computer virus had been painstakingly developed by their team of computer geniuses. It could be said that Melissa was the trump card in their U.S. cybersecurity agency's operation to breach Hangzhou Police Department's network defenses. Moreover, using Melissa, they had breached the defenses with remarkable ease. Precisely because of this, they had achieved a 70% penetration rate in the Hangzhou Police Department's network defense system in such a short time. But who could have imagined that in just a moment, their progress would plummet from 70% to a mere 12%? What the hell is going on? Don't ask me, I have no idea. Mike's face alternated between pale and flushed as he spoke in a deeply frustrated tone. The current situation completely shattered all his expectations. Damn it! Could it be that the computer experts from the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department arrived and intervened? But that shouldn't be possible. While the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity experts are formidable, they couldn't possibly handle our Melissa virus so effortlessly. Frank gritted his teeth, utterly perplexed and frustrated to the point of physical pain. He simply couldn't fathom what was wrong with the current situation. They had clearly deployed the Melissa virus. Logically, they should have effortlessly breached Hangzhou Police Bureau's network defense system. Even if Dragon Nation's cybersecurity experts rushed in to intervene, they shouldn't have been able to stop us. But what the hell was going on now? And just as the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department were silently fuming and scratching their heads over there, James Parker walked in carrying coffee. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but think of one person. No, it can't be. Could it be that Suyu's behind this? Jam Park's pupils dilated violently at the sight before him, and he exclaimed in shock. Already in a foul mood, the others heard James Parker muttering to himself and couldn't help but snap. James Park, what the hell are you on about? Suyu? Do you even know who attacked us? Hearing their angry words, James Park shuddered slightly, his voice trembling as he said, well, I suspect the one who attacked might very well be Suyu. The reason I lost is because I ran into him. This current situation bears a striking resemblance to that kid's fighting style. He's the same if he doesn't act fine. But once he does, it makes you question your entire existence. This situation really feels like his handiwork. At these words, the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department exchanged stunned glances. Chapter 138, he handled it all by himself. Suyu? What's Suyu? You can't be talking about that kid who beat you before? You've got to be kidding. James Parker, are you kidding us? The elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department were all seething with anger. In their eyes, James Parker must have lost his mind. They knew a thing or two about Suyu. After all, James Parker had suffered such a crushing defeat in Dragon Country that he had completely disgraced the Eagle Nation. Naturally, they were aware of Suyu. But now James Parker was claiming that it was Suyu who had intervened to block their intrusion and attack methods in Dragon Country. This made them highly suspicious that James Parker was just making things up to fool them. In their eyes, Suyu was nothing more than a mere greenhorn. That James Parker lost to Suyu only proved James Parker was a complete fool, lacking proper training. But now, James Parker was claiming that even their invasion tactics had been thwarted by Suyu? How could they possibly believe that? I'm telling the truth. That technique really does resemble Suyu's style. Jam Park felt utterly wronged at that moment. Having been crushed so badly by Suyu before, it could be said Suyu had left him with psychological scars. Therefore, he was intimately familiar with Suyu's signature tactics and style. The situation they were facing now felt eerily similar to Suyu's modus operandi. Get out! Get out of here! You worthless piece of trash! Mike glared furiously at James Parker, his voice thick with rage. Just seeing James Parker now made him furious. Especially since James Parker had actually claimed that the one who intervened to block their invasion tactics was that greenhorn Suyu? Wasn't that essentially implying that they, the elite members, were inferior to Suyu? What a joke! As for James Parker, being kicked out by Mike and the others didn't make him angry at all. Instead, he felt like laughing. In fact, seeing Mike and the others get thoroughly beaten by Suyu gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. Turns out he wasn't the only one who sucked. Even the elite members of their Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department would get thoroughly beaten if they faced Suyu. Poof. Meanwhile, at the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency, Mike and his team watched helplessly as their intrusion tactics were systematically dismantled, their attack progress steadily plummeting. Their mood was heavy and complex. The current situation was truly agonizing for them. Could it be? James Parker was telling the truth? The opponent really is that Suyu? Mike's face darkened as he spoke. In truth, everything that had just unfolded had also made Mike and the others suspect that the one behind the attack was Suyu. But deep down, they refused to accept that they could lose to some greenhorn. And now, the intrusion attack progress on the display screen had frozen at 0%. This meant all their intrusion attack methods had been completely wiped out. Damn it! Where the hell did that guy come from? Mike, Frank, and the others slammed their fists hard onto the table, furious beyond words. This confrontation had ended in utter defeat for them. And they hadn't seen it coming at all. After all, they had clearly held the upper hand earlier. They had breached Hangzhou Police Department's network defenses step by step, on the verge of a complete breakthrough. But in the blink of an eye, the tables had turned. Every single one of their intrusion tactics was blocked. What the hell just happened? At that moment, inside the server room of the Hangzhou Police Department, several local computer experts stared at the screen displaying the intrusion progress at 0%, all stunned into silence for a long moment, their jaws practically hitting the floor. So powerful. They actually blocked every single one of the attacker's intrusion attempts? That's insane. Master. This is what a true hacker god looks like. The local computer experts from Hangzhou stared at Suyu, their minds churning with astonishment. They never imagined Suyu could be this powerful. After all, their opponent was an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. Moreover, just moments ago, their side had clearly been at a disadvantage. Yet in the blink of an eye, Suyu single-handedly turned the entire situation around. One man against the entire elite unit of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency, and he won. Such a scene was utterly breathtaking. At this moment, the local computer experts from Hangzhou had completely shed their earlier underestimation of Suyu. No kidding. With Suyu's mind-blowing computer skills, they were convinced. Utterly convinced. Master. We truly didn't recognize your greatness earlier. Please don't hold it against us. Exactly. We truly never imagined your computer skills were this formidable. Please don't hold it against us. The local Hangzhou computer experts all looked at Suyu with expressions of complete admiration. As computer experts themselves, they naturally carried a certain pride. Getting them to admit defeat in the realm of computer technology was normally impossible. But now, they had no choice but to concede. Faced with Suyu's mind-blowing computer skills, they couldn't help but be impressed. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Suyu merely smiled faintly, paying it no mind. At that moment, in the hundredfold returned livestream. Holy! Unbelievable! Su God is terrifyingly good, utterly terrifying. He single-handedly blocked every single one of his opponent's invasion attacks. Damn, that's just too damn impressive. Dude, this is nothing special. It's not like this is the first time God Su has pulled this off. Bro, I can't agree with you there. Last time was last time, this time is this time. This time, Su God wasn't facing James Parker, he was facing every elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity agency. The gap between them is wider than the sky. And even so, Su God pulled off another miracle. That kind of skill is just terrifying. I'm blown away. This time I'm truly impressed. With skills like this, Su has practically ascended to godhood. I bet those Eagle Flag Nation cybersecurity elite are pretty confused right now. If they knew Master Su single-handedly blocked all their intrusion methods, they'd be questioning their entire existence. Speaking of which, shouldn't the Dragon Nation cybersecurity experts be arriving soon? But given the current situation, there's probably no need for them to come. Chapter 139, Unbelievable. Using Panda Burn Incense. The live stream viewers erupted in heated discussion. Each and every one of them was stunned by Suyu's god-tier computer skills. While Suyu had pulled off a miracle last time too, this opponent was leagues stronger than James Parker. After all, this time he was facing the entire elite team of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. Yet even against such formidable opponents, Suyu had pulled off another miracle. How could anyone not be stunned? Meanwhile, Suyu, the instigator of it all, stared at his computer monitor, his mind already scheming about something else. Should I send the Panda Burn Incense virus over to give Eagle Chicken Nation a little surprise? A faint smile tugged at Suyu's lips as the thought crossed his mind. He wasn't some meek doormat. Since the enemy had launched an invasion attack, letting it go without a fight wasn't his style. And the best counterattack? The Panda Burn Incense virus, of course. Dropping this virus would guarantee every single computer in the Eagle Nation would crash. Every single one, without exception. Just as Suyu was thinking this, a group of people entered the server room. Seeing the newcomers, the local computer experts in Hangzhou feared they might interrupt Suyu's train of thought and were about to speak up to stop them. After all, having witnessed Suyu's computer skills just now, they now all treat him like a god. Naturally, they instinctively revered him like a deity. But just as they were about to speak up, they caught sight of the insignia on these individuals' uniforms. Their smiles instantly turned awkward. For the visitors were none other than personnel from the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity agency. Facing these individuals, the local computer experts in Hangzhou dared not speak loudly. There was no way around it, these individuals possessed computer skills far superior to their own. Those who had secured positions within the Dragon Nation cybersecurity agency were, without exception, their seniors, figures they looked up to with awe. At that moment, the young woman leading the group cast a brief, indifferent glance around before turning her attention to the computer expert codenamed K. She asked, "What is the current progress of the intrusion attack?" Upon hearing the question, the expert codenamed K promptly replied with complete honesty. The enemy's intrusion progress is currently at 0%. The local Hangzhou-based computer expert codenamed K showed no sign of condescension toward the young woman asking the question, answering directly and honestly. But upon hearing this, Zhuge Yusen furrowed her delicate brows. What do you mean? Zhuge Yusen now strongly suspected the other party was toying with her. 0%? Are you kidding me? They had rushed to Hangzhou at top speed precisely to turn the tide at the last moment and block the enemy's invasion tactics. But now, these local computer experts in Hangzhou were telling them the enemy's current intrusion progress was 0%? This is ing nonsense. 0%? Doesn't that mean the enemy's attack methods have been completely blocked and eliminated? But is that even possible? Impossible. Hearing Zhuge Yusin's skeptical tone, the computer expert codenamed K grew irritated and retorted. It's 0%. Su alone blocked and eliminated every single one of the enemy's intrusion attempts. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Zhuge Yusin's expression shifted upon hearing this. Behind her, her colleagues from the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department all wore peculiar expressions. Su the Great? One person blocked and eliminated all of the opponent's intrusion attack methods? How could that be possible? After all, this time the opponent was an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. Facing such an adversary, even they wouldn't have much confidence. Yet now, someone single-handedly blocked every single one of the adversary's intrusion methods? How could they not be stunned? As Zhuge Yusin's mind churned with astonishment, she couldn't help but feel that the name Su the Great sounded vaguely familiar. But for now, Zhuge Yusin didn't dwell on this thought. Instead, she turned her gaze to the computer screen. Intrusion progress, 0%. Upon seeing this brief notification, Zhuge Yusin's expression turned pale with shock. She was utterly stunned. Her colleagues from the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department had also seen it, their expressions equally complex. This is just too unbelievable. One person blocked all of the opponent's intrusion attack methods? Am I dreaming? Members of the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department, including Zhuge Yusin, were all churning with emotion. Their opponent was an elite member of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity division. Facing such an adversary, even they themselves wouldn't be confident in completely blocking all their intrusion methods. Yet now, Suyu had single-handedly taken them down. How could they not be stunned? This was nothing short of defying the heavens. Meanwhile, seated before his computer, Suyu seemed to have made a decision. He immediately began typing code at a rapid pace. Seeing Suyu's actions, Zhuge Yusin and the others couldn't help but ask curiously. What are you doing? Haven't you already blocked the enemy's intrusion attack? By now, Zhuge Yusin and the others had accepted the fact that Suyu had single-handedly blocked the intrusion attack launched by the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. But seeing Suyu typing away again, they couldn't help but ask. Suyu shrugged his shoulders at their question, speaking without the slightest hint of concealment. Writing a computer virus. Since the enemy came to provoke us, wouldn't it be a waste not to strike back? A faint, cold smile touched Suyu's lips. Just moments ago, Suyu had finally made up his mind he would create the panda burn incense virus. After all, he was assisting the Hangzhou police. As long as it didn't harm the Dragon Nation, he wouldn't be arrested. Besides, his target was the Eagle Nation. In a way, this was still serving the nation. And precisely because of this, Suyu felt no restraints whatsoever. Panda burn incense virus, let's get this show on the road. Hearing Suyu's words, Zhuge Yusin and her colleagues from the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department all stared at each other in stunned silence. What, creating a computer virus? Seriously? Chapter 140, Launching the Panda Burn Incense Virus. Hearing Suyu propose creating a computer virus, Zhuge Yusin and her colleagues behind her were utterly dumbfounded. Ahem, as long as it doesn't harm the Dragon Nation, what you're doing isn't exactly problematic. But honestly, while you can block an opponent's intrusion methods, which is impressive, trying to breach their defense system with just a virus? That's incredibly difficult. Zhuge Yusin took a deep breath and looked at Suyu as she spoke. She was genuinely impressed by Suyu's computer skills now. After all, Suyu had achieved what she herself couldn't. For that alone, Zhuge Yusin had to give him credit. But hearing Suyu propose countering the enemy with a computer virus still struck Zhuge Yusin as unrealistic. After all, this time the opponent was the cybersecurity department of the Eagle Nation. Their defense systems were incredibly formidable. Breaching their defenses was practically impossible. At that moment, Suyu heard her words and merely smiled noncommittally, saying nothing. He simply continued typing away at his code. Joking. The computer virus he was creating was none other than Panda Burn Incense. Once this virus hit, what difference would the Eagle Nation cybersecurity agency make? Their computers would still be paralyzed. Meanwhile, Zhuge Yusin watched Suyu persistently typing away at his computer code and shook her head helplessly. In her view, Suyu's current actions were somewhat futile. If the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity defenses were that easy to breach, they would have done it long ago. After all, over the years, even though the Eagle Nation frequently stirred up trouble, they naturally held their breath inside. If they could strike back, they would have done so long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't retaliate that they had endured all this time. Now Suyu stubbornly refused to believe it, which seemed to them like sheer obstinacy. Forget it. Let him be. He'll soon realize his efforts are futile. Zhuge Yusin shook her head, no longer bothering to persuade Suyu further. In her view, Suyu's actions would inevitably end in wasted effort. Just then, one of Zhuge Yusin's colleagues couldn't help but glance at her and ask. Yusin, that guy. Could he be the Suyu your mentor, Professor Lee, introduced to you? Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yusin suddenly understood. If it really is him, then his computer skills are truly formidable. No wonder my mentor holds him in such high regard. But this guy's got a stubborn streak. He insists on believing the impossible even when it's clearly out of reach. That kind of stubbornness is just too much for me. Zhuge Yusen paused to consider before speaking. She now acknowledged Su Yu's computer skills. But seeing Su Yu stubbornly insist on pursuing an impossible goal, Zhuge Yusen's regard for him had significantly diminished. In her view, this stubborn streak would inevitably lead to his downfall. Hearing Zhuge Yusen's words, her colleague nodded in agreement. They too felt Su Yu's actions were overly stubborn. Seriously, the opponent was the cybersecurity agency of the Eagle Nation. Trying to breach their defense systems with a single computer virus? Utterly impossible. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap! Su the genius is up to something again. Creating a computer virus? That sounds pretty far-fetched. It's not just unreliable, it's completely unrealistic. Sure, Su God is incredibly skilled, but relying on a single computer virus to breach Eagle Nation's defense system? That's just impossible. +1 to the above. It's harsh, but the truth is Eagle Nation's defenses are rock solid. If not for that, our Dragon Nation wouldn't have been stuck playing defense all these years. Who says it isn't? Sigh. I wish I could see Su the Great give Eagle Nation a proper thrashing too, but logic tells me it's just impossible. Netizens buzzed with discussion. In their view, while Su Yu's computer skills were impressive, relying on a single computer virus to breach Eagle Nation's defense system was utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Su Yu remained silent about all this. He was now coding the Panda virus at breakneck speed. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. Finally done. Su Yu paused, his gaze fixed on the completed Panda burn incense virus. He nodded with satisfaction. This was a formidable weapon. Once unleashed, it would be nothing short of insane. Seeing Su Yu pause, Zhuge Yusen and the others assumed he'd realized his efforts were futile and had given up. Excellent. You've finally come to your senses. I told you this approach wouldn't work. While the Eagle Nation has been pushing its luck these past years, repeatedly invading our Dragon Nation's cyber defense systems, which is truly despicable, the reality is we simply can't do anything about them. So, by abandoning your unrealistic approach now, I see you at least know when to cut your losses. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Zhuge Yusen. My mentor is Li. Zhuge Yusen looked at Su Yu as she spoke. Seeing that Su Yu had come to terms with reality, she felt she should at least give him a chance to pursue her. After all, she held his computer skills in high regard. However, before Zhuge Yusen could finish, Su Yu interrupted. What do you mean give up? I think you've got it all wrong. I don't see this as anything impossible. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. With that, Su Yu said no more and immediately launched the modified Panda burn incense virus toward the Eagle Nation's defense systems. Now, let Eagle Nation get a taste of that adorable panda. Ha! After completing these actions, Su Yu wore an amused smile. At that moment, within the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department. Damn it! That Dragon Nation bastard. We were so close to hacking into Hangzhou Police Bureau's network. Mike exclaimed angrily. Calm down, Mike. If not this time, there'll be next time. At worst, it's a draw. They can't retaliate anyway. Ha! Bottom line, the Dragon Nation can only defend passively. We still hold the upper hand. Frank chuckled with a hint of amusement. Chapter 141, Eagle Nation Network Collapse. Hearing Frank's words, Mike nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're right. Even though our hacking and espionage operation failed this time, we haven't lost anything. Let's face it, all Dragon Nation has been able to do these past years is play defense, while we've always been on the offensive. The gap between them and us remains unbridgeable. Mike's face brimmed with pride as he spoke. Though the Eagle Nation had spent years spinning the Dragon Nation threat theory, the truth was they'd never truly regarded the Dragon Nation as a serious threat. After all, since modern times, Eagle Nation has maintained a developmental lead of nearly a century over Dragon Nation. Even with its rapid rise in recent years, Dragon Nation still trails Eagle Nation by 2 decades in overall development. To put it plainly, in recent years, it has always been the Eagle Nation initiating attacks, while the Dragon Nation could only engage in passive defense. This alone reveals the gap between them. Ha! Mike, you're absolutely right. The gap between the Dragon Nation and us Eagle Nation is simply unbridgeable. So, in the end, victory will still be ours, Eagle Nation. Frank laughed triumphantly, then waved his hand dismissively. Alright, time for us to take a break. Hearing this, the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department all nodded in agreement, preparing to take a break. But just then, suddenly, a bright light flashed across their computer screens. Immediately, all their software icons transformed. The original icons had transformed into a panda holding 3 incense sticks in its paws. The icon was adorable. But now, Mike, Frank, and the others' expressions turned grim, as if they'd fallen into an icy abyss. Damn it! Something's wrong. Our defense system has been breached. Mike exclaimed, rushing to the computer to begin operating. Yet no matter what they tried, nothing worked. Moreover, a line of text now appeared on the computer screen: "Those who dare to offend the Dragon Nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee." Immediately following this was an image of the 5-star red flag. Damn it! Damn those Dragon Nation bastards! Mike watched the scene unfold, grinding his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department were losing their composure one by one. They discovered that it wasn't just Mike's computer affected, their own systems were experiencing the same issue. This is bad. This computer virus is spreading uncontrollably. Quick! Cut the network immediately. We absolutely cannot let this virus spread across our Eagle Nation's public networks. Otherwise, our Eagle Nation's reputation will be utterly ruined. Frank witnessed this scene and instantly grasped the situation, exclaiming in alarm. The current situation made it abundantly clear to him that the Panda Burn Incense virus was indeed capable of infinite replication. If they were even a moment too slow, the entire Eagle Nation's network would collapse. For Eagle Nation, this was an extremely grave matter. After all, every industry in this era was inextricably linked to the internet. Once the network collapsed, every industry in Eagle Nation would crumble. In the worst case, the entire Eagle Nation economy could collapse. Upon hearing Frank's words, the elite members of the Eagle Nation's cybersecurity department immediately reacted, swiftly cutting off the network. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the terrifying contagiousness of the Panda Burn Incense virus. Within mere milliseconds, the Panda Burn Incense virus had already spread rapidly across the entire Eagle Nation's network. Inside Eagle Nation's internet cafes. Take them down. Hurry up. Unleash your ultimate move. A group of internet-addicted youths in Eagle Nation were engrossed in an intense gaming session. But just then, their computer screens were flooded with panda icons holding 3 incense sticks. What the hell is going on? What? What the hell? The internet-addicted youth of Eagle Chicken Nation, engrossed in their games, were utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined it would turn out like this. Similar situations were unfolding elsewhere. At a bank in Eagle Chicken Nation, a corrupt official from Dragon Nation who had fled to Eagle Chicken Nation was withdrawing cash when suddenly, the icons on the ATM changed, transforming into panda burning incense. In schools across Eagle Chicken Nation, teachers processing student records suddenly found their computers inoperable. Within minutes, the entire Eagle Swan Nation's internet collapsed. Essential economic activities ground to a halt. Now, the Eagle Nation was in complete panic. Citizens rushed to the White House to report the situation, hoping senior leaders would summon experts to resolve the crisis. Faced with this crisis, the White House leadership was utterly devastated and desperate. When this incident occurred, they had already deployed elite members from the Eagle Nation cybersecurity agency, but it proved utterly useless. Ultimately, the White House leadership had no choice but to send a formal letter demanding the Dragon Nation cease these actions. At that moment, inside the server room of Hangzhou Police Headquarters, Suyu watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curling his lips. The entire Eagle Nation's network had now completely collapsed. Therefore, they couldn't even transmit routine network information. Looks like they'll have to resort to writing letters to beg for peace now, huh? Suyu stroked his chin, thinking to himself. In this era of rapid internet advancement, once the network collapses, all information transmission is forced back to ancient methods. At that moment, Director Zhao and the others rushed into the server room. Suyu. You've really gone too far, haven't you? The moment Director Zhao entered the server room, he turned to Suyu, his expression complex as he spoke. Hearing Director Zhao's words, Zhuge Yusen and the others all looked puzzled. Director Zhao, what happened? Didn't he just block the opponent's intrusion attack? How did he mess up big time? Zhuge Yusen asked, utterly baffled. At that moment, the entire Eagle Sauce Nation's network had collapsed. Thus, Zhuge Yusen and the others were completely unaware that the Panda Burn Incense virus had already plunged the entire Eagle Sauce Nation's network into darkness. What you're referring to happened an hour ago. Right now, Eagle Nation's network has been completely breached by the Panda Burn Incense virus. Just moments ago, high-ranking officials from the Eagle Nation's White House sent us a letter requesting peace with our Dragon Nation. And all of this is because of that virus Suyu created. Bureau Chief Zhao said with a bitter smile. He never imagined Suyu's earlier claims were all true. He had actually taken revenge single-handedly. But this time, the retaliation was too massive. The entire Eagle Nation's internet had collapsed. Chapter 142, Eagle Nation seeks peace, demands more money. Before this, who could have imagined that high-level leaders in the Eagle Nation's White House would resort to sending messages via letters? After all, this is an era of rapid digital information advancement. Messages are transmitted through the internet. But now, thanks to Suyu's Panda Burn Incense virus, the Eagle Nation, the world's most advanced cyberpower, has been forced back to primitive letter-writing communication. Upon hearing Director Zhao's words, Zhuge Yusen and the others were utterly dumbfounded. What? A computer virus brought down the entire Eagle Nation's internet? Zhuge Yusen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Behind her, her colleagues from the Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department gaped at the news. Gulp! The local computer experts from Hangzhou swallowed hard at the news, their minds churning with shock. A single computer virus had brought down the entire network of the Eagle Nation. To them, it felt like a magnitude 10 earthquake. God tier. This is the real deal, God tier. So terrifying. That's just insane. The local computer experts stared at Suyu in utter shock, their emotions churning. Who could have imagined that Suyu, with his harmless smile, had managed to bring down the entire Eagle Nation's network? That's just too ruthless. You really crashed the Eagle Nation's network? At that moment, Zhuge Yusen looked at Suyu with a tingling sensation on her scalp, unable to resist asking repeatedly for confirmation. After all, she had just sworn up and down that Suyu's actions were bound to be a complete waste of effort. But who could have imagined that while she was busy making snide remarks, Suyu single-handedly brought down the entire Eagle Nation's internet? This was absolutely terrifying. Hearing Zhuge Yusen's words, Suyu calmly nodded and replied, "Yeah, that's right. I did it." After receiving Suyu's confirmation, Zhuge Yusen and her colleagues were utterly devastated. This was beyond absurd. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Holy. This is insane. Holy crap. Su the God actually pulled it off. A single computer virus took down the entire Eagle Nation's network. You can piss off anyone, but never piss off Su the God. Who was it just now swearing up and down that Su God couldn't pull this off? You call this can't pull it off? This is incredible. No words needed. Su the Great is beyond awesome. This is truly unprecedented and unmatched. Single-handedly crashing the Eagle Nation's network? Now their computer geniuses must be questioning their entire existence. Who can argue with that? Master Su is truly incredible. So powerful. Before today, who would have believed he could single-handedly crash the entire Eagle Nation's internet? It's downright godlike. The viewers in the livestream were stunned. In that moment, they felt Suyu was radiating the aura of a hacking god. After all, his opponent this time was the Eagle Nation. While the Eagle Nation was despicable, one couldn't deny its immense power. Yet now, Suyu had brought down the entire Eagle Nation network with just one computer virus. This was beyond incredible. Ahem, Suyu, when do you plan to withdraw your divine power? After all, the top brass at the White House have already written letters begging for peace, and they've even agreed to pay $10 billion in compensation for their past cyber intrusions and attacks. Bureau Chief Zhao looked at Suyu with a wry smile. He had invited Suyu over thinking it was a last-ditch effort. But who could have imagined he'd pulled out a royal flush? Using a single computer virus, he'd brought the entire Eagle Nation's network to its knees. Who the hell would believe that story if you told it? $10 billion in compensation? Not bad. Then let's call it even. Suyu chuckled, then opened the terminal control for the Panda Burn Incense virus and selected delete. Originally, the Panda Burn Incense virus didn't possess this capability. But with his god-tier computer skills, Suyu had modified the virus. And that's precisely why the Panda Burn Incense virus became far more terrifying than the original. Within mere minutes, the entire Eagle Nation's network collapsed. Ahem, Director Zhao, now that this is settled, when will you be paying me the 200,000 yuan reward you promised earlier? Suyu scratched his nose and looked at Director Zhao. Upon hearing this, Director Zhao didn't hesitate for a second and immediately transferred the payment to Suyu. After all, even though Suyu had gone a bit overboard this time, bringing down the entire Eagle Nation's network. But in a way, Suyu did indeed take a huge swig of revenge for the Dragon Nation. Moreover, the $10 billion from Eagle Country was truly staggering. After receiving the transfer from Director Zhao, Suyu was thoroughly satisfied and prepared to leave. But just then, Zhuge Yusen caught up to him and called out. Suyu, wait. With your exceptional computer skills, would you be interested in joining our Dragon Nation's cybersecurity department? I'm confident your expertise would significantly strengthen our capabilities. At this moment, Zhuge Yusen no longer held any trace of her earlier disdain toward Suyu. After all, Suyu's computer skills were so far beyond hers that saying he was leagues ahead would be an understatement. Hearing Zhuge Yusen's words, Suyu shook his head and replied. No thanks. I'm not really interested in that. Besides, I never follow the rules when I work. If I were to join the Dragon Nation Network Information Department, who knows? One day when I'm in a bad mood, I might just create another Panda Burn Incense virus. Are you sure you wouldn't be afraid? Hearing this, Zhuge Yusen, who had been about to say something, was suddenly struck dumb. After all, that was the Panda Burn Incense virus. Didn't you see how it brought down the entire Eagle Nation's internet? While it was satisfying to see it happen, as the Dragon Nation Cybersecurity Agency, they absolutely couldn't operate that way. Otherwise, they'd become the target of everyone's wrath. After all, any nation aware that such a computer virus existed would lose sleep over it. Ahem, well, let's just forget about it. Pretend I never said anything. Zhuge Yusen said with a helpless expression. Fine, I was just saying. If you ever really need my help, I can come assist you, but expect to pay extra. Suyu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 143, Confirmed Hacker Master, Lottery. Juga Yusen was completely dumbfounded by Suyu's final remark, extra fee required. She had been about to confess that she was the person Professor Lee wanted to introduce, but Suyu's words choked off everything she had planned to say. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. As expected, Suyu never disappoints. That straight-up guy talk is absolutely legendary. Being a straight shooter is the way to go. Couples? No thanks. No thanks. Honestly, Sugod's line "will need to add money" was seriously epic. It hit the nail on the head. +1 to the above. That "gotta pay extra" line is so Suyu. He truly lives up to his reputation as the money-making king. Poor Juga Yusen, though. Bet Master Su's comment totally bummed her out? Ha. Who says otherwise? Just look at her expression. Seriously, Suyu is a master conversationalist. He can shut down a conversation with just one line. Ha. Died laughing. Nothing else to say, one word, Sugod is amazing. Netizens weren't surprised by Suyu's reaction at all. After all, this wasn't the first time Suyu had pulled something like this. In front of Suyu, what's love and romance compared to money? Amidst the buzz, a trending topic related to Suyu exploded across Weibo. #shocking. A panda burn incense virus cripples Eagle Nation's networks. Just how terrifying is Suyu? Hashtag contestant number 5 Suyu confirmed as hacking master. Hashtag a decade of hacking in obscurity, one ad money makes him world famous. Hashtag just how terrifying is the panda burn incense virus? Countless defense system experts declare it unstoppable. Hashtag. The emergence of these trending topics on Weibo has once again sent countless netizens into a frenzy of shock and excitement. Especially regarding the panda burn incense virus, many netizens were utterly terrified. As the Eagle Nation's networks recovered, reports of the panda burn incense virus's devastating destructive power and rapid transmission speed began spreading online. Experts in defense systems and antivirus software worldwide, upon encountering the panda burn incense virus, unanimously declared it virtually unsolvable. Chen Xiaofei, the panda burning incense virus is arguably the most terrifying virus the world has ever seen. While its destructive power may seem relatively mild compared to others, its transmission speed and the actual harm it causes are absolutely terrifying. It's safe to say that once infected by this virus, it could trigger a nationwide level collapse of the entire network. Contestant Suyu, please exercise restraint. Under no circumstances should you continue experimenting with this virus. It's no game. Odin Caro, learning about the panda burn incense virus has left me restless. Even my meals have lost their flavor. There's no doubt about it, this virus is truly terrifying. As a researcher specializing in defense systems and antivirus software, I must confess, against the panda burn incense virus, there's no defense. Absolutely none. It's that terrifying. As experts in defense systems and antivirus software spoke out, countless netizens gained a more concrete understanding of the horror of the panda burn incense computer virus. Damn scary. Su the god is like a ticking time bomb. Leave him alone and you're fine, but mess with him and he'll make you question your entire existence. I didn't fully grasp how terrifying the panda burn incense virus was before. After all, I'm just an ordinary person who doesn't understand computer stuff. But with so many domestic and international experts speaking out, I finally realized how terrifying this virus truly is. An unsolvable level virus. It's just absurd. Let's be honest, it's a relief that Su the god is one of us from Dragon Country. Otherwise, it'd be a real headache. I mean, who wants to be in ranked mode, pushing the enemy's crystal, when suddenly their crystal turns into a panda holding 3 incense sticks? Reliable sources say some Eagle Nation netizens got so messed up by the panda burn incense virus during a 5v5 ranked match, they started questioning their entire existence. LOL. But this just shows how terrifying the panda burn incense virus is. It's literally everywhere. Speaking of which, did Su the god make a killing this time? Honestly, I'm not jealous at all. With skills like his, raking and cash fast is just par for the course. Who can argue with that? I'm thoroughly impressed. But other players hearing this must be questioning their existence. While they grind away for a measly paycheck, Su the legend just unleashes the panda burn incense virus and rakes in a fortune. Countless netizens buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, the other contestants participating in hundredfold return were all utterly devastated. After all, just thinking about Suyu's scheme made their heads spin. Is there any justice left in this world? Why did we have to run into Suyu, this money-making freak? Damn it, I work my ass off every day on the construction site, wearing through my gloves, just to make $300 or $500. I was grinning like an idiot thinking I was raking it in, but compared to Suyu, I just want to cry. Why was I born if Suyu was born? I, by Wengbin, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Why did I have to run into Suyu, this ultimate overachiever? I'm reporting him. This guy must be cheating. Otherwise, this is just too outrageous. The contestants were all utterly devastated. They weren't exactly making peanuts, but comparison is the thief of joy. Take today alone, they worked themselves to the bone for a pittance, while Suyu casually raked in hundreds of thousands, millions, even tens of millions. Compared to Suyu, how could they not question their very existence? As for all the online comments, Suyu himself couldn't care less. By now, Suyu had already returned home. System, lottery. Without a second thought, Suyu initiated the lottery. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn divine tier billiard skill. Hearing the system's notification sound, Suyu couldn't help but pause in surprise. Billiards? System, this skill you gave me is a bit unreliable, isn't it? That's a pretty huge leap across industries. Suyu couldn't help but complain. After all, he'd just become the world's strongest hacker, and now the system was giving him god-tier billiard skills. This might even force him to play billiards. This career leap was downright absurd. P.S. Readers, please consider donating gold tickets. Thank you so much. Chapter 144, Misfortune and Fortune Intertwined? Oh, Burong pays a visit. Suyu knew full well that any skill granted by the system was bound to be top-notch. But the problem was, he'd just become the world's most feared hacker, and now it wanted him to go play pool? That was absurd. Wasn't he allowed to have a bit of an idol complex as a legendary hacker? Still, Suyu shook his head and didn't dwell on it too much. After all, this aloof dog system probably wouldn't even acknowledge his complaints. Forget it. Keep rolling the dice. Suyu immediately issued the command. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a trial version good luck charm 1 horsepower. The trial version good luck charm grants the user a 1-minute burst of overwhelming good fortune. Hearing the system's notification sound, Suyu's eyes lit up. Finally, something worthwhile. After all, luck was something incredibly important. When luck is on your side, everything you do will succeed. Speaking of which, what if I use this trial version lucky charm to buy lottery tickets? Suyu stroked his chin, the thought crossing his mind. But he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, the trial version lucky charm only lasted 1 minute, while lottery draws didn't happen until half an hour after sales closed. By the time the results were announced, the trial version's effect would have long worn off. Keep drawing. Without further thought, Suyu proceeded with the draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a trial version bad luck charm 1 horsepower. The trial version bad luck charm grants the user 1 minute of relentless misfortune. Extremely hazardous use with caution. Hearing the system notification, Suyu froze. Holy crap! System, I just got hit with a holy crap. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. An experienced version of a good luck charm was bad enough, but now even an experienced version of a bad luck charm had appeared. This was the epitome of fortune and misfortune being two sides of the same coin. Who cares? I'm definitely not using this trial version bad luck charm on myself. When I run into someone who pisses me off, I'll make sure they get this trial version bad luck charm. Ha! Suyu couldn't help but let out a wicked grin. The system had warned that this trial version of the bad luck talisman was extremely dangerous and should be used with extreme caution. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to test it on himself. Such a gem was meant for his enemies, watching them suffer would be pure bliss. First, let's eat. After 3 consecutive prize draws, Suyu was thoroughly satisfied and headed straight out to grab a bite. Though his god-tier chef skill could easily whip up delicious meals, why waste time when he could slack off? After finishing his meal, Suyu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him from the heavy food. He decided to rest for a bit. But just then, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Hearing the doorbell, Suyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, wondering who could be visiting him at this hour. Nevertheless, he walked over to answer the door. The moment he opened the door, he saw Oh Burong standing there. What brings you here? Suyu glanced at Oh Burong standing outside the door, feeling a bit puzzled. Especially when he noticed Shidi even applied a touch of makeup. Clearly, Shidi made an effort to look presentable. It must be said, Oh Burong possessed both striking looks and an excellent figure. While not the mature, sophisticated type, she definitely belonged to the cute and charming category. For a moment, Suyu found himself staring at Oh Burong, his mind drifting away. Are you free right now? Noticing Suyu's lingering gaze, Oh Burong's pretty face flushed slightly as she asked. Hearing her words, Suyu felt a bit puzzled but nodded honestly. Yeah, I'm free. What's up? Her face lit up with delight. That's wonderful. Would you mind accompanying me somewhere? Where to? Suyu raised an eyebrow. He couldn't shake the feeling that Oh Burong had other motives for seeking him out. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return live stream room. I'm so jealous my eyes are turning red. What kind of unfairness is this? Why don't cute girls ever come looking for me? +1. Same here. Oh Burong is so cute. She's absolutely heart-fluttering. TSK, especially those straight, bare legs could play with them all year long. Bro, chill. She's the Ouyang family's heiress. Watch your mouth, you don't want the water meter inspectors knocking on your door. If I could just hang out with her for a bit, I'd gladly take the heat. Damn it. Why is it that everyone else gets to live it up like Sue the God, while I'm stuck here? Dude, could it be because your looks and earning potential suck? Ouch, bro. That stings. Viewers in the livestream chat were green with envy watching Oh Burong come for Suyu. But Suyu, oblivious to his own good fortune, grew wary upon hearing Oh Burong's words. No way around it, this girl Oh Burong never came knocking unless she had something serious on her mind. He didn't believe she'd come looking for him with any good intentions. Seeing Suyu's guarded expression, Oh Burong felt a surge of irritation. She was, after all, a stunning beauty. Any ordinary guy would be flattered to death by her invitation. But Suyu? What the hell was with that guarded look? Still, seeing Suyu like this, Oh Burong merely bit her red lips and adopted a pitiful tone. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Help me get rid of this persistent suitor who won't leave me alone. Upon hearing Oh Burong's request, Suyu pondered for a moment before replying. Well, I suppose I could help you out. But you'll have to pay extra. I won't ask for much. Just 50,000. What do you say? Suyu didn't buy Oh Burong's act of playing the victim for a second. He'd help her, but only if she paid him. You. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Oh Burong felt an immediate surge of anger. Great. Her pouting and playing the victim didn't even work on Suyu. The guy actually brought up money first. Fine, 50,000 it is. I'll pay. But you have to promise to cooperate fully. Oh Burong clenched her teeth and said. With that, Oh Burong transferred 50,000 yuan to Suyu. Upon seeing the transfer, Suyu instantly changed his tune, grinning broadly as he said. Don't worry, as long as the money's in place, everything's negotiable. After all, it's normal for a benefactor to have some demands. As long as it was within his capabilities, any request was fine. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Is this the gap between me and Su God? His money-making stats are maxed out. Who says it isn't? So frustrating. Why does he get cute, pretty girls to accompany him and still make money? Comparing people is just infuriating. P.S. Please support with gold tickets. Chapter 145, off to the pool hall were so lovebirds. Suyu's latest move had the entire online community crying with envy. After all, cute beauties like Oh Burong are usually incredibly popular. If they were asked by Oh Burong to pretend to be her boyfriend, they'd be thrilled beyond belief. But Suyu? He actually turned around and asked for money and succeeded. How could they not be green with envy? Meanwhile, Oh Burong watched Suyu shift from arrogance to servility. Rolling her beautiful eyes at him, she said, Can we go now? At her words, Suyu immediately nodded with a cheerful smile. So, the two drove to a hair salon and billiards hall in the city center. Why did you bring me here? Suyu looked at the billiards hall before him, his expression turning slightly peculiar as he turned to ask Oh Burong. If he hadn't known that no one else besides himself knew about the system, Suyu would genuinely suspect Oh Burong had discovered his cheat. He had just drawn the god-tier billiard skill, and now Oh Burong brought him to a billiards hall. This coincidence was downright absurd. That guy who's been pestering me? He's a huge billiards fan. He just got back from abroad, and to meet me, he gave me 2 tickets to a tournament. I'd rather ignore him, but his family and mine are on good terms. I can't just brush him off. That's why I thought of having you pretend to be my boyfriend to make him give up once and for all. Oh Burong shrugged her shoulders and spoke. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded, then asked in surprise. But what's this about a billiards viewing event? Is there a billiards match here today? At this, Oh Burong arched her delicate eyebrows and replied. Of course. You didn't know? Today, the world champion billiards player, Salmos, is here to challenge all the billiards masters from the Dragon Kingdom. Come to think of it, that guy who keeps pestering me, he actually studied under Salmos himself to learn billiards. I hear he's pretty skilled, but I couldn't care less about that. If it weren't for my dad making me come meet him, I wouldn't bother with him at all. At this, Oh Burong shrugged her shoulders, clearly displeased. Suyu, upon hearing her words, looked thoughtful and remarked. No wonder it's so crowded here today. By the way, does this billiards tournament have any prize money? At this, Suyu couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He couldn't care less about the tournament itself, but money? That was another story. After all, when it came to money, he perked right up. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. What's with Su God's excited expression? What else could it be? Master Su's old habit of loving to make money has kicked in again. He's such a straight shooter with such an adorable beauty right beside him, he still has time to think about other things. If it were me, I'd be all over her already. Speaking of which, World Snooker Champion Salmos is actually challenging China's top players? This match is going to be epic. After all, Salmos has won 5 consecutive international snooker championships. His skills are ridiculously strong. Who says otherwise? But this Salmos guy is so arrogant, I'm not a fan. What can you do? He's got the skills to back it up. If I were in his shoes, I'd be cocky too. The live chat erupted with lively discussion. Clearly, they were all quite familiar with this Salmos fellow. At that moment, Oh Burong heard Suyu's words and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, saying, I know exactly what you're thinking. But I'd advise you to drop those unrealistic fantasies. I happened to catch one of Salmo's matches before. His billiard skills are truly formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the audacity to challenge our nation's top players right here on our home turf. The prize money is high 5 million. But winning it? That's impossible. Seeing Suyu's expression, Oberon could easily guess what he was thinking. But she thought he was overthinking it. After all, Salmos was the world snooker champion with unparalleled skill. At the end of the day, that 5 million prize money was simply beyond the reach of ordinary players. Even if China's top billiards players went, they'd likely just be humiliated for nothing. Not necessarily. Suyu said nonchalantly. When there's money to be made, he's a completely different person. Seeing Suyu speak so, Oberon could only shrug helplessly. Fine, whatever you say. But you better handle that annoying suitor for me later. I paid for it, after all. Don't worry. I'll definitely do my best to satisfy my benefactor's requests. Suyu gave a non-committal chuckle. Getting paid to do a job, it's only natural. Let's go. Seeing this, Oberon walked into the billiard hall with Suyu. It must be said, this downtown billiards hall was indeed bustling today. It was fortunate that this was a large-scale establishment with ample space, otherwise, the crowd gathered to watch the matches might not have had room to stand. As soon as they entered, Suyu spotted a young man wearing rare designer labels walking toward them. No, to be precise, he was heading straight for Oberon. Rong, you're here. The young man gazed at Oberon with an expression of admiration. Upon hearing his affectionate nickname, Oberon's beautiful face turned cold as she replied. Xiaoqing, our relationship isn't close enough for you to address me that way. Please use my full name. Besides, my boyfriend is right here. I don't want any misunderstandings arising from your inappropriate terms of address. As she spoke, Oberon deliberately took Suyu's hand and began to snuggle up to him right in front of the other man. Meanwhile, Suyu, dragged in as a shield by Oberon, felt a faint, almost inaudible sound of a heartbreaking. The source of that sound seemed to come from the young man named Xiaoqing. Of course, that was just a metaphor. Still, Suyu could clearly see that the young man named Xiaoqing was seething with anger, jealousy, and resentment. What a tragedy. The unrequited love of a sycophant is truly heartbreaking. Still, Suyu only pitted the guy for 0.01 seconds before turning to him with Oberon and saying, Xiaoqing, right? I'm Suyu, Oberon's boyfriend. My girlfriend has made it clear she has no feelings for you whatsoever. So please keep your distance from her going forward. After all, O and I are deeply in love, and we don't want any third parties interfering with our relationship. Of course, you wouldn't have a chance to interfere anyway. P.S. Readers, please support with gold tickets. Chapter 146, Dare to Bet? Hearing Suyu's words, the young man named Xiaoqing turned green with rage. What did you say? Xiaoqing gritted his teeth, his face twisted with fury. Seeing his reaction, Suyu raised an eyebrow, inwardly marveling at how truly pathetic it was to be a sycophant. Still, having taken Oberon's money, he naturally had to play along and see the charade through. Besides, Oberon didn't even like the guy. Forced fruit might taste sweet, but it's more likely to get you chased by the owner. So getting the guy to give up sooner rather than later was probably for the best. I told you, my girlfriend doesn't like you. You'd better stay away from her. Suyu said indifferently. As he spoke, Suyu reached out and wrapped his arm around Oberon's waist to play along. Suyu's sudden move caught Oberon off guard. Instantly, a deep blush spread across her lovely face and her legs felt weak. Because her waist was her sensitive spot. This guy, how dare he? Oberon shot Suyu a furious, flushed glare. Seeing this, Suyu grinned mischievously. If she wanted to use him as a shield, she'd have to pay a price, wouldn't she? To Xiaoqing, this scene looked like the two of them flaunting their affection right in front of him. It made him green with envy. Kid, this is a pool hall. You got the guts to take me on one-on-one? Whoever loses stays away from Rong from now on? Xiaoqing gritted his teeth in fury. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Suyu rolled his eyes at him, thinking the man was truly childish. Sorry. That kind of one-on-one challenge doesn't interest me at all. Besides, you don't even have the qualifications to challenge me to a one-on-one snooker match. Suyu glanced at him, calm and composed. You. Xiaoqing froze, seething inwardly. He'd already made the offer anyone else would have accepted just to save face. Kid, you chicken out? Put. What a loser. Xiaoqing continued to provoke him, unwilling to let it go. He was tempted to just punch Suyu and be done with it, but seeing Suyu's imposing stature, he sensed that if it came to blows, he might end up on the losing end. That's why he suggested playing billiards. After all, he'd frequently played pool abroad, and he'd even studied under world champion Stephen Morris. His skills were easily on par with most professional players. So if Suyu agreed to a one-on-one snooker solo match, he was confident he could absolutely dominate. However, upon hearing his taunt, Suyu merely sneered dismissively. I told you, it's not that I'm afraid to play pool with you, it's that you're not worthy. Even if it's a one-on-one snooker showdown, I'd rather face world champion Salmos than you. At least playing him, I could still win that 5 million prize money. Xiaoqing. Suyu's words genuinely left Xia Yingqin dumbfounded. He clearly hadn't expected Suyu to say something like that. But then, he let out a cold laugh. Kid, you're not joking, right? You want to take on the world snooker champion in a one-on-one snooker solo match? Learning that Suyu intended to take on Salmos in a one-on-one snooker duel, Xia Yingqin couldn't help but laugh. After all, Salmos had reigned supreme as the champion of international billiards tournaments for 5 consecutive years. Countless professional players had been utterly crushed without a chance. For someone like Suyu, who wasn't a professional billiards player, facing off against Salmos would surely result in him getting crushed in minutes. Thinking about it, Xia Yingqin almost wished Suyu would go over and humiliate himself. Joking? I never joke around with people I don't know well. Is there a problem with me challenging Salmos to a one-on-one snooker solo match? Suyu shrugged it off nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Xia Yingqin burst into loud laughter. Alright. Kid, you've got some real guts. Here's the deal, if you actually beat Salmos, you'll not only get that 5 million prize money, but I'll personally add another 5 million as a bonus. But if you lose, you'd better stay far away from Oberon. So, do you dare take this bet? Xia Yingqin stared at Suyu with a cold sneer on his face. In his eyes, if Suyu dared to accept this wager, he was bound to lose his shirt. After all, this was Salmos, the reigning 5-time consecutive world snooker champion. Even professional snooker players would bow their heads in respect when facing Salmos. For an amateur like Suyu to step up was nothing short of courting humiliation. But upon hearing this, Suyu's expression turned peculiar. Could such a golden opportunity exist? If that were the case, he'd be guaranteed 10 million. After all, he was merely serving as a shield for Oberon. Whether he stayed or left made no difference to him whatsoever. Besides, he possessed god-tier billiard skills. Beating Salmos would be a piece of cake, right? If things got really tough, he could just activate the trial version of the good luck talisman. With luck exploding through the roof, wouldn't he be able to hit every shot perfectly? If he played dirty and slapped the trial version of the bad luck charm on Salmos? Ha! Then it wouldn't matter if Salmos was some 5-time defending world snooker champion. Even if he were the god of snooker himself, he'd still go down on his knees. After all, the system warned that the bad luck charm is extremely dangerous, a cautionary level item. If that trial version of the bad luck talisman really got stuck on Salmos, he might even get a toothache from drinking cold water. Alright. Deal. Just hope you don't regret it. If you lose, you better transfer that 5 million to me ASAP. Otherwise, I've got a temper, no cash, no mercy. I trust you don't want to get hit by me either? Suyu chuckled, his eyes fixed intently on Xia Yingqin. Under Suyu's intense gaze, Xia Yingqin instinctively felt a chill run down his neck, an uneasy sensation washing over him. Could this kid really be confident he'll beat Salmos? The thought flashed through Xia Yingqin's mind. But he quickly dismissed the thought. What a joke! How could that be possible? Salmos had reigned as the champion of the international billiards tournament for 5 consecutive years. Just moments ago, several defiant Chinese billiards masters who dared to challenge Salmos were soundly beaten to a pulp. How could an amateur like Suyu possibly win? Rest assured. The Xia family isn't short on a measly 5 million. The real question is whether you have the guts to take it. Xia Yingqin snorted coldly, utterly confident. P.S. Keep those gold tickets coming. Gold tickets mean extra chapters. Chapter 147, One-on-One Snooker Solo Match. Hearing Xia Yingqin's words, Suyu smiled. Fine. Just don't regret it later. He had already planned to challenge Salmos to a match. Now he could earn an extra 5 million, why not? Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap. Sugod fell for that provocation way too easily. A one-on-one snooker solo match against Salmos? That's practically walking into humiliation. Exactly. Salmos is a formidable billiards player. Just a moment ago, several top domestic players defied the odds and challenged him. After a single game, they all conceded defeat in admiration. Honestly, Su should just stick to being a top-tier hacker. Or better yet, dive into the stock market. I'm ready to buy a position with him right now that'd guarantee instant financial freedom. +1 to the above. Please, Sugod, don't stray from your main calling. This snooker business? I'd say skip it. After all, Salmos is the undisputed snooker king. Going one-on-one with him is just asking to be humiliated. Sigh. Master Su clearly fell for that Xia Yingqin's reverse psychology. See? Master Su is still too young. The livestream viewers couldn't help but erupt in heated discussion. In their eyes, Suyu's actions were a textbook case of falling for Xia Yingqin's provocation. After all, his opponent was Salmos. The world champion's billiard skills were undeniable. Even top domestic players couldn't last a single round against Salmos. For an amateur like Suyu to step up? Frankly, it was nothing short of courting disaster. At that moment, Oberon, hearing Suyu was going to take on Salmos in a one-on-one snooker solo match, felt a flicker of panic cross her pretty face. She tugged at Suyu's sleeve and whispered urgently. Are you out of your mind? That's Salmos. You want to take on Salmos in a one-on-one snooker match? That's just asking for a beating. Besides, can't you tell Sang Chin is just trying to bait you? And don't forget you took my money. We agreed you'd handle him for me. How could you fall for his bait? In Oberon's view, if Suyu actually went one-on-one with Salmos in a billiard solo match, he'd likely get utterly crushed. No, he would definitely get crushed. After all, Salmos might be arrogant, but his billiard skills were no joke. He'd won the International Billiards Championship 5 years running. Plus, earlier, several top domestic billiards players had initially refused to believe it and challenged Salmos. What happened? These domestic masters conceded defeat after just the first frame. This alone shows just how formidable Salmos' billiard skills truly are. If Suyu stubbornly charges up there now, he'll be courting humiliation. Don't worry. I trust my instincts. I feel I can win. Suyu raised an eyebrow, speaking calmly. He could see right through Sang Chin's attempt to rile him up. But he couldn't care less. The key was that 5 million yuan wager. Everything else was irrelevant. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Oberon shot him a disdainful look with her beautiful eyes, exclaiming in both frustration and anger. Like hell, I trust your so-called intuition. The 3 biggest delusions in life are thinking I can win. How many times have you even played pool? And now you want to go one-on-one against the world champion Salmos? Oberon couldn't trust Suyu's so-called intuition one bit. Ha! Come to think of it, I've never even touched a pool cue in my life. But don't worry, I'm really confident. Isn't pool just about having hands? Stay calm. I can win. Suyu scratched his nose and said with a smile. Oberon. When she heard Suyu say he'd never touched a pool cue before, Oberon genuinely wanted to thank. You've never touched a cue in your life, yet you're going head-to-head in a solo match against Salmos, the world champion? And you won? Like hell you did. Good heavens, could you be any more ridiculous? At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. Holy crap! Never touched a cue before, and you want to go one-on-one against Salmos, the 5-time consecutive champion of the International Billiards Tournament? And you think he can win? Where does this god-tier Su guy get his confidence from? I'm speechless. What nonsense about anyone with hands can play? That's ridiculous. If it were that easy, everyone would be an international snooker champion. Seriously. Honestly, I think Su Dishin is really getting himself into trouble this time. Front row, patting Miss Oberon. If I'd known this would happen, Miss Oberon should have asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend. I have a feeling Su the Great is going to get utterly crushed by Salmos this time. After all, a complete amateur going up against a world snooker champion, this little cutie. You can already see how this is going to end. Sigh. Master Su wins too easily these days, so he's gotten blindly overconfident. The live stream viewers couldn't help but start discussing. Learning that Suyu had never played billiards before and now wanted to take on Salmos, the 5-time consecutive champion of international billiards tournaments, in a one-on-one solo match, they all thought he'd lost his mind. This was nothing short of walking into a beating. After all, a complete amateur taking on a world champion? If he won, it'd be nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Salmos had just defeated yet another defiant professional billiards player from the Dragon Nation. I lost. The Chinese pro player glanced at the state of the table, his face drained of color. Only after facing Salmos did he truly grasp just how terrifying this 5-time consecutive champion of international billiards tournaments truly was. His billiard skills were simply absurdly strong. He had played a conservative shot designed to balance offense and defense, yet Salmos had broken through as usual. I told you not a single professional billiards player from your Dragon Nation is worthy of my attention. Honestly, it's just boring. Salmos tossed his cue aside, his face brimming with arrogance. Hearing Salmos' arrogant tone, the gathered Dragon Country professional players all felt resentment welling up inside. Yet they could only clench their fists and grit their teeth in silent frustration. After all, their skills fell short. No matter how much they resented it, there was nothing they could do. P.S. Votes needed. Votes needed. Let's go. Chapter 148, Salmos, trending across the web. Seeing the reaction of these Dragon Nation billiards masters, Salmos' face grew even more arrogant. Who else? No one else? The Dragon Kingdom's billiard scene is truly disappointing. Nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Salmos raised his hand, his tone dripping with amusement and scorn. Hearing this, the faces of all the Dragon Nation players present darkened. This Salmos is incredibly arrogant. You can say that again. How dare he act so arrogant on our home turf? I wish someone would step up and teach him a lesson. Sigh. Wishful thinking, but the reality is it's utterly impossible. After all, this Salmos has won the International Billiards Championship 5 years running. He's so arrogant because he genuinely has the strength to back it up. The crowd murmured among themselves. They were naturally furious at Salmos' arrogance. But the problem was, they knew full well they couldn't do anything about him. After all, as the world snooker champion, he certainly had every right to be cocky. Just then, a voice suddenly cut through the air. "Hey, you big foreign oaf over there, who gave you the guts to be yapping around here?" Hearing this, Salmo's expression darkened as he turned to face the speaker. "Kid, where the hell did you crawl out from?" Salmos felt a surge of irritation. He was absolutely certain Suyu was not part of their billiard circle. In other words, a complete outsider. Yet this complete outsider dared to be even more arrogant than him? Like he's trying to show off his skills or something? Me? Ha! I'm here to beat the crap out of you and pocket that 5 million prize money. Suyu raised an eyebrow and said. Meanwhile, watching from the sidelines, Xiaoqing's face twisted into a sneer. In his eyes, Suyu's actions were pure recklessness. A complete amateur dared to mock Salmos, the world snooker champion, like this? He was asking for trouble. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream, Suyu sure is as righteous as ever, but this setup feels off. After all, Salmos is the real deal, a world champion in snooker. Exactly. The way Sugad just spoke out there, he's practically guaranteed to get himself beaten to a pulp. In my opinion, that's a bit unwise. After all, pissing off a world champion like that is practically an invitation for him to get utterly destroyed later. If you ask me, he should be playing it safe right now. I heard this Salmos guy can't stand anyone being more cocky than him. And now look, Su the Great starts off by going straight for the jugular. That's just asking for trouble. Viewers in the livestream chat were left speechless by Suyu's actions. In their eyes, Suyu shouldn't be provoking Salmos like this. At that moment, Salmos heard Suyu's words and was so enraged he burst out laughing. Fine, fine. Kid, you really want to be this arrogant, huh? Then today I'll show you the consequences of arrogance. Some nobody who popped up out of nowhere daring to challenge me without knowing his place? Oomph. Today I'll annihilate you, not a single ball will cross the line. Salmo's voice was thick with rage. At this moment, he was genuinely furious with Suyu. After all, as the reigning 5-time consecutive champion of the International Billiards Tournament, he now faced provocation from Suyu, some unknown amateur who'd seemingly appeared out of nowhere. This left him feeling utterly humiliated. The assembled pool masters from Dragon Nation heard Salmo's words and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. They began whispering and exchanging glances once more. Who is that kid? How dare he provoke Salmos like that? I don't recall anyone by that name in our snooker circles. Exactly. I seriously doubt he's even a proper player. If that's the case, he's probably going to have a rough day. Pissing off Salmos like that? That's just plain stupid. A non-professional player actually coming here to offend the world champion? That's just asking for trouble. The crowd couldn't help but start murmuring. They were utterly speechless at Suyu's actions. After all, even they professional players had just been defeated by Salmos. They hadn't even lasted a single frame before conceding defeat. Now this amateur Suyu steps out? What the hell is he trying to do? Show off his skills, huh? At this moment, they were practically itching to see Suyu get utterly humiliated by Salmos. After all, they had all lost. If this amateur Suyu acted so cocky now, wouldn't it make them look even worse than him? Meanwhile, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He casually picked up a cue stick, gave Salmos a half smile, and said, An amateur like me playing against you? Mind if I break first? Suyu's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, some couldn't help but snicker. Just as I expected, this guy really is an amateur. No wonder he dared to provoke Salmos like that. Is this what they call foolish courage? Ignorance truly breeds fearlessness. Ha! He's not even part of the billiards world, he probably doesn't even grasp the weight behind the title World Billiards Champion. I bet that kid's gonna make a fool of himself in a minute. Some faces wore amused expressions. Meanwhile, reporters on site who witnessed the scene immediately began snapping photos. After all, such situations often mean hot topics and heightened attention. Reporters naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Meanwhile, the internet was flooded with sensational headlines that sparked heated debate. Hashtag shocking. Unknown youngster challenges world snooker champion Salmos at local pool hall. Hashtag a battle for billiards honor? Just a youngster's ridiculous attempt to make a name for himself. Hashtag. These headlines ignited a flurry of online discussions. Especially after some renowned snooker commentators weighed in online, the incident reached its peak of attention. Zhang Longying, to this young man daring to challenge Salmos, I can only describe him in 8 words: courage commendable, wisdom lacking. I say this because it's simply the truth. After all, his opponent is the reigning world snooker champion. Such an underdog victory is utterly impossible. Chapter 149, Wishful Thinking? A single shot clearance. Countless netizens expressed strong agreement with the commentary from renowned snooker analyst Zhang Longying. It may sound harsh, but there's no denying it's the truth. After all, the opponent is none other than the world snooker champion, Salmos. Miracles only exist in movies, novels, and stories. They simply don't happen in reality. Exactly. Reality is always brutal. Where would miracles come from? Frankly, this is pure nonsense. Netizens continued to debate the topic fervently. In no time, the topic's popularity skyrocketed. Meanwhile, foreign snooker commentators also weighed in. Compared to Zhang Longying, these international commentators were even more blunt, declaring Suyu would lose like a dog. Greg Peter, regarding this young Dragon Nation guy challenging Salmos, I'll just say this: if all Dragon Nation people are this ignorant, then Dragon Nation is doomed sooner or later. Ha! Salmo's billiard skills are flawless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won the International Billiards Championship 5 years in a row. Some ignorant fools actually dream of going one-on-one with Salmos in a snooker solo match? All I can say is, he's doomed to lose. Aubrey Dupont, some say this young Dragon Nation lad shows admirable courage? I find it utterly ridiculous. Courage is something only the victor has the right to speak of. For a weakling to challenge the pinnacle of an industry that's not courage, it's sheer stupidity. The comments from foreign snooker commentators were filled with scorn and contempt. In their eyes, Suyu's challenge to world champion Salmos was nothing short of courting disaster. After all, as the 5-time consecutive champion of international snooker tournaments, Salmos possessed technical prowess that few could even begin to rival. Now, Suyu, a complete amateur, wanted to take on Salmos in a one-on-one snooker duel? It was like looking for trouble in a dark alley. At that moment, Suyu remained oblivious to the online frenzy. Of course, even if he did know, he wouldn't give it a second thought. When Salmos heard Suyu request the opening break, he sneered dismissively. "Kid, so what if I let you break? Do you really think breaking first will let you pocket every ball on the table? Ha! Ignorant!" In Salmos' eyes, Suyu's request was utterly pointless. Snooker wasn't about luck, it was about skill. Besides, a break shot where every ball goes in? That only happens in movies and novels. In reality, it simply doesn't happen. Heh, you never know until you try, right? Besides, I've always been pretty lucky. Suyu chuckled, paying no heed to the other's words. As if he had a trial version of a good luck charm. When miracles happen, everything just falls into place when your luck is sky high. Without hesitation, Suyu affixed the trial version of the good fortune talisman to his body. In an instant, Suyu felt something inexplicable surge through him. The trial version luck charm has taken effect. Seeing this, Suyu understood the situation. Without hesitation, Suyu walked to the pool table, his gaze fixed on the balls before him. His cue hand aimed squarely at the cue ball. Witnessing Suyu's actions, the contempt on Salmo's face grew even more pronounced. Ha, what an idiot. Actually thinking he can clear the table in one shot? Salmo's lips curled upward, his face brimming with scorn. Xia Yingqin, standing nearby, watched Suyu's posture with a cold sneer. Rong, someone like him isn't worthy of being with you. A person's mindset determines the ceiling of their future achievements. And someone who indulges in such unrealistic fantasies is destined to amount to nothing. He's just like a gambler, betting on luck, and the outcome is always a complete and utter loss. Xia Yingqin stood beside Oh Burong, sparing no effort in disparaging Suyu. Hearing Xia Yingqin's words, Oh Burong's beautiful eyes grew cold as she retorted. Mind your own business. I believe in his luck. Xia Yingqin's face darkened considerably at Oh Burong's sharp retort. Oomph. Well then, I'll be damned if I don't see just how lucky he really is. Xia Yingqin snorted, his gaze growing increasingly jealous as he fixed it on Suyu. Meanwhile, Oh Burong also shot Suyu a helpless glance. Though she had publicly challenged Xia Yingqin, she privately agreed that Suyu's ambition to achieve a hole-in-one was utterly delusional. The onlookers at the scene, witnessing Suyu's actions, all shook their heads in disbelief. People really shouldn't entertain such unrealistic notions. Life isn't a novel. Exactly. People should keep their feet on the ground. Fantasizing about unrealistic things is just a waste of energy and time, leading to nothing in the end. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. To them, Suyu's current behavior was utterly childish. Holding on to unrealistic dreams would inevitably lead to failure. At that moment, everyone present wore expressions of utter contempt. And right then, Suyu moved. With a powerful stroke, Suyu struck the cue ball directly. Immediately, the cue ball hurtled toward the other balls at breakneck speed. And in that instant, all 8 balls dropped into the pockets. In an instant, the entire crowd was stunned into silence. The once noisy venue fell completely silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions frozen in utter shock. At the same time, Salmos, whose face had been twisted with scorn and mockery, froze in place. Then, his face twisted with disbelief and refusal to accept it, he growled. How? How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Salmos felt his head buzzing and throbbing. The scene before him shattered his very understanding. Who in their right mind could pull off a hole-in-one? Such an astronomically improbable event couldn't possibly occur in reality. Salmo's eyes were bloodshot, utterly unable to believe or accept this situation. Meanwhile, Xia Yingqin was utterly dumbfounded. WH, what the hell is going on? How could it really be a hole-in-one? That's impossible. Xia Yingqin's lips trembled, his voice thick with terror and disbelief. Chapter 150, Stunned, Apply the Bad Luck Talisman. In that moment, Xia Yingqin felt he had witnessed the most absurd scene of his entire life. After all, this was a freaking hole-in-one. How could such an improbable outcome occur? The onlookers at the scene were all gape-mouthed, each plunged into profound existential doubt. A hole-in-one was something they'd only ever seen in movies. But now, they had witnessed it happen right before their eyes. For them, it was nothing short of utterly mind-blowing. After all, such a situation was nothing short of mind-boggling for them. At that moment, Oberon's beautiful eyes went wide with disbelief. He actually did it? That luck is just too unbelievable. Oberon's lips parted slightly, her pretty face etched with utter disbelief. Though she wasn't particularly interested in billiards and knew little about the game, she was well aware of how incredibly rare a one-shot hole-in-one was. It was like a lottery worker winning the jackpot, virtually impossible. Yet right now, Suyu had actually pulled off a one-shot clean sweep. Such an occurrence was nothing short of defying the heavens with sheer luck. It truly lives up to its name as a lucky charm. Even such an incredibly unlikely scenario could happen. Too bad I only have the trial version of the luck charm. Otherwise, with this kind of luck, I could have used it to buy lottery tickets. Suyu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even with his near-divine billiard skills, achieving a one-shot clean sweep was impossible. Yet under the influence of the trial version lucky charm, this improbable scenario had unfolded. Indeed, skill and technique meant nothing in the face of sheer luck. At that moment, Suyu glanced over at Selmos, who was still questioning his existence over there, and said with a mocking smile, "Whoops. Sorry about that. Seems my luck's been pretty good today. One-shot clean sweep. I should win this round, right?" Hearing Suyu's words, Selmos was so furious his nose nearly twisted sideways. "What kind of person is this? You. Don't get cocky. Even if you're on a lucky streak, that doesn't mean you can win every time. Snooker ultimately relies on solid skill, not luck. And your luck won't last forever." Selmos gritted his teeth, seething with frustration and rage. He never imagined Suyu's luck could be this absurdly insane. He'd actually pulled off that impossibly low probability one-shot clean sweep. This was absurd. Oomph. So, do you dare let me take the first shot again? Suyu raised an eyebrow, smiling with amusement. Hearing Suyu's words, Selmos nearly choked on his own blood from rage. Suyu's luck was terrifying. Though Selmos didn't believe anyone could maintain such incredible luck indefinitely, he dared not risk letting Suyu take the first shot again right now. After all, better safe than sorry. After witnessing Suyu's overwhelmingly good fortune, Selmos couldn't help but question the meaning of life. Therefore, he dared not let Suyu take the first shot again. Oomph. By the rules, the second shot should be mine. Selmos gritted his teeth as he declared. Are you kidding me? If Suyu got to open the game again now, what if his luck struck gold once more? What kind of game would that be? Upon hearing Selmos' words, Suyu merely smiled. Selmos' move played right into his hands. After all, he still had a trial version of the bad luck talisman in his hands. This was the perfect chance to give it to Selmos. With that thought, Suyu pulled out the trial version of the bad luck talisman. He then quietly approached Selmos, tapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Alright then, I'll wish you luck in sinking them all in one shot just like I did." In that instant, the trial version of the bad luck talisman fused onto Selmos' body. Hearing Suyu's words, Selmos retorted indignantly. "Kid, cut the sarcastic crap. Oomph. My luck may not be as good as yours, but it's not bad either. Besides, I rely on skill. You're going down." As he spoke, Selmos' face brimmed with smug confidence. In his view, while his luck wasn't exceptional, it certainly wasn't bad. After all, he'd once managed to pocket 5 balls in a single shot. Moreover, he possessed considerable skill at the game. Combined, he was certain victory was his. Huh, is that so? Well, I'll be watching to see. Hearing Selmos' words, Suyu responded with a faint, mocking smile. Suyu didn't take Selmos' confidence seriously at all. After all, he had already equipped Selmos with a trial version of the misfortune talisman. Selmos was undoubtedly drowning in misfortune right now. And he actually thought he could win? That was nothing short of wishful thinking. Oomph. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Selmos let out a cold snort and immediately pulled out a high-end pool cue he always carried with him. This cue had been his companion for many years. It was his absolute favorite cue. Moreover, the quality of this cue was exceptional. After all, it was a cue worth hundreds of thousands. Kid, you know what this cue in my hand is? It's worth hundreds of thousands. Ha! This is the kind of cue a true master uses, something a complete amateur like you, who relies on luck to play pool, could never understand. Selmos waved his cue stick triumphantly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Upon hearing Selmos' words, Suyu merely smiled without comment, quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. No way! The trial version of the bad luck talisman was currently active on Selmos. He certainly didn't want to be associated with such a jinxed unlucky bastard. Seeing Suyu's reaction, Selmos interpreted it as a sign of defeat and despair. His smug expression only grew wider. Without delay, Selmos stepped up to the pool table, ready to take his shot. It must be said that as a world champion billiards player, Selmos' technique was exceptionally professional in every aspect. Precisely because of this, the crowd gathered around couldn't help but cheer and marvel at his professional technique. Truly worthy of a world champion. His form is a sight to behold. You can say that again. Not to mention anything else, just look at that cue he's holding. It's supposedly a specially customized, high-end cue worth hundreds of thousands. Looks like Salmos has this one in the bag. Chapter 151, Stunned. Terrible bad luck. At that moment, every person in the venue watched Salmos with eyes brimming with anticipation. Though Salmos was notoriously arrogant and cocky, no one doubted his professional skill at snooker. After all, as the world champion, he had earned everyone's respect through sheer skill. Now, Salmos was feeling the luck flow through him. His eyes fixed on the cue ball before him, he prepared to take his shot. But just then, snap! Hearing that sound, everyone in the venue was stunned. They never imagined such a situation could occur. And at that moment, Salmos himself was utterly dumbfounded. WHWHWH, what the hell just happened? Salmos' eyes widened as he questioned his entire existence. To him, the current situation felt like something straight out of a damn haunted house. Salmos picked up the pool cue, now snapped clean in two, and sank deeper into profound existential doubt. That's right. That snap just now was the sound of his cue breaking in two. But for Salmos, this situation was absolutely ridiculous. After all, this was a custom-made, high-end cue he'd spent a fortune on. You could say the quality of this cue was absolutely top-notch. And now look at it, his cue, it actually broke? At that moment, the onlookers all wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What the hell just happened? How could a perfectly good cue break like that? This is ridiculous. Wasn't this Salmos cue supposed to be a custom-made, high-end brand? Wasn't it worth hundreds of thousands? How could the quality be so poor? It actually broke? Damn it! Could Salmos have bought a counterfeit? I think it's possible. Otherwise, what kind of cue breaks so easily? The crowd gathered around couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. They all found the current situation utterly unbelievable. After all, witnessing Salmos' custom-made, $100,000 brand-name cue snap clean in two right before their eyes, anyone seeing that would find it utterly bizarre. Meanwhile, Suyu watched the scene unfold, raising an eyebrow as he inwardly marveled. This trial version of the bad luck talisman is seriously potent. No wonder the system warned that this misfortune talisman is extremely dangerous and should be used with caution. A perfectly good, custom-made, high-end pool cue worth hundreds of thousands just snaps clean in two. That's truly terrifying. Suyu hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Nevertheless, Suyu now turned to Salmos with an amused look, delivering a final jab. Salmos, you didn't happen to buy a counterfeit cue, did you? Come on, you're a world champion billiards player. How could you be so cheap as to buy a fake? Hearing Suyu's sarcastic remark, Salmos' eyes turned red with fury. What the hell was this? Shut up. Counterfeit? I, Salmos, never buy counterfeits. Salmos roared in fury. Hearing Suyu's sarcastic remark, Salmos nearly choked on his own rage. What did he mean? He was cheap and bought fakes. This was insulting. But right now, Salmos was also deeply frustrated. This was a custom-made, high-end billiard cue he'd spent hundreds of thousands on. How the hell did it suddenly snap clean in two? This is beyond ridiculous. Kid, that was just an accident. Even without this cue, I could beat you using any other one I pick up. Salmos took several deep breaths before finally calming his pent-up frustration. Then, Salmos selected another, relatively better cue. Kid, just wait and see how you lose. Salmos glared at Suyu with hatred before striking the ball with all his might. This time, the cue didn't snap in half. However, Salmos now realized that his entire break had failed to sink a single ball. Of course, if that were all, it could be forgiven. But the problem was, his shot had sent all the other balls right to the edge of the pockets. The most absurd part? He'd accidentally pocketed the cue ball himself. Wasn't this just handing Suyu the chance to win? How could this happen? Salmos stared at the cue in his hand, then scanned the state of the pool table, sinking into utter disbelief. At that moment, he felt his luck had hit rock bottom today. Meanwhile, the crowd-watching onlookers were all utterly dumbfounded. Holy! What the hell? Salmos took the shot, but not a single ball went in. Instead, he sank the cue ball clean into the pocket. Damn it! How bizarre is this scene? This situation is getting more and more absurd. Damn it! This is too bizarre. How could a world-class snooker champion like Salmos make such a huge mistake? Could it be bad feng shui? Bad feng shui? Could it be that since Salmos is a foreigner and he's now in the dragon country, he's suffering from homesickness and bad luck? The onlookers couldn't help but mutter among themselves. Hearing this, Salmos' face darkened with frustration. Feng shui is bad? He was Salmos, the undisputed 5-time consecutive champion of the International Billiards Tournament. He'd always relied on his own skill to play snooker. When had he ever depended on some so-called feng shui? He wasn't some amateur like Suyu. Yet, at this moment, a faint doubt began to stir within Salmos. Could it really be bad feng shui? Otherwise, the current situation was simply inexplicable. At that moment, Xia Yingqin was utterly dumbfounded. After all, his idol was Selmos. In Xia Yingqin's eyes, his idol Selmos was an invincible being. But now, the current situation had him questioning everything. After all, this was his damn idol. How could such an absurd and bizarre situation suddenly arise? How could his idol, Selmos, hit such a stinker? This was truly an unforgivable mistake. And at that moment, Suyu smiled again. Chapter 152, One Misfortune After Another. Hearing Suyu's laughter, Selmos was utterly frustrated, his face darkening even further. Kid, what are you laughing at? Selmos gritted his teeth in fury, his heart boiling with frustration and rage. The major blunder he'd just made left him feeling utterly defeated. Such a mistake was utterly unforgivable for someone of his caliber. His mood was already foul, and now hearing Suyu's laughter only made him feel utterly miserable. Oh? What's wrong with me laughing? Is there a law against me laughing? Besides, Selmos, did you buy your World Snooker Championship title? Otherwise, how could your skills be this poor? Not a single ball went in the pocket. TSK. Oh, no! My mistake. You did sink one after all. That cue ball slid in pretty smoothly. Straight into the pocket with pinpoint accuracy. Ha ha. Suyu spoke with a look that seemed determined to drive someone mad. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha ha. That's our man Su for you. His commentary is pure venom. So freaking awesome. Honestly, Selmos' major blunder just now had me laughing out loud. Not only did he fail to sink a single ball, but he actually sank the cue ball. That's just ridiculous. Hey, everyone, did you notice something? Selmos' luck is just absurdly bad right now. He's a world champion, for crying out loud. No matter how many mistakes he makes, this kind of thing shouldn't happen. It's just too damn ridiculous. Hearing that, I'm starting to feel something's off too. I mean, Su's got incredible luck, but Selmos' luck is like the complete opposite, like he's cursed or something. Exactly. This whole situation is getting weirder by the minute. Viewers in the livestream chat went wild, flooding the screen with comments. They were utterly baffled by the current situation. After all, this situation was truly bizarre. Anyone witnessing it would be tempted to question their own sanity. How absurd. At that moment, hearing Suyu's sarcastic remarks, Selmos was furious beyond words. Shut your mouth. I just had some bad luck, that's all. My aim slipped a bit. Stop gloating. Selmos' face darkened like stagnant water. Faced with this situation, Selmos felt utterly frustrated. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a predicament. Is that so? But you'd better watch your step. I have a feeling you're about to get even more unlucky. Suyu chuckled, completely unfazed by Selmos' anger. Hearing Suyu's words, Selmos gritted his teeth in fury. Selmos snorted coldly and strode toward the sidelines. He planned to drink some water to calm himself down. Otherwise, he might genuinely end up feeling depressed. After all, that major blunder had left him questioning everything about his life. As a world champion billiards player, this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a situation. But just as Selmos stepped off the table. Thud! Suddenly, without warning, Selmos stumbled and took a faceplant. Ouch! Selmos cried out in pain. This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. After all, who could have imagined that Selmos, walking perfectly fine, would suddenly stumble and fall? It was utterly unbelievable. At that moment, everyone stared at Selmos with peculiar expressions. Damn! How unlucky can you get? Walking like a high-class gentleman and still falling flat on your face? 2 words, absurd. How bizarre is this? Did Selmos cross some kind of bad luck charm? How did he suddenly get so unlucky? I'm speechless. This is beyond my wildest imagination. What's wrong with Selmos? Falling over while walking? How could this happen to a grown man? The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. The scene before them was completely unexpected. After all, who could have predicted Selmos would suddenly become this unlucky? He was just walking along normally and ended up falling flat on his ass like a dog eating. Something's definitely fishy here. At that moment, watching Selmos sprawl flat on his face, Suyu's mouth dropped slightly. Is the cursed talisman really this powerful? Suyu exclaimed in utter shock. To fall so hard just from walking normally, it genuinely sent a chill down Suyu's spine. Thank God I didn't get the urge to try out the trial version of the bad luck talisman myself. Otherwise, trying that damn thing would have killed me for sure. Suyu couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. Faced with such a terrifyingly powerful misfortune talisman, Suyu was thoroughly impressed. Meanwhile, the badly injured Selmos glared hatefully at his assistant standing outside the arena and cursed. Damn it! Are you blind? Get over here and help me up, damn it! Selmos' entire mindset was on the verge of collapse. This relentless string of misfortune made him wonder if he truly angered some deity of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, how else could he have suddenly become so unlucky? Hearing Salmo's outburst, his assistant snapped out of his daze and rushed over to help him up. Stop spacing out. Get me a cup of hot water. I need a couple sips. Salmo snapped, his face dark with irritation. Upon hearing this, his assistant promptly fetched a cup of water. Seeing this, Salmos tilted his head back and began drinking. Gulp. Gulp. Salmos gulped down the water in large mouthfuls, looking terribly thirsty. Phew. So it really was just an accident after all. What bad luck. I don't buy that nonsense. After finishing a cup of water and finding himself perfectly fine, Salmos couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The string of misfortunes earlier had left him feeling uneasy. Now that he'd finished the water without incident, he finally felt somewhat reassured. But just then, Salmos felt a sudden pang of discomfort in his stomach. Quick! I need to use the restroom. Salmos' face turned purple as he felt he could barely hold it any longer. His assistant, upon hearing this, looked utterly bewildered. Chapter 153, Salmos, terrified of bad luck. By the time his assistant snapped out of his daze, he witnessed a loud gurgle from Salmos' stomach, followed by a look of pure relief on his face. Then, a foul stench filled the air. Salmos had soiled himself. Instantly, everyone present pinched their noses, their faces twisted with disgust. And now, Salmos himself was utterly dumbfounded. He'd actually soiled himself in front of all these people. How the hell was he supposed to live with this? In that moment, Salmos could practically see tomorrow's headlines. Salmos' pants wetting incident trends on hot searches. The headline would probably read something like, #shocking. World snooker champion Salmos soaks pants in public, drawing waves of disgust, #. The thought alone made Salmos' face turn pale and then green. He was ruined. Quickly help me to the car to change my pants. Salmos said to his assistant, his face ashen. Hearing this, his assistant immediately sprang into action, supporting Salmos as they hurried to the car for a change. Meanwhile, everyone present watched the scene unfold, exchanging bewildered glances. Their faces were etched with utter bewilderment. Salmos' string of misfortunes was downright bizarre. This wasn't just bad luck, it was the worst kind of misfortune imaginable. Damn it! This curse charm is terrifying. Suyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Fortunately, this was only the trial version of the misfortune talisman. Otherwise, given its sheer power, Salmos might very well have been finished off outright. Of course, even though Salmos wasn't dead yet, he might as well be. Because Salmos had just suffered a social death. He'd soiled himself in front of everyone. And there were quite a few reporters present. Needless to say, it wouldn't be long before Salmos' embarrassing moment became a trending topic. And just as Suyu had anticipated, Salmos' pants-dropping incident had already hit the trending topics on Weibo. #shot. World snooker champion Salmos pulls his pants down in public. Is this a twist of human nature or moral decay? #. Oh my goodness. Poor Salmos. Is there really such a thing as mysticism? #. Never cross Suyu Salmos suffers social death. #. These trending topics instantly set the entire internet ablaze. Damn it. This is ridiculous. Could it be that Salmos really crossed some bad luck? Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? This string of misfortunes is terrifying. Let's be honest, Salmos is getting absolutely crushed. He's basically dead to society now. From now on, whenever people mention Salmos, the first thing that comes to mind won't be his 5 consecutive international snooker championships, it'll be that embarrassing public pants-dropping incident. Man, crossing Suyu is seriously terrifying. Salmos' misfortune is downright frightening. Netizens buzzed with discussion. They all found Salmos' misfortune utterly absurd and bizarre. After all, how could anyone possibly suffer such misfortune? Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream, this situation really makes you wonder if there's such a thing as a jinx in this world. Salmos is just way too unlucky. +1 to the above. Honestly, I'm starting to suspect this is all connected to Su the Great. After all, Salmos' misfortune seems to stem from crossing him. Spread the word. Crossing the great god Su invites misfortune. Hey, watch out for spreading rumors. Not spreading, believing, or creating rumors is the moral compass for us new youth. While Salmos has been unlucky, this definitely has nothing to do with Su the Great. Bro, if you're being threatened, just blink. Blink.jpg. Ha! Hilarious. The comments section is full of talent. Viewers in the livestream were flooding the chat with wild reactions. Meanwhile, Salmos, who had just changed his pants, was being supported back by his assistant. But this time, Salmos dared not act cocky anymore. After all, having endured a string of misfortunes one after another, he wouldn't dare be arrogant again even if his life depended on it. These experiences were etched deep into his soul. He had no idea if his misfortune would continue. Seeing Salmos reduced to such a state of terror, everyone present couldn't help but sigh in sympathy. Honestly, Salmos really is suffering. You bet. This is the first time I've ever seen someone get screwed over this badly. I knew it. You absolutely, positively must not cross Suyu. The guys like poison cross him, and you're asking for disaster. Damn it, watching a pool match just shattered my worldview. I'm starting to believe in bad luck stars now. How else could Selmos suddenly get hit with such misfortune? Everyone present found Selmos' situation utterly bizarre. After all, they'd never witnessed such relentless misfortune before. Oh, back already? Suyu couldn't help but laugh at Selmos' state. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Selmos instinctively wanted to retort, but remembering the misfortune he'd just endured, he forced himself to swallow the words before they left his mouth. There was nothing he could do. Right now, Selmos was genuinely terrified. This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a string of misfortunes. What if his misfortune was actually caused by offending Suyu? Therefore, Selmos dared not retort to Suyu any longer, merely glaring at him resentfully. Seeing Selmos cowed into submission by his own misfortune, Suyu couldn't help but smile. Still, he knew Selmos' string of misfortunes would soon come to an end. After all, a full minute had passed. The effect of the trial version misfortune talisman had worn off. Of course, even if the trial version of the bad luck talisman had worn off, Suyu wasn't the least bit worried about losing. After all, not only did he possess god-tier billiard skills, but given how Selmos had just lined up every ball right next to the pockets, victory was assured this time. Without a single hiccup, Suyu proceeded to pocket every remaining ball. Suyu won 2 consecutive games. The score was now 2 o'clock. Next, if Suyu won just one more game, the match would be decided outright. Chapter 154, Nailed to the Pillory of Shame. Meanwhile, Xiangqin, who had witnessed Suyu win 2 consecutive games, was seething with rage. Damn it! How can this guy have such incredible luck? What the hell is going on? Xiangqin gritted his teeth in fury, his heart filled with bitter resentment. He simply couldn't accept the current situation. He had planned to make Suyu suffer a crushing defeat, humiliating him in front of Oberon. And he had been utterly certain that outcome was inevitable. After all, Suyu's opponent was none other than world snooker champion Selmos. A man who had reigned supreme as the international snooker champion for 5 consecutive years. With Selmos' skill, he should have easily crushed an amateur like Suyu. But the current situation had become utterly absurd. Suyu was ridiculously lucky. Meanwhile, Selmos seemed cursed by misfortune, utterly unlucky. How could Xiangqin possibly accept this? At that moment, Suyu turned to Selmos and said, "Hey, you, the one who shat his pants Selmos, what do you say? Want to take the next shot?" Hearing Suyu's words, Selmos' face turned green with rage. What the hell? This was like rubbing salt in the wound. Worst of all, if Suyu called him that, wouldn't others start using it too? Wouldn't that nail him to the pillar of shame forever? You shut your mouth. Shut up. Selmos gritted his teeth in fury, his face twisted into an expression of utter disgust. He was utterly mortified by the name Suyu had given him. Oh? Isn't what I said the truth? Suyu sneered maliciously. You! Selmos gritted his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, in the 100-fold return livestream. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Su God is seriously evil. Calling him Moss who shat his pants, this is practically nailing Selmos to the pillar of shame. Who can argue with that? After today, I bet everyone will start calling him Pants Selmos. Ha! Poor guy, he's really screwed. A world champion billiards player, and now he's socially dead because of this? That's just epic. Nothing more to say. Su is utterly ruthless. But I love it. Ha ha ha. That Selmos was so arrogant, daring to come to our Dragon Kingdom's home turf to provoke us. Serves him right. God, Su is that bad? All I can say is, well played. The entire live chat erupted in laughter. You see, the nickname Suyu gave Selmos had cemented the image of him wetting his pants in everyone's minds. Naturally, more people would remember Selmos' embarrassing moment today. Hearing Suyu call Selmos that, the onlookers at the scene couldn't help but laugh too. Let's be honest, this kid is genuinely wicked. He's got a knack for cutting people down with his words. Poor Selmos. Ha ha ha. Honestly, I'm curious about this match's outcome now. Suyu's already won 2 frames straight. If he takes one more, he'll beat Selmos. Wow, a complete amateur beating the world snooker champion? That'd be insane. I don't see it that way. Sure, Suyu has won 2 frames, but don't mistake luck for skill. I think those first 2 wins were pure luck. Selmos will definitely turn it around next. True. Luck isn't something that lasts forever. It's just like those gamblers, sometimes they get incredibly lucky and win once or twice, but in the end, they still end up losing everything. Exactly. Selmos is the world snooker champion after all. As the 5-time consecutive international snooker tournament winner, his skills are undeniable. I'm sure once Selmos gets his game back on track, he'll easily beat that Suyu. After all, the gap between an amateur and a world champion is absolutely staggering. Ah. What a shame. You know what? I'm actually rooting for Suyu to win this match. After all, it'd be a matter of pride for our Dragon Nation. That Selmos was so arrogant earlier, it'd be great if someone could knock some sense into him. Dream all you want, but reality is reality. Even if Suyu is currently leading by 2 games, it's only temporary. In the end, the winner will undoubtedly be Salmos. It's an inevitable outcome. The onlookers at the scene couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. In their view, although Suyu had indeed taken a 2-game lead over Salmos, this was undoubtedly only a temporary situation. Salmos would surely turn the tables. After all, Salmos was the reigning world snooker champion. The idea that Suyu could defeat him was utterly implausible. At that moment, Salmos heard Suyu's words. He snorted coldly, gritted his teeth, and pretended not to hear Suyu's taunt. Then I'll break. I refuse to believe my luck will stay this bad forever. Salmos snorted coldly, regaining his composure. By now, Salmos was seething with defiance. After all, he was the reigning world snooker champion. The idea of losing to Suyu so easily was utterly unacceptable to him. Likewise, he didn't dwell on losing the first 2 frames to Suyu. In Salmos' view, all he needed to do now was regain his form, and he would surely turn the tables. Salmos was supremely confident in his billiard skills. After all, he had reigned as the champion of international snooker tournaments for 5 consecutive years. His skills were widely acknowledged as formidable. How could he possibly lose to an amateur like Suyu? Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Salmos rose to his feet and retrieved a cue stick. Then, with a powerful stroke, he struck the cue ball. In an instant, the cue ball scattered the other balls. And 3 balls dropped into the pockets. Ha! Just as I thought. That earlier shot was merely an accident. Seeing this, Salmos smiled. Now, he was completely at ease. After all, his earlier misfortune had been truly unlucky, leaving him with a significant psychological shadow. But now, seeing himself break free from that earlier curse of misfortune, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 155, The Perfect Play Jump Ball? Dragon Country Kid, I've got my groove back. This time, you're definitely going down. Salmos sneered triumphantly, his gaze brimming with provocation as he glanced at Suyu. Realizing his bad luck had vanished, Salmos instantly felt his confidence surge. That's not necessarily true. How do you know my billiard skills aren't better than yours? Suyu remained completely unfazed by Salmos' words. After all, he possessed god-tier billiard skills. While pure skill couldn't match the power of a lucky charm, his level of play made defeating Salmos a piece of cake. Salmos, however, scoffed at Suyu's words. In his eyes, Suyu's claim was utterly laughable. An amateur thinking he could beat the world snooker champion with skill alone? He must be out of his mind. Then prepare for despair. Salmos snorted coldly and immediately resumed his game. Clang! With a swift push of his cue, Salmos sent a ball hurtling into the pocket. Clang! Another clang as Salmos sank yet another ball. Now, Salmos had sunk 5 balls into the pockets. Witnessing this display, the onlookers couldn't help but cheer for Salmos' billiard skills. Truly a world champion. His skills are incredible. Salmos is truly formidable now that he's regained his form. In my opinion, it won't be long before Salmos turns the tide and comes from behind to win. It's only natural. After all, he's the 5-time consecutive champion of the International Billiards Tournament. Salmos' skills are top-notch. It's just a shame for Suyu. Even though he lucked into winning the first 2 frames, now that Salmos is back in form, Suyu has no chance. Just as expected. In a game like billiards, it ultimately comes down to skill. Luck, while magical, is unreliable in the end. The crowd murmured in agreement. In their eyes, with Salmos back on track, Suyu had absolutely no chance of winning now. Even if Suyu had luckily taken an early lead by winning 2 frames, that advantage would surely vanish once Salmos regained his form. After scoring 2 consecutive goals, Salmos realized he no longer had a strong chance to score again. He then executed a particularly devious defensive maneuver. He deliberately stuck the ball to his own goalpost. This way, any shot Suyu attempted would be ruled invalid, ultimately shifting the advantage back to Salmos. After executing this maneuver, Salmos turned to Suyu with a look of amusement and said, "Good luck, kid." Ha! In Salmos' eyes, Suyu now had no way to avoid it. After all, faced with this situation, Suyu had no way out. He could only fall into his trap. Unless Suyu could pull off a jump ball. But was that even possible? Impossible. After all, executing a jump shot at such close range was beyond even him, Salmos, let alone an amateur like Suyu. At that moment, the onlookers watching the scene couldn't help but gasp and sigh in unison. Truly worthy of a world snooker champion. Salmos' setup here is downright devious. Now, no matter how Suyu plays, he's walking right into his trap. Exactly. With the balls so close, the slightest movement will send them colliding. It's both a calculated scheme and an obvious strategy. Salmos truly lives up to his reputation as the 5-time consecutive international billiards champion. His technique is absolutely masterful. It's not like there's absolutely no chance. If Suyu can pull off a jump shot, then there might be an opening. Dude, are you even listening to yourself? A jump shot? You make it sound so easy, but in reality? It's impossible. That's a jump shot. Even professional billiards players can't pull that off, let alone an amateur like Suyu. Ahem, you're right. That possibility is just non-existent. Forget I said anything. The onlookers couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. In their eyes, Suyu was now completely trapped. As for a jump shot? That was utterly preposterous. After all, even professional snooker players couldn't pull off a jump shot like that. Not even a world champion like Salmos could guarantee success. And that was precisely why Salmos was so utterly confident in his move. At that moment, Xiaoqing, witnessing the scene, was overcome with excitement. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. This is the true skill of world champion billiards player Salmos. Suyu, now let's see how you'll win with your so-called luck. Oomph. This is the difference between a master and an amateur. Suyu, you're doomed to lose. Xiaoqing thought, his face twisted with cold laughter and scorn. In his view, facing this situation, Suyu had absolutely no chance of breaking through. After all, even Salmos himself would likely be helpless against this, let alone an amateur like Suyu. At this moment, Suyu had naturally discerned Salmos' intentions. Salmos, are you so certain I can't break your move? Heh, once I activate the jump sphere, your technique becomes useless against me. Suyu narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Hearing Suyu's words, Salmos responded with a nonchalant sneer. Oh? Is that so? Then go ahead and show me your jump ball. Young man, if you don't have the skills, don't brag so much. A jump shot? Do you think you're some kind of billiards master? Salmos wore a look of utter scorn and contempt. In his view, Suyu's words were utterly ridiculous. After all, it was a jump ball. Even he couldn't pull that off. Let alone a complete amateur like Suyu. Oomph. Well then, watch closely. Suyu chuckled, then walked straight up to the pool table with his cue in hand. Then, he raised his cue high, preparing to execute a jump shot. Seeing Suyu's actions, the amused expression on Salmos' face grew even more pronounced. How ignorant! Salmos sneered contemptuously, no longer bothering to look at Suyu. He was certain Suyu was merely putting on a show. Chapter 156, An epic shot, the decisive kill. Yet, in the very next instant. Clang! With a resounding crash. The cue ball leapt off the table, soaring over the ball in front of it and sinking another ball into the pocket. Silence. The once noisy venue instantly fell silent. So quiet you could almost hear your own heartbeat. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in utter disbelief. No way? He actually pulled off a jump shot? Holy crap! Am I seeing things? This is insane. Holy crap! That was way too intense. Didn't they say he only plays by luck? You call this luck? The onlookers stared wide-eyed, their faces frozen in shock. Especially the professional snooker players from the Dragon Kingdom, who kept shouting it was impossible. As professional players, they knew better than anyone how incredibly difficult it was to execute a jump shot. And to make matters worse, the setup Salmos had just executed was downright devious. The distance between the cue ball and the object ball was no more than 5 millimeters. Such a close proximity only amplified the difficulty of executing the jump shot. The slightest miscalculation would send the cue ball crashing into the object ball. Yet, under these exact conditions, Suyu still managed to execute the jump shot. This shot was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, Xiaoqing's face was filled with disbelief. No! This can't be real. How could he have broken through Salmos' meticulously laid trap? How could he possibly make the jump ball? Xiaoqing clenched his fist so tightly his nails dug into his palms, yet he still couldn't calm down. Seeing Suyu execute a jump shot shattered his entire understanding of the game. He simply couldn't accept it. But the most stunned of all was Salmos himself. How is this possible? Salmos' eyes widened in disbelief, his composure completely shattered. His earlier string of misfortune and mistakes could be forgiven, but now he had regained his form and even set a near-perfect trap for Suyu. He was certain Suyu would fall right into his trap this time. But he never imagined that even in this seemingly unbeatable situation, Suyu would still pull off a jump shot. It was utterly jaw-dropping. Seeing Salmos' stunned expression, Suyu shot him a dismissive glance and sneered coldly. Is that so hard? If you can't even execute a jump shot, then it seems your world championship title in billiards is pretty watered down. Salmos' face turned crimson with rage at Suyu's words. He desperately wanted to curse Suyu for talking nonsense. But the problem was, he genuinely couldn't refute Suyu. After all, under those circumstances, he genuinely couldn't execute a jump shot like Suyu's. Still, Salmos was seething inside. Who the hell said a world snooker champion had to be able to pull off a jump shot like that under those circumstances? That kind of insanely difficult jump shot was beyond the realm of possibility, right? It was just absurd. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream, the viewers in the livestream were boiling over. Holy crap! Su God is inhuman. To pull off a jump shot like that under those conditions. This has blown my mind for the entire year. Honestly, Su's jump shot technique might just make it into the professional snooker textbook. Seriously, that jump shot was just too smooth. I'm impressed. I'm just an amateur player myself, but I've been playing for 7 or 8 years. A jump shot like that? I'd never even dreamed of pulling something like that off. Nothing else to say, one word, Su the legend is amazing. Su the legend is the ultimate legend. The chat exploded with comments. After executing that jump shot, Suyu didn't pause for a second, he launched another attack. Clang! Another ball dropped into the pocket. Clang clang. 2 more balls were potted. Clang clang clang. Now, only the black ball remained on the table. By now, Selmos had gone completely pale. He was on the verge of collapse. Every single shot Suyu took never missed. It was as if every stroke guaranteed a ball would drop into the pocket. No matter how tricky the angle, no matter how far the distance, the cue ball always delivered. Miss. Miss. He has to miss this black ball. Selmos, stripped of his usual world champion composure, gripped his cue tightly, his mind screaming. Now only the black ball remained. If Suyu pocketed it too, his comeback hopes would be utterly dashed. At that very moment, another person in the venue was praying for Suyu to miss. That person was, of course, Xiaoqin. He hadn't forgotten his bet with Suyu. 5 million. If Suyu defeated Selmos, he'd have to pay Suyu 5 million. Even for him, 5 million wasn't something he could easily come up with. True, 5 million meant little to the Xia family behind him. But the Xia family was a major clan, and major clans had many descendants. And he, Xiaoqin, was merely one of the most insignificant young descendants of the Xia family. If he really had to come up with 5 million, he felt like he'd have to grind his teeth to pieces just to scrape it together. In this regard, he was completely different from Oberong. The O family, though also a prominent clan, had a distinct characteristic: each generation produced only one heir. Oberong was the O family's only granddaughter. If she were asked to produce 5 million, it would be a breeze. She wouldn't face a single word of reproach from her family. But for Xiaoqin? Asking his family for 5 million yuan, especially after losing a bet, would likely earn him a scolding worse than a dog's. Right now, Xiaoqin was so nervous his palms were sweating. I still have a chance. He, Suyu, is bound to slip up. He's not a god. How could he not make mistakes? He has to. He absolutely has to miss. Xiaoqin stared intently at the black ball on the pool table, his mind filled with fervent prayers. But alas, his prayers were destined to go unanswered. Clang! Suyu took his shot. The black ball was cleanly potted into the pocket. A mistake? Are you kidding me? He now possessed god-tier billiard skills. How could he possibly miss? The entire venue erupted in thunderous excitement. The score was now 3 o'clock. Suyu had delivered a flawless finishing shot against world champion Selmos. He won. Suyu defeated world snooker champion Selmos. And he crushed Selmos with overwhelming dominance. Chapter 157, Suyu's sharp tongue breaks through defenses. At that moment, the entire crowd erupted in cheers. The professional snooker players from the Dragon Nation were especially ecstatic, screaming wildly. No matter how skeptical they had been about Suyu before, witnessing him defeat Selmos and in such a crushing fashion filled them with pride. After all, Selmos had orchestrated this billiards match on Dragon Nation's home turf. While it might be euphemistically called a friendly competition between masters, Selmos's ulterior motives were plain for all to see. His goal was nothing more than to elevate his own reputation while undermining the Dragon Nation's prestige. Precisely because of this, these individuals stepped forward to challenge him, fully aware they were likely to lose. After all, what does the personal honor or disgrace of an individual matter in the face of a nation's prestige? The only thing they couldn't accept was that they were outmatched and lost to Selmos. But now, things were different. Suyu had won. In fact, Suyu had utterly dominated Selmos. Faced with Suyu's billiard skills, Selmos the world champion looked like a complete amateur, utterly overwhelmed and unable to mount any resistance. Hero. In that moment, in everyone's eyes, Suyu was a true hero. But joy was not shared by all. At that moment, 2 figures on the court wore expressions as dark as stagnant water. These 2 were none other than Selmos and Xiaoqin. Selmos had come to Dragon Nation's home turf intending to thoroughly humiliate the country's top billiards players and make a name for himself in the process. After all, billiards, unlike other sports, lack the same level of fame. This meant that even as the world champion of billiards, his fame paled in comparison to champions in other sports. Thus, he sought to seize this opportunity to stir up trouble and bolster his own fame. To this end, he was willing to personally fund 5 million yuan as prize money. Originally, he figured he couldn't possibly lose. In the end, the 5 million would still be his. He'd suffer no loss, yet greatly boost his fame. What was there to lose? But now, he'd lost. Now, not only had he failed to maintain his original fame, but he had become a laughingstock in the international snooker community. A 5-time consecutive champion of the international billiards tournament, defeated by a newcomer, it was an absolute embarrassment on the global stage. On top of that, he'd now lose 5 million. 5 million. Even for a world champion like him, earning 5 million is no easy feat. Oh, and then there was that broken custom-made cue worth hundreds of thousands. The thought made Selmos wince so hard he felt like crying. This trip to the Dragon Kingdom hadn't just failed to net him any benefits, it had left him with a massive loss. Fuming, Selmos gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Suyu. At that moment, Xiaoqing was glaring at Suyu with the same look as Selmos. He hadn't fared much better than Selmos. He too had to pay Suyu 5 million, and worse, he'd been humiliated in front of Oberon, the goddess he secretly admired. The mere thought of it filled him with unbearable bitterness. Damn it, was he even supposed to live anymore? Meanwhile, Suyu paid no heed to the two men's miserable expressions, reaching out to collect the money directly. Gentlemen, you bet, you pay. Hand over the cash. Suyu sneered coldly. Selmos gritted his teeth in fury upon hearing this, but obediently transferred the 5 million yuan prize money to Suyu. Suyu, is it? I'll remember you. In a few months, there'll be an international billiards tournament. If you've got the guts, come face me again. I'll make you pay double for today's humiliation. After transferring the money, Selmos couldn't resist adding one last taunt. Suyu, however, paid it no mind whatsoever. Countless people had threatened him before. Who did Selmos think he was? Suyu shot a dismissive glance at the furious Selmos as he stormed off, then turned his attention to Xiaoqing. Selmos has already paid up. Now it's just you. Young Master Xia, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay up. You're the esteemed young master of the Xia family. You wouldn't dare renege on a debt, would you? Or perhaps you can't afford it? Suyu said with a sneer. Hearing this, Xiaoqing's face flushed crimson with rage. What did he mean, he couldn't afford it? Sure, he was a bit strapped for cash, but saying this in front of everyone like this? Did Suyu have any intention of sparing him any dignity? Xiaoqing felt his defenses crumble from the rage. Seeing the skeptical stares from those around him only made his face burn with shame. Stop spouting nonsense. It's only 5 million. How could Xiaoqing not be able to afford it? I just don't have that much cash on my card right now. Give me a minute, I'll make a call and get it sorted. You won't lose out. Why the rush? Xiaoqing gritted his teeth fiercely, glaring at Suyu with fury. He'd just returned from abroad and was accustomed to spending lavishly. Where on earth was he supposed to come up with 5 million yuan on such short notice? Looks like I'll have to sell my Bentley, the one I just bought not too long ago. Otherwise, there's no way I'll scrape together 5 million. Xiaoqing gritted his teeth, the thought racing through his mind. He had paid over 4 million for that Bentley. Selling it now at a discount for 3 million should still get it off his hands quickly. With over 2 million left in his account, scraping together 5 million for Suyu wouldn't be a problem. But the thought of selling his luxury car, which he'd bought just days ago, not even having a chance to take it out to impress girls, to cash it out for Suyu. Damn Suyu, he deserved to die. Xiaoqing cursed bitterly in his heart. But for now, he could only obediently call his friend and explain his plan. In the end, that Bentley he'd bought just days ago for over 4 million was successfully sold to his friend for 3 million. 5 million, I've already transferred it to your card. Xiaoqing gritted his teeth in resentment as he looked at Suyu. After receiving the bank transfer notification, Suyu nodded. Before leaving, he couldn't resist glancing at Xiaoqing and delivering the final blow to his bleeding pride. Young Master Xia, the way you haggled over the price while selling your card just now, you looked utterly pathetic. You. Suyu, this isn't over between us. Hearing Suyu's words, Xiaoqing completely lost his composure, roaring with rage. Suyu paid no heed whatsoever to his shrieking outburst, instead striding out of the billiard hall with his temporary girlfriend Oberon in tow. This scene infuriated Xiaoqing even more, sending him into a rage as he violently smashed the pool table, looking like a madman. Chapter 158, The Internet rages over the production team's tactics. Only after being let out of the pool hall by Suyu did Oberon finally snap back to reality. She and Suyu were clearly just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Suyu, you're taking advantage of this girl. Oberon's almond-shaped eyes glared straight at him, a mix of embarrassment and fury. Angry, of course, that Suyu had taken advantage of her. Ashamed, however, because why had she felt so natural and cooperative when he took her hand just now? How utterly humiliating. Ahem. Sorry about that. I just couldn't help myself. Suyu gave a sheepish smile after being glared at by Oberon's almond-shaped eyes. He had to admit, holding Oberon's small hand felt incredibly comfortable. So soft. So, where are you headed next? Suyu changed the subject and asked. Where? I'm not sure either. It's almost noon. How about we grab lunch together? Consider it my thanks for helping me get rid of that suitor, Xiaoqing. Oberon tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear as she pondered. Surprisingly, Suyu didn't refuse. He nodded. At the restaurant. After finishing their meal together, Suyu and Oberon both leaned back comfortably in their chairs, resting. Gazing at Oberon, who was mere inches away, Suyu couldn't help but find her a sight to behold. It had to be said, Oberon was quite adorable. Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. That bastard Suyu, he deserves to die. I'm crying with envy. Why don't we get this kind of treatment? I wish I had a pretty girl to keep me company. Hey, you upstairs, looks like you're still too young. You haven't been hit hard enough by life yet. A pretty girl? Just having someone female would be great. Seeing Suyu so comfortably dining with Oberon, netizens were jealous enough to cry. Meanwhile, online buzz about Suyu's billiards match was exploding. Hashtag shocking. Player number 5 Suyu executed a textbook perfect jump shot, crushing Salmo's 3:0. Hashtag. Hashtag counting Suyu's skills. Hashtag. Hashtag just how insane is Suyu's pool skill. Hashtag. Multiple trending topics on Weibo sparked heated discussions among countless netizens. Crazy. This Suyu is just insane. You bet. Mastering this kind of billiard skill is beyond belief. I thought Suyu was just lucky, but his billiard skills are insane. He's not human. Where are those snooker commentators who were ranting online earlier? You call Suyu's game luck-based snooker? +1 to the above. These days, experts' opinions are worthless. While some netizens were stunned by Suyu's billiard skills, they couldn't help but recall those billiards commentators who had spoken out online earlier. In an instant, those commentators were bombarded with criticism, their Weibo comments sections completely overwhelmed. What no one knew at the time was that all those commentators were on the phone with the exact same person. Director Zhang, we all followed your advice and went online to say Suyu's billiard skills were subpar. Now we're being chased down by countless netizens, and even the Weibo comment sections are bombarded. Are you sure you don't want to make a gesture? Exactly. We've completely ruined our credibility this time. Director Zhang, if you don't make a gesture, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? The snooker commentators spoke to Director Zhang over the phone with meaningful expressions. Indeed, the reason these commentators had booed Suyu online was because they'd followed Director Zhang's instructions from the hundredfold return production team. Now, hearing the billiards commentators' pointed remarks, Director Zhang responded with obvious irritation. Rest assured, your compensation won't be shortchanged. I'll have someone transfer the funds to you shortly. Only after receiving Director Zhang's assurance did the commentators finally disperse. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang slammed his fist hard on the table, his face contorted with fury. Suyu. He deserves to die. Director Zhang's eyes nearly shot flames. Recalling the humiliation he'd suffered at Suyu's hands, Director Zhang erupted in fury. He had been absolutely certain that Suyu would suffer a crushing defeat in his snooker match against Salmos. That's precisely why Director Zhang had paid those snooker commentators to trash talk Suyu online, hoping to dampen his popularity. After all, Salmos was the reigning world champion. But the outcome? Suyu had actually beaten Salmos and crushed him 3-0. Now look at that, Suyu's popularity wasn't dented at all. It actually soared even higher. Most crucially, Suyu just raked in another 10 million. Thinking of this, Director Zhang could almost picture the executives at Tianjuan Company cursing him as a useless piece of trash. Suyu. You forced my hand. Director Zhang gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes blazing with rage. He immediately turned to one of his subordinates and demanded, "That investment genius we brought in from overseas, Erwin Cooper, has he arrived yet?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, Director Zhang, he's already here." Satisfied, Director Zhang ordered, "Have Erwin Cooper come see me. He's my key weapon to suppress that Su guy, we can't afford to keep him waiting." Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately went to fetch him. Moments later, a young man with Western features entered the room. "Erwin Cooper, you finally showed up. If you hadn't shown up, I was about to lose my temper. You should be aware of Suyu's situation by now. That kid is downright unnerving. He's already raked in so much money in just a few short days. With the show's hundredfold payout rule, our production team might end up losing hundreds of billions to that kid. If that happens, I'll probably get chewed out by the higher-ups at Tianjuan Company. So this time, you absolutely must help me out crush that Su kid hard." Director Zhang gripped the hand of the man before him, Erwin Cooper, his face flushed with excitement as he spoke. Hearing this, the Westerner named Erwin Cooper waved dismissively with a smile. "Director Zhang, you can rest assured. With me here, putting that Suyu in his place is a piece of cake. He's just a mere upstart. I can make him feel utterly ashamed in no time. Just change the show's format to a startup competition, Director Zhang, and I'll make sure that Su guy understands who's the weed and who's the immortal." Chapter 159, Program Overhaul Targeting Suyu. Upon hearing Erwin Cooper's words, Director Zhang's face lit up with delight. He nodded eagerly. "Excellent. Excellent. With your assurance, I can finally relax. As for the show's revamp, rest assured I've actually been considering this for quite some time. That Su kid is too damn tricky. If we stick to conventional methods, it'll be tough to handle him. Therefore, the program's revamp is absolutely necessary and will proceed without issue." In fact, even if Erwin Cooper hadn't brought it up, Director Zhang had already been considering revamping the show. Recent developments had made him realize just how extraordinary Suyu truly was. If the original format remained unrestricted by profession, even investment genius Erwin Cooper would likely be powerless against Suyu. Therefore, Director Zhang had already made up his mind about the program overhaul long ago. Excellent. Director Zhang, rest assured when it comes to entrepreneurship and starting companies, I, Erwin Cooper, will crush that Su guy tenfold. Erwin Cooper's face radiated boundless arrogance and confidence. In his eyes, with his innate talent for investment and entrepreneurship, even 100 Su yes couldn't hold a candle to him. Ha ha. That's absolutely perfect. Rest assured, I'll get started on the program revamp right away. Director Zhang burst into excited laughter upon hearing this. Immediately, Director Zhang and the senior production team began formulating the program's revamp. After over an hour of discussion, the revamp plans for the show Hundredfold Return were officially finalized. With everything settled, Director Zhang felt refreshed and invigorated. Su you. This time, I'll make you understand what it means to spit back every last bit you've swallowed. I refuse to believe that someone like you, with no formal training, could possibly understand venture capital. Oomph. Within a month, every penny you've earned will be squandered. Director Zhang's face was twisted into a cold sneer. In his view, now that their show had undergone a revamp, they would surely be able to easily take Suyu down. After all, in venture capital, success almost always favors those meticulously groomed by powerful families. Take the man he'd invited, Erwin Cooper. He was a scion of the renowned Cooper family from the West. Despite his youth, he had already launched several publicly listed companies. A genius with absolutely abundant venture capital experience. Now look at Suyu. He's just a self-taught outsider. What could he possibly know about venture capital? Don't you see how many people dream of venture capital, yet what's the outcome? Most of them perish along the way. Venture capital is a narrow bridge only a handful ever make it across. Therefore, Director Zhang was utterly certain Suyu was bound to lose this time. That very same noon, the news of the revamp for the show Hundredfold Return was announced. In an instant, the contestants were utterly dumbfounded. Especially upon learning that from now on, the show would exclusively focus on investment and entrepreneurship, a development that left the contestants so frustrated they could cry. After all, none of them had a clue about entrepreneurship or investment. If they were forced into this, they'd likely be broke in no time. After all, these contestants weren't like Suyu. In just a few days, they hadn't made much money at all. Even Bai Wenbin, the top real estate agent, only had a few 100,000 yuan to his name now. With such a meager sum, forcing Bai Wenbin into venture capital would be like throwing money down the drain, gone forever. Therefore, upon learning of the show's format change, the contestants erupted in protests. However, the higher-ups at the Hundredfold Return production team flatly ignored their protests. Ultimately, the production team presented only two options. The first option was for all remaining contestants to pursue venture capital paths. The second option was for the contestants to take their Hundredfold Return money and leave, with the remaining spots filled by contestants selected by the production team. The production team's stance clearly signaled their intent to completely overhaul the Hundredfold Return program. Faced with this situation, no matter how dissatisfied the contestants felt, they had no choice but to obediently select the second option, take the Hundredfold Return money and leave. After all, if the production team truly forced them into venture capital, they'd end up with nothing in the end. In the blink of an eye, all the original contestants were eliminated this way, leaving only Suyu standing. Suyu was somewhat surprised by the show's sudden overhaul. But in the end, he chose to keep challenging. Are you kidding me? With his cheat code, why would he fear the show's little tricks? In the executive conference room of the Hundredfold Return production team. Oomph. That kid named Su really is courting death. Director Zhang sneered coldly. Learning that Suyu intended to continue participating in the challenge, Director Zhang was overjoyed. After all, if Suyu had chosen to take the money and leave, the production team would have had to pay him nearly 10 billion. Such a sum would absolutely cripple the production team financially. He might even face accountability from the higher-ups at Tianjuan Company for his role as the show's executive producer. But now that Suyu had chosen to continue the challenge, Director Zhang was overjoyed. In his view, it wouldn't take more than a month for Suyu to squander every penny he'd earned. After all, what else could possibly happen to a self-taught entrepreneur dabbling in venture capital besides going belly up? Meanwhile, in Suyu's live streaming room. Upon learning about the revamp of the show Hundredfold Return, the viewers in the live streaming room erupted in excitement. Holy crap! The production team is stirring up trouble this time. Suddenly revamping the show, my gut tells me this is probably aimed squarely at Suyu. It's not just likely, it's blatantly obvious. After all, Su got his raked in over 100 million in just a few days. If they let him keep cashing in like this, the production team would go broke. Exactly. The producers are clearly targeting Su Dashi with this revamp. They want him to spit back every penny he's swallowed. But seriously, with such blatant targeting, why would Su Dishin even consider continuing the challenge? If it were me, I'd grab the hundredfold payout and walk. At least I'd walk away with 10 billion. Now look at him, he might end up with nothing. How irrational. Chapter 160, Facing Massive Losses? The system steps in. The live stream chat erupted with heated discussions. They were utterly baffled by the sudden format change of the 100x payout show. But after calming down, they quickly figured out the reason. The production team had simply run out of money. After all, the higher-ups never imagined that among the ordinary contestants, a hidden genius like Suyu would emerge. He raked in 100 million in just a few days. The most outrageous part? This guy was raking in cash across multiple industries. To those in the know, it was a professional challenge. To the uninitiated, it looked like a cross-industry comedy act. Precisely because of this, even the producers of Hundredfold Return, backed by the elite Tianjuan company, were starting to feel overwhelmed. They began scheming ways to target Suyu. After realizing the production team's intentions, many netizens believed Suyu would most likely choose to take the Hundredfold Return money and walk away. After all, continuing to participate in the show while knowing the production team was deliberately targeting him would be like walking into a death trap. By taking the money and leaving now, Suyu could at least walk away with 100 billion. But if he kept playing the game, he'd likely end up with nothing. Yet who could have imagined that Suyu actually chose to keep playing? By now, Suyu had certainly figured out the production team's intentions. But so what? He had a cheat code. Even if the production team tried to pull tricks against him, he wasn't afraid at all. He'd simply counter each move as it came. Inside the executive meeting room of the Hundredfold Return production team. What's the latest? Did that Su guy choose to continue the challenge or take the money and leave? Director Zhang turned to a staff member and asked. Upon hearing this, the staff member paused briefly before replying. Director Zhang, contestant number 5, Suyu, has chosen to continue with the challenge. As they said this, the production staff's tone still carried a hint of disbelief. After all, in that situation, if it were him, he would definitely choose to take the money and leave quietly. To withdraw promptly and still walk away with 100 billion. 100 billion enough to last dozens of lifetimes. But Suyu, for some reason, insisted on continuing the challenge. This was pure suicide. Granted, if Suyu succeeded in his venture next, he could rake in hundreds of billions, even trillions. But was that even possible? The production team is targeting him now. How could an ordinary person like Suyu possibly turn the tables? He simply couldn't fathom Suyu's reasoning. Meanwhile, Director Zhang, upon hearing this, let out an excited, savage laugh. Good. Excellent. This kid continuing the challenge? It couldn't be better. If he'd just taken the money and left, I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But now, he's finished. Next, I'll make him spit out every last penny he swallowed. Director Zhang wore a cold smile across his face. Suyu's decision had played right into his hands. You see, if Suyu had chosen to take the money and run, he would have lost 100 billion. In that case, he wouldn't have been able to explain himself to the higher-ups at Tianjuan Corporation. But now, with Suyu choosing to continue the challenge, he had a way to make Suyu lose every penny he earned. The timing is about right. It's time to announce the list of new contestants joining our show. Director Zhang grinned smugly as he spoke. Yes, Director Zhang. The production staff member nodded immediately upon hearing this. That very day, the production team of Hundredfold Return officially released the list of newly added contestants online. The moment this list was revealed, the entire internet erupted. Because these newly added contestants were none other than renowned venture capital geniuses. This time, Su the genius is truly doomed. Not only does he know nothing about venture capital, but even if he could pull it off, he couldn't possibly compete with the new contestants the production team added. You bet. Those new additions are all big names. Even the least accomplished among them, Audrey Hua, built a company worth billions from scratch. The others are even more incredible. Especially that guy, Erwin Cooper. He's a true venture capital genius. This time, Suyu has seriously made a bad move, a terrible one. Sigh. In my opinion, Suyu is just too impulsive. While it's undeniable that he's incredibly talented, he's still just an ordinary person with zero experience in venture capital. Sending him off to start a business? I seriously doubt he won't lose his shirt. Hey, no need to wonder. He'd definitely lose his shirt. After all, the path of entrepreneurship isn't exactly a walk in the park. Haven't you seen how many ambitious college students got swept up in that startup craze only to end up losing everything, down to their last pair of pants? For ordinary folks, entrepreneurship is like walking a plank, a worm-eaten plank at that. You either fall off at the start or get washed away midway. Bottom line, I'm not betting on Sudashi. Netizens buzzed with heated debate. Meanwhile, Suyu couldn't care less about all this. System, start the lottery. Suyu proceeded directly with the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the movie script for Crazy Stone. The Crazy Stone movie script? System, you know my current predicament? Hearing the system's notification sound, Suyu couldn't help but be taken aback. After all, though he never voiced it, he admittedly felt uncertain about venturing into entrepreneurial investments. Suyu had considered venturing into the entertainment industry, but he feared the random nature of the lottery would make it impossible to obtain what he truly desired. Therefore, Suyu ultimately abandoned that plan. But now, the system had given him the movie script for Crazy Stone. Suyu couldn't believe this wasn't the system strategizing to help him out. Ding! This system is cold and ruthless. Host, refrain from making assumptions. All items and skills provided by this system are entirely random. There is absolutely no intention to strategize for the host. Host, please do not flatter yourself. Hearing the system's voice, Suyu raised an eyebrow, not bothering to respond. Is that so? Then let's continue the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the God-tier director skill. Suyu. Confirmed. The system really is scheming for him. Drawing the Crazy Stone movie script could still be explained away as random luck, but this God-tier director skill? The system couldn't possibly deny it now, could it? Chapter 161, the entire internet is counting Suyu out. At this moment, Suyu smiled with narrowed eyes, saying nothing. System. Ding. All items and skills provided by this system are entirely random. Host, please refrain from misinterpreting our actions. This system operates without emotion and will never violate its protocols due to your circumstances, nor will it grant you any special favors. The system's notification sounded once more. But this time, Suyu distinctly sensed a world of difference in the system's attitude compared to usual. Especially since the system's alert tone now carried a hint of human-like emotion? This was getting ridiculous. Could the system have turned human? Suyu couldn't help but wonder. But he quickly dismissed the notion. Come on, how could the system possibly be human? Fine. I believe you're a cold, emotionless system, okay? Why are you getting so worked up? You're acting like a tsundere girl. Suyu couldn't help but tease. Ding. Host, please control yourself. The system's alert tone rang out, tinged with a hint of displeasure. Seeing this, Suyu found it even more peculiar. But right now, he couldn't be bothered to argue with the system. Now that he had the movie script for Crazy Stone and the God-tier director skill, he could finally get started on registering his film company. Heh, you crappy production team, just wait, you're about to lose big time. Suyu couldn't help but think with a wicked grin. Naturally, Suyu harbored some resentment toward the production team's deliberate targeting. All this talk about venture capital and program revamps was just a ploy to keep him from getting his hands on the money. But now, with the arrogant system strategizing for him, this round was a sure win. After all, Crazy Stone was a prime example of a low-budget film delivering massive returns. If he managed to bring this film to life, he'd absolutely rake in a fortune. Then it would be the producers of Hundredfold Return who'd be crying. So that very day, Suyu went to register a film production company. And he named it Cosmic Home Film Company. Before long, news of Suyu registering a film company spread like wildfire online. At that moment, in the Hundredfold Return livestream, Suyu actually went and started his own business? And it's a film and television company? Hard to say. It's tough to judge. I just can't wrap my head around why Suyu would do this. Doesn't he know that starting a film company is the hardest thing to do these days? Exactly. A single movie easily costs tens of millions to produce. If I recall correctly, Sugod only has a little over 100 million? Pouring tens of millions into film production now? I seriously doubt he won't lose his shirt. Pouring that much money into a movie? Looks like Sudishan is about to take a step back to square one. The live stream chat erupted with heated discussion. In their eyes, Suyu's move was downright reckless. After all, film companies are in a tough spot these days. Producing a single film easily costs tens of millions, and the probability of losing money is incredibly high. Following Suyu's approach, the most likely outcome is that he'll lose every last penny of his over 100 million. In no time, the internet was flooded with voices predicting Suyu's downfall. Meanwhile, upon learning that Suyu had gone off to start a film production company, the other contestants reacted with utter disdain. After all, these contestants specially invited by the production team were in a completely different league from the likes of Bai Wenbin. Every one of them was a genius when it came to entrepreneurial investment. In the entrepreneurial market, they possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Ironically, the one venture they held in the lowest regard was a film production company. The reason was simple: the risks were far too high. A single film can easily require tens of millions in investment costs. Crucially, the film market has been sluggish lately. High-budget productions risk ending up as massive financial losses. Such high-risk investment projects, coupled with a market that's universally sluggish, naturally hold no appeal for these venture capital geniuses. Ha! Just as expected. Weeds will always be weeds. Only a fool like Suyu would consider investing in a film company during a widespread market downturn. The production team invited me here to deal with him? What an insult! Oomph, a brainless fool like Suyu? I could crush him with one hand. Erwin Cooper shook his head, sneering with utter contempt. As the key figure invited by the Hundredfold Return production team to take down Suyu, Erwin Cooper had thoroughly researched Suyu's background long before the show aired. In just a few short days, Suyu had earned over 100 million. From this perspective, Suyu did possess some skill. Originally, Erwin Cooper had taken Suyu seriously. But now, he felt Suyu wasn't even worthy of another glance. Investing over 100 million to start a film company. That's pure suicide. After all, producing a single film typically requires tens of millions in investment, and even moderately ambitious productions demand hundreds of millions. With the meager capital Suyu had, launching a film company was nothing short of suicide. A drop in the bucket with enormous risks. Meanwhile, director Zhang, upon learning Suyu had gone off to start a film company, was laughing his head off. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Suyu. I was worried you weren't losing money fast enough. Who knew you'd go out of your way to court disaster like this? Why not start a business in another field? You had to go and choose a film production company? Oomph. If you don't lose your shirt, that would be a miracle. Director Zhang sneered coldly, his face twisted with mockery. The rest of the show's senior executives were equally amused. As executives of a reality career challenge show, they were well aware of the current state of film and television companies. These past years, production companies have faced immense difficulties. Investment costs are high, and the risks are enormous. Even renowned directors face enormous risks when pouring hundreds of millions into production costs. One wrong move and they'd lose their shirts. And now Suyu, a complete outsider, has gone and started a film company? If he doesn't lose his shirt, that would be a miracle. Meanwhile, related trending topics have flooded social media. Hashtag contestant number 5 Suyu's film company venture, poised for catastrophic losses? Hashtag how bleak is the film industry's current state? Suyu's entrepreneurial path looks troubled. Hashtag the internet is filled with doom and gloom about Suyu's film company venture. Chapter 162, Searching for This World. Su Zhang and Huang Bo. As the person directly involved, Suyu couldn't care less about all the online chatter. Right now, he's already scouting for actors. The production costs for Crazy Stone Back on Earth were astonishingly low. A mere 3 million yuan. Such a low production budget was mind-boggling compared to films that routinely cost tens of millions. But that wasn't the most crucial part. The real shocker was that this ultra-low budget production ended up raking in nearly 30 million in box office revenue, achieving a staggering 7-fold return on investment. Now, Suyu believed that once this film hit the screens of Blue Star, it might ultimately achieve box office earnings even more absurd than those on Earth. After all, Blue Star's film industry has been in a slump these past years. It's not that consumers' spending power has diminished, but rather that no quality films have emerged. First, film production costs are astronomical, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, making the risks too high. This has made capital investors reluctant to take the gamble or push forward. After all, no one wants to pour massive resources into a production only to see it bomb at the box office and lose everything. Therefore, to avoid losses, many film companies and investors try to keep production costs as low as possible. But this approach inevitably compromises film quality. In this vicious cycle, quality films become increasingly scarce. Moreover, in comparison, Blue Star's entertainment industry pales in comparison to Earth's. Therefore, Suyu is highly confident in the film Crazy Stone. After all, the screenplay is solid, and his god-tier directing skills are fully operational. Combined with the current state of Blue Star's film market, Crazy Stone is poised for massive success. The supporting cast is mostly sorted, but it looks like I'll have to personally scout those lead roles. Suyu glanced at the list of actors already secured, his thoughts racing. After registering the company, Suyu had already hired a professional team. Of course, whether these people were truly professional was another matter. Suyu hired them purely to lighten his own workload. After all, he was now the company's founder. How could he possibly handle everything personally? That would be exhausting. Simple tasks were naturally delegated to others. But crucial decisions and key personnel matters absolutely had to be vetted by him. Take the two actors in Crazy Stone, for example. One is Su Zhang, who plays Mr. Feng, and the other is Huang Bo, who plays Blackie. He absolutely had to personally recruit the actors for these roles. But this world doesn't have Su Zhang and Huang Bo. Finding suitable replacements would require him to personally search for them. Entrusting this task to his subordinates was not only uncertain in outcome, but even if successful, Suyu wouldn't feel at ease. After all, his plan was to sign these two actors directly. If he could truly elevate this world's Su Zhang and Huang Bo to stardom, he'd be raking in the profits. Shaoli, do you know where to find the most extras? With this thought, Suyu turned to a woman before him and asked. Her name was Chen Li. She was one of the professional team members Suyu had hired, currently serving as his assistant. Mr. Su, the place with the most extras is probably Hangdian. They're always looking for work there. But, Mr. Su, we've already cast most of the extras needed for our film. Shouldn't we be done with that now? Chen Li paused for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing her words, Suyu shook his head and smiled. No. You've misunderstood. I'm not looking for extras to play bit parts in my film. Hearing this, Chen Li grew even more puzzled and asked curiously. Then why is Mr. Su looking for them? It's simple. We still haven't found actors for the roles of Director Feng and Haizi in our film, right? I went there specifically to find actors to play those two characters. Suyu explained calmly. Chen Li. Hearing Suyu's words, Chen Li was left speechless. hiring extras to play the roles of Chairman Feng and Heise. 2 words, absurd. After all, while Feng Dong and Heise weren't the main protagonists of this film, they were absolutely leading roles. Casting extras for major roles. That's like using a mosquito to block an anti-aircraft gun. Mr. Su, if I recall correctly, these 2 roles are leading roles in our film. Isn't it a bit, well, to cast extras for them? Chenli couldn't help but speak up. Hearing this, Suyu shook his head and replied. No. I think it's perfect. Besides, there's always a diamond in the rough among extras. Didn't all great actors start out as extras? Sean Lee. Meanwhile, in the live stream for Hundredfold Return. Su God, you're not joking, right? Casting extras for lead roles? That's insane. Why does Master Su seem so unreliable to me? After all, they're extras. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Shouldn't major roles like these be cast with established actors? I seriously suspect God Su is using extras just to save money. Dude, no need to wonder. Master Su is absolutely doing this to save money. Cutting costs isn't the issue, it's that this approach could easily ruin the entire movie. Viewers in the livestream chat erupted in heated debate. In their view, Suyu's approach would most likely ruin the entire film. After all, casting extras in lead roles almost certainly meant their acting skills wouldn't measure up. And if the lead actors' performances fell short, that would be the biggest problem of all. At this moment, however, Suyu wasn't the least bit concerned about this issue. First, when casting extras, he meticulously compared them against templates of actors like Su Zhang and Huang Bo. While not exact replicas, they were at least strikingly similar. Second, he possessed god-tier directing skills. With this skill, he had plenty of ways to mold actors. It could be said that as long as the actor wasn't a complete idiot, he absolutely had the means to mold them into exactly what he wanted. It's settled. Xiaoli, pack your things. We're heading to Hengdian Studios to scout suitable extras. Suyu made the final decision, turning to Chenli. Seeing Suyu speak so decisively, Chenli could only nod in agreement. Chapter 163, Shady Move? A complete amateur. Suyu's decision to cast extras for major roles naturally spread like wildfire online. After all, while not exactly outrageous, such behavior was extremely rare. After all, major roles were typically played by established actors. While this approach was more costly, at least they were familiar faces. But extras? They have no fame, no notable works, and no representative roles to reference. The result is often a complete mess. For such unknowns, the only reference point is the director's judgment. If the director misjudges them, the result is a massive slowdown in filming progress. Upon learning of Suyu's latest move, the other contestants burst into laughter. That fool Suyu actually went and cast extras for the main roles? Ha! He's really asking for trouble. Even Hollywood's top directors wouldn't dare pull this stunt. What gives him the right? Oomph. His movie is bound to bomb. Erwin Cooper wore a cold sneer. Upon learning Suyu intended to cast extras in leading roles, Erwin Cooper found it utterly laughable. While there might be hidden gems among extras, finding them was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The difficulty was absurdly high. The common outcome was misjudgment, hiring completely unsuitable people. And when that happened, the situation became utterly disastrous. For Suyu's approach, Erwin Cooper could only sum it up in 2 words: asking for trouble. Looks like Suyu isn't even worthy of being my opponent anymore. Erwin Cooper shook his head, a cold, mocking smile spreading across his face. Like Erwin Cooper, the other competitors couldn't help but sneer upon learning of Suyu's maneuver. They could already envision Suyu's fate: utter chaos and a massive loss. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the Hundredfold Return production team. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Contestant number 5, Suyu, he's finished. Director Zhang burst into excited laughter upon receiving the report about Suyu from his subordinates. Seeing Director Zhang's reaction, the other senior producers in the conference room looked utterly perplexed. Everyone, I have some great news to share. That's Suyu? He went looking for extras to play the main role. Ha! What kind of peg-like move is that? Ha ha! Director Zhang grinned mischievously. Hearing this, the assembled production executives froze in shock. Casting extras isn't exactly unheard of. But casting an extra to play the lead role? That was absolutely unprecedented. Looks like we should congratulate Director Zhang on pulling off his plan ahead of time. Exactly. We were worried that Suyu might end up completely beyond our control. Now it seems Director Zhang's idea to revamp the show, replacing the professional challenge with an entrepreneurial challenge, is proving incredibly effective. Exactly. From what we've seen so far, Suyu is a complete novice when it comes to venture capital. At this rate, he might just lose every penny he earned. Now we can finally relax. We've regained control of the situation. The senior production team members nodded in satisfaction, praising Director Zhang's clever program overhaul strategy. Hearing their words, Director Zhang beamed with pride. Ha ha! Everyone, rest assured. With me here, so you won't get a single penny in the end. Oomph. That kid actually thinks he can make money off our production team? How laughable. I'll make him spit back every single penny he swallowed. Suyu, won't get a single step on this venture capital path. Director Zhang curled his lips into a sneer, his face twisted with scorn. In his eyes, Suyu was absolutely going to lose his shirt this time. After all, just from the fact that Suyu hired extras to play the main roles, it was clear he had absolutely no common sense in this area. Under these circumstances, if Suyu managed to succeed in his venture, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Meanwhile, hot topics on Weibo about Suyu hiring extras to play leading roles were popping up everywhere. Hashtag casting extras as lead roles, just how outlandish is Suyu? Hashtag laughing till I die. Contestant number 5, Suyu's delusional venture into entrepreneurship. Hashtag Suyu's going to lose his shirt. Hashtag. These trending topics instantly ignited heated discussions among countless netizens. Mind blown. Master Su's shady moves never cease hiring extras to play lead roles? Only he could pull something like this off. Who can argue with that? We'd never pull off something like this. Su the Great is getting a bit too ambitious this time. While there might be talented extras out there, the odds of finding one are like winning the lottery jackpot, utterly hopeless. What do you think? Could Su the Great pull off a miracle? After all, he's created so many miracles before. Maybe he can do it again? To the poster above, I can only say your speculation is completely unrealistic. Don't forget the past is the past, and now is now. The Hundredfold Return show has revamped its format, switching from professional challenges to entrepreneurial challenges. While Su the Great is undeniably unorthodox, he's a complete novice when it comes to venture capital. Expecting him to pull off another miracle this time? That's utterly impossible. You're absolutely right. Even though Su is a genius, he's still human, not a god. Looking at it this way, Su's movie is probably going to lose every penny it invested. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, Suyu, the very subject of this heated debate, couldn't care less about the commotion. Right now, he was scouring Hengdian Studios with his attractive assistant, Chen Li, hunting for extras. This one, not quite right. Suyu glanced at an extra, casually reciting a few lines to test their acting skills. Finding they fell far short of his expectations, he promptly dismissed them. This wasn't the first or second time this had happened. Suyu had already auditioned 7 or 8 people, but none of them were suitable. Mr. Su, we've seen so many extras, but none of them are up to par. Maybe we should just give up. Chen Li couldn't help but speak up from the side. Chapter 164, Su Zhang, the delivery guy. Hearing Chen Li's words, Suyu merely glanced at her without responding. After auditioning several extras in succession, none of them met his expectations. This was a huge blow to Suyu. Could it be? I really can't find this world Su Zhang in Huangbo? Suyu couldn't help but doubt his own idea. After repeated setbacks, he felt somewhat disheartened. Enough. Didn't you bring 9 extras to audition based on the criteria I gave you? I just auditioned 8 of them. Where did the last one go? Suyu shook his head and turned to ask Chen Li. To facilitate finding this world Su Zhang, Suyu had specifically provided Chen Li with a list of actor characteristics, instructing her to find candidates matching those traits. Yet Chen Li had found 9 people. But just now, Suyu had only auditioned 8 extras. One was missing. Well, I'll call the other person and ask. Hearing Suyu's words, Chen Li replied somewhat sheepishly. Immediately, Chen Li found a number and dialed it. Moments later, Chen Li looked at Suyu with a speechless expression and said, Mr. Su, that extra actor says he's still delivering a takeout order. He said he'll rush over for the audition as soon as he finishes the delivery. Hearing this, Suyu froze in surprise. Delivering takeout. Truly the epitome of an extra juggling multiple jobs. Alright, no rush anyway. Speaking of delivery, didn't I just order takeout for us? Judging by the time, it should be arriving soon. Suyu sighed as he spoke. Just as Suyu was thinking this, he spotted a beat-up electric scooter pulling up. Immediately after, a delivery guy walked over carrying a takeout box. Hello, is this Mr. Su with the last 3 digits 2353? Here's your takeout order. Please take a look. The delivery guy said. Oh, yeah, that's the takeout I ordered. Suyu nodded, reaching out to take the food while casually glancing at the delivery guy, intending to say thanks. But the moment he looked, Suyu froze. Su Zhang? Suyu's eyes widened as he stared at the man and blurted out his name. If he hadn't been absolutely certain he was on Blue Star, Suyu would have genuinely suspected he'd traveled back to Earth and spotted the famous actor Su Zhang. Because the delivery guy standing before him looked so damn much like Su Zhang. Hearing Suyu's outburst, the delivery guy froze in surprise. How did you know my name is Su Zhang? So, it's the Strive character? Not the Mountain character? Suyu paused for a moment before replying. Yeah, that's the one. Mr. Su, I actually have something else to do. To be honest, I'm also an extra actor. I was late for an audition because I was delivering your food. If there's nothing else, I really need to go. The delivery guy named Su Zhang scratched his head, sounding a bit flustered. At that moment, upon hearing the delivery guy's words, Chenli glanced at the extra actor's phone number saved on her phone and looked at him, asking, "Does your phone number end in 6318? Su Zhang froze at her question. "So you're the ones who wanted me to audition?" Su Zhang asked, completely bewildered. "Yep, that's right. You're the one." Chenli nodded helplessly. She hadn't expected that the delivery guy for Su Yu was this Su Zhang. "Ha! Good. Very good. Su Zhang, since you're here, let's start the audition now." Su Yu chuckled, setting down the takeout in his hands as he turned to Su Zhang. "Got it." Hearing Su Yu's words, Su Zhang immediately nodded in agreement. Su Zhang took this audition opportunity seriously, though he didn't think he had much chance. Precisely because of this, he continued delivering takeout even after receiving the audition invitation. After all, regardless of whether the audition went well, he had to ensure he could put food on the table first. As an extra, he often couldn't even land bit parts. He often lived day to day, never knowing what tomorrow would bring. If not for his persistent dream of becoming an actor and the mutual encouragement from his like-minded roommate, he might have given up long ago. Alright, then act it out. Su Yu thought for a moment and came up with a scenario to test Su Zhang's acting skills. After hearing Su Yu's audition prompt, Su Zhang pondered for a moment before fully immersing himself in the role and beginning his performance. After a while, Su Zhang finished his performance. Su Yu looked at him, his face breaking into a satisfied smile. Though Su Zhang's performance had a few minor flaws here and there, it was absolutely commendable. Given this foundation, all that was needed was for him, the director, to refine it further. Absolutely no problem. "Su Zhang, your acting is solid. While there are still some rough edges, it's very much in line with what I envisioned. Speaking of which, you're just an extra actor with few opportunities to audition or perform. How did you develop such solid acting fundamentals?" Su Yu nodded, unable to suppress his curiosity. Receiving Su Yu's approval, Su Zhang smiled proudly and scratched his head. "Mr. Su, it's like this. I deliver takeout for a living, so I meet all kinds of people. I pay close attention to their speech, movements, and expressions. I try to figure out their roles in life, then mimic their mannerisms to embody those characters. Over time, I picked up a few things. Plus, I have a like-minded roommate. Whenever we're free, we act out scenes together, playing different roles. That's how I honed my acting fundamentals." Hearing Su Zhang's explanation, Su Yu nodded approvingly. Indeed, opportunity favors the prepared. Though Su Zhang had no auditions or acting gigs, he paid close attention to everyone in his daily life and often took it upon himself to embody different characters. Through persistent practice, his acting fundamentals had become remarkably solid. Mr. Su, do you think I fit the background role you're looking for?" Su Zhang asked cautiously. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled and replied. "An extra role? You're not the right fit. But you fit the main role I'm looking for." Upon hearing Su Yu's first part, Su Zhang felt a pang of disappointment. But when the latter half came out, Su Zhang was overcome with excitement. "Mr. Su, are you serious? I can really play the main role?" Su Zhang asked, his face flushed with excitement. "That's right. I'm serious." Su Yu nodded with a smile. Chapter 165, Wherever Su Zhang is, Wang Bo follows. Having secured the actor for the lead role of Chairman Feng, Su Yu was in high spirits. Most crucially, he had found this world's Su Zhang. In Su Yu's eyes, the Su Zhang before him was nothing short of a cash cow. Countless blockbuster movies awaited him, all with starring roles. Hearing Su Yu's words, Su Zhang was overcome with excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face. "This is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I finally have the chance to play a leading role. This is truly wonderful." Su Zhang wept tears of joy. As an extra, every time he went for an audition, he was met with disdainful looks and contempt. They wouldn't even give him a chance to audition. Sometimes he couldn't find a single extra role for days on end. He couldn't even afford basic meals. So he had no choice but to deliver takeout to make ends meet while chasing his dream. But now, Su Yu had offered him the chance to play a leading role. For Su Zhang, it felt like a dream come true. He thought it would be great if Su Yu could even give him a walk-on role. Now, to be cast in a leading role, this was truly the best news imaginable for Su Zhang. Seeing Su Zhang like this, Su Yu smiled without comment. Su Zhang probably hadn't even begun to realize the astonishing achievements he would make in his acting career from here on out. "Mr. Su, oh, no, Director Su, when do I start filming?" Su Zhang wiped away tears of excitement as he looked at Su Yu and asked. "Not just yet. I'm still missing an actor for one role. Once we find that actor, we can officially start filming." Su Yu stroked his chin as he spoke. They'd found this world's Su Zhang, but they still needed a Huang Bo. Though Su Yu suspected finding this world's Huang Bo would be another major challenge. But with Su Zhang as a precedent, Su Yu believed finding this world's Huang Bo was merely a matter of time. "I see." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Su Zhang nodded thoughtfully. After a moment's hesitation, Su Zhang seemed to have something on his mind but ultimately remained silent. Seeing Su Zhang like this, Su Yu prompted him. "Su Zhang, is there something you want to say?" Go ahead and speak your mind. Naturally, Suyu maintained a cordial attitude toward this future cash cow. Well, Director Su, as I mentioned earlier, I have a like-minded roommate who shares my aspirations. He's also an extra actor, struggling much like me, relying on delivery jobs to make ends meet. But his acting skills are quite good, at least I believe he's no worse than me. I was wondering, if you happen to need any actors, would you consider giving him a shot? Su Zhang's tone softened slightly as he spoke. He knew his own words carried little weight now, and he shouldn't be casually recommending actors to Suyu. But for his roommate, Su Zhang genuinely wanted to lend a helping hand if he could. After all, they shared an apartment, shared similar aspirations, and got along quite well. Alright then, first take us to where you live. I'll assess the situation before deciding. Suyu considered for a moment before speaking. If possible, Suyu naturally wanted to give Su Zhang this favor. After all, since he'd found this world Su Zhang, he definitely wanted to sign him directly as an exclusive actor for his company. At this moment, if he could get the other party to owe him a favor, that would be ideal. Alright. Thank you, Director Su. I'll take you there right away. Hearing Suyu's words, Su Zhang's face lit up with excitement. Before long, Suyu arrived at the place where Su Zhang rented his room. The place was pretty run down. But at least the rent was cheap. It suited Su Zhang's precarious situation as a struggling extra actor. Brother Huang, are you back? Su Zhang opened the door, gestured for Suyu and Chenli to sit down, then walked to the door of another room. He knocked and called out. Moments later, a figure emerged from the room. Su Zhang, I just got back from delivering packages. What's up? The man looked at Su Zhang with a puzzled expression. Brother Huang, I've secured you an audition opportunity. You'd better seize this chance. Su Zhang smiled mysteriously at the man. An audition? For an extra role? But that doesn't make sense either. Extra roles are usually just open auditions over in Hengdian. Why would someone come all the way here personally? The man couldn't help but sound puzzled at Su Zhang's words. Hey! This isn't just any extra role. You'll find out the details later. Suffice it to say, this is an incredibly rare opportunity. You've got to give it your absolute all. Su Zhang deliberately kept the details under wraps. Hearing Su Zhang's words, the man instantly grew serious. Alright. Got it. I'll do my best to seize this chance. The man nodded and followed Su Zhang into the living room. At that moment, Suyu, who had been sipping tea, turned his head in frozen shock. Huang Bo? Suyu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. The man before him wasn't just similar to Huang Bo, he looked as though they'd been carved from the same mold. Hearing this, both Su Zhang and the man who looked like Huang Bo were utterly bewildered and astonished. Director Su, have you met Brother Huang before? Su Zhan looked utterly astonished. Come to think of it, he too had been called out by name by Suyu earlier. At the time, he'd found it odd too, but hadn't given it much thought. But now, hearing Suyu blurt out Huang Bo without hesitation, he couldn't help but wonder if Suyu had actually met them long ago. Ahem, well, I just met a friend who looked quite similar. You're named Huang Bo too? Suyu scratched his nose, dodging the question with a vague response. Oh, right. Director Su, my name is Huang Bo. Huang Bo nodded. Though he still felt something was off, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the most important thing now was the audition. After the audition, Suyu was thoroughly satisfied. Excellent. Huang Bo, you and Su Zhang come to Cosmic Home Film Company tomorrow. We'll officially start filming tomorrow. Suyu addressed Huang Bo and Su Zhang. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Huang Bo and Su Zhang were both thrilled, repeatedly saying, Alright. The chance to play leading roles was nothing short of a godsend for these two, who rarely even landed bit parts. Naturally, they were both deeply cherishing and thrilled by this. Chapter 166, Suyu has zero entrepreneurial talent. Seeing Su Zhang and Huang Bo's excited and grateful expressions, Suyu felt exceptionally pleased. Little did they know how astonishingly successful their acting careers would become. But Suyu knew full well they would become his cash cows. Before these future Academy Award winners had fully blossomed, he signed them to a contract, a mere 100,000 yuan annual fee for a 10-year deal. If anyone found out he'd signed two future Academy Award winners for just 200,000 yuan, they'd be stunned speechless. Being a capitalist sure is comfortable. Suyu bid farewell to Su Zhang and Huang Bo, and headed back with Chenli. On the way, Chenli couldn't help but scrutinize Suyu with curiosity. She still couldn't fathom why Suyu had so quickly decided to cast these two bit players in leading roles. Granted, both had delivered quite satisfactory performances during their auditions. But these were leading roles. Casting two extras with virtually no acting experience was simply too rash. Suyu could naturally sense the question in Chenli's mind. However, he had no intention of explaining himself. Little did Chenli know that these two extras, whom she dismissed, would one day become Academy Award-winning actors. Meanwhile, in the live stream 400-fold return. Wait. Did Suyu just casually decide on the actors for the two main roles? That's way too hasty. Exactly. Sure, those two extras were impressive during their auditions, but auditions are auditions. They're still just extras with no acting experience. How can Master Su just casually cast them in leading roles? Isn't he afraid it'll backfire? Honestly, I've given up hope on this movie Master Su is making. Judging by this setup, it's practically guaranteed to bomb. Looks like his film company venture is doomed to fail. Truth be told, this outcome doesn't surprise me at all. After all, Su never understood venture capital or entrepreneurship. Forcing him into this role is just too much of a stretch. It's such a waste. If Su had cashed out in time, he could have walked away with at least 10 billion. Now, forget 10 billion, I doubt he'll get a single penny. That film company he started? I bet it'll be bleeding money within a year. Viewers in the livestream chat sighed in unison. They couldn't fathom why Suyu had cast the lead actors so hastily. After all, casting two unknown extras with no acting experience for the lead roles was a move even renowned directors wouldn't dare attempt lightly. Meanwhile, upon learning that Suyu had indeed cast two extras for the lead roles, the other contestants wore expressions of utter contempt. Suyu, this move of yours is truly groundbreaking. You actually cast two extras with no acting experience for the main roles? This is like using a small knife to cut a cow's, but you've got me laughing. If someone like you doesn't fail at entrepreneurship, who will? Idiot. Erwin Cooper tapped his fingers lightly on the conference table, his face dripping with mockery. Upon learning of Suyu's actions, Erwin Cooper found it utterly hilarious. In his eyes, Suyu was bound to lose everything down to his underwear this time. Forget it. I can't be bothered with that idiot kid anymore. He no longer deserves to be my opponent, Erwin Cooper. Better get back to my real estate ventures. Ha! The Dragon Nation's property market is a goldmine. Erwin Cooper shook his head, a playful smile playing on his lips. In his eyes, Suyu was now utterly unworthy of even a shred of his attention. After all, judging by Suyu's current behavior, he absolutely had no qualifications whatsoever to warrant Cooper's attention. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return program. Ha ha ha. That little cutie Suyu. He actually cast two extras in the lead roles. TSK, what a complete disaster waiting to happen. Director Zhang's face twisted with scorn and derision after hearing his staff's report. In his eyes, Suyu's move was utterly laughable. After all, wasn't this kind of behavior pure suicide? A sure sign of impending failure and total financial ruin? Director Zhang, you're the genius here. Coming up with this startup challenge format? That Suyu might be weird, but it's clear now he doesn't understand a thing about venture capital. Ha ha. You're absolutely right. We were actually worried he might pull off some miracle, but now it seems we were completely overthinking it. Exactly. From what we've seen so far, Suyu has no clue about the path of venture investment. I bet within 2 or 3 months, he'll be left with nothing but the clothes on his back. The production team executives all began showering Director Zhang with compliments. In their eyes, Suyu's current actions clearly demonstrated he lacked any talent for venture capital. What Suyu was doing now was pure chaos. Given this situation, Suyu was bound to lose his entire investment. As he listened to the flattery and sycophantic praise from the program executives, Director Zhang's smug expression grew even more pronounced. Ha ha ha. Of course. I saw through that Su kid long ago. He's nothing but a flash in the pan. Sure, he's got some knack for underhanded tricks, but when it comes to real venture capital, he's nothing but a headless fly. Given the current situation, that Suyu will lose every last penny within 2 or 3 months. Then, all that awaits Suyu will be utter ruin. Director Zhang smirked triumphantly, speaking with absolute certainty. In that moment, he could almost see Suyu losing his shirt and ending up homeless on the streets. The thought of such a scene made him eager to witness it sooner rather than later. The next day, at a certain film company in the universe. Everyone's here. Suyu surveyed the dozen or so actors cast in the main roles before him and nodded with satisfaction. With the entire cast of Crazy Stone now assembled, it meant filming could officially commence. Soon, Suyu began scanning the crowd for Su Zhang and Huang Bo. Su Zhang, Huang Bo, come to me. Suyu called out. Chapter 167, Successfully Signing Two Future Leading Actors. Hearing Suyu call out Su Zhang and Huang Bo, the assembled crowd couldn't help but look surprised. As established actors, they couldn't help but look down on these two bit players, Su Zhang and Huang Bo. In their eyes, the two main roles of Chairman Feng and He Zi should, no matter what, be cast with established actors like themselves. What was the point of calling in two extras? Weren't they afraid of delaying the shooting schedule? To be honest, they harbored significant resentment towards Su Zhang and Huang Bo. They unanimously suspected that Su Zhang and Huang Bo would disrupt their normal filming schedule. At that moment, Su Zhang and Huang Bo, summoned by Suyu, also stiffened. They were both worried that Suyu might change his mind at the last minute and not let them play the main roles. After all, since arriving here, they had all experienced varying degrees of contempt and exclusion from the other established actors. Therefore, Su Zhang and Huang Bo genuinely feared Suyu might suddenly change his mind and cut them from the roles. Seeing the worry etched on Su Zhang and Huang Bo's faces, Suyu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These two future Best Actor winners were truly suffering now. If they were already award-winning actors, how could they be in this predicament? They'd likely be fawned over and pampered by those established actors by now. Still, Suyu ultimately remained largely unmoved. After all, that's just how reality works. Before you gain fame, you're surrounded by scoundrels everywhere. Once you become famous, you'll be surrounded by nothing but good people. Tianjuan Tongbao, here's the thing, would you be interested in becoming signed actors for our cosmic home film company? Suyu looked at Su Zhang and Tongbao, smiled slightly, and asked. The moment he saw these two yesterday, Suyu had already decided to sign them. After all, these two future Best Actor winners were hot commodities. Of course, he had to sign these two cash cows before they blew up. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Su Zhang and Tongbao both froze for a moment before their faces lit up with surprise and delight. They had assumed Suyu had called them out specifically to change his mind and pull them from the project. But unexpectedly, Suyu actually wanted to sign them both. We're in. We're in. We absolutely are. Su Zhang and Tongbao exclaimed excitedly. Hearing their response, Suyu smiled immediately, patted both of them on the shoulder, then pulled out two actor contracts from his desk, contracts he'd prepared long ago, and handed one to each of them. Given your current circumstances, I can't offer a very high signing fee right now. It's 100,000 yuan per year for now. Later on, I'll increase it for you. The initial contract term is 10 years. Review the agreements and feel free to raise any concerns. Suyu smiled as he spoke. Hearing Suyu's words, several established actors present exchanged surprised glances. A yearly signing fee of 100,000 yuan wasn't exceptionally high. But let's not forget Su Zhang and Tongbao were just extras. Offering 100,000 yuan annually to extras? Are you out of your mind? At that moment, in their eyes, Suyu was clearly the type who had so much money he didn't know what to do with it. Meanwhile, Su Zhang and Tongbao were overjoyed upon seeing the 100,000 yuan annual contract fee. For extras like them, the ultimate dream was to one day make a living from acting without worrying about basic necessities. But the harsh reality was that acting alone couldn't sustain them. That's precisely why one had to moonlight delivering takeout, while the other worked as a courier. Now, with this 100,000 yuan annual contract fee, they could finally rely solely on this income without worrying about basic necessities. Mr. Su, thank you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. You're our benefactor. Su Zhang and Tongbao exchanged glances, both looking at Suyu with gratitude as they spoke. Hearing their words, Suyu smiled. Indeed, helping someone in their hour of need is far better than adding flowers to brocade. If these two became Academy Award winners, forget 10,000, even an annual signing fee of 100 million yuan wouldn't be enough to secure them. But now, he'd secured two future Best Actor winners for just 100,000 yuan. This was an absolute steal. Take a look at the contract. If everything's in order, sign it. Suyu patted both of them on the shoulder and said with a smile. Before long, Su Zhang and Tongbao both signed their names on the contract. Seeing this, Suyu's mood soared. He had successfully secured two future Best Actor winners. He'd hit the jackpot. The future looked bright. Excellent. Now, let's head to the set and prepare for the official shoot. Suyu glanced at the group, nodded with satisfaction, and spoke. Soon, Suyu led the cast and crew to the set. The studio and crew arrangements had naturally been entrusted to his beautiful assistant, Chen-Li. Chen-Li did not disappoint his trust. The studio and crew she secured were exactly what he had envisioned. Everyone, I'll distribute the script for this film to you shortly. Study it carefully. And take this opportunity to familiarize yourselves with the set. In just over an hour, we'll officially start filming. Suyu smiled as he spoke. Soon, the script for Crazy Stone was in everyone's hands. After receiving the scripts, everyone began immersing themselves in their roles, contemplating how to portray them. Seeing this scene unfold, Suyu felt deeply satisfied. This was his first time directing a film. From the current situation, everything was going smoothly. Before they knew it, over an hour had passed. By now, the actors had thoroughly studied most of the script. The only thing left was to officially start filming. Great. On 3, we're rolling. 3, 2, 1. Action. Suyu called out. At his command, the actors facing off officially entered their roles and began filming. Before long, the first scene was wrapped. Suyu immediately called over the actors who had just performed the scene to begin coaching them. At first, the actors showed no outward sign of disdain when Suyu offered to coach their performances, but inwardly, they couldn't help but look down on him. Chapter 168, 15% of filming complete. In their eyes, someone as young as Suyu couldn't possibly understand the techniques of directing, much less direct their acting. But after just over 10 minutes, they were utterly stunned. After pondering the acting issues Suyu had pointed out, they realized his suggestions were remarkably effective. This director Suyu really knows his directing stuff. Yeah. He's incredible. The acting issues he pointed out just now were spot on. Seeing how young he is, I used to think his directing was just a joke. Now I realize I was the clown. His directing skills are probably on par with those big-name directors. After witnessing Suyu's acting guidance, the entire cast couldn't help but express their genuine admiration. The actor who had just acted opposite him was especially thrilled and excited by Suyu's guidance, immediately bowing deeply in gratitude. After all, for actors, receiving guidance from a truly skilled director could significantly elevate their craft. And to make it in the entertainment industry, the one true skill you rely on is your acting ability. It could be said that as long as one's acting was up to par, they would never go hungry in the future. Soon, the actors resumed filming the scene once more. This time, with Suyu's guidance, the acting skills of the actors opposite him had improved tremendously. Elements that had previously been underdeveloped or poorly executed were now perfectly executed. Excellent. Your performance just now was outstanding. Keep it up. Keep working hard. Suyu nodded with satisfaction, addressing the actors. Hearing Suyu's words, the actors immediately nodded gratefully. Now, the actors who hadn't yet formally rehearsed their scenes began to grow impatient. They too desperately wanted Suyu's guidance on their acting. After all, the actor who had just received Suyu's guidance had seen their acting skills skyrocket. Wasn't such dramatic improvement precisely what each and every one of them had been dreaming of? Soon, Suyu proceeded to shoot the next scene, simultaneously offering one-on-one coaching to each actor. After receiving Suyu's guidance, the actors' performances instantly improved when filming resumed. Before they knew it, evening was approaching. Everyone on set bore traces of fatigue on their faces. Yet, every pair of eyes remained exceptionally alert. Especially those actors who had received acting guidance from Suyu, they were all incredibly lively. After all, under Suyu's guidance, their acting skills had improved remarkably. Such guidance was nothing short of the greatest blessing for them. Therefore, it was no wonder these individuals radiated boundless energy. Meanwhile, Suyu checked the shooting progress and felt incredibly pleased. In just one day, the filming progress for Crazy Stone had already reached 15%. At this pace, the entire film could be wrapped up in just 7 days. This pace was simply flying by. The god-tier director skill granted by the system is truly incredible. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim sincerely. The reason for such rapid progress? While the actors were cooperative, the primary factor was his god-tier directing skills utterly game-changing. It could be said that he could pinpoint an actor's shortcomings in acting with just a glance. After his skillful guidance, the actors showed remarkable improvement in their weak areas. Naturally, scenes were wrapped in just 2 or 3 takes. With fewer retakes, the shooting schedule naturally accelerated. Everyone, thank you for your cooperation today. Go get some rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Suyu smiled as he addressed the cast. Hearing Suyu's words, the actors responded with enthusiastic gratitude. Especially those who had received acting guidance from Suyu, each of them was practically itching to become a signed actor at a major film studio in the universe. After all, just based on Suyu's directing skills alone, they were all thoroughly impressed. Working under a director like Suyu would undoubtedly propel their acting skills skyrocketing. And so, the day's filming concluded. Meanwhile, news that the first day of filming for Crazy Stone had already completed 15% of the shoot was spreading like wildfire online. In no time, it shot to the top of Weibo's trending topics. #shocking. Contestant number 5 Suyu's debut film Crazy Stone completes 15% of shooting in just one day. Hashtag what kind of godlike feat is completing 15% of filming in a single day? Hashtag suspicions arise that Suyu's debut film Crazy Stone drastically compromises quality to rush production schedule. Hashtag should low quality films be boycotted? These trending topics instantly ignited heated discussions. Holy crap! Finishing 15% of filming in just one day? I seriously doubt Suyu was pulling any shady stuff. Dude, no need to wonder. Suyu is definitely pulling some shady stuff. I mean, finishing that much in a single day? I can't think of any other explanation besides him cutting corners. No way. If that's true, he's basically forcing us to swallow crap. Suyu is way too evil. Movies are already rotten enough. If he forces us to swallow more crap, I'll seriously die. If Crazy Stone really turns out to be a piece of crap, I'm boycotting it hard. Scum like this shouldn't even exist. Countless netizens flooded the comments section. Similarly, many netizens began calling for a boycott of Crazy Stone. After all, Suyu had completed 15% of filming in just one day. To anyone, that screamed rushed production and guaranteed trash. Meanwhile, in the executive meeting room of the 100-fold Return production team. Oomph. This Suyu has truly reached new heights in courting disaster. Getting only 15% of the filming done in a single day? That's pure and simple trash making. Oomph. His Crazy Stone is doomed to bomb. Does he really think today's audiences are little kids? Trying to force-feed them crap like that? What an idiot. Director Zhang sneered coldly. Chapter 169, a flop? Wrapping in 7 days. Upon learning that Suyu had completed 15% of Crazy Stone's filming in just one day, Director Zhang was filled with contempt. He was utterly convinced Suyu was headed for a massive financial disaster. He didn't know the script for Crazy Stone, but he was utterly convinced that with Suyu's insane rush to finish filming, the movie was doomed to bomb the moment it hit theaters. After all, no film, not even one directed by a renowned master, could possibly be shot at such breakneck speed. After all, this was filmmaking, not just screening movies. The process of creating something from nothing requires time and step-by-step exploration. Sometimes you shoot dozens of scenes, only to end up using just one or none at all. Expecting a scene to be ready for use immediately after filming is simply unrealistic. After all, it's not like there's a finished film ready to be replicated one-to-one. Precisely because of this, director Zhang was utterly convinced that Suyu was solely focused on rushing the shooting schedule and cutting costs, completely disregarding the film's quality. But how many viewers would pay to see a subpar film? The film industry is already in a slump, and audiences are becoming increasingly hard to fool. Trying to feed them crap? That's just not going to fly. Thus, for all these reasons, director Zhang was utterly convinced that Suyu was headed for a complete financial disaster. Director Zhang, you're spot on. Your entrepreneurial challenge tactic has completely thrown that contestant number 5, Suyu, off balance. That's why he's so flustered. Ha! To rush through 15% of filming in a single day? Just imagine how terrible his movie must be. Exactly. Even renowned directors couldn't achieve such an astonishing shooting pace. It's obvious that Suyu is sacrificing quality to cut costs. A film cobbled together like that is bound to flop. The senior production team members all chuckled in agreement. Initially, they thought director Zhang's proposed show overhaul was impractical. But now, seeing the results, they realized director Zhang's strategy was indeed highly effective. After all, judging by Suyu's current state of complete disarray, it was clear he knew absolutely nothing about venture capital. This outcome was inevitable. I've said it before, people can only earn money within the scope of their understanding. Venture capital, as it happens, lies far beyond Suyu's realm of comprehension. At the end of the day, he's just an ordinary person living at the bottom. How could he possibly understand venture capital? Oomph. Had he pulled out in time, he could have pocketed 100 billion after the 100-fold return. But now? I'll make sure he gets not a single penny. Listening to the crowd's flattery, director Zhang's face couldn't help but swell with pride. Meanwhile, Suyu paid no attention whatsoever to the online chatter. Having the original Crazy Stone as a reference really saved me a lot of effort. Looks like within 7 days, Crazy Stone will wrap production and hit theaters to rake in the cash. Suyu tapped lightly on his desk as these thoughts crossed his mind. The reason he could push the filming progress of Crazy Stone to 15% in just one day wasn't only because of his god-tier directing skills, which allowed him to accurately and effectively guide and elevate the actors' performances. It was also thanks to the fact that he had seen the original Crazy Stone on Earth before. It could be said that when he officially filmed Crazy Stone, it was a one-to-one recreation. Not a single frame was wasted during the process. After all, the Earth version of Crazy Stone had already been meticulously edited before its theatrical release. Therefore, having a finished film to reference at any time naturally saved him a tremendous amount of effort. If director Zhang had actually had a finished film to compare with, he probably wouldn't be laughing so easily. Over the next few days, Suyu was busy on set filming Crazy Stone. Under his god-tier directing skills, the acting of his co-stars improved remarkably. Because of this, the number of retakes needed later on decreased significantly. The actors could feel their own acting skills improving. Naturally, their respect for Suyu grew, and they openly declared that if Suyu directed another film in the future, they would act for him even without pay. After all, compared to the pay Suyu offered, they valued the opportunity to be guided by him and honing their craft far more. It's important to understand that an actor's skill depends not only on self-reflection but primarily on the director's on-set guidance. A truly skilled director could even transform a novice actor into a seasoned veteran. And right now, in the eyes of these actors, Suyu was precisely that kind of director. To their words, Suyu merely smiled without comment. To be honest, among these actors, Suyu did spot some promising talents. While their acting potential might not reach the heights of Su Zheng and Huang Bo, they were absolutely capable of holding their own. Therefore, Suyu kept a close eye on them. When new film scripts came along in the future, he would definitely consider these actors first. Of course, he wouldn't actually withhold their pay. After all, favors are favors, and business is business. Suyu was clear on that distinction. And so, 7 days passed. Today marked the official wrap-up day for the film Crazy Stone. Suyu hosted an open-air banquet right on the set to celebrate the wrap party. Director Su, thank you for your guidance on our acting skills these past few days. This toast is for you. That's right. Under your guidance, our acting skills have improved significantly. Characters we couldn't grasp before, if we were to play them now, we might not be completely foolproof, but we definitely have no major issues. All this is thanks to you. Director Su, no need for words, we wish this film massive success. Those online critics who called your movie trash? We'll prove them wrong with box office numbers. The actors raised their glasses to toast Suyu. P.S. Votes needed. For every 100 votes received, an extra chapter will be added. Chapter 170, The Renowned Director's Taunt, Suyu Strikes Back. Hearing their words, Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. Over these past 7 days, though preoccupied with filming Crazy Stone and rarely checking online comments, he was well aware of the widespread skepticism surrounding him. Especially the attitude of the hundredfold returned production team, who seemed utterly convinced his film would bomb. The new contestants invited by the production team seemed to treat him like a joke. During this time, people from other film companies had even joined in with sarcastic remarks, calling his Crazy Stone a trashy film and even stirring up public opinion to boycott it. Suyu was well aware of all these developments. But lately, he'd been too busy filming to pay attention to all the noise targeting him. Now that Crazy Stone had wrapped filming, he could finally free up his hands to deal with these people. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Crazy Stone officially hit theaters. Then he could use the box office numbers to slap those people right in the face. With that thought, Suyu picked up a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Just then, Su Zhang and Huang Bo pushed their way through the crowd. With respect and gratitude in their eyes, they looked at Suyu and smiled, saying, "Mr. Su, we'd like to toast you too. If not for your support, we'd still be running around as extras while moonlighting as delivery guys. In short, thank you for believing in us and giving us this chance to play leading roles." After speaking, Su Zhang and Huang Bo immediately drained their cups. They felt immense gratitude and respect towards Suyu. After all, Suyu had stepped in to help them during their most difficult times. A favor offered in times of need is worth more than anything. Moreover, Suyu's directorial skills had earned their sincere admiration. Under Suyu's guidance, their acting skills had significantly improved, already showing glimpses of future leading actor caliber. Hearing Su Zhang and Huang Bo's words, Suyu smiled and nodded, returning their toast with a clink of glasses. Then, patting both of them on the shoulder, he said, "Do your best. You're now signed actors with my company, Cosmic Home Pictures. Whenever I have new film projects, you'll be my top picks." At that moment, Suyu's face was beaming with a broad smile. After all, the men before him, Su Zhang and Huang Bo, were destined to become future Best Actor winners. To have future Academy Award winners react this way, he was likely the only one who could achieve that. This investment was a huge win. Meanwhile, the other actors present couldn't help but envy Su Zhang and Huang Bo inwardly. They had no idea what heights Su Zhang and Huang Bo would reach in the future, but they knew one thing for certain: with Suyu's backing, their acting careers would be far smoother sailing from now on. The rap party for Crazy Stone had concluded. But online discussions erupted once more. 7 days. They rapped in just 7 days. This is the fastest rap I've ever seen. Hey, this is also gonna be the worst movie you'll ever see. I've never heard of a film being shot in just 7 days. Go figure how sloppily made and trashy Crazy Stone must be. Bottom line, if this movie gets released and I watch it, I'm a dog. +1 to the above. Even dogs wouldn't watch this piece of crap that feeds audiences. Ahem, guys, is there any chance you might actually be dogs yourselves? Damn it. You upstairs, are you looking for a beating? Whoa. Dude, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Or you'll get your ass kicked. Netizens erupted in heated discussions online. Upon learning that the film Crazy Stone wrapped production in just 7 days, these netizens were absolutely convinced it would be the worst movie ever made. After all, even renowned directors typically need over a month to complete a film. But Suyu, a newcomer, wanted to shoot a whole movie in just 7 days? If that wasn't a piece of crap, then something was seriously wrong. As netizens heatedly debated, related Weibo trending topics began popping up. #shocking. Finished in 7 days. Just how insane is Suyu, director of Crazy Stone? #insane. Contestant number 5 Suyu actually wants to force-feed audiences crap? #Crazy Stone completed in just 7 days. What kind of trash film is this? Beneath countless trending topics, all the criticism was directed at Suyu. In their eyes, Suyu's film Crazy Stone must be a new level of trash. Meanwhile, some renowned directors, whether drawn by the trending topics heat or because their own films were set to premiere around the same time as Suyu's Crazy Stone, jumped in to mock him relentlessly. Renowned director Lu Fei, learning that someone named Suyu has infiltrated our director's circle and finished shooting a film in just 7 days, I must say what he made isn't cinema, it's pure garbage. Only trash could be cranked out that fast. After all, every extra second of filming is nauseating. Renowned director Chen Dashing, in recent years, the film industry has been in decline, and many audiences have lost faith in our work. Ultimately, it's because of people like Suyu. He's so deranged he wants to force-feed audiences. Here, I, Chen Dashing, strongly urge the entire industry to unite in boycotting Suyu. Boycott this trash film. We absolutely cannot let bad coins drive out the good. The involvement of numerous renowned directors further ignited public outrage. In an instant, the internet was flooded with calls for a collective boycott of Suyu. And that very same day, Suyu made a statement on Weibo. Contestant number 5 Suyu, given the barking of certain dogs online, I hereby urge everyone to keep your leashes tight and prevent public defecation. To those whining fools who disagree, let the box office speak in 3 days. We'll see which is the real trash film and which is the true masterpiece. Suyu's response sent the internet into a frenzy. Especially among the prominent directors who had spoken out, they were all grinding their teeth in fury. After all, Suyu's words carried devastating impact. What the hell does "please keep your dogs on a leash and prevent them from defecating in public" even mean? Who the hell was he implying? Meanwhile, viewers in Suyu's hundredfold return livestream were once again electrified. Chapter 171, no one believed in it with the opening day box office flop? He nailed it. That look in his eyes, it's got to be Suyu. Exactly. When it comes to taking on opponents, Su the Great has never let us down. Who can argue with that? Su the Great is as formidable as ever. Ha. Going straight for those famous directors like that, now that's gutsy. But seriously, does Su really think he can pull off that comeback with Crazy Stone? Hope he doesn't end up getting his own ass kicked. Honestly, it's hard to say. I saw the acting from the actor's master Su brought in, and it was decent enough, but without seeing the finished film, it's hard to judge how good it really is. I'm skeptical. While I admit the actors he picked are decent and the filming looks professional, it was all crammed into 7 days. Chances are it won't be great. Yeah, you're right. Master Su is an outsider to filmmaking. Even if he picked up some techniques, he's still no match for established directors. Viewers in the livestream chat drifted from discussing Suyu's retort to debating the quality of Crazy Stone. Regarding Crazy Stone, most voices expressed disapproval. After all, in their view, Crazy Stone is nothing more than a slapdash film cobbled together in just 7 days. They simply couldn't bring themselves to believe such a film could be any good. Meanwhile, on the other side, the contestants who had just joined Hundredfold Return all sneered coldly upon seeing Suyu's response. In their eyes, Suyu's response was utterly laughable. Especially when Suyu claimed he could use the box office of Crazy Stone to prove those famous directors wrong. They all thought it was utter nonsense. This Suyu had nothing but a useless loudmouth. Forget it. He's completely unworthy of being my opponent, Erwin Cooper. Someone like him isn't even worth a second glance from me. My top priority now is closing that land deal. Real estate in the Dragon Kingdom is a goldmine. With this one, I could easily flip it for tens of millions. Though the asking price for this plot is a bit steep. Over 300 million? Given the funds I brought to Dragon Country this time, it's still quite a strain. This does carry considerable risk. Erwin Cooper narrowed his eyes as he pondered this. As for Suyu, Erwin Cooper felt he could completely disregard him. As for Suyu's grandstanding online, he dismissed it as nothing more than the young man's laughable stubbornness. He, Erwin Cooper, absolutely refused to believe that a film shot in less than 7 days could become a box office smash. Therefore, he had completely put Suyu out of his mind. His sole concern now was the plot of land he had set his sights on. Erwin Cooper was highly confident about this plot. But what gave him pause was that securing it would require at least over 300 million in capital. The crucial issue was that he hadn't brought much capital with him to Longwood this time. 300 million was already his entire fortune. If he truly spent all 300 million plus on this plot, it would mean he'd be unable to do anything else afterward. Moreover, the risks would be enormous. At this thought, Erwin Cooper hesitated. But moments later, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I'll take the gamble. I believe the land I've set my sights on will skyrocket in value. I, Erwin Cooper, am a scion of the esteemed Cooper family. There's no way I'd lose out to some self-taught upstart like Suyu. I, Erwin Cooper, have always made risk-free profits in venture capital. This time, I will win again." Irving Cooper clenched his fist, ultimately deciding to take the risk and pour his entire 300 million into the venture. His decision stemmed from 2 reasons. Second, seeing someone like Suyu daring to stir up trouble online with such audacity, Cooper felt that as a genius in venture capital, he simply had to make a bold statement. Anything less would be beneath his stature. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the Hundredfold Return program. That Su guy is as arrogant as ever. He actually dares to confront those famous directors online? But that's fine. It'll generate buzz for our show. Anyway, he's going down for the count. Might as well squeeze him dry, leave him penniless while he brings us all this attention. We're definitely milking this ignorant fool for all he's worth. Director Zhang sat with his legs crossed, a cold smile spreading across his face. After seeing Suyu's online response, Director Zhang found it utterly laughable. In his eyes, Suyu's current response was nothing but barking up the wrong tree. After all, he couldn't possibly believe that a film made by an amateur like Suyu could be compared to those by renowned directors. What's more, Suyu's film had wrapped production in a mere 7 days. Nowadays, if a rushed production actually turned out well, that would be a miracle. Therefore, Director Zhang believed Suyu was nothing more than a mere insect he could easily crush. As for the buzz Suyu brought, Director Zhang was certain Suyu would ultimately end up working for free for their production team. And just like that, 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. And today was the day major films hit theaters. In the office of a certain film company. Even though the initial release window is limited. But given the caliber of Crazy Stone, it'll easily outshine the competition given the chance. Even if the opening day box office is weak, it's bound to explode later. Suyu tapped lightly on his desk, deep in thought. He had just learned that several theaters were not optimistic about his film Crazy Stone. These theaters all considered Crazy Stone a dud. They feared that allocating too many screenings would lead to losses, so they only agreed to a limited number of showings as a test. Given such limited screenings, Suyu understood that the film's opening day box office would inevitably be lackluster. Even so, Suyu remained largely unconcerned. He believed Crazy Stone would create a miracle. Chapter 172, The Pride of Two Renowned Directors. Suyu's confidence in Crazy Stone was unwavering. After all, this film had already proven itself on Earth. Made with a mere 3 million yuan investment, it ultimately raked in over 30 million yuan at the box office. On this Blue Star, film production was quite sparse. With the quality of Crazy Stone, it could easily outshine many films on Blue Star. Therefore, it was nearly impossible for Suyu not to feel confident about this film. Even if major theaters are currently giving it very limited screenings. Suyu believes in one thing: quality will always shine through. The only thing missing now is time to let it ferment. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Once positive audience reviews start appearing online, Suyu is confident Crazy Stone will ignite a new wave of popularity. However, his beautiful assistant Chen Li didn't quite agree with Suyu's perspective. Learning that major theaters were reluctant to allocate screenings, she feared their company's debut film was likely doomed. "Mr. Su, what should we do now? With such low screenings, our film might not stand a chance at all." Chen Li sighed deeply. Seeing his beautiful assistant Chen Li like this, Suyu waved his hand and smiled. "Calm down. Instead of fretting, why don't you give me a shoulder massage?" Suyu made a rare joke. As his personal assistant, Chen Li always dressed like a professional office lady. Especially those stunning legs, she was actually wearing black stockings. It was only because Suyu had no ulterior motives that he didn't take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, he'd be using his assistant for work when he needed her and for personal favors when he didn't. "Mr. Su." Hearing Suyu still had the energy to joke around, Chen Li bit her lips slightly, feeling a bit helpless. "Alright. Don't worry. If I'm willing to take the gamble, I'm absolutely certain I'll win. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Once the positive reviews start rolling in, a miracle will happen. Even though our current screening schedule means we'll be at the bottom of the opening day box office, I believe Crazy Stone will forge its own box office legend." Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke with unwavering confidence. Hearing Suyu's words, his beautiful assistant Chen Li sighed and could only nod reluctantly. Clearly, the beautiful assistant Chen Li had little faith in the box office prospects of Crazy Stone. But Suyu didn't let it bother him too much. Whether Crazy Stone was any good wasn't something that could be decided by temporary screening schedules. Ultimately, it all comes down to the follow-up and audience reception. At this moment, major theaters across the country are screening films. Most theaters were screening films by renowned directors Lu Fei and Chen Dasheng. Lu Fei's film is titled Ultimate Street Racer, an urban martial arts-themed movie. Chen Dasheng's film is titled Stay Away, School Beauty. Chen Dasheng's film is an urban campus youth drama. Given that both Lu Fei and Chen Dasheng are established directors, the majority of screenings at these theaters are heavily weighted toward their films. Near a cinema at that moment. Chen Dasheng, long time no see. "Ha!" A middle-aged man squinted and smiled at another middle-aged man approaching from a short distance away. "Ha ha! It really has been a while. Lu Fei, I trust you're well?" Chen Dasheng also smiled and greeted the middle-aged man. Indeed, these two were none other than Lu Fei and Chen Dasheng. Seeing Chen Dasheng, Lu Fei smiled and said, "Old Chen, looks like you've claimed the opening day box office crown again. I always fall just short of you." Hearing Lu Fei's words, Chen Dasheng's lips curved slightly as he chuckled. "Ha ha! Your movie's pretty good too. I just had a slight edge in subject matter. But anyway, the ultimate box office champion will be either you or me. After all, only 3 films are releasing this time. Besides us, it can't possibly be that kid surnamed Su who takes the crown, right?" "Ha ha!" Hearing this, Lu Fei nodded and couldn't help but burst into a wild laugh, saying, "You're right. Ha, either way, the winner will be either you or me. It definitely won't be that kid surnamed Su. Besides, isn't it already obvious? Don't forget, that kid's movie barely got any screenings. I heard many theaters weren't even willing to show it. Ha! That kid's movie is doomed to bomb." Hearing this, Chen Dasheng nodded in agreement, smiling with a hint of amusement. "That's only natural. After all, it'd be a miracle if anyone took a greenhorn like him seriously. And to think he had the nerve to trash talk us online, bragging about how he'd shut us up with box office numbers? Ha! What a joke." Lu Fei nodded in agreement. "Oomph. That kid is nothing but a foolish, ignorant fool. He's barely out of his teens, yet he's got this godlike arrogance. If he doesn't get crushed, who will? I'm actually dying to see the look on his face when his opening day box office completely flops. Ha! It'll be absolutely hilarious." Thus, Lu Fei and Chen Dasheng stood at the theater entrance, exchanging scattered remarks. Whenever Suyu's name came up in their conversation, it was laced with contempt and amusement. In their eyes, Suyu was bound to lose this time. After all, the current situation was that the two of them had secured the vast majority of screenings across all major theaters. As for Suyu, he could only pick up the scraps they didn't want. Therefore, in their minds, Suyu was bound to bomb this time. Meanwhile, at an old theater called Xinhua Cinema. Man, our theater is really suffering. We couldn't even secure the screening rights for films by renowned directors Lu Fei and Chen Dasheng. All we're left with is some trashy movie. An employee of Xinhua Cinema shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Trash film? What trash film? Another employee couldn't help but ask curiously. You don't know? The trashy movie I'm talking about is none other than Crazy Stone. I've heard about it. They shot that movie in just 7 days. A movie rushed like that? It's no wonder it's a dud. The Xinhua Cinema employee vented his frustration. Chapter 173, Unbelievable. Something's off. Hearing this, another employee couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Wrapped in 7 days? That barely gives you enough time to edit a trailer. Looks like the audience who just bought tickets for Crazy Stone will be walking out complaining it's a terrible movie, huh? Hearing this, the Xinhua Cinema employee raised an eyebrow, nodding in agreement. That's perfectly normal. Who wouldn't be furious after paying to watch a piece of trash? That's just plain unfair. And so, the two Xinhua Cinema employees continued ranting to each other. Just then, a slightly overweight young man holding a ticket for Crazy Stone overheard their conversation. His eyes lit up. Perfect. Looks like my sharp tongue came to the right place. Even the theater staff can't help but complain about it here. Looks like this Crazy Stone movie is full of flaws. When I get back, I'm going to rant about it online and boost my popularity. The young man pushed up his glasses, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, this chubby young man was none other than the internet-famous movie critic and troll with millions of followers Poison Tongue. Poison Tongue was notorious for his sharp tongue. When reviewing films, he always found something to tear into, unleashing relentless criticism. And precisely because of this, Venomous Tongue's fans were incredibly active. After all, whenever Venomous Tongue took aim, even films directed by renowned filmmakers would be torn to shreds. This time, Poison Tongue has set his sights on Suyu's Crazy Stone. Upon learning that Suyu wrapped filming in just 7 days, Poison Tongue knew his moment had arrived. In his view, a film shot in just 7 days was proof positive that it was a genuine piece of trash. And trashy films are always ripe with things to criticize. Ripping into a bad movie often takes criticism to new heights. That's precisely why Poison Tongue decided to check out Crazy Stone so he could go home and properly tear it apart. But as soon as he arrived, he saw the theater staff already complaining about it, which only made him more excited. In Poison Tongue's eyes, this meant he was about to go viral online again by tearing into Crazy Stone. But it turned out he wasn't the only one who came to see Crazy Stone. Others had arrived too. And their purpose was much the same as Poison Tongue's. In their eyes, Crazy Stone wrapped production in just 7 days. No matter how you looked at it, it had to be a complete flop. After all, if a film like this didn't bomb, they wouldn't believe it for anything in the world. And so, Crazy Stone hit theaters. The big influencers, who had been waiting for any chance to document its flaws and tear it apart, excitedly pulled out their notebooks to start taking notes. But after a while, their expressions started to turn strange. Some even found themselves laughing at the film scenes. Holy crap! What's going on? Why does this actually look kind of entertaining? This is crazy. I came here to jot down all the flaws, but now I'm actually laughing along with it. Several prominent movie critics and trolls were all looking utterly perplexed. You see, these guys have honed their sense of humor to the max just to make money by dissing movies. Normally, they'd swiftly analyze the film's flaws, jot them down, then go back to crafting their scathing critiques. But just now, they realized something was off. While watching Crazy Stone, they had completely forgotten to start their rants, forgotten to jot down the flaws. Even worse, when they snapped back to reality, they couldn't even pinpoint what was wrong with the movie. This was damn weird. After all, as professional movie critics and trolls, they're usually incredibly nitpicky. When they watch a movie, they scrutinize it with a magnifying glass. Even the tiniest inconsistencies get picked apart and criticized. But now, they can't find a single thing to criticize. What's most absurd is that they've actually been amused by the comedic scenes in this movie. Something's off. At that moment, the sharp-tongued critic in the middle row couldn't hold back any longer and stood up abruptly. His expression was now a complex mix of emotions. He had walked in brimming with confidence. In his view, this time he was certain he'd find plenty of points to criticize, then go back and properly tear into Crazy Stone. But now, he'd stumbled upon a serious problem. He simply couldn't find anything to criticize. In fact, he found himself gradually drawn into the film. And what's more, it was actually making him laugh. This was wrong. Are they messing with me? Wasn't it agreed that Crazy Stone was a terrible movie? Wasn't it agreed that this film was the amateurish work of a novice? But now, even Poison Tongue is starting to suspect he's watching some masterpiece directed by a top-tier filmmaker. This is insane. Just as Poison Tongue stood up, he got yelled at by several audience members. Hey! You fat bastard, have you no sense of public decency? If you keep blocking my view, I'll beat the crap out of you. Exactly. I was just seeing the best part when your head blocked my view. UFING, sit down now. Or we'll beat you up, you hear me? The audience members whose views were blocked all started cursing angrily. They'd only come in to see the commotion, watching Crazy Stone out of sheer boredom. But after watching for a while, they discovered something truly remarkable. This Crazy Stone was unexpectedly entertaining. Numerous hilarious scenes had them laughing out loud. Meanwhile, the sharp-tongued critic who'd been berated by the audience felt even more conflicted. Judging by the audience's reactions, Crazy Stone was poised for a critical turnaround. It was about to go viral. Chapter 174, Opening Day Box Office Results. See who comes in last. Before this, Poison Tongue never imagined things would turn out this way. He'd planned to tear into Crazy Stone upon returning, hoping to gain online fame through his scathing critiques. After all, as a prominent movie critic known for his scathing reviews, his sharp tongue was his trademark. Naturally, he had to maintain this persona and highlight his core selling point. And to find daily material for his rants, he naturally had to watch films universally acknowledged as trash by netizens. After all, terrible movies offer endless opportunities for criticism. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called trash. Dulishi specifically sought out Crazy Stone precisely because netizens were unanimously calling it a terrible film. Moreover, Poison Tongue was utterly convinced that Crazy Stone was a genuine piece of trash. After all, this was a film shot in just 7 days. Across the entire film industry, such a rushed production schedule is unheard of. If a film like this isn't trash, then something's seriously wrong. Yet here he was, watching it unfold before his eyes. This very film, universally dismissed by netizens as trash, has somehow captivated him, even making him laugh at some of its comedic moments. Netizens call this a bad movie? This isn't a bad movie at all, it's clearly a great film. Poison Tongue was absolutely certain that Crazy Stone would become a massive hit before long. And just like that, a day passed. That very night, the opening day box office figures were released. First place, Chen Daxing's film School Beauty, Don't Come Over, with opening day earnings of 3.59 million. Second place, Lu Fei's film Ultimate Street Thief, with opening day earnings of 3.24 million. Last place, Crazy Stone, directed by Suyu, with a first day box office of 130,000 yuan. As the opening day box office results were announced, the internet erupted once more. See? I knew it. Crazy Stone is definitely a terrible movie. Only 130,000 yuan on opening day. That's not even a fraction of what School Beauty, Don't Come Over or Ultimate Street Racer made. Ahem, OP, while I agree Crazy Stone is a dud, honestly, its meager opening day numbers are largely due to the paltry screenings major theaters allocated it. That said, judging by the current screening schedules and seat allocations, it looks like Crazy Stone might just sell out every single show. Holy. Now that you mention it, that's freaking terrifying. So basically, all the upcoming showings for Crazy Stone are completely sold out? That's ridiculous. I still can't believe it. Enough talk. Just wait for Dubon Movie's rating to drop, then it'll be crystal clear. Personally, I'm skeptical that Crazy Stone, a low-budget film rushed through production, could be any good. That's just absurd. Yeah. +1 to the above. I'm waiting for Dubon Movie's rating too. Their scores usually update after 11 p.m. just a few more minutes. I'm dying to see what's going on. I refuse to believe Crazy Stone isn't a terrible movie. Netizens began buzzing with discussion. While mocking Crazy Stone's dismal opening day box office, these netizens suddenly stumbled upon an utterly bizarre and absurd phenomenon. Based on the screening schedules and seat allocations provided by major theaters, nearly all tickets for later showings of Crazy Stone were completely sold out. This situation was downright terrifying. After all, even the films leading the box office on opening day, School Beauty, Don't Come Over and Ultimate Street Thief, still had plenty of unsold tickets. Now, a film widely regarded as terrible like Crazy Stone has completely sold out all its later showings. This is absurd. While netizens were buzzing about the opening day box office results, Lu Fei and Chen Daxing were already celebrating with drinks at a bar, chatting away. Director Chen, congratulations. Opening day box office hit 3.59 million? That's impressive. Lu Fei raised his glass to Chen Daxing before downing his drink in one gulp. Seeing this, Chen Daxing quickly raised his glass in return, smiling as he said, Director Lu, don't just congratulate me. Your film, Top-Notch Street Thief, also had an excellent opening day box office. It was only slightly less than mine. If you ask me, the only one who should be crying right now is that kid surnamed Su. After all, his opening day box office was a measly 130,000 yuan. Ha, that's not even a fraction of what you and I pulled in. And to think that kid actually had the nerve to trash talk us online, bragging about how he'd beat us at the box office? Ha, that's just laughable. At this point, Chen Daxing's face was filled with mockery and amusement directed at Suyu. Upon learning that Suyu's film Crazy Stone had earned a mere 130,000 yuan on its opening day, Chen Daxing couldn't stop laughing. In his eyes, such a dismal opening day meant Suyu was destined for a complete flop. Hearing Chen Daxing's words, Lu Fei nodded with a similarly amused smile. Who says otherwise? 130,000 yuan on opening day? That kid is truly laughable. And he dares to talk back to us online? Now I'm curious to see how he'll keep up his tough talk. But then again, I recall major theaters gave his film Crazy Stone extremely limited screenings. Judging by that 130,000 yuan opening day, its share of available slots must be incredibly high. Could it be that all the tickets for Crazy Stone's later showings were already sold out? That seems a bit far-fetched. Lu Fei frowned, finally voicing his lingering doubt. Hearing this, Chen Daxing dismissed it with a wave of his hand and a laugh. Well, personally, I don't think it's worth worrying about at all. That kid may make trashy movies, but you can't deny he's got serious popularity. His appearance on that 100-fold returned livestream show definitely brought him a ton of active fans. So it's only natural that so many people bought tickets. But a crappy movie is still a crappy movie. Once the Dubon movie ratings come out, that kid will show his true colors. Chapter 175, Guaranteed Flop Dubon Rating Released. Chen Daxing's face was thick with amusement as he said this. In his view, Suyu's current situation was nothing short of a complete joke. He was aware that the screening schedule and slot allocation for Crazy Stone were indeed peculiar. But unlike Lu Fei, he didn't dwell on it. In Chen Daxing's eyes, Suyu's film Crazy Stone was guaranteed to be a complete and utter flop. The more people who watch this terrible movie, the more people will criticize it. Once word of mouth collapses and ratings plummet, naturally, no one will bother watching it anymore. Hearing Chen Daxing's words, Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh. Director Chen really sees things clearly. You're right. I really was worrying too much. No matter what that Su guy does, it won't change the fact that he made a terrible movie. When Dubon's movie ratings come out, that's when this guy will be completely drowned in the flood of netizens' curses. Lu Fei chuckled and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside a large office building. Excellent. We finally secured this plot of land. Though I had to pour over 300 million yuan in working capital into this plot at once, its potential means I'll turn a profit of tens of millions when I flip it later. That Suyu probably couldn't make nearly that much profit even if he tried. My guess is that movie he's making has probably already bombed big time. Erwin Cooper slammed his fist on the desk in excitement, his face glowing as he stared at the freshly signed land purchase contract, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just moments ago, he'd poured over 300 million into acquiring a plot he'd coveted for ages. Over 300 million. This represented the absolute limit of funds Erwin Cooper could currently muster. It was safe to say that this time, Erwin Cooper was taking a huge risk. After all, pouring his entire fortune into a single venture meant that even the slightest mishap could spell disaster. Yet, Erwin Cooper ultimately went through with it. He had two reasons for doing so. One was his belief that the land he purchased would appreciate in value. The other was that he was itching to crush Suyu. After all, the fact that Suyu had made 100 million in just a few days had deeply unsettled Erwin Cooper, a genius in venture capital. After all, even Irving Cooper himself wasn't confident he could make that much money in such a short time. Yet Suyu, this self-taught outsider, had pulled it off. This naturally made Erwin Cooper feel deeply resentful. And precisely because of this, Erwin Cooper was itching to crush Suyu as soon as possible, to declare to everyone that he was the strongest. Just as Irvine Cooper was lost in these eager thoughts, one of his subordinates approached and announced. Esteemed Master Erwin Cooper, we've just received word that Suyu's film Crazy Stone earned a mere 130,000 yuan on its opening day. Hearing this, Erwin Cooper couldn't help but laugh. What? 130,000? Suyu, you truly haven't disappointed me. You really are a complete loser. With such a pathetic opening day, you don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Looks like I don't need to worry about you at all anymore. This time, I'll absolutely crush you under my feet. Irvine Cooper sneered coldly, his face twisted with mockery and scorn. Upon learning that Suyu's film Crazy Stone had earned a mere 130,000 yuan on its opening day, Erwin Cooper couldn't help but laugh. That paltry opening day figure meant Suyu's movie Crazy Stone had completely bombed, didn't it? Meanwhile, in the executive meeting room of the 100-fold returned production team. Just as I expected. What Crazy Stone? It still flopped in the end, didn't it? Opening day box office was only 130,000 yuan. TSK, this Suyu has really taken a massive hit this time. As expected, when it comes to venture capital, this kid is a complete amateur, he doesn't know anything. Looks like this kid has absolutely no chance of bouncing back now. Director Zhang narrowed his eyes, his face brimming with amusement and mockery. Upon learning Crazy Stone's opening day box office was a mere 130,000 yuan, Director Zhang laughed until his stomach ached. With such a dismal opening day, it was clear the film had completely flopped. At that moment, the senior executives of the production team present, seeing Director Zhang riding high on his triumph, all opened their mouths slightly, hesitating to speak. It wasn't that they wanted to dampen his spirits, but as outsiders, they saw things more clearly than Director Zhang. Admittedly, the opening day box office for Suyu's film Crazy Stone was a paltry 130,000 yuan. Judging by this opening day figure, Crazy Stone was undeniably a flop. But the crux of the matter lay in the screening schedule and seat occupancy rates, which revealed some highly peculiar anomalies. Specifically, based on the screening schedule and seat allocation, nearly all tickets for later showings of Crazy Stone were completely sold out. This is truly astonishing. If a movie is truly terrible, no matter how desperate the audience might be, they wouldn't be crazy enough to pay to watch it. After all, no one is a fool. Who would pay money to suffer? Therefore, this suggests that Crazy Stone might not be the dud they imagined it to be. Precisely because of this, the senior executives of the production team couldn't resist sharing their thoughts with director Zhang. But director Zhang was riding high on excitement right now, and they genuinely didn't know what to say. After all, interrupting director Zhang's enthusiasm at this moment would hardly be a wise move. And so, time ticked away, second by second. Soon, at 11 p.m. that night, the Duban movie rating was released. School Beauty, Don't Come Over, Duban movie rating, 6.3. Duban movie rating for Street Racer, 5.9. With these scores out, netizens' reactions were pretty much the same. They weren't exactly good, but they weren't bad either. They were simply average. And no one is surprised by these ratings. After all, most films in recent years have hovered around this score. But when the Duban rating for Crazy Stone came out, everyone was stunned. Chapter 176, the Duban rating that shocked the entire internet. Crazy Stone's Duban movie rating, 9.3. The moment this Duban rating hit, the entire internet erupted. Holy. This can't be what I'm seeing, right? Holy crap. 9.3? That's insane. Is Duban movies glitching? Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous rating appear? +1 to the above. This rating makes me seriously doubt if Duban movies isn't glitching. At Duban movies. Web admin, fix this bug ASAP. Seriously, what kind of rating glitch is this? At Duban movies. Ahem, everyone, hold off on tagging Duban movies. Has it ever crossed your mind that this rating might actually be accurate? No way. If that were possible, I'd live stream eating Oreos. You can't tell me I'm just a dog who naturally loves Oreos? +1. If Duban movies ratings aren't messed up, I'll live stream eating Oreos too. Me too. Ahem, everyone, tell me, could it be possible that you're just dogs born to love eating Alabi? Damn it. You upstairs, I've got you. You were the one cursing online last time. Damn it. It's that bastard. Grab him and beat the crap out of him. God damn it. The phrasing is identical, it's definitely the same person. Netizens were buzzing with speculation. Though the thread veered off topic later, it didn't stop these netizens from suspecting the Duban movie rating was wrong. After all, it's a 9.3 rating on Duban. Let's be clear, forget a 9.3 rating in recent years, hardly any film has even reached a 7.0 on Duban. Now, out of nowhere, a 9.3 rated film emerges and it's a universally acknowledged flop, Crazy Stone. How could netizens possibly believe this? Meanwhile, Chen Dashang and Lu Fei couldn't sit still either. They didn't react much to the Duban rating their own film received. After all, this Duban rating was pretty much what they expected. Films released in recent years had generally hovered around this rating. What they couldn't accept, of course, was the fact that Suyu's Crazy Stone ultimately achieved a 9.3 rating on Duban. A 9.3 rating on Duban. This was completely beyond their expectations. That very night, Chen Dashang and Lu Fei took to their official Weibo accounts to voice their protests. Renowned director Chen Dashang, I strongly object to the grossly inflated Duban movie rating for Crazy Stone. As a crucial benchmark for netizens assessing film quality, Duban's ratings hold extraordinary significance. Such a bug occurring now is utterly unacceptable. I urge Duban movies administrators to fix this bug immediately. Renowned director Lu Fei, my stance aligns with director Chen's. Duban movie ratings hold immense value in the hearts of netizens. This incident where subpar films receive inflated scores while our films suffer unduly low ratings is a classic case of bad money driving out good. We must remain vigilant and protest against such practices. I urge Duban movies administrators to step forward promptly with a reasonable solution. At Duban movies. Following the statements from Chen Dashang and Lu Fei, online discussions erupted once more. Some believe this situation must be caused by a bug on Duban movies. Others countered that it might not be a bug at all, but rather that Crazy Stone genuinely earned such a high rating on Duban movies. Of course, very few people believed the latter. The majority believed it was a scoring bug on Duban movies. After all, in their view, Crazy Stone was a complete flop and a terrible movie. For them to believe Crazy Stone earned a 9.3 rating on Duban is utterly absurd. Right now, netizens across the web are waiting for Duban movies' official media to respond to this. And shortly after this incident unfolded, Duban movies' official media account issued a statement on Weibo. Regarding the controversy raised by netizens and renowned directors Chen Dashang and Lu Fei concerning the 9.3 rating for Crazy Stone on Douban Movies, this website solemnly responds that the rating is entirely authentic and valid, derived solely from evaluations by viewers who have watched the film. Furthermore, this website would like to extend congratulations to Mr. Suyu, the director of Crazy Stone. This film is a truly outstanding work of cinema. As the saying goes, gold shines wherever it is. Crazy Stone is a truly outstanding film, a genuine piece of gold. No matter how limited its screenings, no matter how many cynics question or mock it, nothing can dim the brilliance of this exceptional cinematic work. Furthermore, as the film with the highest Douban rating on Douban Movie in recent years, this website has decided to feature Crazy Stone on its homepage for 3 days. We hope to help promote this outstanding cinematic work. Upon seeing Douban Movie's official response, netizens were instantly stunned. Who could have imagined Douban Movie's official response would be this hardcore? Holy crap! So Douban Movie's rating for Crazy Stone is legit? 9.3? Damn! That's insane. I'm genuinely shocked. This is truly astonishing. 9.3 points. That's the highest Douban rating any film has achieved in years. Douban Movies is actually planning to feature Crazy Stone on their homepage for 3 days. Holy crap! That's basically giving away their prime advertising spot for free to Crazy Stone. This is huge. Chen Dashang and Lu Fei must be green with envy right now. No comparison, no hurt. Suyu's Crazy Stone completely outshines their films on Douban. That's a brutal slap in the face. Netizens buzzed with heated discussion. Chapter 177, The Tide Turns, Explosive Growth Begins. Meanwhile, upon seeing Douban Movie's official response, Chen Dashang and Lu Fei's faces turned one shade greener than the other. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell is going on? Why did that Sugai's trashy film get such a high Douban rating? This is wrong. Chen Dashang and Lu Fei both gritted their teeth fiercely, their faces consumed by overwhelming fury and utter disbelief. This situation was completely beyond their expectations. After all, they were utterly convinced that Suyu's film was trash. But now, a trashy film's Douban rating had completely outshone the movies they had produced. This was utterly humiliating for them. Yet, no matter how unwilling Chen Dashang and Lu Fei were to accept it, the fact remained. And it didn't end there. At this moment, numerous accounts belonging to influential movie critics and trolls began uploading new videos. But to the surprise of all fans, these usually sharp-tongued critics took an unexpected turn. Instead of bashing movies, they started recommending films to their followers. And the film they were recommending was none other than Crazy Stone, directed by Suyu. And when these big-name movie critics and trolls reviewed Crazy Stone, their comments were uniformly positive and full of praise. This left fans who were well acquainted with their usual style utterly bewildered. Holy crap! Did these influencers all take the wrong medicine today? How did they suddenly switch gears? Not only are they not bashing movies, they're actually recommending films to us now. Exactly. I'm starting to wonder if I woke up on the wrong side of the bed and am still dreaming. Otherwise, how could these movie critics suddenly switch sides? Not only are they not bashing the film, they're actually recommending it? This is absurd. +1 to the above. I'm starting to wonder if these influencers got paid off? Otherwise, why are they all hyping up Crazy Stone? Forget it. I'm done with these influencers. I'm going to watch Poison Tongue's videos. As the most scathing movie critic on the entire internet, Poison Tongue would never compromise his sharp-tongued persona for money. +1 to the above. Let's go watch Poison Tongue's latest video. I'm sure he'll give us some great dissing content. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Immediately, they all rushed to Poison Tongue's account. Everyone, this is Poison Tongue. Today, I was utterly blown away. You all know my persona and style. I live and breathe criticism. When it comes to sharp-tongued commentary, if I'm second, no one dares claim first. Honestly, I could find something new to criticize in any movie if I put my mind to it. But today, I want to break my usual pattern, because I've seen a genuinely great movie. The name of this film is Crazy Stone. Honestly, when I first decided to watch it, I planned to tear it apart. After all, I'm a big-name movie critic and troll, it's my bread and butter. But after watching it, I'm completely sold. This movie has absolutely no flaws to criticize. When the video of the notoriously harsh critic enthusiastically recommending the film dropped, his fans were all stunned. None of them could have imagined this outcome. Holy! Is this some kind of ghostly prank? Even Venomous Tongue, known for her biting criticism, is recommending Crazy Stone? Holy crap! This is so bizarre. I bet this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Damn it! I'm baffled. Is this Crazy Stone really that good? How did it manage to turn so many big-name movie critics and trolls around, making them all start recommending it? Hell no! I don't buy it. I'm buying tickets tomorrow just to see how great this Crazy Stone is that's got all these big-name critics and bloggers changing their tune and hyping it up. +1 to the above. I'm going to see Crazy Stone tomorrow too. If it turns out to be a piece of crap, I'm unfollowing every single one of those movie critics and trolls. +1. Now I'm genuinely curious. I'm catching Crazy Stone tomorrow too. Fans and netizens below the video were buzzing with excitement. And just then, advance tickets for Crazy Stone sold out within minutes the very next day. This situation truly baffled the executives of major cinemas. You see, due to Crazy Stone's astonishing 9.3 rating on Dubon Movies and the platform's decision to feature it on their homepage for 3 days, theaters had already temporarily increased its screenings. Currently, Crazy Stone's screenings are on par with those of School Beauty, Don't Come Over and Ultimate Street Racer. And yet, even under these circumstances, advance tickets for Crazy Stone sold out in mere minutes. This is truly astonishing. So that very night, cinema executives made an even bolder decision. They allocated even more screenings to Crazy Stone. As a result, Crazy Stone now holds the highest number of screenings. After this adjustment to the screening schedule, finally, the advance tickets for Crazy Stone didn't sell out instantly. Instead, it took just over an hour for them to be completely sold out. Even so, this still astonished the executives at major cinemas. After all, the fact that advance tickets for Crazy Stone could still sell out under these circumstances was absurd in itself. At this moment, there was a certain film company in the universe. Looks like this bullet finally found its mark. Ha! Suyu narrowed his eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. He wasn't the least bit surprised by the latest developments surrounding the film Crazy Stone. Chapter 178, 8.63 million box office revenue, crushing. Suyu was utterly unsurprised by the dramatic shift in Crazy Stone's fortunes. On the contrary, all of this had been precisely what he had anticipated. After all, Crazy Stone was a genuinely excellent film. The initial limited screenings across major theaters were simply because they had vastly underestimated the film's potential. Now that the word of mouth and ratings were out, everything naturally turned around. Come to think of it, I'm actually quite curious just how much box office will Crazy Stone rake in tomorrow? A film made with a production budget of less than 2 million, just how astonishingly explosive could it be? Suyu stroked his chin, unable to suppress a chuckle. That's right. Suyu had spent less than 2 million yuan on the entire production of Crazy Stone. For starters, none of his cast members were those fresh-faced young idols at best, they were moderately well-known actors. In fact, the cast even included 2 supporting actors with Academy Award-winning caliber, Su Zhang and Huang Bo. Naturally, the production costs for Crazy Stone were incredibly low. Most importantly, Suyu completed the entire shoot in just 7 days. This ultimately meant the total production cost for Suyu's version was even lower than that of the original Crazy Stone on Earth. It could be said that as long as the final box office gross for Suyu's film reaches 2 million, he's already made a profit. And judging by the current situation where advance tickets for Crazy Stone are completely sold out, tomorrow's box office alone is likely to exceed 5 million. It's no exaggeration to say Crazy Stone is making a bloody fortune. At this thought, a smile spread across Suyu's face. The next day, at major cinemas, every single screening of Crazy Stone were packed to capacity. Ha ha ha. This is amazing. I'm seriously impressed with director phone. 666. That actor playing the black guy is seriously hilarious. Honestly, every actor in this movie is a freaking genius. Their acting is absolutely killer. Impressive. I don't even know the actor playing Heizi's real name, but just seeing him makes me laugh my ass off. My gut tells me this guy is gonna be huge. Who says otherwise? I think the actor playing Mr. Fong is also incredibly talented. Ha ha. Now I get why even those big-name movie critics and trolls are suddenly raving about this film. Honestly, this movie is seriously good. Exactly. After watching this, I finally understand what a truly great film is. Yesterday I was dumb enough to see that Ultimate Street Racer. Now that I've seen Crazy Stone, that Ultimate Street Racer looks like absolute trash. You bet. Yesterday I went to see that School Beauty, Don't Come Over crap. Damn, I actually thought it was decent back then. But now watching Crazy Stone, I finally get what a real good movie is. Damn it. I'm going to tell all my friends and family about Crazy Stone. A movie this good is definitely the best one out there these days. Audience members who'd seen Crazy Stone were buzzing with excitement. After seeing it, they finally realized just how amazing this film truly was. Online discussions were suddenly buzzing. Compared to yesterday's skepticism, today's netizens were unanimously praising Crazy Stone. I'm blown away. Crazy Stone is a truly great film. Thanks to those big influencers for recommending it. Crazy Stone is absolutely a great film. Compared to this, the movies made by Chen Dashong and Lu Fei are just a pile of cold. +1 to the above. As expected. Only the great Su could pull this off. I'm completely blown away now. Su is a true prodigy. Who says otherwise? I used to think Master Su would fail at venture investing, but now I realize I was the naive one. Contestant number 5, Suyu, is pure genius. He's absolutely all-around talented. Who would have thought Suyu could also achieve such astonishing mastery in filmmaking? This movie Crazy Stone is just too damn good. Countless netizens buzzed with discussion, offering nothing but unanimous praise for Crazy Stone. Meanwhile, Chen Dashong and Lu Fei were so furious they were on the verge of tears. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell do these viewers think they're doing? What the hell do they think they're doing? Do they even know how to behave anymore? This kind of praise one and bashing the other tactic is utterly despicable. Chen Dashong and Lu Fei turned green with rage upon seeing the audience comments. You see, while these viewers were showering Crazy Stone with high praise and admiration, they were also dragging their own film into the comparison to tear it down. This ing pissed them off to no end. At that moment, both of them desperately hoped that when today's box office results came out, their film's earnings would crush Suyu's. But at 10 p.m. sharp, the box office figures were released. Crazy Stone, today's box office, 8.63 million. School Beauty, Don't Come Over, today's box office, 1.68 million. Ultimate Street Racer, today's box office, 1.34 million. The moment these figures hit the screen, the entire internet erupted once more. Holy! This is unbelievable. 8.63 million yuan in box office. Holy crap, this is insane. Yesterday's opening day was 130k, and today it's 8.63 million. That's a huge gap. I'm blown away. Crazy Stone has completely taken the box office by storm. Mind-blowing. Such staggering earnings. It's crushed the competition. Chen Dashong and Lu Fei must be utterly humiliated now. The gap is just too huge. You bet. I've got a feeling Crazy Stone might just create a box office miracle. Well, it's hard to say for sure. But Crazy Stone's box office performance is truly insane. Countless netizens were left in awe. Chapter 179, Turning the Tables in Adversity, Leaving Everyone Speechless. Countless netizens were stunned. They had expected Crazy Stone's box office to be high today. They never imagined it would be this high. 8.63 million in box office revenue. Unbelievably insane. This single achievement has completely crushed the films directed by Chen Dashong and Lu Fei. At that moment, Chen Dashong and Lu Fei were both speechless after seeing today's box office figures. No! This can't be. What the hell is going on? How is this even possible? 8.63 million. That's 8.63 million in box office revenue. How could that outsider Su possibly make such a blockbuster? What the hell is going on? Chen Dashong and Lu Fei were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes bulging in disbelief. They simply couldn't accept this outcome. In their original calculations, even if Crazy Stone saw a box office surge today, it couldn't possibly skyrocket this absurdly high. 8.63 million yuan. That was more than the combined box office of all the films they had directed. Chen Dashong and Lu Fei plunged into a prolonged existential crisis. Meanwhile, upon learning the box office figures for Crazy Stone directed by Suyu, the other contestants were all stunned. Especially when online reports revealed the film's production budget was a mere 2 million yuan, they were utterly depressed. A film made with a mere 2 million yuan budget had raked in over 8 million yuan in a single day. That profit had quadrupled in one fell swoop. Such a high rate of return is simply unattainable, no matter how much venture capital they pour into it. At that moment, inside a large office building. Bang! Erwin Cooper slammed his fist on the desk, his face twisted in utter frustration. Damn it! Damn it! What the hell is going on? How did that Su kid pull it off? He's just a greenhorn new to the film industry. How could his directorial debut rake in such staggering box office numbers? Erwin Cooper gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. In just one day, Suyu's investment had returned over 4 times its value. Even he couldn't achieve such an outrageous return rate. Damn it! I spent over 300 million to acquire that plot of land, and at best, I'd only make a few tens of millions in profit from it. Yet that Su kid, with his low-budget film shot in just 7 days, raked in over 6 million in box office revenue in a single day. How dare he? Erwin Cooper's face was twisted with envy. Indeed, even Erwin Cooper, who prided himself as a genius in venture capital, couldn't help but envy the profits Suyu had raked in. After all, even he, having taken such enormous risks, could only hope to recoup a few tens of millions in profit from that land acquisition. But Suyu? Zero risk, yet he'd pulled off such staggering profits. How could Erwin Cooper not be bitter? At that moment, in the executive meeting room of the 100-fold return program, Director Zhang sat with his legs crossed, wearing a smug expression as he waited for his subordinates to report the good news that Suyu had lost his shirt. Judging by the timing, today's box office figures should be released any minute now. That Su guy's trashy movie must have hit a new low again, right? 2,000 in box office? Or maybe 3,000? He's sunk for good this time. Director Zhang's lips curled slightly, his eyes brimming with amusement and scorn. In his eyes, Crazy Stone was destined to flop spectacularly. After all, yesterday's opening day box office for Crazy Stone was only 130,000 yuan. At this rate, today's box office would only be lower. It might even get pulled from theaters early. After all, the goal of major theaters is to make money. They wouldn't possibly allocate screen time to a money-losing flop. Thinking this, Director Zhang's amused expression grew even more pronounced. The senior executives from the production team present, witnessing Director Zhang basking in his triumphant success, felt a twinge of envy but remained silent. After all, circumstances speak louder than words. In their eyes, Director Zhang had pulled off a masterstroke against Suyu, one that would surely earn him favor with the higher-ups at Tianjuan Company. Within the production team, Director Zhang's position was now unshakable. Just then, a frantic-looking staff member rushed into the conference room. Director Zhang, it's bad news. The box office figures for Crazy Stone are in 8.63 million. They raked in 8.63 million in a single day. As the staff member finished speaking, the smug smile on Director Zhang's face froze instantly. What did you say? That's impossible. Director Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared at the staff member and growled under his breath. Director Zhang, it's all true. You can check the box office figures published online today. Though shaken by Director Zhang's outburst, the production staff member steeled himself and pressed on. Even as he reported the situation, he had anticipated Director Zhang's reaction. Not just Director Zhang, even he, an outsider, was stunned. A single day's box office revenue had reached 8.63 million. This figure utterly crushed the second and third place films. Absolutely insane. Get out. Get out. Director Zhang heard the words and clearly understood the truth of it all, yet he still couldn't accept it, roaring at the person behind him. The production staff member, sensing the danger, wisely backed off immediately. Director Zhang, however, was left seething with fury with nowhere to vent it. Slamming his fist hard on the conference table, he roared with a hint of madness. Suyu! How the hell did he pull this off? Why did the situation completely reverse in just one day? What the hell is going on? Director Zhang was so furious his blood boiled. He simply couldn't fathom what was going on. After all, Crazy Stone's opening day box office was only 130,000 yuan yesterday. At that point, Crazy Stone was already facing imminent removal from theaters. But now, of all things, the film that was practically doomed had staged an incredible comeback, raking in 8.63 million yuan in a single day. How could he possibly accept this? Chapter 180, setting a new box office record, 12.87 million. Everyone was utterly astonished and couldn't believe the staggering box office figures Crazy Stone had achieved. After all, just yesterday at this time, the entire internet was predicting its failure. Yet today, it had staged a complete reversal. How could those who wanted to see Suyu lose money not feel bitter? At that very moment, Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei could no longer sit idly by. They took to Weibo to voice their opinions. Renowned director Chen Dasheng, sometimes self-deception is pointless. I firmly believe that the notion of bad money driving out good has no place in today's film industry. Here, I urge all movie fans to keep their eyes open. Don't let curiosity lead you to watch trashy films or pay for subpar productions that shouldn't exist. Let's start boycotting bad movies, starting with me. Renowned director Lu Fei, I wholeheartedly agree with director Chen Dasheng's call to boycott trash films. Moreover, I firmly believe audiences won't reward trashy films. Today's box office success for some trashy film is ultimately just a flash in the pan. It won't last long. I believe whether the film industry can improve depends on us veteran directors who deeply cultivate quality work, not some newcomer cutting corners and frantically rushing production schedules. Their Weibo posts immediately sparked heated discussions among netizens. After all, Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei's remarks were practically pointing fingers without naming names. It was obvious to everyone that the person they were referring to was Suyu. Unlike yesterday, after watching Crazy Stone, netizens now hold Suyu in complete admiration. They'd even become his loyal fans. Precisely because of this, when netizens saw Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei subtly taking jabs at Suyu, they immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Put. Nice talk about boycotting trashy movies, but your own films suck. Compared to Suyu's Crazy Stone, yours are light years behind. +1 to the above. You guys calling yourselves dedicated to film quality? That's hilarious. Sure, Su rushed the production schedule, but the quality of his film blows yours out of the water. Who gave you the nerve to boycott him? Exactly. What the hell is this? Who gave you the nerve? Netizens showed zero mercy, directly attacking Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei with scathing remarks. In an instant, their Weibo comments sections were flooded with a deluge of abuse. In the end, Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei had no choice but to shut down the comment sections on their Weibo accounts. Damn it! How dare he? He's just some newcomer named Su. How does he deserve all this support from netizens? What the hell is going on? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe a movie he shot in just 7 days could be better than ours. Tomorrow night's box office numbers will prove Crazy Stone for what it really is. It has to be. Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei glared at the sea of angry comments directed at them, grinding their teeth in fury. They simply couldn't accept that Crazy Stone, shot in just 7 days by Suyu, could be better than their own film. Amidst the heated online debates, Suyu, the very center of this storm, couldn't care less about any of it. After all, he was now experiencing a Qin Shi Huang level win. He'd hit the jackpot. In just one day, the box office had already reached 8.63 million. At this rate, Crazy Stone's box office was poised to explode even further. After all, word of mouth and high ratings have a way of snowballing. As Crazy Stone gains more positive buzz online, more and more audiences will naturally come to see it. Major theaters will inevitably allocate more screenings to the film. At that point, Crazy Stone's box office will inevitably surge to new heights. Excellent. It seems Crazy Stone's final box office earnings will surpass even those on Earth. No wonder Blue Star lacks quality entertainment. Bringing Earth's productions here is a goldmine. Suyu couldn't stop grinning. Judging by the current situation, Crazy Stone's final box office will absolutely far exceed Earth's 30 million yuan and might even break the 100 million mark. A low-budget film with a production cost of less than 2 million yuan could potentially rake in over 100 million yuan at the box office. Wow, this profit margin is absolutely staggering. Mr. Su, congratulations. Who would have thought your directorial debut would achieve such astonishing box office results? You're a true directing genius. His beautiful assistant, Chen Li, gazed at Suyu with admiration, her face beaming with sincere admiration. Before this, even she had assumed that Crazy Stone, directed by Suyu, would most likely bomb at the box office. After all, the film featured a cast of largely unknown, ordinary actors. The most absurd part was that two of the main roles were played by extras Su Zhang and Huang Bo. With such a cast and a shooting schedule wrapped in just 7 days, anyone would have predicted this film was destined to flop both at the box office and critically. But now, the reality was completely different from expectations. In just one day, Crazy Stone raked in 8.63 million yuan at the box office, crushing the second and third place films. This alone proved the film's astonishing box office potential. At this moment, upon hearing his beautiful assistant Chen Li's words, Suyu merely smiled without comment. Crazy Stone was indeed a box office triumph. But what truly deserved mention was that he had signed Su Zhang and Huang Bo 2 future Best Actor winners. Securing 2 future Best Actor winners was an invaluable achievement. In short, he made a killing. The next day, Crazy Stone's box office earnings soared. 12.87 million. That's right, compared to yesterday's 8.63 million yuan, today's box office for Crazy Stone soared to 12.87 million yuan. The entire internet erupted once more. Such box office figures were truly astonishing. Especially considering it's a film made with a budget of just 2 million yuan. Additionally, it's worth noting that under the overwhelming success of Crazy Stone, the box office for films directed by Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei has plummeted. School Beauty, Stay Away, 280,000. Ultimate Street Thief, 170,000. After these box office figures came out, Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei fell completely silent, utterly depressed. Chapter 181, Box Office Myth, Cooper Loses Money. Inside a Villa. What the hell is going on? What the hell? Chen Dasheng roared in fury, violently smashing pieces of furniture to the floor. Today's box office revenue for School Flower, Don't Come Over was a mere 280,000 yuan. This blow hit him so hard he felt like crying. After all, he had poured an enormous amount of effort into this film. School Flower, Don't Come Over featured several popular actors, including 2 top female stars and 2 top male stars. Just for these 4 actors alone, he'd shelled out over 20 million yuan in salaries. Ultimately, the production cost for Stay Away, School Beauty soared to a staggering 70 million yuan. And now, instead of raking in profits, the film was bleeding money. Judging by the box office trend, School Beauty, Stay Away is likely to be pulled from major theater chains. And that would only cement his devastating financial loss. The thought alone made Chen Dasheng feel a pain so sharp it took his breath away. Meanwhile, Lu Fei on the other side wore a mask of anguish as well. He had poured no less than 70 million yuan into the production costs of his film, Ultimate Street Thief. Yet now, his film's box office was even lower than School Beauty, Stay Away's. How the hell was he supposed to accept that? Meanwhile, over at the other contestants' booths. Crash. Erwin Cooper's eyes turned bloodshot. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Erwin Cooper gritted his teeth fiercely, his entire being teetering on the brink of losing control. Upon learning that Crazy Stone had raked in 12.87 million yuan at the box office today, Erwin Cooper felt his head buzzing. Such a high box office figure was utterly absurd. In his original estimation, this trash film Suyu had produced was guaranteed to bomb. But now look at this. 12.87 million yuan? It felt like a slap in the face. Such terrifying returns were beyond even his genius as a venture capitalist. At that moment, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return production team. What the hell is going on? How could this happen? How could this happen? Director Zhang was completely dumbfounded. A box office haul of 12.87 million yuan. That's 4 million more than yesterday's 8.63 million. What will tomorrow's box office for Crazy Stone be? The day after tomorrow? The day after that? In short, it will be a number he simply cannot accept. I'm done for. I'm finished. Director Zhang felt his mental state crumbling. Given the current situation, Suyu's final profit from this Crazy Stone film was highly likely to reach 100 million. After the hundredfold return, that would be 100 billion. This time around, their hundredfold return program team was suffering a devastating loss. Originally, he'd intended for Suyu to lose money. But now? Instead, he just helped Suyu rake in another 100 billion. If the higher-ups at Tianjuan Company found out about this outcome, they'd probably slap him hard across the face. Meanwhile, the show's executives watching director Zhang's reaction couldn't help but twitch their lips. While they sympathized with director Zhang's plight, they couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. After all, director Zhang had been acting quite the fool lately. Now, director Zhang looked utterly defeated, like an old dog whose spine had been shattered. But at the same time, they couldn't help but marvel at Suyu's terrifying prowess. This contestant number 5, Suyu, is seriously unnerving. You can say that again. This guy is just too damn outrageous. We should never have picked him as a contestant. Now look, he's about to bankrupt our entire show. The show's executives couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Soon enough, Crazy Stone's box office figures for the second day were broken once again. 17.58 million. But this wasn't the end. Day 3, Crazy Stone's box office today, 20.68 million. Day 4, Crazy Stone's box office, 19.85 million. Day 5. And just like that, 15 days slipped by unnoticed. The dark horse film Crazy Stone was finally squeezed dry of its box office value and began to fade from major cinema chains. However, Crazy Stone ultimately secured a total box office haul of 260 million yuan. The moment this total figure was released, the entire internet was stunned. Related Weibo trending topics immediately appeared. Hashtag great news. Crazy Stone's final box office hits 260 million. Hashtag newcomer director Suyu creates 260 million yuan box office miracle with 2 million yuan budget. Hashtag mind-blowing. Just how talented is Suyu? Hashtag. As these trending topics hit Weibo, online discussions about Suyu grew increasingly heated. Holy cow! This Suyu is insane. With a production budget of less than 2 million, he pulled off a 260 million box office miracle. Comparing people is so frustrating. We all had 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so exceptional, Suyu? Damn it! My mindset is shattered. What the hell is this? Can someone tell me what this even means? This competition is insane. We're all young people, so why is Suyu so damn good at making money? Netizens erupted in heated discussion. Upon learning that Suyu raked in 260 million yuan at the box office with a film costing less than 2 million yuan to produce, they were all green with envy. Meanwhile, over at the other contestants' side, especially Erwin Cooper, his emotions were completely shattered. It wasn't just because Suyu had earned over 200 million with a low-budget film. The main reason was that Erwin Cooper himself had encountered an extremely unlucky situation. The plot of land he'd spent over 300 million to acquire had suddenly been deemed unsuitable for development. Instead, construction would proceed in another district. As a result, the land Erwin Cooper had acquired not only failed to appreciate in value but actually depreciated. And earlier, in his eagerness to secure it, he'd already overpaid slightly. Now that the land had depreciated, he naturally incurred losses. His total loss amounted to over 60 million yuan. This hit Erwin Cooper like a punch to the gut. He poured in over 300 million, only to lose over 60 million. Meanwhile, Suyu's film acquired for a mere 2 million had raked in over 200 million. Damn it, no comparison, no pain. Chapter 182, The Rival's Resentment, No Good Intentions. Sometimes, seeing others profit hurts worse than losing money yourself. Especially when Erwin Cooper not only witnessed others' profits but also suffered massive losses himself. With both blows hitting at once, it would be a miracle if his mental state didn't collapse. Suyu! Suyu! Erwin Cooper's eyes blazed crimson as he gritted his teeth, muttering Suyu's name with venom. In that moment, he pinned all his resentment squarely on Suyu. He prided himself as a genius in venture capital, yet now he'd taken a massive tumble on Suyu's end, an utter disgrace to his ego. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the hundredfold return production team. After wrapping up the production team's routine meeting, director Zhang was utterly frustrated and depressed. Once everyone else had left, he slammed his fist hard onto the conference table, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, "Suyu! That bastard! Bastard!" The thought of the total box office revenue that Crazy Stone ultimately raked in sent director Zhang's temper completely off the rails. 260 million yuan. That's 260 million. After a hundredfold return, that's 2.6 billion. Just by making one movie, Suyu raked in that much money. If Suyu keeps this up, who knows how much more money their production team will lose. This had long since spiraled beyond their control. Just as director Zhang was seething with resentment. Ring ring ring. His phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, director Zhang's mouth twitched. The call was from a high-ranking executive at Tianjuan Corporation. Even if he didn't answer, he knew exactly why they were calling. It was undoubtedly to reprimand him. In the end, Director Zhang steeled himself and answered. A few minutes later, Director Zhang hung up the phone, looking utterly defeated. He'd just been cursed out like a dog by that high-ranking executive from Tianjuan Company. The other party had hurled every vile insult imaginable at him. If it had only been a verbal lashing, it might have been bearable. But the worst part was the ultimatum. If he couldn't find a way to regain control of the situation, he'd have to vacate his director's position. Suyu, that bastard. Director Zhang gritted his teeth, his heart boiling with hatred. Meanwhile, unlike the anger and resentment of those around him, Suyu was overjoyed. A total box office of 260 million. To be honest, this total box office revenue had far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he had thought that if Crazy Stone could reach 100 million yuan in total box office, that would be quite good. After all, the film's production budget was less than 2 million yuan. Looks like when Earth's top-tier entertainment works hit Blue Star, it's like a dimension-lowering attack. Hey! Looks like I made the right choice going into the film production business. Making money through venture capital investments is truly satisfying. Suyu stroked his chin, his heart swelling with boundless anticipation. Thinking of Earth's outstanding cinematic works, Suyu couldn't help but rub his hands together, eager to get started. After all, on Earth, Crazy Stone was considered merely a decent film. What truly made it stand out was its remarkable box office success achieved on a shoestring budget. Truth be told, Crazy Stone couldn't hold a candle to those truly phenomenal films. Yet this ordinary film ended up taking Blue Star by storm. Imagine the box office legends he could create by bringing other outstanding Earth films to Blue Star. In short, investing in film production companies is a genuinely promising venture. At this thought, Suyu's face lit up with anticipation and excitement. Just then, his beautiful assistant Chenli entered with a slightly troubled expression. Mr. Su, representatives from HaoShi Brothers Film Company are here. They say they want to discuss collaboration with us. When she uttered the word cooperation, Chenli emphasized it heavily, as if she found the very notion utterly contemptible. Seeing her reaction, Suyu couldn't help but ask in surprise. Assistant Chen, what's going on? Although he currently had no need for any so-called cooperation. But since they'd come all this way, he might as well get things straight and send them on their way. But why the look on her face? Mr. Su, you must not have heard about the disgusting things HaoShi Brothers Film Company did in the past, so you wouldn't know. This so-called partnership with HaoShi Brothers Film and Television is nothing short of bullying. Their so-called partnerships involve slashing prices to the bone, then forcing others to sell their entire companies to them. If you refuse, HaoShi Brothers leverages their connections to block any film or TV project from competitors from getting approved for release. Sometimes a movie has to wait 7 or 8 years just to hit theaters. By then, the mainstream market has shifted completely, guaranteeing a box office flop. Precisely because of this, many rival companies have no choice but to accept HaoShi Brothers' so-called collaboration. Chenli shook her head inside. Though she'd only been at Cosmos Home Pictures for a short time, she deeply appreciated the atmosphere there. She especially admired Suyu's talent for recognizing potential and his directorial genius. If she could, she would have stayed here forever. But who could have imagined that HaoShi Brothers Film Television, the industry's ultimate game-changer, had set its sights on cosmic home film television? That's right. Chenli described HaoShi Brothers Film Television as nothing less than the industry's Terminator. Their high-handed approach to partnerships had already crushed countless fledgling micro-production studios. After all, with HaoShi Brothers' connections, forcing small and micro-film companies into submission was all too easy. No fledgling micro-production company could possibly stand up to them. Thus, within just a few short years, numerous promising new micro-production companies have been crushed by HaoShi Brothers. Upon hearing Chenli's words, Suyu raised an eyebrow. That HaoShi Brothers Film Company is truly despicable. Such behavior was pure tyranny. But most fledgling micro-production companies simply couldn't fight back, so they had no choice but to accept their fate. However, Suyu couldn't care less about HaoShi Brothers' hostile intentions. Bow down to HaoShi Brothers? Don't be ridiculous. While others might hesitate to confront HaoShi Brothers, he couldn't care less. Not to mention, his current network of connections was no slouch either. Take those veteran professors from Tsinghua and Peking universities, Director Zhao from Hangzhou, and the scholars from the Ancient Chinese Script Research Association. If those few stepped in, Suyu wouldn't fear HaoShi Brothers Film Company's harassment at all. Chapter 183, Going All In, Filming at All Costs. This thought calmed Suyu considerably. Unbeknownst to him, he had accumulated quite a network of connections. It was just that the time hadn't come to utilize them yet. If it ever did, HaoShi Brothers Film Company's petty tricks wouldn't faze him in the slightest. Moreover, his greatest asset was the system. As long as he drew a suitable film project later, he could collaborate directly with the authorities. By then, even if HaoShi Brothers Film Company had 100 guts, they probably wouldn't dare play tricks. After all, it was the official authorities. No matter how many connections HaoShi Brothers had, anyone daring to oppose the authorities would meet only one fate: utter ruin. No problem. Have them come in. They want to discuss a partnership? I'll make them pay the price. Suyu waved dismissively with a smile, speaking with authority. Seeing Suyu speak thus, his beautiful assistant Shenli could only nod in agreement. Moments later, two middle-aged men walked in. Suyu glanced up at them, pointed at the floor, and said, "Please, have a seat. Wang Tengfei and Wang Tingchong, the brothers." "Su, what do you think you're doing?" Wang Tingfei's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with anger. In this spacious office, there was only one chair and it was currently occupied by Suyu. Now Suyu was telling them to sit? Where? On the floor? Make the two brothers sit on the floor? Did he think they were dogs or something? Nothing special. Since guests are visiting, it wouldn't be proper to leave them standing. That's why I'm generously letting you sit on the floor. Suyu's lips curled slightly into a cold smile. Knowing their intentions were far from friendly, Suyu naturally refused to play nice. He immediately gave them a taste of his authority. You! Wang Tengfei and Wang Tingchong, the two brothers, gritted their teeth in fury at Suyu's words. Su, your shark tongue won't save you. Let's be clear, we, HaoShi Brothers Film Company, have set our sights on your company. You have two options now, either be reasonable and sell your company to us at a bargain price. Or we'll step in and ensure every single film your company produces fails censorship and never sees the big screen until we bankrupt you. Listening to the threats pouring out of their mouths, Suyu merely sneered in contempt. Ha! Since you put it that way, you two can get lost. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. In truth, Suyu never had any intention of cooperating in the first place. He'd only invited them in to deliberately provoke them. Su, you said it yourself, don't regret this. If you go against us, not a single movie you produce will ever get a smooth release. Wang Tengfei said with a dark expression. The reason the brothers had set their sights on Suyu's company was the staggering box office haul of Crazy Stone. 260 million yuan. A film with a production budget under 2 million had raked in such a fortune that even they couldn't help but feel envious. That was precisely why they wanted to acquire the Universe Home Film Company at a bargain price to make Suyu work for them for free. But they never expected Suyu to be so stubborn, determined to shatter like jade rather than be crushed like tiles. Then let's see what you've got. I'd love to see if you've got what it takes. Suyu sneered sarcastically before continuing. By the way, let me tell you straight, it won't be long before I release a new film to rake in massive profits across all major theaters. Then we'll see if you have the guts to block my new movie from hitting the big screen. With that, Suyu waved his hand dismissively. No need to see me out, gentlemen. Hearing Suyu's words, Wang Tengfei and Wang Tingchong's eyes twitched furiously with rage. Kid, you just wait. Since you insist on courting disaster, we'll grant you your wish. Your new movie will be gathering dust in some corner. Gritting their teeth, their words dripping with menace, they finally stormed off in fury. Once they were gone, the beautiful assistant Shenli, who had been waiting at the door, immediately stepped into the office. Mr. Su, you just kicked them out like that? Isn't that a bit risky? After all, with their connections, they could genuinely block the review process for our new film. Shenli couldn't help but speak up. Hearing her words, Suyu waves dismissively with a carefree smile. No problem. Let them play their games if they want. I'm more worried they don't have the capability. Besides, they don't have the authority to interfere with the new film I'm producing. With that, Suyu waved his hand, dismissing Shenli. Once Shenli had left, Suyu addressed the system directly. System, I want the movie script for all in. Ding. Host, please understand, all items and skills are obtained through random draws. This system does not accept custom requests from the host. Suyu paid no heed to the warning and issued his command. System, I want to draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the movie script for all in. Hearing the system's notification, Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile. System, not bad. Pretty sensible. Good girl. Ding. Host, please refrain from flattering yourself. Your ability to draw this item was purely luck. This system is ruthless. Additionally, please mind your tone when speaking. Avoid using phrases like, such a good boy. This system is not a dog. Suyu heard this surprisingly human-like side of the system and couldn't help but curve his lips upward again. However, he didn't tease the system further. Instead, he issued another command. System, continue the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the God-tier acting skill. Suyu's lips curved upward at the system's notification. Excellent. The God-tier acting skill came at just the right time. At this moment, Suyu felt thoroughly satisfied. In truth, the moment he drew the screenplay for All In, he had already begun contemplating the divine-tier acting skill. Finding Su Zhang and Huang Bo last time had been pure luck. Perhaps because their influence was substantial enough, there were two counterparts on Blue Star. But finding Blue Star's Wang Chuanjun? That was no easy feat. First, it was uncertain whether such a person even existed on Blue Star. Second, even if he did exist, Lan Xing simply didn't have the time to search for him. Getting the production of All In started must be prioritized immediately. After raking in over 200 million from Crazy Stone, he's gotten a taste for it. Making movies is damn profitable. Heh, let all in go on a rampage across Blue Star. Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile, his heart brimming with anticipation. After all, this was all in. On Earth, it shattered box office records with over 3.8 billion in earnings. Chapter 184, Anti-Fraud Public Service Announcement? I'm in. If All In could achieve such staggering box office success even on Earth, imagine what it could do on Blue Star, where entertainment options were scarce. Therefore, Suyu was filled with anticipation for the upcoming film he was about to shoot. Box office is one reason, but the main thing is this movie's theme aligns perfectly with the anti-fraud campaign they want to promote. Heh, this is the perfect way to partner with the authorities and get them to endorse my film project. Suyu stroked his chin, feeling confident. Once he secured that official partnership, Washing Brothers Film would have to think twice before stirring up trouble. After all, going against the authorities would spell doom even for commercial titans. Once the blade of politics is swung, no business tycoon or third-generation tycoon can stand in its way. Looks like I need to give old Zhao a call. Suyu stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his face as he thought this. With that thought, Suyu dialed a number. Meanwhile, at Hangzhou Police Headquarters. Bang! Commissioner Zhao, seated at the head of the conference table, slammed his fist down on the desk in fury. His gaze fixed fiercely on the latest fraud report, his face contorted with rage. These scammers have gotten way too brazen. If it weren't for the rule against interfering in other countries' internal affairs, I'd personally lead a team to wipe out those scam hubs. They have the blood of the Dragon Nation flowing through their veins, yet they hide overseas to prey on their own people. Damn them! Commissioner Zhao's face twisted with fury. In recent years, the internet has become increasingly sophisticated, providing criminals hiding overseas with convenient avenues for remote fraud. Unregulated and riddled with loopholes, these online channels have fueled the internet's unchecked growth, but they've also allowed it to develop in perverse ways. Fraudsters hiding abroad have seized upon these channels, exploiting them to perpetrate rampant online scams. In just a few short days, a large number of victims had fallen prey to online scams. This left Chief Zhao feeling utterly humiliated and furious. Seeing Director Zhao so enraged, the assembled officers sighed helplessly. They too, naturally despised online fraud with every fiber of their being. Over the years, not only the Hangzhou police but law enforcement agencies across the country have been conducting anti-fraud campaigns. But the worst flaw in human nature is that unless something actually happens to you, you'll never truly understand the pain. Some even arrogantly assume they're the lucky ones who'll slip through the net, immune to scammers' schemes. It is precisely this mindset that allows scammers to succeed time and again. They promote anti-fraud knowledge, but it only works if people listen. Unfortunately, perhaps due to overly monotonous formats, few truly take it to heart. Chief Zhao, we've done our best with anti-fraud campaigns, but the response has been lackluster. Sigh. That's right. Director Zhao, in this situation, we're truly at a loss. We're working hard on anti-fraud awareness, but it only works if people are willing to listen. At this point, the team members couldn't help but vent their frustrations. Hearing this, Director Zhao opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately let out only a helpless sigh. The team he led was entirely aligned with the fundamental interests of the general public. At the very least, they wouldn't do anything that went against the fundamental interests of the people. Therefore, he believed his officers were doing their utmost in anti-fraud awareness campaigns. But the crux of the matter was that this was nowhere near enough. Anti-fraud awareness campaigns required not only wholehearted dedication but also skill and strategy. Yet the defining trait of these officers is their straightforward honesty. They simply don't understand tactics. Making anti-fraud campaigns engaging enough for the public to accept and take seriously is incredibly difficult. Everyone, how is the progress on that anti-fraud video project I proposed last time? Any developments? Commissioner Zhao sighed and asked. However, upon hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, the assembled officers fell silent once more. To enhance anti-fraud efforts, the Hangzhou police had devised a strategy, producing anti-fraud awareness videos. To this end, the Hangzhou Police Department even allocated 100,000 yuan from their Stability Maintenance Fund as a reward. But the result was frustrating. No one had taken on the task. Commissioner Zhao, this anti-fraud video project hasn't made much progress. As you know, this type of video has a very niche audience. Trying to produce a quality anti-fraud video with just 100,000 yuan is incredibly difficult. That's why no one has stepped up to take on the task. Yeah. Director Zhao, getting this done is proving to be quite a challenge. The assembled officers all shook their heads in resignation and sighed. Seeing their reactions, Director Zhao felt a wave of helplessness himself. He knew his officers well. Regarding the anti-fraud awareness video, his team had truly given it their all. Unfortunately, the current situation was one of good intentions but insufficient capability. Just as Chief Zhao was deep in thought, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Zhao paused briefly before answering. Chief Zhao, I heard the Hangzhou police have been working on anti-fraud awareness campaigns lately. I even heard about a reward for the anti-fraud awareness video? How's it going? Smooth sailing? Suyu's voice came through the phone. Hearing Suyu's words, Director Zhao's face darkened involuntarily. He sighed helplessly and said, "You kid, don't rub salt in the wound. So, what brings you to call me? You're a big-time director now, the head honcho of a film company. I'm sure you wouldn't call me out of the blue. Of course, now that you're so successful, you wouldn't go and become a criminal, adding to our workload, would you?" He both admired and kept a wary eye on Suyu. Suyu was a talent. That was undeniably admirable. But Suyu was too unpredictable, he had to stay vigilant. If Suyu turned to crime, it would be an absolute headache for him. Director Zhao, what are you saying? I'm just an ordinary, honest person, how could I possibly become a criminal? Besides, do you really think I have what it takes to be one? On the other end of the line, Suyu heard Director Zhao's words and gave a helpless chuckle. After a moment of silence, Director Zhao spoke softly. I think you've got what it takes. Joking aside, with the skills Suyu possessed, it was too much to handle. If it weren't for the lack of evidence linking Suyu to any crimes, he would have had him arrested long ago. Suyu. Ahem, Director Zhao, this is someone who knows how to chat. Alright, no more beating around the bush. I'm here to discuss producing that anti-fraud awareness video. I've taken the job. Chapter 185, Courting Death? Destined to fail. Hearing Suyu's words, Director Zhao froze momentarily before perking up. Are you sure? Suyu, I'd really appreciate your help with this. To be honest, our bureau's been struggling with this issue lately. But let me be clear up front, anti-fraud awareness videos aren't exactly marketable. So if you're thinking of making money off this, I suggest you forget about it. The Hangzhou Police Department can only offer you a maximum of 100,000 yuan in reward funding. If you think it's worth it, then take it. At this point, Chief Zhao also felt that 100,000 yuan was indeed a bit low for Suyu to shoot an anti-fraud public service announcement. After hesitating for a moment, he continued. I'll personally add up to 50,000 yuan myself. On the other end of the line, Suyu smiled at this offer and replied. Let's stick with 100,000 yuan. Rest assured, what others can't handle, I can. Besides, who says making an anti-fraud video can't be profitable? I actually think this one could rake in billions at the box office. Ha ha. Commissioner Zhao. Fine. If you think it'll work, then it'll work. He didn't believe a single word of what Suyu said. A fraud prevention video raking in billions at the box office? He was daydreaming. Still, even though Director Zhao didn't believe it, he didn't call him out on it. After all, getting the anti-fraud video done would be the best outcome possible. At that moment, Suyu paused on the other end of the line before continuing. But there's one more thing I need to tell you. I recently crossed HaoShi Brothers Film Company. They'll likely sabotage the anti-fraud video I produce, making it difficult to get approved for release. If that delays your police work, I won't be able to help. Hearing this, Bureau Chief Zhao raised an eyebrow and waved his hand dismissively. Just shoot it. Don't worry about the approval process. This is the anti-fraud public service announcement the police want. Even if HaoShi Brothers had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare cause trouble. If they dare to play any dirty tricks they shouldn't, I'll have my men bring Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong to the station for a chat in no time. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, Suyu chuckled on the other end of the line and replied with satisfaction. Alright. Then it's settled. At that moment, at a certain film company in the universe. Now we have no worries about the future. After hanging up with Director Zhao, Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile. With Director Zhao's assurance, it was like holding a golden ticket for smooth sailing. If Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong dared to pull any tricks later, they'd be in for a world of trouble. After all, going against the police no matter how well connected these brothers were would spell trouble for them. Then it's time to officially start filming all in. Suyu's lips curved upward slightly. Soon after, the film company Cosmic Home released an announcement. Cosmic Home Film Company, at the invitation of the Hangzhou Police Department, our company will produce an anti-fraud awareness film tentatively titled All In. Stay tuned for more details. The moment this announcement dropped, it instantly sparked a frenzy of discussion among countless netizens. Holy crap! That's way too fast. Crazy Stone just left theaters, and now Suyu is already gearing up for a new film? Honestly, even a donkey in a production brigade wouldn't dare work this fast. Wait, why is Master Su suddenly making anti-fraud awareness films? Just the concept alone sounds boring. My gut tells me this new movie might flop. Hey, not so fast. Master Su's filmmaking skills are top-notch. Didn't everyone say Crazy Stone would bomb before it came out? Yet it still pulled in 260 million yuan at the box office. Who knows? This new one, All In, might just pull off another box office miracle. Ahem, OP, I'd say don't get your hopes up too high. While Crazy Stone was indeed a surprise hit, it at least aligned with market tastes. But this anti-fraud public service film? It screams educational documentary. Even dogs wouldn't watch that kind of movie. Exactly. I admit Su is a genius, but this is an anti-fraud public service film. I just don't believe he can pull off anything groundbreaking with this. Netizens erupted in heated discussion. As the heated discussion spread, related trending topics began appearing on Weibo. Hashtag contestant number 5 Suyu is making an anti-fraud film? Hashtag. Hashtag can All In repeat its box office miracle? Hashtag. Hashtag is Suyu being threatened by HaoShi Brothers Film Company, forcing him to switch to anti-fraud public service films? Hashtag. Hashtag could Suyu's legendary directorial journey come to an abrupt end? Hashtag. As the topic trended on Weibo, online discussions about Suyu and All In intensified. At HaoShi Brothers Film Television Company. That Su guy really doesn't know when to quit while he's ahead. He actually dares to go against us? To avoid us blocking his film's review process, he even went and shot some anti-fraud public service announcement? How laughable. Even with police backing, we can't sabotage his project now. But he won't make money from this movie either. Ha! I refuse to believe he can pull off anything special with a mere anti-fraud ad. Wang Tengfei sneered repeatedly. At that moment, Wang Tingcheng nodded in full agreement. Bro, you're absolutely right. That Su guy is going to lose his shirt this time. Making a movie about anti-fraud campaigns? Ha! If that thing doesn't bomb, that'd be a miracle. All In? You know what? That title fits his situation perfectly. He really is going all in now. Too bad gamblers only have one way out the dead end. Ha! What a fool. Hearing his younger brother's words, Wang Tengfei nodded with a knowing smile. You're right. That Su guy is a complete and utter fool. From here on out, we don't have to lift a finger. Just sit back and watch him crash and burn like a dog. Let's see how he manages to screw himself over. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the Hundredfold Return production team. Ha ha ha. It's truly divine intervention. This Suyu, he just can't go a day without digging his own grave. I was just pondering how to deal with him, but who knew this kid would cross HaoShi Brothers Film Company? Now, to avoid getting sabotaged by them, he's actually gone and signed on to star in some anti-fraud awareness film? TSK. Looks like he's afraid he's not losing fast enough. Ha! Director Zhang's wicked laughter echoed through the conference room. Chapter 186, Director Su, are you playing yourself? Upon learning Suyu had gone to film an anti-fraud awareness movie, Director Zhang was overjoyed. After all, these kinds of films usually rely on certain mandatory requirements to get off the ground. For instance, organizing screenings for elementary and middle school students, or employees from various departments. At the end of the day, this genre of film simply has no market appeal. Expecting audiences to voluntarily pay to see one? Pure fantasy. At that moment, Director Zhang could practically see Suyu crashing and burning spectacularly. Meanwhile, the other contestants were equally delighted by his misfortune. Suyu's previous film, Crazy Stone, had raked in 260 million yuan at the box office, leaving them all seething with envy. Each of them prided themselves as geniuses in venture capital, yet after pouring in massive amounts of capital, they'd only managed to scrape together a few million. But Suyu? He made over 200 million yuan from a film that cost less than 2 million yuan to produce. Compared to that, they were utterly crushed. This left each and every one of them seething with jealousy towards Suyu. Now that they'd learned Suyu was going to make this kind of anti-fraud awareness film, they were naturally delighted to see it happen. In their eyes, Suyu was bound to lose money this time. And right now, Erwin Cooper was the most excited of them all. Great. Is this how you want to play it? Suyu, now I'm really looking forward to seeing how you're going to turn things around. Erwin Cooper wore a look of amusement and cold laughter. Last time he'd poured in over 300 million, only to come away empty-handed and ended up losing 60 million. The incident had nearly left him with a psychological shadow. So now, Erwin Cooper was practically dreaming of seeing Suyu lose his shirt. Ideally, Suyu would lose his entire investment and end up drowning in debt. Now, learning that Suyu had gone to film an anti-fraud awareness movie, Erwin Cooper sensed his chance had arrived. He was utterly certain this time Suyu would lose his shirt. While everyone was buzzing with excitement over this news, Suyu had already begun preparations for the filming of All In. Apart from Suyu himself playing the lead role of Manager Lu, all other actors were cast by others. Notably, Suyu even gave roles to Su Zhang and Huang Bo. However, this time Suyu didn't cast them as leading roles. After all, neither Su Zhang nor Huang Bo were particularly suited to portray Pan Shang. It wasn't that their acting skills were lacking, but their appearances simply didn't possess the essence of a programmer. After a thorough casting process, Suyu finally secured all the roles. Truth be told, this casting process gave Suyu a real taste of what it means to be overwhelmed by choices, truly, an endless sea of options. The box office success of Crazy Stone had propelled numerous actors to stardom and elevated the acting skills of nearly every performer in the industry. This made more and more actors eager to star in Suyu's films. Some actors were even willing to take pay cuts just to be in his films. As they put it, appearing in Suyu's films wasn't about making money, it was about honing their craft. So they felt fortunate just to avoid paying tuition to Suyu. Why would they care about the paycheck? While Suyu finds their mindset baffling, he respects it. After all, reducing production costs is always the best outcome. Filming set. Everyone in position. 3, 2, 1. Action. With Suyu's command, the film all unofficially commenced shooting. The first scene wrapped up quickly. Suyu directed the actors' performances while overseeing the plot development for each scene. These actors selected through open auditions are truly exceptional. Suyu nodded approvingly as he watched the actors' scenes unfold. After the film Crazy Stone became a hit, many more actors came to audition. Naturally, he was doing his utmost to select the most suitable actors. Most of these actors possessed solid foundational skills, which saved him considerable effort. Therefore, he had originally thought that achieving a daily shooting progress of 5% would be decent, but now he discovered that the current progress had reached around 13%. This was truly remarkable. This time it's not me pushing the schedule, it's these actors being too good. Ha ha. Suyu couldn't help but boast a little. As filming progressed, Suyu's character, Manager Lu, soon made his debut. Initially, many actors were curious, even a bit skeptical, when they learned Suyu would play Manager Lu. While they all acknowledged Suyu's astonishing talent as a director and his highly professional guidance on their acting, they didn't think Suyu himself was that great at acting. After all, directing talent and acting skill weren't necessarily the same thing. Many directors could instruct others on how to act, yet their own acting skills were utterly hopeless. It's like how a novel editor can pontificate endlessly about writing techniques, yet when asked to write themselves, they become utterly clueless. So when Suyu took on the lead role of Manager Lu, they all secretly thought he was overreaching. Some even worried he might ruin the character. But soon enough, they realized something was off. They were stunned to see that Suyu's portrayal of Manager Lu didn't feel like acting at all. Instead, it felt like a real person stepping into the role. That gaze? It was the kind only a master con artist could possess. Moreover, many classic criminal gestures came effortlessly to Suyu. Notably, the actors opposite Suyu nearly broke down in tears multiple times. Especially the actress playing Anna, who was literally shaking from the intensity of Suyu's performance. Alright. That's a wrap for today. Everyone, take a break. Suyu smiled, looking at the cast as he announced. He was thoroughly satisfied with everyone's performances. At that moment, the actors, seeing this, all looked at Suyu with suspicious eyes. Ahem, why are you all staring at me like that? Suyu scratched his nose and couldn't help but ask. Director Su, did you ever do fraud? Director Su, could it be that Manager Lu is actually your real identity? The actors finally couldn't hold back their questions. Suyu, you're overthinking it. I'm just an honest, ordinary person, how could I be a fraud ringleader? Chapter 187, mind-blowing. That move was so sick. What do you do when your own actors suspect you're a scam leader? Waiting online. Suyu appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was freaking out. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble, but this situation was genuinely hard to explain. After all, when he activated the god-tier acting skill granted by the system earlier, he'd noticed a crucial flaw. Whenever he used this skill, it automatically assigned him a corresponding character template. In other words, at that very moment, he had become Manager Lu himself. In other words, if these actors guessed correctly, it really was Manager Lu performing in person just now. System, I suspect you're trying to get me arrested. Suyu couldn't help but curse inwardly. The system's gifts were indeed valuable. With this skill, he could essentially pull off any role convincingly. It was incredibly powerful. But the problem was, this thing was brutal. At that moment, in the 100-fold return livestream. Shock. That man is back. He's here. He's here. He's back with his con artist persona. Ha ha. Hilarious. Master Su is back. This move must have the Hangzhou police baffled. They asked him to film an anti-fraud public service announcement, but instead, Master Su transformed into a fraudster and starred in it himself. This is unbelievably brilliant. Who says otherwise? Who knows, maybe this time, while acting, Su the Great will actually land himself in jail. If it's just acting, that's one thing. What's truly scary is if it's not. Let's be honest, the way Su the Great acted just now was way too much like those scammers. Call for a thorough investigation. Investigate Suyu. At Hangzhou Police. Right now, the live stream's bullet comments are flying thick and fast. Especially after someone dropped that line, thoroughly investigate Suyu, the commenters below actually formed a line. They seemed determined to see Suyu behind bars today. Meanwhile, at the Hangzhou Police Bureau, officers were utterly bewildered. They exchanged peculiar glances at Bureau Chief Xiao, who sat at the head of the table, scratching his head one moment and furrowing his brow the next. Ahem, I'll look into this matter. Commissioner Zhao cleared his throat twice, breaking the awkward silence. Right now, it wasn't just his officers who were frustrated. Even he himself was utterly baffled. Who could have imagined that after assigning Suyu to film an anti-fraud public service announcement, he'd actually pull off a natural performance? As the chief of the Hangzhou Police Bureau, he was well aware of what fraud ringleaders look like and knew their signature gestures inside out. And clearly, everything Suyu had just done was hitting every single red flag. Thinking about it, Chief Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He laughed because Suyu had genuinely poured his heart into filming the anti-fraud video. That performance alone proved the content was a resounding success. But the crying part was that Suyu's current behavior made it hard not to suspect he was a genuine fraud ringleader. Suyu, you better not make this difficult for me. Commissioner Zhao sighed inwardly. If Suyu really was the mastermind behind the fraud ring, that would be a whole different ballgame. Having a fraud ringleader film an anti-fraud public service announcement. Just the thought of it made Director Zhao feel like he was in deep trouble. And given Suyu's bizarre abilities, if he really was a criminal, the Hangzhou police would have their hands full. Facing an opponent like that, who wouldn't be baffled? With that thought, Chief Zhao steeled himself and dialed Suyu's number. Filming location. Suyu glanced at the caller ID, his lips twitching slightly. His worst fears had come true. Hello, Director Zhao. What's up? Suyu hesitated for a moment before answering. He had no choice. Now that the Hangzhou police had him in their sights again, if he didn't find a way to clear things up, Suyu suspected his photos and files would end up in the Hangzhou Police Department's case files. Ahem, Suyu, I'm calling to briefly inquire, have you ever traveled to northern Myanmar for acting training? Commissioner Zhao asked with extreme tact on the other end of the line. Suyu. What the hell, training in acting in northern Myanmar? He just wants to ask if I've been running scams in northern Myanmar, right? Meanwhile, in the hundredfold return livestream. Ha! I'm dying laughing. Director Zhao sure knows how to be subtle. Did he really hone his acting skills in Myanmar? That's seriously impressive. Hilarious. Acting training? Sugod is clearly the big boss over in Myanmar. Honestly, Sugod's acting is too real. Doesn't feel staged at all. The betting's open. You think Su the god will get busted this time? Hey upstairs, I'll bet 50 cents. Master Su's definitely going to jail this time. Evilgrin.jpg. A measly 50 cents? You upstairs, do you look down on my god Su? I'll bet $5. If Su the Great ever ends up behind bars, everyone here deserves credit. Ha ha. The live stream viewers buzzed with heated discussion, flooding the chat with comments. Every single one of them was wicked. At that moment, hearing Director Zhao say that, Suyu felt his head was about to explode. This was getting really complicated. Commissioner Zhao, what you're saying? I'm an honest person. Why would I go to a place like northern Myanmar? You agree, right? Besides, I've never had any record of leaving the country. How could I possibly have any connection to northern Myanmar? I'm truly a good person. Suyu blurted out urgently. No way. If he actually went to the police station, he felt he'd likely become a suspect again in the eyes of the Hangzhou police. Ahem, Suyu, is there any possibility you snuck across the border? Commissioner Zhao on the other end of the line couldn't help but voice his suspicion. There was no other way. He certainly didn't want Suyu to have any real connection to northern Myanmar. But the problem now was that Suyu's acting was terrifyingly convincing. It didn't feel like acting at all. Meanwhile, viewers in the hundredfold return livestream were laughing themselves silly. Ha ha ha. This Director Zhao is a genius. Holy, could it be he snuck across the border? They're clearly suspecting Suyu smuggled himself into northern Myanmar to run a scam. Let's be honest, it's no wonder the Hangzhou police suspect Suyu. That acting was just too damn creepy. Nothing more to say. Congrats to Su the Great on his one-day prison tour. Wait, maybe he won't be coming back. First time seeing this happen. Su the Great is truly gifted. He acted himself into this mess. The livestream viewers all wore mischievous grins. At that moment, Suyu heard Chief Zhao's words and was utterly speechless. He replied, Commissioner Zhao, I don't think that's possible. I really haven't been to northern Myanmar. Chapter 188, back in the station this time, there might be no escape? Suyu was utterly speechless at this point. What did he mean? Is it possible he snuck into northern Myanmar? They might as well carve the word suspect right on his forehead. Seeing Suyu like this, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but laugh. He's freaking out. He's freaking out. Ha ha. Seeing Suyu desperately defending himself like this is seriously hilarious. Let's be honest, it's totally understandable why Suyu's acting like this. After all, with his acting skills, if he doesn't come up with some kind of defense, he'll never be able to explain himself later. On the other end of the line, Director Zhao fell silent upon hearing Suyu's words. Personally, he truly hoped Suyu had no connection to northern Myanmar and was willing to believe his words. But he represented the Hangzhou police force. He couldn't base his actions on personal feelings alone. Evidence was required. Ahem, Suyu, why don't you swing by the police station when you have time? Rest assured, as long as you're innocent, the Hangzhou police will give you a proper explanation. We won't let others misunderstand you, right? Commissioner Zhao pondered for a moment before finally speaking thus. To be perfectly honest, he really didn't want to handle it this way. But there was no choice. What Suyu possessed was genuinely too bizarre. Take his performance this time, it was identical to a genuine Myanmar-based fraud ringleader. It didn't feel staged at all. That performance was truly hard to judge. Su Yu. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao say that, he understood. Given the current situation, he'd have no choice but to cooperate with the police investigation, otherwise, this matter would likely never be resolved. After all, the internet was already abuzz with speculation, effectively equating him with the Myanmar-based fraud ringleader. Without the Hangzhou police stepping in to clarify things, he'd never be able to clear his name. Alright, I'll head over shortly to cooperate with your investigation. Su Yu's lips twitched slightly as he spoke. Su Yu ultimately went to the Hangzhou police to cooperate with the investigation. Meanwhile, online discussions about the incident instantly skyrocketed. #shocking. Contestant number 5 Su Yu's impersonation of a fraud master was too real, he's now in police custody. Hashtag counting Su Yu's bizarre skills. Hashtag Su Yu's visit to the police station might not end well. Hashtag. Related trending topics on Weibo appeared in no time. Su Yu's popularity is absolutely unrivaled right now. Any minor stir he makes instantly lands him on trending topics. And beneath these trending topics, netizens are actively commenting. This isn't the first time Su Yu's been to the police station. Let's be honest, these days, acting can be unconventional, but it can't be downright bizarre. Who would have thought that when God Su played a fraud ringleader, he ended up getting himself arrested? Exactly. That said, Su Yu's acting is seriously on point. Man, just one look from him was enough to leave his co-stars speechless. Seriously, acting opposite Su Dashi must be a wild ride. You never know if he'll actually kidnap you to northern Myanmar for a scam next moment. Guys, if you keep talking like this, I think Su will have a hard time avoiding jail. Laughing so hard I'm dying. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, in the executive meeting room of the Hundredfold Return production team. Oomph. This Su guy just can't go a day without stirring up trouble. He's managed to land himself in the police station again. But that's fine. Best if that kid ends up behind bars. Director Zhang's face twisted into a cold sneer. Learning that Su Yu had been summoned by the police to assist with an investigation not for his acting, but because his performance felt more like a true-to-life portrayal, Director Zhang was overjoyed. Last time, Su Yu's film Crazy Stone raked in 260 million yuan, which had infuriated him to no end. In the end, he even got chewed out by the higher-ups at Tianjuan Company. This incident had left Director Zhang seething with resentment ever since. Now, seeing Su Yu summoned to the police station for questioning, Director Zhang secretly wished Su Yu would never come out alive. Meanwhile, the two founders of HaoShi Brothers Film Company were equally thrilled. Bro, this Su guy just can't stop digging his own grave. He actually got himself dragged into the police station over his acting skills. Wang Tingchong sneered with a look of mockery and amusement. This is what you call divine intervention. That kid wouldn't budge no matter what we tried. We wanted to buy his film company cheap, but he shut us out completely. He even went and filmed an anti-fraud public service announcement to avoid our control. Oomph. But he never imagined the consequence of his actions. He achieved nothing and ended up playing himself right into the police station. Best if that kid never gets out for the rest of his life. Wang Tingfei narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly at his younger brother Wang Tingchong's words. When it came to Su Yu, both Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong wished he'd just disappear for good. After all, the memory of being shut out by Su Yu last time still rankled deeply within them. It was no secret that whenever these two brothers set their sights on promising new film and television companies, they almost always reaped huge rewards. These fledgling film companies dared not challenge them, nor did they possess the capability to do so. Their connections alone at HaoShi Brothers Film could make rivals beg for mercy on their knees. But Su Yu? He had the audacity to openly defy them. Later, to avoid being controlled by them, he even went and filmed an anti-fraud public service announcement. It's safe to say that move by Su Yu absolutely infuriated the brothers. After all, let's be clear, if Su Yu had made an actual anti-fraud film, even with all their connections, HaoShi Brothers wouldn't dare mess with it. Are you kidding? That anti-fraud video was commissioned by the Hangzhou Police Department. If anyone dared mess with that, even the brothers themselves would be in deep trouble. Precisely because of this, the Wang brothers Tingfei and Tingchong harbored a deep, seething hatred for Su Yu. After all, this was the first time they'd ever been completely powerless against a youngster. But now things were different. Learning that Su Yu ended up in the police station because of his acting skills, they were laughing their heads off. Moreover, just like those netizens, they genuinely believed Su Yu's acting might not be acting at all, it could very well be him playing himself. Though the Wang brothers, Tingfei and Tingchong, both disliked Su Yu, they couldn't help but admire his acting skills. When Su Yu played Manager Lu, the character's gaze and movements were just too damn intense. Chapter 189, Officer, I was really acting. At that moment, even the Wang brothers, Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong, were intimidated by Su Yu's aura as a con artist. Precisely because of this, both brothers felt that this time, Su Yu might very well end up behind bars. At that thought, the brothers couldn't help but let out another wicked chuckle. After all, if that happened, they'd have a field day watching the show. Meanwhile, over at the other contestants. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. This is fantastic. As soon as he stepped out of a game studio, Erwin Cooper heard some news that thrilled him to no end. Suyu had been summoned to the police station for questioning and might not be coming out anytime soon. This news couldn't have been better for Erwin Cooper. Remember, last time he got thoroughly beaten by Suyu. He'd risked everything, pouring in over 300 million, only to end up not making a single penny and losing over 60 million instead. Meanwhile, Suyu had managed to net a whopping 260 million yuan with a production budget of less than 2 million. This matter had been stuck in Erwin Cooper's mind like a thorn. For Erwin Cooper, it was the most devastating setback of his career. Here he was, a genius in venture capital, only to be utterly humiliated by this self-taught upstart Suyu. The blow was devastating. So much so that he had to seek out a psychologist just to steady his nerves. Now, having finally regained his composure, he was laying out his next entrepreneurial move, investing in the mobile gaming industry. The entire process went smoothly, with Erwin Cooper fully demonstrating his prowess and capabilities as a venture capital genius. Ultimately, he secured the partnership with the other party without a hitch. But what Erwin Cooper hadn't anticipated was that immediately after completing his next entrepreneurial move, he received the good news that Suyu had been summoned to the police station for questioning. Perhaps this is what the Dragon Kingdom calls good things come in pairs? Suyu, oh Suyu. This time, I will make you understand the true power of Erwin Cooper. Erwin Cooper curled his lips, his eyes brimming with cold laughter and arrogance. In his view, by shifting his investment strategy toward the mobile gaming industry, he was certain to crush Suyu. After all, as a genius in venture capital, his very first fortune had been made in mobile gaming. Now, returning to his roots, he was certain he wouldn't lose to Suyu. Moreover, Erwin Cooper didn't believe for a second that Suyu could produce another blockbuster like Crazy Stone. Su, I was actually planning to use the money I make from this mobile game venture to show you the gap between a venture genius like me and an ordinary person like you. Too bad, you'll probably struggle to even get out of jail. Ha! In this showdown, you've lost like a dog. Erwin Cooper smacked his lips, his face brimming with amusement. At this moment, Hangzhou Police Department. Chief Xiao, you've been staring at me for over 10 minutes now. I truly have never been to northern Myanmar, and I'm certainly not some fraud ringleader. That whole thing earlier was just me acting. It just happened to be a bit convincing. I really was acting. Suyu scratched his nose, looking utterly helpless. Ever since he entered the police station, Chief Xiao and his officers had been staring at Suyu without blinking. Man, their expressions practically screamed, "We suspect you're the Myanmar scammer ringleader." This left Suyu utterly speechless. Ahem, Suyu, the records here show you've never visited any border cities, let alone crossed the border. So, from that perspective, you do appear to have no connection to the Myanmar-based fraud ring. However, one thing puzzles me, why are you so familiar with the hand gestures used by those Myanmar-based fraudsters? Also, could you describe your mental state while playing the role of Manager Liu? Bureau Chief Zhao flipped through the files on his desk for a moment before looking up at Suyu. Suyu. How was he supposed to explain this? When he activated his god-tier acting skill, the system instantly generated the Manager Liu character template. It was as if he'd been possessed by the character the instant he chose to embody it. Certain mannerisms, expressions, and even speech patterns would emerge effortlessly. It would be strange if he didn't pull it off convincingly. But obviously, none of this could be revealed. Commissioner Zhao, let's just say I'm a natural-born talent. I'm self-taught when it comes to acting. But I must stress again, I have absolutely no connection to that Myanmar-based fraud ringleader. I'm innocent. You can't possibly suspect me of being a fraud boss just because I'm a good actor, right? Suyu opened his eyes and blurted out the lie. After all, he couldn't reveal anything about the system. Hearing Suyu's words, Director Zhao's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell kind of extraordinary talent is this? So your innate talent is actually in playing the role of a scam boss. That's some truly brutal talent. Fine. Based on our current investigation, we haven't found any connection between you and the fraud ringleader in northern Myanmar. At the very least, we have no evidence pointing to your involvement in the fraud case. So, you're free to go now. But there's one thing I have to mention, Suyu. Next time you play the role of a fraud ringleader, could you tone down your acting a bit? Of course, it's not that your acting is bad, it's just that it's a bit too intense. It might scare the audience. Of course, this is just a suggestion. You don't have to take it. Commissioner Zhao shook his head and looked at Suyu. To ensure fairness and credibility in the investigation, Director Zhao had presented various pieces of evidence. These records clearly showed that Suyu had never left the country. Therefore, any claims linking Suyu to the Myanmar-based fraud ring were pure rumor. The only thing that raised suspicion, ultimately, was Suyu's acting being too terrifying. It always made people feel like he wasn't just acting. But police investigations demanded evidence. They couldn't possibly arrest and convict Suyu just because he played the villain too convincingly, could they? Meanwhile, in the Hundredfold Return livestream. Ha ha. I see Chief Xiao has a sense of humor. That line about toning down the acting was seriously on point. Exactly. Everyone else worries about not acting convincing enough, but with Suyu, it's the opposite. Chapter 190, finished early, mobile game versus movie. Suyu, director, how do you play a villain? Director, just tone down your usual self a bit. You upstairs, you get the inside joke. Honestly, Su God's acting is truly legendary. Never seen anyone get arrested for being too convincing in a role. Though it's kinda hilarious, it just proves how insanely talented Su God really is. Exactly. I bet Suyu will trend on Weibo again with this performance. After all, his acting is nothing short of legendary. The live stream viewers buzzed with discussion. After cooperating with the Hangzhou police investigation, Suyu signed his name and left the station. No way. If he could have avoided it, he really wouldn't have come here. The worst part? This wasn't the first time the police had suspected him of being a criminal. System, sooner or later, you're gonna get me locked up to work the sewing machine. Suyu couldn't help but vent. Ding. Rest assured, host. Even if you end up behind bars, this system will grant you escape skills, guaranteeing you'll go viral across the entire internet. Suyu. System, you're brutal. Absolutely brutal. Goddamn escape skills. Damn it, the system was clearly pushing him down a path of no return. If he ever actually used the skills the system gave him, he'd never have to worry about a thing for the rest of his life. After all, he'd be eating off the state's dime. With fragrant chicken wings over rice every day, what else could he possibly want? Just as Suyu was rendered speechless by the system's antics, the internet was buzzing with discussions about his acting skills. Let's be real, Su God's acting is seriously next level. He deserves an Oscar. Exactly. The police investigation proves it was all an act. That's some seriously strong acting. He played the fraud ringleader so convincingly. Su God is clearly a genius in the scam industry. It's a shame he's not actually running scams. Hey, upstairs, I seriously suspect you want Su to go operate a sewing machine. But honestly, I'm more curious now, will Sudashi's movie All In become a hit? I mean, just based on that acting alone, it's absolutely top-notch. Let's be real, bro upstairs, I think you're way overthinking this. While Su's acting is undeniably top-notch, I still think this movie will flop. At its core, it's just an anti-fraud public service announcement. Films like this are usually boring educational pieces. Nobody's going to watch that. +1 to the above. Sure, Su's last flick Crazy Stone was a miracle, but strictly speaking, its success was somewhat accidental. Plus, that movie at least hit a market demand. This one, All In, is positioned as an anti-fraud public service announcement. It's basically doomed to bomb. Netizens chattered away in a flurry of opinions. As for Suyu's acting skills, netizens were now thoroughly impressed. But even so, they still didn't believe his new film All In would be a box office hit. After all, in their view, being confined to the anti-fraud educational film genre inherently capped its potential. How could such a film possibly gain market acceptance? Meanwhile, Suyu paid no attention whatsoever to the online debates about whether All In would be a box office hit. After all, the moment he drew the script for All In from the system, he had absolute certainty this film would become a massive hit. Remember, this film had already grossed 3.8 billion yuan at the box office on Earth. On Blue Star, its box office would only be higher, not lower. Thus, over the next few days, Suyu remained immersed in the chaos of the film set. After witnessing Suyu's astonishing acting skills, the actors grew increasingly impressed with him. After all, they had initially assumed Suyu's talent lay solely in directing, that he was only suited to guiding their performances, essentially someone who talked the talk but couldn't walk the walk. While such directing skills deserved their respect, they hadn't been overly impressed. But after witnessing Suyu's own acting prowess, they were all utterly stunned. Who could have imagined Suyu's acting would be so terrifying? It didn't feel like acting at all. Precisely because of this, not a single actor dared to cause trouble during filming. They all gave their utmost effort to cooperate fully. And just like that, 10 days slipped by unnoticed. And today marked the wrap day for the film All In. Who would have thought this film could achieve such an astonishing shooting schedule? I never intended to rush the filming schedule like this, but these actors are just too cooperative. Suyu scratched his nose, unable to resist a bit of self-deprecating humor. After all, compared to Crazy Stone, All In required far more shots and posed significantly greater filming challenges. This fact was also evident in the production budget. The production cost for this film was over 40 million. That's right, compared to the 80 million spent on the original Earth production of All In, Suyu had slashed the remake's budget by over half. This was partly because he played the key role of manager Liu himself, and partly because other actors voluntarily took pay cuts to work under his direction. All things considered, Suyu not only finished filming All In ahead of schedule but also slashed the production costs by more than half. Bottom line, he made a killing. Meanwhile, over at the other contestants' side. Just like Suyu, the other contestants had also laid out their next moves. After all, these contestants were bona fide geniuses in entrepreneurial investment. When it came to strategic planning, they certainly held their own. Especially Erwin Cooper lately, his mood had been nothing short of fantastic. The mobile gaming industry he had invested in was progressing smoothly on all fronts. It was now ready to officially launch on app stores and start raking in the cash. Ha, Su, let's see how you compare to me this time. The game developed by that mobile studio I invested in is valued at over 300 million. Ha! I bet your anti-fraud public service announcement couldn't possibly rake in that much. Erwin Cooper's face twisted into a cold sneer. Chapter 191, Effortless Dominance, Fengku's Confidence. Erwin Cooper was in an exceptionally good mood right now. In his eyes, Suyu was destined to be crushed beneath his feet. After all, he was absolutely brimming with confidence about that mobile game. It was practically a certainty that the game would rake in over 300 million. As for Suyu's side, Erwin Cooper was utterly certain Suyu was about to lose his shirt this time. A mere anti-fraud awareness film? How could anyone possibly believe such a movie would be a blockbuster? This time, I'll make everyone witness the astonishing entrepreneurial investment prowess of Erwin Cooper. Erwin Cooper's lips curled into a smirk, his heart brimming with arrogance. Meanwhile, at HaoShi Brothers Cinema Company. Bro, the two films our company produced just wrapped up filming. They're scheduled to hit theaters in 3 days. These films were personally directed by renowned directors Fengku and Erton Shang. Box office projections are at least around 1 billion. Do you think we should adjust the release dates for these films? Wang Tingchong turned to his brother, Wang Tingfei, and asked. Although HaoShi Brothers Film Company often leveraged their connections to suppress emerging film companies, one thing couldn't be denied: HaoShi Brothers Film Company was indeed very powerful. At the very least, they boasted a roster of highly capable and talented contracted actors and collaborating directors. Among their collaborators, the most formidable were undoubtedly the renowned directors Fengku and Erton Shang. Even Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingshon, the brothers themselves, held these two renowned directors in high regard for their craftsmanship. That's precisely why Wang Tingshon, upon learning that Fengku and Erduanxing's film had wrapped production and would soon hit major cinemas, rushed excitedly to tell his older brother Wang Tingfei. Upon hearing his brother's news, Wang Tingfei's eyes lit up. Tenchong, didn't that kid named Su finish shooting his movie too? Do you know when his film is scheduled to premiere? Wang Tingchong paused for a moment before replying. Bro, I know that his movie opens tomorrow. But that doesn't seem to have anything to do with us, does it? Hearing this, Wang Tingfei shook his head and sneered. Tingchong, you're being far too naive. Of course it matters. That kid had the nerve to shut us brothers out last time, then pulled some stunt making some anti-fraud propaganda film. Now we can't even lay a finger on him. How could we brothers just let that go? Since that brat's movie premieres tomorrow, we'll sabotage its release. Let our company's movie compete for screenings with his. I'll make sure that kid's film flops so badly his own mother won't recognize it. In the end, Wang Tingfei's lips curled upward, his eyes gleaming with a sinister smirk. Suyu had shut him out last time, and that had left Wang Tingfei seething ever since. Now that an opportunity for revenge presented itself, Wang Tingfei was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, Wang Tingfei was utterly confident that if he used their company's two films to sabotage Suyu's all-in, victory would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. At this, Wang Tingchong's eyes lit up. He exclaimed with delight. Exactly. This is the perfect chance to get back at that Su kid. Using our company's two commercial films to counter that kid's anti-fraud propaganda-style movie? That'd be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Great. Excellent. Bro, I'll go arrange the release dates right now. With that, Wang Tingchong set off to handle the matter. After all, the humiliation he suffered last time had left Wang Tingchong harboring no less resentment toward Suyu than his brother did. Now that his brother had suggested a way to get back at Suyu, Wang Tingchong could almost see Suyu getting thoroughly humiliated. Naturally, Wang Tingchong couldn't wait to get downstairs and make the arrangements. But just then, Wang Tingfei waved him down and spoke. Hold off on arranging that for now. Go fetch Fengku and Erduanxing immediately. Before we proceed, we need to confirm whether they have a solid chance of defeating that Su kid. Though I believe this is a sure thing, don't forget that Su is genuinely unorthodox. Last time, he snagged the film Crazy Stone for under 2 million, and wouldn't you know it, that movie ended up raking in 260 million yuan at the box office. So before we decide to target that kid's film tomorrow, we need to know exactly how confident Fengku and Erduanxing are about beating that Su guy. No matter what, this operation must be flawless. We need to take him down the moment we move. At this point, Wang Tingfei narrowed his eyes. He hated Suyu intensely, wishing the guy dead. After witnessing the astonishing box office success of Crazy Stone, Wang Tingfei had to admit Suyu was genuinely unnervingly effective. Therefore, to ensure they could deliver a fatal blow to Suyu, he felt it was necessary to get a clear picture of the situation. Hearing Wang Tingfei's words, Wang Tingchong nodded in agreement. Even Wang Tingchong couldn't help but grow cautious when considering Suyu's situation. After all, Suyu's peculiarity was something everyone could see. Now, the entire internet knew that Suyu was incredibly unorthodox. Before long, Fengku and Erduanxing arrived. Mr. Fei, what brings you here? Fengku's hoarse, deep voice rang out as he looked at Wang Tingfei. Though Elton Shang remained silent, he too fixed Wang Tingfei with the same intense gaze. Wang Tingfei nodded in response and spoke. Director Feng, Director Air, I'm sure you've heard about that Suyu guy? I'll be honest with you, that kid really rubs me the wrong way. So when his movie premieres tomorrow, I want to use your two directors' films to take him down. My reason for bringing you both here is simple. I want to ask if you're confident you can outdo that kid's film? Hearing Wang Tingfei's words, Feng Ku and Er Dansheng exchanged a glance, both breaking into amused smiles. Mr. Fei, go ahead and stir things up. He's just a greenhorn. The films Erton and I make could easily outshine his. Feng Ku declared with brimming confidence. Chapter 192, Taking Down Suyu, Big Trouble Ahead? After learning of Wang Tingfei's plan and concerns, Feng Ku laughed. In his view, Wang Tingfei's worries were completely unnecessary. Regarding Crazy Stone's 260 million yuan box office haul, Feng Ku had certainly heard about it. Admittedly, even Feng Ku had to concede that Suyu possessed remarkable directing talent. But even so, Feng Ku still didn't take Suyu too seriously. After all, he had directed films that grossed 260 million yuan. He'd even directed films that grossed even higher. In his eyes, Suyu was at best a gifted director, while he himself was a genuine heavyweight in the industry. At that moment, Elton Shang beside him also gave a proud smile, turning to Wang Tingfei and saying, Mr. Wang, just go ahead and do what you want. The film's director Feng and I produce will crush that kid named Su tenfold. That Suyu is nothing more than a clever little upstart. But compared to the films directed by me and director Feng, he's just a greenhorn who doesn't even belong at the table. Like Feng Ku, Erton Shang was a deafening presence in the directorial world. In Erton Shang's eyes, Suyu's achievements were utterly insignificant compared to his own. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With both of you backing me up, I can finally relax completely. This time, I'll make sure that Su Gai gets kicked out of the industry in disgrace. Wang Tingfei's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Feng Ku and Er Dansheng's words. After all, he'd been seething ever since Suyu shut him out last time. He longed to crush Suyu beneath his feet, ensuring Suyu never had a chance to rise again. That was precisely why he'd planned to use the films directed by Feng Ku and Er Dansheng to take down Suyu. Hearing their confident words now, Wang Tingfei was thrilled beyond measure. In his eyes, sabotaging Suyu's box office success was now a piece of cake. After all, he had complete faith in Feng Ku and Er Dansheng's directorial skills. Over the years, Feng Ku and Er Dansheng had earned their HaoShi Brothers Film Company a fortune. In his mind, their directorial skills far surpassed Suyu's. At that moment, Feng Ku and Elton Shang exchanged a glance, both wearing mischievous grins. The chance to put Suyu in his place was something they were more than happy to seize. After all, no matter how you looked at it, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy toward Suyu's directorial talent. Though they were now renowned directors, they had once struggled and clawed their way up in the industry during their youth. Yet Suyu? His very first film became an instant blockbuster. How could Feng Ku and Erton not seethe with envy at such a turn of events? Having endured their own hardships, they certainly didn't want this newcomer, Suyu, to fare better than them. On the contrary, they both wished for Suyu to suffer as much as possible, only then could their hearts find balance. Soon after, HaoShi Brothers Film Television's verified Weibo account issued an announcement. HaoShi Brothers Film Television, following a unanimous decision at our company meeting, director Feng Ku's film Spring Festival Isn't Stupid and director Er Dansheng's film Landing in a Box will officially premiere tomorrow in major theaters nationwide. We cordially invite all movie fans to come and watch. The moment this announcement dropped, the internet exploded. Holy crap! Both Feng and Erton's movies are releasing tomorrow? This is way too sudden. +1. This is clearly targeting Suyu. Right after he announced his new film All In would premiere tomorrow, HaoShi Brothers drops this. Who'd believe it's not intentional? It's confirmed. HaoShi Brothers Pictures is absolutely targeting him. Thinking about it now, Suyu is really suffering. His film's genre was already at a disadvantage, and now it's being ambushed. This time, his movie is almost certainly going to bomb. You can say that again. But seriously, this kind of targeting is totally in line with HaoShi Brothers' usual tactics. Exactly. Over the years, so many up-and-coming film companies have been crushed by HaoShi Brothers. In my opinion, Suyu is in real trouble this time. +1 to the above. Suyu's film is already at a huge disadvantage due to its subject matter, and now it's being deliberately targeted. This is just too tough. I wouldn't be so sure. What if Suyu's new film gets lucky and rakes in box office numbers as high as Crazy Stone? Dude, you're getting way ahead of yourself. Crazy Stone's massive success was largely down to sheer luck. For Suyu to make a film that rivals Crazy Stone in quality is incredibly difficult. And even if his new film All In manages to pull in 260 million yuan, he's up against two renowned directors, this time Feng Xiaojiang and Er Dao. Their directing skills are leagues above last time's Chen Dasheng and Lu Fei. Yeah, you're right. Looks like Suyu's going to take a tumble this time. Countless netizens buzzed with speculation. In their eyes, HaoShi Brothers Pictures' targeted campaign meant Suyu's new film was destined to flop. After all, HaoShi Brothers Pictures had brought in two renowned directors, Feng Ku and Er Dansheng, to take aim at Suyu. Under these circumstances, it was incredibly difficult for Suyu to survive in such a tight spot. Cosmos Home Film Company. Mr. Su, bad news. Breaking news, Washing Brothers Pictures has scheduled the release dates for films by renowned directors Fong Koo and Shang for tomorrow as well. The way they're positioning this, it's clearly an intentional attempt to sabotage our new film, All In. What should we do now? Should we change our release date? Otherwise, with both films hitting theaters simultaneously, our new movie's box office performance could suffer significantly. The beautiful assistant, Chen Li, rushed in to report the news. Upon hearing the news, her heart sank instantly. While she now held great admiration for Suyu's directing skills, this time their opponents were no ordinary rivals. It was none other than the renowned directors Fong Koo and Shang. Chapter 193, Will the new movie flop? Just how formidable were the directing skills of Fong Koo and Shang? It could be said that their directing skills were light years ahead of Chen Dashang and Lu Fei. Precisely because of this, upon learning of the situation, even Chen Li, who had already been deeply impressed by Suyu's directing skills, couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. In Chen Li's view, the only way to salvage the situation was to delay the release date of All In to avoid being ambushed by the competition. But upon hearing this, Suyu merely waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. No need to worry. Proceed exactly as planned. The release date for All In is set for tomorrow. If they want to go head-to-head with us, let them try. Heh, and who says we're bound to lose? Maybe in the end, it'll be Washing Brothers Film Company that ends up humiliated and defeated? As he spoke, a playful smile curved the corners of Suyu's mouth. When it came to All In, Suyu had absolute confidence. After all, even on Earth, this film had achieved a staggering 3.8 billion yuan at the box office. Now that it was being released on Blue Star, All In was bound to rake in even more. Suyu couldn't care less about his opponents trying to take on this film. He was actually amused. After all, in a sense, Washing Brothers Pictures was essentially courting disaster. Facing a film that raked in 3.8 billion yuan on Earth, how many movies could even come close? Hearing Suyu's words, his beautiful assistant Chen Li opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately found herself speechless. In her view, Suyu's current state bordered on overconfidence verging on arrogance. After all, their opponents this time were none other than the renowned directors Fong and two heavyweights in the industry. Even if All In managed to luck into a 260 million yuan box office haul, it still wouldn't be worthy of competing against directors Fong and After all, both of these renowned directors had previously helmed films that grossed over 1 billion yuan. All right. Chen Li shook her head and sighed. Although she didn't entirely agree with Suyu's insistence on not changing the release date for All In, since Suyu had already made his decision, she had no choice but to comply. After Chen Li left, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Washing Brothers Film Company? Oof. This time, you're asking for trouble. A faint smirk touched Suyu's lips as he sneered coldly. After all, the maximum box office revenue major cinema chains could generate was around 6 billion yuan. If his film All In ultimately surpassed 5 billion yuan at the box office, then similarly, Washing Brothers Film Company would only get a maximum of 1 billion yuan in revenue sharing. Given this, it was practically certain that Washing Brothers Film Company would lose money on this production. After all, Fong Koo and Shang, two renowned directors, had a habit of casting extremely famous actors in their films. Among them are even award-winning leading actors and actresses. Admittedly, casting such actors does provide a certain level of assurance against box office flops. But the problem is, with actors of this caliber, their salaries start at 100 million yuan. As a result, the production cost for a single film easily reaches 3 or 400 million yuan. And for a film produced at such a high cost to turn a profit, it needs to rake in at least 700 to 800 million yuan at the box office. But now, they're facing direct competition from the film All In, which is releasing at the same time. Given this situation, the box office revenue for their film will barely reach 400 to 500 million yuan at best. TSK, this is ING guaranteed to lose money like crazy. At this thought, Suyu's face lit up with amusement. Given the current situation, Washing Brothers Film Company was practically guaranteed to take a loss this time around. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the hundredfold return production team. Ha ha. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Suyu, who'd have thought you'd make such powerful enemies? Well, this is just great. Your new film is about to get ambushed by Washing Brothers Pictures. And this time, your opponents are none other than Fong Koo and Shang, two renowned directors. Ha! I refuse to believe your new film won't lose money under the onslaught of movies produced by these two big names? Director Zhang's face was etched with a cold, amused smile. After seeing the announcement from Washing Brothers Film Company, director Zhang was absolutely overjoyed. In his view, Suyu was completely finished this time. After all, the ones taking action this time were Fong Koo and Shang, two renowned directors. In the Dragon Country film industry, Fong Koo and Shang were absolute heavyweights. Many directors, upon learning that a film by these two renowned directors was about to be released, would proactively choose to delay their own film's release. Otherwise, if their films were targeted by these two big directors, the box office results would be nothing short of disastrous. Now, in director Zhang's view, Suyu's upcoming film was destined for equally disastrous box office results so bad it wouldn't even recognize its own mother. Meanwhile, over at the other contestants. Upon learning that Suyu's new film had been targeted by HaoShi Brothers Pictures, the contestants were overjoyed. Especially Erwin Cooper. He just received word from the mobile game studio that their newly developed game had entered testing and everything was going smoothly. Now, hearing that Suyu's new film was about to be ambushed by HaoShi Brothers Pictures, he couldn't stop grinning. Suyu, this time you're really done for. Ha, just as expected. No one can stay lucky forever. Besides, with your habit of rubbing everyone the wrong way, if you don't go down, who will? This time, you're destined to lose big. This time, I'll crush you underfoot and show you what a true entrepreneurial investment genius looks like. Erwin Cooper's face was twisted with amusement and scorn. In that moment, he could already envision the box office failure of Suyu's new film. After all, even he, Erwin Cooper, had heard the names of Fong Ku and Elton Shang, two renowned directors. It could be said that Fong Ku and Elton Shang weren't just famous in the Dragon Country film industry, even on the international stage, they held considerable renown. Chapter 194, Suyu's Confidence. Precisely because of this, in Erwin Cooper's eyes, Suyu was about to take a massive tumble. This time, I will make the entire internet witness my astonishing entrepreneurial investment talent. Erwin Cooper thought with brimming arrogance. Having been outmaneuvered by Suyu last time, Cooper had been seething with frustration ever since. It could be said that he had been waiting for this moment, this chance to redeem himself and reclaim every shred of lost dignity. And now, finally, everything he had yearned for and anticipated was finally about to come to fruition. At this thought, Erwin Cooper could no longer contain the excitement surging within him. Soon, the next day arrived. And today, all the major theaters were bustling with activity. After all, 3 films were premiering today. Moreover, each of these films was directed by a renowned filmmaker. One was Fong Ku. Another is Elton Shang. Films by these 2 renowned directors always draw massive attention from movie fans. Meanwhile, Suyu has emerged as the biggest dark horse in the directorial scene this year. His low-budget film Crazy Stone raked in 260 million yuan at the box office. This achievement alone earns Suyu the title of the year's biggest dark horse in the directorial world. And that's precisely why so many fans are paying attention to this news today. But the most surprising development is the screening schedules announced by major cinema chains. Following a meeting among major chains, they decided to allocate identical screenings for all 3 films. This move has only intensified the public's fascination with the situation. After all, with identical screenings, it will be crystal clear which film reigns supreme. So, which of these 3 films do you think will claim the title of opening day box office champion? I think director Feng's film has the highest probability of winning the opening day box office crown. After all, director Feng's directing skills have always been a notch above director Er's. I disagree. While Feng's directing skills are undeniable, the subject matter of his film Spring Festival Isn't Stupid puts it at a slight disadvantage. It's entirely possible Er might snatch the opening day box office crown instead. Speaking of which, are you guys so sure Suyu won't take the opening day box office crown? After all, he's the biggest dark horse in this year's director scene. What if this film all in turns out to be amazing? Bro, do you even believe what you're saying? Let me tell you straight, that scenario is completely impossible. While I'd love to see Suyu pull off another box office miracle, hope is one thing and reality is another. There's no denying Suyu's directing skills are impressive, but compared to established heavyweights like Fong and Er, he still falls short by a mile. Yeah, you're right. Even though I'm rooting for Suyu, honestly, the current situation is really stacked against him. The film's genre is already at a disadvantage, and now he's facing a joint attack from 2 big-name directors. Ugh, this is just too tough. A crowd of fans couldn't help but chatter away in a flurry of opinions. In their eyes, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Suyu. After all, he wasn't facing ordinary opponents this time, he was up against Fong Ku and Elton Shang, 2 renowned directors. Moreover, Suyu's film All In was, at its core, a public awareness film about combating fraud. Making this kind of film, in a sense, provided Suyu with a layer of protection. But that very protection had also become a shackle. After all, anti-fraud awareness films are typically educational in nature, and audiences tend to vote with their feet when it comes to such content. Therefore, in their unanimous opinion, Suyu's film All In is highly likely to bomb at the box office. At the entrance of a movie theater. Suyu, are you regretting this now? While we at the Hangzhou Police Bureau can offer some support for your anti-fraud awareness film, ensuring it won't get stalled in the review process due to sensitive subject matter, it's important to note that this genre differs significantly from commercial cinema. As such, your film's box office performance is likely to be disappointing. Commissioner Zhao, dressed in plain clothes, sighed as he looked at Suyu. Commissioner Zhao was genuinely touched by Suyu's assistance in securing the anti-fraud awareness film for the Hangzhou Police Department. But deep down, he still felt Suyu had made a bit of a sacrifice in lending his support this time. After all, in a way, Suyu's choice to make this kind of film essentially guaranteed that the box office wouldn't be very promising. Upon hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, Suyu smiled unconcernedly and replied, "Commissioner Zhao, I never regret my decisions. Besides, I don't believe that just because I'm making an anti-fraud awareness film, it's guaranteed to bomb at the box office. Who knows? Maybe this film will actually deliver a stunning box office performance? Like, say, opening with a solid 3.8 billion yuan to calm everyone's nerves? Commissioner Zhao. Hearing Su Yu's words, Director Zhao could only think that Su Yu must be suffering from delusions after being unable to handle the pressure. 3.8 billion yuan in total box office? To calm his nerves? Are you kidding me? Even commercial films don't pull in such terrifyingly high box office numbers. Currently, the highest total box office in China is only 2.1 billion yuan. Ahem, Su Yu, jokes aside. We still have to face reality. Unrealistic ideas are simply not feasible. Director Zhao shook his head helplessly as he spoke. In his view, if Su Yu wasn't joking, then he must be out of his mind. Otherwise, how could he possibly utter such absurd claims? A total box office of 3.8 billion? Why not just fly to the moon while you're at it? Seeing Director Zhao doubting him as a dreamer, Su Yu shook his head too, choosing not to defend himself. Anyway, once the final box office figures for All In were in, everything would become clear. I can't help but feel a bit excited now. Ha! Will All In create a new box office legend on Blue Star? Su Yu stroked his chin, a surge of anticipation welling up inside him. This film, All In, had already achieved a staggering 3.8 billion yuan in total box office revenue on Earth. Now that it was being released on Blue Star, its total box office earnings would surely surpass 3.8 billion. In fact, Su Yu had an intuition that this film would create an astonishing box office miracle. Chapter 195, Terrified. Too realistic. But for now, Su Yu didn't reveal anything. Let's go. Your movie is about to premiere. Who knows what the audience will think, but I'm personally super curious about this movie you've made. Who knows what kind of movie this guy who nearly got himself arrested on set will deliver. Ha! Bureau Chief Zhao patted Su Yu on the shoulder and chuckled. Su Yu, who had been brimming with anticipation and excitement, couldn't help but twitch his lips at Director Zhao's words. Damn it! Why bring up the one thing I'd rather forget? When he played the role of Manager Lu before, he'd nearly gotten himself sent to the sewing machine for real. It was only because the original body had never left the country, let alone set foot in that place in northern Myanmar, that he'd managed to avoid trouble. Otherwise, even if he had 100 mouths, he wouldn't have been able to explain himself. Damn it! The god-tier acting skill the system gave him was great, but it was just too damn painful. Even Su Yu felt like he was a genuine Myanmar-based fraud ringleader when using that god-tier acting skill to play Manager Lu. Director Zhao, please don't bring this up again. That was just my acting. I'm really not some Myanmar scammer. Su Yu couldn't help but emphasize again. Are you kidding me? He needed to clear this up as much as possible. Otherwise, Su Yu wasn't sure when his own convincing performance might accidentally land him in trouble. He sure as hell didn't want to end up eating any fragrant chicken wing rice. Ha! You little rascal. Don't worry. As long as you don't actually commit any crimes, the Hangzhou Police Department won't arrest you. After all, if you actually committed a crime, it wouldn't benefit us Hangzhou police one bit either. Commissioner Zhao looked at Su Yu, his tone half joking, half serious. He meant every word of it. After all, with Su Yu's bizarre special abilities, if he ever turned to crime, it wouldn't just be the Hangzhou police. Every police force in the country would have a massive headache. Hearing Chief Zhao's words, Su Yu couldn't help but give a wry, helpless smile. He'd have to be out of his mind to become a criminal. Inside the theater, the audience was glued to the screen. Before long, All In officially began. As the scene shifted, at a promotion ceremony for a software development company, Pan Shang had been eagerly awaiting the good news of his own promotion, only to see the boss's relative get the promotion instead. Immediately afterward, he told his colleagues and friends he planned to resign and join a gaming company overseas. His colleagues couldn't help but envy him upon learning the gaming company had offered Pan Shang an irresistibly high-paying position. From that moment on, Pan Shang began his descent into a pit of despair. At that moment, the audience watching the unfolding scene hadn't yet grasped what Pan Shang was about to face. But sitting beside Su Yu, Director Zhao's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight. Having handled numerous similar cases, Director Zhao was acutely aware of the situation Pan Shang had stumbled into. A high-paying job overseas. This was clearly the standard tactic used by those Myanmar-based fraud operations to lure victims overseas for scams. A crude scam, yet people still fall for it time and again. After all, few can resist the lure of a high salary. Remember, all men are driven by profit. People are inherently greedy. And the Myanmar northern fraud hubs exploit precisely this human weakness. You did a hell of a job, kid. Director Zhao took a deep breath and turned to look at Su Yu. Though this tactic of luring people abroad with promises of high-paying jobs overseas was an old, well-worn trick of the Myanmar-based fraud hubs, it never failed to work. By incorporating this scenario into his film, Su Yu hoped that those who had encountered similar situations might see the movie, recognize the warning signs, and avert their impending descent into this hellhole. It could be said that Su Yu's film would save the police at least the bulk of their manpower. Moreover, using film to warn people was a more ingenious approach, easier to accept and far more effective. At that moment, Chief Zhao was genuinely grateful for Su Yu's assistance. Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, Su Yu offered a faint smile. Commissioner Zhao, please continue watching. The plot thickens from here on out. Su Yu remarked. The film all in not only boasts a gripping storyline, but the situations its characters face serve as a stark warning to everyone. It depicts not only those deceived into running scams in northern Myanmar, but also those gradually lured into gambling dens and the treacherous world of cryptocurrency investments and stock speculation. It can be said that any situation faced by the characters could happen to anyone here. Soon, the plot of All In unfolded further. Holy crap! So Pan Sheng was tricked into running scams in northern Myanmar. Wait. This feels eerily familiar. High-paying jobs abroad? Damn it, just recently, an old classmate I hadn't spoken to in years tried to lure me overseas for easy money. He claimed he was living it up over there, raking in 70-80K a month? Was that guy trying to scam me into Myanmar's fraud rings? Holy. Bro, I also have an old classmate working abroad who I haven't talked to in ages. He said the exact same thing to me recently. I've been debating whether to go. This is terrifying. Turns out I almost got scammed too. The audience watching Pan Shang get lured into the Myanmar fraud operation turned pale. Especially those who had been invited by their own old classmates working abroad. They were all scared stiff, their faces drained of color. Now, it all clicked for them. If they had actually gone back then, wouldn't they be in the same situation as Pan Shang now? Gulp. So terrifying. This is brutal. Damn it, if you go in there, you'll probably never get out. No kidding. Those guys are packing AKs. Think you can walk out alive? That's harder than climbing to the moon. TSK. Brutal. At best, you get beaten senseless. At worst, they'll just put you down with an AK-47. The audience watching Pan Shang beaten beyond recognition felt a chill run down their spines. Especially those who had been invited by old classmates to work abroad. They were already trembling in fear. Chapter 196, Spontaneous Promotion All In. Seeing the audience's reaction, Director Zhao nodded with satisfaction, feeling even more impressed by Su Yu. He couldn't predict whether All In would be a box office smash, but he was certain this film would sound a warning bell in everyone's heart. If nothing else, the reactions of those viewers already horrified by the brutal tactics of the Myanmar-based fraud operation spoke volumes. It was good that these viewers knew fear. After all, only fear can truly suppress the greed lurking within the human heart. Similar scenes were still unfolding in theaters across the country. Seeing Pan Shang beaten and threatened by the Myanmar scammers left audiences drenched in cold sweat. I almost became Pan Shang myself. If my ex-girlfriend hadn't given me a thorough scolding that day, making me abandon my plans to work abroad, I'd probably be getting beaten up in northern Myanmar right now. A young man in his early 20s spoke up, his face pale. Hearing this, a nearby audience member couldn't help but look at him and say, "Holy. Dude, you had such a great ex-girlfriend and you let her slip away? Go chase her back immediately. She's your lifelong savior." Exactly. Dude, you're so lucky to have such an amazing ex. My ex would have probably tricked me into going to work in northern Myanmar, or worse, she might have called me up to encourage me to confront those AK-wielding guys, just so they could shoot me down. Bro, that's the real deal. My ex-girlfriend told me last time she wished I'd just die. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. But right now, every single one of them was avoiding the phrase high-paying job abroad like the plague. Especially after witnessing Pan Shang get beaten to a pulp, they were all scared stiff. At this moment, the film All In had cut to a scene featuring Su Yu's character, Manager Liu. Watching Manager Liu strategize for his subordinates, instructing them on how to pull off scams, and then flashing that maniacal, evil grin after successfully deceiving someone, the audience's lips trembled with fear. This is too real. No. It's like watching the real person on screen. Holy. I'm starting to suspect Su Yu went to northern Myanmar to train his acting skills. How else could he be this convincing? It's terrifying. Holy. This completely shattered my perception. That acting is terrifying. The audience watched Su Yu unleashing his acting prowess, each of them drenched in cold sweat. The more they watched Su Yu, the more convinced they became that this wasn't acting at all. Meanwhile, Director Zhao, seated beside Su Yu, couldn't help but glance sideways at Su Yu from time to time as he watched him portray the role of Manager Liu. Su Yu. Commissioner Zhao, this is just a movie. A movie. I'm just playing the role of a scam boss from northern Myanmar. It doesn't mean I'm actually a scam boss. Su Yu said with a helpless expression. Just from the look in Director Zhao's eyes, how could he not see what the man was thinking? It was clear he was starting to suspect Su Yu was a Myanmar-based fraudster again. Hearing Su Yu's words, Director Zhao chuckled, patted his shoulder, and said, Relax. I'm not suspecting you of being the mastermind behind Myanmar scams. It's just that there's something, Su Yu. Could it be possible? Hearing Bureau Chief Zhao's words, Su Yu quickly interrupted him, saying, Commissioner Zhao, there's absolutely no possibility of that. The possibility you mentioned has absolutely no basis in reality. I'm really a good person. Are you kidding me? Just from director Zhao's mysterious demeanor, Suyu could tell he was about to let his imagination run wild again, inventing all sorts of possibilities for him. But could this damn thing even be considered a possibility? One wrong step with this kind of possibility, and he'd end up behind bars. Ha! Enough! Enough! Let's watch the movie. Let's get back to the movie. Seeing Suyu panic like this, director Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit amused. But right now, Suyu couldn't muster a single smile. Me! He'd have to be a ghost to laugh in this situation. At that moment, in the hundredfold return livestream, the viewers in the livestream room were laughing so hard their stomachs hurt at Suyu's reaction. Ha! I'm laughing so hard I'm dying. Su God's panicked look is hilarious. You bet. Before Chief Zhao even finished speaking, Suyu was already scrambling to insist it was impossible. TSK, he's completely lost his cool. Honestly, you can't blame Su God for freaking out like that. After all, this isn't his first or second time in the station. Who knows if one day his luck runs out and he never gets out. You gotta admit, those skills Su God has are seriously brutal, totally torture-worthy. Ha ha. Guys, let's work hard and try to get Su the Great locked up. The crowd of netizens, relishing the spectacle, flooded the screen with comments. Finally, after 2 hours, the movie all in came to an end. Those who had initially held little expectation for the film now fell into a collective silence. Especially those who had begun showing signs of falling into the abyss. Their first action upon leaving the theater was to block and delete the contact information of that old classmate who had invited them to work abroad. After all, recalling Pan Shang's ordeal left them all trembling with fear. The sheer misery of it all sent a chill down their spines just to contemplate. Now, many viewers who watched All In immediately shared the film on their social media without hesitation. After all, everyone has relatives and friends. They certainly didn't want to see their loved ones fall into such a trap. Thus, in no time, social feeds were flooded with recommendations for All In. Simultaneously, online platforms saw trending topics about the film popping up. #shocking. The scariest movie of the year. If you're my friend, spread the word about All In. #. High-paying jobs abroad? Go to hell. #. How miserable is Pan Shang? That's how miserable you'll be if you get scammed to northern Myanmar. #. Old classmate invites you to work abroad. Chapter 197. Did the opening day box office results go wrong? As these trending topics flooded Weibo, the internet erupted once more. Netizens who saw the trending topics unleashed a torrent of heated comments. Holy! I was literally scared to tears by that movie All In. Who says it isn't? It's terrifying. Who can understand that feeling of almost becoming Pan Shang? Just now, I confirmed that my old classmate I hadn't contacted in years is running a scam operation in northern Myanmar. And I almost got scammed too. +1 to the above. I bought the plane ticket already. Was supposed to fly out next Tuesday. Thank God. Thank God I watched All In. Otherwise, next Tuesday's me might have ended up eaten to a pulp. Su Deshin is my savior. I hate those scammers in northern Myanmar. They're so evil. I trusted my old classmate like a brother, but he was playing mind games with me. Damn it. I was so close to getting scammed. Highly recommend All In. I'm the worst off. That so-called sexy dealer tricked me into playing a couple of rounds, and now I'm down 13,000. I was even thinking of borrowing money to play more rounds to recoup my losses. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I watched All In, or I'd have ended up like Xiao Tian. Thanks to Master Su for making this movie. It saved my ass. Netizens buzzed with discussion. After watching All In, they all felt profound gratitude towards Suyu. Especially those who were just one step away from falling into the abyss. They felt it deeply. At Huaxing Brothers Film Company. Come on. Director zhe'er, let's have some red wine and celebrate early. Barring any surprises, the opening day box office champion will be one of you two. Wang Tengfei raised his glass to Feng Ku and Air Donching as he spoke. In Wang Tengfei's view, the opening day box office champion would undoubtedly come from either Feng Ku or Air Doncheng. After all, he had already concluded this outcome long before. Upon hearing this, Feng Ku and Air Doncheng exchanged smug grins. Alright. Let's celebrate early then. The outcome is already decided. The opening day box office champion will either be my film, Spring Festival Isn't Stupid, or director Air's film, Land and Die. One thing's for sure, that Su Kid won't be the winner. Ha! Feng Ku declared with a smug grin. Director Feng makes a point. That kid Su has no chance of winning the opening day box office crown. Whether director Feng comes out on top or I get lucky doesn't matter. As long as it's not that Suyu. Ha. Air Doncheng spoke with a broad smile. Hearing Feng Ku and Air Doncheng's words, Wang Tengfei's smile grew even broader. Ha. Alright. Let's celebrate early then. Once the opening day box office results are out, we'll head to the restaurant to feast and celebrate properly. Wang Tengfei's face was brimming with smug satisfaction. At that moment, he could already envision the scene of Suyu's film, All In, flopping spectacularly. And he was utterly certain that this outcome was inevitable. After all, Wang Tingfei had absolute faith in the directing skills of Feng Ku and Dansheng. If Feng Ku and Dansheng couldn't clinch the opening day box office crown, that would be nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, in the executive conference room of the hundredfold return production team. Now we just wait for the opening day box office results. This time, I'll make sure to watch that Sugai take a spectacular fall. I'll make sure he loses every single penny he earned. Director Zhang thought with a savage grin. At this moment, he was so overcome with excitement he could barely contain himself. He couldn't wait for the opening day box office results to be announced. At that moment, Director Zhang could almost see Suyu's face drained of color from defeat. In his view, Suyu's film all in pitted against the works of renowned directors Feng Ku and Dansheng could only end in one way, a box office disaster. After all, the prestige of Feng Ku and Dansheng was undeniable. And so, the minutes ticked by. At 10 p.m. the opening day box office results were finally officially released. However, upon seeing these figures, everyone was utterly stunned. Their first reaction was, could this opening day box office data be wrong? Number 1, all in. Opening day box office, 9.5845 million. Second place, Spring Festival is in stupid opening day box office, 6.4132 million. Third place, Landing in a Box opening day box office, 5.9877 million. Holy, am I seeing this right? The second and third place opening days are still within normal range, but first place, 9.58 million? That's insane. Plus 1 to the above. This opening day box office has probably broken every single opening day record for any movie in recent years, right? Dude, drop the probably, it's already a record. I just checked, the previous record was 7.44 million. This is 9.58 million, beating it by over 2 million. This opening day result isn't surprising at all. Not in the slightest. On the contrary, I think it's perfectly reasonable. After all, I'm dreaming. Anything can happen in a dream. Hey upstairs, wake up. Your girlfriend's leaking air. At that moment, the entire internet was boiling over. When they saw this opening day box office result, they were stunned into questioning their very existence. After all, anyone seeing this would have their head spinning. Are you kidding me? Opening day box office, 9.58 million. This isn't just outrageous. It was off the charts. Who in their right mind rakes in that kind of cash on opening day? This is truly beyond the realm of normal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Tingfei, Wang Tingsheng, Feng Ku, and Dansheng, who had already planned to head to the banquet hall for a proper celebration, were utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the opening day box office results. Something's wrong. This must be a mistake. This opening day box office figure can't be accurate. Opening day box office at 9.58 million? That number is absurd. There's definitely a mistake. Feng Ku stared wide-eyed, his face refusing to believe it. Beside him, rubbed his eyes in equal disbelief. Chapter 198, Outrageous Results. This can't be real. They were both stunned. Neither Feng Ku nor Dansheng could fathom this opening day box office result. It was utterly unbelievable. After all, this was a whopping 9.58 million yuan opening day. The previous highest opening day record was only 7.44 million. And that record was achieved only because the film had undergone extensive pre-release hype and promotion, with multiple factors converging to create that result. Now, a film with zero pre-release hype had pulled in 9.58 million yuan on its opening day? How the hell are they supposed to believe this? Especially since this movie was directed by Suyu, the guy they look down on the most. When they learned Suyu's film was an anti-fraud public service announcement, they were convinced from the start it would bomb spectacularly. After all, how could an anti-fraud awareness film possibly compete with their commercial blockbusters? Commercial films, by their very nature, target the market. They're all about capitalizing on market appeal. Naturally, commercial films are bound to be box office hits. On the other hand, anti-fraud awareness films are primarily public service educational pieces. Naturally, box office success is out of the question. It's already a win if they don't bomb spectacularly. And now, an anti-fraud public service film raking in 9.58 million yuan on its opening day? This is like seeing a ghost. At this moment, brothers Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingsheng stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the unfolding situation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 9.58 million yuan? An anti-fraud public service film pulling in 9.58 million yuan? You've got to be kidding me. Wang Tingfei gritted his teeth fiercely, his expression twisted into a grimace. He simply couldn't accept what was happening. At that moment, Wang Tingfei, Wang Tingsheng, Feng Ku, and Dansheng all stared at each other in disbelief, their minds in utter chaos. Any thoughts of celebrating with a feast at a fancy restaurant had long been forgotten. Are you kidding me? After something this absurd happened, how could any of them possibly have the heart to go to a restaurant to eat and drink in celebration? It was a miracle they hadn't collapsed on the spot. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the hundredfold return production team. Let's see, the opening day box office results should be out by now, right? Heh, I can't wait to see that Sue guy's face turn ashen. He's probably questioning his entire existence after that disastrous opening day box office. Maybe he's hiding in the bathroom crying right now. Ha! Director Zhang sat with his legs crossed, a look of amusement on his face. With that thought, he searched online for the opening day box office results. Soon, he saw the opening day box office results. And at that very glance, the smug expression on Director Zhang's face froze solid. Boom! Director Zhang felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must have seen wrong. This is a joke. Opening day box office of 9.58 million? That kid's trashy movie pulled in 9.58 million on its first day? That's impossible. Director Zhang abruptly stood up, growling under his breath. This situation felt to him like nothing less than a magnitude 10 earthquake. After all, this was a whopping 9.58 million yuan opening day. To date, the film industry had never witnessed such an outrageous opening day figure. And now they were telling him that Suyu's film All In had pulled in 9.58 million yuan on its opening day? This was ridiculous. Meanwhile, over at the other contestants' place. After a grueling day of venture capital investments, the contestants yawned, intending to browse entertainment news before bed to unwind their weary minds and bodies. After all, venture capital investments were incredibly taxing. Physical exhaustion wasn't the main issue, it was the mental strain that truly drained their brains. So, these contestants all planned to read some entertainment news to ease their fatigue. But the moment they opened the entertainment section, a headline popped up. #shocking. Suyu's directed and starring film All In smashes opening day box office with 9.58 million. Hashtag. After this entertainment news popped up, the contestants all stared wide-eyed. This has to be fake. Yeah. This has to be fake news. This can't possibly be true. How could it be this outrageous? Seeing this result, the contestants were all so freaking upset they were crying. After all, that was a staggering 9.58 million yuan in opening day box office. Any one of them seeing this would have their heads spinning. Meanwhile, on the other side, after wrapping up his day's work, Erwin Cooper immediately began scouring the internet for the opening day box office results. Suyu. I bet your movie got crushed by Director Fong and Director Air's films, leaving your box office in single digits, huh? Right now, you must be sobbing your eyes out all night, unable to sleep, right? After all, now you finally get to taste the bitter pill of losing money. Ha! Ha ha ha. Erwin Cooper searched online for the opening day box office results, a mocking sneer playing on his lips. In his mind, the figures about to appear before his eyes would surely show Suyu's all-in opening day earnings at a pitifully low single-digit figure. No! It might even be a figure with a decimal point. As this thought crossed his mind, the amusement on Erwin Cooper's face grew even more pronounced. But then, at that very moment. Number 1, All In. Opening day box office, 9.58 million. As those words appeared, Erwin Cooper shot to his feet, his expression freezing solid in that instant. No! This must be a mistake. How could this be? How could this happen? How could that movie by that guy named Sue possibly rake in 9.58 million on opening day? This has to be fake. Right. Fake. This has to be fake. It can't possibly be real. Erwin Cooper's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. 9.58 million yuan on opening day. Those words pierced Erwin Cooper's heart like needles. He couldn't even stand steady. That night, many people couldn't sleep. Upon seeing Suyu's film All In rake in 9.58 million yuan on its opening day, they tossed and turned, fixated on just two words: unbelievable. Chapter 199, an astounding rating. 9.7. For these people, the idea that All In could rake in 9.58 million yuan on its opening day was absolutely absurd. After all, expecting them to accept this outcome was like asking them to believe Oreo cookies tasted as good as Oreos. It was simply impossible. So, without exception, these people were all suffering from insomnia. Couldn't sleep. Not a wink. But unlike them, Suyu was utterly unsurprised upon learning the opening day box office results. Just as expected. Even on Blue Star, the film All In is still capable of exploding onto the film scene like a thunderclap. 9.58 million on opening day. Oomph. Excellent. Now, those who were waiting to see me fail must be so frustrated they could spit blood. A faint smile played at Suyu's lips as amusement filled his heart. He had no idea what others were thinking. But Suyu was certain that right now, Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong of Huaxing Brothers Film Company would be tossing and turning all night. After all, in Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong's original plan, they wanted to see the film All In bomb spectacularly. But now? Not only did All In avoid a box office flop, it shattered expectations by raking in 9.58 million yuan on its opening day, shattering the industry's record for highest opening day earnings. Under these circumstances, it would be a miracle if Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong could sleep a wink. At that moment, the beautiful assistant Chen Li stood before Suyu, her lovely face flushed crimson with excitement. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Suyu now was nothing short of reverence, as if she were worshipping a god. 9.58 million yuan in opening day box office. This outcome was beyond anything she could have imagined. Mr. Su, please forgive my previous ignorance. I never imagined that the film you directed would be this incredible. 9.58 million yuan in opening day box office revenue. That's a new record for the highest opening day earnings in the film industry. This is incredible. Truly incredible. Chen Li exclaimed, her face radiant with excitement and awe. You see, she had initially thought Suyu's decision to pit All In against films by renowned directors Feng Ku and Erton Shang was nothing short of overconfidence. But look at the result. All In had crushed the box office with a staggering 9.58 million yuan on its opening day, completely crushing the two big-name directors Feng Ku and Erton Shang. That alone was enough to leave everyone in awe. Hearing his beautiful assistant Chen Li say this, Suyu calmly smiled and replied, "This is just the beginning. From here on out, All In will only continue to shatter box office records. That 9.58 million opening day is merely the beginning, not the end result." Suyu grinned, his face radiating confidence. He was utterly confident in All In. To others, the film's opening day haul of 9.58 million yuan was already an astonishing, jaw-dropping achievement. But to Suyu, it was merely the beginning. From here on out, All In would shatter expectations time and again, smashing box office record after box office record. It could be said that after the emergence of All In, the film industry would inevitably be dominated by it. After all, in a sense, the film's entry into Blue Star's cinema scene represented a true dimensional strike. Hearing Suyu's words, his beautiful assistant Chen Li couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, her wide eyes staring at him in disbelief. A $9.58 million opening day was merely the beginning for All In? Would it go on to shatter box office record after box office record? Until it becomes a box office legend? To Chen Li's ears, these words were nothing short of deafening. After all, in Chen Li's view, achieving a first-day box office of 9.58 million yuan was already an incredibly astonishing feat. Now Suyu was claiming that All In would shatter one box office record after another. It was simply hard for her to believe. Meanwhile, online, major movie critics and influencers were going all out. Guys, today I'm recommending a movie to you All In. All I can say is, this movie is absolutely incredible. The entire plot is non-stop high-octane action. Not only does it serve as a powerful anti-fraud warning, but the plot will send chills down your spine. Because you never know if one day, you might find yourself in the same situation as the characters. Bottom line, you absolutely must watch this movie. Forget about high-paying jobs abroad, sexy dealers, or making big money in northern Myanmar. Wake up, kid. Watch All In and you'll see what real terror looks like. To all you dreamers thinking of striking it rich in Southeast Asia, I sincerely hope you don't cry your eyes out after watching All In. Countless movie critics and influencers are now enthusiastically recommending All In to their fans online. And just now, the Douban movie rating has been updated. All In, Douban movie rating, 9.7. After this Douban score dropped, the entire internet erupted once more. Holy! I'm stunned. I already thought it was unbelievable when Crazy Stone got a 9.3 rating, but now this one shot has gone and snagged a 9.7. Holy crap! Is this Douban rating even real? That's ridiculously high. No way! Isn't this movie just an anti-fraud public service announcement? How did it get such a high score? At Douban Movie Rating Network. +1 to the above. Last time Crazy Stone got a 9.3, I didn't say much. But now, All In scoring a 9.7? That's just ridiculous. At Douban Movie Rating Network. I strongly demand that Douban Movie Rating Network administrators come out and explain this. This rating is really hard to believe. After all, this movie All In is just an anti-fraud public service announcement. How could it possibly get such a high rating? Netizens couldn't help but voice their doubts. Chapter 200, Backlash drives box office higher. The 9.7 rating on Douban movies thrust All In back into the center of public scrutiny. Remember, when Crazy Stone achieved a 9.3 rating on Douban, it was already astonishing. Now look at this 9.7. This is going to crush every other movie into the ground. Even blockbuster films directed by renowned filmmakers with hundreds of millions in production budgets couldn't achieve such an absurdly high Douban rating. Netizens immediately flooded the comments with skepticism, questioning the authenticity of the rating. As the backlash intensified, Douban's management couldn't sit idly by any longer. They stepped in to make a statement. Douban Movie Ratings, regarding widespread netizen doubts about the authenticity of the rating for the film All In, this website reiterates that all movie ratings here are voluntarily submitted by users and are absolutely factual. Furthermore, to those questioning the authenticity of the ratings for All In, we suggest watching the film before commenting. Its quality stands as the finest among recent films without a doubt. We also extend our congratulations to director Suyu. All In stands as another outstanding cinematic achievement following Crazy Stone. Douban's statement effectively silenced countless skeptics questioning the film's ratings. In truth, they privately believed Douban hadn't manipulated the ratings. After all, there was no vested interest between the two parties. Duban had absolutely no reason to manipulate the ratings for All In. Their skepticism stemmed purely from the sheer disbelief that All In could achieve a 9.7 rating. Now, seeing Duban's official statement, Fengku and Shang both wore grim expressions, their emotions tangled. They didn't bother to say much more to Wang Tengfei and turned to leave immediately. In a dark corner, Fengku and Danshan leaned against the wall, smoking. Shrouded in darkness, they couldn't make out each other's expressions. Director let's go see this movie All In tomorrow. Fengku took a deep drag on his cigarette, slowly exhaling smoke as he spoke. Hearing Fengku's words, Danshan nodded in agreement. Alright. Tomorrow morning, we'll go see this movie together. I'm curious to see what makes this film directed by that Su guy so special. Both Fengku and Danshan found it utterly unacceptable that All In could achieve such a high rating on Duban. After all, their own directorial efforts had only managed to scrape together ratings of 8.2 and 8.4. Yet Suyu's All In had scored a 9.7. How could this not feel like a slap in the face to them? The next day, Fengku and Shang entered a cinema wearing masks. They wore masks, naturally, to avoid being recognized. After all, the film they were about to watch was Suyu's directorial debut, All In. If they got recognized, what would happen to their dignity? Soon, the film All In began. As the scenes unfolded frame by frame, the plot steadily developed, and Fengku and Shang's expressions grew increasingly somber. As renowned directors, their discernment of film had reached an exceptionally high level. Precisely because of this, they could discern details overlooked by ordinary viewers. And this film, All In, was nothing short of a textbook example of cinematic artistry. Over 2 hours passed. Fengku and Danshan sighed, their expressions complex as they stepped out of the theater. The moment they stepped outside, Fengku and Shang both lit cigarettes in perfect unison. Slowly puffing on their cigarettes, they exchanged glances and both let out bitter smiles. Director we've been bested by this young upstart and we can't complain. Fengku sighed. Hearing Fengku's words, Danshan shrugged and replied. You can say that again. That kid Su, I'm truly impressed. To master the art of film directing to such an extent, him beating us is only natural. Man. He's a demonic genius. How can we possibly compete with such a prodigious director? Fengku nodded in agreement, then added. He's not just a genius director, he's also an astonishingly talented actor. His portrayal of Manager Lu was nothing short of remarkable. That kid is downright unnerving. Not only is his directing incredible, but his acting is equally otherworldly. I have no idea what he ate growing up. Thinking back to the film All In and Suyu's portrayal of Manager Lu, Fengku felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Yeah. I'd love to see how that guy's brain is wired. But right now, I'm genuinely regretting it. If I'd known this would happen, I never would have scheduled our film to release alongside his. This time, we're going to lose both the battle and the war. Elton sighed deeply, his words dripping with bitterness. Soon, the day's box office results were in. All In box office, 30.2873 million. Spring Festival Isn't Stupid, 10.4324 million. Landing in a Box daily box office, 9,378,800. After the box office results were released, netizens were stunned once again. It's not surprising that Spring Festival Isn't Stupid and Landing in a Box achieved these box office figures. After all, these films were directed by renowned filmmakers Fengku and Shang, so their box office success was to be expected. But the fact that All In managed to rake in 30.28 million yuan is downright terrifying. Consider this, it achieved such staggering numbers on just its second day. With this momentum, the film is already guaranteed to surpass 100 million yuan in total box office earnings. At that moment, at a certain film studio in the universe. Mr. Su, breaking news, our film All In has hit 30.28 million yuan at the box office today. That's incredible. His beautiful assistant, Chen-Li, looked at Suyu with excitement as she delivered the report. Upon hearing the news, Suyu showed no surprise whatsoever. He gave a faint smile and replied. Not bad. Barring any surprises, tomorrow's box office should be even higher. Chapter 201, Director Zhang, furious, takes on Suyu. When it came to the box office potential of All In, Suyu knew better than anyone. A single day's box office haul of over 30 million yuan was far from its limit. On the contrary, it was merely the beginning. He had immense confidence in All In. Having already grossed 3.8 billion yuan globally, its final box office haul on Blue Star, where quality entertainment is scarce, would only be higher. Hearing Suyu's words, his beautiful assistant Chen-Li widened her eyes in surprise. Mr. Su, are you saying this film will earn even more tomorrow? That seems impossible? Chen-Li looked utterly incredulous. In her view, a single-day box office of over 30 million was already absurd. If it were to go even higher, could it reach 40 million? 50 million? Or even 100 million? That was simply impossible. After all, in recent years, the highest single-day box office for any film had only reached 29.47 million. The fact that All In had achieved over 30 million in a single day already shattered all previous single-day box office records for films in recent years. Seeing Chen Li's expression of disbelief, Suyu merely smiled without comment. He couldn't be bothered to say more right now. Once tomorrow's box office results came out, everything would become clear. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the Hundredfold Return production team. Bastard. Bastard. How dare he, Suyu? How dare he? Director Zhang was absolutely livid. A single-day box office of 30 million. 30 million? At this rate, wouldn't Suyu's film All In easily surpass 100 million in total box office? This bastard, how is he supposed to live with this? The thought made Director Zhang's eyes fill with bloodshot veins. Just moments ago, another call came in from the executives at Tianjuan Pictures. Not a single word was spoken over the phone, just 4 characters, take care of yourself. Though only 4 words, their implication was profound. It was a clear sign that the company was deeply dissatisfied with him. If things continued down this path, and he didn't find a way to save himself, he might very well be abandoned by the company altogether. At this thought, Director Zhang's face turned ashen, his entire being sinking into utter despair. Simultaneously, his hatred for Suyu reached its peak. That Suyu, I'll make sure he pays dearly. I'll destroy him. Director Zhang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes turning bloodshot. He couldn't let this continue. If he didn't find a way to save himself, his position as the show's executive director would surely be stripped away. After all, many others had their eyes on this very position. Right now, the higher-ups at Tianjuan Company were clearly growing increasingly dissatisfied with him. Given the situation, he couldn't afford to sit idly by and wait for disaster. Director Zhang sat down with a grim expression, his mind racing with schemes to sabotage Suyu. Just then, a breaking news alert popped up on his phone's browser. Breaking news: Qingyan Beauty Company's latest product officially launched across major markets. All items at counters sold out within hours, with users expressing extreme enthusiasm for this new beauty product. Upon seeing this breaking news, Director Zhang's expression darkened further. Because, if he remembered correctly, this new beauty product produced by Qingyan Beauty Company was created by Suyu. And Suyu was entitled to a whopping 30% of the profits from this beauty product, no strings attached. Damn it, Suyu was going to rake in a fortune again. Damn it. That Suyu deserves to be damned. Director Zhang gritted his teeth in fury, seething with rage. Why? Why was it so damn easy for Suyu to make money? So effortless? At this rate, the money Suyu was raking in would make him a millionaire overnight. This thought only fueled Director Zhang's desire for revenge against Suyu. But he still hadn't figured out the best way to deal with Suyu. But just then, Director Zhang had a sudden flash of inspiration. Got it. I can't interfere with the movie All In right now, but I can sabotage the new beauty product developed by Qingyan Cosmetics based on that Su kid's formula. Once scandalous news surfaces about flaws in that kid's beauty formula, I'll hire paid trolls to smear him. That'll destroy his reputation, and his movie All In will inevitably flop. At this thought, Director Zhang's face twisted into a savage grin. With that, Suyu would be finished. Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. Suyu, let's see how you dare challenge me now. With his plan to take down Suyu solidified, Director Zhang burst into laughter. But I can't handle this personally. I need to find someone to collaborate with. Director Zhang stroked his chin, pondering this thought. Regarding this matter, if he were to handle it alone, the risks would be equally high. With that thought, Director Zhang picked up a phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call connected. Is this Mr. Wu Guomin, chairman of Tianyi Group? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Hua, the executive director of the program Hundredfold Return. I have a collaboration I'd like to discuss with you. Would you be open to exploring this opportunity? Director Zhang stated his purpose the moment the call connected. Upon hearing Director Zhang's words, Wu Guomin on the other end slightly furrowed his brow and replied. Director Zhang, we're not in the same industry. Tianyi Group currently has no plans to advertise or promote products on your Hundredfold Return program. It seems we haven't had any common ground for collaboration before, have we? Hearing this, Director Zhang shook his head and smiled. No. I don't see it that way. On the contrary, I believe we actually have many common grounds for cooperation. I imagine you've been quite upset lately about that new beauty product developed by Qingyan Cosmetics, right? And that beauty product's formula just so happens to have been developed by one of our contestants, Suyu. To be honest, that kid has made a fortune off it, and I'm not at all pleased with this situation. I'm sure you feel the same way, Mr. Wu. After all, no one could possibly have a favorable impression of such a character. So, the one I'm targeting is that kid Suyu, and you're on the same page, Mr. Wu. How could we not have a deal to discuss? Chapter 202, Take Down Suyu, Sales Revenue Sharing. At that moment, Tianyi Group. Wu Guomin's expression darkened as he listened to Director Zhang's words on the other end of the line. Did he, Wu Guomin, hate Suyu? Of course he did. After all, Tianyi Group had nearly driven Qingyan Beauty Company to bankruptcy. Originally, Gu Qingyan would have been forced to marry Wu Guomin's son, Wu Tao. From then on, this little beauty would have been at the mercy of father and son, subjected to their every depraved whim. Originally, everything was planned perfectly. And everything was going smoothly. But who could have imagined that because of Suyu, their entire plan would come to nothing, even becoming a laughingstock? Xingyan Beauty Company's new cosmetic product had already sold like hotcakes. Originally, under the relentless pressure from their tanning group, Xingyan Beauty Company had been on its last legs. Yet now, it had made a remarkable comeback. Even Tanny Group was green with envy over Qingyan's latest product. And ultimately, it all came down to Suyu. Because of Suyu, the Tanny Group had completely run out of ways to deal with Xingyan Beauty Company. So, does Wu Guomin hate Suyu? The answer was obvious: he did, intensely and profoundly. Now, Director Zhang asking him about this matter was like taking off your pants to fart, utterly redundant. With that thought, Wu Guomin spoke coldly. Director Zhang, if that's all you have to say, just empty nonsense, then I don't think you have the qualifications to discuss cooperation with me. Spit it out if you have something meaningful to say. Hearing Wu Guomin's words, Director Zhang smiled. He didn't get angry, but instead said calmly, "Well, our production team is absolutely furious with that kid Suyu. If we could, we'd love to see him go bankrupt, preferably reduced to poverty. Since your thoughts align with mine, Mr. Wu, here's a plan: you fund someone to tamper with the ingredients in their new product at Xingyan Beauty Company. Meanwhile, our production team will expose the faulty formula of this latest product, splashing mud on that Su kid's reputation. That way, he'll never recover. What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Wu? Personally, I think this plan has significant potential for execution." Hearing Director Zhang's words on the other end of the line, Wu Guomin's eyes lit up. Getting him to tamper with the new product developed by Xingyan Beauty Company was, in fact, a very easy task for him. Director Zhang would then handle the smear campaign against Suyu. This way, their Tianyi group wouldn't come under suspicion. Ha! Director Zhang, your idea is truly brilliant. Alright, it's settled then. Let me congratulate us on our successful collaboration in advance. Wu Guomin smiled. With this arrangement, he now had a way to deal with Suyu. At this thought, Wu Guomin's heart brimmed with amusement and satisfaction. At that moment, in his mind, Suyu was finished. On the other end of the line, Director Zhang heard this and smiled as well. Great! Let's toast to a successful collaboration in advance. And so, the two sealed their partnership. Meanwhile, on the other side, at a film company called Cosmos. Mr. Gu, you're a rare guest indeed. Your presence truly brightens up this office. Suyu smiled as he looked at Gu Qingyan before him. Hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan shot him a playful glare with her beautiful eyes, her allure blossoming like 1,000 charms in an instant. She retorted. You're mocking me. In just over a month, you've achieved such astonishing success. Now you're the big boss of a film company with immense potential. Even I can't hold a candle to you. Come to think of it, you really are as extraordinary as the rumors online claim. You know computer hacking, you can concoct beauty potions, you're a skilled chef, you direct films. It feels like there's nothing you can't do. I'd love to see how your brain is wired. We're all human, yet you're so much more capable than anyone else. I can't help but wonder if you have a special advantage like the protagonists in novels. At this point, Gu Qingyan felt nothing but admiration. Remember, when she first met Suyu, he was just a contestant on a show with no major accomplishments. But now, Suyu had become a genius director with 2 blockbuster hits under his belt, plus his own film production company. His potential for growth was truly astonishing. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu smiled and replied, Ms. Gu, you flatter me. I'm just someone who knows a little more than the average person. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan couldn't help but respond with a helpless smile. I'd say you're not just a little bit more skilled, you're a gazillion times more skilled. Among all the skills Suyu possesses, how many could an ordinary person possibly master? If he only knew a little bit, that would be truly bizarre. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu merely shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more. Enough about that. What brings you here today, Ms. Gu? Suyu looked at Gu Qingyan and asked. Suyu knew there must be a reason why Gu Qingyan had come to see him specifically. Hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes twinkled as she teased. What? Can't I come see you if I don't have a reason? Suyu froze slightly at her words, a strange look crossing his face. Was she suddenly trying to flirt with him? Seeing Suyu's reaction, Gu Qingyan smiled and waved her hand. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I came over this time mainly to give you your share of the profits. Our new product from Xingyan Beauty just launched across all major channels and it sold out completely within hours. After tallying the figures, the net profit this time reached a staggering 210 million. Based on your 30% share, your profit should be 63 million. Since it's a large transfer, it might take a bit longer to reach your account. But judging by the timing, it should have arrived by now. As Gu Qingyan finished speaking, Suyu received a text notification of the deposit in his bank account. He glanced at it. Sure enough, over 60 million had been deposited. Ha, got it. Looks like this line of work has some real potential. Suyu smiled, narrowing his eyes. In just one day, he had already secured 210 million yuan in sales profit. This was truly astonishing. Hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan shook her head and smiled. This is only because we just officially launched sales. That's why it's performing so well. Once the market saturates later, it'll definitely decline. But judging by the current situation, that beauty formula you gave us will likely bring Qingyan Beauty Company nearly 10 billion in profits. Chapter 203, Trouble Ahead? A single day's box office hits 100 million. Gu Qingyan understood clearly that the reason this new product achieved 210 million yuan in sales profit in such a short time was ultimately due to the scarcity marketing strategy. Remember, after Qingyan Beauty officially launched the product last time, they sold some units but maintained limited supply. This scarcity only fueled growing customer demand. When this new product finally hit the market, sales figures naturally exploded overnight. However, once the market saturated, sales figures for this new product would inevitably decline. Even so, Gu Qingyan was both satisfied and astonished by the sales figures for this new product. Based on the beauty formula provided by Suyu, the profits generated are projected to reach at least the 100 billion yuan level. This was absolutely astonishing. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu smiled and remarked, "Well, I've struck gold then. Looks like this beauty formula will net me nearly 3 billion in profits." Ha! Not bad at all. Keep in mind, even though the show has been revamped and now only tracks profits earned from entrepreneurial investments. But in a sense, this beauty formula itself was a form of venture investment. Therefore, after the 100-fold return on profits generated solely by this beauty formula, Suyu would ultimately receive 300 billion. Looks like the show's producers won't be able to sit still for long. Suyu narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. Based on the current situation, he alone could rake in over 1 trillion from the production team. That's 1 trillion. Even with the Heaven's Choice Corporation backing the 100-fold return show, they couldn't afford to ignore 10 trillion. What's more, based on the current situation, the amount he'd receive from the production team in a year's time would likely exceed 1 trillion. Given this, how could the production team not be panicking? They might even rush to make last-minute changes to the show to limit him. But even knowing this would happen, Suyu remained completely unfazed. After all, he had a cheat code. No matter what the production team threw at him, he had ways to handle it. At that moment, Gu Qingyan gazed at Suyu's radiant smile brimming with confidence, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but lose themselves in a daze. Girls admire strength. Seeing Suyu so capable, she found herself increasingly drawn to him. In truth, when she had teased him earlier, it hadn't been a deliberate ploy. She genuinely found herself drawn to him now. However, recalling Suyu's earlier nonchalant demeanor, Gu Qingyan couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. She sensed Suyu wasn't particularly interested in her. "Alright then, since we've settled the profit-sharing arrangement, I'll be heading out now," Gu Qingyan said with a faint smile. Even though she sensed Suyu wasn't particularly interested in her, she had no intention of giving up just yet. After all, with time, opportunities would surely arise. "Fine. I'll walk you out," Suyu said with a cheerful smile. Gu Qingyan was essentially making him money right now. Nearly 3 billion in profit sharing meant Suyu could literally count money until her hands cramped up. Under these circumstances, Suyu couldn't care less if Gu Qingyan stayed perfectly healthy. Hearing Suyu offer to walk her out, Gu Qingyan's eyes sparkled with delight. And so, Suyu escorted Gu Qingyan to the lobby of her company building. "It's been ages since I last spun the prize wheel. System, give me a lottery." Watching Gu Qingyan get into her car and drive away, Suyu's face softened into a smile as he immediately issued the lottery command. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the God-tier medical skill." Hearing the system's notification sound, Suyu's expression turned slightly peculiar. "System, you're getting more and more creative. Why on earth did you give me a medical skill now? What's the matter? You want me to start practicing medicine now?" Suyu couldn't help but vent his frustration. Ding! "Host, please watch your words. All lottery results stem solely from your personal luck. The system bears no responsibility." The system's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Fine. Whatever you say. Let's keep drawing." Suyu didn't bother arguing with the system and spoke directly. Ding! "Congratulations, Su host, on successfully drawing the complete programming code and game design blueprint for Sheep Got Sheep." Suyu? His gut told him something was off about this draw result. Though the system stubbornly insisted every time that it had nothing to do with the draws. Suyu knew full well that the skills it granted were essentially tailor-made for him. This unexpected turn of events meant trouble was brewing. At this thought, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, already forming his own calculations. Nevertheless, Suyu maintained an air of ignorance and proceeded to select another lottery. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn the complete programming code and game design blueprint for Travel Frog." Ding! "Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing the complete programming code and game design concepts for Genshin Impact." Hearing the system's notification sounds, Suyu's expression shifted slightly, a hint of astonishment creeping into his eyes. Even Genshin Impact's game code? This is gonna make me a fortune. Suyu's eyes lit up. After all, the profits generated by Genshin Impact were nothing short of staggering. Looks like something major is about to happen. Otherwise, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. Still, he had no idea what kind of upheaval was coming. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Anyway, I've got a cheat code now. No matter what moves my opponents make, I've got ways to handle them. Suyu raised an eyebrow, deciding to stop overthinking it. As the saying goes, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Now that he had the cheat code, no matter what moves his opponents made, he had a way to counter them. And so, another day passed. Soon, the next day's box office results were in. Today's box office for All In, 128 million yuan. The moment this figure hit the internet, shockwaves rippled across the entire web. Holy! I'm stunned for the entire year. 128 million? Holy! Director Su must be cheating. This is insane. Over 100 million in a single day. It's just unbelievable. Holy! I'm speechless. Completely speechless. This is beyond astonishing. I thought over 30 million in a single day was already a miracle, but I guess I was naive. Over 100 million in a single day? Wow, Su is going to the moon. Holy crap! Countless netizens were utterly dumbfounded by this single-day box office figure. Chapter 204, everyone's minds are blown. 128 million yuan in a single day. This was utterly mind-blowing for anyone. Remember, just yesterday, the film All In had already pulled in over 30 million yuan in a single day, a figure that was already hard to believe. But now? 100 million in a single day. Absolutely insane. Overnight, the entire online discourse has been dominated by discussions about All In. Simultaneously, trending topics on Weibo are exploding. Hashtag All In daily box office hits 128 million. Insane, hashtag. Hashtag a film that defies expectations. Suyu is a once-in-a-century director. Hashtag. Hashtag industry forecast, All In could ultimately surpass 2 billion yuan in total box office. Hashtag. Hashtag mind-blowing. Just how terrifying is Suyu? Hashtag. These trending topics on Weibo instantly thrust Suyu into the spotlight. At that moment, inside HaoShi Brothers Film Company. What kind of monster is this kid? Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong sat there, their eyes glazed over, the cigars between their fingers trembling slightly. A single-day box office of 128 million yuan. This box office result had genuinely stunned the brothers. After all, since founding HaoShi Brothers Film Company, they had produced countless movies, yet not a single one had ever surpassed 20 million yuan in a single day. But Suyu? Yesterday's single-day box office was over 30 million. And today, it had skyrocketed to over 128 million yuan in a single day. Holy, this is absolutely terrifying. Bro, we were just bragging in front of this kid about how we take him down. Now it looks like we're the real clowns. Wang Tingchong looked at his older brother Wang Tingfei with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Wang Tingfei nodded bitterly. Yeah, we're the clowns. This Su kid is just too outrageous. Way too unnerving. We just can't compete with him. At that moment, Wang Tingfei's spirit and energy vanished completely. After seeing Suyu's film All In rake in 128 million yuan in a single day, his fighting spirit evaporated. Seriously, given the current momentum, All In might easily surpass 2 billion yuan in total box office revenue, cementing its place as the highest-grossing film in Dragon Nation. Faced with such a Suyu, they were utterly powerless and had no courage left to confront him head-on. Meanwhile, Bong Ku and Elton Shang, standing before the Wang brothers, Wang Tingfei and Wang Tingchong, lit cigarettes with a sigh and began puffing away. Truthfully, they were the ones feeling the most pain right now. While All In achieved a single-day box office of 128 million yuan, the daily earnings of their own films had plummeted. And the drop was staggering. Spring Festival isn't stupid, 964,800. Landing in a Box, 571,200. Flops. A total flop. Flopped so hard it's unrecognizable. Keep in mind, these movies they made had production costs reaching hundreds of millions. Given this situation, forget about making money. If they can just minimize their losses, they'll consider themselves lucky. What's most infuriating is that their catastrophic failure wasn't due to declining directorial skills or genuinely terrible films. It was because they had the misfortune of releasing their films in the same time slot as Suyu's All In. Remember, the total box office revenue available across all major chains is finite. Suyu's All In had swept up the lion's share of that box office. Naturally, the box office their films could capture dwindled. Thus, their films were destined to flop and incur losses. If we'd known this would happen, we'd never have chosen to release our films in the same time slot as that Su guy. Donqing wore a bitter, despairing smile as he looked at Feng Ku. Hearing this, Feng Ku nodded heavily and declared. If we ever face this situation again, I'll never release a film in the same time slot as that kid. We have to avoid him. Otherwise, we'll flop so badly even our own mothers won't recognize us. He felt the same way about what Elton Shang had said. Well, you gotta hand it to him that Kid Sue is a true genius. Just based on his directing skills alone, I can't hold a candle to him. Not even a little bit. Elton took a deep drag on his cigarette and sighed. Fengku nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, over at the other contestants' area. Bang! Crash! Upon learning that Suyu's film All In had raked in 128 million yuan in a single day, the contestants went berserk, smashing everything in sight in their offices. Ah! How the hell did he pull that off? How did he do it? Jealousy burned in their eyes, completely shattering their composure. Jealousy was literally tearing them apart, leaving them unrecognizable. After all, that was 128 million yuan. Even if they spent a month on venture investments, they might not earn such a huge profit. But Suyu? His box office earnings hit 128 million in a single day. Damn it, this is insane. It's downright unnatural. At that moment, Erwin Cooper was utterly enraged. This Suyu is going to be my number one enemy. Erwin Cooper gritted his teeth, his frustration reaching its peak. Learning that All In had raked in 128 million yuan in a single day sent his composure spiraling. If it weren't for the mobile game he'd developed with the studio performing surprisingly well with strong prospects of raking in 200 to 300 million in profits, Erwin Cooper would have been cursing like a sailor by now. Even so, Erwin Cooper was still furious. That mobile game he'd developed would only bring in 200 or 300 million yuan at most. But Suyu? Just one day of box office revenue hit 128 million. How the hell could he compare? There's absolutely no comparison. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the Hundredfold Return production team. Suyu, you forced my hand. Since that's the case, then prepare to be disgraced and boycotted across the entire internet. This time, I'll make sure you're finished for good. Director Sang's eyes were bloodshot as he growled in a sinister, furious tone. Seeing the single-day box office of All In hit 128 million yuan, director Zhang completely lost it. This ING thing was going to kill him. Earning that much in a single day made director Zhang feel certain he'd be discarded by Tianjuan Company any moment. Chapter 205, The Sabotage Plan begins, seeking out Suyu again. The current situation felt like a bolt from the blue to director Zhang. He had no other choice. Though the chosen company hadn't hurled any more threats at him, the very silence made his predicament all the more dire. After all, those 4 words, "take care of yourself," spoke volumes. It was clear that Chosen Corporation was deeply dissatisfied with him. Extremely dissatisfied. If he kept this up, Chosen Corp might well send someone to replace him tomorrow. Therefore, he had to take action immediately. At this thought, Director Zhang's expression turned grim as he dialed a number. Chairman Wu, how prepared are the people you arranged? We're running out of time. Let me be frank, my situation is dire. I need tangible results fast. And things aren't looking good for you either, right? After all, as far as I know, this new product from Qingyan Beauty has snatched away market share that originally belonged to your Tianyi group. Based on the current situation, the new product could bring Qingyan Beauty at least tens of billions in profits, maybe even hundreds of billions. Besides, I doubt you want to see your Tianyi group trampled by some little girl, right? Therefore, regarding our previously discussed collaboration, you need to accelerate your progress. Director Zhang immediately spoke up after answering the call on the other end. Hearing Director Zhang's words, Wu Guomin on the other end of the line responded with an equally grim tone. Rest assured. I've already taken care of it. Tomorrow, the new product released by Qingyan Beauty Company will be exposed as containing ingredients that cause disfigurement. When that happens, I hope Director Zhang will lend a hand to ensure this news goes viral across the entire internet. Hearing this, Director Zhang visibly relaxed and nodded. All right. It's settled then. Rest assured, I won't hold things back on my end either. After hanging up the phone, Director Zhang's face twisted into a sinister grin. Suyu, this time I'll make you the rat everyone wants to beat. You think you can rake in a fortune with this movie All In? Dream on. Once your reputation is ruined, let's see how your movie makes money then. The next day. Qingyan Beauty Company. Have all the new content products our company produced been packed up yet? Gu Qingyan addressed a junior manager. President Gu, everything's been taken care of. We can start placing these new beauty products on our offline sales counters immediately. The junior manager replied promptly upon hearing the question. Gu Qingyan nodded upon hearing this. Good. Shortly after, the truck loaded with the new beauty products drove away. Watching the truck disappear from sight, Gu Qingyan exhaled softly, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she murmured to herself. Hopefully nothing goes wrong? For some reason, ever since this morning, her eyelid had been twitching non-stop. This left her feeling somewhat uneasy. That was precisely why she had made a point of coming today to personally oversee the loading of the new beauty products onto the truck. Seeing that the entire process went smoothly, she finally let out a slight sigh of relief. I wonder what Suyu is up to today. Gu Qingyan couldn't help but wonder. Perhaps it was a woman's competitive spirit quietly stirring within her. The day she saw Suyu show no interest in her at all, it left her feeling a bit disappointed and secretly annoyed, but it also sparked a desire to win him over. I don't have anything else to do. Should I go find him now? Gu Qingyan tilted her flawlessly fair chin slightly as the thought crossed her mind. Cosmos Home Film Company. Mr. Su, Ms. Gu is here to see you again. The beautiful assistant, Chen Li, looked at Suyu and reported. Oh? Hearing this, Suyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Learning that Gu Qingyan had come looking for him again, Suyu couldn't help but find it a bit peculiar. It wasn't that he was overly self-absorbed, but a woman repeatedly seeking him out if there wasn't something behind it, that would be truly strange. Last time was understandable, at least she'd come bearing money, providing a plausible reason. But today, with no apparent reason, Gu Qingyan seeking him out. That was rather peculiar. Still, Suyu didn't dwell on it too much. He nodded and said, "Let her in." Before long, Gu Qingyan entered. Today, Gu Qingyan had clearly made an effort to dress up. Already possessing stunning looks and a perfect figure, her refined makeup made her appear even more charming and alluring. "Miss Gu, the beauty, what good news brings you here?" Suyu looked up and appraised Gu Qingyan for a moment before offering a faint smile. As Suyu's gaze swept over her from head to toe, Gu Qingyan's lovely face flushed slightly. If any other man had looked at her like that, she would have been displeased. But under Suyu's scrutiny, she felt no resentment, only a hint of secret delight. It felt as though capturing Suyu's attention was something truly worth being proud of. Speaking of which, I did come to share some good news with you. The second batch of beauty products our company produced using that formula you gave us has hit the shelves in major offline retail channels. Sales today are expected to be just as strong. While I anticipated this new beauty product would be popular, seeing it perform this well still greatly surpasses my expectations. It might just become a market capable of generating tens of billions in profits. Suyu, you're downright extraordinary. A beauty formula you casually wrote down turned out to be this powerful. Gu Qingyan exclaimed in awe. Recalling the scene when Suyu had written that beauty formula, Gu Qingyan felt deeply moved. Who could have imagined that under those circumstances, a beauty formula casually jotted down by Suyu would generate such astonishing market profits? Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu merely smiled indifferently. He wasn't particularly surprised that the beauty formula had generated such staggering market profits. After all, that beauty formula was produced by the system. Then let me offer my congratulations in advance on your thriving business, President Gu. Suyu looked at Gu Qingyan and said with a smile. After all, he didn't have to lift a finger to receive his 30% share of the profits. Naturally, he was delighted to see this new beauty product become a huge hit in the market. Hearing Suyu's congratulations, Gu Qingyan smiled and was about to say something else when her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Gu Qingyan's delicate brows furrowed involuntarily. Chapter 206, Chaos erupts, someone stirring trouble. Seeing the number on the caller ID, Gu Qingyan's heart skipped a beat. The caller was none other than the manager in charge of product after-sales service at their Qingyan beauty company. It was well known that the best news from the after-sales department was no news at all. After all, any news from that department inevitably meant a product had gone wrong. But right now, their flagship product was the new beauty formula developed from Suyu's prescription. If something went wrong, didn't that mean the new product itself was faulty? This was no small matter. After all, Qingyan Beauty had pinned all their hopes and resources on this new product, counting on it to generate massive profits for the company. If this new product were to fail, it would spell utter disaster. With that thought, Gu Qingyan immediately reached out and answered the call. What's going on? Gu Qingyan answered and demanded immediately. Ms. Gu, it's a major crisis. Customers who just purchased our company's new beauty product are reporting varying degrees of redness on their skin after use, and some even have mild skin irritation. The situation is extremely chaotic. Although we've urgently halted sales of the new product, calmed the customers, and promised to cover their facial treatment costs, the situation remains dire. If possible, please come take a look as soon as you can. I'm worried things might spiral out of control again, especially since several reporters just showed up. I have no idea where they got the news, but they arrived surprisingly quickly. The manager of the product after-sales department sounded frantic on the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyan's face instantly drained of color. Got it. I'm heading over immediately. Learning of the situation, Gu Qingyan felt a surge of anxiety. She was especially suspicious that someone was deliberately sabotaging them. Regardless of anything else, the fact that reporters had rushed to the scene immediately was highly suspicious. After all, when such an incident occurred, their Qingyan beauty company would naturally prioritize calming the customers, immediately halting sales of the new beauty product, and working to contain the news. But those reporters? They showed up immediately, as if they'd known this was going to happen. Something was off. Dead wrong. This whole affair reeks of peculiarity. With that thought, Gu Qingyan couldn't linger any longer and decided to head over there. But just then, Suyu called out to her, asking, Ms. Gu, what happened? Hearing this, Gu Qingyan didn't hide anything. After all, this matter had indirectly involved Suyu as well. After learning the details, Suyu's brow furrowed slightly. First off, the beauty formula he provided couldn't possibly be at fault. Given the current situation, it was almost certain someone was up to no good. Moreover, his gut told him the production team might be involved. After all, he was now firmly at odds with the production team. The money he's earned now, after being returned 100-fold, has left the production team feeling a bit overwhelmed. Naturally, the production team now had a reason to make things difficult for him over this matter. Realizing this might be connected to him, and that unsold beauty products meant lost revenue for himself, Suyu immediately turned to Gu Qingyan and said, "How about this, I'll go with you later?" Hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan nodded in agreement. Truthfully, she too hoped Suyu would accompany her. While she didn't expect him to be of much help in this matter, having Suyu by her side gave her a sense of reassurance. And so, the two of them headed straight to the offline sales location of Qingyan Beauty Company. Upon arriving, they were met with a scene of utter chaos. Many people held banners in protest, while reporters hounded Qingyan Beauty Company staff for interviews. Though the staff repeatedly stated they were investigating the cause and couldn't grant interviews, the reporters refused to back down. In fact, desperate to turn this into a hot topic, they were even fabricating stories on the spot. Looks like they're being targeted. Suyu frowned slightly and turned to Gu Qingyan. Hearing this, Gu Qingyan nodded slightly in agreement. Given the current situation, it would be strange if someone wasn't deliberately targeting them. Meanwhile, the internet erupted with heated discussions about the incident, with trending topics flooding social media platforms. Hashtag Qingyan Beauty Company's new bestseller suspected of containing disfiguring chemicals. Hashtag Beauty Enthusiast's Blessing? Qingyan Beauty products found to contain harmful substances. Hashtag Boycott Unscrupulous companies, fight unethical merchants to the end. Hashtag Was this beauty product based on contestant number 5 Suyu's formula? Suyu may play a key role. Hashtag These trending topics on Weibo have thrust the incident further into the spotlight. Simultaneously, this public discourse deliberately links the incident to Suyu. What the hell? I thought Qingyan Beauty Company was bringing us beauty-loving fairies some good news this time, but it turns out they had ulterior motives. Strongly boycott this unscrupulous company. Such harmful businesses have no right to exist. Exactly. What the hell is this? I heard Qingyan Beauty's new product uses a formula provided by Suyu. He might be involved in this mess too. Damn it. I knew it. That Suyu is definitely no good. I urge everyone to boycott Suyu, especially avoid watching any movies he's in. Unscrupulous entrepreneurs like this are the worst. You're absolutely right. Someone like Suyu clearly has ulterior motives, otherwise, how could he make so much money? People like him are utterly disgusting. The netizens' anger gradually shifted focus, directing their fury towards Suyu. In no time, the barrage of insults against Suyu intensified. Some even deliberately flooded his films with negative reviews, driving down the Douban ratings for Crazy Stone and All In. In no time, Crazy Stone plummeted from a 9.3 rating to 8.6. And the Douban rating for All In plummeted from 9.7 to 8.1. Chapter 207, The Pact to Fix the Disfigurement. These developments instantly made the situation extremely dire. At that moment, Suyu, who was still at the offline sales location with Gu Qingyan, received a report from his beautiful assistant, Chen Li. Learning that someone had deliberately directed public outrage toward him, Suyu became even more certain that members of the production team were involved. After all, the production team's targeting of him was now glaringly obvious. Suyu, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this mess. At that moment, Gu Qingyan's lovely face was filled with guilt. She had overheard everything Chen Li had just reported to Suyu. In her view, this incident had dragged Suyu into trouble because of matters on her end. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu shook his head expressionlessly. Now is not the time for this. We must find a way to clear our names and eliminate the negative impact. Besides, this might not be solely your fault. It's possible the other party had reasons targeting me too. Suyu stated calmly. After such an incident, assigning blame was pointless. The most crucial task now was to find a way to clear their names and minimize the negative repercussions of this incident. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan nodded slightly, but her face quickly clouded over with bitterness. But honestly, I have no idea what to do now. After this incident, I immediately sent the problematic beauty products for testing, but the results might take a while to come back. Additionally, I've placed everyone on the production line under observation, but without concrete evidence, they're unlikely to confess. As the president of a beauty company, Gu Qingyan understood the priorities for handling such crises. The problem was, gathering evidence for something like this was never easy. Moreover, the adversary was clearly no ordinary opponent. Having made their move, they certainly wouldn't leave any trace of themselves behind. Moreover, those who tampered with the production lines wouldn't confess voluntarily. In short, this was a tangled mess, far from straightforward to untangle. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu merely smiled faintly. Not necessarily. I have my own ways to make those responsible confess their actions. But for now, the top priority is to stabilize the customers who suffered disfigurement from using the defective products. Seeing Suyu so confident, Gu Qingyan couldn't help but feel curious. Yet she knew this matter might be Suyu's secret, so she wouldn't press him out of mere curiosity. Alright then, get me some medicinal herbs and a pack of silver acupuncture needles. Suyu ignored Gu Qingyan's lingering questions and spoke directly. Oh, sure. Upon hearing Suyu's request, Gu Qingyan nodded immediately and set out to fulfill his instructions. Soon, Gu Qingyan had someone bring over the herbs, silver needles, and other items Suyu had requested. After taking the items, Suyu grabbed a megaphone and addressed the crowd still holding banners and protesting. Everyone! I am Suyu. This beauty product manufactured by Qingyan Cosmetics was developed based on the formula I provided. I guarantee that my formula contains absolutely no harmful substances. The online rumors suggesting I have malicious intent are completely fabricated, pure fabrications spread by those with ulterior motives. Think about it logically, I have absolutely no reason to deliberately scam you all. After all, I could earn just as much if not more by casually making a movie. Moreover, I have absolutely no incentive to deceive you all. It wouldn't benefit me in the slightest. Hearing Suyu's words, the crowd that had been protesting and causing a commotion grew noticeably quieter. After all, upon reflection, Suyu truly had no motive to deceive them. What good does it do to say this now? The fact that we've been disfigured by these beauty products is undeniable. Even if we go to the hospital for treatment, it won't heal in less than 10 days or half a month. Exactly. You can clear your name with a few words, but what about us consumers? How are we supposed to deal with our disfigured faces? Exactly. We just wanted to look beautiful, to have our disfigured faces restored to normal. Can you do that? Among the protesting crowd, someone shouted this out first, and in an instant, the collective anger erupted. Seeing the crowd react this way, Gu Qingyan felt her heart sink to the bottom. In her view, the demands these customers were making were utterly impossible to fulfill. She had already consulted major hospitals about the extent of their disfigurement. While not exceptionally severe, full recovery would still require at least 10 days to a fortnight. Yet now these customers demanded instant restoration. This was simply an impossible demand. Yet, upon hearing these shouts, Suyu smiled mysteriously and said, Everyone, what if I told you I could fulfill your request? That I could make the disfigurement caused by using beauty products vanish instantly and even improve your facial skin? What would you say then? At Suyu's words, the crowd that had been protesting and causing a commotion fell silent, momentarily stunned. Clearly, none of them had anticipated such a response from Suyu. So, for a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Just then, someone in the crowd spoke up. If you can really pull this off, we'll disperse immediately and won't cause any trouble here. But what if you can't? How do you plan to compensate us for our losses? You can't expect to pull the wool over our eyes with empty promises, can you? As the speaker finished, the others nodded in agreement. Exactly. What if you can't deliver? Don't try to pull the wool over our eyes. You're absolutely right. You think you can pull us over the coals with some impossible nonsense? Give it a rest. As the crowd murmured in debate, Suyu remained utterly unfazed, his expression as calm as ever. However, he deliberately fixed his gaze on the man who had spoken first for several seconds. His instincts told him something was off about that guy. After being stared at for several seconds, the man's expression shifted slightly, but he stubbornly persisted in playing the victim. Seeing this, Suyu said nothing further. Instead, he turned to the crowd and declared, If I can't instantly resolve your facial disfigurement issues and restore you to your original appearance, I'll compensate each of you 10 million. How does that sound? Chapter 208, Everyone's greed, will Suyu pay out everything? Whoosh! At Suyu's words, the crowd that had been protesting and causing a commotion froze, their eyes widening in stunned silence. 10 million each. That sum was enough to stir their hearts. After all, they had come to protest for two reasons. First, they were dissatisfied that the beauty products they bought had caused minor disfigurement to their skin. Second, they wanted to see what kind of compensation they could get out of this incident. Although after the incident, Qingyan Beauty had promised to cover all medical expenses for facial disfigurement treatment upfront and provide each person with 20,000 yuan for emotional distress. But that compensation fell far short of satisfying their demands. But now it's different. 10 million yuan per person. 10 million yuan. This figure made their eyes light up. Meanwhile, the person stirring up trouble hidden in the crowd couldn't help but smile upon hearing Suyu's words. He hadn't purchased any beauty products from Qingyan Cosmetics, nor did he have any relatives whose faces were disfigured after using their products. He had come over to protest and cause trouble purely to disrupt Qingyan Beauty Company, or rather, to make trouble for Suyu. And the one who sent him here was none other than Director Zhang himself. Now, upon hearing that Suyu intended to compensate each of them 10 million yuan, he felt compelled to immediately notify Director Zhang. With that thought, he swiftly drafted a text message detailing the situation here and sent it to Director Zhang. Before long, Director Zhang replied, Make sure he follows through. Let him dig his own grave. Seeing Director Zhang's message, the man's face lit up with delight. He immediately stepped into the crowd, playing the victim and shouting. Fine. You said it yourself. If you dare back out later, we'll wreck every sales booth here. With this man leading the charge, the others already reeling from the staggering 10 million yuan figure immediately echoed his words. Exactly. A promise is a promise. If you can fix our disfigured faces, we'll leave immediately. But if you can't, you must pay each of us 10 million yuan in compensation on the spot. Exactly. Don't even think about backing out later. Suyu wasn't the least bit surprised by their words. After all, 10 million was enough to stir greed in most people. Fine. My word is my bond. Suyu replied with a faint smile. He now possessed god-tier medical skills. Instantly curing these people's disfigured faces would be a piece of cake. But expecting him to hand over 10 million? Not a chance. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyan, standing beside Suyu, heard his words and couldn't help but show concern on her pretty face. Suyu, this. Seeing Gu Qingyan's reaction, Suyu waved his hand, cutting her off. Don't worry, I've got this. Besides, those people are already blinded by greed over that 10 million. Now that the offer's been made, there's no turning back. Gu Qingyan, who had intended to persuade Suyu further, could only sigh softly upon hearing this and chose to remain silent. Greed now filled their eyes. They were clearly fixated on Suyu's promise of 10 million each. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly let him take back his word? Fine. If it comes to it, I'll sell everything I own, even if it means going bankrupt, to cover half of Suyu's share. Gu Qingyan sighed softly to herself. In her view, Suyu had absolutely no chance of fixing these people's facial disfigurements, let alone doing it instantly. That was utterly absurd and unrealistic. After all, every major dermatology hospital had stated that while their disfigurements were minor, full recovery would take at least 10 days to a fortnight. Now, Suyu was claiming he could instantly cure their disfigurements? That was utterly absurd. At this moment, Suyu could clearly see that Gu Qingyan didn't believe he possessed such ability, but he remained silent. After all, the best way to demonstrate his abilities was to prove them through action, not empty words. Soon, Suyu diagnosed the causes of each person's facial disfigurement and personally formulated the treatment medications. Sure enough, someone tampered with the beauty products. This was most likely the work of competitors targeting Qingyan Beauty Company. As for the online narrative, it probably came from the show's production team. Observing the situation before him, Suyu silently speculated. At that moment, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold Return production team. Ha! Ha ha ha! Excellent! Excellent! Absolutely brilliant! Suyu, you've really dug yourself a huge hole this time. 10 million yuan in compensation per person, and there are dozens of victims here. With so many people, you'll be paying until you're left with nothing. Now, let's see how you dare challenge me. Director Zhang's face twisted into a savage grin. In that moment, he could already envision Suyu, after paying all the compensation, plunging back into poverty overnight as if he'd never been liberated. The mere thought of it filled him with immense delight. Upon hearing Suyu's promise, Director Zhang had been overcome with excitement. 10 million yuan in compensation per person. And there were dozens of victims present. This time around, Suyu would have to pay out hundreds of millions. There was no way around it. In Director Zhang's view, it was utterly impossible to fix those facial disfigurements, let alone instantly heal them. That was pure nonsense. Therefore, Suyu's only fate was to pay compensation, to pay every last penny he'd earned these past days until he was completely wiped out. And this outcome suited Zheng Hua perfectly. At the offline sales event of Qingyan Beauty Company. Everyone, I've formulated the ointment that can instantly treat your facial disfigurements. Who wants to be the first to try it? Suyu held up dozens of tubes of ointment, looking at the protesters holding banners as he spoke. Hearing this, hesitation spread across their faces. Finally, one person couldn't contain their greed and spoke up. If we use your ointment and it doesn't restore our appearance immediately, will you pay out the 10 million you promised on the spot? Suyu smiled at this. Of course. My word is my bond. If any of you use this ointment and it doesn't restore your appearance immediately, I'll pay you 10 million on the spot. After speaking, Suyu scanned the crowd and then asked. So, who wants to try it now? At this, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. 10 million yuan seemed to be beckoning to them. Chapter 209, The Miraculous Ointment, Suyu breaks the deadlock. Immediately, these people all waved their hands excitedly and rushed forward, shouting. Me! 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 Let me try! Let me! Let me! Seeing their eager faces, Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile. He could clearly see that the 10 million had completely clouded their judgment. They were desperate to stuff that fortune into their own pockets right away. After all, for the vast majority of people, 10 million was more than enough to ensure a worry-free life for the rest of their days. So Suyu understood their mindset perfectly. But understanding was one thing, trying to take money from his pocket? They might as well give up now. They would soon discover just how miraculous the ointment he'd concocted truly was. With the ointment he'd concocted, even scars that had been there for years could vanish instantly, let alone their minor facial disfigurements. It could be said that the moment the ointment touched their skin, it worked like magic. At that moment, watching the crowd scramble to grab the ointment, Gu Qingyan, standing beside Suyu, turned ashen-faced, overcome with utter despair. "We're done for. I'm bankrupt." Gu Qingyan sighed, as if she could already see the scene of her hard-earned money being completely wiped out. Meanwhile, the man who had stirred up trouble in the crowd earlier wore a look of amusement and smug satisfaction. He even found himself regretting not having bought the new beauty product released by Qingyan Beauty Company. Otherwise, he could have gotten his hands on the 10 million yuan compensation from Suyu too. Meanwhile, Suyu watched the scene unfold, narrowing his eyes in a cold smile. Trying to screw him over? Ha! Just wait until he had his hands free to deal with them properly. By now, the victims had all applied the ointment Suyu had formulated. It feels cool and refreshing when applied, pretty comfortable, actually. Yeah. My face was hurting before, but now it feels like the pain vanished instantly. It's like soaking in a hot spring? Does anyone have a mirror I can borrow? Those who had applied the ointment chattered excitedly among themselves. They were all utterly astonished by the current situation. They had assumed that applying the ointment Suyu gave them would likely have no effect whatsoever. After all, they had all been to the dermatology department at the hospital for examinations. Although the disfigurement on their faces wasn't severe, in fact, it could only be considered minor. But the doctors had all said that to fully recover, it would take at least 10 days to a fortnight. Therefore, in their eyes, Suyu's ointment could only be mediocre at best. Surely Suyu couldn't be more skilled than those professional dermatologists? At that moment, everyone rushed over to look in the mirror. Gu Qingyan instinctively glanced at their faces and froze in shock. Gu Qingyan's previously despairing expression suddenly blossomed like a withered tree in spring, bursting with renewed vitality. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment and delight. For she saw clearly that these women, who had previously suffered from minor facial disfigurements, were not only fully restored to their former selves, their original skin imperfections had vanished entirely. After all, the reason these female customers were so devoted to beauty products was fundamentally because each of them had some degree of skin imperfections. After all, if they were truly born with flawless skin, why would they spend so much money every month on beauty products? But now, not only had their minor facial imperfections vanished, their original skin problems had completely disappeared. The most incredible part? A woman who once had a prominent scar on her face, that scar has vanished too. A miracle. An absolute miracle. Gu Qingyan's lovely face lit up with delight as she gazed at Suyu, practically wanting to pounce and kiss him twice. After all, she had been utterly despairing just moments ago. After all, with this incident, her Qingyan Beauty Company was almost certainly headed for bankruptcy. She truly didn't want Qingyan Beauty, which had finally begun to rise, to plummet into the abyss. But now, the ointment Suyu had conjured up had instantly resolved the immediate crisis. How could she not be thrilled? Meanwhile, the instigator hiding among the crowd couldn't help but glance at the women with their slightly disfigured faces. Boom! That single glance struck him like lightning, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. No. No way? How is this possible? How could this be? His pupils dilated in shock, as if he'd seen a ghost. Just moments ago, he'd clearly seen noticeable skin imperfections on these women's faces. Yet now, their complexions were flawlessly smooth and radiant. What the hell was going on? At that moment, the women who had looked in the mirror also burst out in excited, delighted shrieks. Ah! My disfigurement is gone. And even the acne scars I accidentally left years ago have vanished. Ha ha ha! This is amazing! I'm absolutely stunning now! Not only did my facial disfigurement heal, but even my years-old scars are gone. This ointment is incredible. Amazing. My dull skin from all those late nights working overtime is gone. This cream is way better than any beauty product out there. After checking themselves in the mirror and seeing their stunning, naturally beautiful reflections, these women were utterly thrilled. At that moment, they were so intoxicated by their own unparalleled beauty that they didn't even care about missing out on the chance to win 10 million. Witnessing this scene, the person stirring the pot from within the crowd turned an ashen shade of pale. He looked as if struck by a thunderbolt, his gaze going blank. How could this be? How could this happen? What on earth is going on? How could such a miraculous ointment exist in this world? The man muttered to himself, his entire being as if he'd lost his soul, his heart filled with waves of disbelief. Meanwhile, Suyu watched him with a look of amusement, sneering coldly. Tell the production team this trick they pulled? I, Suyu, remember it well. Next, I'll make a fortune enough to bankrupt the production team. Enough to make them question their very existence. In short, bring whatever you've got. I'll make the production team understand what helplessness truly means. Try to screw me over, and you'll be the one getting screwed into bankruptcy. Chapter 210, Suyu's selfish motive, the method of solving the case. At this point, he and the hundredfold returned production team had completely severed ties. The conflict between them was irreconcilable. After all, his profit meant greater losses for the production team. With no possibility of reconciliation, Suyu saw no reason to be polite to the production team. At that moment, the man's expression shifted upon hearing Suyu's words, yet he feigned incomprehension, replying, "You, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Seeing this reaction, Suyu sneered coldly and said no more. Whether the man was feigning ignorance or not, it didn't matter to him. As long as these words reached the production team eventually, that was all that mattered. For now, he had other matters to attend to and couldn't be bothered with this. Now that the protesting troublemakers had been dealt with, the next step was to root out the person who had tampered with the new beauty product manufactured for Tianjuan Beauty Company. Meanwhile, the female customers whose disfigured faces had been treated left happily after each receiving 20,000 yuan in compensation from Tianjuan Beauty Company. This matter was thus considered resolved. "Suyu, I really owe you this time." Walking toward the production department of Tianjuan Beauty Company, Gu Qingyan looked at Suyu with gratitude. No one understood better than she did what Suyu's intervention truly meant. After all, the worst thing about this situation was letting it escalate into a public scandal. After all, once rumors spread, even if investigations later proved Tianjuan Beauty's products were flawless and the company had been framed, its brand reputation would still be irreparably damaged. Building a company's good reputation is incredibly difficult, but destroying it is alarmingly easy. Consumers tend to remember a company's scandals far more readily even when those scandals stem from deliberate sabotage. Therefore, Suyu's intervention this time curing the facial disfigurement issues of those affected consumers and helping Gu Qingyan's beauty company resolve the public relations crisis truly amounted to a tremendous favor. Upon hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Suyu offered a faint smile. "No problem. For me, it's just a small matter. Besides, the more your Tianjuan Beauty Company sells of its new beauty products, the better they perform, the more sales profit I get to share, right? We're all in this together now. Helping each other out is only natural, right?" Hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan's cheeks flushed slightly. His mention of being in the same boat made her mind wander to a certain bed, causing a flutter of shyness to stir within her. Meanwhile, Suyu remained oblivious to the flushed expression on Gu Qingyan's face. He was preoccupied with pondering the ointment he'd just concocted, leaving him no spare attention for the flushed expression on Gu Qingyan's face. Come to think of it, this ointment I've developed will probably start gaining public attention thanks to this whole incident. Once the box office revenue from all in comes in, I can start planning to officially produce this ointment and launch it into the market. Suyu quietly pondered to himself. Indeed, while helping Tianjuan Beauty Company weather the storm, he also harbored a bit of self-interest. That was to leverage the public attention to promote the ointment that could treat all skin problems. After all, a cream capable of treating all skin conditions and eliminating years-old scars once it entered the public eye, it was bound to yield enormous profits. At this thought, Suyu's lips curved into a faint smile, and anticipation stirred within him. Just then, Suyu and Gu Qingyan arrived at the production department of Tianjuan Beauty Company. Many people in the production department were now under control. "Ms. Gu, I swear this has nothing to do with me." "Yes. I followed all standard production procedures." Upon seeing Gu Qingyan, the production staff began pleading their cases one after another. Seeing this, Gu Qingyan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She was certain that the problem with the new beauty product had been caused by someone among them. Without evidence, who would admit it? At that moment, Suyu gently patted Gu Qingyan's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. Then, with a faint, knowing smile, he turned to the most likely suspects among the production department's senior management and said, "Gentlemen, there's an old saying, if you don't want something to be known, don't do it in the first place. Once something is done, no amount of evasion or refusal to admit it will keep it hidden. You still have the chance to step forward and admit your mistakes. Seize it. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to regret it later. To be perfectly honest, I have a way to make them confess their actions voluntarily. So, you won't be able to hide it." After speaking, Suyu cast a mysterious glance at the expressions of those before him. At that moment, upon hearing Suyu's words, the senior executives of Tianjuan Beauty Company couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly, utterly speechless. To them, Suyu's claim seemed utterly brainless and laughable. After all, what method could possibly make someone confess their own actions? Similarly, the senior production department executives, the prime suspects, remained expressionless outwardly, though their hearts brimmed with contempt and disdain. To them, Suyu's psychological tactic was utterly childish and laughable. Who in their right mind would believe such nonsense? Even Gu Qingyan, upon hearing Suyu's words, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She too felt that Suyu's psychological tactic was rather childish. Suyu, however, remained utterly unfazed. These people thought he was employing some psychological tactic, but in reality, he wasn't playing any such tricks at all. The technique he mentioned was real. After acquiring the system's divine medical skill, Suyu had mastered numerous astonishing medical techniques. Using divine-level medical skills, it was entirely possible to make someone voluntarily confess their wrongdoings. Minutes passed swiftly. Yet the senior production department executives, the prime suspects, remained stubbornly silent, clearly determined to stick to their guns. "Very well. Since you refuse to confess voluntarily, I'll have to employ a few minor tactics to make you more cooperative." Suyu smiled faintly, glancing at the group before turning to Gu Qingyan beside him and saying, Ms. Gu, please record this conversation on your phone. Soon, someone will be confessing everything. Chapter 211, Astonishing Interrogation Tactics. Gu Qingyan. Hearing Suyu's words, Gu Qingyan was genuinely at a loss for words. It wasn't that she refused to believe Suyu, it was simply that what he was saying was utterly bizarre. What kind of method was this? If such methods truly existed, wouldn't solving cases be as easy as eating and drinking for the police? Still, even if she didn't believe it, Suyu had spoken his mind. She had no choice but to cooperate. Without delay, Gu Qingyan pulled out her phone and activated the recording function with all due formality. Meanwhile, the executives of Qingyan Beauty Company, witnessing Gu Qingyan's cooperation with Suyu, couldn't help but inwardly marvel at how painstakingly she was playing along. To them, Suyu's current behavior seemed downright ridiculous and childish. Unfazed by their thoughts, Suyu swept his gaze across the group and fixed it on the most suspect figure, a senior executive from the production department. With a faint smile, he said, Well then, let's start with you. Hearing this, the man's eyelid twitched slightly, a flicker of panic flashing across his face. Yet he quickly regained his composure, speaking with unwavering certainty. Fine, I'll go first. After all, I haven't done anything wrong, what's there to fear? Hearing this, Suyu nodded with a faint, ambiguous smile. The reason he chose this man first was precisely because he saw a flicker of panic in the other's eyes. It was safe to say the man was highly suspicious. Soon, Suyu walked up to the man, gave him a light tap on the shoulder, and swiftly pressed several specific pressure points on his body. Spill it. What have you been up to lately? Suyu's tone was cold and detached. At this moment, everyone watching Suyu's actions shook their heads. To them, Suyu's current actions seemed utterly ridiculous. Pressing a few pressure points and expecting the other to confess his misdeeds? Wasn't this just playing at being a mystic? Yet, at that very moment, the man's expression froze. Slowly, he spoke. I received 2 million yuan from someone who told me to add something to the new beauty product developed by Qingyan Cosmetics. I didn't want to do it at first, the risk was too high. But they told me this 2 million was just a deposit, and once the job was done, they'd transfer another 3 million. Moreover, they promised that after I completed this task, I could secure a high-level position at Tianyi Group. I really didn't want to do it, but the offer was just too tempting. So I did exactly as they instructed. As the man finished his confession, the room fell into complete silence. Everyone's mouths dropped open as they stared at Suyu in utter disbelief, their expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. This. No way? He actually confessed? That's just too outrageous. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the senior production manager who had just confessed everything trembled violently. As consciousness returned, he collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. Mr. Gu. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed, Mr. Gu. Please, I beg you, show mercy and spare me. The man, having come to his senses, immediately began begging for mercy from Gu Qingyan. After Suyu pressed a few acupoints on him just now, he felt his mouth was completely beyond his control, spilling out everything he'd ever done without a second thought. Looking back now, he was absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyan's face was as cold as ice as she stared at the pleading senior executive from the production department, her voice icy as she declared. Since you did it, we'll let the police handle it. Learning that the man had been corrupted by greed, Gu Qingyan had no intention of letting him off the hook. After all, as a senior executive in the production department of Qingyan Beauty Company, his annual salary was well into the hundreds of thousands. Even with such a generous salary, he still felt the need to harm the company's interests. Sending him to prison was actually a lenient punishment. Gu Qingyan promptly reported the incident to the police. Within moments, officers from the Hangzhou Police Department arrived. With the incriminating audio evidence provided by the suspect, the case became much easier to handle. The senior production manager was taken away by the police on the spot. Notably, the officer leading the team this time was none other than Chief Zhao. There were two main reasons for Director Zhao personally leading the team. First, the incident had caused a huge stir, with online discussions now dominated by discussions about the new beauty products produced by Qingyan Beauty Company. Second, Chief Zhao had heard that Suyu was also involved in this case. You've got some skills, kid. With interrogation abilities like yours, you should be working at our police station. Commissioner Zhao looked at Suyu, patting his shoulder excitedly as he spoke. Suyu, hearing this, shrugged and replied. Commissioner Zhao, you're overthinking it. While my methods are quite effective, they only work on specific individuals. At the end of the day, my methods only work on ordinary people with weaker psychological defenses. If someone has strong willpower, getting them to confess voluntarily is impossible. This technique may be formidable, but every method in the world has its countermeasures. That senior executive in the production department had done something wrong and had a weak psychological defense, which is why it worked on him. Hearing Suyu's explanation, Director Zhao nodded in agreement. He too believed Suyu's method must have countermeasures, otherwise, it would be far too terrifying. All right then. But even so, I'll say this now, if you ever change your mind and want to work at the police station, you're welcome anytime. Otherwise, letting you run wild like this I just can't rest easy. After all, you're too unpredictable. If you ever slip up and take the wrong path, it'll be me who ends up with the headache. Commissioner Zhao waved his hand dismissively, his tone half joking, half serious. Su Yu. My silence was deafening. Just as I thought. He still doesn't trust me. Commissioner Zhao, you can put your mind at ease. I'm a genuinely good person. Su Yu sighed and scratched his nose. Heaven only knows how unbearable it was to be under constant police surveillance. Ha! You little rascal. Alright, no more chit-chat. I've got to get back to handling today's case. By the way, your movie All In was pretty good. There's been a noticeable drop in telecom fraud cases lately. I'll give you credit for that. Commissioner Zhao chuckled. Chapter 212, The Internet Goes Wild, 230 million yuan box office. Commissioner Zhao had a love-hate relationship with Su Yu. If utilized properly, Su Yu's bizarre skills could be a tremendous asset in maintaining social harmony. But if Su Yu took one wrong step, he'd become a major headache for the police. Thus, Director Zhao constantly worried whether Su Yu might one day stray down the wrong path. After all, entrepreneurship and investment require a certain degree of integrity. But without it, well, profits would skyrocket. Who knows if Su Yu might get greedy and end up on the path to crime. After the police left, Su Yu glanced at Gu Qingyan beside him and said, "Looks like the Tianyi Group is the one pulling strings behind the scenes this time." From the words of that bribed senior executive in the production department of Qingyan Beauty Company, it was clear this incident with the new beauty product was absolutely connected to Tianyi Group. Yeah, they're definitely the ones behind this mess. But now that we have this testimony, even if the Tianyi Group doesn't go under, they'll definitely take a hit. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. Gu Qingyan nodded and looked at Su Yu. Hearing her words, Su Yu smiled and waved his hand. This isn't the first time you've said thank you. It really wasn't necessary. Helping you is also helping myself. After all, the more of the new beauty product I sell, the more I earn. Besides, helping you this time also means the ointment I developed can quickly gain traction online. Once I've accumulated enough capital, I can invest in producing that ointment. Who knows? I might even need to rely on your Qingyan Beauty Company's offline sales channels to help me sell it. Su Yu didn't hide his intentions at this point, openly mentioning the ointment. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes curved into a smile as she replied. I knew you were already pondering the market potential of that ointment. Absolutely. Once that miraculous ointment you created hits the market, it'll completely wipe out all those other scar-removing products. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she turned to Su Yu. Honestly, you keep surprising me. There's so much about you that's truly remarkable. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, Su Yu chuckled and waved his hand. Don't get too curious. Curiosity is often the beginning of a woman's downfall. With that, Su Yu turned and waved his hand. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll head back first. Watching Su Yu's departing figure, Gu Qingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement as she murmured to herself. Falling? If it's a man this exceptional, falling for him doesn't seem so bad after all. Su Yu returned to the film company at Cosmic Home, idly waiting for today's box office results to come out. Meanwhile, the internet was already ablaze with heated discussions. Holy crap! Su the Great is seriously amazing. That ointment can actually cure facial disfigurement in one go, even removing old scars. Wow, this ointment is incredible. Yeah. I really hope Su the Great can start producing this ointment soon. I'll definitely buy a tube when it's available. No words needed, Su the Great, YYDS. The ointment Su Yu developed was now being hyped to the extreme online. After all, its effectiveness in treating facial skin issues was nothing short of explosive regardless of the era. In no time, countless netizens were eagerly hoping Su Yu would start mass-producing that ointment soon. At that moment, in the executive conference room of the hundredfold return program. Bang! Crash! Director Zhang was so furious he smashed several items in the conference room. Su Yu! Su Yu! I'm not done with you! I'm not done with you! Director Zhang roared, his eyes blazing with fury. The message Su Yu had someone deliver naturally reached his ears. Learning of Su Yu's provocation sent Director Zhang's temper completely off the rails. And yet, he was powerless against Su Yu. He had thought this tactic would finally defeat Su Yu. But in the end, Su Yu had completely dismantled his scheme. This made Director Zhang feel that the day he'd be discarded by the chosen company was drawing ever closer. After all, judging by the current situation, Su Yu was genuinely going to earn more and more. And with that, their production team would only sink deeper into the red. Under these circumstances, he, as the show's executive director, would naturally bear the brunt of the blame. At this thought, Director Zhang flew into a rage, his hatred for Su Yu boiling over. I hope this time, we can drive down the box office of that movie that Su something or other is making. Otherwise, my position as the show's director might very well be taken by someone else. Director Zhang gritted his teeth, silently praying. At that moment, Tianyi Group. Bang! Wu Guomin slammed his fist on the table, his face equally flushed with rage. That Su bastard, I'll make him pay dearly someday. He's ruined my plans twice now. Where the hell did this bastard even come from? Wu Guomin roared, his face twisted with fury. With the testimony from that senior production manager at Qingyan Beauty Company, the police naturally traced the matter back to their Tianyi group. Although he had promptly found a scapegoat to take the fall for everything, the brand and reputation of their Tianyi group had inevitably suffered damage. Most crucially, he had lost again. For Wu Guomin, this was a devastating blow to his pride. Faced with this situation, how could his mood possibly be good? This thought only deepened Wu Guomin's hatred for Su Yu. Time quickly reached 10 p.m. that night. The daily box office results for All In were released. 230 million yuan. This single-day box office figure sent the entire internet into a frenzy once more. Holy crap! I'm exhausted. 230 million. 230 million. That's insane. I thought 100 million yuan was the peak for All In, but I guess I underestimated it again. Unbelievable. This movie has gone straight to legendary status. No words needed, one sentence. Director Su is a total badass. Unbelievable. This just shattered the single-day box office record. After this All In phenomenon, it seems no one can challenge Su Yu anymore, not even those big-name directors. Netizens are absolutely buzzing. After all, a single-day box office of 230 million yuan is truly staggering. Chapter 213, Devastating Blow, Last Chance. A single-day box office of 230 million yuan is unparalleled in the entire film industry. In no time, related Weibo trending topics shot straight to the top of the charts. Hashtag shocking. Hashtag Allen breaks daily box office record again. Hashtag number 230 million in a single day. Where does the limit of All In lie? Hashtag genius director. Contestant number 5, Su Yu. Hashtag. The appearance of these trending topics on Weibo sent countless netizens into an even greater frenzy. Holy crap! Su God is seriously on fire. Others have to rack their brains just to trend once, but Su God? He practically trends daily. +1 to the above. Su God is practically a professional trending topic maker. You're not kidding. When it comes to trending on Weibo, Su the legend has got this down to a science. 230 million yuan in a single day. It'd be weird if Master Su didn't make Weibo's trending topics, right? I'm seriously wondering if All In might end up raking 3 billion yuan at the box office. Holy crap! 3 billion? That seems unlikely, right? If it really hits that high, it'd be insane. If this movie's final box office really hits 3 billion, I bet the producers of A Hundredfold Return won't be able to sit still. After the Hundredfold Return, that'd be hundreds of billions. The show's producers might just get blown away by Su. Netizens were buzzing about the potential ceiling for the final box office of the movie All In. Some believed its final box office could break 3 billion. But more people disagreed. After all, 3 billion yuan is a watershed moment in box office history. Reaching that level would be entering an entirely different realm. Regardless of whether netizens' predictions prove accurate, the other contestants on Hundredfold Return are going crazy. A single-day box office haul of 230 million yuan. For them, this news is no less than a nuclear explosion. Remember, while Su Yu was filming All In, they were all running around taking gigs left and right, working their asses off. No. Maybe even dogs weren't as exhausted as they were. After all, while entrepreneurship and investment sound glamorous, the reality is that it's not work for the average person. Even though they were once brilliant geniuses in the startup investment world, entrepreneurship still demands constant hustle and running around like mad every single day. Of course, when you're on a promising, successful entrepreneurial path, even burning the midnight oil to come up with money-making ideas feels like pure joy. At least, before seeing All In rake in 230 million yuan in a single day, they were all genuinely happy. But now? Not a single one of them can manage a smile. 230 million yuan in a single day. All their grueling work, burning the midnight oil to come up with money-making ideas and pursue venture investments, it still wouldn't earn them that much. The vast majority of them have only made a few million so far. The lucky ones might have made tens of millions, or even 100 million or two. And that's actually considered quite impressive. After all, venture capital isn't something you can achieve overnight. It's not like scooping money up with a sack. But compared to Su Yu, they'd be crying. There's simply no comparison. At this moment, every genius in the venture capital field deeply felt the weight of the word despair. At this moment, Erwin Cooper's mindset was the most shattered. His gaming investment project had actually been quite successful. The final profit estimate was close to over 100 million. Under normal circumstances, he would have been quite satisfied. But now, after seeing Su Yu's film All In rake in 230 million yuan in a single day, he felt he was holding his ground remarkably well just by not jumping off a building in a fit of rage. That's 230 million yuan. The mobile game studio he invested in had been working themselves to death lately, burning the midnight oil coating and debugging, yet at best they'd only rake in a little over 100 million. While he, Irvin Cooper, wasn't the one pulling all-nighters coding and debugging, he was fully immersed in the process, juggling partnerships, attending endless networking events. He wouldn't call it exhausting, but he was absolutely worn out. And even so, he couldn't hold a candle to Suyu's single-day box office haul of 230 million. And that's when he snapped. Suyu. Damn it. How the hell did he pull this off? How the hell did he do it? Irvin Cooper went berserk, smashing things around him, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The thought of all in raking in 230 million yuan in a single day felt like his soul was shattering. Faced with such an absurdly high box office, how could he possibly compare to Suyu? He couldn't hold a candle to him. Meanwhile, director Zhang, the showrunner of Hundredfold Return, had also spent the night tossing and turning. When he saw that All In had achieved a single-day box office of 230 million yuan, director Zhang felt his position as head director had become a castle in the air, something he could only dream of but never reach. Even though he still held the title, he felt constantly on edge, fearing that the higher-ups at Tianjuan Company might come knocking any day to replace him. Suyu. Why don't you just die? Why don't you just die? He really deserves to die. Director Zhang's eyes were bloodshot. That night, he did wake up in the middle of sleep to curse, Suyu, he truly deserves to die. And so, a month passed. Today, the film All In was finally pulled from major theater chains. Yet upon learning of its removal, director Zhang still couldn't muster any joy. Because the film's total box office had soared to a staggering 4.326 billion yuan. Faced with such staggering numbers, how could director Zhang possibly feel happy? He couldn't be happy at all. Suyu. You damn bastard. Director Zhang gritted his teeth fiercely, cursing wildly. His hair was now a complete mess, looking like a bird's nest. Though no call had come from Tianjuan Company yet, director Zhang knew he couldn't dodge it forever. Sure enough, right then, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Despair washed over director Zhang's face. He gritted his teeth and answered the call. Manhwa, after a unanimous decision by the company's senior management, we're giving you one last chance. No matter what it takes, you must bankrupt contestant number 5, Suyu. Otherwise, you'd better pack your things and get the hell out. The voice on the other end sounded cold and unyielding. Chapter 214, Destroy Suyu. Director Zhang's new plan. Hearing the icy tone on the other end, director Zhang, who had been utterly despairing, suddenly perked up as if injected with adrenaline. Perfect. He still had a chance. He had one last chance. Yes. Thank you, everyone. I will seize this final opportunity. That Su guy, I'll make sure he's sent back to square one overnight. Director Zhang exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. Heaven only knows how he'd endured the past month. Watching Suyu's daily box office figures shatter records time and again had left him completely numb. Under these circumstances, he thought his career was over. Even when he saw the caller ID flash on his phone, he'd already packed his bags ready to pack up and leave. But he never imagined there could still be a turning point. He had one last chance. Though director Zhang still couldn't fathom why Tianjuan Pictures would give him such a chance now, none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that he had a chance for revenge. All he wanted now was to bankrupt Suyu. As long as he could bankrupt Suyu, he felt it would all be worth it. At that moment, the senior executive at Tianjuan Corporation on the other end of the line heard director Zhang's words and gave a cold laugh, saying, Manhwa, don't get too excited just yet. The reason you've been granted this final chance isn't because the company's top brass still sees potential in you. It's purely because, for reasons unknown, the chairman's son is returning to the country. He's expressed particular interest in the position of chief director for this production team. However, since the young master still has a multi-billion-dollar deal to finalize, he can't extricate himself immediately. That's why you've been allowed to remain in this position for a little longer. Once the young master returns, you'll still be out on your ear. The company's top brass is already deeply dissatisfied with you. Hearing this, director Zhang paused, taken aback. The chairman's son is returning to the country. And he's actually interested in the position of executive director for the production team? This news was nothing short of astonishing. Faced with such news, director Zhang was so stunned he momentarily forgot about his own impending dismissal. After all, he no longer cared about being fired. His sole thought now was revenge against Suyu. Yes. I understand. Having this final chance to get back at that Su bastard is more than enough for me. Rest assured, company. I'll wait for the young master to arrive and then hand over my position. Director Zhang nodded, seeming to resign himself to his fate. You'd better do as you're told. The senior executive at Tianjuan Corporation on the other end of the line let out a cold laugh before hanging up. After hanging up, Director Zhang's eyes flashed with sharp determination. The chairman's young master is coming to take over. Su, looks like you're finished. No matter how capable you are, you still pale in comparison to the young master. Director Zhang narrowed his eyes, his heart brimming with anticipation. Thinking of the chairman's son's capabilities, Director Zhang felt certain Suyu was finished. Because that young master was a true polymath. In director Zhang's view, even though Suyu's skills were already astonishing, they still paled in comparison to the young masters. But before that happens, I must seize this final chance to exact brutal revenge on that Su bastard. Otherwise, I'll never find peace. I'll never find peace. Director Zhang clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Thinking of how Suyu had repeatedly humiliated him, thwarted his plans time and again, and now was about to cost him his position as chief director, Director Zhang was filled with overwhelming hatred towards Suyu. Under these circumstances, he wanted nothing more than to make Suyu suffer a crushing defeat. Only then could the hatred in his heart be extinguished. Looks like I'll have to bring in Erwin Cooper to discuss countermeasures. Director Zhang narrowed his eyes as the thought formed. Erwin Cooper's performance this time had also been exceptionally outstanding among all the contestants. The mobile game he developed had generated a staggering net profit of over 300 million. While this figure paled in comparison to Suyu's, it was still absolutely staggering. After much deliberation, Director Zhang decided to stake his final bet on Erwin Cooper. Soon enough, Erwin Cooper arrived. Director Zhang, what brings you here? I'm quite busy. I've discovered the mobile gaming industry holds considerable promise, so I'm planning to acquire a few more mobile game studios soon. If there's nothing else, I'll be getting back to my work. Erwin Cooper glanced at Director Zhang, his tone tinged with impatience. This past month, Erwin Cooper's mood had been absolutely terrible. Even though he'd raked in over 300 million in profits from that mobile game, facing the reality that Suyu had earned over 4 billion from a single film still left him feeling utterly stifled. Since arriving in China, he'd realized his once proud entrepreneurial investment skills had been utterly crushed by Suyu, making him feel like a complete fool. This had left Erwin Cooper seething with pent-up frustration. At that moment, Director Zhang noticed Cooper's impatient demeanor and felt a surge of irritation himself. Still, Director Zhang ultimately held his tongue. After all, at this point, Cooper was the only person he could truly rely on. Erwin Cooper, do you hate that Su guy? Director Zhang looked at Erwin Cooper and asked. Hearing this, Erwin Cooper's expression turned cold. Director Zhang, if you called me here just to spout such nonsense, I see no point in this meeting. Did he hate Suyu? Are you kidding me? Of course he did. He wished Suyu would just die right now. As a scion of the Cooper family, Erwin Cooper had always sailed smoothly through the venture capital world, a dazzling presence wherever he went. But ever since encountering Suyu, he'd been getting his ass kicked at every turn. The glory that once belonged to him has been crushed into obscurity by Suyu. Now Director Zhang was asking this question. Wasn't that like rubbing salt into his wounds? Upon hearing Erwin Cooper's words, Director Zhang smiled with an air of anticipation and replied. Erwin Cooper, if that Su fellow were competing against you in the same field, not pursuing an entrepreneurial project in the film industry, would you be confident you could beat him? Hearing this, Erwin Cooper sneered coldly, his voice brimming with arrogance. Oomph. If that kid were in the same mobile gaming startup field as me, I'd crush him in minutes. I admit he's unbeatable in film and television entrepreneurship, but in mobile gaming? He's got nothing on me. Chapter 215, Program's Second Overhaul, Tailored to Taste. As he spoke, Erwin Cooper's words brimmed with arrogance. Having made a substantial fortune investing in a mobile game studio, his confidence was sky high. In his view, Suyu was only formidable in the film and television industry. But if they were to compete in mobile game investment, he could crush Suyu with one hand, effortlessly. Hearing this, Director Zhang nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. I have complete faith in that. Though I'm reluctant to admit it, I must say that Kid Su possesses extraordinary talent in film investment. Both films he directed consecutively were box office smash hits, especially All In, which created a phenomenal box office phenomenon. However, I believe that if that Su fellow were to venture into mobile gaming startups or other fields, he wouldn't hold a candle to you, Erwin Cooper. At this point, Director Zhang's face broke into a meaningful smile. Hearing Director Zhang's words, Erwin Cooper raised an eyebrow. Director Zhang, there's a saying in your dragon country, honest people don't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it straight. Beating around the bush is pointless. Clearly, Cooper had picked up on the hidden meaning in Director Zhang's words. Ha! Here's what I'm thinking. That Su guy investing in film production is like a tiger with wings, utterly unstoppable. But if we clip his wings and pull his teeth, he'd be completely helpless, wouldn't he? Therefore, I've decided to overhaul the program again, banning all film investment projects. Under these circumstances, wouldn't that Su guy be like a tiger stripped of its wings and teeth? I believe that with your skills, Erwin Cooper, you'll absolutely crush him so hard he won't even be able to lift his head. Let's be honest, I called you here today to ask if you have the confidence and certainty to beat that Su guy under these conditions? Or rather, do you have a way to bankrupt him? At this point, Director Zhang dropped all pretense and laid out his scheme directly. Director Zhang now harbored a deep, seething hatred for Suyu. He wanted nothing less than to devour his flesh and sleep on his skin. Especially now that this was his last chance to get revenge on Suyu. Naturally, he would stop at nothing to exact vengeance on Suyu. Hearing Director Zhang's words, Erwin Cooper's eyes lit up. If he could prevent Suyu from continuing his film investment ventures, Cooper was certain his own capabilities would allow him to crush Suyu completely. After all, as a genius in the field of venture capital, Erwin Cooper, possessed his own pride. He firmly believed that his recent humiliation at Suyu's hands stemmed solely from Suyu choosing a field where Cooper was less proficient. Had that not been the case, with his own abilities, he was certain he could have crushed Suyu. Now, hearing director Shang's words, Cooper sensed his chance to exact revenge on Suyu and reclaim his pride as a venture capital prodigy had arrived. If that's the case, then I can guarantee director Zhang right here I will absolutely crush that Su kid completely, even leaving him utterly ruined. As long as that kid can continue in film investment, my venture capital acumen and capabilities far surpass his. Erwin Cooper declared with a look of utter arrogance. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. In that case, I'll handle the second revision of the program. As for cleaning up after that Suyu kid afterward, that's entirely up to you. Director Zhang, overcome with excitement, slapped Erwin Cooper's shoulder. In that moment, he could already envision Suyu bleeding money like a dog. The next day, the hundredfold returned production team announced the second revision of the program. Following unanimous decision by the production team, the film investment segment has been deemed overly focused on entertainment value, detrimental to social stability, and fraught with too many uncertainties. Therefore, this program will no longer offer a hundredfold return on profits generated from film investment activities. The moment this announcement hit, the entire internet erupted. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Does the production team have any sense of decency left? Exactly. This is clearly targeting Suyu. What, too many uncertainties? I say the production team just can't handle the heat anymore. The show's pathetic behavior has me speechless. This second round overhaul is clearly targeting Suyu. Let's be honest, Suyu's in real trouble now. He finally found a suitable venture capital project, only for the production team to block his path outright. Suyu's got it rough. This targeting is way too obvious. Looks like he's completely out of options now. Countless netizens buzzed with discussion. They all saw through the production team's move. This revision was clearly designed to target Suyu and completely block his path. In an instant, some voiced outrage on Suyu's behalf, while others mocked him, declaring he was finished. At that moment, at a certain film company in the universe. Mr. Su, what should we do now? This situation is clearly targeting you. Shenli, the beautiful assistant, wore a look of deep concern. In her view, the situation was truly dire. After all, Suyu's most proficient entrepreneurial venture had been cut off, a situation that could be described as a devastating blow. Yet upon hearing her words, Suyu remained utterly unruffled, calmly scribbling something on a sheet of paper. Seeing Suyu like this, Shenli felt even more sorrow welling up inside her. In her eyes, Suyu must have completely run out of ideas. But just then, Suyu slowly stood up, handed the paper to Shenli, and said, "Assistant Shen, proceed according to what's written here." Hearing this, Shenli paused in surprise. Glancing at the paper, she asked in astonishment, "Mr. Su, you want to start a mobile game studio?" Suyu nodded. "That's right. A mobile game studio." With a hint of amusement, he added, "It's no big deal that film investment didn't pan out. I've got plenty more ways to make money. This mobile game startup project? Perfect timing, I happen to know a thing or two about it." Chapter 216, Launching a Mobile Game Studio Seeking Your Own Demise? Suyu declared, his eyes blazing with determination. Last time, he'd pulled several game programming and design concepts from the system that were incredibly popular on Earth. He'd been pondering when to unveil them. After all, the games the system gave him were absolute game changers. Not putting them to use would be a tremendous waste. Among them were not only Sheep and Traveling Frog, but also the terrifyingly popular Genshin Impact. Seriously, if he could pull off releasing Genshin Impact, he'd rake in hundreds of billions in no time. He'd be rolling in it. Now, the show's second revamp is the perfect opportunity to bring these games out. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Meanwhile, his beautiful assistant Shenli couldn't help but twitch her lips at his words. It wasn't that she didn't believe Suyu, it was just that the idea was utterly absurd. After all, who could possibly know everything? And what's more, Suyu had said he understood just a tiny bit. "Could you please explain what you're even saying?" But as an assistant, her primary duty was to obey her boss's orders. Now that Suyu had given the order, she had no choice but to comply. That very evening, Cosmic Home Entertainment released an announcement on Weibo. "Our company has decided to establish a mobile game studio. In the near future, we will bring you several highly entertaining games. Stay tuned." The announcement was brief, yet its implications sent shockwaves through countless netizens. Holy crap! This is getting a bit out of hand, isn't it? They're establishing a mobile game studio? Is Su really serious about this? Exactly. This just sounds totally unrealistic. I feel like Su Dishin is being pushed into a corner by the show's producers and has no other options left, so he's resorting to desperate measures. Sigh. What a shame. Let's be honest, Master Su was really getting the short end of the stick this time. Everything was on the rise, 2 consecutive blockbuster movies, and then the production team just cut off his money stream. TSK, I think Master Su's idea of starting a mobile game studio is absolutely terrible. Everyone knows the mobile gaming startup scene is way too cutthroat. So many studios pop up every year, but barely any survive, let alone turn a profit right from the start. Exactly. Mobile gaming isn't something just anyone can pull off. What's more, Su the Great is a complete outsider in this field. Rushing into the mobile gaming market will only lead to a spectacular crash and burn. In an instant, countless netizens erupted in heated discussion. Upon learning Suyu planned to open a mobile game studio, their first reaction was that he'd run out of ideas. Otherwise, why would he make such a foolish move? Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return program. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Director Zhang leapt to his feet, laughing heartily. Upon learning that Suyu planned to launch a mobile game studio, Director Zhang was utterly thrilled. Great. 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 This is fantastic. Suyu, you tried to avoid one pitfall only to fall into a bigger one. Ha! I was just fretting over how to corner you into a dead end, but look, before I even made my move, you walked right into the trap I set. This is truly divine intervention. Now, I'll see how you can possibly escape death? Director Zhang clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. In his eyes, Suyu had now fallen into the massive pit he'd meticulously prepared. After all, his original plan had been to force Suyu into this mobile game startup project. After all, to make an enemy fall into your trap, you must draw them into your rhythm. And mobile gaming was precisely where Erwin Cooper excelled. With Suyu now entering that same field, wasn't a one-sided ambush all that awaited him? With this realization, Director Zhang excitedly dialed Erwin Cooper's number. The moment the call connected, Director Zhang blurted out excitedly. Erwin Cooper, you must have seen the news about that Su guy opening a mobile game studio? Heh, this time, that Su fellow has fallen right into our trap. I've already taken care of my end. Now it's all up to you. Hearing Director Zhang's words, Erwin Cooper on the other end of the line let out a smug, sinister laugh. Rest assured. This time, I'll make sure that Su guy loses his shirt in this project. In this mobile gaming venture, 10 Suyas combined wouldn't hold a candle to me, Erwin Cooper. I can crush him single-handedly. In short, Director Zhang, just wait and see that Su guy get beaten so badly he'll question his very existence. At that moment, Erwin Cooper on the other end of the line was brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Upon learning Suyu planned to launch a mobile game studio, he felt he'd reached the pinnacle of his career. Since arriving in Dragon Country, he'd been thoroughly outclassed by Suyu at every turn. His former aura as a genius venture capitalist had been utterly overshadowed by Suyu. This made Erwin Cooper question whether he had turned into a complete fool. Otherwise, how could he have been crushed so utterly by Suyu? But now, he felt his confidence returning. Now that Suyu had jumped into the mobile gaming startup scene, Cooper saw it as nothing short of courting disaster. After all, in the realm of mobile gaming startups, Cooper considered himself the undisputed king. A true, unrivaled king. How could Suyu, a greenhorn just entering the field, possibly compare to him? At that moment, Director Zhang on the other end of the line heard this and couldn't stop grinning either. Ha ha ha. Excellent. With young Master Irvine Cooper saying that, I can rest easy. Remember, you must screw that Su guy over so badly he loses his shirt on this project so badly he won't even recognize his own mother. Director Zhang said with a sinister grin. Don't worry, Director Zhang. With you handling things on your end, I won't let you down either. I guarantee at this time that Su Kid will lose everything he has. When it comes to this mobile game startup, no one knows it better than me. In this project, I, Erwin Cooper, am the absolute king and the ultimate expert. I am Erwin Cooper, and I speak for myself. Irvine Cooper declared with brimming confidence, his words radiating towering arrogance and self-assurance. In that moment, he could already envision Suyu crushed beneath his feet, unable to lift his head. Confidence and arrogance surged wildly within him at that instant. Chapter 217, Mobile Game Studio, Sheep of Sheep. While Director Zhang and Irvin Cooper were excitedly discussing their future ambitions over the phone, Suyu had already successfully launched his mobile game studio. Supreme Ruler Mobile Game Studio. Mr. Su, here is the staff roster for the mobile game studio. Please review it. As per your instructions, Mr. Su, we've recruited staff with extensive experience in mobile gaming development. They're all highly efficient. The only drawback is that their salary demands are quite high. The beautiful assistant Chen Li handed Suyu the employee list and spoke up. She had already carried out all of Suyu's instructions. These recruited employees all possess extensive experience in the mobile gaming field. If there was one drawback, it was that they came at a steep price. Suyu took the list, glanced over it, and gave a slight nod. Whether they were expensive or not didn't matter. As long as they work efficiently. After all, the games he planned to develop were destined to be huge moneymakers. Precisely because of this, Suyu was utterly confident he'd rake in a fortune this time around. Additionally, Mr. Su, we've already recruited so many expensive employees. Why not hire game designers? After all, how can we develop games without game designers? At this point, Shenli couldn't help but speak up again. The business plan Suyu had given her for establishing the mobile game studio was incredibly detailed. Yet it specifically omitted recruiting game designers. It's important to understand that game designers are one of the most crucial members of a game development team. They are responsible for designing and planning the core gameplay, content, and systems, ensuring the game's success and sustainable development. Game designers were essentially the brain, the core leader of any mobile game studio. Yet now, all other technical staff had been recruited, yet game designers remained conspicuously absent. It's like a person with all their organs intact and limbs functioning except they're missing a brain. Shenli simply couldn't fathom what Suyu was thinking. Upon hearing Shenli's words, Suyu responded with a faint smile. The reason we haven't hired a game designer is because I am the chief game designer of this mobile game studio. Shenli. Hearing Suyu's words, Shenli was utterly dumbfounded. The chief game designer is Suyu himself? Is this how you play? At this moment, Shenli even began to suspect whether Suyu had simply started a mobile game studio out of sheer boredom to squander his fortune. After all, there's a saying, different trades are like different mountains. Suyu's talent as a director is undeniable, he's truly exceptional. 2 films became box office smash hits, making him the hottest genius director in the film industry. But this is the mobile gaming industry, it has absolutely nothing to do with directing talent. Seeing Shenli's expression, Suyu knew exactly what she was thinking. But for now, Suyu didn't plan to explain anything. He simply walked straight through the doors of the mobile game studio. All he saw were rows upon rows of programmers. Good morning, boss. The crowd greeted Suyu in unison as he entered. Suyu responded with a slight nod. Boss, we were just wondering, why doesn't our mobile game studio have any game designers? Is the game designer still not here? Yeah. Without a game designer's plan, we can't even start working here. The group began asking questions one after another. After all, while they possessed extensive experience in mobile gaming, at their core, they were simply a group of coders. Asking them to sniff out the demands of the mobile game market? They wouldn't have a clue. Besides, that kind of work wasn't their job to begin with. That was the domain of game designers. They simply weren't equipped for it. So when they arrived at the mobile game studio, their first move was to ask who the game designers were. But guess what? After asking around, not a single person was actually a game designer. This left them utterly speechless. Still, after much deliberation, they concluded the game designer must have been delayed by something on the way and hadn't arrived yet. After all, it couldn't be that the mobile game studio hadn't hired any game designers, right? At that moment, Suyu heard their conversation and let a faint smile curve his lips. He said, "Everyone, let me tell you something. I am your lead game designer. From now on, I will be in charge of the entire game development planning process. Everyone." Silence reigned supreme tonight. When Suyu made this announcement, the entire team of programmers felt their heads buzzing. They couldn't believe their ears. The chief game designer is the boss himself? Are you sure this isn't a joke? At that moment, their minds were filled with utter bewilderment. After all, every single person sitting there was earning a hefty salary. This wasn't some fledgling mobile game studio, it was a fully funded mobile game studio. The scenario where the boss doubles as the game designer typically only happens in cash-strapped, under-resourced mobile game startups. Any studio with sufficient funding hires professionals to handle professional tasks. After all, there's a saying, different trades are like different mountains. If someone outside the field tries to tackle the mobile gaming industry, it's bound to be a mess. And right now, in their eyes, Suyu's actions were nothing short of reckless. Seeing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Suyu chuckled. He then walked over to a large whiteboard hanging on the wall, picked up a marker, and swiftly scribbled 4 characters. Seeing those 4 characters, the crowd of programmers below were utterly baffled, completely clueless about what Suyu was up to. Everyone, the name of the game we're about to develop is called Sheep Got Sheep. Suyu ignored their bewildered reactions and announced directly. However, upon hearing Suyu's words, the programmers all twitched their lips slightly, inwardly rolling their eyes. Wait. Is the boss serious? This game name is beyond words. Sheep-o sheep? My inner reaction is more like dog-o dog. Who isn't? I thought this mobile game studio must be seriously good since they pay so well. Turns out they're just messing around. Just based on this name alone, I doubt the studio will even last a month. The group couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Chapter 218, Ask Me If You Don't Know. Mind-blowing. When they saw the game was named Sheep Got Sheep, the programmers below all felt their heads spin. In any company, the worst thing is having an amateur lead the professionals. It's either a recipe for chaos or a sure path to disaster. And right now, in their eyes, Suyu's actions were nothing but reckless leadership and reckless meddling. At this moment, each of them began to doubt whether this mobile game studio could even last a month. Yet, faced with their skeptical stares, Suyu offered no explanation. Instead, he continued drafting the core design plan for Sheep Got Sheep. The entire game design for Sheep Got Sheep was already fully formed in his mind. In fact, he could have developed the entire game single-handedly. The reason he chose to open a mobile game studio and recruit so many employees was, at its core, simply because he didn't want to spend too much time on it himself. After all, regardless of whether one person could handle such a workload, even if they could, it wouldn't match the efficiency of teamwork. Right now, he only needed to present the core design plan for Sheep Got Sheep, so naturally, it took very little time. An hour later, Suyu had finished explaining all the core design concepts. By this point, the programmers below had long abandoned their earlier skepticism. Each pair of eyes fixed on Suyu was filled with utter astonishment. Didn't they say our boss was just an amateur investor? How could he be so professional with game design concepts? I'm starting to suspect he's actually from our industry too. Exactly. An hour ago, I thought the boss was just messing around, trying to waste our time. Who knew the clown was actually us? I'm blown away. Seriously, I'm speechless. The game he came up with, called Sheep Got Sheep, is absolutely insane. This is genius game design thinking. +1. My gut tells me this game is gonna blow up online. Not for any other reason, but just for that insane concept alone. It'd be crazy if it didn't. The group couldn't help but lean in and whisper among themselves. At this point, every single one of them was thoroughly impressed. Who could have imagined Suyu would come up with such an incredible game concept? It was completely overturning their perceptions. After all, in their original minds, Suyu was just a complete outsider who knew nothing about game design. But now, Suyu's game design concept for Sheep Got Sheep had left them utterly speechless and forced them to admit defeat. Alright, I've covered all the core design concepts for this game. Now it's up to you to bring it to life. If you run into any programming challenges during development, feel free to come find me. I happen to know a tiny bit about that too. Suyu smiled as he addressed the crowd of programmers below. Not only did he possess god-tier computer skills, but the entire programming blueprint for Sheep Got Sheep was stored in his head. With that alone, guiding these programmers was a breeze. Hearing Suyu's words, the programmers below couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. While they were utterly in awe of Suyu's game design abilities, the idea that he also understood game programming, let alone to a level where he could instruct them, professional programmers, was something they simply couldn't believe. Come on, they were professionals, after all. When it came to game design, they admittedly couldn't hold a candle to Suyu. But when it came to game programming, they were certain that any one of them could easily outclass Suyu in a matter of minutes. That was their pride. Seeing the skepticism and disbelief etched on their faces, Suyu smiled faintly with a hint of amusement and said, "If you have time, I suggest you search my name online and add the word computer to the query. You might just find a pleasant surprise." With that, Suyu turned and walked out of the mobile game studio. At that moment, hearing Suyu's words, the group of programmers were all dumbfounded, unable to fathom what he meant. Wait, what? What did the boss mean? Search his name and add computer as a keyword? And we'll find a surprise? What kind of surprise could there be? Who knows? But why is the boss being so mysterious? I'll admit he's brilliant at game design. That Sheep Got Sheep concept was mind-blowing. But when it comes to coding? Frankly, 10 bosses couldn't match any one of us. Exactly. We're professional coders, after all. All those years of pulling all-nighters writing computer code, it wasn't for nothing. Absolutely. Not a single strand of our hair turned gray for nothing. We may be balding, but we're stronger than ever. The group chattered away in a flurry of voices. But talk is cheap. They still couldn't help but search Suyu's name online, adding the keyword computer to their query. Soon, the relevant information appeared. And at that very glance, they were all stunned into silence. Holy! Is this ING real? Our boss is a computer genius? He won the championship in the joint computer security competition hosted by Tsinghua, Peking University, and Harvard? And that panda burn incense virus that shocked the world recently was created by our boss too? Whoa! That's terrifying. The boss is terrifying. Holy! I woke up in a cold sweat from a nightmare, only to realize the clown was me all along. Turns out the boss is a top-tier programming legend. The entire team of programmers sucked in their breath, their sparse remaining hair trembling on their heads. Seeing all this information about Suyu, they were all stunned. Originally, none of them thought Suyu knew anything about game programming. Even when he offered to help with programming problems, they'd look down on him. But now? They were all in awe. Absolutely, utterly impressed. After all, this was the mastermind who had won the championship in the computer security competition jointly hosted by Tsinghua, Peking University, and Harvard. What was truly terrifying was that the globally infamous panda burn incense virus was also created by Suyu. Chapter 219, the other contestants, pumped up like they'd taken stimulants. After leaving the mobile game studio, Suyu could roughly guess the reactions of those programmers after searching for information about him. What a bunch of ignorant, fearless employees. Suyu shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh. If his own coders knew that the infamous panda burn incense virus, which had become an enduring nightmare for the Eagle Nation, was his creation, he didn't even need to imagine their expressions. Next, I just need to wait for the game Sheep Got Sheep to be successfully developed, then use it to rake in the cash. Suyu stroked his chin, his face brimming with anticipation. He had complete confidence in this game, which had once swept the internet and become wildly popular on Earth. The true brilliance of Sheep Got Sheep lay in its mastery of mass player psychology. Whether it was the impossibly frustrating second level or the provincial sheep collecting leaderboards, every aspect embodied this genius. Setting that aside, the game's programming complexity wasn't particularly high. Therefore, with the programming skills of the coders he had recruited, it wouldn't take long to successfully develop Sheep Got Sheep. This meant Suyu would soon be raking in massive profits from this game. Meanwhile, the other contestants were also busily launching their new entrepreneurial projects. Compared to before, each of them now harbored a quiet determination, brimming with drive. Because this time, they were determined to challenge Suyu. During their time on the show Hundredfold Return, they certainly lived up to their titles as entrepreneurial investment geniuses. Each of them had earned at least several million, or even tens of millions to hundreds of millions, in just over a month. Such achievements would have been dazzling under normal circumstances. Yet compared to Suyu, these gains were utterly pathetic. After all, Suyu was the guy who raked in over 4 billion yuan at the box office with a single movie. Compared to Suyu, they all felt utterly crushed. This left them feeling utterly humiliated and unwilling to accept their fate. Yet at the same time, they felt utterly powerless. After all, 2 consecutive blockbuster hits had cemented Suyu's status as a demonic force in film investment. They had to admit that if Suyu continued investing in film, not a single one of them would stand a chance against him. But now, things were different. The news of Suyu pivoting to venture into the mobile gaming startup sector was now common knowledge across the entire internet. In their eyes, Suyu's latest move was nothing short of courting disaster. They all believed Suyu was a complete outsider in the mobile gaming field and stood no chance of making any significant impact. Yet here he was, choosing precisely this venture he knew nothing about. They were utterly convinced this would be their chance to utterly crush Suyu, washing away the humiliation he'd inflicted on them these past months. Therefore, each of them was now gearing up, determined to crush Suyu completely and reclaim their pride and confidence as entrepreneurial investment geniuses. It must be said that when these individuals gave their all, their efficiency was truly remarkable. They'd secured several deals in quick succession, with the process going remarkably smoothly. This only bolstered their confidence further. This time, I will crush that Su brat beneath my feet, leaving him utterly unable to rise again. Every bit of humiliation I've endured, I'll repay in full. Su, I'll make you understand the fundamental difference between your self-taught methods and us, the chosen ones of heaven. Su, you'd better get ready to be crushed under my feet. Without film investment, you're nothing but an ant. Ha! All the contestants smirked coldly in their hearts. This time, each of them was brimming with confidence. Meanwhile, on Erwin Cooper's side, arrogance was equally sky-high. When Erwin Cooper learned Suyu was launching a mobile game startup, he felt certain victory was his. After all, the massive success of his previous mobile game project had convinced him he was a natural-born king in this field utterly unmatched. In his eyes, Suyu now competing against him in the mobile gaming arena was nothing short of handing him a victory on a silver platter. Ha, Suyu, just wait for your despair. I'll make you understand that in the mobile gaming startup arena, no one can stand against me, Erwin Cooper. Next, I'll crush you so thoroughly you won't even have a chance to breathe. I, Erwin Cooper, am invincible. Erwin Cooper's 2 fingers lightly tapped the desk as a playful, arrogant curve lifted the corners of his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. In his eyes, Suyu was as good as finished this time. That very night, news that Supreme Dominion Mobile Game Studio was developing its first game Sheep Got Sheep spread like wildfire across the internet. Because Suyu was involved, the news instantly ignited heated discussions across the internet. Sheep Got Sheep? That game name feels a bit too casual. It just screams likely to flop. To the poster above, I'd say you're being incredibly diplomatic. Just based on that name alone, this game is guaranteed to flop. Seriously, what's the deal with the game designers hired by Suyu's studio? How did they come up with a name that sounds doomed to fail? Bro, you don't know? The game design concept wasn't proposed by anyone else, it was Suyu himself. In other words, the chief game designer at this studio was none other than Suyu himself. Holy. No way? That's ridiculous. Sure, Suyu is a true genius when it comes to film investments, but in mobile gaming? He's a complete amateur. And now he's taking on the role of chief game designer himself? That's just plain reckless. Who knows? But I'm telling you, Suyu is going to lose his shirt on this one. After all, the worst thing for any company is having an amateur bossing around the pros. I'll bet you anything, this mobile game studio of Suyu's will be shutting down within 3 months. 3 months? If you ask me, making it through a single month would be a miracle. Countless netizens buzzed with speculation, their comments laced with amusement and skepticism. In their eyes, Suyu was essentially a turtle running a marathon doomed to fail. Chapter 220, Developing a Game in 3 Days. Doomed to fail? The executive meeting room of the Hundredfold Return production team. Suyu, let's see how you'll bounce back this time? Director Zhang crossed his legs, lit a cigarette with leisurely satisfaction, and slowly puffed on it. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. All he wanted was to exact brutal revenge on Suyu while he still held the position of chief director. And upon learning that the name of the first game being developed by Suyu's mobile studio was Sheep Got Sheep, director Zhang felt utterly certain. This time, Suyu had fallen completely into his trap. Ha! Sheep Got Sheep? Just hearing that name guarantees it'll be a flop. Su, this time, I'll see how you manage not to lose everything. Director Zhang's lips curled into a sneer as he laughed coldly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Junlin Tianxia Mobile Game Studio. Mr. Su, we've successfully developed the game Sheep Sheep Sheep. A series of internal test versions have been thoroughly checked and all bugs have been fixed. It's ready for official launch anytime. Mr. Su, your game design proposal is absolutely brilliant. This game is so addictive it's incredibly engaging. My gut tells me that once it officially launches, it's bound to go viral across the entire internet. The entire team of programmers looked at Suyu with excitement, their faces filled with admiration. After learning that the panda burn incense virus was created by Suyu and personally experiencing the mind-blowing nature of the Sheep Got Sheep game, their admiration for him reached its peak. Hearing their words, Suyu smiled and nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. No wonder we paid top dollar for these programmers, their game development efficiency is truly top-notch. Suyu thought to himself. His decision to invest heavily in hiring these seasoned programmers was precisely to save time on game development and maximize efficiency. The current situation proved his choice was correct. The programmers' efficiency in game development fully demonstrated this point. In just 3 days, they'd already developed the game Sheep Got Sheep. That's fantastic. Alright, then. We'll officially launch Sheep Got Sheep on all major game platforms by noon today. Suyu smiled as he spoke. Over the past 3 days, the internet had been flooded with skepticism and mockery toward Sheep Got Sheep. In everyone's eyes, Sheep Got Sheep was destined to flop. Though Suyu hadn't responded to these doubts and mockery, nor bothered to defend himself, he was seething inside. Now was the moment to prove those doubters wrong. Suyu was absolutely confident in Sheep Got Sheep. Once officially launched, it would unleash astonishing results. Even if it might be underestimated initially, Suyu believed that when the time came, the game's moment of glory would absolutely blow everyone away. At that moment, the team of programmers listening to Suyu's words all showed excitement in their eyes. After all, Sheep Got Sheep was their creation too. While Suyu oversaw the core gameplay design and key selling points throughout development, they too felt a sense of pride in creating a game with the potential to go viral across the entire internet. Seeing the excitement in his team's eyes, Suyu couldn't help but smile. By noon that day, Sheep Got Sheep officially launched on major game platforms. Once informed netizens broke the news, it quickly sparked a wave of heated discussion. Holy! Is this for real? They developed a game in just 3 days? This sounds totally sketchy to me. Dude, don't just think it definitely is sketchy. Developing a game in 3 days? That's ridiculous. If this game doesn't flop, I'll eat a bag of Olay live on stream. +1. I know Su is a genius, but developing a game in 3 days? That's just absurd. If something thrown together this hastily goes viral, that'd be a miracle. Let's be real, this time I'm genuinely disappointed in Su. I was hoping he'd pull off another miracle, but clearly I was wishful thinking. Just the idea of developing a game in 3 days makes me feel like he's treating us like little kids, just fooling us. If this game turns out fun, that'd be a miracle. Netizens grew even more skeptical upon learning that Sheep Got Sheep was developed in just 3 days. After all, the fastest development cycle for any game takes at least half a month. Some take several months, even half a year. But developing a game in 3 days? That's utterly absurd. Precisely because of this, netizens have zero expectations for this Sheep Got Sheep game. They even suspect Suyu is treating netizens like little darlings to toy with. Otherwise, how could he be so careless and half-hearted? In an instant, the internet was flooded with scorn and criticism directed at Suyu. Meanwhile, upon learning that Suyu had developed Sheep Got Sheep in just 3 days, the other contestants couldn't help but sneer. Oomph. This Su guy really knows how to court disaster. Developing a game in just 3 days? That's pure and simple treating netizens like little darlings. If this game doesn't flop, it'd be a miracle. What a waste of effort. TSK. Developing a game in 3 days? He must be out of his mind. This game is doomed to fail. The crowd of competitors sneered and laughed derisively. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Erwin Cooper wore an expression of utter contempt. Suyu, you're really digging your own grave. 3 days to develop a game? Ha! In such a short time, you probably couldn't even get the game's framework sorted out. Yet you rushed such an extremely unpolished game onto all the major game stores. If it doesn't flop, it'd be a miracle. This time, let's see how you dare challenge me? How you dare compete with me? Oomph. As expected, in the realm of mobile gaming entrepreneurship, I, Erwin Cooper, am the true king of expertise. A sneer curled the corners of Erwin Cooper's lips, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. In his eyes, this time, Suyu would be crushed beneath his heel. Yet at this moment, Suyu couldn't care less about all the doubts and insults hurled his way. Chapter 221, Crushing Sheep Got Sheep? Dog Brother's confidence. Suyu was brimming with confidence in the game Sheep Got Sheep. Even if it didn't take off immediately, once the momentum built, Sheep Got Sheep would undoubtedly dominate the top game charts. Therefore, he paid no heed to the online skepticism. At that moment, inside an esports room. Folks, it's time for Dog Brother to give those game designers a taste of his expertise. So, who will be today's lucky one? A chubby young man grinned cheekily at the live stream camera. Meanwhile, his live stream chat was already exploding with comments. Dog Brother is truly dogged. Ha ha. His nickname Game Terminator couldn't be more fitting. Speaking of which, that game Dog Brother taught a lesson last time. Its designer's been hospitalized with depression for days. Can't remember the exact name, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Dog Brother's already driven more than one game designer to depression. Ha! You're absolutely right. When Dog Brother gets involved, no game can survive unscathed. Who can argue with that? It makes perfect sense. Dog Brother is a retired esports champion. When it comes to gaming, his skill is like a dimensional strike. It doesn't take him long at all to beat a game from start to finish. Nothing more to say. Dog Brother is amazing. Dog Brother is the best. Countless netizens flooded the livestream's comment section with bullet chats. Meanwhile, the chubby young man known as Dog Brother glanced at the frantic stream of comments and the nearly 300,000 viewers online, smiling until his eyes narrowed. As a retired esports champion, he'd assumed life after leaving the team would be bleak. Feeling disillusioned, he'd casually started streaming games. What he never expected was that his lightning-fast game completions would attract massive online attention. Over time, he earned the nickname Game Terminator. Any game he played would be cleared within an hour. To him, this was nothing special. After all, as a retired esports champion, Dog Brother possessed gaming skills that were off the charts. Asking him to clear a game was like eating or drinking water. It was simply a walk in the park. Ha ha. Hey, everyone watching the livestream. Today, Dog Brother wants to try something new. We're skipping the usual top charting games after all. I've been crushing them daily, forcing their game designers to pay me off just to go easy on them. So today, we're gonna pick a lucky winner from the newly released games. Dog Brother said with a mischievous grin. Hearing Dog Brother's words, the live stream audience erupted once more. Ha ha. Those new releases are in for it. Dog Brother is gonna tear them apart so bad they'll question their very existence. You bet. When Dog Brother steps in, it's pure despair. I'll bet those game designers behind the new releases are already trembling in fear, begging Dog Brother to go easy on them. Ha! I love watching Dog tear those game designers apart. Dog, get to it. Send those game designers into utter despair. Bullet comments flooded the screen like crazy. Seeing the livestream's electric atmosphere, Dog Brother's grin showed no sign of fading. Alright then, Dog Brother will pick today's lucky winner right now from the newly released games. Dog Brother narrowed his eyes, grinning mischievously as he rubbed his hands together. Immediately, Dog Brother began searching through the library of newly released games. Hey! There are quite a few newly released games. Dog Brother, I'm not sure which game to pick for our lucky winner. How about letting our viewers decide? Anyway, once Dog Brother gets his hands on it, no game can stand a chance against me. Dog Brother scanned the newly added games, grinning smugly. In his mind, no matter which game he picked, with his skills, he could breeze through it in minutes. There was absolutely no chance of failure. After all, as a former esports champion, he was absolutely top tier when it came to gaming. Hearing Dog Brother's words, the viewers in the livestream chat erupted in laughter. Let's be real, Dog Brother is seriously badass. That cocky look is so dog-like. Even though Dog Brother's words are super cocky, you gotta admit he's got the skills to back it up. After all, his talent is undeniable. It's only natural for him to be a little arrogant. Totally. Dog Brother is seriously skilled at gaming. But seriously, with all these newly added games, which one should he pick? Dog Brother, why not pick that game called Sheep Got Sheep? The name alone sounds so lame. Trash games like this shouldn't exist. Go for it, Dog Brother. Drive the game designers into depression so they stop targeting us gamers with crap like this. +1 to the above. Dog Brother, pick that Sheep Got Sheep game. Teach their game designers a lesson in minutes. Speaking of which, this Sheep Got Sheep game is supposedly the first release from that Suyu mobile studio, right? Heard Suyu is a total amateur in this field. Ugh, nothing pisses me off more than amateurs randomly developing games. Stuff like this ruins the experience for us gamers. Dog Brother, hurry up. Teach them a lesson. The livestream's comments section exploded with messages. And right now, the entire screen was flooded with messages demanding, make the designers of Yang Luliyang completely despair. Seeing all the netizens saying this, Dog Brother grew curious too. Alright. Since you all say so. Then, Dog Brother hereby declares today's lucky game to be this one called Sheep Got Sheep. Hee watch as Dog Brother clears this game in minutes. Dog Brother declared, sweeping his arm dramatically with an air of supreme confidence, his face radiating pure smugness as if he'd already conquered Sheep Got Sheep. Seeing this, the viewers in the livestream chat immediately flooded the comments with supportive messages like "Dog Brother is awesome" and "Dog Brother 6666." In an instant, the livestream room erupted with unparalleled excitement. Chapter 222, Something's Off About This Second Level. Seeing the excitement of the viewers in the livestream, Dog Brother was swept up in the atmosphere, his arrogance swelling. Hey, everyone! Get ready to witness Dog Brother's amazing performance. I'm gonna crush this game, Sheep Got Sheep, in 10 minutes. Dog Brother will beat this game clean in under 10 minutes and make its designers kneel before me calling me daddy. In short, Dog Brother is going to be unstoppable. Dog Brother slammed the table with pride and roared. Hearing this, the viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement. Ha ha ha! Dog Brother is unstoppable. Go for it, Dog Brother. Crush sheep sheep. Ha ha! I'm already silently mourning for this game's designers. Facing Dog Brother? They're in for a world of pain. I guarantee the designers of this Sheep Got Sheep game will be depressed all day tomorrow. Ha ha ha! Exactly. If they knew their game got beaten in 10 minutes by Dog Brother, just thinking about it would be utterly depressing. Ha ha ha! Enough said. I'm sitting here waiting for the game designers to kneel before Dog Brother and beg for mercy. Viewers in the livestream flooded the chat with comments while simultaneously showering the streamer with virtual gifts. At this moment, Dog Brother's livestream had already surpassed 300,000 concurrent viewers and was rapidly climbing toward 400,000. Seeing this, Dog Brother felt a surge of pride welling up inside him. Here we go. Witness Dog Brother utterly dominate the game. Dog Brother shouted excitedly, then began downloading the game Sheep Got Sheep. Immediately after installing the game, Dog Brother launched it directly. Oomph. You guys were right. This game is seriously lame. Just look at this first level TSK tisk TSK. This difficulty? Dog Brother here could clear it with my eyes closed. Trash games like this shouldn't even exist. Next, you'll see how Dog Brother makes the game designers question their very existence. After entering the game, Dog Brother glanced at the first level and immediately sneered in contempt. He'd actually hoped this game might have something special. But now, seeing the difficulty of the first level, he found it utterly laughable. For him, this level of difficulty was something he could breeze through effortlessly. No! To be precise, even a kindergarten kid could breeze through this first level in minutes. Meanwhile, viewers in the livestream chat erupted in complaints upon seeing the first level's difficulty in Sheep Got Sheep. Seriously. This difficulty level is hilarious. Typical amateur move. Even if you brought a dog to play this first level, it could probably clear it. TSK TSK TSK. You call this a game? Forget Dog Brother, a retired esports champion. Anyone in our livestream could breeze through this in minutes. Enough said. I just want Dog Brother to make the game designers question their entire existence. Dog Brother, get on it. Viewers flooded the chat with comments. When they saw the first level of Sheep Got Sheep, they were all speechless. In their eyes, with difficulty like this, you could literally drag a dog over and it would breeze through the game in minutes. No exaggeration, anyone with an IQ above 10 couldn't possibly design such garbage. Haha, Dog Brother said he'd clear this game in 10 minutes, but now I think it won't even take 10 minutes, just 5. In 5 minutes, Dog Brother here will make the game designers kneel and beg for mercy. Dog Brother sneered arrogantly. Upon seeing the first level of Sheep Got Sheep, Dog Brother suspected the game designers were insulting his intelligence. Honestly, the difficulty level was beyond ridiculous. Forget about him, a former esports champion. Any random kid could breeze through this game in minutes. With utter disdain, Dog Brother proceeded to breeze through the first level in mere seconds. TSK TSK TSK, fellow gamers, this game is absolute garbage. Honestly, I kinda regret picking this game as today's lucky pick. This piece of crap has zero gameplay experience. Garbage. Total garbage. Honestly, a game like this has absolutely zero point in playing it. After clearing the first level of Sheep Got Sheep, Dog Brother declared with utter disdain. But now, the viewers in the livestream chat weren't reacting with the same scorn and mockery as before. Instead, they seemed a bit stunned. Viewers? Why aren't you saying anything? Did my connection drop or something? Dog Brother couldn't help but feel puzzled when he saw the live chat suddenly go silent. Just then, the chat finally started moving again. No way. Dog Brother, check out the second level of this game. Something's off. The second level of this game feels a bit off. Holy crap. The difficulty of this second level is at least 10 times harder than the first. Suddenly, I'm getting interested. It really is. Compared to the first level, the difficulty gap in this second level is just too huge. Viewers flooded the chat with comments. Seeing the viewers' reactions, Dog Brother glanced at the second level with some surprise. Upon seeing it, Dog Brother couldn't help but freeze in place. This is interesting. This second level is way harder than the first one. Looks like this game isn't entirely without merit after all. But don't worry, everyone. Even with this one, Dog Brother will clear it in just 2 extra minutes at most. Dog Brother glanced at the second level, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke. As for the difficulty of this second stage, even Dog Brother had to admit it was far more challenging than the first. The two were simply not on the same level at all. Even so, Dog Brother still didn't take it seriously. In his view, the second stage's difficulty would at most require a bit more effort. He could still breeze through it. Chapter 223, Stunned. Dog Brother fails to clear the level. When Dog Brother saw the second level of the game Sheep Got Sheep, he had to admit he was genuinely stunned. After all, the first level was as easy as first-grade math, but this second level felt like it had suddenly jumped to college-level calculus. Faced with such a gap, anyone would be taken aback. However, after a moment of stunned silence, Dog Brother quickly regained the arrogance befitting a former esports champion. In his view, while the second level was a bit challenging, for someone of his caliber, it was just a matter of 2 or 3 minutes to crack. Viewers, the challenge continues. Watch as your streamer here beats the game designers into tears. 3 minutes. No more than 3 minutes. Dog Brother will beat this game clean. Dog Brother slammed his hand on the table and declared with authority into the live stream camera. Hearing Dog Brother's words, the viewers in the live stream chat were once again swept up in the atmosphere. Dog Brother is awesome. I knew Dog Brother wouldn't be stumped by this measly second level. Come to think of it, even though this second level is pretty tough, it's nothing special when Dog Brother gets involved. After all, he's a former esports champion. How could he possibly be challenged by a game like this? Go Dog Brother. Can't wait to see you dominate this game. Dog Brother, go get him. Make the game designers beg for mercy. The live stream chat exploded with comments once more. Seeing all these comments, Dog Brother instantly regained his confidence and swagger. Don't worry. Just wait and see how Dog Brother dominates the entire gaming world. 3 minutes. Dog Brother here needs only 3 minutes to completely clear this game. Dog Brother roared with authority, immediately diving into the second level. It must be said, as a former esports champion, Dog Brother's skills were truly formidable. With a series of smooth moves, Dog Brother effortlessly solved the chaining problems he encountered. Fellow stream viewers, didn't I tell you? The difficulty of this game's second level is nothing special at best. But in front of me, Dog Brother, this second level is nothing more than a piece of cake. Seeing how he'd effortlessly solved the connection issues time and again, Dog Brother felt a surge of pride. In his eyes, with his skills, he could breeze through the second level of Sheep Got Sheep in no time. Hearing Dog Brother's words, the viewers in the livestream chat erupted with excitement. Ha! Dog Brother is the real deal. While this second level is a bit tricky, it's still no match for Dog Brother. Can't wait to see Dog Brother dominate this game. Honestly, just because of this second level's difficulty, I'm actually getting curious about this game called Sheep Got Sheep. I'll download it and give it a try later. +1 to the above. I'm also curious about this Sheep game now. I'll download it later to give it a try. Same here. I have to admit, this Sheep Got Sheep game doesn't seem entirely without merit. At least the difficulty of the second level looks kinda interesting. The live stream audience was buzzing with discussion. Right now, their attitudes toward Sheep Got Sheep were shifting one by one. Especially with the challenge of the second level, their innate competitive spirit as gamers was ignited. They all wanted to see if they could clear the entire game with their own skills. Immediately, these viewers began downloading and installing Sheep on their phones. In no time, the download and installation numbers for Sheep skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. At this moment, the download count for Sheep Got Sheep had already soared past 270,000. Simultaneously, the game made its debut on the latest game release chart. Although it currently occupied the last position on the list, given the explosive growth rate of downloads, it was clear it wouldn't take long to climb the rankings. Just as the download numbers for Sheep Got Sheep showed such promising growth, Dog Brother found himself utterly baffled. As he made more connections, Dog Brother suddenly realized his clearing speed had noticeably slowed down. Something's wrong. Why does it feel like the difficulty keeps increasing the further I go? This is way off. Could I be about to fail? Dog Brother's mouth twitched slightly as a wave of unease washed over him. As his clearing speed dropped, he distinctly felt the difficulty of the second level in Sheep Got Sheep was skyrocketing. And then, at that very moment. Sorry, connection failed. Would you like to revive immediately? Revival requires watching a 10-second ad. A prompt popped up on his phone screen. Seeing this, Dog Brother was utterly dumbfounded. How is this even possible? I actually failed the level? Dog Brother's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were all completely dumbfounded. Holy! Am I seeing things? Dog Brother, he actually failed to clear the level? Holy crap! Is this real? Even Dog Brother, nicknamed the Game Terminator, failed to clear the second level of this game? Dog Brother, what the hell just happened? This feels like a dream. You're Dog Brother. The legendary Dog Brother. Holy crap! With Dog Brother's skills, he actually failed to clear it? The viewers in the livestream were all stunned by this scene. The situation unfolding before them was utterly unbelievable. After all, in their eyes, Dog Brother's skill level was simply beyond failing a level. At that moment, Dog Brother's eyes suddenly turned red. Ahem, everyone, that was just an accident. I got careless and clicked the wrong button. Rest assured, with my skills, I absolutely can beat this game. I'll say it again, Dog Brother never backs down. I will beat this game. I will. Dog Brother gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 224, Dog Brother's defenses crumble. This game is too dogged. At this moment, Dog Brother's mental state was on the verge of collapse. After all, the current situation was simply beyond belief. In his original plan, with his skills, clearing sheep got sheep should have been a piece of cake. But now look at him, he actually failed to clear the game? This is ridiculous. After all, Dog Brother wasn't just anyone, he was a former esports champion. And yet, he failed to clear this little game? For him, this was nothing short of a colossal disgrace, utterly unacceptable. Just thinking about it made Dog Brother's eyes turn red. As a former pro esports champion, he naturally had his pride. But now, he'd failed to clear it? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Still, for now, he could only desperately try to justify his failure. Like, I got careless and clicked the wrong button. No way. If he had to admit he couldn't beat a simple minigame, Dog Brother felt like his face would swell up from embarrassment. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat heard Dog Brother's explanation. Though skeptical, they remembered he was a former pro esports champion. Surely he couldn't have failed to clear it? Most likely, he just clicked the wrong button in a moment of carelessness. Yeah. Dog Brother, I believe you. You must have just clicked the wrong button by accident. Go for it. Dog Brother, you gotta teach that game designer a lesson. Dog Brother, I believe in you too. There's no way you couldn't beat such a simple minigame. After all, you're a former pro esports champion. The viewers in the livestream chat all chimed in. At that moment, hearing the viewers' comments, Dog Brother's mouth twitched slightly. He knew exactly what had just happened. That I just made a mistake excuse? It was nothing more than a face-saving lie he'd concocted on the spot. But now, seeing the viewers react like this, he certainly wasn't about to expose his own shortcomings. Ha! That's right. That's exactly how it was. Don't worry. I won't be careless again. I will definitely clear this level. Dog Brother chuckled, pumping himself up. Immediately after, Dog Brother chose to revive. Which meant watching a 10-second revival ad. Alright, viewers, it's time for Dog Brother's show. Ha, just a little game? Watch Dog Brother crush it. Go! 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 After watching the revival ad, Dog Brother suddenly felt confident again, his arrogance swelling once more. But this time, Dog Brother had shed his earlier arrogance. After all, he'd just stumbled in the gutter. How could he dare underestimate the challenge of clearing sheep got sheep? It must be said, when Dog Brother gave it his all, his skills reached a whole new level. Yet soon enough, Dog Brother found himself facing the exact same situation again. Sorry. You failed the level. Want to revive immediately? This revival requires watching a 30-second ad. Seeing this message, Dog Brother froze in shock. A mistake. It was just a mistake. Dog Brother felt his face burning hot, even a little sore. He never imagined things would turn out like this. He had been giving it his all just moments ago. But he never imagined he'd fail the level again. This is ridiculous. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat. Holy crap. The first time was a mistake, but messing up twice? That's a bit much, isn't it? Dog Brother, you're not actually failing this level, are you? Dog Brother, are you even capable? This doesn't match your skill level. Yeah. Dog Brother, I feel like I could do better than you. +1 to the above. I'm already ready to try it myself. Maybe I'd do better than Dog Brother? +1. I'm already playing. Viewers flooded the live stream chat with comments. Meanwhile, Dog Brother's eyes turned red as he saw these comments. That line, Dog Brother, can you even do it, felt like a knife stabbing straight into his heart. Everyone, it's all just a mistake. Rest assured. Dog Brother will definitely clear this level. Dog Brother forced himself to speak. But this time, his confidence clearly faltered. You don't know until you try, and then you're in for a shock. After actually playing the game, Dog Brother finally realized just how insanely difficult the second level of Sheep Got Sheep really was. Damn! What kind of dog tie game designer came up with this dog tie game? This damn second level is ridiculously hard. They're even more dog than me. Dog Brother kept his face expressionless, but inside, he was cursing up a storm. If it weren't for his years as a streamer honing his mental fortitude, he might have lost his cool by now. After all, he's only human. He had some damn pride too. Dog Brother steeled himself and endured another 30 seconds of resurrection ads. Ahem. Next up, Dog Brother here will give it my absolute all. I refuse to believe Dog Brother can't clear this level. Dog Brother gritted his teeth and declared. Then, Dog Brother dove right back into the game. A few minutes later, Dog Brother watched the third resurrection ad. A few more minutes passed. This can't be. Impossible. Dog Brother grabbed his hair, completely losing it. He'd just watched over a dozen resurrection ads. Now, his mindset was completely shattered. Suddenly, overcome by rage, Dog Brother slapped himself twice across the face. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were stunned, and the chat exploded with reactions. Dog Brother? That's too much. That's too much. Yeah. Dog Brother? Seriously, no need. Ha ha. Sorry. I couldn't help but laugh. Let's be real, the game designers are total jerks. Look what they've driven Dog Brother to. This laugh just wiped out 10 years of my good karma. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Ahem, guys above, hold your laughter. This sheep got sheep game is seriously tough. I'm even worse off, I've watched dozens of ads already. So I totally get Dog Brother's reaction. Bro, you're not alone. I've watched dozens of ads too and still haven't cleared it. This game is seriously tie. Guys, let's band together. Arg. I've watched dozens of ads too. This dog designer is seriously the worst. How could they come up with a game like this? Chapter 225, Launch Day breaking into the top 10. The speed of information spreading online is astonishing. Especially when it comes to scandals, embarrassing moments, and bad news. It truly proves the saying good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. As a top streamer with millions of followers and a former pro esports champion, Dog Brother's meltdown over the game Sheep in his livestream where he publicly slapped himself twice across the face instantly went viral. In no time, netizens turned the meme of Dog Brother slapping himself with comments like "Dog Brother, you're overreacting" into a viral meme. This meme was then strategically pushed by some to become a trending topic online. Now, more and more netizens learned about this incident and became incredibly curious. Just how frustrating is this sheep got sheep game that it could push Dog Brother, a former pro esports champion, to the brink? So, driven by intense curiosity, these netizens all rushed to download and install Sheep. That very night, they all lost sleep, staying up all night watching revival ads just to pass level 2. As the frenzy escalated, Sheep became a trending topic on Weibo. #shocked. Dog Brother loses his cool and slaps himself over a game called Sheep Got Sheep. Just how frustrating is this game? Hashtag countless netizens begging for Sheep Got Sheep level 2 walkthrough. Hashtag shock. Sheep Got Sheep breaks into top 10 of latest game charts. Hashtag. These trending topics on Weibo have made Sheep Got Sheep even more widely known. Countless netizens below are flooding the comments section. God knows how many revive ads I've watched just to clear level 2 of Sheep Got Sheep. So sneaky. The game designers behind Sheep Got Sheep are just too sneaky. Suddenly I get why Dog Brother lost it during his livestream. This second level is insanely hard to beat. +1 to the above. Please, pros, share your secret to beating this level. Forget about it, no one in the whole country has cleared level 2 of Sheep yet. Wonder who'll be the coolest kid on the block? Same here. I'm grinding through level 2 right now, not for anything else, but just to hear everyone call me hottie. TSK, want to hear hottie? Come to Guangdong, guaranteed you'll hear it. Damn. Why are they all calling me dumbass? Netizens flooded the comments section. Meanwhile, other developers learned that Sheep had stormed into the latest game rankings on its very first day and they were green with envy. What the hell? How did Su's game get such insane download numbers on its very first day? Damn it. That Suyu deserves to be damned. Seeing this guy rake in money hurts worse than my own losses. I just don't get it, what's so special about this Sheep thing that so many people are downloading it? The other developers were green with envy. After all, in their original minds, Sheep Got Sheep was destined to flop. After all, the game's designer was none other than Suyu, a complete amateur. How could a game designed by an amateur possibly not flop? But now, not only did Sheep Got Sheep avoid the flop they predicted, it stormed into the top 10 of the newest game charts on its very first day in the game store. What's more, its downloads were skyrocketing, poised to storm into the top 3 of the recent releases chart, even radiating an aura of potential dominance at number 1. How could they not be consumed by jealousy and fury? And right now, the most jealous, the most envious person of all? None other than Erwin Cooper. Damn it. How the hell did he pull this off? Why did this game storm into the top 10 of the newly released games chart on its very first day? What the hell is going on? He's just some outsider named Su. How could this happen? What the hell is going on? Erwin Cooper gritted his teeth, consumed by envy. Learning that Sheep Got Sheep had stormed into the top 10 of the newly released games chart nearly shattered Erwin Cooper's composure. Especially since this was only the very first day the game had been available on the store. The game, developed by the mobile studio he'd acquired, had also made the latest game list, but back then, it had taken days just to scrape the bottom of the rankings. And that was only after he shelled out for a promotional push. But now, Suyu's Sheep Got Sheep had done it on its very first day in the game store. It had stormed into the top 10 of the newly released games chart. The kicker? Suyu hadn't spent a single penny on promotion. How the hell was Erwin Cooper supposed to keep his cool? Right now, what worries Erwin Cooper most is that the download and installation growth of Sheep is too fast, too absurd. At this rate, it won't be long before Sheep Got Sheep storms into the top 3 of the newest game charts or even takes the number 1 spot. If that happens, Erwin Cooper will truly lose it. After all, the game developed by the mobile studio he acquired has only managed to reach second place on the latest game charts so far. If Yang Luliang actually overtakes it, what the hell kind of face would he have left to show? That would be a bloody humiliating blow. The thought made Erwin Cooper grind his teeth in fury. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Cooper's head spun. Because the caller was none other than Director Zhang. As for why Director Zhang was calling, Erwin Cooper didn't even need to guess, he knew exactly why. After a moment's hesitation, Erwin Cooper finally answered the call. The moment he answered, Director Zhang's voice boomed through the line. Irvine Cooper, what the hell is going on? How did that kid Sue's game crash into the top 10 of the newest game charts on its very first day? What the hell is happening? Chapter 226, a fleeting moment? Or something's not quite right. Director Zhang's voice on the other end was filled with rage and utter disbelief. After all, this was his last chance to get back at Suyu. He had assumed that by forcing Suyu into the mobile gaming arena, a field he was unfamiliar with, Suyu would be overwhelmed and crash and burn. But he never imagined that Suyu's game would storm into the top 10 of the newly released game charts on its very first day of launch. And judging by the current download growth rate of Yang Luoguiyang, it might even break into the top 3. This situation was utterly unacceptable to Director Zhang. And now, hearing Director Zhang's furious tone on the other end of the line, Erwin Cooper felt his head spin. Director Zhang demanded an explanation, but he himself had no clue what was going on. Who could have predicted that Yang Luoguiyang would achieve such astonishing results on its very first day in the game store? After all, Yang Luoguiyang was developed in just 3 days. By all common sense, a game rushed into development like that should be a poorly made, doomed to fail piece of junk. But look at it now. Sheep Got Sheep had stormed straight into the top 10 of the newest game charts. This is insane. For Erwin Cooper, this current situation was utterly unbelievable. But for now, Erwin Cooper could only force down his inner resentment and anger as he told Director Zhang on the phone. Don't worry. This is just a fluke. That Su Kid's Sheep Got Sheep game, my team analyzed it. Its popularity stems purely from exploiting the absurd difficulty of level 2 to trigger players' competitive instincts. But every game eventually gets beaten. And for any level-based game, once players clear it, their enthusiasm naturally fades. So in my view, a hype around that Su Kid's Sheep Got Sheep game is nothing but a flash in the pan. Before long, this game will be exposed for what it truly is. Erwin Cooper spoke in as calm a tone as he could manage. Of course, he wasn't just bluffing Director Zhang. He had indeed commissioned a thorough analysis of Yang Luliang. After all, upon learning that Yang Luliang had stormed into the top 10 of the newly released game charts on its very first day of launch, his mindset had been completely shattered. Naturally, he had commissioned an analysis of the game. The final conclusion? The current hype around Sheep Got Sheep was likely just a flash in the pan. After all, the game's biggest draw was its insanely difficult second level. Once players conquered level 2, they'd essentially completed the entire game. And the biggest flaw in any level-based game is that players lose interest once they've beaten it. It's like a guy chasing a girl. When a girl hasn't been won over yet, a guy's enthusiasm is usually at its peak. But once he's won her over, that passion naturally fades. The problem is, a girl can't keep a guy chasing her forever. After all, stringing him along is only a temporary solution. If he never succeeds and sees no hope of winning her over, he'll naturally give up. Right now, the game Yang Luoguiyang is facing exactly this situation. The difficulty of level 2 is keeping players hooked on trying to beat it, which is why netizens are so obsessed with Sheep Got Sheep right now. But the problem is, Yang Luoguiyang can't keep players hanging indefinitely. Sooner or later, players will have to clear the level. Otherwise, when players realize they can't clear it no matter what they do, they'll naturally choose to give up. Once they do clear it, though, their enthusiasm for Yang Luoguiyang will inevitably fade. All things considered, Yang Luoguiyang is likely to be a flash in the pan. At that moment, Director Zhang on the other end of the line felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Erwin Cooper's words. Ha ha ha. That's great. That's wonderful. I was worried about this very thing. Hearing your analysis puts my mind at ease. Ha. With that Su Kid's unfinished Sheep Got Sheep game is bound to flop sooner or later. Ha, I'm actually growing more eager to see that Su Kid realize his game is nothing but a flash in the pan. Ha. That'll be quite the spectacle. Director Zhang chuckled coldly, his voice dripping with amusement. Upon learning that Sheep Got Sheep was likely to be a flash in the pan, Director Zhang instantly felt relieved. At that moment, Erwin Cooper smiled upon hearing Director Zhang's words. The anger and jealousy he'd felt earlier when the game Yang Luoguiyang shot into the top 10 of the newly released game charts on its very first day had significantly subsided. Yet as he smiled, something felt off. Especially when he thought about the game's name, Sheep Got Sheep, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was overlooking something. After all, judging by the name, this should be a game related to sheep. Yet judging by the current levels, there was nothing remotely sheep-related to be found. This was rather peculiar. At that moment, Erwin Cooper never imagined that Sheep Got Sheep wasn't your typical level-based game. This game was actually a sheep collecting game. Moreover, once players successfully cleared the levels and collected their first sheep, a killer feature awaited, a sheep collecting leaderboard ranking provinces and regions. Once that trump card is revealed, it's bound to be a moment that shocks the entire internet. Perhaps the hype around Sheep Got Sheep would eventually fade, but one thing was certain, this fervor wouldn't dissipate in a mere month or two. By that time, you will have already raked in a fortune, happily using the money to fund the next round of game development. But for now, neither Erwin Cooper nor director Zhang has a clue about any of this. And by the time they do find out, their faces won't betray such foolish naivety anymore. They certainly won't be clinging to the delusion that Yang Luge Yang will fade away like a fleeting flower. Regardless of their current thoughts, however, Sheep Got Sheep inevitably exploded across the entire internet. As more and more netizens discovered Yang Lulu Yang, its download and installation numbers skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. Chapter 227, Yang Luge Yang's Potential, Dog Brother Strikes Again. Junlin Tianxia Mobile Game Studio. Mr. Su, you're truly amazing. Yes. The game you designed, Sheep Got Sheep, is truly amazing. Ha ha ha. On its very first day of launch, it stormed into the top 10 of the latest game charts, and its download numbers are still growing at an astonishing rate. Wow, this has to be the most impressive game I've ever helped develop. Absolutely. Mr. Su, thank you for giving us the opportunity to be part of developing Yang Luge Yang. The team of programmers all looked at Suyu with faces full of excitement, expressing their gratitude one after another. Learning that Sheep Sheep had stormed into the top 10 of the newly released games chart on its very first day in the game store, they were all beside themselves with excitement. After all, no game had ever achieved such astonishing results on its very first day of release. Without a doubt, Sheep Sheep had truly created a miracle. Most crucially, this miracle-making game had been developed in just 3 days. This was nothing short of astonishing. Hearing everyone's reactions, Suyu wore a calm smile as he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Everything makes perfect sense. This game's potential extends far beyond breaking into the top 10 of the newly released games chart. Next, it will surge into the top 3, claim the number 1 spot, and even break into the popular games chart. Suyu wasn't surprised by the achievements of Sheep Got Sheep. On the contrary, he found it entirely logical. After all, even on Earth with its fiercely competitive market, this game had achieved massive popularity across the entire network. Therefore, Suyu was brimming with confidence in Sheep Got Sheep. At that moment, however, the group of programmers couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly upon hearing Suyu's words, their skepticism evident. They believed Sheep Got Sheep could break into the top 3, or even claim the number 1 spot on the latest game chart. After all, the game's download and installation numbers were growing at a truly astonishing rate. Given this momentum, they naturally believed Sheep Got Sheep would achieve an astonishing result. But in their view, the highest achievement Yang Luge Yang could realistically achieve was topping the newly released games chart. As for breaking into the popular games chart, to be honest, they were genuinely skeptical. After all, that's the popular games chart. Breaking into the popular games chart is at least 10 times harder than making it onto the new releases chart. After all, the gap between these two charts is enormous. So, regarding the possibility of Sheep Got Sheep breaking into the popular games chart, they remained highly skeptical. Seeing the expressions on the programmers below, Suyu just smiled without saying a word. These programmers had ultimately underestimated just how extraordinary Sheep Got Sheep truly was. Granted, breaking into the popular games chart was incredibly difficult. But that doesn't change the fact that Sheep Got Sheep is truly extraordinary. Once the game unleashed its trump card, the regional sheep collecting leaderboards across provinces, the true terrifying power of Sheep Got Sheep would be revealed to even more people. By then, it might not crack the top 30, but it would absolutely storm into the top 50. But Suyu isn't ready to reveal any of this just yet. First, even if he did mention it now, people probably wouldn't believe him. Second, once everything is settled, letting the facts speak for themselves will be the most powerful move. The next day. Dog Brother's livestream. Hey, everyone. Your dog brother is back. Dog Brother appeared in the livestream, his face radiating confidence and pride, as if he had already emerged from the gloom of yesterday's defeat in the second level of the game Sheep Got Sheep. Seeing Dog Brother's renewed vigor, the prank-loving, sarcastic viewers in the chat couldn't resist. One by one, they started flooding the screen with comments. Dog Brother, you're in a great mood today. But did you forget how that second level of Sheep Got Sheep game completely broke your defenses yesterday? Yeah. Dog Brother, if you get messed up again today and slap yourself on camera, we won't be responsible. Ha ha. No way. No way. Dog Brother, we gotta make sure you slap yourself at least one less time today. Not for anything else, but because this is our Dog Brother's last bit of pride. Dog Brother, go for it. You got this. We gotta keep that slap count down today. After all, our Dog Brother was a man of dignity in life. Me, Dog Brother, getting humiliated live. Ha ha. You guys upstairs are all geniuses. Dog Brother, humph. Bunch of jerks. The livestream viewers went wild with their antics. Seeing the crowd mocking him, Dog Brother's lips twitched slightly. Hey, everyone, please act like human beings. Don't bring up things that aren't relevant. This is Dog Brother's last shred of pride. But today, Dog Brother is about to unleash a major move on you all. That is using the technique I stayed up all night perfecting last night today. Dog Brother will absolutely clear level 2 of Sheep Got Sheep. 1 hour. Dog Brother will clear level 2 of Sheep Got Sheep within 1 hour. Just watch, I'll be the first person online to beat this entire game. I, Dog Brother, am the coolest kid on the block. Dog Brother raised his hand, his face radiating fierce pride. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat. Silence reigned the quietest night at Cambridge. Quietly, Dog Brother arrived. Quietly, Dog Brother strikes again. Dog Brother, real or fake, I'm seriously doubting your words. Yeah. Dog Brother, you were a respectable person in life, at least. You can't keep slapping people in the livestream. It's not worth it. Really, it's not worth it. Ha ha. Dog Brother, keep it low key. I could make endless memes of you slapping people in the livestream. The viewers in the livestream chat were grinning wickedly. Meanwhile, Dog Brother heard the flood of comments, especially the one about making memes. He was furious. Well, Dog Brat, so you were the one making those memes. You're full of nothing but rotten tricks. How despicable. Poof. But this time, Dog Brother isn't messing around. I'll clear Sheep Got Sheep within an hour. Chapter 228, Clearance. National Sheep Collection Rankings. As he said this, Dog Brother's face flushed with intense pride. Yesterday, he'd been so thoroughly stumped by level 2 of Sheep that it left him with a psychological shadow. But as a former professional esports champion, he still held on to his pride and obsession when it came to gaming. So after burning the midnight oil last night watching countless revival ads, he finally figured out some techniques to clear the level. 10 minutes, oh wait, an hour to clear the second level of Sheep Got Sheep? He was pretty confident he could pull it off. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream were all a bit skeptical upon hearing Dog Brother's words. After all, the incident from yesterday where Dog Brother had his defenses shattered by the game Sheep Got Sheep in the livestream was still vividly etched in their minds. Dog Brother, let the show begin. Yeah. Dog Brother, skipping one slap actually counts as a win. Ha ha. Dog Brother is such a class act. Me, Dog Brother, getting called out live. Ha ha. The livestream viewers cheerfully flooded the chat with comments. Dog Brother. The viewers in the livestream were all having a blast, but he was feeling pretty bummed out right now. What the hell is going on here? Dog Brother was utterly outraged. As a former pro esports champion, doesn't he have any pride? With this sheep game, he'd only need to watch a dozen or so revival ads this time he was certain he could clear it. Alright. Fellow viewers, get ready to witness Dog Brother's true skills. Dog Brother flicked his wrist dramatically and instantly launched the game. Soon, Dog Brother began tackling the second level of Sheep Got Sheep. 2 minutes later. Still struggling to find novels you love? Head over to HaoShi Novel app. Discover millions of captivating stories here. Hundreds of authors are online, begging readers to vote with gold tickets. Just tap those lucky fingers and help authors keep their stories flowing. Dog Brother watched a full 10-second revival ad video. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat. Dog Brother, that's it? Seriously? What about clearing the level? Dog Brother, why are you watching revival ads again? Dog head emoji. Yeah, Dog Brother, you were a respectable person in life. Be good, give up bravely, don't be stubborn. Let's be real, this game Sheep Got Sheep is seriously trash. No wonder Dog Brother lost it. Who knows how many revive ads I watched yesterday? +1 to the above. I watched tons of revive ads yesterday too. This game's designers are total jerks. But seeing Dog Brother get crushed by level 2 like that? Makes me feel way better about my own struggles. Ha ha. Same here. Same here. Ha, seeing Dog Brother's frustrated face totally cheered me up. The viewers in the livestream chat erupted into a riot of laughter. Dog Brother, seeing the viewers dissing him in the chat, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This is ridiculous. Viewers, give Dog Brother some confidence. With this game, Dog Brother here. I'll watch maybe a dozen or so revive ads, and I'll definitely clear it. Dog Brother gritted his teeth, his words lacking conviction. He had been pretty confident at first. But after watching a single revival ad video, he suddenly felt that confidence wasn't so solid after all. Still, Dog Brother quickly rallied his spirits and launched another attempt to beat the game. A minute later, Dog Brother was watching his second revival ad video of the day. Third time. Fourth time. Fifth time. Finally, after watching 13 ad videos, Dog Brother was almost through the second level. Ha ha ha. Fellow viewers, did you see that? Dog Brother is about to clear the level. Finally. Finally. Dog Brother beamed with excitement as he neared clearing level 2, but mid-sentence, his nose suddenly stung, and tears streamed down his face. Damn it! As a former pro esports champion, I never thought I'd be broken by a little game like this. I gotta say, the game designers are absolute geniuses. I'm impressed. Dog Brother here is genuinely impressed. This game designer deserves a bow from me, Dog Brother. Dog Brother exclaimed emotionally. Heaven only knows how he made it through last night. To clear level 2 of Sheep Got Sheep, he watched countless ads and compiled multiple strategies for tackling the challenge. As a former professional esports champion, this was his first time facing such a situation. It was nothing but a bitter tear. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat were feeling all kinds of emotions. Dog Brothers got it rough. Gotta hand it to the devs. The designers behind Sheep Got Sheep are ing geniuses. Coming up with a game like this? We gotta tip our hats to them. Absolutely. This game designer is a demonic genius. Last night I watched countless revival ad videos. Bet I contributed a ton of money to him. Dog Brother, hurry up. Finish the game already. No one online has beaten Sheep Got Sheep yet. Who knows what happens after clearing it? +1 to the above. Dog Brother, finish it. If you clear it, you'll be the first person in the entire network. The viewers in the livestream chat were buzzing with excitement as they typed these comments. They were all incredibly curious about what would happen after completing Sheep Sheep. After all, no one has beaten it yet. Seeing the chat react like this, Dog Brother perked up. Alright. Fellow viewers, what follows is the moment we witness the completion of Sheep Sheep. Let's go. Dog Brother shouted, launching into the final sprint. Congratulations. You've collected 1 sheep, contributing 1 sheep to your province region. Would you like to view the sheep collection rankings by province region? Seeing this prompt, Dog Brother froze in place. Collected 1 sheep? And what's this provincial sheep collection leaderboard? Dog Brother was utterly baffled. But after a moment's thought, he clicked to view the sheep collection rankings. And right then, Dog Brother was stunned to see the total sheep counts for every province and region nationwide. At that moment, his home province of Fujian was leading the national sheep collection rankings by a single sheep. Holy crap! Dog Brother, now I get why this game is called Sheep Got Sheep. Turns out that's how the sheep come about. Ha ha ha. Dog Brother, I'm now #1 across the entire network. And I've even made my home province of Fujian the top sheep collector among all provinces and regions. Awesome, yeah. Chapter 229, Provincial Hotshots apply to battle for the top spot. Dog Brother's eyes lit up as he jumped up excitedly. Now he finally understood why the game was called Sheep Got Sheep. He'd been puzzled before. The game's levels clearly had nothing to do with sheep, yet it was named Sheep Got Sheep? Seeing this national sheep collection leaderboard finally made it click. Damn. I gotta say, this game designer is a true genius. He's totally cracked the code on this type of level-based game. Ha ha. Fellow gamers, am I not awesome? I'm the first person nationwide to clear every level of sheep and single-handedly propelled my home province of Fujian to the top of the national sheep collection rankings. So here's what Dog Brother wants to say. Who else? Who else? After figuring all this out, Dog Brother was so excited he couldn't contain himself, letting out a triumphant shout. Meanwhile, the viewers in the livestream chat. Seeing Dog Brother's excited state, they were speechless one by one, yet also felt the urge to challenge Dog Brother head-on. Holy crap! So that's how the game got its name. Clearing levels actually lets you collect sheep. Damn, gotta admit it, the game designers are freaking geniuses. Who even thought of this? I'm impressed. Truly impressed. But Dog Brother, I advise you not to get too cocky. It's just the temporary top spot. We Guangdong folks aren't backing down. Just wait, watch us Guangdong snatch 2 sheep in no time and dethrone every province and region from the national sheep collecting leaderboard. +1 to the above. Guangxi is also applying to join the battle. Shandong's in too. As the province with the most college entrance exams, we've got plenty of top scorers. That top spot on the national sheep collection leaderboard? Shandong's got it locked down. Whoa! Talk about cocky. Jiangsu and Zhejiang refuse to be outdone. We're applying to compete from Northeast China too. Me too. Seeing Dog Brother show off like this, the viewers in the livestream chat were instantly filled with resentment. Immediately, these viewers began downloading and installing the game Sheep Got Sheep, determined to officially take on the challenge. In no time, downloads for Sheep surged again. Meanwhile, news of Dog Brother clearing Sheep spread to other gaming streamers. After all, Dog Brother was a former professional esports champion. Now that he'd made such a splash, coupled with the game's new nationwide sheep collection rankings across provinces and regions, who among them could just accept this? Immediately, major game streamers began live streaming their attempts to conquer Yang, vowing to propel their hometowns to the top of the national provincial sheep collection leaderboard. Within moments, hundreds of streamers jumped into the fray, broadcasting their attempts to conquer Yang. Their participation naturally spurred their respective viewers to join in. Consequently, downloads and installations of Yang surged to terrifying new heights. Breaking the 100 million download mark, it shot straight to the top spot on the latest game charts. Boom! The entire internet erupted in excitement. Holy! It shot straight to the top of the newly released games chart. This Sheep Got Sheep is going to the moon. Damn! This is insane. It's only been out for 2 days. To become the top new game so fast. Sheep, you're terrifyingly good. Holy crap. Holy crap! The game designer is a genius. Can someone tell me who the mastermind behind Yang Luguiyang is? A game design this brilliant must be the work of some big shot using an alt account, right? Hey, I know what I'm about to say sounds crazy, but the designer of Yang Luguiyang isn't some big shot using an alt account, it's an outsider. As for the name, all I can say is he's been trending like crazy lately. It's Suyu, the legendary Su. Holy crap! It's really him? I just searched online and saw that name, thought it was fake. Turns out it's actually him. Damn! Isn't he a movie director? How the hell is he this good at game design too? Holy crap! This is insane. A total amateur pulling off something this impressive? This guy is seriously unnerving. Netizens buzzed with excitement. As more and more netizens discussed the matter, a related trending topic quickly appeared on Weibo's hot search list. Hashtag shocking. Sheep tops new game rankings just 2 days after launch. Hashtag sheep collection leaderboards emerge nationwide across provinces. This feature may become Suyu's deadliest weapon. Hashtag unbelievable. How is Suyu so ridiculously overpowered? Hashtag genius game designer Suyu, what else does he have up his sleeve? Hashtag industry estimates suggest Yang Luguiyang could potentially rake in over 1 billion in advertising revenue. Hashtag these trending topics on Weibo have once again thrust sheep into the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, upon learning that Yang Luguiyang had claimed the top spot on the latest game release chart, the other competitors were all dumbfounded. Holy crap! That Su guy, how the hell did he pull this off? This is insane. The game's only been out for 2 days. How did it climb to the top of the new releases chart so fast? This guy must be cheating. Why is it that among all US entrepreneurs, only Suyu stands out like this? Damn it! This guy's messing with my head. Why did I have to be on the same show as someone like this? I'm reporting him. That Su guy is cheating. No normal person could be this good. The other contestants were green with envy, their composure completely shattered. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Erwin Cooper collapsed onto the floor, utterly devastated. Why? Why the hell is this happening? Why is this Su guy so damn good at mobile game entrepreneurship? Who the hell is he? Erwin Cooper's eyes burned crimson as he clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Chapter 230, Suyu's ambition merely the beginning of his journey. Within just 2 days, the game Yang Luguiyang shot straight to the top of the newly released game charts. To Erwin Cooper, this felt like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting apart. After all, the game developed by the mobile studio he acquired had taken over a month to barely reach second place on the new releases chart. Truthfully, achieving such a ranking was already an extraordinary feat for any game. So when Erwin Cooper saw that result, he felt a surge of pride. But now, seeing Suyu's sheep leap to the top spot on the latest game charts in just 2 days, the stark contrast made Erwin Cooper feel like his face was burning with embarrassment. What's more, Suyu had developed Yang Luguiyang in just 3 days. This comparison laid bare the stark difference in caliber. In that moment, Erwin Cooper's pride was utterly crushed beneath the weight of Yang Lulu. Meanwhile, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return program. Is heaven trying to destroy me? The heavens are out to get me. Director Zhang hunched over, his entire being seeming to age decades overnight. Upon learning that the game Sheep had surged to the top of the newly released game charts in just 2 days, Director Zhang's eyes burned with fury. At the rate Sheep was racking up downloads, wouldn't it eventually storm the popular games chart? The thought left Director Zhang utterly drained. After all, games that make it onto the trending charts are invariably those that have fought their way through countless competitors. Moreover, games of that caliber are almost always developed by renowned mobile game studios, created only after investing massive amounts of money and effort. But Suyu? That Sheep game took only 3 days to develop, with development costs so low it was almost laughable. Yet this very game had shot straight to the top spot on the newly released games chart, with a strong chance of breaking into the popular games rankings. Just thinking about it is utterly disheartening. Is he, Suyu, my nemesis? Why? Why do I get utterly crushed every time I face him? Director Zhang clenched his fists tightly at the thought. Junlin Tianxia Mobile Game Studio. At that moment, countless programmers gazed at Suyu with reverent eyes, their admiration reaching its peak. The game Yang Luguiyang had stormed to the top spot on the latest game chart in just 2 days. This was nothing short of an earth-shattering achievement for anyone. Even the developers themselves, who had worked on Sheep, hadn't anticipated such an outcome. At the same time, each of them understood that the key to Yang Luguiyang's astonishing success lay in Suyu's game design plan, a strategy so ingenious it bordered on the supernatural. Especially that nationwide sheep collecting leaderboard across all provinces, it was absolutely brilliant. It instantly injected a longevity potion into a game type destined for a short lifespan. At the very least, Yang Luguiyang was guaranteed to remain relevant for months to come. At this realization, the programmers' gazes toward Suyu were nothing short of reverence. Ahem. Why are you all staring at me like that? It's just that we topped the newly released game charts in 2 days, no big deal. Suyu scratched his nose and chuckled. The programmers. Are you even aware of what you're saying? That's the top spot on the newly released game charts. And to achieve such an astonishing feat in just 2 days. Such staggering fortune, and Suyu speaks of it so casually? That's just too much of a show-off. Mr. Su, you're truly our idol. That tactic of creating a nationwide sheep-gathering leaderboard across all provinces and regions, it's absolutely genius. Exactly. Mr. Su, your game design plan is absolutely brilliant. The biggest headache we had, the short lifespan of level-based games, has been solved with your sheep-gathering leaderboard. It's truly amazing. In just 2 days, Yang Liliang shot straight to the top spot on the latest game charts. Mr. Su, I respect no one but you. The group of programmers exclaimed with excitement. Hearing their words, Suyu merely smiled calmly and waved his hand. Calm down. Calm down. Topping the newly released games chart is just the beginning. My real goal is to propel Sheep Got Sheep onto the trending games chart. Moreover, Sheep Got Sheep is merely the starting point of our journey to dominate the world mobile game studio. More exciting games will be crafted by us one after another in the future. To others, the success of Sheep Got Sheep was already astonishing. But to Suyu, Yang Lo Guyang was merely the beginning. Next up are Traveling Frog and Genshin Impact. Especially Genshin Impact, once it launches, it will undoubtedly shake the entire game development industry. That moment will be the true, jaw-dropping spectacle. Compared to the staggering achievements Genshin Impact will achieve, Sheep is nothing but child's play. Hearing Suyu's words now, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. If the ultimate goal of Sheep was to climb the popular game charts, then based on its current download growth rate, they believed it could happen. But to suggest that Yang Lo Guyang was merely the beginning, with even more formidable games yet to be created. Honestly, they found it hard to believe. After all, what Yang Lo Guyang had achieved was already beyond belief. To replicate, let alone surpass, what Yang Lo Guyang had achieved. Without exaggeration, it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Suyu observed their reactions without surprise, merely smiling. The journey of the supreme ruler mobile game studio has only just begun. Many more shining moments were yet to come for the studio. Meanwhile, netizens across the entire internet were now fully immersed in the sheep collecting frenzy. Countless netizens, desperate to get their hometowns onto the national provincial sheep-gathering leaderboards, threw themselves into grueling grinding challenges. And the outcome is clear: most of them ended up watching countless resurrection ad videos. Chapter 231, Shooting to the top of the popular games chart, making a killing. Arg. I'm about to lose my mind. This sheep game is ridiculously hard. +1 to the above. This isn't just a little hard, it's insanely tough. Getting all the sheep and clearing the game is no easy feat. You guys might not believe this, but getting my score from 300-something to 500-something was way easier than beating Sheep. Beating Sheep feels harder than getting into a top-tier university. You dog of a game designer, come out and face us. Why did you make a perfectly good level-based game this hard? Do you think collecting sheep is easy? A chorus of complaints erupted from netizens. They were nearly in tears over the sheer difficulty of clearing Sheep's quest. But the craziest part? Even with this insane difficulty, they keep charging forward, tackling the challenge again and again, like they never get tired. Truly, they're killing themselves just to get their hometown to the top of the rankings. And after countless netizens poured their efforts into it, finally, on the 5th day after Sheep launched on the game store, it stormed into the top trending games list. The entire internet erupted in excitement. A low-budget mini-game developed in just 3 days had surged onto the trending charts in only 5 days, a true miracle. Countless related trending topics flooded Weibo. #explosive. Yang Lo Guyang storms the popular games chart. Hashtag Suyu may become a genius game designer thanks to Sheep. Hashtag just how extraordinary is Suyu? Hashtag. The emergence of these trending topics on Weibo has once again stunned countless netizens. No comparison. Seriously, no comparison at all. Suyu's money-making skills? I'm genuinely impressed. Even though I'm green with envy over how much this guy makes, I have to give him props for his skills. After all, he's got the talent, he deserves every penny. Sheep has actually shot up the top game charts, that's seriously impressive. Nothing else to say, Su God, you're beyond awesome. Upon learning that Yang Lo Guyang had stormed the top game charts, netizens were utterly astonished. After all, that's an extremely prestigious top game chart. Games that make it onto this list are the cream of the crop, having fought their way through thousands or even tens of thousands of other games. Most crucially, these charts have historically been monopolized by major mobile game studios. Mid-sized mobile game studios had virtually no chance of cracking this list to get a piece of the pie. Let alone small mobile game studios or those newly emerging ones. But Suyu? He assembled a makeshift team and, as a complete outsider, managed to design a simple game that stormed straight into the top charts. This feat was nothing short of defying the heavens. Upon learning that Yang Liliang had stormed the top charts, the other contestants were overcome with despair. How the hell did this guy pull it off? Is there any justice left? 5 days. He hit the top charts in just 5 days. That Su guy is going to rake it in. This is infuriating. He's practically cheating. We agreed to compete fairly, but this Su guy is definitely cheating. The other contestants seethed with indignation, cursing under their breath. Meanwhile, Erwin Cooper was crying in utter despair. The other contestants had chosen different entrepreneurial paths than Suyu, so they didn't have to face that crushing disparity. But Erwin Cooper, had followed Suyu's lead into the mobile gaming startup arena. Precisely because of this, he now knew firsthand what true despair felt like. Breaking into the top game charts in just 5 days. For him, Erwin Cooper, that was unimaginable. Even if he was a genius at startup investments, the Chinese gaming development scene was far too deep and treacherous. The top game charts were essentially monopolized by China's major mobile game studios. For a new studio to break in and get a piece of the pie? Pure fantasy. At least, that was the unwritten rule before the emergence of Yang Luliyang. But now, Suyu had stormed into the top charts with Sheep Got Sheep, a low-cost little game. Faced with this reality, even if Erwin Cooper refused to accept it, he couldn't deny it. Suyu is truly a prodigy. Suyu. Suyu. Why? Why won't you just leave me alone? Erwin Cooper's eyes burned crimson, his breath heavy as he gritted his teeth. At that moment, he seemed to have forgotten that it was he himself who had declared he would compete with Suyu in the same startup arena. In other words, Erwin Cooper had now shot himself in the foot. In the days that followed, the game Yang Luliyang remained incredibly popular. Although its download growth rate had slowed compared to earlier periods, its position on the popular games charts was now unshakable. It even showed signs of climbing toward the top 50, an astonishing feat. And so, after a month, the ad revenue share for Yang Luliyang was finally tallied. 1.478 billion. In just 1 month, Yang Luliyang secured nearly 1.5 billion yuan in advertising revenue sharing. This result sent shockwaves across the entire internet once again. This is insane. A low-cost minigame actually pulled in such staggering ad revenue. Let's be honest, Suyu is a freaking genius. As a complete outsider, he managed to design a game with such terrifying influence. He's a genius. Who dares call Suyu an outsider in game development now? He generated such jaw-dropping ad revenue with just one low-cost indie game. You call that being an outsider? Upstairs +1. If Suyu is considered an amateur, then those so-called experts must be red-faced with embarrassment. Countless netizens buzzed with astonished chatter. Meanwhile, Suyu, the biggest winner of the event, couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. A whopping 1.478 billion yuan in ad revenue share, that's absolutely insane. Not to mention, he also had the 100-fold return. This meant that with just the game Sheep Got a Sheep, he had secured nearly 150 billion yuan in revenue. This is insane. Chapter 232, Preparing to Develop Travel Frog, New Strategy. Funds are back in the coffers. Now it's time to develop that traveling frog game. Suyu's face lit up with satisfaction as he quietly strategized his next move. Travel Frog. Unlike Sheep, a puzzle-based game, Travel Frog follows a simulation-style gameplay. What both games shared was that they had both been insanely popular on Earth. Therefore, after receiving the advertising revenue share from Sheep, Suyu immediately began planning the development schedule for Travel Frog. Speaking of which, the producers of 100-fold Return must be fuming by now, huh? Suyu stroked his chin, a hint of amusement playing on his face. He was well aware of the 100-fold Return production team's stance toward him. This time, his game Yang Luliyang had secured nearly 1.5 billion yuan in advertising revenue sharing. One could only imagine how furious the 100-fold Return production team must be. At that moment, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold Return production team. Director Zhang, is this the countermeasure you propose to suppress that Su kid? How come the harder we crack down, the richer he gets? I wonder what Director Zhang has to say about this. Exactly. Director Zhang, you've said countless times that you'd make Suyu lose everything. How come the more he loses, the richer he gets? Could this be the plot twist where I, Director Zhang, have a plan to turn Suyu's losses into the world's richest man? Director Zhang, why are you staying silent? You're the head director of our production team, after all. Playing dumb here is getting old, don't you think? Besides, playing dumb won't help. Now that this has happened, do you really think you can get away without giving a reasonable explanation? The entire production team's higher-up shot Director Zhang cold, sarcastic glances, their tone relentlessly pressing. After all, as the show's executive director, Zhang was, in a sense, their direct competitor. Now that they saw Director Zhang looking utterly defeated, they were naturally eager to kick him while he was down. Hearing their words, Director Zhang was furious beyond words. Enough! I'll address this matter in due time, but right now it's none of your business to point fingers. Do you think you could do a better job if you were in my position? Why don't I give you a shot? Director Zhang gritted his teeth, his face frozen in icy fury. Hearing the barrage of criticism, Director Zhang's composure finally cracked. He decided to fire back. These people love to criticize him, don't they? Let them try dealing with Suyu. After all, Director Zhang knew full well his days as director were numbered. Once the young master from the chairman's family at Tianjuan Company arrived, he'd have to pack his bags and leave. Since the outcome was inevitable anyway, he had nothing left to lose. Hearing Director Zhang's retort, the senior production team fell silent. They hadn't expected Director Zhang to fire back like that. At this moment, they naturally had no idea about the decisions being made at Tianjuan Company, nor did they know that Director Zhang's role as executive director was merely a stopgap measure to bridge the transition period. But it must be said, Director Zhang's sharp retort had struck right at their core. If they were truly tasked with dealing with Suyu, not only would they be utterly helpless, but they'd likely make an even bigger mess of things. So now, the crowd that had been chattering away fell silent after Director Zhang's sharp retort. Are you kidding? If they were actually called upon to deal with Suyu, just the thought of it would give them a massive headache. After all, setting aside everything else, just looking at Suyu's incredibly shady money-making methods, they genuinely couldn't touch him at all. They'd thought Suyu was already outrageous in film investment, but who could have imagined he'd make such a splash even in mobile gaming startups? He'd raked in over $1 billion just from a low-cost mobile game. Just thinking about it felt utterly absurd and unbelievable. In any case, they lacked the courage to confront Suyu head-on. Seeing everyone fall silent, Director Zhang snorted coldly and declared, "What? Suddenly silent now? If you can't handle it, then get the hell out. I gave you a chance, but you proved useless." Hearing Director Zhang's words, the senior production team members gritted their teeth and left the conference room with grim expressions. Seeing this, Director Zhang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Truthfully, he'd rather have those people take over his position as chief director to help him deal with Suyu. After all, his current position as chief director wouldn't last much longer. Rather than clinging to authority, what he truly craved now was to see Suyu thoroughly crushed. After all, that would finally vent the pent-up frustration in his heart. But unfortunately, those people were all talk. When it came to actually confronting Suyu, every single one of them fell short. "Suyu, don't get too cocky. I won't let this slide. My position as chief director is doomed to be short-lived anyway, so I'll go all out. I refuse to believe you can keep sailing smoothly forever." After the production team executives left, Director Zhang gritted his teeth, his face twisted in fury. Seeing Suyu rake in profits was far more painful than watching him lose money. What's more, Suyu had repeatedly humiliated him, an unbearably frustrating and humiliating experience for Director Zhang. If he could, he'd gladly drive Suyu into bankruptcy, into a mountain of debt. Meanwhile, the mobile game studio Reign Supreme issued another announcement. Effective immediately, the Reign Supreme mobile game studio will begin development on its second game. Stay tuned, everyone. This announcement sparked immense curiosity among countless people. And the first to feel the heat, naturally, were the studio's very own coders. "Mr. Su, are you really going to start developing a second game so soon? Without any rest at all? Are you sure you can pull this off? After all, planning a game is incredibly mentally taxing work." "Exactly. Mr. Su, why not take a break? We can handle it, but you're the one crafting the game's blueprint. You absolutely need proper rest." "Exactly. Mr. Su, I think you should really think this through." The programmers chimed in all at once. Indeed, that announcement had been issued unilaterally by Suyu. Consequently, upon learning of it now, the programmers were all taken aback. Chapter 233, Overzealous? Despised by peers. For these programmers, it wasn't that they feared exhaustion. What truly worried them was whether Suyu's mental capacity could keep up. After all, the game Yang Lu Guiyang had achieved massive popularity across the internet and secured its astonishing current success, all of which was ultimately Suyu's doing. Otherwise, a low-cost puzzle-solving game like this simply wouldn't have achieved such success. Now, Suyu was rushing to develop a second game so soon it truly made them feel uneasy. After all, designing a new game demands inspiration and immense energy. How could anyone work non-stop like Suyu? Not even the donkey from the production team could keep up. Hearing the programmers' concerns, Suyu offered a faint smile. "Guys, it's not that bad. Really, it's not that bad. It's just designing a new game. Anyone with hands can do it." For others, designing a new game was a mentally draining task, but for him, it wasn't even remotely tiring. After all, whether it was Sheep Got Sheep or the soon-to-be-released Traveling Frog, all the design blueprints were already mapped out in his mind. Even the game design for Genshin Impact, that ultimate trump card, he could whip up in an instant. Honestly, if it weren't for needing to accumulate enough funds upfront, Suyu would have wanted to release Genshin Impact all at once. Of course, Suyu wasn't in any rush now. The top priority right now was getting Travel Frog out the door. Back to the point, upon hearing Suyu's words, the entire team of programmers stared at him in utter disbelief. "God damn it, just get your hands on it. This is like planning a game without needing to use your brain at all. Alright, Mr. Su, give it your best shot. Mr. Su, well, since I can't talk you out of it, go ahead and put on your show." The group of programmers all exchanged helpless glances. At this moment, they were practically crying from being overwhelmed by Suyu's relentless drive. If it were anyone else, raking in nearly 1.5 billion in ad revenue from a single game would have them so excited they'd lose all sense of reason, rushing out to celebrate with drinks. But Suyu? After such a massive success, his mind wasn't on drinking celebrations. Instead, he was already diving headfirst into planning his second game. This level of passion for work had them utterly in awe. Seeing their expressions, Suyu merely smiled without comment. Without further ado, he grabbed a marker and wrote 4 bold characters on the whiteboard: Traveling Frog. Everyone, the name of the new game we're about to develop is Travel Frog. And I've defined its genre as a simulation game. Suyu smiled faintly as he spoke. At that moment, netizens were utterly stunned upon seeing the announcement from Junlin Tianxia Mobile Game Studio about their upcoming second game. Holy crap! This guy is the ultimate workaholic. His game sheep just raked in a staggering 1.478 billion yuan in ad revenue. Shouldn't he be celebrating with drinks right now? Instead, he's already diving into planning his next game? That's insane. Seriously, I'm crying. Suyu's passion for work is something I could never match. If I made that much money, I'd be lying flat on my back right now. +1 to the above. Forget making billions. Even if I made 3 million, I'd be eating, sleeping, waking up to eat again, and eating some more. But Suyu? After raking in all that cash, he's not thinking about chilling. He's diving right back into work. Total workaholic. Honestly, Suyu is seriously impressive. That level of work ethic? I'm genuinely impressed. But honestly, doesn't he worry that rushing things might backfire? After all, designing a new game takes massive time, effort, and inspiration. At this rate, he might burn out from overworking and end up wasting all that energy, which would be a real shame. +1. While I admire Su's passion for work, I don't really agree with his approach. Who just dives headfirst into planning a brain-intensive game without thinking things through or taking breaks? If it doesn't turn out right, all that effort will be wasted. It's just not worth it. Netizens buzzed with discussion. Some were stunned and impressed by Suyu's work ethic, but more held skeptical views. After all, in their view, Suyu's actions seemed somewhat overly eager to achieve results. And for game designers, this was precisely the worst possible approach. As the saying goes, if you take too big a step, you'll pull a muscle. And Suyu's current actions seem to fit that description perfectly. Who in their right mind would dive straight into planning a second game without even taking a break? Does he think game design proposals are as common as cabbages? As netizens buzzed with increasing chatter, related Weibo trending topics quickly emerged. #shocked. Contestant number 5: Suyu has already started planning his second game? Hashtag. Is Suyu's behavior acceptable? Hashtag professionals suggest Suyu's passion for work is commendable, but his approach is not worth emulating. Hashtag industry insiders speculate that Suyu's rush to achieve results may ultimately lead to his second game flopping. These trending topics on Weibo thrust Suyu back into the center of public scrutiny. As the controversy intensified, renowned game designers began weighing in. Fang Jitong, upon learning that Suyu, the mastermind behind the game Yan Le Guyang, is about to embark on his second project, I have only 2 words for him. Ha! You guessed right, I'm looking down on him. Mocking him. Many may see Suyu as some gaming genius, but to me, he's nothing but an ignorant, arrogant fool. At his core, he's still an outsider. Setting aside other issues, his rush to succeed alone proves he doesn't understand true game design. Crafting a game requires time and effort to refine, not impulsive decisions made on a whim. Let me make this clear, his second game will bomb. Chapter 234, Entangled Interests, Fang Jitong's Probe. After renowned game designer Fang Jitong posted his public commentary online, the entire internet erupted in heated debate. After all, Fang Jitong is no ordinary figure. He's the chief game designer at Hongda Mobile Game Studio, a renowned mobile game development studio. Moreover, Fang Jitong has conceptualized numerous games, 2 of which remain on the popular game charts to this day. It's safe to say Fang Jitong holds immense authority within the game development community. With Fang Jitong speaking out online like this, it naturally drew the attention of countless netizens. Holy crap! This is gonna blow up. Even Fang Jitong, that famous game designer, has weighed in and he's outright declared Suyu's second game is gonna flop. Chances are, it'll probably come true. That part doesn't surprise me. What puzzles me is why Fang Jitong's tone carries such hostility towards Suyu. They've never even met. Where's this animosity coming from? Hey, you up there, are you some fresh-faced college grad who just entered the workforce? Isn't backstabbing commonplace in the corporate world? Suyu and Fang Jitong might not have had any grudges in the past, but times have changed. Now Suyu has entered the game development scene too. What's more, that game he developed, Sheep Got Sheep, has also shot up the popular game charts. Most crucially, Suyu's Sheep Got Sheep has pushed down the ranking of one of Fang Jitong's games. Think about it, in this situation, how could the two not have developed a grudge against each other? Spot on, upstairs. Exactly. As a renowned game designer, Fang Jitong has now been outshone by a newcomer like Suyu. He must be seething inside. Seeing Suyu so arrogantly announcing his second game, of course he'd jump at the chance to retaliate. TSK. This is the real workplace for you. Definitely not for a pure-hearted college kid like me. Bye-bye, I'm off to write my novel. No way am I getting mixed up in this dirty, backstabbing circle. Hey, you upstairs, you really are that pure-hearted fool of a college kid. Think writing novels means you don't have to care about workplace rules? You're way too naive, kid. Hey, you two are getting off topic. Netizens erupted in heated discussion. But credit where credit's due. After Fong Jitong's outburst, more and more game designers started speaking up online. Personally, I think Suyu's rush to succeed shows he's completely out of his depth. I totally agree with what Senior Fong Jitong said. What does Suyu even think he is? He just got lucky and stumbled upon the wildly popular game Sheep Got Sheep. That's all down to luck. He just happened to catch the right wave. But with his impatient, overzealous personality, his second game is bound to flop. Strongly agree with Senior Fong Jitong. Suyu? Ha, nothing special. Just an amateur who lucked out with one-hit game. It won't be long before his true colors show. Several game designers voiced their support for Fong Jitong online. Of course, each had their own motives for speaking up. Some were simply eager to kiss up to Fong Jitong, the renowned game designer. Others shared the same distaste for the rise of an outsider like Suyu. Still others jumped on the bandwagon of this hot topic just to get their names out there. Regardless of their motives, the online fervor surrounding this incident was rapidly escalating. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ha. Excellent. This is absolutely perfect. Looks like that Su kid has really pissed everyone off this time. Even Fong Jitong, that renowned game designer, has stepped in to target that Su guy. Looks like Suyu has finally started encroaching on the turf of those big mobile game studios. TSK, this is going to get interesting. Suyu, this time I'll see how you manage to avoid getting crushed. Erwin Cooper's face twisted into a savage grin as he scanned the online reactions. Suyu had raked in billions in advertising revenue through his game Sheep Got Sheep, and this had made Erwin Cooper green with envy. Now, he couldn't wait to see Suyu get targeted. And right now, the fate of Fong Jitong, that renowned game designer, was exactly the outcome Erwin Cooper wanted to see. Moreover, Irving Cooper wasn't like the casual onlookers online. Most netizens only saw the personal grudge between Fong Jitong and Suyu, failing to recognize the underlying financial stakes. But Irving Cooper saw it clearly. Fong Jitong's public targeting of Suyu stemmed from Hongda Mobile Studio believing Suyu had encroached upon their interests. Ultimately, Suyu's actions had already enraged Hongda Mobile Game Studio. The thought of Suyu gaining yet another enemy made Erwin Cooper want to laugh. At that moment, inside Hongda Mobile Game Studio. Mr. Lee, I've already made my stance clear online against that Su guy. I'm sure that Su guy, if he has any brains, should realize who he's really messed with this time. Fong Jitong looked at a middle-aged man and spoke. Hearing Fong Jitong's words, the middle-aged man surnamed Lee nodded with satisfaction. Right. Next, we need to find someone to contact that Su guy and see if we can recruit him to join us. At this point, Li Hongda turned his gaze back to Fong Jitong, paused briefly, and continued. Jitong, do you really think that Su guy poses such a huge threat? He's just a greenhorn newbie. Surely he's not worth all this attention? Sure, his latest game, Sheep Got Sheep, raked in over $1 billion, but what if it was just a fluke? Hearing Li Hongda's words, Fong Jitong responded calmly. Mr. Lee, I never misjudge people. To others, Suyu's success with Sheep Got Sheep might seem like luck. But I can see it's his true capability. Take that nationwide sheep collection ranking feature, even I have to admit it's impressive. Therefore, securing this Su lad would be absolutely ideal. With him on board, I'm confident Hongda Mobile Game Studio's capabilities will reach new heights. But if he refuses to join and chooses to oppose us, it will inevitably clash with our interests. To put it plainly, this time, it's Fong Jitong testing his attitude toward us. As he spoke, Fong Jitong's eyes flashed with sharp determination. Exactly. This time, Fong Jitong's targeting of Suyu is actually a test. Chapter 235, Fong Jitong's Calculations, Traveling Frog. Most of the online speculation about Fong Jitong targeting Suyu only partially hit the mark. Suyu's rapid rise had indeed left Fong Jitong feeling somewhat displeased. But Fong Jitong wasn't your average game designer. He held a 10% stake in Hongda Mobile Game Studio. In a sense, Fong Jitong was both a game designer and a boss. As a boss, his considerations extend far beyond personal reputation. Profit takes precedence. While Fong Jitong found it hard to accept that a newcomer like Suyu could be so exceptionally talented, achieving such astonishing results with just a low-cost minigame like Sheep Got Sheep. But Fong Jitong's other consideration was to recruit Suyu to have Suyu make money for him. That was precisely why he adopted this probing approach. He simply wanted to see what choice Suyu would make. If Suyu obediently accepted their offer and started making money for them, that outcome would be a win-win for everyone. Upon hearing Fong Jitong's words, Li Hongda nodded in agreement and said, "Then proceed exactly as you plan. If we can truly recruit the Suyu to work for us, that would be ideal. Let's hope the kid knows his place. If he dares reject our offer and stands against us, we'll crush him completely. Our interests are far beyond what some greenhorn like him can touch." Hearing this, Fong Jitong smiled and nodded, replying, "Rest assured, Mr. Lee. I have plenty of ways to handle it. If that Su kid knows his place, everything will be smooth sailing. Otherwise, I'll make sure he understands that his so-called genius game designer status is nothing but a joke in front of a veteran like me." As he spoke, Fang Jitong's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart swelling with pride. As a renowned game designer who had participated in and led the development of numerous titles including two that still ranked among the hottest games today, Fang Jitong naturally carried a considerable measure of pride. Admittedly, even he couldn't help but take notice of the achievements made by Su Yu's game, Sheep Got Sheep. But ultimately, Fang Jitong never truly regarded Su Yu as his rival. In his eyes, Su Yu was merely a talented game designer. While undeniably gifted, he was still far from matching the seasoned expertise of Fang Jitong, a renowned game designer with years of experience. In short, if Su Yu knew his place and accepted their offer to work for them, Fang Jitong would gladly shake hands and collaborate. But if Su Yu proved uncooperative, Fang Jitong had plenty of ways to crush his momentum completely. Junlin Tianxia Mobile Game Studio. Holy crap! Hearing one of Su's design concepts is worth more than 10 years of game development experience. Unbelievable. Mr. Su. You're my god. My gut tells me this traveling frog game is going to be a massive hit. I really underestimated your genius, Su. This game concept is beyond incredible. What a masterpiece, Traveling Frog. Who knew a simulation game could be done like this? I'm impressed. Totally blown away. Su, you're my idol. The programmers gasped in unison, their eyes brimming with admiration as they stared at Su Yu. Just over an hour ago, they had all been somewhat dismissive of Su Yu's decision to start planning a second game so quickly. Some even thought he was acting impulsively, rushing things. But now, after hearing Su Yu's game design proposal for this traveling frog, every single one of them was utterly convinced. They were even stunned by Su Yu's genius. After all, before this, none of them had ever heard of a game being designed this way. This was enough to blow their minds for an entire year. Seeing the programmers' reactions, Su Yu wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, this was the legendary Travel Frog. Even on Earth, Travel Frog was an incredibly popular game. It was absolutely on par with the game Sheep Sheep Sheep. Alright, everyone, it's up to you now. As I said before, if you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me anytime. After all, I do know a thing or two about programming. Ha ha. Su Yu chuckled, glancing at the group of programmers as he spoke. Hearing Su Yu's words, the programmers exchanged helpless, wry smiles and replied in unison. Mr. Su, please stop being so modest. We've already seen just how amazing you are. Exactly. Mr. Su, you're nothing short of a god in programming. It's far beyond just knowing a bit. Absolutely. After learning you created the panda burn incense virus, we were all stunned. Your programming skills could probably outclass all of us combined. Listening to their words, Su Yu smiled, waved his hand, and walked out of the Junlin Tianxia mobile game office. To be perfectly honest, the fundamental reason he started this mobile game studio was simply because he was too lazy to do the actual game programming himself. Otherwise, he could have easily cranked out those games single-handedly. Travel Frog, heh. Next up, I'm counting on it to rake in another fortune for me. Su Yu's lips curved slightly as he thought this to himself. After all, when it came to monetization potential, Travel Frog far surpassed that Sheep Sheep game. After all, simulation games inevitably incorporate in-app purchases and ad revenue sharing. Games with indirect monetization methods undoubtedly generate far more revenue than those relying solely on ad revenue sharing. Therefore, Su Yu held immense confidence in the profit potential of Travel Frog. Once I've accumulated enough initial capital, it'll be time to start developing Genshin Impact, the real game changer. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, calculating in his mind. For him, games like Sheep Sheep or the upcoming Travel Frog were merely side projects. His true focus remained on Genshin Impact. It could be said that once Genshin Impact was fully realized, it would undoubtedly take the entire internet by storm. Chapter 236, Su Yu's rant leaves Fang Jitong furious. Contemplating all this, Su Yu felt the air itself had grown sweet and fragrant. The joy of making money is often this simple and unadorned. But just as Su Yu was envisioning his gaming empire, his beautiful assistant Chen Li hurried over with a worried look on her face. Mr. Su, Hongda Mobile Game Studio just called. They're issuing you an ultimatum: either accept their recruitment and start making money for them, or they'll launch a full-scale attack to crush you completely. Hearing this, Su Yu froze in surprise. He had no idea what Hongda Mobile Game Studio was. Nor did he understand when he had crossed paths with them. Seeing his reaction, Chen Li had no choice but to explain the entire situation to Su Yu. Moments later, after grasping the root cause, Su Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sneer coldly. Looks like that saying holds true after all: wherever there are people, there's a world of intrigue. Back when he was investing in the film industry, he'd also encroached on the turf of a major studio, drawing their ire. Now, with his mobile gaming venture, he'd once again stepped on someone's toes and drawn their attention. But Hongda Mobile Game Studio really has some wild ideas. Oomph. They want me to make money for them? What do they take themselves for? Give me their number, I'll call them myself. Damn it, this bunch of demons and monsters. If I don't show them some real toughness, they'll all think I'm a pushover. Suyu sneered coldly. He had no intention of making enemies everywhere, but they just wouldn't leave him alone? Now, Hongda Mobile Game Studio was blatantly threatening him. But Suyu wasn't the type to just take threats lying down. Hearing Suyu's words, his beautiful assistant Chenli immediately nodded. She pulled out her phone, dialed Hongda Mobile Game Studio's number, and handed the phone to Suyu. Suyu took the phone. Moments later, the call connected. Suyu, right? Ha! Let me introduce myself, I'm Fong Jitong. Since you called back, it means you've thought it through. Let's talk. How do you plan to choose? If I were you, I'd definitely pick the first option, accepting Hongda Mobile Game Studio's offer. After all, it's the best choice. Fong Jitong's voice on the other end sounded calm and composed. In Fong Jitong's view, faced with the two ultimatums presented by Hongda Mobile Game Studio, Suyu would undoubtedly choose the first option, obediently accepting their recruitment and working to make money for them from then on. But upon hearing Fong Jitong's words, Suyu only sneered coldly. Negotiate? Negotiate my ass. You want me to accept your recruitment? Are you worthy? Not a damn bit. What kind of power does your Hongda Mobile Game Studio have? Just show me what you've got. I'm waiting. You think I've threatened your Hongda Mobile Game Studio's interests? Ha! Let me tell you this, I'm taking that profit, no matter what. You. Bring whatever tricks you got, I'm ready. With that, Suyu hung up the phone. Phew. Feeling much better now. After unleashing a torrent of unfiltered curses, Suyu felt his spirits soar. Hongda Mobile Game Studio's threats had really gotten under his skin. He had intended to focus solely on his own game development, never planning to provoke conflict with any gaming industry giants. But when the tree wants to stand still, the wind won't stop. Since they insisted on picking a fight, he certainly wouldn't hold back. If they wanted to stir trouble, then let their true strength be seen. With two blockbuster hits like Traveling Frog and Genshin Impact in his hands, his strength demanded he stay in the spotlight. He wasn't the least bit intimidated by Hongda Mobile Game Studio's threats. Meanwhile, his beautiful assistant Chenli listened as Suyu unleashed a torrent of curses on the Hongda Mobile Game Studio representative on the other end of the line. Her pretty face froze in shock. Clearly, she hadn't expected Suyu to be this bold. He just lambasted the Hongda Mobile Studio representative to no end. Most crucially, Suyu hung up immediately after his tirade, leaving the other party no chance to react. Chenli was certain the person on the other end was absolutely furious right now. After all, who wouldn't be furious in such a situation? At that moment, Hongda Mobile Game Studio. Crash. Fong Jitong, furious, flung his phone violently. In an instant, it shattered into pieces. Su, you bastard. You're something else. Since you dare to provoke us like this, you're clearly determined to go head-to-head with Hongda Mobile Game Studio. Then prepare to be utterly crushed by me. Fong Jitong gritted his teeth, his rage surging like a raging torrent. Suyu's tirade had left him momentarily stunned. After all, who could have imagined Suyu would be this bold? After all, Hongda Mobile Game Studio was a gaming industry giant, a true heavyweight in the mobile gaming world. And Suyu? He was just a greenhorn. How dare he go up against Hongda Mobile Game Studio? This truly caught Fong Jitong off guard. Jitong, what's wrong? Why are you so furious? Li Hongda, who had come over upon hearing the commotion, saw Fong Jitong so furious he'd smashed his phone and couldn't help but ask in confusion. At that moment, Fong Jitong replied with a dark expression. Mr. Li, looks like we're going to have to get serious now. That Su kid refused the olive branch and chose confrontation instead. By forcing our Hongda Mobile Game Studio to carve out a niche, he's clearly determined to go head-to-head with us. This time, I'll personally step in and create a blockbuster game that'll teach that Su kid a lesson in humility. As he spoke, anger still boiled on Fong Jitong's face. Upon hearing Fong Jitong declare he would personally take charge this time, Li Hongda paused in surprise. After all, as the chief game designer of Hongda Mobile Game Studio and a director holding 10% of its shares, Fong Jitong had rarely been directly involved in game design in recent years. It wasn't that he had run out of ideas, but rather that there was no need for him to get involved. After all, someone at Fong Jitong's level never acted lightly, and when he did, it was guaranteed to be a smash hit. Now that Fong Jitong declared he would personally take charge this time, the significance was self-evident. Alright, then it's all up to you. Looks like that Su kid is doomed this time. Li Hongda chuckled, his face lighting up with eager anticipation. Chapter 237, the showdown begins. Travel Frog is online. Learning that Fong Jitong would personally intervene this time, Li Hongda was filled with anticipation and confidence. In his view, with Fong Jitong stepping in personally, Suyu was bound to take a major tumble this time. It's inevitable. With me personally stepping in, crushing Suyu will be a piece of cake. Moreover, this time I'll finally release that game I've been planning for ages. In short, one sentence, Suyu is finished. Hearing Li Hongda's words, Fong Jitong's arrogance radiated unabashedly. In his eyes, While Suyu was undoubtedly a genius game designer, the gap between them was simply too vast. What's more, the game he was about to unveil was one he had meticulously planned long ago. The reason it hadn't been released yet was simply because he wanted to wait for the perfect moment to unveil it. Now that he was finally bringing it out, he believed the outcome was practically sealed. Hearing Fong Jitong's words, Li Hongda felt his excitement surge even higher. Ha ha ha, excellent, absolutely brilliant. Looks like that Su kid is finished for good this time. Li Hongda clapped his hands in excitement. That very night, Hongda Mobile Game Studio released an announcement. This studio announces the imminent development of a new game, scheduled for simultaneous release with the mobile game studio Reign of Glory. Furthermore, this game is personally conceived by Mr. Fong Jitong. Stay tuned. Here, we include a quote from Mr. Fong Jitong. Some people think a little talent makes them invincible. In reality, you're nowhere near it. After Hongda Mobile Game Studio released this announcement, the entire internet erupted in a frenzy. Holy crap! Hongda Mobile Game Studio is stirring up trouble. This announcement is absolutely loaded with tension. TSK. Looks like Hongda Mobile Game Studio is going head-to-head with Suyu? This is going to be a spectacle. And to top it off, their new game is being personally designed by Fong Jitong, that renowned game designer. They're clearly going all out to take Suyu down. Exactly. Just look at what Fong Jitong said, it's clearly aimed at Suyu. This is going to be epic. One's a genius newcomer game designer, the other a renowned veteran game designer. When these two clash, it's bound to be a spectacular showdown. The bets are open. I'm putting my money on Fong Jitong. No question about it, he's a true master game designer. A seasoned veteran. Sure, Suyu's sheep got a sheep game is impressive, but who knows how much luck was involved. Compared to Fong Jitong, he's still got a ways to go. +1 to the above. In this showdown, I think Fong Jitong is the likely winner. Netizens erupted in heated discussion. In their eyes, Suyu was bound to take a tumble in this showdown. After all, the opponent he was facing this time was none other than Fong Jitong, the renowned game designer. News of Hongda Mobile Game Studio going head-to-head with Suyu instantly went viral online. Upon learning of this development, the other contestants couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Ha 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 ha, this is perfect. That Su kid is finally going to get his comeuppance. TSK. Let's see how Suyu tries to wriggle out of this one. That's Hongda Mobile Game Studio we're talking about. When a gaming industry giant takes on a fledgling mobile game studio, you don't even need to think about it to know how this one ends. All I can say is, this is fantastic. That Su guy is finally going down. The assembled competitors sneered coldly, unleashing a torrent of scorn against Suyu in their hastily created chat group. Being repeatedly humiliated by Suyu left each of them feeling incredibly frustrated and furious. To vent their frustrations more conveniently, the contestants hastily created a chat group. Upon hearing the news, Erwin Cooper showed not a hint of surprise. Ha! Suyu, just as I expected. You've gone entangled with Hongda Mobile Game Studio after all. Humph. Let's see how you're going to die this time. No matter how skilled you are, compared to a gaming giant like Hongda Mobile Game Studio, you're still destined to fail. Humph. Erwin Cooper chuckled darkly. At this point, Erwin Cooper understood one thing clearly: with his own abilities, he was powerless to deal with Suyu. He was helpless. Suyu was simply too monstrously talented. But Erwin Cooper believed that even if he couldn't handle Suyu, someone else could. And Hongda Mobile Game Studio was precisely the force capable of taking him down. After all, Hongda Mobile Game Studio was a genuine gaming industry giant, boasting countless experts under its banner, especially Fong Jitong, a renowned game designer. Now that Fong Jitong was stepping in, Erwin Cooper was certain he could easily crush Suyu. At that moment, in the executive conference room of the 100-fold return program. Humph. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Suyu, I knew someone like you wouldn't stay quiet. Sure enough, you've really pissed someone off. TSK. Hongda Mobile Game Studio. That's a gaming industry giant. I refuse to believe you can survive Hongda Mobile Game Studio's crackdown without crashing and burning. Without going down for good? Director Zhang let out a sinister cold laugh, his eyes brimming with amusement and anticipation. Director Zhang didn't care about anything else now, he just wanted to see Suyu fail. And learning that Hongda Mobile Game Studio was going after Suyu, he was undoubtedly the happiest person about it. Junlin Tianxia Mobile Game Studio. Humph. Interesting. Want to go head-to-head with me? Bring it on. Suyu's face twisted into a cold sneer as he read the announcement released by Hongda Mobile Game Studio. In truth, when he had directly challenged Hongda Mobile Game Studio to make a move, he had already anticipated this outcome. But so what? He had absolute confidence in the upcoming Travel Frog game. In the days that followed, the programmers at Dominate the World Mobile Studio were all busy developing the Travel Frog game. Meanwhile, At Hongda Mobile Game Studio, they were equally immersed in game development. Before they knew it, a week had passed. The Travel Frog game was officially developed. At noon that day, the Reign Supreme Mobile Game Studio announced the launch of Travel Frog. Chapter 238, The Battlefield Begins, Who's Weed? Who's God? The entire internet erupted in heated discussion. Setting aside their inherent curiosity about the game itself, the sheer spectacle of the battle royale that erupted upon its release was enough to ignite the gossip-hungry hearts of countless netizens. They all wanted to see if Hongda Mobile Game Studio would respond to the launch of Travel Frog. Living up to netizens' expectations, Hongda Mobile Game Studio swiftly followed suit with an announcement of their own after Junlin Tianjuan Mobile Game Studio released theirs. And this announcement from Hongda Mobile Game Studio was nothing short of explosive. This studio announces that Cosmic Brawl, a game personally conceived and developed by Mr. Fong Jitong, is now officially available on the Game Store. Stay tuned. Here, this studio also wishes to inform a certain peer, though you may be young and inexperienced, your arrogance borders on the divine. What awaits you is nothing but a crushing defeat. After Hongda Mobile Game Studio released this announcement, the entire internet was instantly stunned. It was followed by even more heated discussions. Holy crap, this is gonna ignite a bloody battle royale. Gotta say, this is seriously bold. One's a powerhouse veteran game designer, the other a rising star with limitless potential, a true dark horse. When these two clash, it'll be bloody carnage. Holy crap, I'm getting excited. Wonder who'll come out on top? Hey everyone, it's me, Hu Han-san. Back with the betting odds. I'm putting up 50 cents that Suyu will win this showdown. Damn it. You again. Upstairs. Let me give you some advice. Small bets are fun. Big bets are dangerous. I'm betting Fong Jitong will win. +1 to the guy above. I also think Fong Jitong will win this match. After all, Fong Jitong is a renowned game designer with terrifyingly strong skills. He's designed so many hit games, there's no reason he should lose. On the other hand, Suyu is also pretty talented, but he still lacks experience. Compared to Fong Jitong, there's probably a significant gap. Netizens buzzed with discussion. In their eyes, the winner of this showdown was almost certainly going to be Fong Jitong, the renowned game designer. After all, within the game development community, Fong Jitong was already a benchmark figure. Naturally, most people favored Fong Jitong. At this moment, however, Suyu couldn't care less about all this. He had absolute confidence in Travel Frog. After all, Travel Frog was a massively popular game that had stood the test of the market. There was simply no reason for it to lose. Facing a contest with no suspense, Suyu simply couldn't bring himself to take it seriously. At Hongda Mobile Game Studio, Ji-tong, how confident are you that the game you designed will win? Li Hongda couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing Li Hongda's question, Fong Jitong smiled and replied non-committally. 100%. When I act, it's with absolute certainty of victory. As for Suyu, he may be a genius game designer, but he hasn't crossed paths with me yet. When he does, his only fate can be summed up in 2 words, fall from grace. As he spoke, Fong Jitong narrowed his eyes, his face radiating unparalleled confidence and arrogance. Hearing this, Li Hongda laughed. Ha ha ha, good, very good. This is the Fong Jitong I know. Only when you're this confident are you the Fong Jitong I know. This time, we'll make sure that Su Kid falls into the dust once and for all. We'll show him what the greatest gap truly looks like, a gap he'll never be able to bridge in his entire life. As he spoke, Li Hongda's face brimmed with boundless arrogance and a cold sneer. In his eyes, Suyu was as good as defeated this time. After all, it was Fong Jitong who was stepping in this time. Hearing Li Hongda's words, Fong Jitong merely narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying nothing more. In his view, there was simply no need for further explanation. To Fong Jitong, Suyu was merely a promising young talent, someone he admired, yet also looked down upon. He believed Suyu was, at best, a promising newcomer utterly insignificant before him, a seasoned veteran game designer. Therefore, in this showdown, Fong Jitong silently assumed he would utterly crush Suyu. Meanwhile, as both games simultaneously launched on the Game Store, their download and installation numbers skyrocketed in an instant. As a title from Hongda Mobile Game Studio, Cosmic Brawl naturally drew significant attention from veteran players upon release. Suyu's Travel Frog, riding on the popularity of the Sheep Got Sheep game, naturally garnered significant buzz after launching on the Game Store. Thus, on their first day of release, both games showed nearly identical download figures, running neck and neck with no clear winner. Netizens who saw these neck-and-neck first-day download figures couldn't hide their surprise. Wow! The first-day numbers show no clear winner, they're practically neck and neck. Honestly, ever since that Sheep game, Suyu's games have built-in traction you can't underestimate. These launch day numbers tell us nothing, we'll have to wait for tomorrow's data. I'm sticking to my guns. My gut tells me Fong Jitong will win. I played that Cosmic Brawl game. And honestly, it's no surprise it was developed by renowned game designer Fong Jitong. It's consistently fun. Not so fast, buddy. I've played both games. And honestly, I think Traveling Frog is more fun. Who knows? Maybe Suyu will come out on top in this showdown. Netizens chattered back and forth. Seeing the nearly identical launch day data, netizens couldn't decide which game was superior. Meanwhile, at Hongda Mobile Game Studio. Damn it! I never expected Travel Frog's download numbers to be nearly on par with our Cosmic Brawl. I was counting on crushing that Su guy hard on launch day, but now it looks like that won't happen. Li Hongda's eyes darkened. Hearing this, Fong Jitong waved dismissively. Mr. Li, calm down. Everything is under my control. That Su kid won't be able to stir up any trouble. Once tomorrow's data comes out, I'll make him understand who's the weed and who's the immortal. Chapter 239, Suyu's confidence, what will be the outcome? Compared to Li Hongda, whose composure was wavering, Fong Jitong remained utterly confident in his victory. Admittedly, the data Travel Frog achieved on its launch day rivaled that of his own Cosmic Brawl project, a fact that genuinely astonished him. But that was all. In Fong Jitong's view, while the outcome was unexpected, upon reflection, it wasn't particularly surprising. After all, the buzz surrounding Yang Luge Yang hadn't faded yet. In the short term, Travel Frog launching after Yang Luge Yang would undoubtedly reap some benefits. Even so, Fong Jitong remained convinced that the ultimate victor would be him, not Su Yu. After all, he had immense confidence in his own creation, the Cosmic Brawl game. In Fong Jitong's view, Su Yu might be a genius game designer, but the gap between them was still vast. It was precisely because of this that Fong Jitong had made that bold declaration. Who is the weed? Who is the immortal? Hearing Fong Jitong's words, Li Hongda gradually regained his confidence. Ha! That's true. I was getting a bit impatient. I shouldn't have doubted you. After all, your abilities, Jitong, are beyond question. But it seems that Su fellow does have some talent after all. Too bad he can't be of use to us. Li Hongda nodded and smiled, a hint of darkness flickering in his eyes when he mentioned Suyu. Hearing Li Hongda's words, Fong Jitong gave a slight nod. Indeed, that Su fellow does possess some commendable qualities. His talent for game design is truly exceptional. But since he can't be used by us, we have no choice but to destroy him completely. The interests of our Hongda Mobile Game Studio absolutely cannot tolerate interference from a newcomer like him. His eyes turned cold as he declared, tomorrow, I will make that Su lad understand what a real gap truly means. For him to dare oppose us, despair is all that awaits him. Junlin Tianxia Mobile Game Studio. Mr. Su, our Traveling Frog game has exploded in popularity on its first day. It's neck and neck with Hongda Mobile Studio's Cosmic Brawl. This is incredible. Yeah, that's Hongda Mobile Studio. Wow, they're a true gaming giant. And now our Traveling Frog is holding its own against them. This is incredible. Joining the Dominion Mobile Game Studio was the best decision of my life. Mr. Su, thank you for giving me the chance to join this team. The programmers all looked at Suyu with excitement, clenching their fists as they spoke. Seeing Travel Frog's launch day data neck and neck with Hongda Mobile Studios' Cosmic Brawl game had them all buzzing with excitement. After all, the mobile gaming market has always been dominated by large studios. For emerging mobile game studios, competing for profits with these giants was out of the question. Merely surviving was already a significant achievement. Yet here was Suyu with just one sheep and one Travel Frog. He was actually going toe-to-toe with those major studios. This wasn't just impressive, it was on par with the brilliance of Wang Wei's poetry. Thinking of this, the programmers felt a deep sense of pride and honor. Seeing their reactions, Suyu merely smiled without comment. To others, the fact that Travel Frog could match the first day numbers of Cosmic Brawl, developed by Hongda Mobile Game Studio, was already remarkable. But to Suyu, it was nothing special. He firmly believed that Travel Frog's subsequent data would climb steadily higher, completely outshining the Cosmic Brawl developed by Hongda Mobile Game Studio. Everyone, what I want to say is that this achievement is merely the beginning for our Travel Frog game. Next, you'll witness our Travel Frog's numbers climb steadily higher, ultimately trampling every competitor underfoot. In short, just wait and see. Suyu smiled, his expression unwavering. Perhaps his words were a bit too bold, too confident, but Suyu still didn't see anything wrong with that. After all, his capabilities simply wouldn't allow him to be modest. The first day figures achieved by Travel Frog were merely the beginning. Next, once the buzz around Travel Frog had fully built up, that would be the moment its numbers truly took off. Hearing Suyu's words, the group of programmers all chuckled and nodded in agreement. But Suyu could see the lingering doubt in their eyes. It was understandable. Really, after all, Hongda Mobile Game Studio was a gaming giant that had monopolized the mobile gaming market for years. Who would believe that one day, Honda Mobile Games Studio would be defeated by an emerging mobile game studio? But what Suyu needed to do now was become that first person. What other new studios couldn't achieve, he would accomplish. In the executive conference room of the hundredfold return production team, Director Zhang lit a cigar and puffed on it slowly. Moments later, Director Zhang's face twisted into a sinister sneer as he muttered to himself. Suyu, I can't wait to see how you're going to crash and burn this time. Going head to head with a gaming giant like Honda Mobile Studio? I refuse to believe you can keep jumping around. This time, I just need to sit back and watch the show. Ha! Learning that Suyu had fully clashed with Honda Mobile Games Studio, Director Zhang was grinning from ear to ear. He had completely lost faith in Erwin Cooper. Erwin Cooper had suffered defeat after defeat at Suyu's hands. Director Zhang considered him nothing but a useless piece of trash. Director Zhang had been on the verge of despair, but the clash between Honda Mobile Game Studio and Suyu reignited his hope. In his view, with Honda Mobile Game Studio's strength, taking down Suyu would be a piece of cake. Now, he didn't need to lift a finger, all he had to do was wait for Suyu to crash and burn. Even if Suyu's travel frog game matched Honda Mobile Studio's Cosmic Brawl and initial launch figures, Director Zhang was utterly convinced Suyu would suffer a crushing defeat going forward. After all, Suyu's opponent this time was Honda Mobile Game Studio. How could such a gaming industry titan possibly lose to Suyu? Chapter 240, Crushing Cosmic Brawl, the youngsters overlook. At this thought, Director Zhang let out a series of maniacal laughs. Being repeatedly humiliated by Suyu was more than Director Zhang could bear. What he craved most now was nothing less than seeing Suyu lose his entire fortune, preferably to the point of being reduced to nothing overnight. And now, he felt that Honda Mobile Game Studio's move presented a golden opportunity. The next day, today marked the second day since Travel Frog and Super Smash Bros. Launched on the Game Store. Compared to the first day's data, today's showdown would be far more decisive. After all, after a full day, the word of mouth for both games had already taken shape. What follows is a battle for retention rates, a contest to see which game can hold players' interest longer. The victor will reveal which game holds greater potential. And right around 10 p.m. that evening, the daily download and installation figures for both games were released. Super Smash Bros. 3, 554, 285. Travel Frog, 18, 275, 845. When these download figures hit the web, everyone was stunned all over again. Super Smash Bros. Had only just over 3 million downloads that day. Meanwhile, Travel Frog hit over 18 million. The gap between them was a staggering 6 times. Faced with such staggering numbers, countless netizens were left speechless. Holy crap, that gap is insane. 6 times, a full 6 times more. Mind-blowing. Just yesterday these two games were neck and neck. How did they pull so far apart in just one day? I'm blown away. Travel Frog is going to the moon. I knew Suyu was formidable, but I never imagined it would be this extreme. Terrifying. Does Travel Frog really have this much staying power? Who is it saying Suyu would lose to Fang Jitong? Step right up. You call this losing? Countless netizens were utterly dumbfounded. No one could have predicted this outcome. After all, this gap was simply too outrageous. A full 6-fold difference. Just thinking about it felt utterly absurd. At that moment, Honda Mobile Game Studio. How is this possible? This can't be true. Fang Jitong was utterly dumbfounded upon seeing the data. He couldn't help but doubt his own eyes. After all, the gap in the numbers was simply absurd. A 6-fold gap. Who could have imagined the gap would be this huge? There must be an error in the game store's download statistics. Otherwise this situation would be impossible. It must be. Fang Jitong clenched his teeth. His face contorted with disbelief. After all, such a staggering disparity in the data was simply too absurd for him to fathom. With that thought, Fang Jitong immediately called the head of the game store, determined to demand an explanation for why they had miscalculated the download and installation figures for Travel Frog. However, moments later, Fang Jitong felt even more despair wash over him. The person on the other end of the line from the game store's management admitted that the download and installation figures were genuine data. In other words, Travel Frog had genuinely achieved over 18 million downloads in just one day. What the hell is going on? Fang Jitong's eyes turned bloodshot as he growled. I refuse to accept this. Meanwhile, at the Dominate the World Mobile Game Studio, Suyu, upon seeing the game's daily data, wore a look of deep satisfaction but no trace of surprise. He considered the game's success entirely deserved. Unlike Suyu's calm composure, the programmers at the Reign Supreme Mobile Game Studio were jumping up and down with excitement. Ha ha ha, amazing, unbelievable, over 18 million. Our Travel Frog game achieved such staggering numbers in just one day, this is absolutely insane. No words needed, one thing, CEO Su is amazing. Yeah, Su Zong is seriously on fire. I used to think he was being overly confident when he said this game could surpass Honda Mobile Game Studios' Cosmic Brawl, but now I see, he was actually being modest back then. 6 times. A full 6 times the numbers. This isn't just surpassing it, it's completely crushing it. This is insane. I hereby declare, from this moment on, Su is my god. Watching the programmers so excited they were practically jumping on the tables, Suyu offered a faint smile. This is just the beginning. The achievements Travel Frog would achieve next would only keep climbing higher and higher, day by day. And the success of Travel Frog was far from the end. The upcoming Genshin Impact, that's when things really get serious. Once Genshin Impact arrives, it will undoubtedly revolutionize the gaming market on this blue planet. It's coming soon. Once I get the revenue share from Travel Frog, I can officially start developing Genshin Impact. Then it'll be time for some serious carnage. I'll handle the slaughter, while the production team can just sit back and get gobsmacked. Ha! Suyu clenched his fist, a look of anticipation lighting up his face. Even he was incredibly excited about the game Genshin Impact. After all, compared to Genshin Impact, games like Sheep and Travel Frog were mere child's play. Once Genshin was released, that would be his time to rake in the cash in the mobile gaming market. Meanwhile, across the ocean in another country, at the window of a luxury hotel suite, a young man stood with a faint smile on his lips, holding a glass of red wine as he sipped it lightly. Simultaneously, he glanced at a document that had just arrived on his phone. His eyes flashed with arrogance as he murmured with a mocking smile, Suyu? Humph, he's quite an interesting fellow. His money-making skills aren't half bad. Too bad you're standing in the way of our chosen corporation. Looks like this young master will have to take care of you personally. Soon. Once I wrap up matters here, I'll return to the country and settle things with you properly. I hope you don't disappoint me. After all, it's been ages since I've encountered a peer truly worthy of my respect. The young man finished his sentence, downing the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Then, he gazed out the hotel room window at the bustling crowd below, looking down with amusement, as if Suyu were among them and he could look down on him too. Chapter 241, When Underhanded Tactics Are Employed, I Will Intervene. Over the next few days, the data for Travel Frog surged wildly. In stark contrast, Honda Mobile Studios' Cosmic Brawl was being utterly crushed, unable to even lift its head. Suyu! Fong Jitong gritted his teeth fiercely, his chin thick with stubble, his entire appearance looking rather weathered. Lately, Fong Jitong seemed to have aged several years overnight, enduring daily torment. Watching the data for Travel Frog repeatedly crush his own game, Fong Jitong felt utterly crushed. He never could have imagined that Suyu's Travel Frog would achieve such astonishing success. As of today, Travel Frog had been live for less than 7 days, yet its downloads had already surpassed 100 million. This was utterly unacceptable to him. No, I refuse to sit idly by and wait for my demise. Absolutely not. That Su guy is just a newcomer. A greenhorn. How dare he step on my head? I absolutely will not allow it. Fong Jitong gritted his teeth in fury, his expression twisting into a hideous grimace. Having all the glory snatched away by a young upstart like Suyu was utterly unbearable for Jitong. In his eyes, he was a renowned game designer. How could he be surpassed so easily by Suyu? With that thought, Fong Jitong rose and headed toward Li Hongda's office. Mr. Li, I will take revenge on that Su brat by any means necessary. Fong Jitong's eyes glowed crimson as he addressed Li Hongda. Hearing Fong Jitong's words, Li Hongda's eyes lit up slightly. Good, Jitong. Tell me exactly what you have in mind. Li Hongda nodded, turning his gaze toward Fong Jitong. During this period, Fong Jitong wasn't the only one enduring immense suffering. His own mental state was in shambles. Watching Travel Frog's game data surge ahead, utterly crushing their Honda Mobile Studios' development of Cosmic Brawl, Li Hongda was utterly dejected. He simply couldn't accept this outcome. Honda Mobile Game Studio was a formidable gaming giant that had always been unstoppable. Now, they were being pushed to this point by an upstart mobile game studio. How could he possibly accept this? In fact, even if Fong Jitong hadn't come to him, he was planning to approach Fong Jitong about this very issue. Mr. Li, my idea is to hire a hacker to sabotage them. As long as Travel Frog crashes, the flood of negative reviews will sink it for good. Fong Jitong narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly. Such tactics have always existed. Many game hacks were actually deliberately created by competitors to shorten a game's lifespan. However, under normal circumstances, Fong Jitong disdained resorting to such underhanded tactics. After all, in his view, his own abilities rendered such tactics unnecessary. But now, things were different. Facing Suyu, Fong Jitong realized that unless he resorted to extreme measures, Suyu would genuinely eliminate him. The sheer potential of Travel Frog's data was terrifying. If left unchecked, it could easily become another top 30 hit on the gaming charts. That's right, Travel Frog is already on the popular game charts, and it's ranked 43rd. Given the current growth trajectory of Travel Frog's data, it likely won't take long before it breaks into the top 30 of the popular games chart or even climbs higher. That was precisely the scenario Fong Jitong wanted to avoid. Upon hearing Fong Jitong's words, Li Hongdan narrowed his eyes slightly before waving his hand decisively. Fine, let's do it. Humph, let that Su kid taste what a business war really means. Daring to go against Honda Mobile Game Studio? All that awaits him is a cold, hard fall. As he spoke, Li Hongdo's face darkened with a grim, ruthless expression. It must be said, Honda Mobile Game Studio moved swiftly. By around 11 p.m. that night, Travel Frog had already encountered a bug. Many players flooded customer service with complaints about the issue. Upon learning of this, the programmers at Junlin Tianjia Mobile Game Studio all wore grim expressions. After all, they were the ones responsible for developing the programming for Travel Frog. They were certain they had identified and fixed every possible bug during development. Now, with this situation exposed, it was clear someone had hired hackers to cause trouble. Reign Supreme Mobile Game Studio. Mr. Su, we're so sorry. This is our fault. Yes, Mr. Su, this is all our fault. If we had done more maintenance when the game launched, hackers wouldn't have been able to exploit it so easily. The team of programmers spoke with deep shame. Upon hearing their words, Suyu waved his hand dismissively, his expression unconcerned. Guys, there's no need for that. Honestly, this isn't your fault at all. After all, you're primarily game developers. You have little experience dealing with cyber attacks. Besides, hackers' methods are always unpredictable. And let's be honest, this whole thing happened because our Travel Frog game got way too popular. We stepped on someone else's turf. So naturally, we became a target. You don't need to worry about what happens next, I'll handle it. Suyu knew full well that these coders shouldn't be made to take the fall for this. After all, at their core, they were just ordinary programmers focused on game development. While they might be seasoned in game development, when it came to countering cyber attacks, it wasn't that Suyu looked down on them, it was simply a fact that they were complete amateurs. Of course, that's precisely why specialization exists. Many people assume that anyone studying computer science must be proficient in everything computer-related, like hacking into other people's networks, developing all kinds of software, designing websites, and even repairing computers. But in reality, these are distinct professional specializations. Take the coders at the game studio developing the mobile game Reign of Glory. They're incredibly skilled at game programming and development, but when it comes to countering hackers' cyber attack techniques, they're truly a bunch of amateurs. But Suyu couldn't care less about that. After all, he was about to step in. When it comes to countering cyber attacks, sorry, but he's the king. Chapter 242, Counter-Intrusion Tactics. Yamamoto Nanin is stunned. Originally, Suyu hadn't planned to intervene personally, content to stay out of the fray. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to intervene. After all, the enemy had already hired hackers to attack. Since they'd resorted to such underhanded, despicable tactics, he certainly saw no need to be polite. Of course, such cyber attacks held no real challenge for Suyu. With his computer skills, countering them was a piece of cake. At that moment, the group of programmers listening to Suyu's words all lit up with delight. Recalling that Suyu was none other than the legendary hacker who single-handedly created the infamous Panda Burn Incense virus, they felt completely reassured. Are you kidding me? That was the Panda Burn Incense virus that even the Eagle Nation found extremely troublesome. For someone like Suyu, who could create such a formidable computer virus, dealing with a mere cyber attack technique would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Moments later, Suyu had patched several hidden bugs in the Travel Frog game, added a layer of defense to the software, and simultaneously implemented a trigger-based countermeasure against intrusions. All done. Hope that money-grabbing hacker knows better. Otherwise, he'll be the one getting his ass kicked. Suyu glanced at the enhanced version of Travel Frog, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After his modifications, any hacker daring to launch an intrusion would face a counterattack. The mini Panda Burn Incense virus. If that hacker's studio has enough computer servers, he'll be in for a world of hurt. Conservative estimate, decades of savings down the drain. Suyu couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle inwardly. The countermeasure he'd embedded into the Travel Frog app was none other than the Panda Burn Incense virus, albeit a modified, miniaturized version. Its potency remained intact, but its infection range was now strictly contained. After all, unleashing the full-fledged Panda Burn Incense virus would be terrifying. It could potentially cripple the entire Dragon Nation's internet. Meanwhile, the programmers at the mobile game studio Julin Tianxia were utterly stunned by the spectacle. A master's touch reveals true skill. Su the Great is terrifying. He actually created this mini Panda Burn Incense virus. TSK TSK TSK. Just imagine what that hacker is facing. I can't help but want to light a candle for him. That hacker had it coming. Didn't even bother to check who he was up against before taking the job? That's just asking for trouble. Ha! You're right. Turns out you really shouldn't mess with Sue the Legend. Otherwise, the consequences are truly terrifying. The programmer's hands trembled slightly as these thoughts crossed their minds. At that moment, inside a server room, Dragon Country folks sure are easy to make money off of. They offered $1 million bounty just for hacking a measly little game app. Turns out, my decision to come from Japan to China was absolutely spot on. All those tens of millions I poured into buying servers and computers, it was worth every penny. If I take on a few more jobs like this, I'll recoup my investment in no time. A middle-aged man with a tuft of hair above his lips smirked smugly, speaking Mandarin with a noticeable accent. Clearly, he was Japanese. Just then, a game update notification popped up on his phone screen. Oh my, it's an update for that Travel Frog game. Looks like their programmers aren't half bad. Fixed the bug this fast? Oof, but even if they've fixed it, it's all wasted effort. With my hacking skills, I could crash their game software again in minutes. Yamamoto Nankuan's lips curled upward, his eyes gleaming with amusement. With that thought, Yamamoto Nanakan began tapping away at his keyboard, crafting a piece of intrusion attack code. Alright, done. Just wait for it to crash again. Yamamoto Nanakan chuckled with amusement, then pressed the enter key to launch the attack. But at that very moment, an unexpected twist occurred. The computer, which had been functioning normally, suddenly flashed. In an instant, a giant panda burning incense icon appeared on the screen. Simultaneously, every software icon transformed into the panda burning incense logo. What the hell? Yamamoto Nanakan was utterly dumbfounded, the smug look on his face vanishing completely. He was utterly dumbfounded at that very moment. But this was only the beginning. Moments later, every single computer in the entire server room was experiencing the same issue. Even the servers he'd paid a fortune for started smoking. What the hell is going on? Yamamoto Nanakan felt his head buzzing like a bee. Just then, a line of text popped up on his computer screen. Want a taste of the panda burn incense virus? Here you go. Seeing those words, Yamamoto Nanakan was utterly dumbfounded. Panda burn incense? This is the very entity that's been giving the White House Cybersecurity Department in the Eagle Nation headaches? But how could that be? Could it be this game's software was created by that very entity? Yamamoto Nanakan's heart pounded wildly as he immediately pulled out his phone and began searching. Moments later, the name Suyu appeared before his eyes. And this time, Yamamoto Nankuan was utterly dumbfounded. It's over. I'm in deep trouble. This game app was really developed by that guy. Damn it all. That Honda mobile game studio deserves to be damned. Why didn't they tell me about this sooner? Yamamoto Nanakan instantly trembled with rage. Had he known Travel Frog was created by Suyu? Not even 100 dares would have convinced him to take on the job of hacking into Travel Frog. With that thought, Yamamoto Nankuan angrily dialed Fong Jitong's number. The moment the call connected, Yamamoto Nanakan bellowed. Damn it, Mr. Fong, are you trying to get me killed? Why didn't you tell me sooner that this game was created by that terrifying entity? You ruined me. Every single server in my computer lab is shot now. You've cost me tens of millions. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, just wait until every single game app from your Honda mobile studio crashes. Yamamoto Nanako was boiling with rage, his hatred reaching its peak. Learning that Travel Frog was created by Suyu, his heart turned to ice.